My name is Lin Yi, and I am a time traveler who has transcended into a world where everyone is a lord. In this realm, upon reaching the age of 18, every individual can venture into the lord's domain to establish their own territory. I am acutely aware of my ordinariness and recognize that as an orphan, I possess no distinct advantages. Thus, my aspiration is to contentedly serve as a humble agricultural lord. However, ever since I awakened a peculiar talent at the onset, why has the ambience of my territory transformed so bizarrely? Not only have all the buildings morphed into young maidens, but they also possess their own distinct personalities. The young maiden in the Lord's Hall wishes to nurture me as if I were her child. The maiden residing in the houses incessantly complains of insatiable hunger. The maiden in the warehouse is an insatiable miser. Additionally, there is the socially anxious maiden by the well, and the cafeteria maiden who delights in experimenting with new recipes. Furthermore, there exists a cottage maiden who resembles an elf yet speaks with a distinct Sichuan Chongqing accent. Well, I can accept these changes as long as they do not hinder my agricultural pursuits. But why is it that while I merely cultivate my land, you all insist on attacking me? Do you think my territory, populated by young maidens, is easy to bully? If you prevent me from farming, then I shall have no choice but to cultivate you instead. Unbeknownst to me, a peculiar force has emerged within the Lord's world, its members resembling juvenile female humans in appearance. They utilize various buildings as their code names. If you detect the presence of this force's members around your territory, you must exercise caution, for they are coming. Chapter 1. The World of Universal Lords. Tianyang Number 2 High School, Class 3 of the senior year. The morning sun always radiates with vitality, illuminating each student. Light and warmth are impartial, whether it be a diligent student studying or a slumbering one. Lin Yi, wake up quickly, stop dozing off. The homeroom teacher is coming. An urgent call pierced through the dreams of a young scholar. Lin Yi jolted awake from his drowsiness and hastily wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. He swiftly snatched a book from his deskmate's table with remarkable speed. With barely a moment to discern the contents, he began to read aloud with half-open, bleary eyes. Xiao Zishuan pinned Lu Ruyan against the wall, a smirk playing on his lips, his eyes hinting at mischief, indifference, and fervor. He disdainfully remarked to Lu Ruyan, "Woman, are you playing with fire? What utter nonsense is this?" It was then that Lin Yi realized the book in his hands was merely the cover, with the interior content completely unrelated to any academic material. Meanwhile, his deskmate's face flushed crimson, nearly dripping with blood. She had not anticipated Lin Yi's swift action, nor his audacious volume in reading aloud to the entire class, leaving her no time to intervene. A resounding uproar erupted throughout the classroom. After all, Lin Yi's voice had been remarkably loud, echoing for all to hear, particularly in this extraordinary moment. Such behavior was tantamount to an open display of indiscretion. While indulging in romantic novels is not inherently shameful, to audibly recite one before the entire class necessitates not only bravery, but also a remarkable lack of self-consciousness. Wow, impressive. Our esteemed class leader is truly formidable. Is the class leader sacrificing their dignity merely to entertain us and help us relax? The class leader is simply magnificent, making such a grand sacrifice for our comfort. Long live the class leader. What nonsense is this? How have I become a sacrificial lamb? Is it merely for reading a romance novel? Must you all react this way? At this moment, my deskmate hesitated to snatch the book back. After all eyes in the classroom were focused on this scene. If she were to seize the book, would it not reveal her own complicity? As the academic representative of the class, if her peers were to discover her penchant for such novels, how could she ever maintain her authority in the classroom? Although this might be the final day, it is merely graduation, not a farewell to life. Opportunities for reunion are certainly not lacking. Lin Yi glanced at the chaotic situation in the classroom, unfazed, and set the book down with an air of solemnity. What is all this commotion? Do you not see the teacher has arrived? Silence. Under Lin Yi's authoritative presence, the classroom gradually quieted. As long as I remain unembarrassed, the awkwardness shall befall others. As the class leader, Lin Yi often exhibited great care towards his classmates, earning their respect and deference in return. This was, of course, also due to his efforts to cultivate relationships with his peers. Here, your book. Lin Yi discreetly slid the book back to his deskmate under the table, earning a glare in response. Who would have thought? The usually aloof, academic representative harbored such a hidden passion. After 3 years as desk mates, he had failed to notice this. What a blunder. At that moment, the front door of the classroom finally revealed the tardy figure of the homeroom teacher. The teacher's entrance instantly captured the attention of the entire class, and the room fell silent in an instant. After all, this day holds significant importance. In this world, upon turning 18, each individual is granted the opportunity to become a lord. The school uniformly arranges for students to enter the realm of lords on the day of graduation. They must continuously develop and grow within the lordly realm, constructing their own territories. Upon learning the truth about this world, Lin Yi had already devised his path forward. As an ordinary individual among countless others, he possessed no remarkable qualities in either his past or present life. Apart from his identity as a time traveler, he lacked even the standard perks typically bestowed upon such travelers. He had long since formulated his life plan to contentedly become a landowning lord. Engaging in violent pursuits is far too perilous. Such risks are better left to others. Let those of greater stature bear the weight of calamity. This is also why he had endeavored to cultivate good relations with his classmates. These peers would undoubtedly become valuable allies in the future. How could he afford to miss this opportunity? The homeroom teacher, hearing the raucous sounds from the classroom, even from the far end of the hallway, approached. However, this time, she did not commence with a lecture upon entering. Instead, she felt gratified that the students could maintain their composure. This indicated that they were not overly anxious about the impending transition to lordship. Ahem. I am pleased to see that students can maintain a calm demeanor. While the realm of lords is fraught with danger, remaining composed is of utmost importance. In the lordly world, peril lurks everywhere. Even in the novice phase, there exists the potential for downfall. Therefore, students, if you find yourself in an untenable situation, do not hesitate to relinquish your territory in order to preserve your life. The title of lord can be forfeited, but once life is lost, nothing remains. Consider your families, reflect upon your kin. Even without the title of lord, you can still shine brightly in other realms. Lordship is not the sole path. Other regions in the nation equally require your contributions. The homeroom teacher's words were not without merit. Each year, there are foolhardy students who perish during their novice phase for various reasons. Some succumb to misfortune, but many fall prey to impulsive decisions. After all, youth is often marked by fervor. When passion takes hold, considerations of danger are cast aside. They plunge headfirst into action, resulting in unfortunate outcomes. Hence, the school repeatedly emphasizes the necessity for homeroom teachers to instill proper education and reduce the mortality rate during the novice phase. After delivering a lengthy discourse, the homeroom teacher surveyed the room. Did you all hear that? We did. The homeroom teacher nodded in satisfaction, her stern expression softening somewhat. Glancing at the documents in her hand, she posed one final inquiry. Currently, 3 individuals from our class have opted out of the lordly trial. I shall ask once more, does anyone wish to withdraw? Upon receiving no response, the homeroom teacher continued. Excellent. Seeing your spirited resolve brings me great joy. Although one can enter the Lord's world at any time, the earlier one enters, the higher the awakened talents and the greater the potential for development. However, there remains the possibility for latecomers to surpass those who arrived first. As long as you are not particularly unfortunate and awaken a talent that hinders your progress, you merely need to follow the methodical development outlined in the textbooks. Do not take risks. Do not act impulsively. Do not let passion cloud your judgment. Navigating the novice phase should be quite straightforward. Of course, should you encounter unforeseen circumstances, I hope you prioritize your own safety. Having taught you for 3 years, I do not wish for any misfortunes to befall you. I have conveyed all that needs to be said. From here on, it is up to you. While there is still a bit of time, feel free to engage in discussion amongst yourselves. Once the homeroom teacher departed, the classroom erupted into a flurry of excitement. Those remaining were all individuals who had already resolved to enter the Lord's world. As for the 3 who withdrew, Lin Yi was aware of their circumstances. Those 3 hailed from families of considerable means, rendering participation in such perilous trials unnecessary. Their families were already capable of supporting them. Each person harbors their own aspirations, and Lin Yi felt he had no right to pass judgment on such individuals. Chapter 2. Entering the Lord's world. Lin Yi, do you truly desire to be merely a farming lord? His deskmate, the class representative, possessed a cherubic visage and an equally youthful name, Tong Yi. Unlike Lin Yi, who began his journey as an orphan, she hailed from a prosperous family. Both her parents and their ancestors had thrived in the Lord's world for many years. Yet, this background proved to be of little advantage. The world was relatively just, at least within the realm of lords. Regardless of familial ties to a lord, during the novice period, everyone commenced on equal footing, and family assistance was of scant help. Having shared a desk with her for 3 years, Lin Yi was exceedingly familiar with her. Yet, one should not be deceived by her innocent demeanor. Beneath it lay a cunning mind, as Tong Yi flipped through a book with a cover that bore no resemblance to its content. Her peripheral gaze remained fixed on Lin Yi. Her tone was tinged with a hint of frustration, as if she wished him to aspire for more. While being a farming lord may be safe, the opportunities in the Lord's world were boundless. Do you not yearn to carve out a vast dominion within that realm? Your academic prowess is remarkable. With the awakening of a commendable talent, I firmly believe you would ascend to greatness. No, Lin Yi replied with unwavering finality, rejecting his deskmate's proposition. I only wish to be a farming lord. The dangers of warfare are not suited for me. Sighing in exasperation, Tong Yi found herself at a loss for words. This was not the first time she had sought to persuade Lin Yi. Yet, despite her earnest attempts, he remained obstinately resistant. She could not fathom why someone so well-liked, academically gifted, and courteous to all would choose to be so complacent. He demonstrated exceptional capabilities during simulations, consistently outpacing his peers. Yet, he remained steadfastly devoted to the life of a farming lord. Tong Yi struggled to comprehend. If Lin Yi persisted in his singular ambition, their future interactions would inevitably dwindle. Lin Yi, however, had his own contemplations. What was so undesirable about being a farming lord? In stark contrast to the warlords who engaged in perpetual combat with foreign races, the life of a farming lord was decidedly safer. All that was required was to quietly produce resources, devoid of peril. The Lord's world had developed for so long that the first tier had undoubtedly reached unimaginable heights. To catch up would demand an immense expenditure of effort, and even then, success was not guaranteed. It was far more appealing to simply take a back seat. Moreover, as an orphan raised by the state without any influential connections, unlike Tong Yi, who had relatives in the Lord's world to provide support, he had to rely solely on his own endeavors. Why strive when one could recline in comfort? After all, what was wrong with being a farming lord? For those who had lost their lordship, it was a better fate than despair. A life of modest comfort sufficed. Having traversed realms, he had no intention of risking his life unnecessarily. He found it perplexing that Tong Yi continuously urged him to abandon his aspirations of becoming a farming lord. Was she perhaps hoping to ally with him due to his impressive simulation results? However, could a farming lord truly form alliances? Besides, he considered himself a valuable client. Tong Yi, feeling a surge of frustration, was oblivious to Lin Yi's lack of awareness regarding her sentiments. He was engrossed in pondering what talent he might awaken, hoping it would relate to farming. Even if it did not, a slower development was merely a minor inconvenience. Time slipped away as the two of them remained lost in their thoughts. The discussions within the classroom gradually subsided. As the moment to enter the Lord's world approached, a palpable tension enveloped the students. Their homeroom teacher returned, this time empty-handed, yet she emphasized the importance of ensuring their safety. Life is singular, and she hoped to see everyone present upon their next meeting. The teacher's salary was modest. She could not afford extravagant gifts. For the sake of her wallet, she implored the students to heed her words. Her remarks successfully alleviated some of the tension, and a few lively students responded with laughter. Rest assured, teacher, we'll make sure your meager gifts are preserved, so your younger sister won't go hungry. What need have we for gifts? Just your presence suffices. Indeed, any leftovers can be packed to take home. The light-hearted banter dissipated the anxious atmosphere, and the teacher's countenance brightened with a smile. Nothing was more crucial than maintaining composure. The ability to share such humor signified a restoration of their spirits. With a rhythmic knock on the podium, the teacher commanded silence in the classroom. Enough of the superfluous chatter. Remember your commitments. Glancing at the clock, she noted that the time to enter the Lord's world was imminent. Prepare yourselves, everyone. At that moment, Tong Yi had resolved to set aside her anger. If one attempt proved futile, she would try again. Time was plentiful, and she was determined to influence Lin Yi's decision one day. Casting a glance at Lin Yi, who remained lost in thought, she felt a surge of frustration. What a blockhead. Shouldn't he have something to say to her at this juncture? Humph. If he ignored her, then she would reciprocate in kind. In the blink of an eye, the time to enter the Lord's world arrived. Lin Yi felt a sudden brightness envelop him, and he soon found himself in an unfamiliar locale. Was Tong Yi trying to say something to him at the last moment? In that fleeting instant, he thought he heard her calling his name, but the moment had passed, and he could not discern her words. Ah well, he would inquire later. For now, he needed to focus on his surroundings. Lin Yi began to survey his environment. Fortune smiled upon him. There were trees and mountains in sight. indicating an abundance of resources in the early stages. He felt a surge of contentment. The area where he found himself was relatively flat, surrounded by a sparse forest. Through the trees, he could glimpse several small hills a few dozen meters high, crowned with dense foliage. The presence of hills suggested nearby stone resources, providing essential materials for his initial endeavors. Lin Yi was thoroughly pleased with such an auspicious beginning. With mountains and trees in proximity, it was reasonable to assume that animal resources would also be available. Wood, stone, and food were all within reach. This was indeed a fortuitous start. If he were to discover metal mines or other resources nearby, this place would undoubtedly be a veritable treasure trove. Wood, stone, food, and metals were foundational materials. In the early stages, the demand for these four resources was particularly significant. Wood and stone were critical for constructing and upgrading buildings, while food could be used to recruit villagers. The utility of metals was even greater, whether it be the crafting of tools and weapons or the subsequent upgrading of structures. Metal is indispensable. Chapter 3, The Awakening of Talents. What on earth is this? After surveying his surroundings, Lin Yi's gaze settled upon a wooden cottage behind him. This must be the Lord's Hall, he thought, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Before him stood a rudimentary wooden cabin, covering an area of approximately 40 to 50 square meters. It was unremarkable, lacking any distinguishing features. Lord's Hall. Level 1. Strength, 500. Upgrade requires 100 wood, 50 stone. Description: an unassuming wooden cottage that offers shelter from the elements, but do not expect any comforts. It is merely a wooden shack. Due to the nature of the new territory, there exists only this solitary Lord's Hall. All other constructions must be built by the Lord in the future. Every Lord begins their journey in the same manner, starting with a Lord's Hall. This aspect is remarkably fair within the realm of Lords. Well, unless we factor in talents. Pushing open the door of the wooden cottage, Lin Yi found a crystal emanating a radiant white light, resting upon a pedestal in the center of the room. This was the most crucial artifact of the territory, the Lord's Crystal. Should the crystal be destroyed, Lin Yi would not only lose his lordship, but if he failed to return to his original world before its destruction, he would remain trapped in the Lord's world, becoming a native of that realm. With practiced ease, Lin Yi placed his hand upon the crystal. Throughout simulations, he had performed this action countless times. Detection of the Lord initiated, binding process commenced. Binding successful. In the next moment, a panel materialized before Lin Yi. Wood, 100, stone, 100, food, 100, metal, 20, residential blueprint, 1, warehouse blueprint, 1, Lord's Talent Awakening Scroll, 1, bound. Lin Yi slowly withdrew his hand and murmured to himself, "It seems there is no difference from the simulation. It's merely the starting resources." Disregarding the other items, he immediately retrieved the Talent Awakening Scroll. His first priority was to awaken his talent, for that would determine his future objectives. The path he would walk depended entirely on the nature of his awakened talent. Unlike in the simulation, here, what you awaken is fixed. There are no opportunities for alteration. Should he awaken a powerful talent, it would be advantageous. However, if he were to awaken a late-game or inferior talent, his future would be direly constrained. The awakened talents vary from individual to individual, adapting to one's unique circumstances. This means that what talent one awakens is an already predetermined outcome. Talents are inherently possessed, and the scroll merely serves to unveil this potential. Like begets like, a dragon begets a dragon, a phoenix begets a phoenix, and a mouse's offspring will burrow. In a certain sense, from the moment one awakens their talent, the disparities between individuals begin to widen. Thus, it is clear that absolute fairness is a myth. Only relative fairness exists. Lin Yi was acutely aware of his own position, as an orphan unaware of his parents. It was likely that they possessed no formidable talents to pass on to him. What kind of talents could someone who could not even afford to raise a child possibly have? Hence, Lin Yi resolved to become a landowning lord. Yet, he harbored his own ambitions, akin to the universal dream of wealth. Nevertheless, reality dictates that dreams remain dreams. One must live grounded in the present. With that, let the gamble begin. Lin Yi licked his lips, a tinge of nervousness creeping in. Though he had prepared himself mentally, who does not harbor a dream? Even a salted fish desires to turn over. As the scroll shattered in his hands, transforming into specks of light, Lin Yi's talent began to awaken. Talent awakening successful. With an exhilarated heart, Lin Yi eagerly examined his panel. Lord, Lin Yi. Level, 1, Strength, 10. Constitution, 10. Agility, 10. Spirit, 13. Equipment, none. Talent, King of Shy Lilies. Echoes of the past. Double talent. What a stroke of luck. Upon witnessing his talent list, Lin Yi could not contain his excitement and leaped into the air. Double talent. Such a rarity. It is a phenomenon that scarcely occurs among the masses. Due to its scarcity, even educational institutions refrain from including such examples in their curricula. However, something about this talent felt amiss. After the initial thrill, Lin Yi began to scrutinize the panel with confusion. Everything seemed off. In previous simulations, he had drawn several commendable talents, each of which was clear and discernible. Just by glancing at their names, one could surmise their nature. Yet now, his two talents were utterly inscrutable. King of Shy Lilies. 1. Everything can be a lily. 2. To be unlocked. Echoes of the past. 1. Glory of yesteryears. 2. To be unlocked. Upon reading the descriptions of his talents, Lin Yi felt utterly deflated. No way. What kind of bizarre talents are these? As a seasoned enthusiast of the second dimension, despite the absence of any such realm since his arrival here, he could at least somewhat grasp the first talent's implications. But what exactly does everything refer to? Please don't let it involve any criminal undertakings that require years of penance. As for the second talent, glory of yesteryears, he was just an ordinary person. What glory could he possibly possess? Lin Yi pondered for a long time, but could not recall any past accolades. In his memory, he had always been an unremarkable individual, devoid of any legendary exploits or remarkable achievements. It seemed that the second talent was practically useless. Regardless, double talent. This was something not to be disclosed. It could only attract a multitude of troubles. Yet, how was he supposed to utilize this talent? It certainly did not appear conducive to agricultural pursuits. Having already undergone the experience of transmigration, awakening an absurd talent was hardly surprising. Although this talent did seem rather unconventional. As Lin Yi continued to contemplate the meaning of this talent and how to activate it, a sudden flash caught his attention. He soon found himself standing on the soil. Observing his familiar surroundings, Lin Yi was momentarily bewildered. Alas, is this not my birthplace? Where is my lord's hall? Where is my grand hall? Who has stolen it from me? At that moment, he felt a tugging sensation at his feet. Instinctively looking down, he was taken aback. Where did this little girl come from? Before him stood a girl less than 1 meter tall, garbed in what appeared to be traditional ancient Chinese attire. With dark hair, pulling at his pant leg. Hallway girl, you are. No way. Could this be the so-called everything can be a lily? Sacrificing a structure to randomly obtain a little girl? But without the Lord's hall, how am I to return? However, Lin Yi did not panic. He sensed that his connection to the original world remained intact. If he could survive the novice period, it seemed he could still return. The little Loli, noticing Lin Yi's gaze upon her, lifted her exquisitely delicate face, her expression gravely serious. Yet, in Lin Yi's eyes, this little Loli exuded an irresistible charm at every moment. Even her solemn countenance resembled that of a child earnestly attempting to play the role of an adult. My lord, I am the Lord's hall. Chapter 4. The residential Loli and the warehouse Loli. This little Loli is the Lord's hall. Lin Yi's face was awash with astonishment. In disbelief, he reached out to pat the little Loli's head, which prompted her to pout in displeasure. My lord, please refrain from touching my head. If you do, I won't grow tall. The sight of her pouting made her even more adorable, igniting Lin Yi's inner youthful spirit. My apologies, he exclaimed, retracting his hand with a hint of regret. Damn, why do I lose composure at the sight of a Loli? I am certainly not a Loli enthusiast. Wait a moment. Did this little Loli just calmly declare something extraordinary? Wait, you say you are the Lord's hall? The little Loli smoothed her tousled hair and responded to Lin Yi's inquiry. You heard correctly, my lord. I am indeed the Lord's hall. Upon finishing her words, the little Loli waved her hand where the wooden cabin had previously stood, and the cabin reappeared as if by magic. Witnessing this surreal spectacle before him, Lin Yi struggled to suppress his astonishment. He glanced between the wooden cabin and the little Loli, soon coming to a realization. The realm of lords held infinite possibilities. A sentient building should not be so peculiar, right? But truly, this was utterly illogical. Though he had heard tales of advanced beasts in the Lord's world transforming into human forms, he had never encountered a building morphing into a Loli. Why was he so unique? Could it be due to his peculiar talent? Was everything destined to become Lolis? Would his territory eventually be filled with him? How would he manage to develop his domain then? What would outsiders think of him? Never mind. Since I am here, I might as well adapt. Although his talent seemed somewhat burdensome, it did not conflict with his established development goals. Just then, Lin Yi had a sudden epiphany. He opened the little Loli's panel. If the Lord's hall had transformed into a Loli, surely the panel must have undergone a change as well. Lord's hall, sentient persona. Level 1, strength 500, power 20, constitution 20, agility 20, spirit 20, inherent talent, spirit torch center. Description: the sentient persona of the Lord's hall, an unpredictable product. Indeed, upon the building transforming into a Loli, it possessed a panel akin to that of a living unit. However, What was with these attributes? They were double those of an ordinary person. Moreover, inheriting the building's strength suggested that this loli's defenses might even surpass his own. According to this description, it would be quite challenging for him to breach her defenses, even if armed. Gazing at the obedient little loli beside him, Lin Yi promptly cast aside any cruel thoughts he had entertained. How could he harm such a delightful loli merely for experimentation? Besides, with her now anthropomorphized, he found it even harder to consider. The good news was that this talent seemed less useless than he had presumed. The bad news was that now even a loli could overpower him with ease. Setting aside his chaotic thoughts, Lin Yi looked at the little loli with newfound fervor. Beginning his venture with a companion boasting double the attributes of an ordinary individual, it appeared that he could take bolder steps forward. Furthermore, if buildings could be retracted, did it mean he could transport them freely as long as he carried the loli persona? This could save a significant amount of relocation cards and allow for the selection of better sites for habitation. Filled with excitement, Lin Yi nearly wished to commence the construction of more buildings immediately, but alas, construction required blueprints, which were in short supply. At this stage, he possessed only 2 blueprints, meaning he could only erect 2 structures. Residential blueprint. Construction requirements: 50 wood, 50 stone, 20 iron. Warehouse blueprint. Construction requirements: 50 wood, 50 stone. Both the residential and warehouse structures could be built immediately. After instructing the hall loli to remain at the hall, Lin Yi casually selected an empty plot to prepare for the construction of the residential and warehouse buildings. Since the buildings could be moved, there was no need for meticulous planning. He would let the Lolis choose their desired locations later. Construct. As the blueprints shattered, 2 structures gradually materialized upon the vacant ground. The residential building appeared even more imposing than the Lord's Hall, as it was designed to accommodate civilians, necessitating more living space. The adjacent warehouse seemed comparable to the residential structure. After all, warehouses should be sufficiently spacious. In that moment of formation, a flash of white light enveloped the area, and the 2 buildings vanished, replaced instead by 2 additional little Lolis. These 2 Lolis were easily recognizable, as their attire indicated their origins from the respective structures. The residential loli donned a long-sleeved white garment paired with denim overalls, resembling the typical attire of a Western farm. A large pocket adorned her chest, and she sported a straw hat. Residential. The warehouse loli, on the other hand, was dressed similarly to a laborer, making her distinctively identifiable. Warehouse. Both Lolis were undeniably adorable, though the only drawback was their height of 1.20 meters. Their petite stature made Lin Yi feel a twinge of guilt regarding their labor. Residential. Level 1. Strength 500. Power 20. Constitution 20. Agility 20. Spirit 20. Inherent talent split body. Description: the sentient persona of the residents, an unpredictable product. Warehouse. Level 1. Power 20. Constitution 20. Agility 20. Spirit 20. Inherent talent space. Description: same as above. As expected, it appeared that when buildings transformed into Lolis, their attributes were remarkably similar. However, the so-called inherent talents seemed to vary based on the functional differences of the buildings. Just as Lin Yi was engrossed in examining the attributes of the 2 Lolis, the residential loli suddenly began to glance around. In a flash, her eyes locked onto Lin Yi's with the swiftness of lightning. In an instant, she sprang forth like a nimble little monkey, rushing towards Lin Yi and clasping his leg tightly. With a wide-open mouth, she began to wail at the top of her lungs. "Lord brother, I'm hungry. Food." Her cries were deafening, echoing through the skies like a howling wolf, sending chills down Lin Yi's spine. The sorrowful sound was enough to evoke tears from those who heard it, instilling a sense of dread in the listener, which startled Lin Yi immensely. Due to the volume and harshness of her cries, Lin Yi found himself without the leisure to further inspect the details of the 2 buildings. He hurriedly rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a piece of bread, unceremoniously stuffing it into the mouth of the residential loli, attempting to silence the terrifying noise emanating from her small mouth. Upon receiving the food, the residential loli immediately fell silent, wiping away non-existent tears, and began to nibble on the bread contentedly. Lin Yi wiped the sweat that had beaded on his forehead. Fortunately, at this moment, they were surrounded by their own people. Had anyone else witnessed this, he would have found himself at a loss for words. Little did he expect that the residential loli would create such a ruckus right from the outset. Wouldn't it have been better for the hall and warehouse to remain serene? The warehouse loli cast a disdainful glance at the now pacified residential loli and, under Lin Yi's scrutiny, quietly approached him. "Greetings, Lord. I am the warehouse. Might I inquire if you possess any funds?" Chapter 5. The First Week. A time of harvest. Goodness, now there was one asking him for money. The residential loli sought food, while the warehouse loli sought currency. Would other buildings also demand items from him in the future? Lin Yi spread his hands. Do I appear to be wealthy? Our territory has only just begun to develop. We will have money in due course. No money then? Upon hearing Lin Yi's response, the warehouse loli immediately displayed a lack of interest and grew cold towards him. At that moment, Lin Yi finally had the opportunity to examine the attributes of the two Lolis. The building attributes were identical to those in the simulation, with no discernible differences. This revelation brought him some measure of relief. It appeared that aside from the addition of a panel, the transformation of buildings into Lolis had not altered anything else, which was somewhat reassuring. However, it seemed that troubles within the territory were bound to increase. Lin Yi pondered as he gazed at the two small Lolis before him. Just then, an announcement echoed throughout the Lord's realm. The registration period for the Lord's world has concluded, and the teleportation portal is now closed. The novice trial period officially begins. Lin Yi was taken aback. Had an hour passed so swiftly? The registration time for the novice period in the Lord's world was 1 hour. During this time, anyone over the age of 18 who qualified as a Lord and had never entered the Lord's world could participate in the novice trial. This was not mandatory, but rather based on voluntary principles. Throughout the registration period, as long as one met the qualifications, they could be teleported directly to the Lord's world from any location, regardless of their activities. Missing this registration was not a cause for alarm, as it would reopen annually. Even if one did not participate this year, there would always be an opportunity the next year, and the qualification of Lord would never expire. It would persist indefinitely. This allowed those who had been unable to register for various reasons a second chance. Now that the registration had closed, it indicated that the trial had officially commenced. Commencing the draw for the first week's event. Drawing in progress. The event for your region in the first week is Harvest Week, where resources obtained from the wild will be doubled. Harvest Week, not bad. Upon hearing that the event for this week was Harvest Week, Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement. Although the double resource yield during Harvest Week was not as advantageous as the triple yield during Bountiful Week, it was certainly preferable to other events. According to the textbooks, the first week was meant as a development period for lords, during which no monsters or large carnivorous creatures would threaten the territory. However, some small venomous insects and snakes were inevitable. A moment of carelessness might lead to a mishap. Having a double yield at the start was certainly better than those unfortunate enough to draw events that reduced resource harvests. The first week is a period of peaceful development. There will be no significant threats to the territory during this time. May all lords strive for growth. On the last day of the first week, all lords will face the first wave of monster sieges, at which point expelled monsters and beasts will return to this area. Lords are advised to bolster their defenses and develop their territories in preparation for the forthcoming trials. With that, the Lord's world fell silent, leaving time for the lords to act. Now, the game had officially begun. Lin Yi waited for a moment, realizing that the Lord's world had ceased its announcements, and prepared to follow the textbook's teachings for development. First and foremost, it was imperative to gather resources, construct buildings, and subsequently upgrade them. Resource collection relied on villagers, who could be recruited from residential buildings. Hence Lin Yi turned his attention to the residential loli. As he did so, he locked eyes with the residential loli, who had just finished the last of her bread. She quickly gulped it down, and, noticing Lin Yi's gaze, clung to his leg with her tiny arms. Brother, hungry food. Lin Yi, feeling helpless, produced another piece of bread and offered it to the residential loli. The day had barely begun, and he had already depleted 2 portions of food sufficient for a villager's daily sustenance. Given the residential loli's demeanor, she might very well cry out for more food once she finished this piece. He needed to recruit villagers promptly to gather resources. Otherwise, he feared he would become a lord who failed due to insufficient food, even during this relatively safe novice period. Little one, please place the building down first. Once I recruit the residents, you can eat your fill, all right? Okay. With food in her possession, the residential loli was easily appeased. Lin Yi merely needed to say a few words, and the industrious residential loli waved her small hand, causing the vanished residential building to reappear instantly. Lin Yi was eager to begin recruiting, but as soon as he opened the residential panel, he was taken aback. Residential building, clone. Invest 5 units of food to create a clone, which inherits all attributes of the original and will grow alongside it. Current limit, 20. This was not in accordance with the textbook. In both the textbooks and the simulation, it was stipulated that recruiting a unit from a residential building required 5 units of food, and each villager would consume 1 unit of food per day. What on earth was this clone? Lin Yi turned his gaze back to the residential loli. It seemed that due to the transformation of the building into a loli, some changes had occurred in the original structure. Whether these alterations were beneficial or detrimental remained to be seen. But was he certain that these clones would turn into a horde of gluttons that would consume him? Observing the residential loli still devouring the bread with fervor, Lin Yi fell into contemplation. Could it be that the Loli's incessant cries for food were merely instinctual, driven by the needs of the clones? The truth would require Lin Yi to conduct some experiments, as the changes in the territory had diverged from the textbook guidelines, and he would need to verify everything himself. Closing the residential panel, Lin Yi crouched beside the residential Loli, watching as she eagerly consumed the dry bread. A piece sufficient for an adult's daily consumption vanished rapidly in her hands, disappearing at a speed that could only be described as astonishing. Even a pig would envy such an appetite. After finishing the bread in just a few bites, the residential Loli opened her mouth, preparing to cry out once more. Lin Yi, reacting with swift urgency, produced another piece of bread and stuffed it into her mouth before she could make a sound. The residential Loli, interrupted mid-cry, blinked in surprise but quickly forgot her intention and resumed eating with delight. Thus, each time the residential Loli finished a piece, Lin Yi promptly offered her another, ensuring she had no opportunity to voice her hunger. The homely Loli was also quite unreserved. As long as Lin Yi dared to feed her, she would eagerly consume, as if her stomach were an insatiable abyss. After finishing her 5th loaf of bread, the homely Loli finally ceased her relentless wailing, instead appearing to stifle something. Her face flushed with color. Was she about to split? Lin Yi's heart leapt with joy. It seemed that feeding her 5 loaves would yield a brand new Loli. The interface did not deceive him. Chapter 6. The ferocious homely Loli. Yet, did this manifestation seem proper? Lin Yi instinctively took a step back. Even though only a warehouse Loli was present, he did not wish to be misunderstood, especially now that the homely Loli bore a tearful expression, her cheeks aglow. Though undeniably adorable, this appearance was rather concerning. As Lin Yi indulged in his thoughts, suddenly, a diminutive figure emerged from the homely Loli's body. Oh dear! The newcomer tumbled out, landing squarely on her bottom. The homely Loli exhaled a sigh of relief, curiously inspecting the new arrival. Lin Yi even imagined a BR-like voice in his mind. The manner of this splitting was rather comical. The new Loli appeared to be an exact replica of the homely Loli, indistinguishable in attire or features. Standing side by side, they resembled twins more than anything else. The split Loli quickly scrambled to her feet, dusted off her backside, and, bypassing her original self, gleefully hurled herself towards Lin Yi. Brother, hungry food. The homely Loli, still curious, widened her eyes, a sense of urgency surging within her. Without hesitation, she too lunged towards Lin Yi, declaring, Brother, hungry food. Lin Yi felt a wave of panic wash over him. Good heavens, another insatiable eater. It was one thing to have a homely Loli who could not get enough. But why did her split also share the same insatiable appetite? With 2 Lolis clinging to Lin Yi's legs, their wails echoed in his ears, tormenting him. Eat, eat. Have you had enough? He reserved 40 units of food for himself, and the remainder he hastily distributed between the 2 Lolis. 55 units of food rapidly covered the ground around them. 1 unit corresponded to 1 kilogram, ample sustenance for an adult for an entire day. 55 units equated to 55 kilograms of bread, occupying a considerable area. At any rate, the 2 Lolis were now obscured from view. He needed to plan for the future. Each villager required 1 unit of food daily, and with 3 to 4 Lolis in his territory, plus himself, they totaled 5. It remained uncertain whether the other Lolis needed food. If they did, he must prepare for contingencies. Furthermore, with so much food, he might end up with 11 more splits. 40 units would barely last 3 days. Lin Yi felt a gloom descend upon his future, perhaps sensing Lin Yi's plight was insufficient. The warehouse Loli, observing him provide the homely Loli with such a bounty, ceased her stone play and hopped over to him. She looked up, striving to display her own cuteness. What are you doing? He almost forgot. There was still a money-hungry one present. The warehouse Loli circled Lin Yi twice before suddenly wrapping her arms around his leg, mimicking the earlier wailing. Brother, poor money. The lament was strikingly similar to that of the homely Loli. Lin Yi's heart sank. Oh heavens, what sin have I committed? If I am guilty, punish me with the law, not by sending a horde of Lolis to torment me. He threw up his hands in despair. I truly have no money. I'm still in the novice phase. Why not appraise my worth and sell me instead? The warehouse Loli fell silent, realizing Lin Yi genuinely lacked funds. If he could afford to feed the homely Loli, there was no reason to deny her. Having perfectly mimicked the act, she would have offered him money if she had any. Upon recognizing Lin Yi's financial plight, the warehouse Loli abandoned her pretense. Releasing his leg and sitting on a nearby step, seemingly lost in thought, Lin Yi felt a shiver run down his spine. Surely she wasn't contemplating selling him for a good price. Enough of this. The more he thought, the more plausible it seemed. He redirected his gaze towards the still feasting homely Loli. Goodness, in just a short span, she had manifested several splits. Now, these Lolis were fiercely vying for the scant food remaining. However, Lin Yi soon discerned that the homely Loli's splits appeared to be contingent on the total food consumed. Regardless of whether it was the split or the original, once they consumed 5 units of food, a split would emerge from the original. The splits lacked the ability to further divide, but the food consumed counted towards the original's total. 55 units of food seemed substantial, enough to bury 2 Lolis. But the Lolis could indeed split. Initially, a single homely loli took approximately 3 minutes to consume a loaf, requiring 15 minutes to produce a split. Yet with 2 Lolis, they needed merely 7.5 minutes. 3 could do it in 5, and so forth. In just over half an hour, all that food would be devoured. Lin Yi had calculated correctly, but he had clearly underestimated the homely loli. As more Lolis joined the fray for food, the homely loli grew anxious. In her haste, she no longer savored her food. She grabbed a loaf and stuffed it into her mouth. Her mouth appeared like a black hole. As the food vanished without a moment's pause, the speed was astonishing. If her hands couldn't keep up, she could consume 1 loaf per second. Not her mouth's limit. Goodness, is this even possible? Lin Yi was left dumbfounded. He had expected to wait half an hour for the homely loli to finish eating. Yet she surprised him with this display. At this rate, forget half an hour. The food would vanish in less than a minute. Hey, you're cheating. The splits, witnessing the dwindling food, began to mimic the original, each devouring at an astonishing rate. So, this was indeed a universal skill. In the blink of an eye, the bread Lin Yi had provided was consumed entirely. At that moment, the homely loli's body twisted. Oh dear, don't squish me, don't squish me. You stepped on my hand, you stepped on my hand. Those above, hurry and move aside. Suddenly, multiple loli splits burst forth from the homely loli. Due to the excessive consumption, several splits emerged at once. Lin Yi, caught off guard, was met with a swarm of Lolis. The poor homely loli was completely buried beneath them. Oh no, someone help. Realizing the situation had escalated, Lin Yi rushed forward, separating the chaotic Lolis one by one. Upon locating the original homely loli, she was already spinning in circles. Hungry. With an expressionless face, Lin Yi gently set the homely loli down. The sensation of hunger still lingered, suggesting that there was nothing amiss. Yet, at that moment, a chilling feeling swept over him, as if he were being watched. And a wave of anxiety surged through his heart. Chapter 7. The Allure of Temptation. He seemed to have forgotten how the agonizing wails of the 2 little girls had tormented him earlier. Now, with the sudden appearance of 13, he feared for his very life. No howling. Whoever makes a sound won't receive any food. Fortunately, he was quick-witted. Asserting his parental authority before the situation escalated beyond repair, momentarily stunning the group of little girls before him. Lin Yi caught the girls off guard with a sudden gesture, interrupting one who was about to cast a spell, causing one of her duplicates to accidentally let out a loud burp. However, to ensure food would still be forthcoming, that particular duplicate clamped her mouth shut, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. Seeing that he had temporarily quelled the clamoring group of famished girls, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. 2 were already more than he could handle. If all 13 were to cause a ruckus together, he feared he wouldn't survive the night without being sent back. He roused the main girl from the house, and upon confirming she was unharmed, he swiftly covered her mouth and tucked her under his arm. Standing at 175 centimeters, carrying a 120 centimeter little girl was hardly a challenge. He had no intention of retrieving the food from his backpack, as it was meant for emergencies, and he couldn't afford to squander it just yet. For now, he needed to venture outside to gather supplies. Upon hearing that food would be available soon, the little duplicates became obedient, refraining from making any noise. Clutching the girl from the house, Lin Yi prepared to head toward the sparse forest when he inadvertently spotted the warehouse girl lying at the doorstep, seemingly lost in thought. Instantly, a cold sweat broke out on his brow. He hadn't forgotten the dismissive remarks he had made to her earlier. He couldn't allow her to remain alone, lest she concoct a scheme to sell him for a good price. Hey, you from the warehouse. Lin Yi wasn't quite sure how to address these girls, as they lacked names, so he resorted to calling them by their respective roles. However, the warehouse girl's slight reaction indicated that this nomenclature was not entirely inappropriate. As she shifted her gaze towards him, "What do you want?" The warehouse girl exuded an air of lethargy, even as she acknowledged Lin Yi's call. Too disinterested to move her body. To see him, she had to tilt her eyes almost to the back of her head. "We're going outside the territory to gather resources. You should come along." "No, you don't even have any money. I want to listen to you." "Well, it seems you've certainly got your mind on riches," he thought. "I refuse to believe I can't keep you in check. There might be treasure chests outside. They should yield gold coins." Before he could finish his thought, Lin Yi felt a sudden blur in front of him, as the warehouse girl, previously at least 10 meters away, now appeared right before him. Was this her talent? Space manipulation? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the warehouse girl, brimming with excitement at the prospect of treasure chests, grabbed his hand and prepared to dash outside. Treasure chests? Why didn't you say so earlier? What are we waiting for? Let us go, go, go. Caught off guard, Lin Yi stumbled as she pulled him along, nearly losing his balance. Was this the might of 20 strength? A mere 10 strength was truly fragile. Wait, Lin Yi exclaimed, straining to break free from the warehouse girl's grip while simultaneously interrupting the spellcasting of the girl from the house. Hold on. You need to set the building down first. The warehouse girl had yet to release the building she had transformed from. If he left with her like this, where would they pile the resources they collected? Ugh, how troublesome. Displeased at being interrupted, the warehouse girl nonetheless complied and set the building down. Is this good enough? Let us hurry up and leave. Hee, all the money is mine. Watching the warehouse girl carelessly place the building, Lin Yi felt a slight compulsion to align it properly. But seeing her impatience silenced him. Whatever, even if he said something, she wouldn't listen. They could always move it later. He begrudgingly endured the discomfort as he followed the throng of little girls toward their chosen direction. Lin Yi's starting point was quite ideal, surrounded by several undulating hills. The tallest of these hills barely exceeded 100 meters, densely populated with various trees. Where there are hills, there are bound to be cliffs. And not far from the sparse forest, a steep cliff revealed its pristine white color, the bluish-white stone gleaming under the sun. Even from a distance, he could easily spot the exposed quarry. In the early stages of development, timber and stone are the most heavily consumed basic resources, whether for constructing buildings or upgrading them. These two resources are indispensable. In contrast, iron is not as crucial in the beginning. Acquiring iron is not straightforward, beyond scavenging resource piles in the wilderness. Treasure chests are the only other means of obtaining it. Otherwise, one must upgrade the Lord's Hall to level 3 to acquire the blacksmith shop blueprint to smelt iron or into iron. Thus, the priority in the early stages is to gather wood and stone and ensure a sufficient food supply, as villagers consume 1 unit of food daily. Lin Yi cast a silent glance at the girl from the house. It seemed that, for him, food was indeed of utmost importance. Treasure chest, treasure chest, treasure chest, treasure chest. The warehouse girl cheerfully led the way, humming an off-key tune. Along the journey, Lin Yi truly grasped the concept of disparity. The attributes of being twice that of an ordinary person were no mere boast. Both the girl from the house and the warehouse girl traversed the primitive forest with ease, while he, a bona fide ordinary individual, struggled immensely. This place was akin to a desolate wilderness, devoid of life, with barren silence enveloping everything around. As his foot gently pressed down, the withered leaves underfoot seemed to lose all vitality, yielding easily to create shallow impressions. Occasionally, some unknown creatures, startled, would dart from the grass or bushes, vanishing without a trace, leaving him baffled as to what small animals inhabited this place. From afar, he could glimpse or hear faint sounds emanating from the distance. These sounds sometimes resembled the rustling of wind through the trees, while at other times, they mimicked the whispers of some mysterious beings, intriguing yet intimidating enough to deter any reckless approach. Having grown up in a bustling metropolis, surrounded by towering buildings and the incessant flow of traffic, Lin Yi had never witnessed such a scene. Even on the rare occasion he had visited the countryside, its environment paled in comparison to this true primordial forest, rendering it utterly incomparable. Fortunately, at this moment, he was accompanied by a delightful throng of little girls trailing behind him. Do not be deceived by their tender age. Their skills are formidable and even surpass the somewhat flustered Lin Yi at this moment. It is precisely due to the company of these little Lolis that Lin Yi feels a modicum of relief from his dread, preventing him from being utterly terrified. Initially, Lin Yi intended to march directly towards the stone wall that lay not far ahead, estimating that the straight-line distance between his current position and the wall was just over a kilometer. However, he was acutely aware that this was merely a theoretical distance. In reality, reaching that wall would require navigating numerous obstacles and continually altering his path. Thus, the actual distance traveled would undoubtedly exceed that trivial kilometer. Chapter 8. The Glutton's Tenacity. Lin Yi's plan was impeccable. In previous simulations, every lord regarded resource gathering as their foremost priority, assuming they were a conventional lord. Just as Lin Yi trudged toward his destination with a furrowed brow, the once quiet house-dwelling Loli perked up her nose, and suddenly, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Delicious. The stillness of the forest was shattered by her jubilant exclamation. Before Lin Yi could comprehend the situation, the house-dwelling Loli broke away from the group, exuberantly plunging into the depths of the dense woods. Oh no, Lin Yi's heart sank at once. He was all too aware of the house-dwelling Loli's obsession with food. He cast a frantic glance at his doppelgangers behind him. As expected, her enthusiastic proclamation acted like a spark to a powder keg, igniting the formerly calm doppelgangers into a frenzy of desire. Their eyes gleaming with longing and drooling at the corners of their mouths. Wow, master, don't think of slipping away. Everyone, hurry up. The doppelgangers galloped after the house-dwelling Loli into the thicket. In the blink of an eye, only the warehouse Loli and Lin Yi remained. What on earth is happening? Lin Yi sighed deeply. Plans often succumb to unforeseen changes. Who could have predicted that a meticulously arranged journey would be disrupted by the house-dwelling Loli? The warehouse Loli glanced in the direction the house-dwelling Loli had taken, then back at the original itinerary, approaching Lin Yi. My lord, where shall we go now? Lin Yi, feeling somewhat consoled, looked at the warehouse Loli. Thankfully, there was still one steadfast companion beside him. Yet, reality proved that this was merely a fleeting comfort. The next words from the warehouse Loli left him feeling even more exasperated. My lord, where's the treasure chest you promised me? We've come so far. Yet we haven't seen a single treasure chest. You're not deceiving me, are you? The warehouse Loli's face was filled with suspicion, her expression a testament to her distrust of Lin Yi. Lin Yi felt his heart sink. It seemed the warehouse Loli's unwavering loyalty stemmed solely from her fixation on the treasure chest. There was no notion of shared adversity at all. At that moment, Lin Yi wished fervently that he were a normal lord, one who wouldn't have to contend with such troublesome Lolis. Yet, his innate talents could not be altered or erased. It was evident that if he intended to forge a path in the realm of lords, the number of troublesome Lolis would only increase. Oh, please don't be impatient. Treasure chests aren't so easily found. If they were, they wouldn't be called treasure chests, would they? Only when stumbled upon unexpectedly can a treasure chest be deemed a delightful surprise. Faced with the warehouse Loli's skepticism, Lin Yi hastily concocted an excuse to deflect her inquiries. Where could he possibly find a treasure chest at this juncture? Aside from demolishing monster lairs, his only option was to gamble on chance in the wilderness. Treasure chests randomly refreshed in the wild, and without a means to locate them accurately. He could only rely on luck. The warehouse Loli scrutinized Lin Yi for a moment, as if searching for something on his face. After a lengthy pause, she finally seemed to accept his words. Then, my lord, shall we continue onward or seek out the house-dwelling Loli? I think our chances of finding a treasure chest might be greater if we split up. The warehouse Loli immediately deemed this a clever strategy. With a group, the search area would be limited. If they separated, surely they would cover more ground. Lin Yi felt an overwhelming headache coming on. Just moments ago, the house-dwelling Loli had led a throng of doppelgangers into the unknown, and now the warehouse Loli wished to embark on her own quest. There was no way he would allow that. No, we cannot split up. With a firm rejection of the warehouse Loli's proposal, although she pouted in discontent, she said nothing further. Lin Yi cast a bewildered glance at the suddenly quiet warehouse Loli, finding it hard to believe. He had even contemplated how to convince her to stay, but with just a single phrase, she abandoned her notion of independent action. However, this was fortuitous, as he had been struggling to find a reason to keep the warehouse Loli with him. Casting a glance in the direction the house-dwelling Loli had vanished, Lin Yi sighed in resignation, conceding to abandon his previous route and proceed toward where she had gone. After all, resource gathering remained the objective. The location was inconsequential, especially with so much wood available here. He could always collect stone later. Trailing behind, the warehouse Loli appeared disheartened. After Lin Yi had declined her proposal to separate, she had remained quiet, her previous cheerfulness replaced by a solemn expression directed at him. Lin Yi paid little heed to her silence. Once he confirmed that she was following, he focused on the signs left by the house-dwelling Loli. Thanks to the house-dwelling Loli and her doppelgangers, numerous traces marked their path, providing Lin Yi with a clear target and preventing him from veering off course. Not long after, Lin Yi could faintly hear a chorus of jubilant Loli voices. He hastened his pace, the muffled sounds growing clearer. As he passed a tree large enough for two people to embrace, he finally spotted the house-dwelling Loli and her doppelgangers. At this moment, a large group of Lolis was joyously feasting among a cluster of bushes merely dozens of meters away from Lin Yi. What they called bushes were, in fact, fruit trees towering over 2 meters high, laden with ripe fruit. Each fruit was about the size of an apple, hanging heavily from the branches, nearly bowing them to the ground. The grove contained over 20 such trees, each bearing a bountiful harvest. Upon sighting these fruits, Lin Yi finally exhaled in relief. He had feared that the house-dwelling Loli, in her haste, might have consumed some poisonous wild fruit. However, now he felt reassured. He recognized these fruits as a common variety in the Lord's realm, akin to apples. They were harmless and edible, having consumed plenty in the past. Once assured of the house-dwelling Loli's safety, Lin Yi couldn't help but admire her keen sense of smell. They had wandered at least 200 or 300 meters from their original position, yet she had managed to discover this treasure from such a distance. Perhaps, at times, One ought to truly appreciate the capabilities of a glutton. Not far from the grove of fruit trees, Lin Yi unexpectedly stumbled upon a cluster of diminutive shrubs. Immediately, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He realized that these unassuming shrubs bore a type of berry, one that possessed mild toxicity when unripe, causing symptoms such as diarrhea and nausea if consumed. However, once the berries reached their luscious purple maturity, they transformed into a delectable treat, devoid of any toxic properties. Chapter 9. The Unluckiest Lord. These berries were quite common, ranking among the easiest food sources to harvest in the Lord's realm. Their drawback, however, was their poor shelf life, far inferior to the yellow fruits nearby. At that moment, Lin Yi's keen eyes spotted several small heads among the shrubs. He hastily approached, only to halt in his tracks upon noticing that the little figures were plucking only the ripe berries. Observing the delight with which these little girls indulged, he felt it best not to disturb them. It seemed that until this group of girls had their fill, the task of resource gathering would rest solely upon his shoulders. Alas, why must I be the one to encounter such a predicament? Lin Yi sighed helplessly, diverting his attention from the ravenous girls. The paramount concern was resource collection. Although he had no ambitions of conquest, even a farming lord must diligently develop his territory. He navigated around the fruit trees, surveying his surroundings. Indeed, this was a primeval forest, with every tree towering, none smaller than a barrel's circumference. Spotting what appeared to be the smallest tree, he drew the novice sword from his starter kit, preparing to strike the tree to collect wood. Unfortunately, his original collection tools were meant to be provided by the villagers during recruitment. However, due to his unique talent, the villagers had transformed into these little girls, and the recruitment function had morphed into duplicates. Thus, he was left entirely unaware of where to procure the tools necessary for resource gathering. The diminutive bodies of the girls bore no visible means of concealing tools. It seemed any implements would have to await the construction of a blacksmith shop for forging. After considerable effort, and under the considerable mismatch of his tools, he finally succeeded in felling the tree after more than half an hour. A resounding crash echoed through the forest. Exhausted, he found himself slumped against the sword, gasping for breath. This task was truly not meant for a human. Which lord personally chops wood? I may very well be the first in the lord's realm to do so. Indeed, according to the traditional script, a lord should reside within their domain, recruiting villagers to gather resources at a mere wave of their hand, rather than laboring by their own hand. At most, the bolder lords would venture forth to explore the map in search of better resource points, but the notion of personally toiling was utterly foreign. Others engaged in a lord's game. He was merely struggling for survival. Merely felling the tree was insufficient. Raw timber required processing with tools to be cut into manageable sizes for storage in his backpack, suitable for constructing and upgrading buildings. After resting for a considerable time, Lin Yi gazed at the fallen tree before him, utterly devoid of motivation. The mere act of felling the tree had drained him, and the prospect of further processing was daunting. Just as he contemplated giving up, the sound of the tree crashing drew the attention of the little girls and their duplicates nearby. "Lord brother, are you gathering wood?" One of the girls, her lips stained a deep purple from the berries, approached, her eyes wide with curiosity as she regarded Lin Yi and the fallen tree. Lin Yi stared blankly at the group of identical girls, unable to distinguish the duplicates from the original. What else could it be? Am I chopping wood for amusement? He retorted, exasperated. Anyone would be disheartened to find their lordly game had devolved into a struggle for survival. Who do you think caused this? It's all you're doing. By the way, why have you all gathered around? Aren't there plenty of fruits over there? Have you eaten your fill? As Lin Yi spoke, he cast a glance toward the shrubs nearby, only to be utterly astounded. The once bountiful fruit trees now stood bare, stripped of their harvest in such a short span of time. Not only the trees, but even the neighboring shrubs had been ravaged. Aside from the unripe green berries, all edible fruits had vanished without a trace. Lin Yi's pupils constricted, his gaze shifting to the little girls, fraught with trepidation. There were dozens of fruit trees here, each capable of yielding hundreds of fruits, each weighing between half a pound to a pound. In simple terms, the food supply here amounted to nearly 2,000 pounds, not counting the adjacent berry bushes of similar size. Altogether, it could easily amount to several thousand pounds. Had this all been consumed by the little girls? Who on earth can sustain such an appetite? In that moment, Lin Yi even considered withdrawing from the lordly game. With such voracious appetites, he began to doubt whether he could survive should they ever run out of food. Would these girls resort to devouring him? This was no longer merely a question of sustenance. It was a matter of his very survival. Swallowing hard, his voice trembled involuntarily. "You haven't eaten all the fruits here, have you?" He instinctively took a few steps back. The girl before him blinked innocently, her eyes sparkling with clarity. She quickly waved her hands in front of her chest. "Of course not. We collected all the fruits and stored them in our backpacks," she replied, lowering her head and speaking softly. We can't eat all the good stuff at once. Otherwise, what'll we eat later? Lord brother, you're such a silly head. Backpacks? Lin Yi immediately latched onto her words, eager to inspect the girl's panel, only to remember that he couldn't see the inventory slots of others. Nevertheless, this revelation excited him greatly. After all, inventory slots were not common to all. Aside from the 30 slots automatically granted to the Lord, other basic units lacked any inventory. Only the Lord, hero units, or certain equipment possessed inventory space. Did this mean that these girls were equivalent to hero units? Lin Yi could hardly contain his curiosity. Do all of you have backpacks, or just you? Of course. We all have them, the girl replied, regarding him with a look of sympathy. That expression was all too familiar. It was the same one he often wore when he found himself in a position of intellectual superiority. Little did he know that one day, a girl would return it to him. Lord brother, you still haven't answered me. Were you collecting wood just now? Setting aside the matter of the backpack, he felt there was no reason for the girl to deceive him. The priority was to return to resource gathering. Lin Yi glanced back at the fallen tree and then at the inquisitive little girl. What? Does it not look like it? The young girl from the residential area immediately wore a disdainful expression, shaking her head as she remarked, Brother Lord, how foolish you are. Using a long sword to chop down trees instead of proper tools. I've never encountered such a dim-witted lord before. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Who do you think is responsible for this? He retorted, Isn't it your unreliable little group? Chapter 10, a difficult start, yet still playable. As Lin Yi pondered how to discipline this group of girls, should he spank them or flick their foreheads, he noticed the little girl in front of him rolling up her sleeves and pulling out a saw from the pocket of her overalls. She called out loudly to the cluster of similarly faced girls behind her, Everyone, let us get to work now that we're well fed. An enthusiastic cheer erupted from the group of girls, who began to pull various tools from their own pockets, bustling into action. Lin Yi glanced at the assortment of tools in their hands, and then at the battered novice longsword he wielded, feeling a chill in his heart. You had tools all along, and didn't he say anything? Were you just waiting to see me make a fool of myself? He didn't have time to wallow in self-pity. He could not bear to watch these girls, none taller than 1.2 meters, laboring while he stood idly by. Thus, he approached, eager to assist. After all, he was an adult and surely could handle some tasks better than these little girls. Brother Lord, you should stay out of the way. Don't hinder our work. To his surprise, the girls were dismissive, leaving him standing aside. Yes, Brother Lord. You really aren't good at anything, so it's best you don't interfere. We can't let you break our tools. They advised him to simply watch and be careful not to get hit on the head. After being shooed away or met with disdain from several girls, Lin Yi found himself exasperated. Fine, if you want to include me, I'll just do it myself. In a huff, Lin Yi walked over to a large tree, examined his longsword, and after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to follow his heart. It's not that I refuse to help. It's just that they won't give me any tools. A longsword is not meant for this kind of work. Thus, he stood aside contentedly, occasionally cheering the girls on. With their professional tools and attributes twice that of an ordinary person, the girls worked with remarkable efficiency. In a mere half hour, 4 of them could handle a large tree. Their task involved more than simply cutting it down. It required transforming it into what's suitable for their backpacks, which included trimming branches, stripping bark, and cutting the timber into varying lengths. Each girl executed her tasks with impressive skill, reminiscent of seasoned carpenters. Once they finished, Lin Yi had intended to help pack the wood into their bags, but the girls effortlessly stored the processed timber in their backpacks with a simple wave of their hands, leaving him with no role to play. After approximately 2 hours had passed, Lin Yi sat atop a tree stump, observing the girls bustling about while he had contributed nothing. He realized he could not continue this way. Grabbing one of the girls, he asked to see the wood they had collected. He discovered that a single tree could yield around 40 to 50 units of wood, with approximately 20 stumps around him. It became evident that the girls had gathered several thousand units of wood in just 2 hours. The speed of their work left Lin Yi astounded. Their efficiency far surpassed that of the villagers in his simulation. This remarkable productivity was not solely due to the girls' enhanced attributes. Their backpacks played a significant role too. According to the textbooks, villagers lacked backpacks and had to rely on their lord to transport resources or carry them themselves. The disparity was far from trivial. However, the territory required more than just timber. Stone was also essential. Thus, Lin Yi resolved to take a few girls to the nearby stone wall to gather stones. There was no immediate danger, so it should be fine to leave this group of girls to their woodcutting. You lot, follow me. We have enough wood. Let us go gather stones. He selected half of the girls and continued on their previously interrupted journey. Fortunately, the stone wall was still visible, preventing them from getting lost. As he looked back at the 10 quiet girls following him, a thought crossed Lin Yi's mind. If more little girls emerged from the residences in the future, would he need to prepare food for them? Perhaps he could simply let them roam, with one girl leaving and 20 returning. After all, their keen noses should be able to find food on their own. He even considered upgrading the residence's level before letting them out, potentially bringing back even more girls and resources. What a considerable saving that would be. However, Lin Yi quickly abandoned this idea. It might work for a week, but once monsters appeared, it would be utterly reckless. Their enhanced attributes were not invincible, and the Lord's world would only grow more perilous. Such thoughts were best left unconsidered. He did not wish to inexplicably lose a building. As Lin Yi indulged in these musings, a little girl suddenly stepped forward, tugging at his sleeve. "Brother Lord, I think I smell food again." Not again, he thought. But to his surprise, the other girls remained motionless, none straying from the group. Could it be that they were too full to misbehave? Lin Yi looked puzzled, and the girl who had tugged at him continued, "Brother Lord, can we go see it this time? I promise we won't run off." "Very well. Can I refuse?" Fortunately, this time the direction the little girl indicated aligned with their path. Tempted by the promise of food, her pace quickened, and Lin Yi strained to keep up. To his chagrin, he was constantly urged on by the little girl. "Brother Lord, I can smell it again. This food will definitely be tastier than the last." Behind her, Lin Yi felt a sense of dread. He swore that until his physical attributes improved, he had no desire to venture outside. If only he could delegate resource gathering to the villagers like other lords. As they neared their destination, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, stirring an instinctual craving within him. This scent promised something delightful. With his body responding to this urge, Lin Yi found himself increasingly intrigued by the food the little girl had detected. His instincts told him it must be something quite precious. Before long, they arrived at their destination, and to Lin Yi's astonishment, it was the very place he had initially intended to explore for mining stones. Without time to survey his surroundings, the little girl behind him suddenly pointed excitedly at the top of the stone wall. "Brother Lord, look up there." Chapter 11, The Spirit Fruit. Lin Yi glanced upward. Above the stone cliff, more than 100 meters from the ground, four fist-sized crimson fruits were growing on a branch. The fragrant aroma wafting through the air emanated from these fruits. "Spiritual fruits," Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise. Spiritual fruits are indeed a precious treasure. Consuming them gradually enhances one's physical attributes. This represents a fundamental transformation, a rare boon that is difficult to encounter. In the outside world, a first-grade spiritual fruit can be worth several million. Wealthy families would pay exorbitant sums to procure them for their children, hoping to gain an edge in the Lord's game. It is said that those who consume spiritual fruits experience a boost in their awakened talents, though this remains paradoxical. The enhancement of awakened talents cannot be verified, as talents can only be awakened once, and prior to awakening, one cannot ascertain what their talent might be. Unlike cabbages, spiritual fruits cannot be cultivated artificially. They only appear in remote, uninhabited areas of the wilderness. Moreover, not only humans, but also the creatures of the Lord's world covet these fruits. Typically, most spiritual fruits are either guarded by formidable beings or monsters, or they grow in places that are not easily accessible. Acquiring spiritual fruits relies solely on fortune. One must either seize those guarded by monsters and station troops until the fruits mature or venture into treacherous terrains in search of them. Alternatively, one might gamble on luck and hope to find them in treasure chests. This was Lin Yi's first encounter with such a tangible entity. As an orphan starting from scratch, his knowledge of spiritual fruits was limited to written descriptions. Such treasures were beyond his reach. However, Lin Yi was certain that these were the spiritual fruits mentioned in the texts. Even without previous experience, his body's yearning would not deceive him. Yet, this did not seem to be an especially perilous terrain. Could it be that these spiritual fruits were unguarded? After surveying his surroundings, Lin Yi suddenly had an epiphany. Of course, this was the safety period of the Lord's world. For 1 week, no matter how much Lin Yi explored, he would not encounter any monsters. The only threats to be wary of were environmental hazards and minor venomous creatures. It must have been his arrival that drove off the guardians of these spiritual fruits. Realizing this, Lin Yi immediately resolved to collect these fruits. Fortune favors the bold, after all. How could he possibly reach them? Lin Yi pondered as he gazed at the sheer cliff rising over 100 meters. The cliff was exceedingly steep, nearly a vertical drop. There were no footholds to aid in climbing. Even if there were, he would not dare to ascend. His life was far more precious than the spiritual fruits. Moreover, the cliff resembled a stone pillar standing on flat ground, rendering any notion of descending from above futile. To reach the fruits hanging high above, one would first need to ascend. The resident little girl wiped her drool and tugged at Lin Yi, pointing towards the spiritual fruits on the cliff. "Lord brother, I want to eat that." Not just her, Lin Yi thought, I want it too. He spread his hands in exasperation. "Look how high those fruits are. We can't even reach them. Do you have a way to get them?" The little girl, possessing merely double the attributes of an ordinary person, was not a superhero and had no means to scale such a nearly vertical cliff devoid of any footholds. However, Lin Yi evidently underestimated the determination of a food lover, especially when the food was so persistently enticing her. Patting the little girl on the head, Lin Yi decided to temporarily set aside the matter of the spiritual fruits. All right. For now, those fruits aren't going anywhere. As long as we devise a way to reach them within this week, they will still be ours. Although the spiritual fruits were alluring, if they couldn't be obtained, they remained out of reach. He could only wait and see if another opportunity would arise. After assigning the little girl the task of collecting stones, Lin Yi recorded the route while contemplating how he might procure the fruits. Though he claimed not to care, securing the spiritual fruits sooner would reduce the risk. Who knew if some mountain-climbing creature might seize them first? After all, these were spiritual fruits, a considerable fortune laid before him. Unattainable, which was incredibly frustrating. Especially with that tantalizing aroma continually wafting toward him, his body was overwhelmed with desire, compounding his discomfort. You all continue gathering stones. I'll take these back. To avoid the agony of seeing something delectable yet unattainable, Lin Yi departed for the area where they had previously gathered wood after the little girl collected the nearby rubble. The collection of stones was not as troublesome as that of wood. Stones were measured by volume, so regardless of their form, they could be utilized for upgrades. After all, standard stones could not be harvested with the simple tools they possessed. The once energetic little girl, who had been full of vigor while chopping wood, now seemed listless upon seeing Lin Yi leave. The aroma in the air continued to tempt her, and her mouth watered incessantly. They would work for a while, then pause to gaze at the fruits above, only resuming their labor once reassured that the fruits remained. One little girl stared at the fruits for a long moment, then swallowed hard, picking up a pickaxe to resume work. Suddenly, her gaze fixated on the small pit they had dug. A wild idea flashed through her mind. Thus, never underestimate any food lover. For a morsel, who knows how persistent they can be. The little girl suddenly had a moment of inspiration, took up the pickaxe, approached the cliff, and without hesitation, struck down. Since they were gathering stones, why dig in the ground when she could excavate the stone wall directly? In doing so, not only could she collect stones, but she could also carve a direct path to the spiritual fruits, enabling her to pluck them. Had Lin Yi been aware of the little girl's intentions, he would surely have given her a thumbs up. Truly remarkable. She was like a modern-day Yugong moving mountains. However, Lin Yi had already left, and thus was unaware of the little girl's actions. He first returned to the wood collection point to retrieve the wood gathered by the little girl, then praised her before heading back to the territory. Currently, his backpack contained over 4,000 units of wood and more than 500 units of stone. As for food, apart from the remaining 40 units, asking the little girl to part with any food would be akin to demanding her life. Observing her tear-filled eyes, as if she might cry at any moment, Lin Yi couldn't bear to take anything from her and decided to let her keep it. Yet, despite Lin Yi gathering such a substantial amount of resources in a short period, one should not presume that resource collection was easy. Do not forget, the difference in attributes results in a collection efficiency that far exceeds mere doubling. In such a brief time, a typical lord leading 20 villagers would be fortunate to gather 500 units of wood in an hour. Perhaps this talent was not as disadvantageous as it seemed. Lin Yi returned to the territory with a cheerful demeanor. From a distance, he spotted the little girl standing at the entrance of the lord's hall. It resembled a miniature stone of waiting for a husband. Welcome back, my lord. The gentle voice of the little girl in the hall flowed into Lin Yi's heart like a tranquil stream. He was momentarily taken aback, feeling a stir within. The sensation of returning to find someone waiting for him was utterly foreign, leaving him somewhat disoriented as he managed a faint smile. Yes, I am back. The little girl dashed over, taking Lin Yi's hand and leading him into the lord's hall. Before long, she reappeared with a cup of water, which she promptly handed to him. Without missing a beat, she rushed out again. A short while later, she returned with a basin of water, a towel draped over its edge. You must be tired, my lord. Please, wipe yourself, you're covered in dust. With that, she wrung out the towel and offered it to Lin Yi. He accepted the towel in a daze, wiping his face absent-mindedly. Observing the little girl bustling about, attending to him with such care, Lin Yi felt a sense of unease. After having been self-sufficient for so long, he had seldom experienced such meticulous attention. As an orphan, the state had raised him, but only to the extent of ensuring his survival. The quality of his life depended on the dedication of those at the orphanage. To have someone so devotedly tending to him upon his return was an experience he had never encountered before. This feeling, however, was not entirely unpleasant. After tidying himself up, Lin Yi stepped out of the lord's hall. He had not returned to be pampered by the little girl, but rather to upgrade the building. He had already lost considerable time, and although the efficiency of the residential girl had helped recover some of it, the development of the territory must continue. Lord's Hall. Level, 1. Strength, 500. Upgrade requirements, 100 wood, 50 stone. Before reaching level 10, the materials required for building upgrades were primarily wood and stone, with some structures needing iron. Checking his backpack, Lin Yi found that he had gathered enough materials for the upgrade and decisively clicked to proceed. The upgrade occurred in an instant, transforming the wooden structure before him into an exquisite wooden hall. Not only had the area increased, but its exterior also appeared significantly more appealing. Lord's Hall, Level 2. Strength, 1000. Upgrade requirements, 120 wood, 60 stone, 1 Level 2 building. Description, an exquisite wooden hall equipped with a kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom. Lin Yi then opened the panel of the little girl in the hall. Lord's Hall, Mental Persona. Level 2. Strength, 1000. Power, 25. Constitution, 25. Agility, 25. Spirit, 25. Innate talent, Luminous Center. Staring at the panel, Lin Yi couldn't help but be astonished. Goodness, leveling up grants an increase of 5 to all attributes. Such growth was even more remarkable than that of some heroes. Concurrently, the rewards for upgrading the Lord's Hall appeared in his backpack. The rewards for upgrading the Lord's Hall were fixed. Leveling from 1 to 2 yielded 2 building blueprints. Upon opening his backpack, he immediately spotted the newly emerged blueprints. Well, blueprint. Construction requirements, 50 wood, 50 stone. Cafeteria blueprint. Construction requirements, 100 wood, 100 stone. Both blueprints were essential. The well would provide a water source for the territory, while the cafeteria would serve as a dining area for the villagers and soldiers. The initial supplies were limited. Once the bread was consumed, it would be unreasonable to expect the villagers to feast on roasted meat or fruit daily. As was his custom, Lin Yi selected a suitable spot and promptly constructed both blueprints. His supplies diminished instantly. Over 500 stones dwindled to just above 300. Before him, a well and a cafeteria slowly took shape. With a flash of white light, the two buildings vanished, replaced by 2 more little girls. Well, Mental Persona. Level 1. Strength, 300. Power, 20. Constitution, 20. Agility, 20. Spirit, 20. Innate talent, Purification. Upgrade requirements, 80 wood, 80 stone. Cafeteria, Mental Persona. Level 1. Strength, 700. Power, 20. Constitution, 20. Agility, 20. Spirit, 20. Innate talent, 1000 hands. Upgrade requirements, 120 wood, 120 stone. These 2 little girls were still around 2 meters tall. One of them, clad in a one-piece swimsuit, revealed her slender figure, her blue hair damp and dripping, her expression timid and easily bullied. The other appeared more normal. A black-haired chef girl dressed in a black and white uniform, curiously glancing around. In an instant, the cafeteria girl produced a spatula from behind her. Looking at Lin Yi with eager anticipation. Are you hungry, my lord? Just give me the ingredients, and I can make anything you desire. With that, she cheerfully waved her spatula. I'm not hungry at the moment. I'll come find you when I am. Though it was nearly 2 in the afternoon, Lin Yi had already consumed quite a bit of fruit at the residential girl's place, so he was indeed not hungry. Oh, I see. The cafeteria girl bore no ill will towards Lin Yi's refusal. Everyone gets hungry eventually. Not being hungry now doesn't mean you won't be later. Do you have any ingredients? I have a small storage space that can slow down food spoilage. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi quickly took out all the remaining bread from his backpack, placing it into the cafeteria's storage. Although time stood still within his backpack, dry bread was no match for warm, freshly cooked meals. Even if the cafeteria girl didn't mention it, Lin Yi would certainly heat the food before eating. The cafeteria girl examined the bread in the storage, her expression shifting to one of hopeful curiosity. Is that all? Just bread isn't enough for me to experiment with new recipes. Lin Yi shrugged. That's all I have. These are my only provisions. However, you can wait a bit longer. The residential girl gathered a large amount of fruit, so you can ask her later. Lin Yi had no qualms about selling out the residential girl. Whether the cafeteria girl could extract food from that bunch of gluttons was not his concern. Very well. I suppose I can wait a little longer. He then turned his gaze to the quietly standing well girl. Noticing Lin Yi looking her way, the well girl instinctively took a step back, her timid gesture striking Lin Yi like a blow. Was he really that intimidating? Why else would this girl be so frightened of him? Seemingly aware of her inappropriate reaction, the well girl hesitated for a moment before timidly speaking up. Hello, my lord. I am the well. Chapter 13. Storage bug? Lin Yi stroked his chin while gazing at the well girl, causing her to tremble all over. What to do? Observing the timid demeanor of the well sprite, a mischievous urge to tease her momentarily crossed my mind. Of course, Lin Yi is not a pervert. Moreover, to torment such an adorable little sprite in a swimsuit would be utterly inhumane. With a gentle smile, Lin Yi extended his hand towards the well sprite, who hesitated for a moment but ultimately could not evade his grasp. "Greetings, I am the Lord. Henceforth, the water source of the territory shall be entrusted to you." As he stroked the sprite's head, he felt her trembling gradually subside into tranquility. "All right, big brother Lord," she replied, her head bobbing in Lin Yi's hand. After a brief moment of affection, he withdrew his hand. "Now, I have matters to attend to, so you may roam freely, but do take care. Although there appears to be no immediate danger, it would be wise not to wander too far. If any issues arise, feel free to seek counsel in the hall." After imparting this advice to the two sprites, Lin Yi prepared to upgrade the buildings. "Yay, I can go gather ingredients now," exclaimed the cafeteria sprite, cheering as she dashed towards the territory's exit. The well sprite glanced at Lin Yi before approaching the well, and, in a surprising turn of events, dove headfirst into it. Stunned by this unexpected action, Lin Yi hesitated, and suddenly a thought crossed his mind. Could this be considered a sprite stew? But immediately, a shiver ran down his spine. No, the more I ponder, the more absurd it becomes. Shaking off the bizarre notion, Lin Yi proceeded to elevate both the residential quarters and the warehouse to level 2. Following the upgrades, both structures underwent dramatic transformations. The residential quarters expanded to accommodate 40 rooms, signifying that the number of residential sprites had increased to 40, thus accelerating the resource gathering process. Given that the residential sprites already collected resources at a faster rate than ordinary villagers, this upgrade not only enhanced their attributes, but also amplified their numbers, making it nearly impossible not to gather resources swiftly. It seems that basic resources will no longer be in short supply. After upgrading the warehouse, Lin Yi suddenly realized a detail he had overlooked. The warehouse sprite had mysteriously vanished. Reflecting on it, he recalled that she had seemingly disappeared while he was seeking out the residential sprites, and he had remained oblivious to her absence. "Oh, so this is a clever ploy to delay me," he thought. What a crafty little strategist. He began contemplating how to address the wayward warehouse sprite. Disobedient children ought to face consequences. While pondering this, Lin Yi prepared to store the materials from his backpack into the warehouse. Upon opening the warehouse, he was instantly dazzled by a plethora of materials. Ah, how blinding. In disbelief, Lin Yi quickly shut the door, standing at the threshold, questioning his own reality. "No, let me take another look. Perhaps my eyes are deceiving me?" He cautiously reopened the warehouse door, this time proceeding with the utmost care, as though there were a ravenous beast lurking within. As the door creaked open, he was met with a staggering assortment of materials, filling the previously barren warehouse to the brim. Lin Yi stood at the entrance, rubbing his eyes, and upon confirming he was not mistaken, he became utterly speechless. What on earth is happening? There has never been a rumor of materials being gifted with warehouse construction. If building a warehouse grants materials, who would endure the toil of gathering? A mere glance revealed an abundance of superior quality materials for his current stage. Among them, wood, stone, and iron were most plentiful, interspersed with some resources that would only be useful later, such as planks, marble, leather, various tools, and a few other metals. To his astonishment, he even discovered 2 wooden treasure chests tucked away in a corner. Since when did warehouses also refresh treasure chests? Lin Yi stood there, bewildered by the spectacle before him. The materials occupied half of the warehouse, distinctly divided by a line, one side overflowing with supplies, the other side remaining empty, just like a standard warehouse. Warehouses could not spontaneously generate resources, so the only plausible explanation for this phenomenon was that the missing warehouse sprite had orchestrated it. But where on earth did she procure such a bounty of supplies? Lin Yi was utterly perplexed and could only wait for the warehouse sprite to return to inquire further. For now, he set aside the mysterious origins of the materials and hurriedly approached the corner, eyeing the 2 treasure chests with longing. These were treasure chests, after all. Although wooden treasure chests typically yielded basic resources, they could also contain something valuable. Most importantly, they were certain to hold currency for the Lord's world, a necessary resource for recruiting soldiers. It's time to test my luck. Lin Yi rubbed his hands together and reached towards the 2 chests with eager anticipation. In the next moment, he confidently opened the chests. Why are they empty? Lin Yi found himself lost in thought as he stared at the vacant chests before him. Treasure chests could not simply be empty. The only possibility was that these 2 had been previously opened, and the only one capable of opening them could only be the warehouse sprite, who first discovered the chests. Although he did not know how she had gathered such a multitude of items, it was undoubtedly beneficial for Lin Yi. So, should he still punish the warehouse sprite? Disappointed by the empty chests, Lin Yi's spirits were quickly lifted when he beheld the abundant supplies. What more could one desire? One must learn to appreciate the joys in life. At that moment, the previously barren side of the warehouse suddenly filled with an array of materials, primarily wood, stone, and iron, mixed with a few others. So, that was how these supplies came to be. Lin Yi watched in astonishment as the materials appeared, hastily retreating to the entrance. Heaven knows where the warehouse sprite acquired these supplies and how many there were. What if it was an overwhelming quantity and he were to be buried beneath them? Standing at the warehouse door, Lin Yi placed the wood and stone from his backpack inside, observing the continuous influx of materials. He glanced around but found no sign of the warehouse sprite. After calling out several times with no response, he closed the warehouse door and departed. It seemed the warehouse sprite possessed the ability to transport materials over long distances, but she certainly had not returned. He pondered where she could have found such an abundance of supplies. Leaving the warehouse, Lin Yi made his way towards the Lord's hall not far away. With resources now plentiful, it was time for a grand construction spree. As long as he remained within a certain radius of the warehouse, Lin Yi could access all the materials at any time, thus eliminating the need to transfer them to his backpack for every upgrade. Chapter 14. The aesthetic is completely off. Lin Yi first upgraded the Lord's Hall to level 3. Upon reaching level 3, the Lord's Hall rewarded Lin Yi with 2 blueprints, the Blacksmith's Workshop blueprint and the Farmhouse blueprint. Construction requirements: 100 wood, 50 stone, 20 iron. The Blacksmith's Forge serves as a structure for smelting ores and crafting tools, while the cottage functions as a building dedicated to the cultivation of land. In the realm of lords, there are no restrictions on land cultivation. As long as one possesses sufficient manpower, one may expand as much land as desired. The cottage can be likened to the granaries of yore. Activities such as seed breeding, husking, and food storage are all conducted within the cottage's confines. The warehouse, on the other hand, is a mere repository for basic materials, lacking any preservation capabilities. While it may temporarily hold non-perishable food items, prolonged storage would inevitably lead to spoilage within a few days, particularly for perishable berries and various fruits. Lin Yi decided to halt at upgrading the Lord's Hall to level 3. Advancing from level 3 to level 4 necessitates the existence of 2 level 3 buildings. Thus, he must first elevate other structures. After inspecting the resources in the territory's warehouse, Lin Yi proceeded to upgrade the 4 already constructed buildings to level 3. The materials required for these upgrades were but a trifling fraction compared to the overflowing supplies in the warehouse. Subsequently, he constructed the Blacksmith's Forge and the cottage. Under the influence of his talents, the Blacksmith's Forge and the cottage transformed into 2 petite young girls. Congratulations, your territory has gained 2 lovely girls. Once these 2 buildings were elevated to level 3, Lin Yi began to scrutinize the newly appeared young girls. The blacksmith girl embodied the essence of her craft. Sporting an exquisite short hairstyle, clad in a black corset on her upper half, and complemented by a pair of extremely short shorts, topped off with a dusty gray apron. She resembled the typical attire of a blacksmith. However, gazing at such a diminutive figure, Lin Yi found himself questioning the authenticity of this blacksmith's prowess. At such a height, could she even reach the workbench? In contrast, the cottage girl diverged significantly from Lin Yi's expectations. Initially, given that the cottage pertained to land cultivation, Lin Yi had imagined that the cottage girl would resemble a rustic dwelling girl, adorned in similar attire. After all, it appeared that the anthropomorphized structures maintained a semblance of their architectural origins. However, upon the appearance of the cottage girl, Lin Yi realized that this talent did not adhere to his assumptions. With her flowing golden hair crowned by a floral wreath, her green dress adorned with delicate white flowers, and her translucent, jade-like skin tinged with a hint of pink, she presented an impeccable, dainty visage, accentuated by her slightly quivering long ears. The cottage girl was far from the earthy garb he anticipated. She appeared to have sprung forth from a mystical forest. Momentarily, Lin Yi found himself entranced by the cottage girl. This was not to suggest that the other girls were lacking in charm. However, the adage clothes make the man certainly held true. A fleeting glance at the other girls contrasted starkly with the enchanting cottage girl, whose attire seemed to belong to an entirely different realm of aesthetics. Other girls, rustic farming. Cottage girl, magical adventure. This sudden shift left Lin Yi, who should have been accustomed to the style of the girls, feeling quite out of place. Blacksmith's Forge, mind personality, level, 3 total attributes, 30 inherent talent. Heart of the Forge cottage, mind personality, level, 3 total attributes, 30 inherent talent. Affinity, ah? You must be the Lord, exclaimed the blacksmith girl, stepping forward with a hearty laugh, intending to pat Lin Yi on the shoulder. However, upon realizing the height difference, she audaciously patted his waist instead. There was no remedy. At her petite stature, her outstretched arm could not reach his shoulder. Greetings, esteemed lord. If you have any forging tasks, you can entrust them to me. The blacksmith girl's voice effectively broke Lin Yi's reverie. Coming back to his senses, he realized how presumptuous he had been moments prior. Fortunately, the carefree demeanor of the blacksmith girl helped mask his embarrassment. Lin Yi extended his hand towards her. Hello. Feeling her soft little hand in his, Lin Yi's thoughts began to wander. Such a delicate hand bore no calluses. Could she truly forge metal? Yet, he soon chuckled at his own musings. After all, she was not a genuine girl, but rather the mind personality of a building, strictly speaking. The building constituted her true essence. How could a structure possess calluses? The blacksmith girl grasped Lin Yi's hand, oblivious to the fact that he was somewhat taken aback. Esteemed lord, do you have anything you wish to forge? You can entrust me with anything. I assure you, my craftsmanship is exceptional. Of course, if there are no tasks at hand, I have no particular hobbies. I simply enjoy smelting and forging. If possible, could you provide me with some metal to play with? Lin Yi waved his hand in acquiescence to the blacksmith girl's request. Certainly, take whatever you need from the warehouse. There's no need to inform me. Presently, the territory lacked for nothing, aside from the mysterious source of supplies that the warehouse girl seemed to possess. Whatever tools the blacksmith girl crafted would undoubtedly be of use to the territory as well. Oh, praise the esteemed lord. The blacksmith girl cheered, dashing towards the nearby warehouse. Lin Yi's attention then turned to the cottage girl, whose appearance starkly contrasted that of the blacksmith. To be candid, facing such an ethereal, seemingly elfin figure, Lin Yi felt a bit overwhelmed. Everyone has an innate desire for beauty. How could one not feel pressure in the presence of such a whimsical creature? Seemingly plucked from a painting? Hello, I am the lord, and you must be the cottage. Upon uttering these words, Lin Yi felt a twinge of absurdity. What a peculiar title. To refer to such a beautifully crafted young girl simply as cottage was akin to calling a beauty pageant winner flower. However, it was evident that the cottage girl paid no mind to the title. She merely offered a gentle smile before addressing Lin Yi. Greetings, dear lord. I am the cottage. You may approach me for any matters related to the fields. I am well versed in all such matters, though I have yet to survey the surrounding lands. So we must wait until I have a chance to take a look. The cottage girl's words left Lin Yi utterly flabbergasted. In an instant, he felt as though the sky were collapsing around him. His breath quickened, and he nearly gasped for air. Why? Who could explain to him why a golden-haired elfin girl would speak with such a strong Sichuan accent? The moment she spoke, an overwhelming force of assertiveness washed over him, sending a shiver down his spine. He could already envision his future filled with a cacophony of Sichuan dialect. This was not merely a stylistic mismatch. The entire essence had transformed. Chapter 15. The barracks girl also demands payment. Lin Yi found himself somewhat dazed by this stark contrast and could only nod in response. The area surrounding the territory should pose no danger. Feel free to explore at your leisure. Having said that, Lin Yi retreated to the Lord's Hall. Overwhelmed by the profound disparity, he feared that remaining in the company of the cottage girl might tarnish the ethereal image of elves in his mind. The noble and graceful elfin figure, upon speaking, exuded a distinctly rustic flavor, an incongruity that shattered his expectations entirely. Upon returning to the Lord's Hall, the petite girl remained patiently at the entrance. It appeared that among the inhabitants of the territory, only she exhibited a sense of decorum. The other girls were increasingly boisterous, each more unruly than the last. Seizing the opportunity of ample resources, Lin Yi continued to upgrade the Lord's Hall. The fourth-level Lord's Hall granted him the blueprints for both a workshop and a barracks. The workshop serves as a facility for processing various materials, transforming timber into planks and crafting furniture. The barracks, on the other hand, is the venue for recruiting soldiers. After securing the two blueprints, Lin Yi realized he needed to upgrade 3 additional fourth-level buildings to unlock the 5th level of the Lord's Hall. This mechanism was designed to ensure a balanced development for the lords, preventing them from hoarding all resources into a single structure. Lin Yi understood the rationale behind the mechanics of the Lord's world. It was established to promote the diversification of civilization, with warfare not being the central theme. Although conflicts persist in this realm, such strife is an inevitable aspect of life among intelligent beings. Standing at the entrance of the Lord's Hall, Lin Yi surveyed the quiet expanse of his territory. The only sounds were the occasional clanging from the blacksmith shop, rendering the area remarkably desolate. He wondered about the conditions of other territories. However, as it was only the first day, he surmised they might not fare much better. Following his routine, he upgraded all existing structures to level 4 and prepared to find a suitable location to construct the 2 new buildings. Although the barracks might not be immediately useful, he resolved to proceed with its establishment. Barracks, level 4, strength, 2000, all attributes, 35, innate talent, summoning. Workshop, level 4, strength, 2000, all attributes, 35, innate talent, mastery of crafting. Both the workshop girl and the barracks girl appeared, clad in attire reminiscent of their traditional roles, without the transformation seen in the cottage girl. The workshop girl donned carpenter's garb, retaining her height of 1.2 meters, while the barracks girl sported an impressive suit of armor. wielding a lance that lent her an air of both valor and charm, akin to an anime character. Having gained considerable experience from the construction process, Lin Yi began to discern the meaning behind the innate talents. It seemed that these talents were intrinsically linked to the functionalities of the buildings. For instance, while residences were originally meant to recruit villagers, upon their personification, the recruitment function vanished, transforming instead into the ability to create duplicates. Though the functions were somewhat similar, the distinctions were significant. Recruited villagers were individual entities, while the duplicates were more enigmatic in nature, presumably superior to mere recruitment. Once the two buildings had transformed into their respective girl forms, Lin Yi did not take his leave. He sought to converse with them, to hear their needs and gain insight into their personalities. While he was uncertain of the traits of others' inhabitants, each girl arising from the buildings exhibited her own unique character. If one had not witnessed their transformation from structures, they might easily mistake them for ordinary humans. The workshop girl had modest demands, akin to the blacksmith girl, merely requesting some materials from Lin Yi. In a generous gesture, he permitted her to retrieve supplies from the warehouse, and she joyfully skipped away. However, when it came to the barracks girl, Lin Yi sensed he had encountered a considerable challenge. "Master, where are the enemies? My great blade is aching for battle." The barracks girl brandished her lance, performing an impressive flourish before kneeling before Lin Yi. Lin Yi couldn't help but twitch his lips, internally exclaiming in disbelief. Here was a petite girl, just 1.2 meters tall, uttering fierce declarations in a soft voice, a stark contrast reminiscent of the previous cottage girl. The barracks girl seemed less a warrior and more an adorable sprite. Lin Yi stepped forward to assist her up, being so diminutive. He had to lower his gaze to meet her eyes. For now, we have yet to encounter any enemies. If you find yourself restless, perhaps you could patrol the perimeter of the territory." The barracks girl nodded vigorously. "As you command, master. However, this area is vast, and with only myself, it may be difficult to manage. I humbly request a budget for troop recruitment." Oh no, another one seeking funds. Lin Yi felt a wave of despair wash over him. His pockets were emptier than his face. Where would he find money to recruit soldiers? Furthermore, it was still the first day, with no sign of enemies. Recruiting would only waste resources. Lin Yi shrugged, resigning himself. "I have no money. Currently, there are no enemies, and recruiting soldiers is unnecessary." The barracks girl frowned, offering sage counsel. "But, master, one must be wary of future threats. Even if there are no enemies now, vigilance is paramount, for foes may appear at any moment. Without soldiers, it is challenging to protect you, master." After much discussion, Lin Yi finally promised the barracks girl that he would recruit soldiers as soon as funds became available, which seemed to placate her fervor. "Since you have made a decision, I shall refrain from further persuasion. However, I implore you to keep this matter in mind. Recruiting should not be delayed." All right. You may go and patrol now. I will remember." Once the troublesome barracks girl had departed, Lin Yi wiped the sweat from his brow and made his way back to the Lord's Hall. In this brief span of time, he had traversed his territory thrice. There was no alternative. Upgrades required his presence. While it seemed somewhat cumbersome, Lin Yi approached the task with a smile. After all, it was only the first day. What lord could boast such capability, having constructed a barracks on the very first day? In previous simulations, even with a talent for resource gathering, the barracks was not established until the 5th day. Achieving in less than a day what others accomplished in a week filled Lin Yi with hope for further such occurrences. Though the territory now boasted an array of peculiar girls, they appeared to be relatively obedient. The only one causing some trouble was the warehouse girl, who had somehow procured a plethora of supplies, resulting in a net gain for Lin Yi. Upon reaching the entrance of the Lord's Hall, he pointed his finger, instantly upgrading it to level 5. After securing the blueprints for the Research Institute and the city walls, Lin Yi upgraded all buildings once more. With resources still abundant, he proceeded to construct the Research Institute and the city walls. At last, his territory began to resemble that of a true lord. Chapter 16, The Rapidly Developing Territory. City walls. Level 5, Strength 11,000, all attributes 40, innate talent, unyielding. Research Institute. Level 5, Strength 2,500, all attributes 40, innate talent, Eureka. The girl representing the city walls was clad in impenetrable armor, covering her entire body, including her face. She bore a massive shield on her back, towering even above her own height. The little girl from the Research Institute bore a striking resemblance to the institute itself, clad in a pristine white lab coat. Her visage partially obscured by a pair of glasses that concealed her prominent dark circles. However, her hair was in disarray, reminiscent of the frenzied scientists often found in laboratories. Upon their arrival, both little girls fell into a profound silence. Lin Yi remained quiet as well, and the three exchanged glances in wordless communion. After a lengthy pause, The research institute girl stifled a yawn, rubbed her eyes, and seemingly realizing the futility of their silence, she broke the stillness. "My lord, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Upon saying this, she appeared on the verge of toppling over, as if sleep were about to claim her. Lin Yi waved his hand, granting her permission to depart. His presence had been solely to ascertain the needs of these two, and with none expressed, he was relieved to avoid further complications. The research institute girl exited with a yawn, prompting Lin Yi to turn his attention to the silent wall girl before him, eager to discern her desires. The wall girl maintained her silence, her gaze calm and tranquil, akin to a still, deep well, as it met Lin Yi's. "My lord, may I inquire if you require anything?" Her clear voice emanated from within the confines of her helmet, possessing a muffled resonance due to its design. "No, I merely wished to ask if you had any needs." The wall girl shook her head. "I have no specific requirements. If permitted, I would like to return to the wall." Lin Yi, somewhat taken aback, nodded in agreement, observing her laboriously ascend the wall, one step at a time. He was acutely aware of the weight of her armor. Truly, she embodied the essence of a wall. It seemed time to contemplate the construction of pathways. Currently, all of Lin Yi's structures were erected upon the muddy ground. The clear weather was fortunate, for had it rained, the wall girl would likely have struggled to navigate. Watching the two girls retreat, Lin Yi found himself momentarily disoriented. The little girls who had previously appeared had all, to varying extents, presented him with requests. It was rare to encounter two who sought nothing. Aside from the well girl, perhaps too shy by nature to voice her needs, these two were the only ones who did not. Lin Yi's territory had burgeoned to encompass 10 buildings, with the principal lord's hall among them, totaling 11. With such progress, he finally perceived the nascent shape of his domain. Gazing upon the rows of structures, a swell of pride surged within him. To elevate the lord's hall to level 5 within a single day, alongside constructing ancillary buildings, was an achievement likely unmatched in history. Unless, of course, someone had stumbled upon a trove of resources at the very onset. Absent the mysterious warehouse girl who had procured resources, his rapid advancement would not have been feasible. While Lin Yi yearned to continue upgrading, he faced the stark reality that transitioning from level 5 to 6 posed a significant hurdle. Prior to level 5, all standard buildings required merely wood, stone, and iron for upgrades. However, once reaching level 5, the resource demands escalated to necessitate processed materials. For instance, upgrading the Lord's Hall from level 5 to 6 would no longer suffice with the basic resources. It now required planks, marble, and steel, intermediate materials. Planks and marble could be processed in the artisan's workshop, with marble being a general term for cut stone. Steel, on the other hand, necessitated research into steel technology at the Institute, followed by smelting at the blacksmith's forge. Although the warehouse contained a modest supply of these intermediate materials, it fell woefully short for the upgrade requirements. Specifically, to elevate the Lord's Hall to level 6 would demand 500 planks, 250 marble, and 100 steel, far beyond what was available. Typically, a competent lord would manage to elevate the Lord's Hall to level 4 by the 6th or 7th day, subsequently constructing barracks to recruit soldiers in preparation for the impending monster siege on the 7th day. Moreover, due to gathering efficiency, other buildings might not reach full capacity. Yet here, Lin Yi had accomplished in a single day what others might struggle to achieve in a week. Remarkably, the first day had yet to conclude. One could assert that Lin Yi had surged ahead of his peers. This was all thanks to the elusive warehouse girl, who, despite her somewhat mercenary tendencies, had proven invaluable. Opening the Research Institute's panel, he expended 100 wood and 50 stone to initiate research on steel technology. After 12 hours, the blacksmith would be equipped to smelt steel. The warehouse still housed a considerable amount of iron ore, which could be utilized for steel production. Contemplating this, he allocated resources to sequentially unlock the required technologies. Presently, he lacked for nothing in terms of basic resources. Rather than allowing them to languish in the warehouse, it was more prudent to expend them in the pursuit of knowledge. Subsequently, Lin Yi visited both the artisan's workshop and the blacksmith's forge to assign production tasks. The artisan's workshop commenced the creation of the necessary planks and marble for upgrades. Meanwhile, as the steel technology remained locked, he instructed the blacksmith girl to craft some basic equipment and tools for future use. The tools provided to the dwelling girls would eventually wear out. Given their resource-gathering efficiency, the consumption of tools would undoubtedly be significant. Lin Yi requested only ordinary items. Thus no blueprints were necessary. Simple weapons and tools could still be forged at the blacksmith's forge. Currently, both the artisan's workshop and the blacksmith's forge operated with a single unit, resulting in less than ideal production efficiency. Ideally, these buildings would employ several villagers to enhance efficiency, but alas, the dwelling girl remained absent, and thus they could not be reassigned until her return. Villagers served as production units, having been imbued with comprehensive production knowledge at birth. They were adept in all matters of resource gathering, logging, mining, land clearing, and crafting. Conversely, barracks trained combat units, imparting knowledge related to warfare. Observing the industriousness of the artisan girl, who scurried about with a log in hand, Lin Yi wisely relinquished any delusions of overestimating his own capabilities. Although it might appear akin to child labor, in truth, any one of these girls could easily overpower him. A fourfold disparity in attributes was not merely a numerical difference. The question remained whether 40 Lin Yis could even serve as a warm-up for a single girl. Chapter 17. The Easily Buelled Well Girl. Exiting the artisan's workshop, Lin Yi found himself devoid of tasks. The development of his territory had reached an impasse. While raw materials were plentiful, these resources necessitated processing before they could be utilized. Glancing at the sky and gauging the time, Lin Yi felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He had traversed countless locations throughout the day, accumulating more exertion than he would typically endure in a week. Passing by the well, he casually picked up a bucket nearby, intending to fetch some water for washing up. After a long day, he felt grimy and unkempt. Bang! What was that strange noise? Lin Yi leaned over the well's edge, peering into its depths. The well sprite floated languidly on the water's surface, pitifully cradling her head. Beside her, a wooden barrel bobbed gently on the water. Suddenly, the well sprite caught sight of Lin Yi, and, upon witnessing his bewildered expression, she quietly lowered her hands. Then, she seized the barrel nearby, plunged it underwater, tugged on the rope connecting it to the barrel, and subsequently submerged herself. Lin Yi, he swore he had not intended for this to happen. The diameter of the fifth-level well exceeded 3 meters, and he could not fathom why it had landed squarely on the well sprite's head. However, given the sprite's temperament, she was likely off somewhere sobbing pitifully. Oh no, how could he not feel guilty? After fetching water, Lin Yi returned to the Lord's Hall with a complex expression. The fifth-level Lord's Hall was no longer as frigid as before, though it still did not compare to modern homes, apart from the absence of water, electricity, and gas. The furnishings were not too shabby. At the very least, it had all the essentials one would expect from a house. My lord, leave this matter to me. How could you possibly do it yourself? Observed the hall sprite as she rushed to assist Lin Yi, who was panting from carrying 2 buckets of water. No need. I can manage. Unceremoniously, the hall sprite snatched the 2 buckets from Lin Yi, carrying them with ease as if they were mere bags. Moving swiftly without any hint of strain, Lin Yi's words fell silent. Well, in comparison, he indeed seemed to be the one in need of care. Acknowledging the reality of his own frailty, Lin Yi resigned himself to enjoying the hall sprite's attentions. After indulging in a delightful bath, time slipped by quietly. Post-bath, Lin Yi felt invigorated, as if the fatigue of the entire day had been washed away. Indeed, there is nothing more pleasurable than a bath after toil. The clothes he had changed out of were dried by the hall sprite using the fireplace. At this hour, the residential sprites should be returning, right? The thought of the residential sprite's imminent arrival made Lin Yi feel a slight headache. He could hardly envision 100 sprites clamoring at once, making him seem like a villain mistreating them. However, the cafeteria had been constructed now, so in the future, when the residential sprites were hungry, they could simply seek out the cafeteria sprite, and that would no longer be his concern. Dressed and ready, Lin Yi made his way toward the city wall, preparing to welcome the returning residential sprites. As he passed by the well, he hesitated for a moment, unsure of what sentiment compelled him to glance into the well's opening. Sure enough, the well sprite was once again bobbing on the surface. The moment she opened her eyes, she spotted Lin Yi peering in, and then, with a sudden dive, she vanished. Lin Yi, am I truly that frightful? Upon reaching the top of the city wall, Lin Yi immediately noticed the wall sprite perched at its edge. The fifth-level city wall towered over 4 meters high and 3 meters wide, adequately encircling the entire territory. At the city gate stood 2 watchtowers, while the remainder featured crenellations and embrasures. Despite its seemingly fragile appearance, the wall was sufficient to withstand early threats. The initial waves of monster assaults would not be overly intense. Even without the wall, many would likely survive. Upon seeing Lin Yi's arrival, the wall sprite merely inclined her head in a silent acknowledgement before returning her gaze to the expanse beyond the wall. Great, yet another sprite who shunned communication. Lin Yi himself was a quiet individual, and were it not for future considerations, he would not have forged connections with his classmates. However, this was limited to school. Once outside, he would prefer to lock himself away in his rental unit all day. As time ticked by, the sky gradually shifted. From the depths of the distant forest, a cacophony of chirping sounds began to emerge. Shortly thereafter, the residential sprites finally appeared from the woods. Upon seeing the residential sprites return, Lin Yi descended from the wall and approached the gate to await their arrival. The city gate was merely over 100 meters from the forest. The moment the residential sprites emerged, their eyes sparkled as they caught sight of the city wall, and then they spotted Lin Yi standing at the gate. In an instant, a swarm of sprites rushed toward him. "Brother Lord, I stop." Before the foremost residential sprite could utter her words, Lin Yi interrupted her, gesturing toward the inside of the city gate. "I know what you wish to say. I have already constructed the cafeteria. You will find it inside." At this, the eyes of the residential sprites gleamed even brighter, and like a gust of wind, they rushed inside. The sprites darted past him in a blur, leaving Lin Yi wiping the sweat from his brow. Having previously managed a dozen or so residential sprites was taxing enough. Now, with dozens more, he felt utterly overwhelmed. Hearing the distant echoes of their cheers, Lin Yi silently counted the residential sprites he had just seen. He had observed them clearly. Their number was surely not 100. Likely only half that. Thus, it appeared they were the batch sent to gather wood. It seemed he would need to wait a bit longer. In that moment, Lin Yi felt akin to a parent awaiting their child to emerge from school. While the scenario and characters were different, the sentiment remained the same. Casting a glance at the wall sprite, Lin Yi chose not to ascend, but instead continued to stand at the gate. The logging site and the gathering point were not far apart. Although the journey was challenging for the residential sprites with a property score of 40, it was akin to traversing level ground. A score of 40 allowed them to disregard most terrains. As anticipated, within 10 minutes, the sounds of rustling returned from the nearby forest. Soon, the residential sprites from the quarry began to trickle back. With a beaming smile, Lin Yi prepared to employ the same tactics once more, but just as he opened his mouth to speak, the first sprite to reach the gate dashed past him as if he were invisible. The same went for the second and third sprites. "Lin Yi, hurry, hurry. If you're late, you might miss out on the food. Next time, we must return earlier. No sneaking away. Wah, watch me charge. Ouch, who pulled me?" The cacophony of voices faded into the distance, leaving Lin Yi standing there, frozen. Chapter 18, The Troubled Lord. Rubbing his stomach, Lin Yi realized he too was feeling a bit hungry. Entering the cafeteria, he was greeted by the sight of a multitude of residential sprites dutifully lined up in 4 rows, chattering excitedly as they awaited their turn to receive their meals. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria kitchen, the cafeteria sprite was busily flitting about, her dexterous hands seemingly managing 10 stoves at once. Was this truly how the cafeteria sprite utilized her talents? It was indeed an eye-opening experience. Normally, the cafeteria would require villagers to assist, but for some unknown reason, the cafeteria sprite seemed disinclined to enlist the help of the residential sprites, opting instead to prepare nearly 100 servings on her own. "Everyone, please place the food here. I will prepare different dishes based on the ingredients. If you desire a variety of options, it is best not to hoard." With that simple statement, all the residential sprites, who regarded food as sacred, promptly surrendered their offerings. Lin Yi stood there, utterly astonished. My word, is there truly such a method? Indeed, rather than consuming it directly, it would be more prudent to entrust it to the cafeteria's charming little girl for preparation. After all, a warm meal is far superior to a cold one. The cafeteria girl, beaming with delight, gathered the ingredients before presenting the food to the residential girl. "Here you are. If this isn't enough, feel free to ask for more once you finish. Those of us who cook need not worry about others eating too much." Lin Yi cast a discreet glance and noted that the food prepared by the cafeteria girl was quite sumptuous. The staple was a basic loaf of bread, accompanied by a thick, hearty soup and several pieces of fruit. Was it not the case that, aside from bread, the only fruits available in the territory were those discovered by the residential girl? "How did you make this soup?" Although puzzled, Lin Yi hesitated to cut in line before the residential girl and instead stood directly behind her, observing her reactions. Upon receiving their meals, the residential girls displayed expressions of sheer enjoyment, devouring their food as if it were a feast fit for royalty, igniting Lin Yi's anticipation. The cafeteria girl worked with remarkable speed, able to prepare multiple servings simultaneously at her stove. Lin Yi had only waited a few minutes. Her efficiency rivaled that of pre-prepared meals. Were it not for the kitchen being right before his eyes, he might have thought the food had been prepared in advance. Before long, only one person remained ahead of Lin Yi. "Here you go. These are the ingredients from my backpack." The residential girl cheerfully produced all the contents of her bag. To Lin Yi's surprise, it seemed her backpack contained not only the previously discovered fruits and berries, but also an array of other fruits. Moreover, he even spotted a few small creatures within. Before he could examine them closely, the cafeteria girl swiftly collected the ingredients, and the residential girl happily carried her meal off to find a seat. "One for me too." Lin Yi tapped the dining table, inhaling the delicious aroma in the air, his impatience growing. The moment the cafeteria girl spotted Lin Yi, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh, our experimental subject has arrived. However, I must devise a way to ensure the Lord complies willingly." Where are your ingredients? She inquired. Huh? Lin Yi blinked in confusion, incredulously pointing at himself. I need to provide ingredients too? I am the Lord after all. Is this some sort of mistake? Everything in the territory belongs to me. Am I forbidden from having a meal? He recalled that the little girl's attitude had not been this way previously. Even if you are the Lord, you must adhere to my rules. Ingredients must be surrendered in exchange for food. The cafeteria girl stood with her hands on her hips, her demeanor commanding despite her diminutive stature of 1.20 meters. How infuriating. Lin Yi prepared to erupt in frustration. It was utterly vexing that a lord should face such indignities merely for a meal. Yet, upon reflecting on their disparity in strength, he quickly subdued his burgeoning anger. I cannot possibly fight back, he conceded. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi decided to leave, thoroughly exasperated by the treatment he had received. However, as soon as the cafeteria girl saw him preparing to depart, she panicked. She rushed from behind the counter and grasped his arm firmly. Please don't go. I was merely joking. The Lord needn't submit ingredients. I was just teasing. Lin Yi struggled momentarily, but it was futile. The strength of the cafeteria girl felt as unyielding as a mountain, a testament to their stark difference in attributes. He regarded her with a mix of dissatisfaction and wariness. Were you truly joking just now? His skepticism lingered. It was hard to believe that she would dare to risk denying him food. The cafeteria girl nodded vigorously. Really? I only wished to play a light-hearted jest with you, and I had no idea you would take it so seriously. With that, she released him and hopped back to the counter. Lin Yi, feeling utterly bewildered, thought to himself, is this truly how one plays a joke? Do you not care for your dignity? He muttered. Yet, aside from the cafeteria girl, the only other presence was the residential girl, who was lost in her culinary delight, oblivious to the scene that had just unfolded. Before long, the cafeteria girl emerged with an even more lavish dish. Lord brother, this is the meal I prepared for you as an apology for my earlier jest. She then skillfully peeled and sliced a fruit, arranging it beautifully on Lin Yi's plate. Now this is more like it. After all, it was merely a child's prank, and Lin Yi had suffered no true loss, so he readily forgave the cafeteria girl. He lifted the plate and hesitated momentarily before addressing her. Please refrain from such pranks in the future. It does not reflect well on me. Of course. There will be no next time. The cafeteria girl hastily assured him, her eyes darting. Lin Yi carried his plate to an empty table, with the cafeteria girl trailing closely behind. As he took a seat, she promptly sat across from him. Lin Yi's senses heightened, given her previous antics. He wondered if she had further tricks up her sleeve. I warn you, do not attempt any further antics. I am not fond of such jokes. The cafeteria girl adopted an expression of profound dismay, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. I had no intention of playing tricks. I merely wished to watch you enjoy the food I prepared. One can only hope. Throughout the day, aside from a hearty breakfast, Lin Yi had only shared a few fruits with the residential girl during lunch. Now that twilight was approaching, his stomach growled with hunger, leaving him little room to dwell on any potential pranks the cafeteria girl might concoct. Although her earlier behavior had been somewhat excessive, she had apologized, and he could hardly hold a grudge against a child. Chapter 19, The Little Girl's Offerings. One must admit, the cafeteria girl's culinary skills were commendable. Despite many ingredients being unrecognizable, Lin Yi, starved as he was, paid little heed and swiftly devoured the meal before him. Burp. He let out a satisfying belch, patting his stomach contentedly. Lord brother, how did it taste? Was it delicious? The cafeteria girl leaned in eagerly, casting a glance at the now empty plate. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction, giving her a thumbs up. Quite impressive. Keep up the good work. The cafeteria girl nodded thoughtfully, then disregarded Lin Yi and headed straight to the kitchen. Upon entering, she glanced outside to ensure Lin Yi had departed before retrieving a small notebook from her person. Brown wild fruit, the size of a grain of rice, spicy, aromatic, suitable for use as a seasoning, with no adverse reactions. After making her notes, the cafeteria girl flipped through the contents, revealing numerous entries, although most had been crossed out. Having nearly exhausted the botanical experiments around the territory, it seems tomorrow I shall venture a bit farther. Just as I tucked away my notebook, the familiar voice of the dining hall girl echoed from the table. Dining hall, I want a second serving. Certainly, I shall attend to it immediately, replied the dining hall girl, before busily resuming her tasks. Upon stepping out of the dining hall, I noticed the sky had begun to darken. The surroundings were gradually enveloped by shadows. In the Lord's realm, the cycle of day and night persists, yet lacking modern conveniences, the onset of night appears to arrive earlier than in the outside world. It would not be long before this world succumbed entirely to darkness. As I passed by the well, an inexplicable urge compelled me to glance into its depths, where I witnessed the well girl vanish in a flurry of panic. Strangely, this sight uplifted my spirits. I could not fathom why I felt compelled to look. It seemed entirely pointless, yet I did it nonetheless. The hall girl awaited me dutifully at the entrance, as always. After taking a few steps, a thought suddenly struck me. Aren't you going to grab something to eat from the dining hall, where they are currently preparing meals? I had previously noticed that the only ones frequenting the dining hall were the residential girl and her doppelganger, while none of the other girls in the territory were present. Did they not require sustenance? The hall girl shook her head in response. We do not require such food. Only when our main body sustains damage can we consume certain materials to mend ourselves. Moreover, our diet differs from that of you, my lord. Our sustenance consists of materials that not only repair damage, but also provide experience for upgrades. Experience? What is the rationale behind that? To bolster my conviction, the hall girl promptly produced a piece of compressed wood, which appeared in her hands akin to a mahjong tile. This method was reminiscent of the residential girl's rapid eating technique. Before my very eyes, the hall girl nibbled away at the piece of wood with remarkable dexterity, akin to a squirrel feasting on a nut. Upon finishing, she gazed at me, stating, "My lord, as you see, our diet comprises materials. However, it is worth noting that we are not obligated to eat. We do not experience hunger." I watched in astonishment as the hall girl consumed a unit of wood, swallowing hard in disbelief. This was indeed an eye-opening revelation. Initially, I assumed that the architectural girls were akin to humans, but it was evident that they represented an entirely different form of life. Who among humanity could gnaw on wood as if it were a nut? Can any material be consumed? I inquired. Indeed, she replied. Subsequently, the hall girl demonstrated 12 different methods of consuming stone, along with techniques to savor iron for optimal texture. She elaborated on the varying flavors and textures derived from different stone materials based on their origins. According to her, granite had a gritty texture that could be somewhat abrasive, while limestone was rather unpalatable. Marble, however, was the most delectable, offering a delightful crunch yet proving difficult to digest, albeit providing the most experience. I observed in awe as the hall girl repeatedly devoured various materials. What was mere child's play, even more astounding was her invention of a wood and iron combination, claiming it allowed one to enjoy the flavors of both. My eyes nearly popped from their sockets. It was one thing to eat materials, but the notion that they possessed distinct flavors was beyond my comprehension as a mere human. After witnessing the hall girl consume approximately a dozen units, I felt my own teeth begin to ache. Who would have thought that a simple inquiry about the hall girl would unveil such astonishing revelations? Following the food crisis, would we now face a materials crisis as well? Just then, the hall girl let out a hearty burp, gently patting her belly, her cheeks slightly flushed. I apologize, my lord. It seems I may have overindulged. She lowered her gaze in embarrassment. Hearing this, I couldn't help but exhale in relief. The hall girl had consumed merely over 10 units of material, trivial compared to the gathering efficiency of the residential girl. Not to mention, even if she were to consume 10 times that amount, I could easily sustain her. After reassuring the hall girl, I proceeded to examine her status panel, eager to understand the nature of this experience. Lord's Hall, Mental Persona. Level, 5. Strength, 2500. All attributes, 40. Unique talent, Spirit Flame Center. I noticed a bar beneath the level indicator resembling an experience meter, gradually increasing at a languid pace. Yet, the upgrade requirements for the Lord's Hall remained unchanged, demanding the same amount of materials for advancement. After a moment of contemplation, I deduced that this experience bar likely represented the progress toward an upgrade. Once it filled, could it be that the hall girl would attain a new level? I was uncertain whether this upgrade would pertain solely to her, or if it would encompass the entire structure. If, as I imagined, both the character and the building upgraded together, then I had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. However, the time for experimentation was not now. The experience bar was increasing at a rather slow rate, while the requirements for the hall girl's upgrade posed no challenge for me. It would be wiser to reserve such an experiment for a less urgent building in the future. In the Lord's realm, there exists no limit to building upgrades. The only barrier is the availability of materials. As one progresses, the requirements for upgrades become increasingly extravagant. Not only do rarer materials become necessary, but many structures must also fulfill specific conditions. Take the Lord's Hall, for instance. Its upgrade necessitates not only sufficient materials, but also several buildings within the territory to reach certain levels. Chapter 20. Is there something wrong with sending a glutton for food? This discovery was truly a delightful surprise. Even if the buildings cannot upgrade, the mere prospect of character advancement was enough to bring joy to my heart. With level 5 attributes reaching 40 points, every level gained increases all attributes by 5. Such growth potential renders the girl's development exceeding that of heroes. In further discussions with the hall girl, I learned that their consumption was limited to approximately 10 units per day. However, the experience gained varied significantly. The higher the quality of materials, the greater the experience acquired, Relying solely on low-tier materials would necessitate a slow and arduous grind to level up. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the air. I had nearly exhausted my inquiries, and any remaining questions would have to be addressed at a later time. Come in. The hall girl approached the door, and through her silhouette, I caught a glimpse of a blue figure. Lord Brother, the residential girl exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she hurried toward me, her short legs flailing. She then clasped her hands behind her back, blinking up at me with eager anticipation. Lord Brother, guess what I brought you? What have you brought? I wondered, hoping it was not some frightful little creature meant to startle me. Having learned from the past experiences with the cafeteria loli, Lin Yi now felt a sense of trepidation at the sight of any loli, as if he were a shadow of the past, wanting to take a detour. Suddenly, without waiting for Lin Yi to respond, the home loli couldn't contain herself and revealed what she had been hiding behind her back, presenting it to Lin Yi like a treasure. In an instant, the room was filled with an alluring aroma that lingered in the air. Spiritual fruit. Sensing the desire emanating from his body and inhaling the familiar fragrance, Lin Yi could hardly guess that this was the very spiritual fruit he had previously discovered. How on earth did you manage to pick it? Lin Yi joyfully accepted the spiritual fruit, growing increasingly enamored with it. Although the place where this spiritual fruit grew was not exactly a perilous land, it certainly had its dangers. Lin Yi had anticipated that it would take several days to devise a plan, yet here it was, less than a day later, in the hands of the home loli. He could only speculate on the hardships she endured to obtain this fruit. Was it possible that she ascended by sheer will after her attributes had been enhanced? Brother Lord, you eat first, and then I will tell you, the home loli urged, swallowing hard as she gazed at the spiritual fruit in Lin Yi's hand, reluctant to rush him into eating it. She feared that she might not be able to resist the urge to snatch it away. Who knew how much willpower it took for her to deliver this fruit? Battling her own desires along the way, it could be said that the spiritual fruit had precariously made its way to Lin Yi's hands, constantly teetering between existence and oblivion. All right, I will eat it now, Lin Yi said, affectionately ruffling the home loli's hair before reluctantly taking a bite of the fruit. Although he knew he should save the spiritual fruit for later, perhaps to exchange for essential resources once his novice period had passed, he couldn't bear to disappoint the home loli, who had made the effort to bring it to him. Furthermore, there were still 3 remaining, which would be sufficient for him to acquire a significant amount of resources. Under the watchful gaze of the home loli, Lin Yi quickly devoured the spiritual fruit. After finishing, he smacked his lips, seemingly reminiscing about the taste. Seeing Lin Yi finish, the home loli let out a sigh of relief. The allure of the spiritual fruit was overwhelmingly potent. If Lin Yi struggled to resist, one could only imagine how challenging it would be for the inherently gluttonous home loli. You haven't told me how you managed to pick this spiritual fruit, Lin Yi inquired, concerned that the home loli might have taken unnecessary risks for it. It wasn't us, it was the warehouse, she exclaimed, attributing the success entirely to the warehouse. We originally planned to dig a direct path to the mountain, but we only got halfway when we encountered the warehouse. The warehouse is truly remarkable. It zoomed right to the spiritual fruit and picked all of them. So it was the warehouse loli. Lin Yi realized immediately, as if struck by a revelation, recalling the spatial abilities of the warehouse loli. Of course, how could I have forgotten her talent? After coming to terms with the fact that it was all the warehouse loli's doing, Lin Yi felt a weight lift from his shoulders. What about the other 3? Don't hide them. Bring them out too. At the sight of Lin Yi extending his hand, the home loli froze, her eyes darting around. There aren't any. The others, they're in Vegeta? As Lin Yi observed the home loli's feigned ignorance, a sinking feeling gripped his heart. Could it be that she had consumed all 3? At that moment, Lin Yi felt a pang of regret. Those were spiritual fruits, 3 of them. If he had waited until the novice period ended, imagine how many resources he could have exchanged them for. No, that is not true, the home loli insisted, her little hands flailing in a desperate attempt to defend herself. It wasn't me. The warehouse ate one after picking it, and I had 2. By the end, her voice was barely a whisper, and she poked her fingers against her chest, looking utterly pitiful. Even though he had anticipated this outcome, Lin Yi felt as though he had been struck by a blow. This sensation was akin to winning a $5 million lottery, only to find out that the prize had been drastically reduced upon claiming it. Although there was still a consolation prize, it paled in comparison to the original reward, especially since that consolation had already been squandered. Lin Yi finally understood why the home loli had urged him to eat first. Wasn't this tantamount to them 3 indulging themselves? With so many Lolis in the territory, could they not have shared? Lin Yi took several deep breaths to stave off the dizziness that threatened to overwhelm him. It was too late to lament now. The spiritual fruits were gone, and he had no outlet for his frustration. If anything, he was complicit in the mischief. The warehouse was equally to blame. Why did it have to let the gluttonous home loli carry the spiritual fruit? It was akin to letting a rat guard the grain store. Seeing the home Loli's woeful expression, Lin Yi found it impossible to scold her. He reached out to pat her head, his voice tinged with resignation. Very well. What's done is done. It's all unexpected fortune, at least it wasn't he wasted. As he spoke those words, Lin Yi felt his heart bleed once more. Despite his outward acceptance, it was clear that there was nothing he could do at this point. He could only pretend he had never discovered the spiritual fruits. I knew Brother Lord wouldn't be angry with me. You're so kind. The home Loli exclaimed, clinging to Lin Yi's leg affectionately. And only after receiving his consolation did she return to her home. It was absurd. Compared to the home Loli, he was the one who truly needed comfort. Chapter 21. The next day, Lin Yi felt utterly frustrated, akin to a swordsman gazing around in confusion. Darkness descended quietly, with only the moon casting a faint, almost imperceptible light. What should I be thinking about? Sleep. Lying on the soft bed, Lin Yi tossed and turned, unable to find a trace of drowsiness. It wasn't merely the matter of the spiritual fruits that weighed on his mind. It was also the fact that he had never gone to bed this early before. In modern society, who among the elite goes to bed without playing with their phone first? Who could possibly sleep before 1 or 2 in the morning? Surely, many new lords were experiencing the same predicament as he was. This was all due to Lin Yi upgrading the Lord's Hall to level 5. The comfort level was now comparable to that of modern times. Those who had yet to upgrade their Lord's Hall must be suffering even more. As he tossed and turned, he noticed a pair of eyes gleaming in the darkness outside the window. Who? Lin Yi felt a jolt of fear, quickly retracting his feet back under the covers. Lord, it's me. Hearing that familiar voice, Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. Hall, why aren't you sleeping? What brings you here? The hall Loli remained motionless in the shadows, her eyes brimming with an inscrutable expression. It's nothing. I just came to check if you are comfortable. And if you need anything, she replied, scanning Lin Yi's figure before a gentle smile graced her lips. It seems you're quite comfortable. So I won't disturb you. Please rest easy, my lord. Upon concluding her words, the little girl in the hall floated away like a whispering breeze, leaving no trace behind. It was not until the sound of the door closing echoed that Lin Yi, still in a state of bewilderment, pondered. Was your sole purpose in coming here merely to ascertain my comfort? And if I were to express discomfort, it seems you would have no recourse. Such peculiarities left him bemused. Never mind, sleep it is. After the unexpected encounter with the hall's little girl, Lin Yi swiftly cast aside thoughts of the spiritual fruit. Though the Lord's realm was inhabited by specters and various entities, it was still the novice phase. During this period, no extraordinary powers could manifest, nor could technology surpass that of the Iron Age. Unless, by sheer luck, someone awakened a related talent. Only such an unreasonable gift could come to fruition in the novice stage. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yi drifted into slumber. Indeed, sleeplessness was not due to a lack of fatigue, but rather an abundance of temptations. If one finds it difficult to sleep, perhaps attempting to input an incorrect password on one's phone a few times or disconnecting from the internet might help. The following day, before the sun had even risen, while dawn barely illuminated the sky, Lin Yi was roused from slumber by his biological clock. Alas, having ventured into the Lord's realm, why must I still forego my morning laziness? Upon awakening, Lin Yi had intended to indulge in another brief nap, but having retired early the previous night, he found himself fully refreshed and unable to return to sleep, tossing and turning in bed. Enough of this, time to rise. Eagerly, Lin Yi sprang from his bed, swiftly donned his clothing, and entered the bathroom to freshen up. Upon completing his morning routine and stepping out of his room, he was greeted by the sight of the little girl from the hall setting a breakfast spread on the table. My lord, you're awake. Come and partake of breakfast. I just fetched this from the dining hall. How early did you awaken? In a matter of moments, he finished the simple yet delightful breakfast of bread and soup. After eating, Lin Yi stepped outside, only to realize he had risen later than he thought. The little girls of the settlement were bustling about, their figures darting everywhere, most heading towards the dining hall, with a small portion engaged in other activities. Among them were little girls from various buildings, creating a veritable paradise of youthful exuberance. After playfully frightening the little girl by the well to elevate his spirits, Lin Yi made his way towards the research institute. The steel research, which had only required 12 hours, had long since surpassed that time frame, and Lin Yi was eager to discover which research options had been unlocked. Upon entering the research institute, he was met with a rather disheveled sight. The research girl lay sprawled across the table, appearing half dead. Were it not for the subtle rise and fall of her body, Lin Yi might have assumed she had succumbed to exhaustion. The table was cluttered with an array of miscellaneous items and papers, clearly indicating that the research girl had sacrificed sleep for her work. He casually picked up a sheet of paper and glanced at it, only to be confronted by a chaotic array of incomprehensible symbols and designs, prompting him to hastily set it down. Goodness, that nearly contaminated me. Opening the Research Institute's panel, Lin Yi activated several newly available research options, then turned his attention back to the research girl. Logically speaking, according to her attributes, even if she were to sleep on the table or outside, the research girl should have no issues. Yet, after a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Yi decided to lift her and gently placed her in a room within the Research Institute. With no pressing matters on the agenda, it was merely a matter of gathering resources to upgrade the territory. However, Lin Yi was uncertain just how far ahead he had progressed, so there was no rush. Level 5 buildings could accommodate 10 villagers. After assigning 10 little girls to both the blacksmith and workshop, he divided the remaining into 2 groups. One group of 40 would continue gathering resources, while the other was assigned to clear land. The farmhouse had been constructed, and relying solely on foraging for sustenance would not sustain the territory. Self-sufficiency was essential. Everyone understands their tasks? Then let us set forth. Oh, regardless of the time, the little girls of the settlement always seemed to be in high spirits. Lin Yi, accompanied by a large contingent of little girls from the settlement and farmhouses, marched grandly out through the city gates, resembling a teacher leading students on an excursion. Upon exiting the gates, the 40 little girls promptly veered off from the group, heading towards the distant forest, while Lin Yi directed the remaining group towards a clearing. This open space was sparsely dotted with trees, which, though few, stood tall and majestic. The farmhouse girls stood in the center of the clearing, eyes closed in contemplation, their ears twitching slightly, as if they were attuned to some unseen sound. Lin Yi and the assembly of little girls stood at a distance, observing with a sense of bemusement. After a few minutes, the farmhouse girl finally opened her eyes and approached Lin Yi. What do you think? The land here should suffice, right? We ought to be able to clear it. The farmhouse girl possessed an innate talent for affinity. Though Lin Yi was uncertain of its specifics, the Lord game provided no detailed descriptions of these talents, leaving him to navigate the mysteries on his own. Once the novice phase concluded, he could consult the library for more information. However, the present circumstances offered no such luxury, compelling him to experiment independently. Some talents were self-explanatory by their names. For instance, the affinity of the farmhouse girl was clearly related to plants, given that the farmhouse itself was an establishment associated with cultivation. Chapter 22, Land Clearing. The farmhouse girl brushed her hair aside, revealing her pointed ears. This land is adequate. We can plant some seedlings here. However, the water source is rather distant. We'll need to dig a trench for irrigation, which may prove troublesome later. With a decisive wave of his hand, Lin Yi signaled to the waiting little girls, who promptly surged forward, brandishing an array of tools to commence their task. The first order of business was to address the surrounding trees. If towering trees loomed over the fields, they would impede the growth of the crops. After delineating the area for clearing, Lin Yi retained 30 girls to assist him while sending the remaining 10 to excavate a trench. A small stream lay a few hundred meters from the territory, with the cleared land perfectly aligned with the stream's water level. A slight modification would allow for irrigation. The stream, about 7 or 8 meters wide and over a meter deep in its deepest parts, revealed a multitude of small fish darting beneath its crystal-clear surface. Fish. The sight of the fish sent the little girls into a flurry of excitement. Lin Yi, standing by the stream, assessed the surroundings. Truth be told, had the trees not been so densely clustered, this would have been an ideal location for clearing. However, its distance from the territory posed a concern. By day, it was manageable, but once a week had passed and wild animals began to encroach, the night would present challenges in safeguarding the crops from destruction. Although I see there are fish here, let us not rush. Once we complete the land clearing, I assure you that you will feast on fish to your heart's content. It was not the time to fish, and besides, catching fish was no simple task. Lin Yi could not afford to waste time on such endeavors. After calming the excitement of the little girls, Lin Yi calculated the distance and began assigning tasks to the little girls from the settlement. The excavation of the ravines proved to be even easier than Lin Yi had anticipated. The ground here was predominantly covered with dry twigs and decayed leaves, which had accumulated into a thick layer over the years. The efficiency of the resident Lolis was astounding. Lin Yi did not waste the uprooted dry branches and leaves. He instructed the resident Lolis to pile them into a heap. This material would serve as excellent compost. After observing the industrious Lolis for a while, Lin Yi returned to the site of the land clearing. In just a brief span of over 10 minutes, the 30 resident Lolis had not only felled all the surrounding trees, but had also unearthed their roots. At that moment, they were divided into 2 groups. One was excavating the water reservoir as instructed by the farming loli, while the other was diligently turning the soil and stacking the dry branches and leaves aside. Watching the Lolis work fervently, Lin Yi turned and made his way towards the territory. Everything he had arranged was progressing in an orderly manner, and he felt he could be of no assistance by remaining there. Upon reaching the blacksmith's workshop, he stood at the entrance, listening to the rhythmic clanging sounds emanating from within. Besides the blacksmith Loli, there were 10 other resident Lolis laboring in the workshop. Although the Lord's world resembled a game, it adhered more closely to the rules of reality. For instance, in terms of work efficiency, a person with 40 attributes would undoubtedly outperform one with a mere 10 attributes when undertaking the same task, both in speed and effectiveness. The resident Loli had reached level 5, boasting a total of 40 attributes, making her a skilled worker in any capacity. After assessing the efficiency of the blacksmith's workshop, Lin Yi silently calculated that, in approximately half an hour, they would gather enough materials to upgrade the Lord's Hall. This level of efficiency was comparable to that of a territory at level 20 or higher. Lin Yi's only concern was whether the supply of iron ore and iron in the warehouse would suffice. He had yet to discover any iron ore, and the iron and iron ore in the warehouse were sourced by the warehouse Lolis from outside. Once depleted, they would be gone. It seemed that searching for iron ore needed to be prioritized. After leaving the blacksmith's workshop, Lin Yi checked the efficiency of the artisan's workshop. The output there was even greater than that of the blacksmith's workshop, as the artisan's workshop did not yet require the crafting of tools and weapons, thus providing the necessary materials for upgrading the Lord's Hall. Now, they merely awaited the blacksmith's workshop to refine enough steel for the upgrade. Next, Lin Yi toured all the buildings within his territory, casually organizing the existing resources. He had 30,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of stone, 2,000 units of iron ore, 500 units of iron, 1,000 units of planks, 700 units of marble, 30 units of steel, and other resources that were currently not in use and thus uncalculated. Additionally, he had 4,000 units of fruit, 1,000 units of berries, several small animals, and a total of less than 200 units of meat. There were 12 weapons, 3 sets of armor, and several tools. 7 empty wooden chests could be dismantled for 7 units of wood. Chests were classified into various tiers: wooden, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, crystal, diamond, epic, legendary, and mythical. During the novice period, the highest tier available would be the bronze chest. The contents of these chests typically consisted of materials, with a chance of yielding blueprints. To acquire blueprints, one could upgrade the Lord's Hall before reaching level 10, or rely on opening chests and exploring various secret realms. With such a wealth of resources, it was unlikely that other lords could amass this much in a week. It was unfortunate, however, that these were primarily low-level resources. Once the buildings reached level 10, most of these resources would become obsolete. Nevertheless, it did not mean that these resources would be entirely worthless. The construction of low-level buildings still required these basic resources, which could also serve as consumables. For instance, the blacksmith's workshop and artisan's workshop required wood as fuel, regardless of the type. Furthermore, future metals would necessitate iron as a raw material. The artisan's workshop could also utilize wood and stone to create various items, such as furniture and grinding wheels, which would be imprudent to manufacture with high-level materials. Even if these resources were not fully utilized, they could still be traded in the future. After the novice period, the territory would unlock various extraordinary pathways, many of which required substantial quantities of low-level materials. However, Lin Yi's rapid development had led to an overflow of materials. He had advanced to the point where he accomplished in a single day what others could not complete in a week. Before monsters appeared within his territory, his only option was to stockpile resources. Lin Yi had initially thought the coming days would be mundane, but he had completely forgotten the nature of his territory. Boredom? Perhaps in other territories, but his would never succumb to such monotony. Once the blacksmith's workshop had smelted enough steel, Lin Yi eagerly upgraded the Lord's Hall. In a burst of light, the Lord's Hall finally reached level 6. The level 6 Lord's Hall had transformed into a 2-story building, covering an area of 300 square meters. Compared to level 5, not only had the area doubled, but the furnishings within had also become more exquisite. Chapter 23, yet again, tricked by a loli. The level 6 Lord's Hall granted only 1 blueprint. This would be the case for each subsequent upgrade as well. After reaching level 10, no blueprints would be awarded. To continue obtaining building blueprints, one would have to rely on opening chests, traversing secret realms, and engaging in trade. Having tucked away the market blueprint gifted by the level 6 Lord's Hall, Lin Yi selected a suitable location and commenced construction. Market, mental persona. Level, 1, strength, 500. Total attributes, 20. Unique talent, seduction. The market's function is to enable trading among lords, allowing them to transact regardless of distance at any time. Lord brother, I have something wonderful here. Would you be interested? Just as Lin Yi finished reviewing the market panel, a tempting voice whispered in his ear. The voice was persuasive, imbued with an immense allure. Glancing down, he saw a little loli clad in a long robe. concealing something within her exaggerated sleeves. Her demeanor shrouded in mystery as she furtively glanced around. Her expression almost screamed illicit dealings. Upon witnessing the loli's furtive behavior, Lin Yi's curiosity was piqued. He instinctively bent down, mimicking her secretive posture, and asked in a hushed tone, "What wonderful thing do you have?" He too began to scan the surroundings with the corner of his eye, as if wary of being discovered. The two acted as if they were engaged in an illicit transaction, despite the fact that there was scarcely anyone else in the territory. "Oh, this is a treasure. I had a hard time acquiring it, so you must offer a good price." With that, the little loli shook her sleeve. Yet she showed no intention of revealing the item, instead rubbing her fingers in front of Lin Yi. Initially intrigued, Lin Yi's expression shifted when he noticed the loli's gesture. "Ah, you want money?" he replied, rising with a demeanor of righteous indignation. "I have none." The little loli was momentarily stunned. "Wait, you have a level 6 territory. How could you possibly be out of money? You must be trying to trick me." The petite girl, seemingly innocent, suddenly leapt onto Lin Yi's shoulders, clinging to him with an unyielding grip. "I assure you, this is truly a remarkable item. Purchasing it would be devoid of any regret. You cannot possibly incur a loss or be deceived," she insisted fervently. Lin Yi, however, found himself in a rather helpless predicament. He was genuinely short on funds. Yet the girl's fervent descriptions piqued his curiosity. Logically, a market serves as a venue for transactions among lords, and being a novice himself, he was certain that the construction of a market by a lord the following day was an unprecedented occurrence. Of course, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility that someone might awaken an extraordinary talent, enabling them to establish a market in a mere day, much like himself. Yet, even if a market were to be built, would it immediately feature an array of exquisite items? He had observed the trade interface earlier. It was utterly barren, devoid of any listings. Nevertheless, the girl's unyielding confidence left Lin Yi in doubt. With the market transformed into a manifestation of the girl, could she possess some hidden talents he was unaware of? As Lin Yi remained unmoved, the girl had no choice but to alter her approach. "It matters not if you lack coin, dear lord. We can engage in barter. As long as the price is just, we can certainly transact." "Ah, if only I had known we could barter," he thought. Lin Yi might have been broke, but he had an abundance of resources, far more than he could utilize. Thus, exchanging for something of value would be ideal. "Show me what treasures you possess," he demanded, cautious not to appear gullible. The crux of the matter was that he could not propose an offer without seeing the goods first. Upon sensing Lin Yi's interest in trading, the girl beamed with delight, promptly leaping off him and pulling him to crouch discreetly by the roadside. After ensuring the coast was clear, she excitedly produced an item from her sleeve and presented it before him, her expression radiating exuberance. "Behold, this is it." She unveiled a piece of fabric, completely oblivious to Lin Yi's grim demeanor, and continued her enthusiastic pitch. "This is my treasure. It's the favorite of the esteemed uncle. A pure white from the sacred Ely garden, embodying angelic purity, the fantasies of reclusive souls, and the ultimate sacred sword, a pure waltz." The secret cherished by the girl, a freshly worn, delightful pair of undergarments she had just shed, was displayed with pride. "What do you think? Are you tempted? Seize the moment. Instead of 998, or even 666, and certainly not 198, you can acquire it now for just 99 gold coins and 99 basic materials. What are you waiting for? This opportunity may not come again." While the girl tirelessly marketed her fabric, Lin Yi's expression darkened considerably. "Ah, so it seems that in moments of sheer disbelief, one can only chuckle. I had anticipated something of value, yet this is what I am presented with. Does she take me for such a person? I am a scholar of the classics, after all." Disappointment evident, he shook his head, disregarding the girl's bewildered expression, and attempted to distance himself from this troublesome encounter. Not satisfied, realizing Lin Yi's disinterest, the girl hastily chased after him. "Dear lord, we can negotiate further. Even if a deal does not materialize, we can still remain amiable. What do you fancy? Black stockings? White stockings? Bunny ears? Swimwear? I can provide it all. Now that you are here, surely you must purchase something." Hearing the girl's animated exclamations, Lin Yi quickened his pace. He was not a pervert. After all, why would he desire such items? Moreover, his territory was filled with young girls. Did he truly need anything of the sort? As Lin Yi sprinted further away, the girl eventually conceded defeat. Recognizing that even if she caught up, he would likely refuse to trade. Sighing, she lamented, "Why is it so difficult to conduct business?" Just then, her eyes lit up as she spotted another girl returning from outside the territory. "Oh, there's a sister over there. I have something wonderful." Meanwhile, Lin Yi wandered aimlessly, unaware that he had inadvertently left the territory. With its limited expanse, avoiding the market girl had led him to the only possible escape, outside the territory. "Vanguard, hold the line." Right flank, advance quickly. Left flank, maintain your position. Rear guard, form a perimeter and encircle the enemy. A commanding voice echoed through the air, carried by the gentle breeze to Lin Yi's ears. As he pondered how the rear guard should engage the enemy, he moved toward the source of the sound. Before long, he stumbled upon a small figure crouched by a tree, not far from a long spear planted in the ground. Isn't this the barracks girl? What is she doing here instead of patrolling? Curiosity piqued, Lin Yi stealthily approached her. The barracks girl appeared utterly absorbed, showing no signs of awareness even as he neared her. She continued to enthusiastically recite an array of tactical jargon, albeit with many inconsistencies. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Yi's voice boomed like thunder, causing the barracks girl to freeze in shock, her face turning crimson as she turned to face him. Upon realizing it was Lin Yi, she stammered, I was just resting after my patrol. Resting? Engaging in tactical simulations while resting? This girl has quite the peculiar hobby. Lin Yi mused as he stepped closer, curious about what she had been doing on the ground. However, as he approached, the barracks girl quickly shielded her body from his gaze, as if trying to conceal something. I have rested enough. I shall return to my patrol now. With that, she seized the spear and fled, leaving Lin Yi in a state of bewilderment. He had merely intended to inquire casually, yet her evasive behavior suggested something was amiss. His curiosity deepened. Approaching the spot where the barracks girl had been crouching, he leaned down to observe. Instantly, an absurdity washed over him. What is this? Just watching ants fight? Is it really worth the fuss? Yet, it appeared oddly captivating. Oh dear, the brown ant seems to be in dire straits, as the black ants are about to invade their nest. Fortunately, more brown ants have surged forth from the nest to engage the black ant army, momentarily halting their advance. However, this won't suffice. The black ants are twice the size of the brown ones. A single black ant can easily overpower 4 or 5 brown ants. If this is all they can muster, defeat for the brown ants is merely a matter of time. Continuous reinforcements from the black ants tilted the battle in their favor. Just then, a new type of ant emerged from the nest. These ants boasted enormous abdomens, slightly larger than the previous brown ants, yet still inferior to the black ants. Upon reaching the battlefield, the newly arrived brown ants raised their hefty abdomens and began to spray a pungent, corrosive liquid from their tails. Every ant that came into contact with this liquid began to writhe in agony, quickly succumbing to its effects. The tides of battle began to shift, this time favoring the brown ants. As Lin Yi was engrossed in observing the ants engage in their skirmish, a sudden voice from behind startled him. Brother Lord, what are you up to? Upon hearing these words, Lin Yi's body instantly stiffened, and he turned around in a panic. There stood the cottage Loli, her face alight with curiosity, straining to stretch her neck as her eyes darted behind Lin Yi. Oh no, how did I become so absorbed? Quickly rising to his feet, Lin Yi discreetly positioned himself to block the Loli's gaze, maintaining a facade of solemnity. Cottage, aren't you supposed to be clearing land? What brings you here? He said, hastily pulling the cottage Loli away from the scene to prevent her from discovering his previous activity. Now, he finally comprehended the feelings of the barracks Loli earlier. It was utterly embarrassing to be caught in such a situation. Stop pushing me. You haven't explained what you were doing just now. The cottage Loli protested, glancing back at the spot where Lin Yi had crouched, her curiosity unabated. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely tired and found a place to rest, daydreaming a bit. What a joke. There was no way he would confess. Did he not care about his own dignity? And what about your reason for seeking me? Did you encounter some trouble while clearing the land? In a bid to redirect the conversation, Lin Yi quickly introduced a more pressing matter. As expected, upon mentioning important business, the cottage Loli promptly ceased her inquiries about Lin Yi's earlier actions. What could possibly be more significant than land clearing? We encountered no difficulties in clearing the land. Rather, everyone's enthusiasm was quite high. The plots you delineated earlier have all been prepared. I'm here to ask you, Brother Lord, when shall we begin sowing? And where are the seeds? Seeds? It suddenly dawned on Lin Yi that he had been so preoccupied with land clearing that he had entirely overlooked the matter of seeds. Noticing Lin Yi's expression stiffen, the cottage Loli also grasped the gravity of the situation. Brother Lord, you don't mean to say you still don't have any seeds, do you? Lin Yi's smile turned into a grimace, more tragic than tears. If I admit that we currently lack seeds, then all the effort put into clearing the land would be in vain. The cottage Loli was left speechless. She had never encountered a lord who, without securing seeds, hastily cleared land. Was this not a fool's errand? Without seeds, what good is the cleared land? The cottage Loli was at a loss for how to respond. After taking several deep breaths, she finally addressed Lin Yi with resignation. Since Brother Lord has not considered matters thoroughly, I shall take charge of the planting from now on. You need not involve yourself in this. Can you manage that? Lin Yi questioned skeptically. Surely it must be better than having you give erratic directions. Considering who cleared the land without seeds? That was pure folly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's confidence waned. However, delegating the planting responsibilities was indeed a relief. It would afford him some leisure. Since the cottage loli was willing to shoulder this burden, he would gladly entrust it to her. Grasping her hands earnestly, he declared, "I entrust this entirely to you. My demands are modest. As long as you meet the needs of the territory, I shall be satisfied." The cottage loli's appetite remained a mystery, and to satisfy her desires, timely planting was crucial. Although Lin Yi enjoyed nurturing potted plants, he knew he could not rival the cottage loli, who was a specialist in the art of cultivation. Moreover, planting was no simple task. If one could merely dig a hole and sprinkle water to reap a harvest, there would be no starvation in the world. Suddenly burdened with such a significant responsibility, the cottage loli felt an added weight on her shoulders. With unwavering determination, she nodded confidently. "No problem. This is indeed my duty. The cottage's purpose is to provide sustenance for the territory. Since Brother Lord has entrusted me with this vital task, I shall not disappoint your expectations." How delightful it was to engage with a loli so easily swayed. With just a few words, Lin Yi managed to obscure his earlier misstep while simultaneously offloading a substantial dilemma. What a stroke of luck. Chapter 25, A Calamity. The Rise of the Well Loli. Although the earlier incident had been concealed, the land had been cleared, and it could not simply be left barren. The warehouse. Lin Yi suddenly recalled something and hurriedly dragged the cottage loli toward the warehouse. During their previous tidying of the warehouse, there had been a myriad of miscellaneous items. Perhaps seeds could be found among them. Upon hearing that there might be seeds in the warehouse, the cottage loli's eyes brightened, her formidable attributes taking charge. Initially, Lin Yi had been pulling her along, but in an instant, the roles reversed. The cottage loli spun around, effortlessly lifting Lin Yi as she charged toward the warehouse. Lin Yi. In the brief span of a few hundred meters, the cottage loli reached their destination in under 10 seconds. Much to the dismay of the lord she carried. "Cottage, I suggest that perhaps next time, you could come here first on your own." Lin Yi lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes vacant. This was far too thrilling. Any roller coaster paled in comparison. At least roller coasters didn't fly so low. However, the cottage loli had already dashed into the warehouse, oblivious to Lin Yi's complaints. Before long, she emerged, brimming with excitement and carrying several small bags. Clearly having had a successful find. "Brother Lord, our luck is splendid. There are indeed seeds here. Although we only found rice as our staple, there are plenty of vegetable seeds as well. It seems the land we just cleared is far from sufficient. Once we sow this batch of seeds, we will need to clear another plot. Would you like to join me?" Lin Yi's heart had yet to settle, and upon hearing this, he felt a jolt of alarm. "No, with your level of excitement, I'm afraid I might faint from the lowly ride. I shall abstain from accompanying you. Did we not agree that you would handle the planting? Very well, to avoid delaying the sowing, I shall go ahead." The cottage loli, revved up, vanished in an instant. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Yi shivered. Henceforth, he must resolutely avoid the lowly ride. It was truly a matter of life and death. After catching his breath, Lin Yi hastily got to his feet. The territory was filled with powerful Lolis, and he realized he must tread carefully when interacting with them. Hee. Just then, a playful giggle echoed nearby. Lin Yi glanced around, finally spotting the well not far away. Surely, the well loli hadn't witnessed the earlier incident. Oh no. It was one thing to be tricked by other Lolis, but could this socially anxious loli dare to cause trouble too? Lin Yi strode towards the well, suddenly peering down into its depths. Splash! A stream of water erupted from the well, drenching Lin Yi and transforming him into a soggy mess. Laughter erupted from within the well, filling the air with mirth. Lin Yi wiped the water from his face and then cast a mischievous grin towards the little girl splashing in the well. So the timid little girl is beginning to rebel, is she? This is becoming increasingly interesting. Without hesitation, Lin Yi seized a nearby wooden bucket and aimed it at the well girl, shouting, "Here it goes." The well girl swiftly dove underwater, evading Lin Yi's bucket attack with grace. Moments later, she resurfaced beside the bucket, playfully making faces at him. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback by her audacity. When did this timid girl gather such courage? Wasn't she hiding away at just a glance before? However, a sense of impending crisis soon washed over him. Oh no. She is standing up now. Doesn't that mean he'll be the one to bear the brunt from now on? This simply wouldn't he do. Feeling his authority as a lord slipping away, Lin Yi understood he had to take action. Otherwise, the girls in his territory would surely cause an uproar. Thus, he decided to target the easiest prey, the well girl. After ensuring no one was around, Lin Yi leaped onto the edge of the well and, right before the well girl, began to unbuckle his trousers. Dignity? What dignity? What is dignity worth? I shall cast it aside. The sight of Lin Yi's actions left the well girl wide-eyed. Her cheeks flushed as she spat in disbelief before diving underwater. Huh, you think you can outsmart me? As the well girl vanished from sight, Lin Yi, feeling victorious, halted his antics. He certainly wasn't foolish enough to actually follow through. This was the only well in the territory, and polluting it would leave him without water. Moreover, if he truly did such a thing, the girls in his territory would tear him apart. Strutting toward the blacksmith shop as if he were a conqueror, Lin Yi thought it had been a while since his last visit. Surely the blacksmith had forged enough steel by now. The territory was in dire need of steel. The supply of wooden planks and marble had already been amassed, but steel remained a significant shortfall. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, he found it had produced enough steel for the upgrades of 2 buildings. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to upgrade the residential quarters and the blacksmith shop first. Upgrading the residential quarters would enhance the attributes of the residential girls, thereby increasing their output. Meanwhile, upgrading the blacksmith shop would create 2 additional worker positions, further boosting steel production. However, a glance at his inventory dampened Lin Yi's spirits. The increase in steel implied a depletion of iron ore and iron, the sources of which were entirely dependent on the elusive warehouse girl. If he could not establish a sustainable source of iron ore, the remaining stock would scarcely last a few days. Oh well, given that he was already ahead. A slight delay wouldn't hurt. Perhaps the warehouse girl would return sooner than expected. Lin Yi rationalized that since the iron ore had been procured by the warehouse girl, she might have also stumbled upon iron in her travels. Even if not, he could simply have the residential girls pause their work for now. There had to be iron ore in the vicinity. He refused to believe otherwise. After spending some time at the blacksmith shop, waiting for his clothes to dry in the shop's warmth, he headed to the dining hall for a sumptuous meal. Oddly, while the food prepared by the dining hall girl was still delectable, it felt somewhat off to him. Lin Yi shrugged it off, attributing it to the ingredients. After his meal, he indulged in a brief nap, and later spent the afternoon engaging in casual conversation with the hall girl. Once sufficient steel was accumulated, he promptly upgraded the buildings. By the end of the afternoon, aside from the barracks, city walls, and research institute, all other buildings had reached level 6. As work hours drew to a close, the girls who had ventured out began returning one by one. The residential girls had worked diligently that day. Even though their output was slightly diminished due to a few being reassigned, Lin Yi wasn't particularly concerned about these basic materials. The residential girls not only gathered materials, but also brought back other surprises. Lin Yi had already noticed that while collecting resources, the residential girls occasionally returned with small animals. Today, however, they presented him with an astonishing surprise: over 10 creatures the size of cows. After the dining hall girl processed them, these animals yielded over 10,000 units of meat. It was akin to a windfall. Regrettably, he could only build a pasture at level 7, otherwise, it would have been wonderful to raise these animals. As Lin Yi devoured the meat, he couldn't help but think greedily about the possibilities. Chapter 26. 2 greedy souls collide. The next morning, Lin Yi was not awakened by his biological clock, but rather by a cacophony of noise. Who on earth is so inconsiderate as to make such a racket this early in the morning? Disturbed from his slumber, Lin Yi felt more irritable than ever. He didn't believe that the grievances of cows and horses could be as profound as those of students. Fuming, he skipped his morning routine, threw on some clothes, and stormed downstairs. He was determined to discover who dared to disrupt his pleasant dreams. Upon descending, he found 3 girls in the hall arguing vehemently. The hall girl sat calmly in a chair, her expression mild and her interest piqued, seemingly oblivious to the chaos around her. In the center of the commotion stood the long-missing warehouse girl, embroiled in a fierce argument with the barracks girl. The stark contrast between the warehouse girl's flustered demeanor and the barracks girl's assertive stance was striking, as if the warehouse girl were the unreasonable one. What on earth is going on? What are they arguing about? I was enjoying my sleep, and now my head is filled with their bickering. Upon noticing Lin Yi's arrival, the hall girl's eyes lit up, but upon seeing his disheveled appearance, her brow furrowed slightly, and she quietly slipped out. Wah! The warehouse girl, upon spotting Lin Yi, immediately appeared as if she had suffered a great injustice. Pouting, she unleashed a heart-wrenching wail. My money. My hard-earned little coins are gone. Wah! The scene was so tragic it could evoke sorrow in anyone who heard it. Even the most stoic would struggle against such a display of despair. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned by this outburst, his head spinning from the intensity of her cries. He could hardly make sense of what the warehouse girl was saying, as her wails filled his mind. All he could think was that he needed to make her stop, lest he risk becoming deaf. All right, please don't cry. Just tell me what happened. In a bid to protect his ears, Lin Yi hurried to soothe the warehouse girl. Yet, no matter how he tried to console her, she repeated the same line over and over. Her little coins were gone, and the barracks girl was to blame. Meanwhile, his ears continued to endure the onslaught of the warehouse girl's lamentations. Lin Yi quickly shifted his attention to the barracks girl. Since the warehouse girl was beyond consolation, he needed to find a breakthrough with the barracks girl. Rubbing his temples, he attempted to block out the noise emanating from the warehouse girl and directed his question at the barracks girl. Can you explain what is going on here? The barracks girl cast a disdainful glance at the warehouse girl before speaking with an air of righteousness. It's nothing serious. I merely used a few gold coins to summon some soldiers. It is quite perplexing what has come over her. She has come to trouble me first thing in the morning. Did you summon a few? You have exhausted all the gold coins I painstakingly gathered, leaving me with but a pittance. How dare you steal from me? I am a soldier of the territory, and it is only reasonable to summon soldiers with a few coins to protect our domain, is it not? How can you accuse me of thievery? You are indeed one. Taking without permission is theft. You did not inform me beforehand. Therefore, you have stolen. I did not. I maintain that the expenditure is necessary for the protection of the territory, and everything within it rightfully belongs to the Lord. You have no right to prevent me from using those coins. Those coins were painstakingly acquired by me. You used them without my consent. Thus you are the thief. I am not. You are. The two Lolis quarreled vehemently, leaving Lin Yi utterly bewildered at the side. What coins? When did the territory acquire coins? However, he deduced that the root of the matter lay in the barracks loli having utilized the warehouse loli's coins without her knowledge, hence the uproar had reached his ears. Casting a discreet glance at the two bickering Lolis, Lin Yi quietly accessed the warehouse. As expected, beneath the warehouse panel, there lay a solitary figure, 78 gold coins. Unlike other resources, coins cannot be stacked directly within the warehouse. As the universal currency of the Lord's realm, they are stored within the Lord's domain to facilitate trade among lords. Generally, lords prefer to keep coins in their backpacks, although the warehouse can store them. If the territory is breached, the resources within the warehouse may be plundered, hence few lords would store coins there. Only when trading with the locals of the Lord's realm might some lords selectively store a portion of their coins in the warehouse. Nevertheless, in most cases, they are kept in backpacks, for once placed in the warehouse, any resident of the territory can access the stored goods. Lin Yi cast another glance at the two Lolis. Then, with a flicker of thought, extracted a coin from the warehouse. The warehouse loli, embroiled in her argument with the barracks loli, suddenly noticed something and turned to see Lin Yi awkwardly holding a coin, just as her own stash diminished by one. Tears began to well up in the warehouse loli's eyes. Her mouth agape, her legs gave way, and she immediately performed a dramatic roll on the ground. Wah! She bullies me, and now you bully me too. I cannot go on living. Is there no justice? The Lord bullies children. The Lord is inhumane. The warehouse loli rolled on the ground, wailing and lamenting, soon becoming covered in dust, her face smeared with a mixture of tears and dirt. Lin Yi, awkwardly clutching the coin, swore he merely wished to satisfy his curiosity about the coin's appearance. He had no inkling that the warehouse loli would react so dramatically. If one coin could provoke such a response, summoning a soldier, which starts at a minimum of 100 coins, would surely elicit an even greater uproar. At this point, he remained oblivious to how many soldiers the barracks loli had summoned. Given these circumstances, it was fortunate that neither party had resorted to physical confrontation. Startled by the warehouse loli's piercing cries, Lin Yi hastily tossed the coin towards her. Here, take it back. I just wanted to see it. I had no intention of coveting your gold. What followed was a remarkable spectacle. Despite her rolling on the ground, the instant the coin descended, the warehouse loli adeptly caught it, albeit in a rather ungraceful manner. Clearing his throat in embarrassment, Lin Yi was poised to speak when the hall loli entered, carrying a basin of water. My lord has yet to wash up, I believe. These two little rascals can wait. It would be prudent for you to freshen up first. After all, my lord is our pride. Neglecting one's appearance is unbecoming. With that, the hall loli shot a pointed glare at the warehouse loli, who fell silent and quickly scrambled to her feet. Chapter 27. A lord who cannot paint dreams is not a good lord. Lin Yi naturally accepted the basin of water, contemplating the current situation while washing his face. He glanced at the warehouse loli, whose face resembled a calico cat, and hesitated briefly. You come here as well. I shall wash your face. Oh, the warehouse loli hurried over, lifting her grimy little face and looking at Lin Yi with pleading eyes. Once he wiped her face, the water in the basin had turned a murky black. Nevertheless, the warehouse loli's face was finally clean. Lin Yi playfully pinched her cheek and inquired, I have already heard a rough account from the barracks. Do you have anything to add? The warehouse loli immediately pouted, ready to wail once again. But Lin Yi, quick on the draw, covered her mouth. No crying. No wailing. Speak to me calmly about what transpired. He had already surmised the general situation, but needed to hear both parties to fully grasp the truth. The warehouse loli, her mouth covered, could only nod pitifully. All right. I shall release you, but you must not cry. We will resolve this together. With that, Lin Yi released the warehouse loli and waited for her to recount the events. The warehouse loli first shot a furious glare at the barracks loli, but the latter remained utterly indifferent, as if blind to her ire. Frustrated, the warehouse loli had no choice but to explain the matter to Lin Yi in full detail. It was quite simple. The warehouse loli had risen early to discover that the gold coins stored in the warehouse had vanished in an instant, prompting her to investigate. In her inquiries, she ultimately traced the matter back to the barracks loli. When confronted, the barracks loli had not hidden the truth, bluntly stating that she had used the coins to summon soldiers. The crux of the issue lay in the barracks loli's nonchalant demeanor, showing no semblance of remorse for being caught. For the warehouse loli, those coins represented her lifeblood. Thus, she had raised a ruckus and ultimately decided to seek Lin Yi's intervention, resulting in the earlier uproar. The entire situation was now transparently clear, devoid of any extraneous details. Ultimately, it was merely a trivial matter. Yet, the warehouse loli was adamant about her coins, and the barracks loli was obstinate as well. Hence, the matter escalated to this point. Lin Yi now found himself with a throbbing headache. Both parties seemed to possess very legitimate reasons. The barracks loli required gold to summon soldiers for the protection of the territory, which was entirely reasonable. Even if soldiers were not summoned now, they would eventually be called forth. The timing made little difference. However, those coins had been painstakingly unearthed by the warehouse loli, who had also procured a plethora of resources for Lin Yi. The rapid development of the territory was largely thanks to the resources gathered by the warehouse loli. In light of this, it would be unjust to chastise the warehouse loli for claiming the coins as her own. Moreover, since the coins were indeed discovered by her, it was entirely reasonable for her to keep them. Lin Yi now found himself in quite the predicament. This matter may seem trivial, yet if mishandled, it could significantly affect the unity of the territory. Both individuals are difficult to blame, yet it appears that both have erred in some regard. In a moment of confusion, Lin Yi found himself at a loss. "My lord brother, utter a word." Scold her quickly. "My lord, I am in the right. You are in the wrong." "I am not." "You are." "No, I am not." As the two little Lolis prepared to quarrel once more, Lin Yi let out a resounding shout. "Enough. Cease this at once, and allow me a moment to think." With that, he disregarded the two little Lolis and hastily contemplated a means to resolve this conflict. Under the earnest gazes of the two little Lolis, Lin Yi was compelled to engage his mind, striving to devise a solution. At present, it appeared that the warehouse loli was relentless due to her loss of gold coins. From her perspective, it was imperative to impose some form of punishment on the barrack loli. However, from the barrack loli's viewpoint, her duty was to safeguard the territory, a task that could not solely rely on her. Summoning soldiers was equally essential. Should she be punished, although she would harbor no resentment, the barrack loli would subsequently be subordinate to the warehouse loli, jeopardizing the territory's future combat capabilities. Conversely, if the warehouse loli were not permitted to pursue her grievances, it would dampen her enthusiasm for treasure hunting. Should she choose to become complacent and cease her search for resources, the territory's development would undoubtedly falter. Thus, it was imperative to devise a solution that neither stifled the warehouse loli's enthusiasm nor allowed her to continue her pursuit for reparation. How could one placate an individual so fixated on gold? Unless Lin Yi could immediately produce a substantial amount of gold to compensate for the warehouse loli's losses. It was a mere fantasy, for his pockets were emptier than his face. Contemplating deeply, Lin Yi suddenly slapped his thigh. Eureka! However, this idea still required validation, necessitating an assessment of the warehouse loli's abilities. With this thought, Lin Yi's earlier frustration dissipated. The eyes of the two little Lolis sparkled with anticipation, and even the hall loli wore a look of surprise. Could it be that the Lord truly possessed a viable solution? Even she found it challenging to untangle this situation. Lin Yi opened the warehouse panel and extracted a gold coin, holding it aloft. The warehouse loli froze, her eyes widening in disbelief, her lips curling into a frown as she seemed ready to unleash her wrath. "Do not weep just yet. I require a demonstration of your abilities. Fear not, for I shall return it after the verification." Before she could unleash her spell, Lin Yi hastily interjected, interrupting her incantation. Simultaneously, he felt a pang of regret for using a gold coin for this experiment, as it seemed akin to walking into the line of fire. However, having committed to it, he saw no point in retreating. The warehouse loli sniffled, rubbed her eyes, and regarded Lin Yi with skepticism. "Will you truly return it to me?" "Indeed. I merely wish to test your abilities. The gold coin is merely a test subject, and it will be returned post-experiment." "Very well. How does the Lord wish to conduct the test?" Upon hearing that Lin Yi only intended to use the gold coin for experimentation, the warehouse loli ceased her protests. As long as her gold was not at stake, all was well. Lin Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. The tumultuous nature of the loli was no less formidable than that of a famished villager, and it was best to resolve this matter promptly. The warehouse Loli's innate talent lay in the realm of space, and Lin Yi sought to assess her spatial abilities. Thus far, she had exhibited the capability to teleport resources to the warehouse from a distance, as well as to transport herself at will, but other aspects remained unclear. After some contemplation, Lin Yi decided to inquire further about the extent of the warehouse Loli's capabilities. My spatial abilities allow me to disregard distance and teleport anything back to the warehouse, provided that the items do not resist. If the target is not within the warehouse, the limit is confined to my line of sight or the range I can sense. This sensing range increases with level progression. After hearing the warehouse Loli's description, Lin Yi formed a tentative hypothesis, but it required further validation. He grasped the gold coin firmly in his hand, ensuring that no gap was visible. If that is the case, can you utilize your spatial abilities to take the gold coin from my hand? The warehouse Loli did not hesitate in her reply, no. Lin Yi then opened his palm to reveal the coin. What about now? Still no. It seemed she had discerned Lin Yi's intent. For before he could proceed with another test, she preemptively stated, no need to test further, as long as you do not consent in your heart. I cannot take anything from you. Additionally, I cannot access anything in your backpack. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before inquiring. What if I were in a state of sleep or unconsciousness? This time, the warehouse Loli did not immediately respond, instead falling into deep contemplation. Observing this, Lin Yi gleaned that even she was uncertain of the outcome. All right, no need for further experiments. With a casual toss, he threw the gold coin to the warehouse Loli. Having reached this point in the experiment, Lin Yi felt he had gleaned sufficient insight to solidify his thoughts. Ah, my lord brother, have you finally reached a conclusion? Are you going to punish the Barak? The Barak Loli quivered momentarily, pouting as she seemed to grasp the impending outcome. Yet Lin Yi shook his head, even revealing a knowing smile. Warehouse, do you have a fondness for gold coins? Of course. Who wouldn't love adorable little coins? At the mention of gold coins, the warehouse Loli's eyes transformed into shimmering coins, but the recollection of her coins being pilfered by the Barak Loli quickly turned her expression into one of fury. Lin Yi then turned to the Barak Loli. And you, Barak, do you not also cherish gold coins? The Barak Loli scoffed dismissively, my lord. I bear no obsession for gold coins. I merely require them to summon soldiers. If something could substitute for gold, I could easily favor that instead. But summoning soldiers can only be accomplished with gold, can it? Lin Yi replied with a smile. The Barak Loli fell silent, unable to counter his words, lowering her gaze in contemplation. Observing the Barak Loli's response, the warehouse Loli looked utterly perplexed. This did not appear to be a resolution in her favor. Suddenly, Lin Yi clapped his hands and rose to his feet. This is it. He pointed at the warehouse Loli. You adore gold. Then he directed his finger at the Barak Loli. And you equally love gold. Then why not collaborate? Collaborate? Both the warehouse Loli and the Barak Loli, as well as the hall Loli nearby, looked bewildered. How do we collaborate? After uttering that, Lin Yi sat down and drained his cup of water. He had been roused by the two Lolis earlier and had only just taken a sip. Let me ask you both. Do you know how many sources of gold coins exist? Sources of gold coins? The warehouse Loli began to ponder. Treasure chests. Treasure chests are merely one source, and indeed, one of the most unstable ones. In that moment, Lin Yi appeared to be possessed by the spirit of the god of wealth, radiating a golden glow from every pore. The sources of gold coins are myriad, yet treasure chests represent the most unstable of options, beyond selling materials to the Lord's realm. The most substantial source of gold coins should undoubtedly be pillaging the nests of monsters, for the avenues of gold in the Lord's world are few. Firstly, treasure chests yield varying quantities of gold coins. Secondly, one can place various materials on the market, which can be sold directly to the system of the Lord's realm or traded with other lords. Thirdly, treasures can be found within various secret realms, though that is a distant prospect for now. The final source involves raiding the lairs of various monsters. In the Lord's realm, gold coins are not merely a unit of metal. They are a collective of energy. Gold coins embody an inexplicable power that accelerates the evolution of myriad creatures. Whether beasts or monsters, they instinctively gather gold coins. Thus, by exterminating a monster's lair, one is certain to reap a bounty of gold. Suddenly, Lin Yi pointed at the warehouse girl. Tell me, if you were to discover a monster's lair brimming with gold coins, what clever strategies would you employ to lay claim to them? The warehouse girl pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. I could stealthily infiltrate, seizing the coins while the monsters are distracted, and make a swift escape. They wouldn't be able to find me. Foolish. Lin Yi glared at her with exasperation. How could you resort to such a method? Wouldn't that merely alarm the beasts? How can you be certain that the gold you find is all that they possess? If you cannot gather it all at once, will you have the opportunity to return? After the first attempt, the monsters will surely be on guard. Can you guarantee success every time? Lin Yi's heart ached at her naivety, and the warehouse girl felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although her spatial abilities were formidable, they did not assure her of a complete haul. Certainly, she could not pilfer the gold that the monsters carried on their person. For someone so fixated on wealth, the proximity of gold coins yet being out of reach felt like a cruel torment. Meanwhile, the hall girl watched thoughtfully, seemingly discerning something, yet she remained silent, quietly observing Lin Yi's theatrics. What can be done? Are the monsters going to voluntarily present me with gold? The warehouse girl contemplated responding with the notion of taking direct action, confident that with sufficient attribute superiority, she would not fear defeat. However, the thought of meticulously sifting through a battlefield strewn with dismembered limbs in search of coins felt like a waste of time. In that duration, she could have plundered multiple nests instead. If a thorough search was unattainable, was she truly afraid of not being able to seize the loot? Lin Yi suddenly tugged at the dazed barracks girl. Let me introduce you. This is our territory's powerhouse, who will bear the responsibility for its safety. Powerhouse? You flatter me. My lord, the barracks girl replied bashfully, scratching her head. What are you thinking? Do you believe I am praising you? Lin Yi shot her a disapproving glance. Had it not been for her misdeeds, he wouldn't have needed to expend so much mental energy. The warehouse girl was bewildered. Was this not a call for justice? How had praise entered the equation? As she seemed nearly swayed, Lin Yi seized the moment. Consider this. If you discover a monster's lair abundant in gold coins, and you cannot steal it all at once, should you not seek assistance? Chapter 29, Deception continues. It seems so. The warehouse girl's eyes began to swirl with confusion. Although she understood Lin Yi's words, grasping their implications proved challenging. You see, you agree, right? It makes sense. It feels like something is amiss, yet nothing feels wrong. At that moment, Lin Yi proposed, if you bring the barracks girl along, she can draw the monster's attention while you sneak into the lair. Would you not then have the freedom to act as you wish within the nest? If the lair is vast, and you cannot conquer it, you could snatch a handful and flee. Wouldn't that yield greater rewards than acting alone? Conversely, if the lair proves to be less formidable, and you succeed in exterminating the monsters, would you not acquire all the gold within? At this point, the warehouse girl felt dizzy from Lin Yi's elaborate scheming, her mind filled with visions of gold coins in monster lairs. This indeed seems to promise greater rewards than my solo endeavors. But wait. Suddenly, an epiphany struck the warehouse girl, her expression clearing. What's wrong? Lin Yi's heart raced. Had the warehouse girl realized his manipulation? The warehouse girl glared at the barracks girl, pointing an accusing finger. With more hands. The cleanup of the battlefield would surely be swifter than if I were alone, meaning the gold on those monsters would rightfully belong to them. No, those precious coins must be mine. Alas, this insatiable desire for wealth. Lin Yi sighed, realizing the root of her distress. Let me ask you, why does the barracks require gold? Is it not to recruit soldiers? And once the barracks is filled, what then? As she contemplated, the warehouse girl's eyes brightened, as if uncovering some ultimate secret. Once the barracks are filled, then surely the gold becomes unnecessary. Lin Yi interjected, and where would the excess gold be stored? While tapping on the table, he discreetly observed the warehouse girl. In the warehouse. The warehouse girl leaped in excitement, all her questions suddenly resolved. How could I have overlooked that? If I cannot steal, I can still seize. You are truly remarkable, dear lord. She flung herself into Lin Yi's embrace, bouncing joyfully. Her happiness palpable. But what about my gold being used by her? She pondered. Will I simply let this pass? After a moment of exuberance, the warehouse girl recalled the gold that the barracks girl had appropriated, her mood plummeting once more. Lin Yi sensed trouble brewing. Would she not overcome this hurdle? He quickly seated her and began to gently counsel her. My dear warehouse girl, I must impart a lesson. Do you understand the concept of investment? Investment? The warehouse girl gazed up at him with wide, confused eyes, lost in thought. What is investment, dear lord? In essence, it is the concept of money generating more money. For instance, if you invest in the barracks, it will yield more soldiers, and with a greater number of soldiers, your capacity to assault monster lairs expands. Rather than scavenging the meager spoils of lesser nests, why not aim for a grand haul? The stronger the barracks, the more formidable the monsters you can confront, and the greater the wealth you can amass from those larger lairs. While your current expenditure may seem trivial, the future returns will be substantial. Do you see the logic in this? The warehouse girl began to spiral into confusion once again, while the barracks girl stood beside her, awestruck. Hadn't she come to seek justice? In the end, not only had this matter seemingly resolved, but the source of gold for summoning soldiers in the future was also clarified. Truly, the lord was deserving of his title. In that instant, Lin Yi felt as though he glimpsed a blazing fire in the barracks girl's eyes, heating his cheeks. After a moment of contemplation in his embrace, the warehouse girl turned to face the barracks girl. You're going to assist me in attacking the monster lair, aren't you? At this moment, The warehouse loli gazed at the barracks loli, her previous ire dissipating, replaced by the vision of a bountiful treasure trove. She could already envision the day when gold would flood her warehouse. The barracks loli longed to assert that she would venture into the monster lair regardless of her. Yet under Lin Yi's penetrating gaze, she could only nod in acquiescence to the warehouse loli. Wow, this is fantastic. I now comprehend the essence of investment. Although the warehouse loli may not be particularly astute, her relentless pursuit of wealth had illuminated her understanding of this simple arithmetic. In the short term, it might seem that she was at a loss, but with the barracks loli helping her scour for gold, the future promised bountiful gains. The barracks loli cherished gold primarily for the purpose of recruiting soldiers. Once her ranks were filled, all subsequent gold would flow into the warehouse. The more she contemplated this, the more exhilarated the warehouse loli became. She swiftly leapt from Lin Yi's embrace and dashed towards the door. No, I must continue my quest for treasure. I must keep investing. All that little money, it's all mine. Wait. As the warehouse loli prepared to vanish once more, Lin Yi swiftly grasped her arm. What are you doing? Don't interrupt my investment. The warehouse loli, caught off guard, expressed her displeasure. She had just discovered this exhilarating concept of investment and was brimming with thoughts of making her money multiply. Calm down. You've been out for a while now. You must be a bit fragrant. How about a quick wash first? Lin Yi's intentions were not entirely innocent. He was also keen to extract information from the warehouse loli. At the very least, he needed to inquire if she had stumbled upon any iron mines. His suggestion to wash was merely a pretext. The warehouse loli froze, glancing at herself. Indeed, she had been out in the wild for 2 days, and after rolling around on the ground earlier, her current state was quite evident. While she may not have reached the level of a foul-smelling loli, a dirty one was unavoidable. He instructed the hall loli to escort the warehouse loli for a thorough wash and, in the process, to extract some information from her. Rest assured, my lord. I shall make certain the little one opens up. The hall loli maintained her gentle demeanor, yet Lin Yi found himself increasingly unsettled by her presence. Very well. I'll leave it to you. Oh, off to bathe then. Once the hall loli took the warehouse loli away, only Lin Yi and the barracks loli remained. My lord, if there is nothing else, I shall proceed with my patrol. The barracks loli was also ready to take her leave. The mention of a patrol immediately reminded Lin Yi of yesterday's ant battle. Patrol? More like you're off to watch the ants fight. Wait. Lin Yi quickly called after the barracks loli. How many soldiers did you summon? He was genuinely curious about how many coins the barracks loli had spent. Enough to make the warehouse loli roll on the floor in the hall. Not many, just 17. The gold in the warehouse is still too scant. We are far from the full 100. 17? Calculating at 100 gold per soldier. This implied that the warehouse loli had managed to amass a staggering 1,700 gold coins in just 2 days. Oh, and we must not forget the little bits remaining in the warehouse. It dawned on Lin Yi just how hard the warehouse loli had worked for her treasures. Currently, the only source of gold was from treasure chests, which were not easily found. Generally, by the end of a week, it would be considered fortunate for a lord to have 300 or 400 gold in hand. Yet here they were, merely 2 days in. No wonder the warehouse loli appeared as if the sky were falling. If he were in her position, he would likely have done far worse. At least the warehouse loli hadn't directly clashed with the barracks loli, though it was also possible she simply couldn't win. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before addressing the barracks loli. Take me to see those soldiers. The recruitment rules of the Lord's world were universal, meaning that whether they were soldiers or villagers, their attributes were identical. The distinction between residences and barracks lay in the type of knowledge imparted to those recruited. Villagers were taught various production skills, while soldiers received combat training. In Lin Yi's territory, due to his unique talent, the recruitment ability of residences transformed into duplicates, who retained the attributes of the resident Lolis. However, the barracks had a summoning ability, although it differed only slightly in terminology. Lin Yi feared that the summoned soldiers would simply be average. If the soldiers summoned were inferior to the villagers, it would be better for the barracks to remain dormant. Holding such heavy thoughts, Lin Yi and the barracks loli arrived at the barracks. Like residences, barracks were residential buildings, with as many rooms as there were recruitment slots. However, unlike residences, barracks required an additional training ground. At this moment, more than a dozen loli soldiers were diligently training in the sweltering sun. Upon seeing that the soldiers were all Lolis, Lin Yi felt a slight alleviation of his heavy heart. However, without first examining the soldiers' profiles, he couldn't afford to be overly optimistic. Attention! At the barracks loli's command, the training soldiers immediately halted their activities, swiftly forming 2 neat rows. Lin Yi's eyes brightened at this display. Their speed suggested that things might not be as dire as he had feared. Once the soldiers were assembled, the barracks loli introduced Lin Yi to the loli soldiers. This is our lord. Let us all welcome him for an inspection. In unison, The soldiers turned to Lin Yi and boisterously shouted, "Welcome, my lord, to your inspection. Thank you for your hard work." Lin Yi waved at them. The sweet, delicate voices of the more than 10 soldiers conveyed a might akin to an army of thousands, the stark contrast evoking both fervor and compassion within him. "We are not weary." Listening to the Lolis' innocent voices, Lin Yi began to hesitate. Could he truly send such young children into battle? Wouldn't that be somewhat cruel? Yet, as he opened the profiles of these soldiers, any lingering doubts quickly vanished. Soldier level, 5 overall attributes, 40 inherent talent, combo attack. The soldiers summoned from the barracks had inherited the attributes of the barracks loli. Moreover, they possessed an additional inherent talent, combo attack, clearly designed for the battlefield. These were truly the chosen soldiers. Upon reviewing his own profile, Lin Yi noted, Lin Yi level, 6 strength, 10 constitution, 10 agility, 10 spirit, 13 talent, shy loli king. Past shadows. Aside from leveling up to 6, his other attributes remained unchanged. Compared to the Lolis in his territory, he was undeniably a burden. The Lord's level was dictated by the Lord's Hall, and leveling up did not enhance the Lord's attributes. The most direct way to increase them would have to wait until after the novice period. Upon witnessing that the attributes of the soldiers could indeed be inherited, Lin Yi finally felt a weight lift from his heart. His apprehension stemmed from the fear that these soldiers might be mere ordinary fighters, which could lead to the warehouse loli being less than impressed in the future. "My lord, do you have any commands for us?" At that moment, the barracks loli stealthily approached, her eyes sparkling with fervent desire for battle. No, I merely came to take a look," Lin Yi replied, directing his gaze toward the soldier nearest to him. Each soldier here bore a unique appearance. Not only did their vibrant hair colors differ, but their various physical traits also set them apart. Beyond their shared humanity, it was evident that they hailed from diverse ethnic backgrounds, as demonstrated by the myriad of hair and eye colors, as well as their differing skin tones. They resembled a veritable army of nations. For instance, the soldier Lin Yi observed had a mane of fiery red hair, sun-kissed skin, and eyes tinged with a hint of gray, resembling a denizen of desert tribes. The other soldiers, too, appeared to represent various cultures from different regions. Among the 17 soldiers, none were identical. As if sensing Lin Yi's attention, the soldier he was scrutinizing stepped forward, brandishing her large sword before him. "My lord, shall we engage in battle?" Lin Yi's expression shifted from appraisal to exasperation, and he discreetly assessed the other soldiers. They too exhibited a restless eagerness, clearly poised to seize any opportunity to wield their weapons at his command. Not only the soldiers, but even the barracks loli beside him appeared eager for an exhilarating clash. No. There are no foes to vanquish at present. There will be opportunities in the future." Lin Yi couldn't shake the feeling that, following his words, the spirits of the loli soldiers may have dipped slightly, further aggravating his irritation. On the bright side, the soldiers' zeal for combat was commendable, alleviating any concerns regarding morale. However, the downside was their overwhelming desire for battle, which might lead to complications down the line. "You may practice at your leisure. I shall explore other areas." To avoid being ensnared by the fervent loli soldiers, Lin Yi offered a few perfunctory remarks before preparing to depart. "My lord, do you require my protection?" As soon as Lin Yi appeared ready to leave, the barracks loli promptly commanded the soldiers to engage in free activity and hurriedly followed him. No, you should attend to your duties. The territory is devoid of any danger at present, and I cannot provide you with foes to confront." Having declined the barracks loli's offer of protection, Lin Yi strode purposefully toward the outskirts of the territory. He had promised the residential loli to assist them in fishing, and he intended to honor that commitment. Chapter 31. Fishing with the residential loli. As Lin Yi exited the city gates, a vast expanse unfolded before him. The once towering trees surrounding the territory had been completely felled, leaving no stumps behind, only numerous freshly covered pits. The ground outside the territory appeared to have been meticulously cleaned. The grass remained intact, but the areas encircled by fresh soil were devoid of any debris, revealing only dark, rich earth. Not far from the city wall, a small hillock had formed, built entirely of the gathered twigs and branches. It seemed the residential loli had diligently followed his orders, although this was not quite the proper method for composting. Lin Yi located the area designated for cultivation, and it was markedly different from what he had observed the previous day. The newly cleared land was even larger than the plot he had allocated earlier. However, Lin Yi had anticipated this. The residential loli had mentioned that the seeds he had distributed would not suffice, necessitating an expansion of the plot. Now, it appeared that the land had been thoroughly cleared, with seeds already sown. Lin Yi noticed that very few residential loli remained, with only a handful still digging irrigation channels in the fields. "Where is everyone? Why are there only you few remaining?" Lin Yi called out to the working residential loli from the edge of the field. It's Lord Brother. Upon spotting Lin Yi, the residential loli working in the fields immediately abandoned her task and dashed over to him in a flurry of excitement. Are you looking for the others? They've all gone to the stream. Everyone is fishing. I'll finish up here soon and then join them. Lin Yi gently patted the residential loli on the head. Well then, do your best. I'll head over there for a look. By the way, is the place they went to the same one we visited yesterday? Yes. If you're looking for them, just follow the irrigation channel. The residential loli reluctantly rubbed against Lin Yi's palm before returning to her work. After bidding farewell to the residential loli, Lin Yi followed the irrigation channel toward the location they had visited the previous day. Along the way, he noticed changes in the irrigation channel itself. Whereas it had merely been a rudimentary waterway excavated by the residential loli yesterday, it had been significantly enhanced today. The channel was now reinforced with stone slabs, larger than the one he had delineated before, and the bottom was adorned with small pebbles. Clearly, entrusting such tasks to the farming loli had proven to be a wise decision. He would not have thought to lay down pebbles in the irrigation channel. After walking several hundred meters, Lin Yi was nearing his destination. In the distance, he could hear the jubilant cheers of children playing in the water and the sounds of splashing. Upon reaching the site from yesterday, he was greeted by the sight of dozens of loli frolicking in the stream. Quick! The fish are swimming your way. Block them off. The fish are getting away. Everyone, don't panic. Take your time. Get out of the way. This fish is too slippery. I can't catch it. Lin Yi was utterly taken aback by the scene before him. No, you should be grabbing them. This was not quite what he had envisioned when he thought about fishing. He had imagined the residential loli employing various tools to catch fish, such as nets or fishing rods. He never anticipated that they would be plunging directly into the water to seize them by hand. Even using a stick to spear the fish would be more effective than bare hands. Just as Lin Yi was grappling with his incredulity, one of the residential loli standing on the shore suddenly spotted him. Ah, it's Lord Brother. Are you here to fish too? Gazing into the clear eyes of the residential loli, Lin Yi exerted great effort to swallow his words of discontent. However, he soon noticed the loli's haul. Behind her, a makeshift string of grass held several fish, large and small, still wriggling with life. How long have you been at this? How is the catch? Lin Yi redirected his attention to the group of loli in the stream. Since his arrival, they had only managed to catch a single fish, a far cry from what he expected from their industriousness. Upon hearing the question about their catch, the previously enthusiastic residential loli's expression dimmed. The fish are too difficult to catch. We have been trying for quite some time and have only managed to catch a few. The fish in the stream are plentiful, perhaps due to the absence of natural predators. Indeed, the fish in this stream can be described as numerous. However, despite this abundance, the catches of the rural Lolis have been rather meager, hardly commensurate with their attributes. One reason for this is their method of fishing by hand, while another is that the fish are exceptionally slippery, akin to loaches. Rather than fishing, the rural Lolis in the stream seem to be indulging in play. Lin Yi gently patted the little head of one of the rural Lolis before calling out, "Come up, everyone. You want to catch many fish like this. Let me teach you how to fish." Really? Is there any doubt? The rural loli exclaimed with glee, quickly rushing to summon the others from the stream. Oh, I was just about to catch one. Just wait a moment. Ah, it slipped away again. We're coming ashore. Lord Brother's going to teach us how to fish. Except for a few stubborn little lolis, the rest eagerly climbed up the bank at Lin Yi's beckoning. Lord Brother, don't mind them. We can catch fish ourselves. One loli, leading the group, playfully tugged at Lin Yi, reluctant to leave her friends behind. Yet, Lin Yi was not overly concerned about their absence, as there were more than enough hands to assist him. First, gather some materials, wooden sticks about 3 fingers wide and 3 to 4 meters long, the more the better. Also, find something to serve as rope, like vines or sturdy grass. All of that will suffice. Upon hearing Lin Yi's instructions, the rural Lolis sprang into action. Hurry, hurry. Didn't you hear, Lord Brother? Get to work if you want to eat fish. Once the rural Lolis began their tasks, Lin Yi proceeded upstream against the current of the stream. He aimed for a higher elevation, seeking a spot with a greater drop in water level. In his days at the orphanage, often faced with hunger, he would frequently venture to the riverbank to fish. Initially, due to his tender age, he could only manage to catch fish using a rod. However, as he grew older, his skills expanded, and he became adept at various fishing techniques, one of which he intended to employ now. After walking several dozen meters, Lin Yi discovered a suitable location, where he awaited the return of the rural Lolis with their materials. Before long, the rural Lolis returned one after another, having diligently gathered the necessary supplies from the surrounding woods. Lin Yi needed materials, and with the efforts of dozens of Lolis, they soon amassed a considerable collection. Lord Brother, what do we need these items for? Will they help us catch fish? One rural loli inquired, watching as Lin Yi sorted through the collected materials, discarding branches that were too thick or too thin, and sharpening one end of the sticks. Patience, and you will see in due time. Lin Yi selected a suitably sized stick, removed his shoes, and stepped into the carefully chosen spot in the stream. The waters of the Lord's realm are pristine, and as soon as he stepped into the cool water, a sigh of relief escaped him. Finding his position, Lin Yi angled the wooden stick at a 15-degree tilt and forcefully plunged the sharpened end into the water. Most of the stick submerged, yet due to the angle, a small portion remained above the surface. He then repeated this method, inserting the remaining sticks into the water at intervals of a finger's width apart. After giving the sticks a slight shake, Lin Yi regrettably concluded that they were not secure. Ideally, bamboo would have been the best choice for this method, but it appeared there were no bamboo groves nearby, forcing him to resort to the heavier wooden sticks instead. The drawbacks of using wooden sticks became immediately apparent. They were much heavier than bamboo, requiring greater effort to secure them properly. Initially, Lin Yi had intended to demonstrate the technique to the rural Lolis, but this now seemed unlikely, and he would have to let the rural Lolis take over. Noticing the curious Lolis still on the bank, Lin Yi waved to the one nearest him. "Come over here, I'll show you how it's done." "Me?" The loli pointed at herself, confirming that Lin Yi was indeed calling her, and with a cheer, she jumped into the stream without removing her shoes. "Lord brother, are you going to teach me?" Seeing the innocent gleam in her eyes, Lin Yi wanted to confess that he was enlisting her help because he lacked the strength. But adult decorum quickly brought him back to his senses. Nodding, he replied seriously, "Yes, I am indeed teaching you. Now do you see these sticks? You need to insert them deeper, but not too deep, just enough to secure them." Guiding the eager loli to drive the sticks in more firmly, Lin Yi then took some vines collected by the other lolis from the bank and tied the inserted sticks together. Soon, they fashioned a rudimentary raft-like tool from the wooden sticks. Most of the raft was submerged while one end protruded above the surface, resembling a fence carelessly thrown into the water from a distance. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Yi gazed at their creation, reminiscent of afternoons long past. He had once relied on this very skill for pocket money, and reflecting on that time was bittersweet. His youth had rendered him ineligible for work, forcing him to catch fish to make ends meet. Although attending school was free for orphans, they still had to provide their own supplies. While the orphanage offered some assistance, resources were limited in a public facility, and those in the know understood the constraints. Lin Yi turned to the group of rural Lolis observing from the bank. "Do you see how it's done? Aim to create 3 tiers like this, and you 1T have to struggle to catch fish. All right, I leave the rest to you." After delegating the task to the rural Lolis, Lin Yi settled on the bank, watching them busily work. Having witnessed his demonstration, the rural Lolis quickly caught on. Furthermore, Lin Yi continued to oversee their efforts, correcting any mistakes as they arose. Lin Yi had chosen his spot with great care. The stream was only 5 to 6 meters wide, shallow, and featured a slight drop, resulting in a swift current. If he were alone and had sufficient tools and materials, he would have employed different methods, but that would compromise the yield. Fortunately, with the rural Lolis attributes, he was confident they could set traps with the materials gathered, allowing him to create a more enduring trap. Working together, the efficiency of the rural Lolis was remarkable. They instinctively divided tasks among themselves. Some fetched materials while others arranged the traps, and in just over 10 minutes, 3 tiered traps were completed. "Lord brother, we've finished what you asked. What shall we do next?" Lin Yi snapped back to attention, surveying the riverbank and noting that it resembled his earlier vision. "We don't need to do anything else. We just have to wait." "Wait." The little girl from the village gently touched her head and glanced at the traps that had been set up, unable to fathom how they would catch fish. Yet, Lin Yi remained self-assured, confident in a method he had employed for an indeterminate period, convinced it would yield fish. 3 rows of traps stood in the river, allowing the water to flow freely without obstruction. The current could effortlessly weave through the gaps between the wooden branches. Let us not forget that these gaps were a finger's breadth apart. Such openings not only permitted the unimpeded flow of water, but also allowed small fish and shrimp to slip through. However, only larger creatures would be hindered by the wooden branches. "Brother Lord, look, there's a fish." At that moment, the little girl from the village suddenly tugged at Lin Yi and excitedly pointed toward the newly constructed trap. There, at the top row of traps, a fish swept downstream was struggling to leap onto a protruding branch. In the blink of an eye, the fish leaped from the first row and, regrettably, ended up on the second row instead. "Ah, fish, don't escape," the nearest little girl exclaimed, hastily leaping into the river and running toward the trap. She approached the trap, caught the fish, and tossed it onto the shore, where another little girl was already waiting. As soon as the fish landed, she promptly struck it down with a punch and strung it up with grass twine. "Look, Brother Lord, fish." The little girl proudly held up the string of fish, presenting it to Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi noticed a troubling issue. It appeared that the fish would not survive such treatment. If there were only a few, it would not be a concern, but what if there were many? Could they truly store them all? Even a dining hall might struggle to consume such a bounty in a short span. Realizing this dilemma, Lin Yi suddenly had an epiphany and quickly called over several girls. Hurry back to the territory and ask the craftsman to make a few wooden barrels. We can't eat all these fish at once. Remember, we dug a reservoir before? We can keep the fish alive there. Chapter 33, The Unexpected Ranch Girl. Indeed, Lin Yi's solution was to raise these fish. The blacksmith shop should have forged enough iron by now. Once the Lord's Hall reaches level 7, a ranch could be constructed, right? All right, we'll go at once. The little girls nodded vigorously before sprinting back to the territory. In the meantime, a considerable number of fish had already begun to fall into the traps from upstream. Several little girls stood atop the traps, enthusiastically tossing the captured fish onto the shore one after the other. 1 fish, 2 fish, 3 fish. The little girls' faces flushed with excitement, their small hands moving so rapidly that they seemed to blur. The fish fell like rain, bringing immense joy to the girls on the shore, their faces blossoming with delight. The girls were quite ruthless in their actions, delivering powerful punches to the larger fish, discarding the dead ones into their bags, and stringing up the ones that survived. Before long, the shore was strewn with an array of strung-up fish. Lin Yi felt a surge of warmth in his eyes as he gazed at the abundant catch, a sense of delayed happiness washing over him. Had there been such a plentiful supply of fish in the river that had once sustained him, his struggles would have been far less dire. Yet, he also pondered, had the river been so rich in resources, would he have even had a chance to survive? Brother Lord, we're back. After about 10 minutes. With dozens of large fish now gathered on the shore, the little girls returned from the territory, bringing wooden barrels with them. The fish ranged from a couple of pounds to over 10 pounds. If they all died, it would indeed take days to consume them all. Seeing the little girls arrive with the barrels, Lin Yi urged them to fill them quickly. Once filled, they could simply pour the fish into the irrigation channel, needing only to install a gate at the inlet to prevent any from escaping. The reservoir was several hundred meters from the creek, while the irrigation channel ran alongside it. Had Lin Yi not intervened, the girls might have directly taken the fish back to the reservoir. All right, Brother Lord. The little girls were not foolish. They quickly understood and began cooperating, filling a barrel and rushing to pour it out. Observing the clear division of labor and their swift movements, Lin Yi realized he could be of no assistance here. After bidding them farewell, he returned to the territory. Now, aside from the barracks, walls, and research institute, which remained at level 5, all other buildings had reached level 6. The delay in upgrading these 3 structures was acceptable for the time being. As their current utility was minimal, he could always upgrade them later. Checking the stock of iron in the warehouse, Lin Yi steeled himself and opted to upgrade the Lord's Hall directly. With no time to examine the upgraded Lord's Hall, he took the ranch blueprint awarded for reaching level 7 and prepared to construct the building. Lord, please hold on a moment. Just then, a girl from the hall appeared seemingly out of nowhere, blocking Lin Yi's path. What is it? Lin Yi halted, regarding the girl who obstructed his way. The hall girl retrieved a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Lin Yi. Lord, here is the information you requested regarding the warehouse. Based on that information, I have drawn a portion of the map. Lin Yi accepted the paper and opened it to reveal a rudimentary map. In the center, a small circle represented the territory, and around it, in various directions, words denoted several mineral deposits. These words were encircled with large and small circles, indicating the abundance of the resources. On the map, Lin Yi spotted the iron ore he had longed for, and astonishingly, there were 3 locations. 2 smaller mines were relatively close, while a larger one was situated farther away. Without a scale, Lin Yi had no way of knowing the exact distances to these resource points. However, that was of little concern since the village girls had backpacks, so he would not need to make multiple trips. The distance was not a significant issue. Putting away the simple map, Lin Yi planned to send a few village girls to mine some iron ore shortly. The consumption at the blacksmith shop would increase with the girls' growing attributes and the addition of workstations, and it was likely that the supplies would be depleted by noon the next day. To avoid hindering the territory's development, it was prudent to gather some resources beforehand. Well done, you've earned my commendation. Lin Yi affectionately patted the hall girl's head as a gesture of praise. Is there anything else? If not, I'll proceed to construct the ranch. We just caught a large batch of fish, and we cannot afford to delay the ranch's establishment. The hall girl shook her head. This is the only matter at hand. If you are busy, please proceed. After saying this, she stepped aside to clear the path. With no further obstruction, Lin Yi jogged outside the city walls. The ranch, unlike other buildings, required a vast expanse of space. After all, being a breeding ground necessitated ample room. Once outside the city gates, Lin Yi did not head directly to the reservoir, but instead commenced construction right outside the city walls. Do not forget, these buildings, once personified, can be moved at will. Lin Yi has yet to test the coverage range of the warehouse. What if he strays too far and exits the warehouse's domain? As the blueprints faded from his grasp, a phantasmal silhouette of a building gradually materialized in the void before him. With a burst of light, the apparition vanished, revealing a new figure, a loli representing a ranch. Ranch. Level 1. Strength 500. All attributes 20. Unique talent. Breeding. Breeding? Observing the ranch's inherent talent, Lin Yi felt an unsettling dissonance. However, considering that this was a ranch, the talent seemed rather fitting. After all, isn't a ranch a place for raising animals? Closing the ranch's panel, Lin Yi lowered his gaze, intending to greet the ranch loli. Yet, his attention was suddenly captivated by an astonishing object. The casual greeting he had prepared instinctively transformed into a gasp of disbelief. What on earth? Has the talent glitched? It was not unreasonable for Lin Yi to be taken aback. The newly appeared ranch loli shattered the curse that confined building Lolis to a height of no more than 1.2 meters, standing instead at an impressive 1.4 meters. Although she still fell within the loli category, she possessed a distinct advantage that none of her peers did. She boasted a pair of ample assets. Accustomed to the flat figures of the other buildings, the ranch loli's sudden appearance was nothing short of a dimensional shift. Lord brother, please do not look at me like that. Perhaps Lin Yi's gaze was too overt, as the newly manifested ranch loli struggled to acclimate, crossing her arms in an attempt to shield herself from his scrutiny. Unbeknownst to her, this action only accentuated her figure further. Lin Yi swallowed hard, laboriously diverting his gaze from the ranch loli, though the corner of his eye remained unwittingly drawn to her. Chapter 34. Capturing a specimen. Indeed, the greater the mass of an object, the stronger its gravitational pull. Newton does not deceive me. In an effort to shift his focus, Lin Yi opened the ranch's panel and upgraded it to level 6. He then turned away, deliberately facing away from the ranch loli. He had no desire to embarrass himself before her, especially since she was a genuine loli, the kind that should be approached with utmost respect. He was not a pervert. He had merely been momentarily stunned, and now he could regain control. This is the ranch. Follow me. Your place should be outside. With that, Lin Yi, disregarding the ranch loli's reaction, strode purposefully towards the reservoir. Fortunately, no one had witnessed the earlier incident. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to face the Lolis within his domain. Moreover, it was unlikely that the ranch loli would disclose what transpired. So as long as he could maintain composure in the future, today's incident would merely be a misunderstanding. However, Lin Yi seemed to have forgotten where he was. This was the wall's edge, and while he could conceal the events from others, could he truly keep it from the wall loli stationed above? Observing Lin Yi and the ranch loli from her perch, the wall loli raised a hand to touch her own chest, remaining silent as she gazed outward. The reservoir and the fields were adjacent, a decision made during the initial planning stages. When the reservoir was designed, there was no intention of cultivating fish. It was merely a convenient water source for the fields. Thus, proximity to the fields was paramount. After a brief walk, they arrived at their destination. Here it is. From now on, this will be under your management. Lin Yi pointed at the reservoir before the ranch loli. Within the reservoir, fish were already swimming about, some even beginning to venture through the connecting channels into the fields. Seeing the lively fish, the ranch loli excitedly lunged for a sizable specimen. However, the fish, adept at evading capture, retaliated with 2 resounding slaps. Are you all right? Lin Yi rushed over, alarmed. The sound of those slaps had been remarkably loud, audible even from several meters away. But just as Lin Yi approached, he suddenly recalled something and halted. At this juncture, it is imperative to mention the ranch loli's attire. She wore a white work shirt paired with suspenders, much like the Lolis from the residential area. The mere thought of the ranch loli's appearance was enough to make one's nose bleed, especially with her ample assets. If it had been a residential loli, Lin Yi might not have reacted, but with the ranch loli, it was altogether different. In a bid to leave a good impression on the ranch loli, Lin Yi turned and walked away. This area is now your responsibility. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me or others. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you further. As he observed the ranch loli's flushed face, she lowered her arms, realizing that being covered or uncovered had become irrelevant now that she was alone. Lin Yi did not return directly to the territory, but instead made his way to the stream, where several residential Lolis were engaged in fishing, far too many for the task at hand. Having recently learned of the iron ore locations surrounding the territory, he decided to allocate some of them for mining. Upon reaching the stream, Lin Yi observed the residential Lolis diligently at work. After watching for a while, he decided to leave 15 residential Lolis to continue fishing while assigning 35 others to the mining task. After some time spent catching fish, the schools had noticeably dwindled, making the remaining 15 sufficient for the job. Let us work hard, everyone. Tonight, we feast on fish soup. The promise, aimed at the 35 Lolis who were less than pleased about being reassigned to mining, seemed to have a positive effect, as their discontent faded. Lin Yi retrieved the rudimentary map provided by the hall loli. While simplistic, it was sufficient for the residential Lolis to comprehend, and they eagerly gathered their tools to set off towards the marked locations. Oh, and please inform the others that our ranch has been established. If you encounter any animals in the wild that can be captured alive, do seize them. We can raise them. As he departed, Lin Yi recalled the unique communication method among the residential Lolis, instructing one to relay the message to the rest. He had not forgotten the dozen or so cow-like creatures they had captured yesterday. He had deemed it best to bring them to the ranch. Now that it was built, it made sense to put them to use. Understood, Lord Brother. The residential loli nodded in agreement. Lin Yi, satisfied with her response, offered a few more words of encouragement before returning to the territory. Upon his return, Lin Yi wasted no time. He first visited the dining hall to inform the Lolis there that fish would be the main dish for dinner, then hurried off to the Research Institute. Ideally, the Research Institute should play a more pivotal role during the novice phase, as every study conducted here could provide substantial enhancements for the territory. In Lin Yi's realm, the significance of the Research Institute seems to have diminished considerably. Beyond the essential studies required for upgrading territorial structures, other endeavors such as agriculture, mining, enhancing architectural durability, and resource gathering appear trivial in light of the exceptional attributes possessed by the little girls. Perhaps in other territories, these studies hold great importance, but for Lin Yi, they pale in comparison to the miraculous outcomes achieved through sheer effort. Nevertheless, these technologies serve as prerequisites. Failing to engage in them would hinder subsequent research. It may only be after the novice period that the Research Institute can truly enhance the prosperity of Lin Yi's domain. After routinely updating the newly available technological points, Lin Yi glanced at the slumbering research girl, realizing that she had likely fallen into her usual pattern of day-night reversal. Shaking his head, he shut the door and departed. However, Lin Yi was oblivious to the fact that on the research panel, his completed technologies had exceeded his expectations by 2. Brother Lord, I have something marvelous for you. As Lin Yi exited the Research Institute, the market girl unexpectedly appeared from nowhere. The sight of her instantly reminded him of a previous thought. No one had likely constructed a market yet, rendering it a perfect candidate for experimentation. Hold your tongue, let me speak first. Before the market girl could utter another word, Lin Yi hastily opened the warehouse and retrieved several units of various materials, piling them before her. Feed me. The market girl, bewildered, stared at the heap of materials, swallowing hard and incredulously pointing to herself. For me? Lin Yi nodded affirmatively. Naturally, if not for you, would I consume these myself? Now, cease your chatter and consume as much as you can. Without hesitation, Lin Yi seized a piece of wood and unceremoniously shoved it into the market girl's mouth. Tears welled up in her eyes as she struggled to swallow, and upon seeing Lin Yi reach for another piece of wood, she immediately waved her hands in protest. No, Brother Lord, allow me to handle it myself. Determined to enhance her dining experience, she quickly grabbed materials from the ground and stuffed them into her mouth. Look, I am already eating. No need for your assistance. Only then did Lin Yi release her. After consuming over a dozen units of materials, the market girl patted her now full belly, burping contentedly as she waved at Lin Yi. Brother Lord, I am satiated. Counting the remaining materials, Lin Yi noted that the market girl's appetite was comparable to that of the hall girl. He then opened the panel and observed her experience bar gradually increasing, prompting a satisfied nod from him. The market girl's rate of experience growth was slightly faster than that of the hall girl he had previously seen. This was likely due to her being at level 1, while the hall girl had already reached level 5. It seems that the total experience must scale with the elevation of levels. Very well, from now on, whenever you feel hungry, feel free to fetch materials from the warehouse. It is of no concern to me, and not only you, but others as well. Oh, by the way, you mentioned you had something wonderful? Upon hearing this, the market girl, disregarding her current fullness, swiftly clung to Lin Yi. Brother Lord, this time it is indeed something splendid. I stop. Lin Yi, recalling the previous underwhelming items presented by the market girl, quickly interrupted to avoid attracting unwanted attention from the river crab deity. If it's the same as what you showed me before, there's no need to elaborate. I am not interested, and frankly, I lack the funds. No need for money. Exchanging for other things is also acceptable. I just procured new stock, and I assure you, it's not limited to just a few items. Brother Lord can choose freely. Procured stock? Does the market girl possess a source unknown to me? Lin Yi pondered. Let us see it. All right. I will retrieve it at once. However, once the market girl unveiled her wares, Lin Yi immediately turned on his heel, as resolute as if he were joining a political party. I thought the market girl had discovered some clandestine source I was unaware of. But it turns out the supply comes from other girls. Can't she engage in something more substantial? What was I even curious about? Sighing, the market girl watched Lin Yi depart without looking back, clutching a bundle of fabric in disarray. She had painstakingly traded for these items with the other girls. Did Brother Lord truly not appreciate them? Yet, how could he not like such adorable girls? Disheartened, she retrieved her spoils, but upon spotting the materials on the ground, her eyes lit up. In a moment of inspiration, she recalled Lin Yi's hasty retreat. Was he merely shy? Surely, Brother Lord could not dislike the girls. He was simply embarrassed, having prepared the items for trade without wanting to lose face in public. Moreover, Brother Lord had mentioned that she could freely take materials from the warehouse, which implied a long-term collaborative relationship. Oh dear, Brother Lord is truly shy. She realized that during their first encounter, he had anticipated this, which explained why he had urged her to eat materials before she could even finish her sentence. He had even feared she might misunderstand, forcefully feeding her. Was this not akin to paying a deposit? How utterly charming was her bashful Brother Lord. Silently gathering the scattered materials, the market girl tightened her fists, cheering herself on, and shouted towards the direction of Lin Yi's departure. Rest assured, Brother Lord, I understand your intentions. I will certainly strive to do my best. Having walked quite a distance, Lin Yi was completely oblivious to the market girl's enthusiastic declarations behind him. He merely assumed she was attempting to promote more of her peculiar merchandise. The thought of those odd items prompted him to quicken his pace, and before long, he arrived at the Lord's hall. My lord, why the haste? Are there enemies pursuing you? The hall girl, noticing Lin Yi's hurried return, promptly shut the door and even crouched down to peer through it, her demeanor suggesting that something was amiss. It's nothing. Sighing with relief at not finding the market girl in pursuit, Lin Yi exhaled deeply. He felt no inclination to indulge in the market girl's enticing offerings. He was still young and wished to avoid complications. Could it be that one of the children in the territory has been mischievous again? Seeing Lin Yi's tight-lipped response, the hall girl could only speculate that perhaps some child in the territory had misbehaved, entirely unaware of the antics of a certain girl. My lord, the children of the territory are all good kids. They may sometimes be a tad unruly, so please be understanding. Lin Yi stared at the hall girl, momentarily at a loss for words. Understanding? If I were to be understanding, what would become of my reputation? Is this something one can overlook? If you were aware of the antics of the market loli, I hope you could bear with it. I assure you, I am fine. I was merely pestered by a child, but that is no longer the case. Lin Yi found a spot to sit down, and as he did, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him. The events of the day had been truly exhausting. He had not anticipated that personifying buildings would prove to be such a hassle. Observing Lin Yi slumped in his chair, the hall loli contemplated for a moment before remaining silent. Since Lin Yi had declared himself untroubled, it was certainly so. Unbeknownst to them, the day was drawing to a close. Suddenly roused from a brief slumber, Lin Yi realized that twilight had begun to descend. The hall loli remained as she had been, seated quietly while occasionally glancing at Lin Yi. Upon noticing Lin Yi had awakened, she stood and fetched a meal from the kitchen. My lord must be hungry. Please have something to eat. This is a new dish prepared by the cafeteria, specially delivered for you. Lin Yi rose, stretching lazily, causing a symphony of pops and cracks throughout his body. It seemed that a level 7 Lord's Hall was still not sufficiently comfortable, and for the sake of future living conditions, upgrades needed to be expedited. Chapter 36, Arrow Tower Loli. The following day, Lin Yi awakened of his own accord. How delightful it was! Without a biological clock or the clamor of Lolis, waking naturally was truly a blissful experience. After finishing the breakfast brought by the hall loli, he prepared to commence the day's tasks. This marked the 4th day, and in 3 days, the monster siege would begin. At that point, the Lord game would advance to its next phase. However, such matters posed little challenge to Lin Yi, for his development had already outpaced others by an unfathomable margin. The monster siege no longer instilled a sense of urgency in him. Now he had ample troops and resources, merely needing to continue methodically expanding his territory. He opened the warehouse panel to assess the inventory of iron. With the Lord's Hall upgraded to level 7 yesterday, other buildings had yet to be enhanced. Thus, Lin Yi prioritized several buildings for upgrades based on the available iron supply. First and foremost was the crucial residential building. A level 7 residence not only allowed for 140 loli inhabitants, but also ensured that their attributes reached 50. This significantly increased not only the speed of resource collection, but also enhanced work efficiency. Following the upgrade of the residence, he turned his attention to the blacksmith shop, followed by the artisan workshop. These two structures were vital for producing materials necessary for further upgrades, and enhancing them would consequently boost production rates. After careful consideration, Lin Yi also elevated the warehouse, cafeteria, and pasture to level 7. Since their brief encounter the previous day, the warehouse loli had vanished again. Though uncertain about the changes accompanying the warehouse upgrade aside from her enhanced attributes, it was undoubtedly advantageous for her to be alone outside. The cafeteria loli. tasked with preparing numerous meals, did not require the assistance of the residential Lolis, and thus an increase in her attributes was warranted. As for the pasture loli, she was alone outside, and one could not predict what might occur. After depleting the stored iron from yesterday, Lin Yi began assigning tasks for the residential Lolis for the day. Currently, there was no shortage of wood or stone, so he dispatched 20 residential Lolis to gather these two resources. As for food, that was unnecessary to instruct, should they encounter food along the way. The residential Lolis would gather it on their own. Next, he sent 28 Lolis to the blacksmith shop and artisan workshop. 20 were needed for the farmland. As yesterday's fish catch had been excessive and the reservoir was insufficient, necessitating the creation of additional fish ponds. Following yesterday's fishing, the creek's aquatic resources had begun to dwindle. So Lin Yi assigned 15 Lolis to that task. The remaining residential Lolis were dispatched to mine iron ore. Although a group had been sent previously to collect a small amount, it was far from adequate, as steel production required a significant quantity of iron ore. With the residential Lolis attributes increasing and the blacksmith shop expanding its workforce, the demand for iron ore was also rising. However, the output of steel had similarly increased dramatically. Once the steel production ramped up, there would be no need to worry about insufficient materials for upgrades, given the marble output from wooden planks. Well then, today's arrangements are set. We must seize this week of harvest to stockpile raw materials, thereby widening the gap between ourselves and others. Now let us set forth. Oh, after invigorating the residential Lolis, they cheered and promptly scattered. Lin Yi observed their dispersal with a smile, feeling a swell of satisfaction within. Indeed, they were but children, easily swayed. Once the residential Lolis commenced their tasks, Lin Yi, clutching a blueprint, approached the city wall. This was something he had stumbled upon while inspecting the warehouse. It was an ordinary blueprint for an arrow tower, presumably unearthed by the warehouse loli while opening treasure chests. To his surprise, he discovered that 18 wooden chests had already been opened in the warehouse. This indicated that the warehouse loli had found 18 treasure chests within a mere 3 days. Showcasing her diligence, it was decided, once the trading function was activated, he would deposit half of his gold into the warehouse. Given the warehouse loli's insatiable desire for currency, storing it in the warehouse would be as secure as keeping it in his backpack. However, the fact that only one blueprint had emerged from 18 treasure chests underscored the rarity of such items. He pondered whether luck played a role in treasure chest openings. Approaching the city wall, Lin Yi concentrated, and the blueprint vanished in an instant. Arrow Tower. Level 1. Strength 500. All attributes 20. Special talent Precision. In the next moment, a towering arrow tower, 20 meters high, flickered into existence before transforming into a small loli. She donned a round, quirky hat, clad in brown leather armor, and sported diminutive leather shoes, with a large crossbow slung across her back. As Lin Yi intended to greet her, the small loli immediately interjected, "Big brother lord, can we have a shot?" Lin Yi's thoughts became a whirlwind. His greeting halted mid-air. In that moment, countless thoughts raced through his mind, all revolving around pure mischief. Are Lolis now this audacious? What bold words these are. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. What do you mean by a shot? Lin Yi's lips twitched, unable to believe his ears. He would have preferred to think he had misheard. He could hardly fathom the brazen nature of this newly emerged loli. Of course, I mean the shot. The arrow tower loli pouted, promptly retrieving her crossbow and aiming it at the open air. Whoosh, whoosh. There, just like that. Oh, so that is what you meant. I had thought it was something else entirely. Realizing the misunderstanding, Lin Yi adjusted his expression and offered what he believed to be a gentle smile, stroking the arrow tower loli's head. So, that is what you were referring to. No worries. There are currently no enemies in the territory. You may frolic at your leisure. However, do take care not to harm the inhabitants of the land. Since the arrow tower girl wishes to play, let her indulge. As long as she causes no trouble, all will be well. The arrow tower girl nodded in a somewhat understanding manner, although she found the previous lord to be a bit peculiar. Since the lord had granted her the freedom to play, she was certain that her lord brother was a good person. Lord brother, may I use the materials in the warehouse? I can craft arrows myself, and without arrows, I cannot shoot. Lin Yi cast a perplexed glance at the arrow tower girl. Did the tower require replenishing arrows? This seemed somewhat divergent from the simulation. No problem. You may use the materials in the warehouse. However, our territory is currently lacking in steel, so please refrain from using it for now. You may indulge freely once our resources are sufficient. Wow. Yay. Can I go now? The arrow tower girl exclaimed with delight, then eagerly tugged at Lin Yi for confirmation. Upon receiving a nod from Lin Yi, she dashed towards the warehouse. Chapter 37. The Power of a Brick. How delightful. I have gained another builder. After wandering around the territory, Lin Yi resolved to check on the ranch girl. Do not misunderstand. He harbored no ulterior motives. He simply wished to ascertain whether the ranch girl was adapting well to the outside world. After all, leaving the ranch girl alone outdoors warranted some concern. Moreover, the ranch was an integral part of his agricultural plans, thus it deserved careful attention. As Lin Yi approached the vicinity of the ranch, he was suddenly taken aback by the dense cloud of dust before him. What on earth was happening? Was there a sandstorm? But this was not a desert. It was a forest. If there were to be a storm, it should be a typhoon. With such perplexities swirling in his mind, Lin Yi halted at a distance, gazing intently at the swirling dust. Ahem. Hey, could you not exert yourself so vigorously? I can barely see the path. At that moment, a disgruntled voice emerged from the dust. It was the cottage girl. Following that, a whooshing sound pierced the air, hurtling directly toward his location. What the heck? Lin Yi swiftly dodged, and the object that had been thrown landed with a splat, scattering everywhere. To his astonishment, he discovered it was merely a clump of ordinary dirt. What was going on? As he pondered this, the cottage girl's voice rang out again from the dust. Perhaps I exerted a bit too much force. I think I just heard Lord Brother's voice. Could it be him? No way. Did I just hit Lord Brother? A petite figure suddenly burst forth from the dust, and upon seeing Lin Yi and the clump of dirt beside him, the cottage girl froze in place. Instantly, the cottage girl emitted a sharp, panicked shriek. Lord Brother has been hit. What? Lord Brother is injured? Where? Has he been killed? If this gets out, we will have no food to eat. No, I don't want to go hungry. Lin Yi, exasperated, listened as the rumors escalated into absurdity. He had heard of the saying that 3 people can create a tiger, but the cottage girl had truly given him a lesson in the art of exaggeration. I am neither dead nor injured. Please, cease this nonsense. Lin Yi hurriedly interjected, fearing that if the rumors continued to spread, he might find himself in a precarious situation. The cottage girl, seemingly not the sharpest tool in the shed, might inadvertently lead to a real misunderstanding. Lin Yi fixed an intense gaze upon her. It was you. Wasn't he it? I am perfectly fine, and yet you started this. The cottage girl, under his scrutinizing gaze, wore an expression of innocence, even leaning closer to Lin Yi, seeking affection and praise. Lord Brother, are you here to see us? No need to worry, we will soon dig out a large fish pond. Oh, you are digging a fish pond, Lin Yi replied, contemplating. But wait, does digging a fish pond necessitate such a commotion? He cupped the cottage girl's grimy little face in his hands, smiling brightly. Then, with a sudden glint in his eyes, he playfully pinched her cheeks. Lord Brother, he what? Do you think I am here to play with you? Roughly releasing the cottage girl, Lin Yi turned to the swirling dust. What is going on here? Those who know understand that you are digging a fish pond. Those who don't might think you are at war. Just look at the environment. How is there so much dust? The cottage girl, biting her finger and holding a shovel in one hand, gazed at the dust with a perplexed expression, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Suddenly, a spark ignited in her eyes. Since she could not express it verbally, could she not demonstrate instead? Immediately, to Lin Yi's astonishment, the cottage girl showcased what it meant to possess great strength. She seized the shovel, scooped up a mound of dirt, and hurled it effortlessly. The freshly scooped dirt, still clinging to a few blades of grass, flew 100 meters away, leaving a trail behind. The cottage girl stood proudly, puffing out her chest to receive Lin Yi's gaze. Lord Brother, that is roughly how it goes. Lin Yi struggled to pick his jaw off the ground, his expression a complex blend of incredulity and admiration. He knew they had high attributes, but was this truly the way to go about things? Just look at the devastation they had wrought upon the ground. Very well, you may continue. Ultimately, Lin Yi could only dryly utter this phrase. The cottage girl, engaged in her work, considered the dust and chaos around them to be entirely normal, leaving Lin Yi to ponder his own ignorance. He had never anticipated the cottage girl's work to be so tumultuous. After bidding farewell to the cottage girl, Lin Yi cautiously maneuvered away from their work area. He certainly did not wish to be struck by a falling object that could lead to a concussion if he were not careful. He might find himself injured and forced to withdraw. The ranch was not far off. From a distance, Lin Yi spotted several small dark figures within. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised to see that the ranch had unexpectedly acquired several new animals. These creatures, large and small, were all enclosed within the ranch's fence. They must have been captured by the cottage girl who had ventured out yesterday. The ranch girl was also busy. She approached the heap of twigs and leaves that the cottage girl had assembled, waved her small hand, and collected the debris into her backpack, subsequently stacking it within the ranch. What is she doing? What use is there in gathering this rubbish? Just then, the ranch girl noticed Lin Yi, and upon recalling something, her little face flushed with embarrassment. Hesitating, she seemed unsure whether to greet him. However, Lin Yi did not afford her the luxury of indecision. He had already approached her, standing before the ranch fence, meeting her gaze. Seriously, why are you blushing like a teapot? You're making me feel quite awkward. Seeing the ranch girl's reddened face caused Lin Yi's thoughts to drift. Alas, gravity was to blame. Ahem, what are you up to? Is this stuff useful for the ranch? Clearing his throat, Lin Yi shifted his focus, casually pointing at the pile of debris as he inquired. The ranch loli caught a glimpse of Lin Yi from the corner of her eye, her cheeks flushed deeper with embarrassment. It seemed that she was indeed a shy little girl. These scraps can breed small insects, which can be used to feed the fish, she murmured, her voice barely audible from a few meters away. Observing the ranch loli's bashful demeanor, Lin Yi felt an impulsive desire to tease her. However, recalling the previous encounter with the cottage loli, he quickly dismissed the thought. A slight misstep could lead the ranch loli to become overly excited, and he would have to practice his new skills. Lin Yi nodded, concealing his earlier intentions, and turned his gaze to the distance. I came over to see if you need anything. I didn't have the chance to ask you yesterday since it was all so rushed. Also, things are fine for now. But in a few days, you'll need to move within the city walls, as there may be dangers outside. Of course, given the ranch loli's current attributes, she was unlikely to fear any dangers, but it was important to stay vigilant. Lin Yi did not want the ranch loli to think he favored anyone else. Chapter 38, Level 8 Hall. After conversing with the ranch loli and confirming she had no needs, Lin Yi reluctantly ventured to inspect the fields. Both the fields and the ranch were integral parts of his farming plan, warranting his closer attention. The seeds had been sown on the second day, and now, on the fourth day, those with shorter growth cycles had begun to sprout, revealing patches of green in the fields. In the crisscrossing expanse of the fields, the emerging greenery accentuated the landscape, symbolizing the life-giving essence flowing through the land, creating a picturesque tableau of pastoral beauty. If this were not in the Lord's world, such a life would be Lin Yi's greatest aspiration. Hey, Lord Brother, what are you doing here? Just as Lin Yi was lost in this beautiful scene, an unexpected guest shattered the tranquil atmosphere. A slender figure approached from a distance, occasionally crouching to gather something from the ground. It was the cafeteria loli. Why are you out here instead of working in the cafeteria? Lin Yi, pulled from his reverie, turned to see the cafeteria loli. Curiosity piqued. Lin Yi wondered why the cafeteria loli was in the wild. After all, her task was to prepare meals, and he hadn't assigned her any work outside. The cafeteria loli gazed at him quizzically, raising her handful of wild grasses. I came out here to gather some materials. I was just about to head back. Oh, so you're looking for materials? What kind of materials? It was then that Lin Yi noticed the seemingly ordinary wild grasses she held. What could she possibly need those for? Furrowing his brow, he inquired, You don't mean these grasses, do you? What do you want them for? Although the Lolis in the territory had their peculiarities, the cafeteria loli's affinity for wild grasses seemed somewhat strange. Yet, recalling the odd hobbies of other Lolis, Lin Yi found himself quickly at ease. There were far stranger Lolis than her. The cafeteria loli's interests were nothing out of the ordinary. Just as the cafeteria loli was about to respond, Lin Yi abruptly waved his hand. Never mind, I don't understand your hobbies, so you needn't explain. By the way, since you're heading back, shall we go together? The cafeteria loli opened her mouth to speak, but was cut off, leaving her feeling a bit disheartened. However, since Lord Brother had said it was fine, she opted not to elaborate. She nodded and walked alongside Lin Yi back to the territory. Well then, Lord Brother, I'm heading back. After returning to the territory with the cafeteria loli, she greeted Lin Yi before retreating to the cafeteria. Lin Yi, parting ways with her, returned to the Lord's hall to relax. The territory had now largely found its rhythm, and as the Lord, he had little to do but patiently await the week's conclusion. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant regarding the blacksmith shop. Once enough steel was available, he would promptly upgrade the buildings. This time, Lin Yi chose not to upgrade all the buildings at once. Many of them were not particularly useful at this stage. It was wiser to conserve resources and focus on upgrading the Lord's Hall. Finally, he was about to reach level 8. At this point, he was likely the most advanced among his peers. This was largely thanks to the cottage Lolis and warehouse Lolis. Otherwise, he doubted he would even have reached level 4 by now. After eagerly waiting for sufficient steel, Lin Yi excitedly clicked to upgrade the Lord's Hall. In the next moment, a dazzling light enveloped the hall as it successfully upgraded amidst a brilliant glow. The two-story structure became even more exquisite, and a garden had sprouted at the entrance. However, the garden was still barren, requiring Lin Yi to plant something later. Upon seeing the garden, Lin Yi's first instinct was to plant some crops. But thinking of the farmhouse loli and cottage loli, he promptly dismissed the idea. He would be foolish to try and outshine them. The level 8 Lord's Hall granted him a blueprint for a tailor's shop. Lin Yi stowed away the blueprint and constructed the building next to the blacksmith's shop. Tailor's shop. Level 1, Strength, 500. All attributes, 20. Unique talent, stitching. Upon seeing the shop's talent, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Something about this talent felt off, but upon further reflection, It seemed perfectly suited for a tailor's shop. Shaking his head, he dismissed his overthinking. After all, the talent was entirely appropriate for a place dedicated to sewing clothes. Casting aside his peculiar thoughts, Lin Yi's attention shifted to the small loli before him. The small loli stood at a mere 1 meter tall, her hair a tousled mess. Clad in a coat patched with numerous pieces of fabric, topped with a grimy apron stained with brown marks. A gleaming pair of large scissors sparkled at her waist, while a small box jingled with sounds as she moved. Gazing at the tailor loli, Lin Yi's frown deepened. Was this truly the tailor loli? How could a tailor be dressed in such a haphazard manner? The tailor loli lifted her head, and Lin Yi finally got a clear look at her face. At that moment, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The tailor loli possessed exquisite features, reminiscent of a porcelain doll, evoking an uncanny valley effect at first glance. Yet, upon closer inspection, that feeling faded swiftly. The primary reason the tailor loli gave Lin Yi such an impression was largely due to her eyes. If the research loli's eyes reflected the fatigue of sleepless nights, the tailor loli's gaze resembled that of artificial prosthetic eyes, devoid of any luster. Coupled with her listless demeanor, she indeed startled him momentarily. Lin Yi pondered for a moment. Albeit rather impolitely, he couldn't help but question whether the seamstress loli's eyesight was somewhat impaired. Consequently, he waved his hand before her eyes. To his relief, the seamstress loli's pupils began to follow his hand's movement, assuring him that her vision was intact. However, he remained perplexed as to why she exhibited such peculiar behavior. "Lord brother, is there something you require?" The seamstress loli's melodious voice pierced the peculiar atmosphere, prompting Lin Yi to retract his hand with a hint of embarrassment. Although her eyes still appeared somewhat vacant, at least she had begun to observe her surroundings. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely thought you were in a daze since you had been silent for so long." Lin Yi nonchalantly shifted the topic. Chapter 39, A Surprise from the Market Loli. "Oh, if Lord Brother has no urgent matters, could you grant me some materials? I wish to commence my work immediately." It was surprising to see the seamstress loli so eager to work upon her arrival. Was she intent on outpacing her competitors? "Certainly. Feel free to retrieve whatever materials you need from the warehouse. The choice is entirely yours." The warehouse was brimming with leather and various fibers, salvaged by the residential loli and the warehouse loli. Aside from the artisan workshop, these materials held little use for the territory. However, with the establishment of the tailor shop, the prospect of clothing for the territory finally seemed promising. Although there was currently no shortage of garments, the residential loli, who bore the heaviest workload, had begun to encounter issues with damaged clothing. Lin Yi was keen to avoid acquiring a reputation as a pervert. The seamstress loli nodded and inquired, "Is there any specific clothing requirement from you, Lord Brother? As long as I have sufficient materials, I can craft it. However, I prefer to work independently, unless absolutely necessary. Please refrain from sending help." Well then, another loli who enjoys doing things herself. Yet, Lin Yi found this trait endearing, as it spared the residential loli from unnecessary labor. He shook his garments, and, recalling the materials in the warehouse, hesitantly replied, "I am fine for now. I have enough to wear. Perhaps you should inquire if anyone else in the territory has any requests." In preparation for the Lord's game, everyone had already made their arrangements. Although no materials could be brought into the game, clothing was exempt from this restriction. Thus, he was currently clad in the standardized attire procured by the school. The novice period lasted a full month, while everyone would eventually construct tailor shops, who could guarantee that clothing wouldn't suffer damage in the meantime. He believed his current outfit could last at least a month. Furthermore, given the existing materials, the seamstress loli could hardly surpass the modern craftsmanship in terms of durability and comfort. "Since you do not require anything, I shall be on my way." The seamstress loli nodded at Lin Yi and proceeded toward the warehouse. Once she departed, Lin Yi finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. For some inexplicable reason, her mere presence had instilled a sense of tension within him. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, as he had encountered many odd Lolis before. The seamstress loli was merely a touch more somber than others. Continuing his leisurely pursuits, Lin Yi opened the tailor shop's panel and upgraded it to level 5. There was no choice. To upgrade beyond level 5, he would need planks, marble, and steel. Although he had an abundance of planks and marble, steel was a scarce commodity. Planks and marble could be sourced not only from the artisan workshop, but also sporadically retrieved by the warehouse loli. However, steel could only be manufactured at the blacksmith's forge, rendering it the most coveted resource in the territory. Time flew by swiftly. Lin Yi merely lounged at the entrance of the hall, and as he lamented the current tranquility, dusk had already descended. The residential Lolis who had been out working gradually returned. As soon as they arrived and freshened up, they hurriedly flocked to the dining hall, fearing they might miss the meal. "Lord, it's time to eat." Long before the residential Lolis returned, the dining hall loli had already visited the cafeteria and brought back Lin Yi's dinner. Do not misunderstand. Lin Yi had not received any special treatment. The territory had only a limited variety of ingredients, rendering special preparation unnecessary. However, it was said that the dining hall loli had indeed made something slightly different for Lin Yi, employing some rare ingredients. Lin Yi was skeptical. The territory's ingredients were well accounted for. What rare materials could possibly exist? Did the dining hall loli possess the ability to conjure something from thin air? After taking a hefty spoonful and placing it in his mouth, Lin Yi's expression transformed dramatically, akin to a chameleon, first pale, then green, followed by white, ultimately culminating in a deep shade of black. With great difficulty, he swallowed the food, yet he refrained from taking another bite, gazing at the meal before him with a look of existential doubt. Heaven knows what sensation had just assailed him. The moment the food entered his mouth, an overwhelming wave of stimulation surged through him. This was not to say that the food was unpalatable. Rather, it was delicious yet overwhelmingly intense, sending shivers down his spine. The unfamiliar texture and exhilarating sensation, combined with the delightful taste, created an utterly unique experience that was simply irresistible. Yet, this very sensation left Lin Yi in a quandary. What on earth had the dining hall loli concocted? How could it evoke such a peculiar reaction? Lin Yi smacked his lips, feeling no discomfort in his body. Surely, the dining hall loli would not wish him harm. Perhaps she had merely experimented with a new dish. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi unabashedly began to devour his meal. 2.5 minutes later, Lin Yi rubbed his stomach, observing the dining hall loli tidying up the remnants, and let out a resounding belch. However, despite his satiation, he continued to ponder how the dining hall loli had managed to create such a dish. Could she truly be a culinary genius? By the time nightfall enveloped the territory, aside from the flickering lights emanating from the residential area, barracks, and blacksmith shop, the entire domain succumbed to darkness. This night, there was no moon. Having eaten his fill, Lin Yi prepared to retire for the evening. The furnishings in the level 8 hall were scarcely different from those in level 7. His bed remained as unyielding as ever. Aside from a layer of straw beneath him, there was only a simple blanket. Stifling a yawn, Lin Yi approached his bed, lifted the covers, and prepared to lie down. Suddenly, as he lifted the blanket, something flew up. In the dim light, Lin Yi leaned in closer, his face darkening with anger. "The market," he hissed through clenched teeth, glancing furtively around as if he were a thief. Upon ensuring the vicinity was clear, he let out a sigh of relief. Picking up a piece of fabric before him, Lin Yi's heart remained calm as he observed the material's origin. Its plain appearance resembled that of the dining halls, or perhaps the residential areas. As he stroked his chin in contemplation, his thoughts began to drift elsewhere. Before him lay a total of 4 pieces of fabric, each distinct from the others. In other words, it is quite possible that 4 lowly girls within the territory have fallen victim to the market's sinister grasp, perhaps 3, to be precise. One of them should belong to the market loli herself. Contemplating this, Lin Yi shuddered at the thought that today, astonishingly, for Lolis might be engaging in unlicensed driving. No, he mustn't dwell on such thoughts. After all, he is a paragon of virtue, like one who has encountered something vile. He hastily picked up the fabric before him and shoved it into the wardrobe. Once this was accomplished, Lin Yi reclined upon his bed. Chapter 40. 3 words that bind my lord brother to me. On the 5th day, the sun shone brightly once more. After assigning tasks as per usual, Lin Yi commenced his work for the day. The loli from the residential area had returned yesterday with a few animals, enriching the diversity of the ranch, which was beginning to resemble a proper pastoral scene. The territory lacked for nothing in terms of food. Whenever the loli ventured out, she invariably brought back some provisions. Sometimes it was various fruits, and at other times, roots and tubers. However, having tasted meat, most of her recent acquisitions were different kinds of animals. With a nose as keen as a dog's, she was certain to locate any food within hundreds of meters. Thanks to the loli's remarkable olfactory abilities, Lin Yi's territory had enjoyed a state of food abundance from its very first day. Although the variety was limited compared to what he previously possessed, at least hunger was not a concern. After conducting his customary inspection of the territory, Lin Yi opened the warehouse panel to assess the stockpile of steel. The requirements for upgrading the level 8 hall, aside from materials, necessitated the presence of 6 level 8 buildings within the territory. Lin Yi had long since determined which 6 buildings would fulfill this criterion: the residential area, blacksmith shop, artisan workshop, warehouse, and ranch. As for the final structure, after much contemplation, he decided to allocate the last spot to the mess hall. Upon examining the steel reserves in the warehouse, Lin Yi realized that the available steel could only facilitate the upgrade of 5 buildings. To meet the upgrade requirements for the Lord's Hall, he would need to wait a while longer. However, by midday at the latest, he would have enough materials to proceed. It seemed an eternity since he had last seen the warehouse loli. He wondered where she had wandered off to. After upgrading the buildings, Lin Yi made his way to the research institute. The progress on the research panel had been steadily increasing, and below it, several new research options had been unlocked. The research loli was still soundly asleep, sprawled across the desk, drooling onto the surface. Lin Yi picked her up and returned her to her place before reviewing the completed research projects to see if any might prove beneficial to the territory. The curved plow? The small cart? Steel weapons? Among the completed projects, a few seemed potentially advantageous for the territory, but in reality, they were primarily suited for ordinary lords. His territory was home to a legion of exceptionally strong Lolis, and while these studies were not entirely useless, they certainly lacked the anticipated impact, such as the burden of bliss. Closing the research panel, Lin Yi proceeded to the blacksmith shop. The level 8 blacksmith shop boasted 16 workstations, and with the blacksmith loli's own station, there were a total of 17. The sight of 17 powerful Lolis forging together was nothing short of spectacular. Sparks flew, crackling loudly, and the entire blacksmith shop was engulfed in a cacophony of light. Just standing at the entrance, Lin Yi felt his courage weighing. Given his attributes, even a mere spark could result in honorable injury. At last, noon arrived, and the steel required for the upgrades was finally sufficient. Rubbing his palms together in anticipation, Lin Yi eagerly commenced the upgrade process. Lord's Hall, level 9, strength 4500, overall attributes 60, innate talent, spirit torch center. Simultaneously, the rewards for upgrading to a level 9 Lord's Hall were received, a schematic for a clinic. A clinic, although it may not serve much purpose for the current territory, Lin Yi decided to construct it nonetheless. The basic materials were plentiful, and as long as he did not upgrade it beyond level 6, it would not impose any significant consumption on the territory. Clinic, level 1, strength 500, overall attributes 20, innate talent, returning essence. What an odd talent, ever more peculiar. Lin Yi gazed at the clinic's panel with confusion, but soon accepted it. After all, he had encountered many strange Lolis. Such eccentricities were hardly surprising. Was there a shortage of odd talents in his territory? His attention then turned to the newly emerged clinic loli. She was exceedingly adorable. Her hair styled into two playful little buns that bobbed with her movements, exuding a charming demeanor. Clad in simple attire reminiscent of traditional doctors in ancient dramas, she carried a small basket on her back and held a hoe in her hand. Upon seeing the clinic loli, Lin Yi immediately understood the origin of this talent. Was this not the essence of traditional Chinese medicine? In this world, traditional Chinese medicine was non-existent. Long ago, the realm of lordship had emerged, and thus, current methods of healing relied on potions or remedies akin to witchcraft. Not only in the world of lords, but even in external hospitals, most healing items emanated from the lordly realm. The various facets of the lordly world had become inextricably intertwined with the outside world, and its influence was palpable everywhere. Yet, before him stood something that should not exist, compelling Lin Yi to ponder deeply. As he ruminated, the clinic loli suddenly scrutinized him from head to toe, furrowing her brows in disapproval. Instantly, Lin Yi felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. As the saying goes, one fears not the laughter of a traditional Chinese doctor, but rather the frown of a physician. What did this clinic loli imply? Had she discerned something? My lord brother, I observe that your vitality is superficial, your complexion pale, your hair dry and split, and your limbs weak with an unsteady gait. This is a sign of kidney deficiency. Lin Yi was infuriated. I have led a life of virtue and kindness, never engaging in any indecorous behavior. How dare you, little loli, suggest that I suffer from kidney deficiency? I don't even have a girlfriend. With a grim expression, Lin Yi lifted the clinic loli, leaning in towards her menacingly, teeth clenched as he threatened. I suggest you think carefully before speaking. How could I possibly suffer from kidney deficiency when I don't even have a girlfriend? No man could tolerate being accused of kidney deficiency, not even from a mere loli. The clinic loli, seemingly unfazed by his fury, reached out to touch Lin Yi's forehead. Brushing his hair aside slightly, fixing her gaze upon his eyes, she fearlessly continued, My lord brother, do not shy away from medical discourse. Who says a lack of a girlfriend precludes one from kidney deficiency? The causes of kidney deficiency stem from various aspects. Matters between men and women are merely one among many. Moreover, I never claimed that your deficiency was exclusively due to such matters. Quack, Lin Yi exclaimed, setting down the clinic loli, convinced that this small girl was speaking nonsense. How could a person like him, who lived a disciplined life and was always willing to assist others, possibly suffer from kidney deficiency? The clinic loli adjusted her disheveled clothing, glancing at Lin Yi, who still seemed unconvinced, and lightly remarked, I can cure it. Lin Yi was immediately struck dumbfounded. His pride? Can vanity cure my affliction? The doctor has assured me of a remedy. Surely, he would not deceive me. Lin Yi clutched the little girl from the medical clinic tightly, and even the little girl, with her composed demeanor, found herself momentarily at a loss, bewildered by Lin Yi's sudden shift in attitude. She hurriedly helped him to his feet, her extraordinary strength lifting him effortlessly. Chapter 41. Can the clinic also brew tea? Divine healer, whatever you require, feel free to use, as long as it restores my health. Lin Yi's demeanor resembled that of a terminally ill patient encountering a deity. Regardless of the veracity of his condition, he was eager to seek treatment. Moreover, traditional Chinese medicine possesses an aura of mystery for the people of the nation. One may doubt the legitimacy of ancestral practices, but they must be afforded respect. The little girl from the medical clinic was equally taken aback by Lin Yi's abrupt transformation. Just moments ago, he was in a state of frantic desperation. Now, he seemed to be a devoted admirer. Kidney deficiency is hardly a terminal illness, is it? If Lin Yi could hear the little girl's thoughts, he would not hesitate to proclaim, why not? You cannot fathom how terrifying kidney deficiency can be for a man. It is often more dreadful than a terminal illness. Death is merely an end, while kidney deficiency can render life unbearable. Fear not, my lord. Your condition is not as severe as you believe. I can sense a subtle vitality within you, suggesting you've recently consumed some rare and precious items. In truth, even without my assistance, once you digest those treasures, your health will naturally return. Rare and precious items. Lin Yi paused, instantly reminded of the spiritual fruit. Alone and desolate, he had no means to procure such treasures, save for the spiritual fruit he had consumed since arriving in the Lord's realm. Does the spiritual fruit possess such capabilities? No wonder it commands such a high price. Upon hearing the little girl from the medical clinic assure him of his well-being, Lin Yi gradually regained his composure from the earlier excitement. Reflecting on his previous demeanor, he nearly felt mortified. How embarrassing, especially to behave so in front of a young girl. It was utterly humiliating. The little girl approached and gently patted Lin Yi's waist, offering him a modicum of comfort. Yet, this small gesture did little to assuage Lin Yi's inner turmoil. My lord, if possible, I wish to venture outside. As you know, the essence of traditional Chinese medicine lies in the natural world, and I hope to gather some medicinal herbs. With the aid of herbal concoctions, I can expedite your fusion with those precious items. I agree. Without waiting for the little girl to finish, Lin Yi eagerly assented. In fact, to enhance her efficiency, he immediately upgraded the clinic to level 5. Now, the little girl possessed an impressive 40 points in all attributes, sufficient for her to navigate the novice stage with ease. After bidding farewell to the little girl, Lin Yi hurried back to the Lord's Hall. In the blink of an eye, an entire day had passed. Knock, knock, knock. My lord, dinner is ready. That evening, the hall's girl appeared at Lin Yi's door, bearing a generous platter of food. What could have caused the lord to seclude himself after venturing outside? Had something occurred? Coming right away. Seizing the moment, Lin Yi upgraded the buildings that were ready, then opened the door. After a day of waiting, his previous agitation had subsided. Setting aside the matter of his kidney deficiency, the little girl from the medical clinic was the only one aware of it. Even if the entire territory knew, it would matter little. All the girls in the territory were dependent on him and would not speak indiscriminately. Moreover, whether they understood the situation was another question entirely. Thank you for your hard work, Hall. Lin Yi unexpectedly expressed gratitude as he received the food tray. The hall girl smiled gently. It is my duty. You work so hard, my lord. It is only right that I care for you. In that instant, as Lin Yi prepared to eat, he paused, scrutinizing the hall girl's face, unable to discern any hint of jest. Which of your eyes perceived my toil? I seem to be the most leisurely individual in the entire territory. I suspect you are jesting. Yet, Lin Yi found no trace of jest in her expression. Not even a flicker of amusement. A wave of unease washed over him. After finishing dinner, the day came to a close. The following morning, Lin Yi busied himself assigning tasks to the residential girls and overseeing the steel supplies in the warehouse. This was the final day of safety. By 10 o'clock the next day, monsters would assault the fortress. Before that, Lin Yi sought to elevate the territory to level 10 to obtain the last blueprint. Once the territory reached level 10, upgrading the Lord's Hall would no longer yield blueprints. He would have to acquire them through other means. My lord, you've been watching for the entire morning. Perhaps you should take a break. The hall girl approached, carrying a wooden tray adorned with a tea set. Not at all. I have no pressing matters. Watching is not taxing. Lin Yi waved his hand, only to be taken aback by the sight of the items she brought. Where did these come from? Although the tea set appeared rudimentary, Lin Yi recognized its significance at once. But how could such items exist in this realm? It was entirely illogical. In this world, tea was non-existent. Lin Yi had contemplated numerous schemes for wealth, including tea production. It was not merely simple. The external flora went largely unregulated, provided one did not deliberately damage public greenery. Thus, he had considered cultivating tea leaves for profit. However, as someone utterly unfamiliar with tea, He could not even distinguish a tea plant. He had attempted to harvest tinder buds from some low shrubs and, after roasting them, promptly abandoned the idea. Ultimately, he found his first fortune through writing, though the world was not particularly welcoming to literary pursuits. The royalties he earned sufficed for a modest existence. But the prospect of wealth remained elusive. The Lord's realm was far more fascinating than the novels he penned. The hall girl set the items down and ceased all movement. These were sent by the medical clinic. They said you would know what they are and how to use them. Sent by the medical clinic? Lin Yi stood in stunned silence for a moment before suddenly coming to a realization. Indeed, tea seems to have historical ties to traditional Chinese medicine. It was entirely plausible that the little girl from the medical clinic could brew tea. Excitement surged within Lin Yi. If he was correct, this could mean the territory would soon possess a unique specialty. The craftsmanship of tea could be simple or complex, yet it was not easily imitated. Indeed, the medical clinic spoke true. This is something I am familiar with. Continuing onward, Lin Yi diligently contemplated the memories of his past life, clumsily managing to brew a pot of tea. As the familiar aroma wafted through the air, he was filled with emotion. How long had it been? In his previous life, he was not particularly fond of tea, yet growing up, who among them had not sipped it? Even if one lacked the finesse to appreciate it fully, brewing it was certainly within reach. Chapter 42. Their return is imminent. By the afternoon, Lin Yi had finally gathered the steel he needed. Without hesitation, he upgraded the Lord's Hall and, in doing so, acquired the final blueprint. At last, he was on the right track. The territory could now achieve a perfect cycle. Holding the blueprint for the school, which was a reward for the upgrade, Lin Yi found an open space and immediately began its construction. School. Level 1. Strength, 500. All attributes, 20. Innate talent, inheritance. As previously mentioned, the villagers and soldiers in the Lord's world were not fundamentally different. Their only distinction lay in the knowledge imparted during recruitment. However, with the establishment of the school, this disparity would soon cease to exist. The purpose of the school, as its name implies, is to impart knowledge. This means that if villagers enter the school to learn combat skills, upon completion, they too could become soldiers. Admittedly, freshly trained villagers might not possess the same finesse as those directly recruited, yet experience is not gained overnight, with enough battles. Even a novice can evolve into a seasoned veteran. The same holds true for soldiers. Thus, after reaching level 10, the true gameplay of the Lord's game begins. It seems Lin Yi may have advanced a bit too far ahead. Gazing at the school's youthful attendant, he felt a wave of despondency wash over him. While the establishment of the school would undoubtedly benefit the territory, he was still in the novice phase and unable to maximize its potential. The attributes of the residential attendants rendered combat experience seemingly insignificant. Similarly, although soldiers could also acquire production knowledge, the presence of residential attendants rendered the soldiers' learning unnecessary. The territory's warehouse was nearing capacity. In a typical scenario, other lords' territories would max out at level 4, a feat made possible only by the harvest week bonuses. Otherwise, based on normal yields, reaching level 3 at this juncture would be commendable for other lords. Considering the residential attendants' attributes, which far surpassed the average, coupled with their backpacks, their efficiency in both gathering and production was evident. Other lords' villagers lacked backpacks. They either had to rely on manual labor to transport materials or depend on the lord for transportation. How could it possibly be as simple as it was for Lin Yi? Realizing it was not yet the time to utilize the school, Lin Yi came to terms with it. He upgraded the school to level 5, alleviating some of the warehouse's burden, and casually dismissed the school's attendant. Next, he intended to visit the barracks. From tomorrow onward, hostile creatures would emerge in the wild. He harbored no concerns for the residential attendants encountering these foes. After all, one could never ascertain who the true prey was. As the lord, it was essential to gauge the current combat strength of his territory. Upon arriving at the barracks, he was astounded to find that the once sparse training ground was now bustling with soldiers. Counting them, he discovered over 60 soldiers, not even accounting for those absent from the training ground. How many treasures had the warehouse unearthed in recent days to afford such a recruitment? Casting a glance, Lin Yi refrained from entering. Instead, he turned back to the Lord's Hall. He had merely come to assess the situation, and knowing the approximate strength of his forces sufficed for now. Before the day concluded, Lin Yi summoned all the attendants back home, including those from the ranch who had been out in the fields. This action led him to uncover the hidden attributes of the ranch attendants. Not only could they reclaim buildings, but they also gathered the animals from the ranch. What a delightful surprise. Regrettably, once reclaimed, the buildings ceased all function, as though frozen in time. Even the animals within halted their growth, which left Lin Yi feeling somewhat disappointed. He had imagined this could serve as a form of spatial ranch. Alas, they still needed to be released. In the hall, Lin Yi inquired of the attendant nearby. Has everyone in the territory returned? The attendant closed her eyes to sense the surroundings and then shook her head in response. Apologies, the warehouse has not yet returned. And we currently have no means of contacting her. The warehouse. Lin Yi pressed his hand to his forehead. The warehouse attendant had been missing for several days. Had it not been for the occasional appearance of treasure chests and materials, he might have suspected she had encountered some mishap outside. Hence, during every upgrade, he had not overlooked the warehouse, fearing that she might have faced danger while outside. Very well, if the warehouse has not returned, then so be it. With her abilities, even if she encountered trouble, she should be able to escape. Unable to make contact with the warehouse attendant and uncertain where to search for her, Lin Yi resolved to let it be. After some contemplation, Lin Yi addressed the hall. Let us allow everyone to rest today. It is prudent to prepare for tomorrow's monster siege. No one should venture out for work. We shall address matters once stability is restored. The attendant nodded. Understood, my lord. The following morning, Lin Yi gathered everyone in the territory early. Aside from the production buildings continuing their operations as usual, all planned outings were cancelled. And Lin Yi led everyone to the top of the city walls to await the impending moment in silence. Today marked the 7th day since Lin Yi arrived in the Lord's world. Precisely 7 days prior, at 10 o'clock in the morning, the Lord game had officially commenced. Thus, the next announcement would occur at 10 o'clock, 7 days later. As he looked around at the circle of chattering attendants, Lin Yi felt a headache coming on. Yet he could not help but feel a surge of satisfaction, whose territory was as formidable as his. Were it not for uncertainty regarding the intensity of the monster siege, he might have been too lazy to even rally his forces. Soon enough, amidst the chatter of the attendants, the time finally struck 10 o'clock. Ding! Announcement in the newbie zone of the Lord's World. Event broadcast commencing. The first week of events is drawing to a close, and we are about to enter the next phase. New trials are forthcoming, and we urge all lords to continue their efforts. Once the safe period concludes, the expelled hostile units will return, various adversaries will emerge in the wild, and these foes will periodically invade the territories. Lords, please be prepared. Simultaneously, a chat channel among newbie lords will be activated, allowing those who have constructed markets to engage in trade. The system will enable trading functionality, allowing surplus materials to be exchanged for gold through the market. The event is nearing its conclusion. The next week's events are about to be drawn. Drawing in progress. The events for the upcoming week have been extracted and confirmed as the Cataclysm of the Savage Beasts. Cataclysm of the Savage Beasts. The number of all hostile units in the wilderness is 2. Chapter 43. The first battle of the barracks loli. The law of nature is survival, and the essence of survival is plunder. The expelled creatures will return with vengeful hearts. All lords are advised to take precautions. The announcement continues. The waves of monsters attacking will vary according to the distance explored by the lords. Your exploration distance this week is 167 kilometers, which will result in 16 waves of monsters besieging the castle. Please annihilate the invading foes to maintain the integrity of your territory. Upon seeing the system's announcement, Lin Yi momentarily found it hard to believe his eyes. He rubbed them to confirm he was not mistaken, then fell into deep contemplation. What does it mean that I have explored over 100 kilometers? I haven't even explored 10 kilometers. Could there be an error in this? Lin Yi's gaze swept over the Lolis around him. The civilian Lolis? Impossible. He was well aware that the resource-gathering locations of the civilian Lolis did not exceed 10 kilometers. Could it be that they ventured out in search of food? But that shouldn't be the case. Searching for food wouldn't lead them to travel over 100 kilometers. A few kilometers at most would suffice. My lord, have you perhaps forgotten that there is one person who has yet to return? The hall loli gently reminded him. Oh, right. At that moment, Lin Yi finally recalled the missing individual. The storage loli had been wandering about outside. Please do not tell me that the over 100 kilometers was the doing of the storage loli. But upon reflection, it seemed that only the storage loli could accomplish such a feat, although the other lolis could, in theory, run straight in one direction for over 160 kilometers. They lacked the time, and those with the time would not engage in such a thankless endeavor. It appeared that only the perpetually missing storage loli had the time, motivation, and spirit for such a task. Sigh. If only I had known to tell the storage loli to take it easy. Time passed minute by minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Half an hour went by, and still, outside the castle walls, there remained a profound silence. Aside from a few birds searching for seeds in the open space outside the walls, there was no sign of any monsters. Lin Yi stood atop the walls, growing increasingly impatient, pacing back and forth. What is going on? If they are coming, then let them come. Do they not realize how much time this is wasting for me? Howl. Just as Lin Yi began to doubt whether the monsters would indeed come to besiege, a wolf howl echoed from deep within the forest, far from the castle walls. Howl. Howl. This howl resonated like a clarion call. From various corners of the forest, Howls emerged one after another. A grayish-white figure leaped forth from the forest, soon followed by the second and third. As these figures burst forth from the woods, they charged directly towards the castle walls, converging as they ran. Lin Yi stood atop the walls, counting, and discovered that the wolf pack ultimately numbered 12. These wolves stood over a meter tall, their fur a mix of gray and white, with sharp fangs glinting menacingly, and their large tails trailing behind them, all fully grown. Exuding an aura of lethal intent, their eyes were sharp, seemingly eager to feast upon flesh. However, as the pack reached the base of the walls, they collectively froze in bewilderment. What is this? Why is there a castle wall before us? As they approached, the wolves appeared as though they had been abruptly paused, staring at the towering walls in confusion. Some wolves, stunned by the sight, stumbled forward, rolling a few times before regaining their footing. The pack's eyes were filled with visible bewilderment. Wasn't this supposed to be a novice territory? Who informed me about these walls? Observing the wolves lingering beneath the walls, the barracks loli was nearly beside herself with joy. Heaven knows how long she had awaited this moment. As a personification of the barracks, her sole passion lay in combating minor monsters. Of course, with no monsters present, the wolf pack would have to suffice. With a sparkle in her eyes, the barracks loli trembled with excitement. Unable to contain herself any longer, she clasped her hands and looked to Lin Yi. My lord, might I request your command to lead the charge? Lin Yi nodded. Very well, since you have requested it, let us open the gates. Open the gates. No need. It would be too troublesome to run down. I shall go out myself. Without waiting for the gates to be opened, the barracks loli leaped onto the parapet and directly jumped down from the castle walls. Goodness, is she really that reckless? Lin Yi hurriedly approached to check, and upon seeing the barracks loli land safely, he breathed a sigh of relief. Since the barracks loli dared to jump down, it indicated that she was confident, and he had worried needlessly. My lord brother, we wish to join her. The civilian Lolis, having stared at the wolf pack for a while, seemed to have come to a realization, or perhaps the barracks loli's sudden action snapped them back to reality. Once they regained their composure, the barracks loli had already leaped down, prompting them to hastily turn to Lin Yi with their requests. All right, you may go down as well. Currently, the barracks was only level 6, giving the barracks loli a stat of 45. However, the civilian Lolis had reached level 9, with stats of 65, enough to spar with soldiers even without combat experience. So Lin Yi felt no concern. Let them witness the spectacle. After all, space atop the walls was limited, and the parapet was too high for the civilian Lolis to see without climbing. The initial waves likely posed little danger, so allowing them to descend to help clean up the battlefield would be acceptable. However, should they encounter a formidable enemy, Lin Yi would certainly not stand idly by. After the civilian Lolis descended, Lin Yi shifted his focus back to the barracks loli. The barracks loli had gone down alone, without any soldiers accompanying her. The soldiers remained at the castle gate, leaving only the barracks loli and the first wave of wolves outside the walls. Today is the day to achieve great deeds. The barracks loli raised her spear, pointing it at the wolf pack. Her blood surged at that moment, an inexhaustible power converging into her spear. Buzz, as her strength coalesced, her aura soared, causing the air surrounding her to thicken. The wolf pack crouched anxiously, their claws agitated, fully aware of the formidable enemy before them, exercising utmost caution. Even with their numerical advantage, the wolves dared not be careless. As the barracks loli's aura reached its zenith, both the wolf pack and the barracks loli prepared for battle. Just then, a sharp, melodious voice suddenly cut through the tension. Dame! Several figures surged forth from the half-open gates, instantly shattering the oppressive atmosphere. Bang! 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 Before the barracks loli could even react, the wolf pack had already been knocked unconscious by the civilian Lolis. Wait, this was supposed to be my battle. What are you civilians doing here? The barracks loli seized one of the civilian Lolis joyfully hauling a wolf back, her anger igniting, her body trembling with rage. What are you doing? The civilian loli turned back with an expression of utter nonchalance. My lord brother has decreed that if we encounter any animals in the wilderness, we should capture those we can and bring them back to raise, while those we cannot capture must be dealt with on the spot. We are merely executing his orders. Chapter 44. Is this still a battle? The conversation between the residential loli and the barracks loli echoed up to the battlements, leaving Lin Yi in a state of utter bewilderment. Good gracious, is this truly what I meant? Do you not exercise discretion when capturing animals? Those herbivores could be raised, but wolves are carnivorous. Where shall we procure enough meat to nourish a wolf? Moreover, they hardly grow any meat. The barracks loli stood there, utterly dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words, her gaze fixed on the residential loli as she effortlessly dispatched the wolf pack. Hey, is my inaugural battle already over? A wave of grievance surged within her, and her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. On the battlements, The residential loli approached Lin Yi, beaming as she carried a group of wolves, eagerly seeking praise. "My lord brother, look! Food has come to us unbidden. Shall we feast upon them?" She tossed the unconscious wolves at the feet of the ranch loli, tugging at Lin Yi's clothing, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "All right, tonight we shall feast. Please take these wolves to the dining hall." He affectionately ruffled her hair, prompting an ecstatic cheer from the residential loli as she hurried away, carrying the wolves toward the dining hall. Hooray! Observing the residential loli's departure, Lin Yi realized he ought to occasionally check on the ranch. According to her logic, the animals they captured might not all be suitable for domestication. However, as they were still in the midst of a monster siege, this matter could afford to wait for the time being. He cast his gaze toward the forest beyond, already anticipating what the next wave of monsters would be. For other lords, a monster siege might be a formidable challenge, but a pack of 12 wolves posed little threat to a level 4 territory like his, certainly not as easily navigated as Lin Yi had managed. Even if those lords had already recruited soldiers, without treasure chests, how could they afford to hire troops? Even if they managed to muster a few, they might not stand a chance against the wolves. After all, the recruited soldiers were mere novices, lacking weapons and armor, which they would have to forge themselves. Thus, the only viable strategy was to send the villagers in waves, leveraging their numerical superiority to prevail. Just as Lin Yi was lost in thought, the second wave of monsters burst forth from the forest. A dozen wild boars, large and small, revealed their sharp tusks, resembling bulldozers as they kicked up a cloud of dust while advancing toward the battlements. Below the walls, the barracks loli and a group of soldiers were already prepared, forming a line to confront the oncoming charge of the boars. The soldiers summoned by the barracks loli differed from the recruited ones, while the latter were typically unarmed. The former were equipped with various weapons and armor each time they were summoned. Although not fully equipped, any deficiencies could be remedied at the blacksmith's forge. Thus, the soldiers appeared somewhat formidable at first glance. The barracks loli stood resolutely behind the soldiers, gripping her spear tightly, her eyes filled with determination. She had recklessly leaped down from the battlements, eager to be the first to engage in battle, only to have her moment usurped by the residential loli. Now that the soldiers had assembled, she found herself devoid of an excuse to fight solo, which only fueled her frustration. Yet, it was not entirely the residential loli's fault. If she had not delayed the battle with her lengthy preparations, she would not have been outpaced. Furthermore, now the battlements were not solely occupied by soldiers, but also by a throng of residential lolis who had failed to secure prey. As the wild boars charged forward, the residential lolis gazed longingly at the spectacle. After exchanging glances, they stealthily circumvented the engrossed soldiers, unwittingly positioning themselves at the same level. "Boss, I have something to report." One of the residential lolis caught the attention of a soldier standing at the edge of the formation. After hesitating, she ultimately decided to inform the barracks loli. "Do not speak. The enemy is approaching. Do not lose focus." "But, I said not to lose focus. Save your concerns for after the battle." The barracks loli interrupted impatiently, her eyes fixed on the wild boars. "What time is it now? Why can't we be better prepared?" "But I wanted to say, if we do not take the initiative to attack, we may not get our chance." The soldier looked dejectedly as the residential loli slipped past their formation, wisely choosing to remain silent. It was too late to say anything now. All they could do was hope their leader had the fortitude to withstand the coming onslaught. "Oh yes, let us catch the boars." "What?" The barracks loli turned in horror, only to see a swarm of residential lolis dashing toward the wild boars, their short legs moving like whirlwinds. The residential loli brigade outpaced the wild boars, and in the blink of an eye, the two groups collided in a fray. In an instant, it was as if thunder struck the earth, a comet colliding with the planet. The dozen wild boars, which should have charged with impunity, proved to be no match for the strength of the lolis, who swiftly overwhelmed them. "Boars, lie down. Do not snatch. This one is mine. Catch them alive. My lord brother wants them alive. If they die, it's fine. We'll have extra dinner tonight." The wild boars, reputed to be fearsome creatures even to tigers, had met their match in these extraordinarily powerful lolis. The moment they engaged, one boar took at least 3 heavy blows. With such limited space, only 3 lolis could confront it directly, or else the boar would have been utterly incapacitated. The boars arrived swiftly and lay down in peace. Within mere seconds, the entire herd of wild boars had been knocked unconscious. Thus, over a dozen residential lolis eagerly hoisted the massive boars and returned to Lin Yi to claim their accolades. "My lord brother, we stop. We have enough meat for tonight. Let us raise these." With that, Lin Yi promptly summoned the ranch loli to take the boars to the ranch. Very well." The residential loli, thrilled, dropped the boars and hurriedly dashed back outside. "How infuriating. Will we ever get to enjoy ourselves?" The barracks loli fumed, stamping her foot in frustration, yet she could do nothing about the residential loli. It would be absurd to attack her when they had yet to engage the enemy. Besides, it was uncertain whether she could even prevail. However, it felt fundamentally wrong for the residential Lolis to seize credit during a monster siege. The third wave arrived swiftly. Nearly 20 massive bears roared as they charged toward the territory. The barracks loli and soldiers stood ready, while the residential Lolis surged forward, shouting, "Bears, fall! My lord brother!" To the dining hall. Certainly. The fourth, fifth, and sixth waves followed in rapid succession. The invading foes consisted solely of ordinary wild beasts. Although their combat strength increased and their numbers swelled, against the overwhelming horde of over 100 residential Lolis, these beasts had no chance of even reaching the walls, let alone allowing the soldiers a chance to engage. The moment she made her appearance, the eager little girl from the residential area swiftly divided the enemies among her. Chapter 45, The Great Eagle Strikes. It was not until the seventh wave that the situation began to shift ever so slightly. In the first 6 waves, the attackers were merely ordinary beasts, with the giant bear followed by a massive crocodile. The crocodile, measuring over 10 meters in length, found itself utterly humiliated by the mere 1.2-meter tall girl. Despite her diminutive stature, her enhanced attributes allowed her to prevail. Crocodile skin is a valuable commodity, and the meat is equally prized. The skin was promptly delivered to the tailor's shop, while the meat was sent to the dining hall, ensuring that nothing was wasted. The subsequent encounters with the giant python and the colossal elephant followed suit. However, fate differed for each in the same realm. The python, being a carnivorous creature with considerable dietary demands, met the same fate as the crocodile. Yet the elephant, being herbivorous and immense in size, proved advantageous as either a means of transportation or a source of meat. Although the little girls in the territory possessed backpacks, making them far more efficient than the elephant, the prospect of selling the beast in the future was enticing enough for Lin Yi to incorporate it into the ranch. However, with the onset of the seventh wave, the hostile units began to change. A sharp, urgent screech pierced the air, shattering the jubilant atmosphere among the little girls. As they searched for ingredients, dark specks began to appear in the sky, swiftly approaching the territory. As the black spots drew closer, the inhabitants realized with horror that they were enormous eagles, each boasting a wingspan of nearly 10 meters. Lin Yi's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately shouted to the little girls outside, urging them to return and be wary of the skies. What does it mean to have a giant eagle with a wingspan nearly 10 meters wide? To put it plainly, such a creature could effortlessly lift 100 kilograms. For instance, the golden eagle on Earth is capable of snatching wolves. A girl of merely 1.2 meters would be an easy target for such a predator. Despite Lin Yi's warning, the speed of the giant eagles was overwhelming. And it was too late. The eagles, having spotted the little girls from a distance, began their dive as they closed in, while the girls remained oblivious to the impending threat, still gazing into the forest. With a piercing, urgent cry, the giant eagles, as if commanded by an unseen force, accelerated one after another, directly targeting the little girls who were still scurrying about on the ground. In the blink of an eye, over 10 little girls were snatched away from the open space, leaving Lin Yi standing atop the walls, in anguished disbelief as he watched the eagles seize the girls one after another, with some eagles even capturing 2 at a time. This sight shattered his heart. Were they to begin suffering losses in the seventh wave? The mere thought of the ensuing scenes was unbearable. The hunting tactics of the giant eagles were rather straightforward. Smaller prey would be killed instantly by their sharp talons, while larger targets would be dropped from great heights to meet their demise. In essence, being captured by a giant eagle could only lead to 2 outcomes: death by fall or mutual destruction. The chances of survival for the prey were exceedingly slim. Though the little girls boasted high attributes, they were not immune to fatal falls, and Lin Yi began to regret allowing them to venture outside. "Brother Lord, look." At that moment, a girl from the ranch tapped Lin Yi on the shoulder and pointed towards the sky. Could there still be a glimmer of hope in this dire situation? With reddened eyes, Lin Yi gazed upward, praying for a miracle, yet fully aware that such hope was faint. However, as he looked up, he was astounded by the actions of the little girls. Incredible, they were managing to do that. Although the distance was considerable, Lin Yi's vision remained sharp enough to discern the little girls' responses after being captured. Despite their small size, they still weighed several dozen kilograms, which caused the giant eagles to lose significant altitude upon seizing them. It was precisely this factor that enabled the little girls to execute a nearly flawless self-rescue tactic. The primary challenge after being captured was to avoid being dropped. If they could secure themselves to the eagle, at least they would share the same fate. The little girls capitalized on this notion. Though the eagles captured them in various ways, by the head, shoulder, or back, their impressive attributes rendered the eagle's claws ineffective. Thus, the opportunity arose. Unlike ordinary prey, The little girls possessed a unique advantage. They had hands. Instinctively, upon being grasped, they seized hold of the eagle's talons, transforming their role from passive to active. The eagles could no longer discard them unless the girls chose to let go. With their attribute advantages, the little girls managed to wrest free from the eagle's grip. While a few who were caught by the back were slightly slower, the majority took the initiative, climbing up along the eagle's legs. The eagle's thighs were broader than that of an adult human, making them perfectly suited for the little girls to ascend. With one hand stabilizing their position, the girls used their other hand to retrieve various stones of differing sizes from their backpacks. As the eagles felt the increased strain, they flapped their wings vigorously in an attempt to gain altitude. In response, the little girls switched to larger stones, using varying weights to control the eagle's flight height, ensuring they maintained a steady descent. Now, the eagles found themselves trapped in a precarious situation. They performed aerial acrobatics, trying to shake off the little girls clinging to their thighs. Yet, the girls held on tenaciously, regardless of the eagles' maneuvers, even finding the energy to tease the eagles with their stones. Ultimately, the eagles, being living creatures, recognized that if they descended obediently, the little girls would not trouble them further. Consequently, a portion of the eagles capitulated. Another faction, however, chose to face their fate head-on. Realizing they could not rid themselves of the little girls, they dove straight toward the ground, intent on a mutual demise. In such cases, the little girls had their own methods. No longer throwing stones, they clung tightly to the eagle's thighs, took a deep breath, shifted their weight, and executed a death roll. In pain, the eagles abandoned their suicidal intent, performing a spiraling ascent instead. This back and forth continued, and through sheer determination, the little girls managed to subdue several disobedient eagles. Yet, a few remained stubborn. 3 eagles persisted in their resolve, spiraling downwards with the little girls still clinging on. Under the rapid rotation, the colossal eagles were reduced to nothing but bones, while the homely Lolis that had been riding upon them transformed into a streak of white light, gradually dissipating upon rolling on the ground. Homely. Lin Yi stood atop the city wall, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to fathom the reality of a casualty. Chapter 46, A False Alarm. Huh, Lord Dodo, are you looking for me? A voice suddenly called from behind, and Lin Yi turned, his overwhelming anger abruptly extinguished. The homely loli approached, stuffing various foods into her mouth, her words mumbled and indistinct. With a resounding boom, she split into 3 homely lolis. The moment these 3 appeared, they stumbled forward like drunken revelers, soon collapsing onto the ground. I can't take it anymore. I'm so dizzy. I feel like I'm going to vomit. So many stars. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yi felt as though his earlier anger had been misplaced. Was it possible that the homely lolis could indeed resurrect? No, they were merely clones. It hardly even qualified as resurrection. At that moment, the homely loli managed to swallow the food she had been chewing. Standing before Lin Yi with her sparkling eyes raised to him. Did you just call for me, big brother lord? What do you need from me? It's nothing much. Just asking you to deliver these prey to the pasture. Oh, so that's what it is. Although she was puzzled as to why Lin Yi felt the need to specify something she was already going to do, the homely loli obediently nodded and went to carry out her task. Shifting his gaze away from her, Lin Yi silently calmed his racing heart. He had been quite anxious moments ago, fearing that the homely loli might have suffered a casualty. Little did he know that she would provide him with such a delightful surprise. It seemed that as long as the main body remained, the clones could be summoned again with food after disappearing. If that were the case, there was no need to hurry and call the homely loli back. In his territory, if nothing else, food was certainly plentiful. A total of 15 colossal eagles had attacked. 3 refused to yield and were smashed to a pulp, while the remaining 12 were seized by the homely loli by their napes and tossed into the pasture. Although the eagle species yielded little meat, their ability to fly presented a significant advantage. Once domesticated, they could carry the little lolis for reconnaissance, far more convenient than running on the ground. The battlefield outside the city walls was swiftly cleared. The shattered remains of the colossal eagles were collected by the homely loli. Although the broken eagles could not be delivered to the cafeteria, the animals in the pasture needed sustenance. Not all the creatures there were herbivorous. Wild boars, for instance, were omnivorous and would consume anything. Having just finished cleaning up the battlefield, the 8th wave of monsters arrived in quick succession. Rustling sounds emanated from the forest, and the towering trees swayed incessantly, as if some gigantic creature were moving within. Lin Yi felt no concern whatsoever. It was merely the novice phase. No extraordinary powers would manifest, so even if dinosaurs were to appear, Lin Yi was confident he could capture them. While the homely lolis appeared formidable, they lacked any semblance of teamwork, each fighting independently. The regular troops had yet to be given their chance to shine. After the rustling sound subsided, a black, glimmering figure emerged from the forest, followed by more dark silhouettes. Ugh, so disgusting. I don't think we can eat that. Should we catch it? Does Big Brother Lord want this? Upon seeing these figures, the homely Lolis displayed expressions of disdain. These figures were none other than massive beetles. Well, after giant animals, we have giant insects, right? This is really testing our patience. Seeing the monsters approach, the homely Lolis scattered, racing down from the city wall. If the creatures were something they could rear and consume, they would have eagerly rushed forward without Lin Yi's prompting. However, faced with these insects that held no culinary or breeding value, their enthusiasm waned. As they dashed past the soldiers' formation, the homely Lolis cheekily made faces at the troops. This is your responsibility now. We're taking a break. In response to the homely Lolis provocation, the soldier Lolis stood firm, not even deigning to spare a glance in their direction. They focused intently on the giant beetles charging towards the soldiers. At long last, it is my turn on the battlefield. Though they were merely a swarm of insects, it was far better than being idle. Immediately, she raised her spear and began issuing commands to the soldiers. Shield bearers, forward. Spearmen in the rear, prepare to throw your spears at my command. The soldiers moved with astonishing speed, as if guided by an invisible hand, swiftly rearranging themselves. In mere moments, the robust soldiers, bearing heavy shields, surged to the front of the formation like a tempest. Their synchronized movements saw them slam their indomitable shields into the hard ground, creating a resounding thud. Following this, the spearmen behind them unhesitatingly raised their razor-sharp spears, bracing them firmly atop the shields. Before anyone could react, yet another squad of trained shield bearers quickly advanced, adding another layer of shields to the already formidable wall. In an instant, the barrier formed by countless shields towered high, exceeding 2 meters in height. From a distance, the densely packed spears atop the shield wall resembled the sharp quills of a porcupine, glinting ominously in the sunlight. At that moment, the soldier Loli issued a command. Spearmen ready. Fire. However, an unexpected event unfolded just as she gave the order. A massive bolt from a towering crossbow suddenly whistled through the air, akin to a flash of lightning. This bolt, propelled by unparalleled strength and speed, soared over the soldiers' heads, effortlessly piercing through 2 of the clawing beetles. Ultimately, it embedded one of the beetles firmly into the ground, as if it were a divine spear securing the earth. It was only at this moment that the spears hurled by the soldiers began to ascend into the air, but compared to the bolt that had arrived first, they were significantly delayed. Undeniably, the beetles possessed high defense. Had those spears been launched by a mere band of ordinary individuals, they would have achieved little. Yet, regrettably for the beetles, these spears were hurled by a cadre of extraordinarily strong Lolis. With insufficient strength, they made up for it with sheer power. Even a wooden stick, in the hands of these Lolis, could exert an impact akin to that of modern weaponry. Upon striking the beetles, the spearheads visibly began to deform. However, under the forceful backlash, every single spear sank deeply into the beetles' bodies. Some even struck their vulnerable spots, causing the beetles to collapse immediately. Originally, nearly 40 beetles had charged out from the forest, but after the onslaught from the soldier Lolis and the arrow tower, less than half made it to the soldiers. And of those, the majority were already severely wounded. Chapter 47. The Outlook on Life of the Dwellings. The surviving beetles seemed to have lost their reason, recklessly charging towards the wall of shields formed by the soldiers. They appeared utterly oblivious to the glinting, icy spears ahead, akin to moths drawn to a flame, fearlessly rushing to their demise. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed. The beetles had reached the very front of the shield wall and, without hesitation, launched a fierce assault against it. In that instant, the entire battlefield reverberated with the heart-stopping sound of their collision. With a sickening squelch, accompanied by spine-chilling noises, green blood erupted like a fountain, showering the shield wall and instantly adorning its once cold, hard surface with a vibrant touch reminiscent of spring. The razor-sharp spears plunged deep into the beetles' tough exoskeletons, transforming the scene into a horrific display of carnage. Yet, despite the ferocity of the beetles' onslaught, they failed to inflict any damage upon the unyielding shield wall. The wall stood resolutely, unshaken even by the tremendous force of the impact. At that moment, the young commander, witnessing the shield wall withstand the initial charge of the beetles and stifle their overwhelming advance, decisively issued a new command. Shield bearers, charge. As the adage goes, an eye for an eye. Since the beetles dared to assault our shield wall, we shall retaliate with equal vigor. The very next instant, the uppermost section of the shield wall came crashing down. The first row of shield bearers swiftly raised their massive shields. Then, like tigers descending from the mountains, they surged forward with an explosive onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening roars erupted, and the bewildered beetles, still reeling from their earlier impact and unable to regain their poise, were sent flying far away by the sudden and powerful charge of the shield bearers. They tumbled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Pikemen, follow up. The pikemen advanced, delivering a decisive strike against the helpless beetles. Already in a state of severe injury, the beetles, having been disoriented by the shield bearers' assault, were further targeted by the pikemen's precise attacks, leaving them no chance to retaliate. In less than half a minute, the entire invading horde of beetles was annihilated. What a thrilling battle. The young commander stood at the rear of the formation, her face flushed with excitement, feeling invigorated despite not engaging directly in combat. This is how battles should be fought. Do those dwellers even comprehend what it means to fight? She even cast a provocative glance towards the dwelling girl. However, her gaze was wasted on the blind. The dwelling girl was completely oblivious, eagerly preparing to clean up the battlefield as soon as the fight concluded. Can this be eaten? Though it doesn't look very appetizing. The outer shell is hard, and the inner flesh is pale. It should be edible. Perhaps I should take it back and ask Lord Brother if it's safe to eat. What a splendid idea. The dwelling girl rummaged through the pile of insect corpses, her face a mixture of disdain and indecision, much like a child encountering durian for the first time. Though she found it repulsive, she hesitated to discard it. Caught in a quandary, not only was the dwelling girl conflicted, but Lin Yi atop the city wall was equally torn. Watching the dwelling girl, brimming with enthusiasm as she approached him with a bug carcass, he wished he could find a place to hide. You ask if these insects are edible. Of course they are. Remove the heads. Their protein content is 6 times that of beef. Coat them in flour, fry them up, and the neighborhood children will be clamoring for a taste. But I don't like them. He couldn't even bear to look at them. They reminded him of a traumatic childhood experience when he inadvertently consumed one raw. Lord Brother, can this be eaten? The dwelling girl excitedly brandished a pale insect leg, persistently inquiring. Lin Yi covered his face, overwhelmed by the memories. Yes, it's edible, but I don't recommend it. Lord Brother says it's edible. To the cafeteria. Before Lin Yi could finish his sentence, the dwelling girl demonstrated her remarkable talent for selective hearing, shouting and directing the other dwelling girls to spring into action. The adorable little girls hustled about like a whirlwind, eagerly gathering the mountain of edible spoils and racing towards the cafeteria. In their innocent and straightforward worldview, they had a simple classification system for various items. Anything edible was to be sent to the cafeteria. Creatures that could be raised would naturally be taken to the ranch for proper care. As for those that were neither edible nor suitable for raising, they were promptly disposed of as fertilizer. Such a blunt yet practical philosophy was, indeed, the epitome of simplicity. Lin Yi stared in disbelief at the flock of exuberant dwelling girls flitting away like little birds, his face a canvas of confusion and helplessness. Can't you at least let me finish speaking? You excel at taking things out of context. However, the dwelling girls had already disappeared without a trace, leaving him powerless to intervene. Well, since it has come to this, I suppose I'll forego lunch at the cafeteria today. With a resigned shake of his head, he redirected his focus back to the battlefield. At that moment, the 9th wave of enemies was approaching with great ferocity, heralding another intense battle on the horizon. It is worth noting that although only a little over 100 dwelling girls participated in the cleanup, their speed was astonishing, especially when dealing with the edible spoils. They were remarkably swift and decisive. In no time, the once chaotic battlefield was transformed into a pristine expanse. Aside from some residual green blood staining the ground, there was hardly a trace of the large insect remains, and even the slightly larger shells had vanished. The battlefield appeared clean and orderly, as if the previous harrowing conflict had never transpired. The next wave of enemies consisted once again of large insects. The 9th wave featured gigantic mantises, each towering over 3 meters high. They were slender and remarkably swift, their scythe-like forelimbs slicing through the air with astounding power. Yet, no matter how formidable they appeared, they were no match for the battalion of well-organized soldiers. In terms of strength, speed, and reflexes, the soldier girls completely dominated the giant mantises. Chapter 48, Capture and Raise. A volley of javelins was launched. The mantises, possessing great offensive capabilities but lacking in defense, fell in droves. Their swift movements did not allow them to evade the soldiers' javelin throws. In fact, it hastened their demise. Coupled with the crossbow bolts from the arrow towers within the walls and the concealed arrow tower girls firing from behind the soldiers, by the time the giant mantises approached the formation, hardly 10 remained. Even the few giant mantises that had narrowly evaded the javelins, without even touching the shield wall, were pierced through by the spear wielders, leaving them utterly chilled. TCH. How dull. The young girl from the barracks stood at the rear, her face contorted with displeasure as she stamped her foot. She was exceedingly dissatisfied with the performance of these giant mantises. After all, The beetles they had encountered before could at least exchange blows with the soldiers, yet these giant mantises were dispatched without even reaching the front lines. The battlefield lay in ruins, but the girls from the residential area acted swiftly, quickly clearing the scene and transporting the corpses of the giant mantises to the dining hall. Once the cleanup was completed, they immediately readied their gear, adjusting their states in preparation for the impending fierce feast of battle. At that moment, Lin Yi had grown somewhat numb, silently lamenting within himself. Let it be destroyed. For the next several days, he would certainly not set foot in the dining hall again. Just then, the 10th wave of enemies stealthily approached. A group of enormous spiders slowly emerged from the dense forest. Each one was the size of a bathtub, densely filling the entire field of vision, with a rough estimate of at least 100 or more. Merely glancing at them was enough to provoke a visceral fear of clusters. The spiders, with their long, hairy legs constantly swaying, and their heads adorned with compound eyes resembling honeycombs, were utterly spine-chilling. Even Lin Yi, who was already squeamish about insects, felt goosebumps rise on his skin at the sight. However, unlike the others, the seamstress girl beside him suddenly lit up with excitement upon seeing the swarm of spiders, as if a brilliant idea had struck her. Lord, let us capture these spiders and keep them. What on earth? What did you just say? Lin Yi momentarily could not believe his ears, questioning whether he had misheard. Lord, I said, let us capture these spiders and keep them. Confirmed, he had not misheard. The seamstress girl tugged at Lin Yi's clothing, her eyes sparkling with fervor as she gazed at the advancing army of spiders. Completely disregarding Lin Yi, who was nearly paling, she continued to chatter. Lord, these are spiders. Spiders can spin silk, and if we capture them, we can use their silk to make clothes. In their territory, there were only leather and various hemp fibers, resulting in garments that were neither aesthetically pleasing nor durable, far inferior to spider silk. Lord, you must give the order. We cannot kill this group of spiders. Lin Yi looked at the seamstress girl with a troubled expression. To be honest, he was quite repulsed by these creatures. Yet, it seemed the seamstress had a peculiar fondness for them, which he had not anticipated. Gritting his teeth, after a fierce internal struggle, Lin Yi ultimately resolved to fulfill the seamstress girl's request. He understood clearly that although this seemed somewhat troublesome and might even be a bit revolting, it could indeed bring certain benefits and advantages to the territory he was sworn to protect. Thus, taking a deep breath, Lin Yi resolutely declared, Very well. I shall issue the command. No sooner had he spoken than the seamstress girl erupted into jubilant cheers. Yay, that's wonderful. Her cheerful voice flowed like a clear spring into the hearts of everyone present. Meanwhile, at the barracks below, the young girl received this latest order with unmistakable displeasure etched upon her face. Just think about it. The previous battle had been so easy, not even reaching the level of a warm-up. Yet now, they were not only forbidden from decisively eliminating the enemy, but were also required to capture them alive. Wouldn't that render the soldiers merely present for show on the battlefield? However, despite her heart brimming with complaints and grievances, the barracks girl dared not show any sign of slackness. She understood that military orders were as firm as mountains. Since the Lord had made a decision and issued a command, she, as a subordinate, had to execute it without fail. Moreover, the real battle had only just begun. Who knew what circumstances might arise next? Perhaps subsequent encounters with the enemy would not necessitate such a strategy of capture. With this thought in mind, the barracks girl swiftly adjusted her mindset and decisively commanded her soldiers to alter their tactical formations. One must remember that throughout the previous battle, she had consistently directed her soldiers to adopt a specific formation to fend off enemy assaults. However, the situation had changed. Since the mission now involved capturing the opponent rather than merely annihilating them, the previous formation was evidently no longer applicable. After all, these foes were not ordinary vertebrates. They belonged to the arthropod category, with anatomical structures and physiological traits vastly different from those of vertebrates. Directly incapacitating them to achieve the goal of capture would not be an easy task, as arthropods did not possess the obvious and easily assailable weaknesses found in vertebrates. Even striking their brain regions with considerable force often failed to ensure instantaneous incapacitation. Not to mention, this was a capture which raised the difficulty level significantly. Currently, the total number of soldiers amounted to over 70, and having one soldier tackle a single spider was somewhat beyond their capabilities. Thus, the residential girl also joined in. Furthermore, to ensure the complete capture of this group of spiders, the ranch girl was also pulled in by the seamstress girl to assist in securing the spiders as soon as possible. The conditions for the ranch's accommodation were that the prey must be incapable of resistance. Once captured, the prey would generally be unable to escape, with the remaining task being merely one of time for taming. Of course, not all animals could be tamed, but generally speaking, as long as ample food was provided, most mindless creatures could be subdued. As for those that could not be tamed or were not cost-effective, they would simply have to satisfy the residential girl. Everyone, remember, our goal is to capture alive, not to annihilate, so take care not to kill them. The barracks girl wandered the battlefield while continuously reminding her soldiers and the residential girls. After all, despite the spiders being so large, they were indeed more vulnerable compared to the girls. Chapter 49, Giant Beetles. Capturing these spiders was not a formidable challenge for the girls. Although the spiders were significantly larger than them, mere size did not confer any advantage. As long as they avoided the spider's silk, these creatures posed minimal threat. The sword and shield soldiers could easily topple the spiders with a single charge. At that moment, individuals with various binding tools stepped forward, swiftly securing the spiders. Their only concern was to ensure they did not apply too much force, lest they inadvertently kill a spider. With the assistance of over 100 residential girls, the soldiers were able to manage the spiders effectively. The sword and shield soldiers charged, while the spear soldiers directly reversed their spearheads to flip the spiders over with brute strength. In total, there were over 40 sword and shield and spear soldiers, and it was no trouble for one soldier to handle 2 or 3 spiders. The remaining spear throwers collaborated with the residential loli, wielding vines or other materials to subdue the spiders. In truth, once one overcomes the dread of these colossal arthropods, capturing them becomes an exceedingly simple task. With just a few bindings to restrain their joints, these spiders become lambs awaiting slaughter. The seamstress Loli, accompanied by the ranch loli, traversed the battlefield, her smile unwavering. Cheerfully, she tidied up as they walked. Even when the occasional spider attempted to strike, they effortlessly evaded the attacks, subsequently leaving the creatures to the sword and shield soldiers or the spearmen. Quite splendid indeed. The seamstress Loli approached a bound spider, her expression ablaze with enthusiasm rather than the typical fear a girl might exhibit upon encountering such an arachnid. Good children, do strive diligently from now on. I have many new inspirations that require your assistance. The ranch loli, meanwhile, collected as she walked. Upon discovering a bound spider still uncontained, she promptly ensnared it. Even a mindless arthropod, after enduring a few hits from the ranch loli, succumbed to drowsiness, allowing her to gather them into her ranch. Observing the battlefield below the city walls, Lin Yi increasingly sensed an anomaly. Wasn't it agreed that the monsters would assault the city? How had it evolved into this? The prior monster siege had devolved into a celebration for the residential loli, yet the incoming creatures failed to pique her interest while captivating the other Lolis. Was this truly a monster siege, or merely a self-service gathering? Over 100 spiders may seem numerous, but distributed among 40 soldiers. Each was merely tasked with handling 2 or 3. Given the soldiers' swift charges, the battle concluded more rapidly than Lin Yi had anticipated. In fact, all the spiders had been captured, and both the seamstress and ranch loli returned, even before the 11th wave of monsters had arrived. Accounting for the time spent clearing the battlefield, the duration was comparable to the previous 2 encounters. The barracks loli still had time to reorganize the formation. Brother Lord, please conclude this quickly. I can hardly wait to see the little spiders spin their webs. The seamstress loli could hardly contain her excitement, her mind brimming with thoughts of work. To make the spiders spin webs, she needed to set up the ranch, yet it was evidently not the right moment for that. Forcing her to remain atop the city walls and wait, Lin Yi subtly distanced himself from the seamstress loli. He had not forgotten that it was her hands that had just touched the spider's fuzzy exterior. A shiver ran down his spine. No, he mustn't dwell on that. The mere thought sent waves of discomfort through him, raising goosebumps. Only this peculiar group of Lolis would refer to a spider the size of a bathtub as a little spider. The monster siege was not orchestrated by me. But there was no need to rush. It was already the 11th wave, and it would soon be over. Lin Yi casually dismissed the seamstress loli while casting his gaze towards the newly emerged monsters. At that moment, the terrifying 11th wave of monsters surged forth like a tidal wave. They resembled demons emerging from a dark abyss, sweeping in with an insatiable thirst for blood. Upon closer inspection, this wave of monsters consisted of the same chillingly enormous insects, yet they appeared markedly more formidable and troublesome than their predecessors. These newly emerged creatures resembled gigantic beetles, their massive sizes astonishing. Each possessed a pair of sharp pincers extending over a meter, glimmering ominously and instilling fear. Their bodies were encased in a thick black exoskeleton, akin to impenetrable armor, bestowing them with immense strength and exceptional defensive capabilities. Rough estimates suggested that this batch of colossal beetles numbered around 40. As they made their entrance, they charged at the tightly formed ranks of soldiers like ravenous wolves, driven by an apparent vendetta against them. Faced with such a ferocious adversary, the petite yet valiant lowly commander in the barracks maintained her composure and decisively issued commands. Swords and shields, take your positions. Spearmen, prepare yourselves. Her clear and resolute voice resonated across the battlefield, prompting the soldiers to respond swiftly. Following their customary tactical arrangement, the soldiers initiated a concentrated volley of spear attacks against the ferocious foes. Countless spears whistled through the air like raindrops, piercing towards the onrushing colossal beetles. In an instant, the sounds of spears slicing through the air intertwined, creating a thrilling symphony of battle. Following this, the shield-bearers braced themselves against the initial assault from the giant beetles, then fearlessly advanced to execute a shield charge with overwhelming force. They coordinated seamlessly, their steps synchronized, forming an impenetrable barrier of shields that collided violently with the menacing beetles. Seizing the opportunity as the colossal beetles were toppled, the spearmen swiftly followed up, delivering lethal strikes with their long spears. While these gigantic beetles appeared formidable in defense, it ultimately depended on what they were up against. In an ordinary territory, encountering these creatures, endowed with both strength and defense, would certainly lead to devastation. Even the presence of city walls would not suffice. While the walls could hinder their advance, they could not withstand the inevitable breach. These colossal beetles would eventually shatter the defenses. Moreover, there were more waves of monsters to come. Lin Yi silently observed the battlefield, feeling a twinge of schadenfreude, hoping that no novice would venture beyond 100 kilometers. Otherwise, without a good talent, they would have no choice but to withdraw. Brother Lord, what are you smiling about? At that moment, the residential loli noticed the smile on Lin Yi's lips and curiously inquired. Nothing, you must have seen it wrong. Lin Yi quickly concealed his smile. There was indeed a novice capable of exploring 100 kilometers, wasn't there? Really? The residential loli scratched her head, confident she hadn't misinterpreted, yet trusting her brother's judgment. Chapter 50, Ranged Attacks. Under the calm and collected command of the barracks loli, the once menacing and massive colossal beetles failed to create significant turmoil, swiftly meeting their demise, leaving corpses strewn across the ground. Following this, the trained soldiers moved like the wind, swiftly retrieving the spears they had previously thrown. Simultaneously, the residential loli displayed her agility, nimbly navigating the battlefield to clear the chaos. Just as she was about to inquire about something, Lin Yi, without even turning his head, preemptively stated, "Send it to the cafeteria." His voice was firm and resolute, clearly accustomed to such situations. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the 12th wave of enemies arrived as anticipated. Unlike before, this time the invading monsters had undergone a notable transformation. They were no longer the melee fighters of yore, but instead comprised a group capable of ranged attacks. Accompanied by a series of chilling buzzing sounds, over 50 peculiar insects, each exceeding a meter in length and dragging massive abdomens, slowly emerged before the onlookers. The appearance of these insects was extraordinarily bizarre, with their abdomens occupying a full 2/3 of their entire bodies. From a distance, they seemed remarkably feeble in terms of strength, speed, and defense, leaving one to ponder how such fragile creatures managed to survive in this perilous world. However, when Lin Yi witnessed these colossal insects suddenly expelling a stream of liquid from their hindquarters, rapidly corroding the lush green grass with a hissing sound, he was taken aback, realizing that these seemingly formidable giant insects employed such a method to ward off enemies. The presence of these gigantic insects did not instill any pressure on the well-trained soldiers. On the contrary, they appeared even more relaxed than before. The reason was simple. The attack range of these giant insects was exceedingly limited. After careful observation and estimation, the soldiers discovered that their effective range was a mere 20 meters. Despite the highly corrosive nature of the acid they sprayed, without the ability to accurately hit their targets, even the most formidable weapon became nothing more than a mere ornament. Javelin throwers, heed the command. Advance swiftly and select your targets. With the crisp yet slightly languid voice of the camp's little girl ringing out, the outcome of this battle seemed predestined. The valiant warriors, armed with javelins, charged forward without hesitation. Faced with such slow-moving and defenseless insects, even the usually battle-enthusiastic camp girl found herself somewhat disinterested. She casually issued commands to the javelin throwers, as though the enemies before her were hardly worthy of consideration. Following her orders, the javelin throwers sprang into action without a moment's hesitation. They nimbly leaped forward, raising their javelins high before casting them with considerable force even when still some distance from the gigantic insects. It is worth noting that even an ordinary person, with a bit of practice, could easily hurl a javelin several dozen meters, let alone this group of elite warriors who had undergone rigorous training. A series of whooshing sounds filled the air as javelins sliced through the atmosphere like lightning, striking the giant insects with unerring precision. After the first volley, several of the colossal insects fell to the ground. Following closely was a second wave of javelins, which rained down upon the remaining giant insects, who had yet to even attempt to flee their birthplace, resulting in their complete annihilation under the relentless barrage. Is that all? The camp girl scoffed. This battle is even less thrilling than the previous encounter with the giant beetles. After the battle concluded, she made no move to clean the battlefield. The reason was simple. There was nothing to be gained. Although this round had ended more swiftly than the last, the javelins thrown could not be retrieved. The giant insects had been eradicated, yet the acid within them had corroded the javelins. Fortunately, the soldiers still had javelins in their packs, so there was no fear of waste. Reorganized the formation. The camp girl continued to shout commands across the battlefield. The javelin throwers swiftly returned to their positions, ready to face the next wave of assault. For hours had passed since the onset of the monstrous siege. Yet neither the soldiers nor the camp girl exhibited any signs of fatigue. Rather, their energy seemed to intensify as time went on. At this moment, Lin Yi felt his strength waning. He gazed up at the sky. The sun hung high, indicating it was already 2 in the afternoon. Yet, the terrifying monster siege raged on unabated, showing no signs of relenting. Based on past patterns, a new wave of monster attacks was expected every 20 minutes. By this calculation, it would take at least another hour of endurance before this nightmarish battle came to an end. Prolonged concentration had left Lin Yi utterly exhausted, and worse still, having not eaten since noon, his body began to signal impending hypoglycemia. Just then, a sweet, melodious voice called out beside him. "Lord, would you like to taste the fruit I picked?" It was the adorable little girl from the settlement, holding out a plump, juicy fruit with a beaming smile. Lin Yi, seizing the opportunity as if grasping a lifeline, quickly accepted the fruit and gently stroked the rosy cheek of the little girl, expressing his gratitude. "This is just what I needed. Thank you so much, little one." The little girl shook her head cheerfully, saying, "No need for thanks, Lord." Without further ado, Lin Yi bit into the fruit, its sweet juice instantly flooding his mouth, providing a much-needed refreshment for his parched throat and replenishing some of his urgently required energy. As he chewed the delightful morsel, his gaze quickly returned to the fierce battlefield. At that very moment, the 13th wave of monsters finally appeared. Accompanied by a spine-chilling buzz that echoed through the air, over 50 enormous insects, each the size of a basin, materialized in the sky. Their abdomens were swollen, presenting a bulging appearance. From their outward form, it was evident they were of the same terrifying breed capable of spraying acidic liquid as the previous wave. Javelin throwers, prepare. Observing the approaching insects, the camp girl noted that they were flying at a low altitude of only 7 to 8 meters. Most importantly, these insects also bore the same weaknesses of low speed and minimal defense. With a little caution, a javelin would be more than sufficient to pierce them. Chapter 51, The True Battle. This wave of monsters, surging forth, was significantly inferior to the previous one. It should be noted that at least the last wave had some blind spots for the soldiers to exploit while on the ground. However, these airborne creatures, moving as sluggishly as snails and flying at such a low height, were nothing short of glaringly obvious targets. This could hardly be considered a fierce battle. It was evidently a one-sided massacre devoid of suspense. I yearned for worthy adversaries. The cute little girl within the camp clutched a long spear tightly, standing resolutely. Her bright, sharp eyes gazed toward the direction from which the monsters emerged, revealing a hint of unmistakable disappointment and boredom. Since the onset of this intense confrontation, every monster that had attacked had proven to be pathetically weak and easily vanquished. For this powerful and combative camp girl, opportunities to showcase her exceptional skills were scarce. And even when she issued commands, they were given with a mere casualness. Faced with such frail adversaries, there was no need for intricate tactical deliberation. Everything paled in comparison to the exhilarating, evenly matched battles she secretly longed to experience. At this moment, she silently prayed, hoping that the upcoming waves of attack would grow even slightly more engaging, as if the heavens themselves had heeded the unvoiced discontent and yearning of the camp's young warrior. The previously tranquil air began to resonate with a series of low, thunderous roars. Accompanying this escalating cacophony, a new horde of monstrous beings gradually emerged from the distance. This 14th wave of adversaries materialized as a swarm of colossal dragonflies. Each of these behemoths measured an astonishing 10 meters in length, with a wingspan reaching an impressive 7 to 8 meters when fully unfurled. These titanic creatures descended like a dark whirlwind, casting a menacing shadow over the entire battlefield. The approaching dragonflies numbered over 30, each capable of effortlessly advancing, retreating, and hovering in midair. Not only were they remarkably swift, but their legs glimmered ominously with deadly barbs, clearly indicating their lethality. At last, we have a worthy opponent, the camp's young warrior exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Before her, a formidable cluster of massive dragonflies flapped their wings, producing an eerie whistling sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Observing these gigantic foes, The young warrior contemplated their formidable presence. They would not be easily vanquished. Yet, therein lay the challenge. With this thought, she tightened her grip on her spear and shouted, "All soldiers, heed my command. Form up immediately. Javelin throwers, prepare." As her orders were issued, the soldiers sprang into action with remarkable speed. Trained and synchronized, they swiftly formed a tight circular shield formation. Shields interlocked, creating an impenetrable barrier. Meanwhile, sword and shield soldiers and spearmen stood resolutely on the periphery. Their sharp blades and pointed spearheads directed outward, resembling an array of steel needles aimed at the enemy. Simultaneously, the javelin throwers were securely sheltered within the center of the formation, poised to unleash their assault. This configuration resembled a coiled turtle, its hard shell composed of overlapping shields, while the protruding weaponry resembled a multitude of menacing spines, instilling fear in those who dared to gaze upon it. "Steady now. Maintain formation," the young warrior commanded, her spear guiding their movements as she closely monitored the advancing dragonflies. Upon recognizing that these creatures had entered the effective range of the javelin throwers, she unhesitatingly issued the command to attack. "Javelin throwers, release." In an instant, the air was filled with the sound of whistling projectiles as javelins shot forth like arrows released from a bowstring. They sliced through the sky with a fierce whoosh, raining down upon the colossal dragonflies with breathtaking ferocity. For a moment, it seemed as though a torrential downpour of javelins had descended from the heavens, creating a stunning spectacle. The arrow towers atop the city walls joined the fray, launching bolt after bolt at the airborne dragonflies. In response to this deluge of assault, the giant dragonflies executed a sudden halt, deftly evading the onslaught with agile maneuvers, akin to sprites navigating through a torrential downpour. After the initial wave of javelins had been cast, the young warrior was astonished to discover that only a few of the colossal dragonflies had been struck. Merely a handful had been unfortunate enough to be hit, while the majority emerged unscathed. Of those that had been hit, 2 were felled by the arrow towers, and 1 by a bolt from a fellow soldier stationed within the ranks. In total, only 4 of the giant dragonflies had succumbed to the javelin barrage. This meant that out of the 30-strong javelin team, only 4 had managed to find their mark. Perhaps it was due to the sheer density of the attack that these massive creatures had been unable to evade the projectiles. How intriguing. The corners of the young warrior's lips, which had initially curved upwards, now blossomed into a radiant smile, expanding as if to encompass the entire world. "What exhilarating fun!" she exclaimed, nearly leaping with delight, her eyes shimmering with fervor as she repeatedly murmured to herself. Such a scene, such adversaries. This was the essence of true combat. Reflecting on the previous so-called battles she had encountered, the young warrior couldn't suppress a dismissive pout, revealing her disdain. What were those? They hardly qualified as battles. It was nothing more than child's play. In this moment, every vein within her surged with a fiery vitality, boiling with fervor and igniting into a blazing inferno. As her inner passion surged, her spirit soared like the relentless waves of the ocean, ever rising higher. Gripping her spear tightly, she flexed her arm muscles and, with a powerful sweep, sent her weapon slicing through the air, producing a sharp whistle. Simultaneously, an aura of formidable determination radiated from her. Resembling a war deity descended upon the mortal realm, unstoppable in her might. Meanwhile, the colossal dragonflies, having endured the onslaught of javelins, appeared to have learned from their earlier miscalculations. No longer did they foolishly cluster together. Instead, they swiftly dispersed, executing rapid circular movements around the soldiers' formation. These massive dragonflies, akin to cunning predators, patiently awaited the opportune moment to strike. Once they had thoroughly encircled the soldiers, they finally initiated their assault. However, unlike their previous reckless charge, this time they exhibited a far more cautious approach, employing a strategy of piecemeal attacks. One by one, the massive dragonflies lunged at the soldiers' formation, attempting to breach the defenses with their sharp mandibles and formidable impact. Yet, these soldiers were not so easily overcome. Not only did each individual possess strength far exceeding that of the giant dragonflies, but their tight-knit unity formed an impenetrable front that would instill dread in any adversary. In the face of the relentless assaults from the colossal dragonflies, the soldiers steadfastly held their ground, unwavering in their resolve. The giant dragonflies found themselves utterly confounded by this turtle-like formation, lacking ranged capabilities and relying solely on their collisions and sharp legs for attacks. Their every endeavor resulted only in the prick of spears or the barrage of javelins. Furthermore, they risked being struck by bolts from the arrow towers or by the projectiles of their fellow soldiers. However, it seemed the soldiers were equally at a loss against these aerial insects. The dragonflies moved with such agility that the javelins appeared to them as if traversing through slow motion. Only the arrow towers and their stationed archers posed a genuine threat. Fortunately, these massive dragonflies lacked intelligence. Instead of bypassing the soldiers to assault the city walls directly, they continued to recklessly engage the warriors. Even if they had attempted to do so, they would likely meet a swift demise. Let us not forget, the walls were fortified with arrow towers. These towers were not limited to single shots. Had it not been for the distance, the dragonflies would have been swiftly dispatched the moment they revealed themselves. This oversight was a result of the young warrior's overconfidence. After discovering that the previous waves of monsters were utterly ineffectual, she had pushed her soldiers' formation too far forward, leaving the arrow towers unable to provide support. Thus, the battle had devolved into a stalemate. Curse it, why can't these creatures engage us in a fair fight? The fervor of the camp's young warriors gradually waned. She had anticipated a thrilling and exhilarating battle. However, due to a misjudgment of the situation and the limitations of their weaponry, they found themselves forced to rely on a defensive strategy, launching only minimal counterattacks. Currently, the colossal dragonflies were on high alert, and aside from the arrow tower and its youthful guardian, it was exceedingly difficult for the spearmen to achieve any notable success. At this moment, the sole opportunity for the spearmen to claim a victory lay in the instant when the gigantic dragonflies swooped down to initiate their assault. Under ordinary circumstances, the soldiers could have gradually worn down these colossal creatures, utilizing their ample time. Yet, the present situation was far from typical. They were amidst a siege by monstrous entities. Each wave of attackers surged forth with a mere 20-minute interval. Even if the previous wave of monsters had not been entirely vanquished, the next onslaught would arrive punctually. Relentless as the tide. Standing atop the city walls, Lin Yi looked down at the bloodied battlefield, silently breaking into a cold sweat for the valiant soldiers below. From a superficial perspective, the current battlefield conditions appeared somewhat favorable for the defenders. Though the massive dragonflies charged with great ferocity, they had yet to achieve any tangible results. Continuously falling prey to the towering arrow towers and their youthful guardians, their numbers dwindling steadily. However, all present understood that such an advantage was merely fleeting, for the next wave of monsters was already looming ominously on the horizon. Just as the soldiers and the colossal dragonflies remained locked in a fierce stalemate, a deep and resonant horn suddenly echoed from the depths of the shadowy forest where the monsters emerged. Upon hearing this unexpected sound, Lin Yi's pupils constricted sharply, an ominous premonition flooding his mind. As the next wave of monsters was poised to reveal itself, this unsettling intuition surged like a flood, rapidly reaching its zenith. Until now, they had faced a total of 14 waves of monstrous assaults, ranging from towering beasts to enormous insects. Overall, they had merely encountered creatures of brute strength. Yet, the horn sounded now was distinctly different, for it signified a skill that could only be wielded by beings of intellect. Despite their formidable might, these beasts were ultimately simple-minded and devoid of reasoning. In contrast, even the threat posed by primitive intelligent beings was far beyond the capabilities of these mindless monstrosities. Accompanied by the deeply resonant and foreboding horn, which seemed to affirm Lin Yi's growing dread, a mass of chilling figures abruptly emerged from the dark and profound forest. Merely a few hundred meters from the soldiers' defensive formation, the cacophony of barking erupted as over 300 enemies surged forth like a tidal wave from the dense foliage. Upon closer inspection, these newly arrived foes bore a striking resemblance to upright canines, their forms enveloped in thick fur, their paws evolved to grasp objects securely. Armed with an array of weapons crafted from bones and stones, Lin Yi was astonished to even catch a glimpse of the primitive forms of slingers among them. By the gods, dog-headed men! Lin Yi stared in disbelief at the newly appeared adversaries, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. He scrambled to recall the descriptions of dog-headed men from textbooks, attempting to discern their particular faction. In many classifications, these creatures were considered low-tier units, with an intelligence akin to that of an 11 or 12-year-old, standing at heights of approximately 1.2 to 1.4 meters, hardly taller than the young guardians of their territory. Judging solely by appearance, it was quite challenging to determine which faction these dog-headed men belonged to. One could only ascertain their classification once their extraordinary abilities were activated. However, prior to the activation of such powers, all factions of dog-headed men were relatively similar in capability. Having recalled the information on dog-headed men, Lin Yi felt a momentary sense of relief. Those lacking extraordinary abilities were merely slightly more formidable than beasts, hardly warranting his concern. Nevertheless, the soldiers were still preoccupied with defending against the colossal dragonflies while the dog-headed men had already begun their charge, causing Lin Yi to break into a cold sweat. Despite the apparent technological gap between the dog-headed men and the soldiers, the latter had to contend with both the dragonflies and the incoming horde of dog-headed men, making it challenging to ensure a cohesive defense. Fortunately, after 20 minutes of battle, Only a little over 10 colossal dragonflies remained from the initial 30. The majority having been dispatched by the arrow towers and their youthful guardians, with soldiers claiming only a meager share. Moreover, these remaining creatures were all injured. If given just a few minutes, Lin Yi believed they would soon be eradicated. Yet, time was not on their side, as the dog-headed men had already advanced. The leading dog-headed man, resembling a towering golden retriever, wielded a massive bone, its eyes gleaming with a semblance of human intelligence. It first surveyed the distant, towering city walls, a flicker of confusion crossing its gaze, before settling on the soldiers besieged by the colossal dragonflies. After a moment of contemplation, it resolutely charged forward, leading its kin towards the soldiers' formation. Clearly, it understood that the soldiers were more vulnerable than the fortified walls. Chapter 53, The Unfortunate Young Warrior of the Camp. Humph, a rabble of misfits. The young warrior of the camp cast a disinterested glance at the advancing horde of dog-headed men, swiftly averting her gaze, as if dismissing them entirely. At this moment, her utmost priority was to fully concentrate on countering the formidable onslaught of the colossal dragonflies. After all, given the capabilities of the dog-headed men, breaching the soldiers' rock-solid defensive line was nothing short of a pipe dream. Just as another fearsome, snarling colossal dragonfly fell victim to the precise shot of the youthful guardian, the aggressive dog-headed men surged forth like a tidal wave, closing in to within mere dozens of meters from the soldiers' formation. The lead dog-headed man emitted a piercing, shrill howl, seemingly issuing a command. Instantly, more than half of the dog-headed men abruptly halted, albeit uncoordinatedly. They then brandished their crude slings, lifting them high and spinning them rapidly. When the slings reached their peak velocity, they simultaneously released, unleashing a hail of stones that rained down upon the soldiers' formation like a dark cloud. In an instant, the sounds of impacts echoed through the air, accompanied by the anguished cries of the dog-headed men and the startled exclamations of a few unfortunate young warriors, plunging the entire scene into chaos. One cannot help but acknowledge that dog-headed men are indeed dog-headed men. Even at such close range, they failed to direct a significant portion of their projectiles toward their intended target. A small portion of the stones landed indiscriminately upon the fellow goblin soldiers ahead, inciting a cacophony of chaos and disarray. Another segment of the projectiles, akin to striking an impenetrable fortress, was mercilessly thwarted by the shields raised high by the soldiers, scattering in a cacophony of clatter upon the ground. Only a rare few stones managed to successfully breach the defensive line, soaring into the heart of the formation. Although the soldiers were not clad in exaggeratedly complete armor, each was at least adorned with sturdy helmets, encased in heavy armor, and wielding sharp weaponry, thus fully equipped for battle. Consequently, despite the sudden onslaught, aside from a few particularly unfortunate souls who were utterly taken aback, the most severely injured soldier merely sustained minor abrasions. Unfortunately, our beloved camp girl found herself to be that ill-fated individual. It is worth noting that while others took some measures of defense, this little girl exhibited no protective actions whatsoever. In that moment, her once fair and rosy visage flushed crimson with indignation, resembling a ripe apple, while her beautiful eyes sparkled with a bloodthirsty glint, as if they might ignite with fury. Her heart brimmed with wrath and murderous intent toward those goblins, yearning to rush forth and eliminate the detestable fiends without mercy. In truth, the stone that struck her had not inflicted substantial harm. Yet, the affront was unmistakably a blatant provocation and humiliation. It was an injury that, while minor, bore an exceptionally strong insult. With this thought, the camp girl stamped her foot in fury, shattering the stone that had hit her into myriad fragments. Then, with her blood-red eyes fixed intently upon the surging tide of goblins, she unhesitatingly issued her battle orders. Damnable creatures, whom do you dare insult? Spearmen, prepare to engage. As her furious command rang out, the previously poised spearmen sprang into action, swiftly adjusting their stances and aiming their javelins at the advancing goblin horde. Release. In the next instant, a deluge of javelins was launched like a rainstorm, streaking towards the goblins with the swiftness of lightning. Thud, thud, thud. The charging goblins were met with a devastating blow, as numerous javelins found their mark, inflicting varying degrees of damage. Humph, if I cannot fell the colossal dragonfly, surely I can deal with this band of miscreants. Although the javelins momentarily stymied the goblins' advance, these loathsome creatures soon approached the tightly formed line of soldiers. In an instant, the surging goblin army collided with the soldiers' formation in a brutal clash. The sounds of impact reverberated incessantly, as the first to greet them were the glimmering, fearsome long spears. A palpable dread flickered in the eyes of the foremost goblins, yet before they could devise any countermeasures, they were ruthlessly shoved forward by their relentless kin from behind. You fool, where are your eyes? Can you not see the glimmering spears ahead? One goblin roared in fury. Alas, before the words could fully escape its lips, its life was abruptly extinguished. What followed was a cacophony of violent collisions and impacts. As the tide of goblins crashed against the unyielding line of soldiers, akin to a tumultuous sea battering against a formidable dam. And what was the ultimate outcome? Aside from their own bodies being shattered and obliterated, this seemingly ferocious goblin army failed to even rattle the soldiers' meticulously arranged formation. The spearmen's arms moved with mechanical precision, each thrust executed with accuracy and force. Their long spears gleamed ominously, carving lethal arcs through the air. In contrast, the shield-bearers gripped their shields with unwavering resolve, steadfastly bracing themselves against the onslaught. Despite the immense pressure, they refused to yield an inch. Before them, rows of goblins fell like wheat being harvested. Within mere minutes, a thick layer of corpses accumulated before the shield wall, the ground soaked in blood, the air heavy with the stench of carnage. The camp girl stood at the center, her gaze fixed upon the dwindling number of colossal dragonflies in the sky. Her small hands clenched into fists, suppressing an urge that surged within her. Almost there. Just a few left. Hold on a little longer. It will be soon. She silently encouraged herself. Chapter 54. The camp girl's moment of glory. At this moment, the arrow towers and the arrow girl unleashed a relentless barrage. A volley of arrows rained down upon the dragonflies, which, despite their swift movements, found themselves struggling against the precise shots of the arrow girl. They were riddled with wounds, their flight slowing. At last, only 3 battered dragonflies remained, desperately fighting for survival. However, their fate was sealed. With the final arrows striking true, the 3 dragonflies could no longer sustain themselves, wavering before plummeting to the ground. At that moment, the shackles of confinement were shattered. The long-awaited camp girl let out a thunderous battle cry, her eyes radiating an astonishing bloodlust, tinged with excitement as she gazed at the goblins still attacking the soldiers' formation. Change formation. Advance. With her clear and resonant command, she raised her long spear high, like a banner leading her soldiers into action. The soldiers reacted with remarkable speed, moving like a well-trained swarm, swiftly completing the formation change. The previously tight turtle shell formation morphed as if reshaped by an invisible hand. In the blink of an eye, a neat 3-column formation emerged. The front line consisted of shield-bearers wielding sturdy shields and sharp blades, resembling an indomitable wall. The second line featured gallant spearmen gripping their long spears, their spear tips glinting ominously, and the final line was comprised of javelin throwers, their gazes sharp and ready to deliver a lethal strike to the enemy. As the formation finished adjusting, the camp girl dashed forward without hesitation. She adeptly leaped onto the broad shoulders of the front line shield-bearers, using their strength to propel herself forward like a bolt of lightning toward the encroaching goblin horde. The soldiers behind her immediately followed suit, exhibiting unparalleled unity and coordination. The shield-bearers advanced with steady, powerful strides, seemingly unhurried yet resolute, while skillfully using their shields to deflect the stones hurled by the goblins, protecting their comrades behind them. The phalanx of spear-wielding warriors that followed showed no signs of retreat. They firmly positioned their elongated spears atop their shields, creating a formidable thicket of weaponry. Each spear resembled a venomous serpent poised to strike, ready to deliver a lethal blow to any foe. Meanwhile, the javelin throwers at the rear were not idle. They stood resolutely behind their comrades in the front lines, gripping their javelins tightly, channeling every ounce of strength to launch them forward. Each javelin arced gracefully through the air, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind, accurately targeting the goblin horde and posing a significant threat to the enemy. At this juncture, the camp's petite warrior was utterly consumed by the fervor of battle. She darted through the goblin formation with the swiftness of a wraith. The goblins were utterly incapable of withstanding her ferocious onslaught, often succumbing to her strikes before they could even mount a defense. Blood splattered across her armor, transforming her once silver attire into a vivid crimson. Yet, despite the carnage, her grip on the spear remained unwavering, showing no signs of faltering. The spear's crimson tassel was drenched in blood, droplets continuously cascading down, yet this did not diminish her resolve or valor in vanquishing her enemies. The goblins, now thoroughly terrified, were met with the camp's agile warrior, who moved with a grace that seemed almost supernatural. As she weaved through the enemy ranks, the once imposing defenses of the goblins crumbled instantaneously. Concurrently, the knife and shield soldiers advanced with a ruthless efficiency. With determined strides, they pressed forward, unhesitatingly raising their shields to deliver brutal shield bashes whenever goblins lunged at them. The resulting thuds echoed ominously as the hapless goblins were often sent sprawling to the ground. The knife and shield soldiers paid no heed to these fallen foes, callously trampling over the writhing bodies as they continued their relentless march. Those goblins who lay moaning on the ground were not spared either, as the javelin throwers trailing behind swiftly delivered fatal blows to ensure their demise. Had this battle unfolded in a more open environment, it was likely that the goblins would have scattered in terror long before reaching such a dire state. After all, it is well known that goblins are notoriously cowardly, typically relying on their numerical superiority to bully their adversaries and engage in battles that favor them. Once their casualty rate exceeded 20%, and in the absence of a formidable leader to stabilize morale, chaos and defeat would inevitably ensue. However, the reason this particular group of goblins had not yet displayed signs of collapse was simple. This was not an ordinary skirmish, but a merciless siege by monstrous foes. In such dire circumstances, the option to flee was non-existent. They could either muster every ounce of strength to obliterate the defenders or face total annihilation or capture. Under such brutal circumstances, the morale of the goblins plummeted as if plummeting into an abyss, with no hope of resurgence. Yet, unexpectedly, they chose not to flee. Instead, they charged recklessly towards the awaiting soldiers in a final, desperate assault. In an instant, the air was filled with battle cries as goblins and soldiers engaged in a harrowing fight to the death. Each goblin, eyes wide and teeth bared, swung their rudimentary weapons, desperately attempting to breach the enemy's defenses, while the soldiers held their weapons firmly, undeterred in repelling the goblin onslaught. Ultimately, after a brutal one-sided melee, the last goblin fell helplessly beneath the piercing spear of the camp's warrior. Its grotesque, twisted visage became still, the light of life extinguished from its eyes. With this final strike, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the whispering winds that seemed to recount the tragic ferocity of the recent clash. The warrior slowly retracted her spear, her gaze somberly sweeping across the blood-soaked landscape. She inhaled deeply and decisively commanded, "All units, fall back to the defensive line and reorganize immediately." The arduous struggle against the gigantic dragonflies had taught her a painful lesson. Their distance from the city walls had severely limited the timely fire support from the rear towers. As the leader of this unit, she was acutely aware of this lesson, and promptly resolved to establish the newly formed defensive line closer to the walls. Upon hearing her command, the soldiers wasted no time and swiftly moved into action. They advanced with agile steps, flowing like a tide towards the city walls. Upon reaching their designated position, they meticulously began to reorganize their defensive formations according to their pre-rehearsed tactical plans. However, no sooner had the soldiers assembled than a sudden, rapid drumbeat echoed from deep within the forest. Thump, thump, thump. The reverberating sound was akin to a death knell, instilling dread in the hearts of all present. Undoubtedly, this heralded the impending final wave of fierce attacks from the enemy. From the verdant, mysterious depths of the forest, colossal figures, even larger and more formidable than the goblins, began to emerge. As time passed, the silhouettes became clearer, ultimately revealing themselves fully. Concurrently, a throng of massive figures, round-bellied and clutching crude iron weapons, lumbered forth from the woodland. These figures appeared clumsy and slow, yet the aura of intimidation they exuded was undeniable. Could it be that, following the goblins, the next wave consisted of ogres? Lin Yi pondered, his keen eyes fixated on these unexpected intruders, attempting to glean insights into the mechanics of the Lord's world and its monstrous inhabitants. After careful observation and contemplation, it dawned on him. Every seventh wave of attacks brought forth a new type of monster to form a fresh offensive battalion. In the initial 7 waves, they had faced a horde of fearsome prehistoric beasts. From the 8th to the 14th wave, they would contend with the chilling legions of prehistoric insects. And starting from the 15th wave, sentient beings would take the stage. Thus, if the waves of monsters continued to escalate, did this imply the potential emergence of extraordinarily powerful entities during the novice period? The thought ignited within Lin Yi like wildfire, his curiosity blossoming uncontrollably, impossible to suppress. Yet, regrettably, this was the final wave of monstrous assaults, leaving him without the opportunity to validate his hypothesis. Why did he feel such a profound sense of regret? Witnessing the soldiers effortlessly dispatch the fierce onslaught of the preceding 15 waves, it suddenly struck Lin Yi that these brave and fearless warriors possessed potential far exceeding their current display. Perhaps, if more waves of monsters were to descend upon them, they might unveil even greater combat prowess and adaptability. Even if there were indeed 22 waves, it seemed worth taking a gamble. Alas, everything was beyond retrieval. With a profound sigh, Lin Yi redirected his gaze towards the battlefield, soon to be engulfed in smoke and the cacophony of war cries. At this moment, he beheld a staggering assembly of over 500 pig-headed creatures emerging in a steady stream from the dense, shadowy forest. And this was merely the commencement. As time elapsed, an ever-increasing number of pig-headed beings continued to surge forth. What rendered the situation even more alarming and formidable was the presence of a considerable number of battle beasts intermingled within this tide of pig-headed foes. Most notably, a group of approximately 20 colossal war pigs stood out. These war pigs were extraordinarily massive, towering over 2 meters in height. From a distance, they resembled moving hills, instilling an ineffable sense of oppression. Each giant war pig sported a pair of razor-sharp tusks exceeding 1 meter in length, glinting ominously as if capable of piercing any solid object with ease. Their enormous claws relentlessly clawed at the earth beneath, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Their demeanor was unmistakably aggressive, eager to plunge into the fray and demonstrate their might. In contrast to the dog-headed adversaries previously encountered, this cohort of pig-headed creatures exhibited a far superior level of evolution. Firstly, they wielded not the crude wooden or stone weapons of their predecessors, but an assortment of rudimentary iron weaponry. Secondly, unlike the dog-headed beings who were entirely bare, these pig-headed creatures donned various forms of armor crafted from simple leather. Particularly noteworthy was the pig-headed leader at the forefront of the charge, who wore a sturdy breastplate, enhancing his defensive capabilities. Upon closer observation, it became evident that each pig-headed creature was impressively tall and robust. Their heights varied around 2 meters, with conservative weight estimates exceeding 400 kilograms. Their substantial muscles and powerful limbs rendered them seemingly invulnerable. As they swung their heavy weapons, the sound of the wind slicing through the air was chilling. Even more astonishing, trailing behind this intimidating throng of pig-headed warriors was a battalion of 10 drummers. What could this signify? It unequivocally indicated that they possessed not only basic combat abilities, but had also begun to grasp and employ the advanced tactical concept of morale. Undoubtedly, the drums served to incite their own fighting spirit and courage. With each resounding beat, reverberating like thunder, it seemed to penetrate the very soul, instilling fear. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Yi could not help but draw in a sharp breath. It was only the 16th wave of attacks, yet such formidable and tenacious foes had already emerged. What terrifying adversaries lay ahead? He dared not contemplate further. Lin Yi wished to instruct the camp's young soldiers to retreat to the city walls for defense, but was met with their resolute refusal. Glancing at the soldiers below the walls, he saw them steadfastly fixated on the advancing pig-headed horde, their eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle, as if ready to ignite the entire battlefield. The remaining soldiers mirrored this determination, their expressions grave and prepared. Despite facing opponents towering over them, they displayed no signs of fear. Instead, they seemed increasingly emboldened. Nevertheless, Lin Yi could not suppress his anxiety for these brave young soldiers. The stark disparity in size between the two sides was glaringly evident. At a glance, the pig-headed creatures clearly held absolute superiority in both stature and numbers. In contrast, the petite and adorable young soldiers appeared to be at a distinct disadvantage. Yet, Lin Yi understood that with the attributes possessed by these young soldiers, defeating the seemingly ferocious pig-headed creatures should not be insurmountable. Nonetheless, the visible disparity in strength still left him deeply concerned. Chapter 56. The disparity between two sides. Beneath the city walls, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Amidst this gravity, a diminutive yet agile figure stood out remarkably. The camp's young soldier stood there, her heart racing like a joyful fawn, driven not by fear, but an indescribable excitement. I yearn for a worthy opponent. She licked her rosy lips, her eyes sparkling with fervent intensity, and then provocatively gestured towards the distant pig-headed creatures. Her clear voice pierced the air. Come forth. Let me see just how formidable you truly are. Do not disappoint me. I hope for a thrilling battle. Perhaps it was her provocative gesture that caught the attention of the pig-headed creatures, or perhaps their preparations for attack were already complete. In an instant, the thunderous sound of war drums erupted, shaking the very earth. Accompanied by this exhilarating rhythm, the pig-headed horde began to advance steadily towards the city walls. Their march was methodical, reminiscent of a well-trained army executing a routine maneuver, in stark contrast to the previous tide of disorganized dog-headed creatures. At the forefront marched the 20 massive war pigs, their every step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Clad in thick, fur-like armor, their tusks were sharp enough to rend steel, exuding an aura of fearsome intimidation. Following closely behind were a group of burly adult pig-headed warriors, donned in simple yet durable armor, wielding an array of formidable weapons. Some brandished massive axes glinting ominously, others hefted spiked clubs, their barbed tips menacing, and a few swung hefty iron hammers, each strike seemingly capable of shattering mountains. Further back stood a line of slightly smaller pig-headed warriors, presumably in their youth. Though not as imposing as their adult counterparts, they too bore resolute expressions, radiating an eagerness for battle. Each of these pig-headed beings towered like small mountains, their powerful arms gripping enormous, rock-solid shields in one hand, while brandishing various fearsome weapons in the other. However, in stark contrast to their formidable armaments, their defensive gear appeared scant and somewhat flimsy. As one's gaze shifts further back, a group of young piglets, barely out of their infancy, stands at the rear of the formation. In stark contrast to the battle-hardened, pig-headed warriors at the forefront, these youthful creatures appear remarkably tender and inexperienced. Their equipment is exceedingly rudimentary. Apart from crude stone weapons strapped to their waists, the only notable aspect is the spear they carry on their backs. Compared to the imposing figures of the leading pig-headed warriors, these little piglets seem to belong to an ancient, primitive era reminiscent of the Stone Age. At the very back of the entire line, 10 drummers are tasked with bolstering morale. Throughout the encounter, they seem to have no intention of joining the fray directly, remaining steadfastly behind the main force. However, their heavy drumsticks never cease, relentlessly pounding the large drum before them. With each resounding boom, the soldiers charging ahead appear infused with a potent surge of energy, their spirits soaring ever higher. Amidst the fervent drumbeats, the two opposing forces draw closer, like two surging torrents converging. At this moment, the full might of the pig-headed army is laid bare before all. A rough estimate reveals their numbers to exceed 700. Among this vast host, roughly 200 are seasoned warriors in their prime, while the remainder consists of youths and newly minted soldiers, each group accounting for half. In stark comparison, the less than 100 soldiers comprising the lowly brigade appear woefully outmatched. From any vantage point, these diminutive figures, standing at less than 1.20 meters, resemble a foolish mantis attempting to block a mighty flood. Their small frames, when juxtaposed against the formidable adversaries, seem utterly insignificant and fragile, as if a mere gust of wind could easily topple them. Witnessing such a heart-wrenching scene, Lin Yi, who had only just begun to breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly finds his heart lodged in his throat. His eyes widen in anxiety as he stares ahead, pondering the situation. No matter how one examines this battle, the ferocity of the enemy's final assault is alarmingly fierce, far exceeding any reasonable expectation. Doubts begin to creep into Lin Yi's mind regarding whether these seemingly delicate loli soldiers possess the capacity to withstand such a violent onslaught. Can our loli soldiers truly endure this? Lin Yi murmurs to himself, his mind racing with various grim possibilities. At this moment, a terrifying thought begins to slither into his consciousness. Perhaps it is time to consider retreat. However, just as he is ensnared by these tumultuous thoughts, the initially menacing pig-headed warriors come to an abrupt halt merely 300 meters from the defensive line formed by the soldiers. Lin Yi furrows his brow in confusion, pondering the intentions of these pig-headed foes. What could possibly prompt them to halt at such a critical juncture before launching their charge? An ominous premonition washes over him, and his instincts tell him that these pig-headed warriors harbor no benign intentions. They are undoubtedly scheming something treacherous. In that moment, an unexpected scene unfolds. The first two ranks of pig-headed warriors swiftly part like disciplined soldiers, creating a wide passage in their midst. Following this, a group of small piglets, swaying unsteadily, advances to the front of the line. At this juncture, Lin Yi begins to grasp the hidden motives behind the pig-headed warriors' actions. Oh, they underestimate my lowly soldiers and intend to use the piglets for training, do they? How intolerable. Lin Yi discerns their intentions, and as a seasoned lowly soldier, she too recognizes the implications. Infuriated, her face flushes with anger, and she stomps her feet, eager to rush forward and strike back. Yet, a cunning smile soon graces her lips as a thought strikes her. Since they hold us in such low regard, why not exploit this situation to our advantage? At that very moment, the lowly soldier decisively issues a command for her troops to remain stationary, forbidding any rash actions. She intends to allow the audacious little piglets to draw nearer. Each of these piglets stands approximately 1.78 meters tall. While they still fall short compared to the robust, towering pig-headed warriors, they are nearly half a head taller than the petite lowly soldiers. Thus, it is no wonder they regard the soldiers with such disdain. As time passes, when the small piglets approach within approximately 150 meters of the lowly soldiers' formation, they heedlessly brandish their spears, seemingly prepared to attack. Observing the unfolding events, the lowly soldier finally reveals a cruel smile. She raises her voice, commanding, "Attention, everyone. Target straight ahead. Prepare your spears and launch immediately." No sooner had she spoken than the soldiers, armed with long spears, and those wielding shields and short knives, swiftly retrieved their spears from their packs and hurled them forcefully toward the advancing piglets. The decision to delay their spear assault initially stemmed from a simple rationale. The pig-headed army was still too far away. Even though these trained soldiers possessed the ability to throw spears over 300 meters, such distance would not guarantee a lethal strike against the robust, tough-skinned, pig-headed warriors. Thus, after careful consideration, the lowly soldier resolved to wait until the enemy was closer to maximize their lethal potential. Yet, to the astonishment of all present, the seemingly foolish pig-headed warriors entirely defy expectations. Conventionally, one would assume that seasoned veterans would lead the charge, but these pig-headed troops instead send their inexperienced recruits into the fray without hesitation. In doing so, they unwittingly present a generous gift to the charming lowly soldiers in the barracks. As the first wave of spears hurtles through the air, the soldiers in the barracks deftly prepare for a second and third wave of attacks. Trained and synchronized, they execute their maneuvers as if everything were under their control. Remarkably, within an exceedingly brief span of time, these brave and fearless lowly soldiers manage to launch a full 4 waves of spears in rapid succession. As they complete their final throw, the first wave of spears finally reaches the hapless piglets. Faced with this sudden and overwhelming deluge of spears, the little piglets are instantly paralyzed with fear, their eyes wide with shock. They have never encountered such a heart-stopping spectacle. Most of the piglets are utterly bewildered, their wide eyes fixed in terror as they watch countless sharp spears hurtle toward them. Certainly, among them were a select few piglets endowed with commendable psychological fortitude. At the critical moment when the javelins were poised to descend, they summoned their courage and valiantly hurled their javelins in a desperate attempt to retaliate. However, such resistance was ultimately futile, as the majority of the piglets scattered in panic, resembling headless flies, with some trembling like timid mice, collapsing in fright and losing the strength to flee. In an instant, the previously orderly ranks of the pig-headed warriors descended into utter chaos. Some sought to retreat desperately in a bid to preserve their lives, while others, obliviously reckless, charged forward in a futile attempt to breach the enemy's defenses. Even more disconcertingly, some were so paralyzed by fear that they lost all sense of agency, merely huddling in place, shivering uncontrollably. This scene sufficiently illustrated that deploying inexperienced recruits as vanguard troops was an unwise strategy. Well done. Lin Yi stood resolutely upon the city wall, his keen gaze sweeping across the battlefield, capturing every detail with the precision of a hawk. He observed with clarity that the rear ranks of the pig-headed warriors were engulfed in confusion and dread. Those who had previously displayed a semblance of composure were now fidgeting restlessly, jostling against one another, akin to a swarm of disoriented insects. Soon thereafter, a deafening roar erupted from the rear, echoing through the skies like thunder, sending chills down the spine. Accompanying this cacophony, both the robust adult pig-headed warriors and the somewhat immature younglings surged forward with reckless abandon, as if possessed. In that moment, the resounding beat of war drums surged forth, propelling the fierce conflict to its zenith. Almost 300 javelins were launched in rapid succession, falling like a torrential downpour upon the ranks of the piglets. Among these were the enormous bolts from the arrow towers. An instant later, a chorus of anguished wails filled the air, resonating across the battlefield. These unfortunate piglets, some of whom had scarcely managed to throw even a single javelin, met their demise. Some fell lifelessly to the ground, while others writhed in agony, grievously wounded and struggling amidst pools of blood. Within mere moments of relentless javelin assaults, the once numerous piglets had suffered heavy casualties, leaving only a scant few survivors. A rough estimate revealed that over 200 piglets had dwindled to a mere handful, with most severely injured, helplessly lying on the ground, groaning, while only a rare few fortunate ones managed to escape and scathe back to their ranks. Yet, in the face of such a dire battlefield, the young commander beneath the city wall remained unflinching, issuing commands with a calm demeanor. Continue the javelin volleys. Prepare the sword and shield bearers and spearmen to engage once the enemy approaches within 100 meters. Given the speed of the pig-headed warriors, covering that distance would take at least 7 to 8 seconds, a duration that, while surpassing the limits of an ordinary individual, afforded the soldiers ample time to reorganize. The sword and shield bearers, alongside the spearmen, swiftly launched their javelins at the advancing pig-headed warriors, their arms moving with such rapidity that they seemed to leave trails in the air. After all, every additional javelin thrown could potentially claim an enemy life. Alleviating some of the impending pressure, the rear ranks of pig-headed warriors hastened their charge, reaching the position of the piglets in the blink of an eye. However, what transpired next was astonishing to Lin Yi. This battalion of pig-headed warriors appeared utterly oblivious to the piglets beneath them, trampling right over them in their relentless advance. The piglets, who had been wailing in despair, were effectively silenced by this brutal act. Are they truly this savage? Chapter 58. The Pig-Headed Warriors Charge. The pig-headed warriors are stopped. The actions of the pig-headed warriors sent a shiver down Lin Yi's spine. If they treated their own kind with such brutality, what could be expected of their treatment of enemies? The thought was almost too dreadful to entertain. The battle raged on, as the tide of pig-headed warriors surged forth. Breaching the meticulously established 100-meter line designated by the young commander, the frontline sword and shield bearers and spearmen reacted with remarkable swiftness. Without hesitation, they ceased their javelin throws, swiftly grasped their weapons, and formed an impenetrable wall bristling with deadly spikes. In that fleeting moment, these brave and fearless young warriors had executed at least 7 or 8 javelin throws. Remarkably, every javelin was aimed with unerring accuracy at the oncoming pig-headed warriors. With their lightning-fast reflexes, despite the squad numbering less than 100, they unleashed a veritable deluge of javelins. The sky became shrouded in the shadows of countless javelins, their sheer number and density rendering even the brightest sunlight powerless to penetrate. A sharp whoosh echoed as the first javelin soared forth like an arrow released from a bow, plunging directly into the ranks of the pig-headed warriors. In the next heartbeat, a torrential rain of javelins cascaded down upon them. The front-running war beasts tragically became the initial targets of this barrage, while the javelins appeared insignificant compared to the massive forms of the war beasts. One must not underestimate the strength of these young warriors. Each javelin, propelled with all their might, contained formidable impact and lethality. Thus, amidst a cacophony of crashes, these once mighty war beasts transformed into the first unfortunate casualties. Each beast bore multiple javelins embedded in their bodies, with some unfortunate souls struck directly in the back of the head or their vulnerable eyes, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In the blink of an eye, half of the original 20 war beasts lay slain in pools of blood, leaving only a mere 10 capable of continuing the fight. At that moment, the previously silent Arrow Tower finally revealed its formidable power. This level 5 tower was capable of launching multiple powerful crossbow bolts simultaneously. And with the distance between the two sides so diminished, it was an opportune moment for the crossbow bolts to unleash their maximum destructive potential. As anticipated, a barrage of bolts rained down, decimating the remaining war beasts in an instant. Faced with this overwhelming assault, the pig-headed warriors in the rear displayed no inclination to retreat. Instead, they raised their various weapons and robust arms, desperately shielding their heads, and charged forward with reckless abandon. Despite their arms being pierced by the sharp javelins, blood gushing forth, this fearless display effectively mitigated the javelin onslaught. At least for the time being, among the 400 pig-headed warriors, only a handful had succumbed to the javelin strikes, which was a significant improvement compared to the earlier defenseless piglets who had fallen so easily. Before the city wall stood an enchanting little soldier, her delicate hands firmly grasping a lengthy spear. With wide, glistening eyes, she fixated unblinkingly on the advancing horde of pig-headed creatures, her soft voice commanding, "Prepare for the charge." No sooner had her words faded than the last 5 war beasts surged forward, crashing with the force of a tempest against the solid wall of shields formed by the soldiers. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the tremendous momentum, a fusion of speed and weight, struck the phalanx composed of the young soldiers, sending them staggering back a full half-meter, reminiscent of a ferocious beast's wrath. The sheer magnitude of this force evoked awe at its overwhelming might. Amidst this fierce collision, 3 unfortunate creatures collided with the razor-sharp spears, instantly pierced. Their cries stifled before they could escape their mortal fate, swallowed by the unforgiving ground. At this critical juncture, the pig-headed army finally surged forth, their presence palpable and menacing. A thunderous roar echoed, as if to rend the very heavens. Astonishingly, despite having just endured a torrential downpour of javelins, only 20 or 30 of them had perished. This indicated that the less than 100-strong contingent of young soldiers was about to confront an overwhelming force of over 400 foes. As the two sides clashed, the towering pig-headed warriors raised their massive, unwieldy weapons, fueled by rage and an insatiable thirst for blood, and struck fiercely at the steadfast shield wall. In an instant, the clash of metal resounded with a resounding clang. Yet, despite enduring such brutal blows, the shield wall remained as steadfast as a mountain, unyielding and immovable. Meanwhile, the sword and shield bearers concealed behind the shields seized the moment, deftly thrusting their bodies between the gaps in the shields to wield their daggers, delivering unexpected, lethal strikes to their adversaries. Alas, the pig-headed warriors, upon realizing their plight, widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing down at the gruesome wounds on their thighs, blood gushing forth profusely. After a fleeting moment of shock, their fury erupted with renewed vigor, raising their weapons once more, relentlessly assaulting the shield wall in frenzied waves. Concurrently, the spear-wielders positioned at the rear remained undeterred, skillfully thrusting their long spears with the agility of serpents, penetrating the ranks of the pig-headed foes with precision, ensuring their enemies were caught off guard. Each spear, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, wreaked havoc with devastating force, while simultaneously guarding against any pig-headed attempts to scale the shields. As the spear throwers remained slightly behind the front lines, they continued to hurl their javelins, occasionally garnering success. The battlefield descended into an eerie stalemate, with the pig-headed warriors stubbornly attacking the shield wall, enduring the javelin's onslaught, the cold steel of the daggers, and the occasional piercing of their ranks by the spears, all contributing to their mounting frustration. Their losses, though gradual, were undeniable, with more than 10 of their number succumbing in the brief span of time. Chapter 59. This is quite absurd. The arrow towers atop the city wall unleashed a continuous volley. However, due to the automated loading mechanism, their firing rate was relatively sluggish. Nevertheless, each round of fire inflicted considerable damage on the throngs of pig-headed foes below, successfully claiming wave after wave of adversaries. Lin Yi stood atop the city wall, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the tumultuous battlefield below, his heart perpetually suspended in a state of tension, never once allowing himself to relax his vigilance. The pig-headed hordes surged forth like an unstoppable tide, their numbers staggering beyond belief. In contrast, the formation of soldiers stood resolutely like an unyielding reef amidst the crashing waves, steadfastly maintaining their ground despite the relentless assaults. Despite the immense pressure and dire circumstances, the soldiers, bolstered by indomitable will and exceptional combat prowess, repeatedly thwarted the ferocious onslaught of the pig-headed attackers. The scene was one of utter brutality, the cacophony of battle cries and anguished screams intertwining and resonating over the blood-soaked soil. As fate would have it, just when Lin Yi believed that the valiant soldiers would successfully repel the pig-headed charge and gradually wear them down, an unforeseen event transpired on the battlefield. One of the war beasts, initially rendered unconscious by a prior impact, began to stir. It shook its head groggily, attempting to regain its senses. Once its vision cleared, it beheld the tightly formed shield wall of soldiers before it. In an instant, the war beast, seemingly enraged, opened its gaping maw and unleashed a deafening roar of fury. Without hesitation, it lowered its head and charged towards the shield wall with astonishing speed. Just as it was about to collide with the shields, instinct took over, and the beast thrust its forelimbs upward in a powerful arc. In that fleeting moment, what appeared to be an insignificant, instinctual gesture shattered the tense stalemate of the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, frozen in shock as he witnessed the armored soldiers forming the shield wall being effortlessly hurled aside by this sudden, forceful strike. They soared through the air like kites severed from their strings, arcing gracefully before crashing to the depths of their own ranks, a distance of 4 to 5 meters. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, enveloping the battlefield in a profound silence. Everyone present was rendered speechless by the astonishing spectacle. Even the sound of breathing grew faint. Yet, this suffocating stillness did not endure for long. A sudden chorus of cries erupted, breaking the brief stillness. It was the exclamations of the soldiers who had been flung away, their voices filled with disbelief and shock. Hearing their cries, Lin Yi snapped back to reality, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets, his mouth agape in astonishment, large enough to fit an entire egg. Can you believe it? These soldiers, with attributes of strength and speed far surpassing those of the hulking pig-headed creatures, were ultimately bested by the seemingly trivial factor of weight. This was utterly ludicrous, an absurdity that could not be overstated. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yi had to concede that, while the outcome was astonishing, upon closer examination, it was not entirely unexpected. After all, the average height of these young soldiers is merely around 1 meter and 20 centimeters. Even when accounting for their heavy armor and various equipment, their total weight likely does not exceed 100 pounds. In stark contrast, the formidable beast that carries them weighs between 7 to 800 kilograms. Such a stark disparity in strength makes it hardly surprising that the young soldiers are easily tossed aside. Fall back and regroup. Maintain the defense. With this rallying cry, the soldiers snapped out of their stupor, jolted back to reality by the sudden crisis. Meanwhile, the diminutive and charming young soldier in the barracks quickly regained her composure. Her gaze was piercing, and without hesitation, she issued her commands. All troops, fall back and fill the gaps in the shield wall. With her directive, the previously disordered ranks immediately sprang into action, converging towards the shield wall. However, at that very moment, the pig-headed foes also stirred from their brief stupor. They astutely discerned the vulnerabilities of the young soldiers and swiftly altered their attack strategy. Previously, when facing the solid shield wall, these pig-headed warriors often employed powerful downward strikes or flanking maneuvers. Now, as if sharing a silent understanding, they collectively opted for a more cunning and targeted approach to lift their opponents. Suddenly, the battlefield resonated with the dull thuds of impact. Under the tremendous force and practiced skill of the pig-headed warriors, One young soldier after another, armed with shields and long swords, was easily sent soaring into the air, only to crash heavily onto the ground. Faced with this unforeseen turn of events, the shield wall instantly developed gaping breaches. What was once an impregnable defense now stood on the brink of collapse. As the formation of their ranks disintegrated, the very gates they were sworn to protect became alarmingly exposed. The barracks soldier felt a surge of urgency, her heart ablaze with fury. Gritting her teeth, she radiated a fierce determination from her beautiful eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized the gleaming spear beside her, her form darting forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging directly into the enemy ranks. Reorganize the formation. Others, switch weapons, and follow me into battle. The spear throwers halted their actions, for the once solid shield wall had been breached. Deprived of the protection of their sturdy shields, they could no longer safely hurl their spears at the distant foes. Under the command of their brave and undaunted leader, the spear-wielding young soldiers sprang into action. They efficiently switched their gear, grasping heavy shields and sharp spears, closely trailing behind the barracks soldier like a surging tide rushing towards the dense mass of pig-headed warriors outside the shield wall. Leading the charge, the barracks soldier, accompanied by over 30 spear throwers, unhesitatingly plunged into the midst of the pig-headed army. This sudden assault caught the pig-headed warriors off guard, halting their aggressive advance and forcing them to recalibrate their tactics in response to the onslaught of these fierce young soldiers. Yet, at that moment, the previously airborne shield and sword wielders displayed remarkable resilience. They quickly rose, seamlessly cooperating to reassemble a tight shield wall, steadfastly standing behind the barracks soldier and her contingent, providing reliable support. However, a pressing question arose. Could a tactic that had already been countered once prove effective again? It was crucial to note that the combined forces of the barracks soldier and her spear throwers numbered fewer than 40, while the opposing pig-headed army still boasted nearly 400 robust and fierce warriors. The disparity in numbers was staggering, tenfold. Furthermore, these pig-headed warriors were all brawny, with tough skin and thick flesh. Even though the young soldiers had temporarily gained an advantage through their agile tactics, the reality remained that if even a small portion of the pig-headed forces managed to entangle them, the majority of the enemy could easily breach their defenses and advance into their ranks. Boss, we can't hold them off any longer. We're being overwhelmed. A soldier gripped her spear tightly, thrusting it forward with a fierce jab, the spear tip slicing through the air like lightning, striking a vulnerable spot on a young pig-headed warrior wielding a massive shield. In an instant, the young pig-headed warrior let out a pained cry, soaring into the air like a kite with a severed string, only to crash heavily to the ground. However, before this valiant soldier could revel in her triumph, she was quickly surrounded by the encroaching pig-headed warriors and swiftly overpowered. Meanwhile, the barracks soldier exhibited astonishing combat prowess. Her petite figure darted agilely across the battlefield, her weapon moving like a tempest, sweeping away swathes of enemies with each swing. Yet, despite the ferocity of her attacks, they merely inflicted superficial wounds upon the young pig-headed warriors. Achieving a fatal strike proved nearly impossible. The reason was simple. The massive shields wielded by these young pig-headed warriors were no ordinary implements, but rather finely crafted, exceptionally durable defensive tools. Faced with such formidable shields, the barracks soldier's offensive power was significantly diminished. At this moment, the barracks soldier was overwhelmed with anxiety. Through the gaps in the ranks of young pig-headed warriors, she helplessly observed a group of robust, mature pig-headed warriors advancing steadily towards the shield wall at the base of the city walls. As the situation grew increasingly dire, the young soldier could not suppress her anger any longer. Curse it! Despite her seething fury, she retained her composure. Rallying her fellow soldiers, she fought valiantly, striving to break through the encircling lines of the numerous young pig-headed warriors. Yet, no matter how fiercely they charged, nearly 200 young pig-headed warriors remained tightly united, forming an impregnable wall that effectively blocked their path. Clearly, the tactical intent of these young pig-headed warriors was unequivocal: to ensnare the young soldier and her contingent, denying them any respite. Thus, they fought with extreme caution, wielding their massive shields defensively, refraining from any reckless assaults. To them, it was far more prudent to hold their ground and delay, rather than risk their lives in a head-on clash. Let us not forget, this was neither an ordinary skirmish nor a mere extermination battle. The presence of these grotesque and loathsome pig-headed warriors was entirely due to the monster siege incident. Therefore, their singular and unwavering objective was to destroy the core of the territory located within the Lord's Hall. Unlike mindless beasts that mindlessly pursued soldiers and launched attacks, these pig-headed warriors clearly operated with strategy and purpose. After the barracks soldier and her courageous troops were unfortunate enough to be successfully separated by the enemy, The path to the sturdy shield wall suddenly became unobstructed. The stout pig-headed warriors, shouldering enormous heavy weapons, advanced menacingly towards the seemingly impenetrable shield wall. Confronted with the formidable array of sharp spears piercing from the shield wall like a forest of blades, they displayed no fear and boldly advanced forward. Immediately, these immensely powerful orc warriors swung their colossal axes or heavy hammers without hesitation, unleashing a tempest of ferocious blows upon the shield wall before them. In an instant, what once seemed an impregnable bastion crumbled under such a fierce assault, and the petite, adorable lowly soldiers comprising the shield wall were sent soaring into the air like kites severed from their strings. As the shield wall disintegrated, the city gate, which had remained hidden behind it, was laid bare to the enemy's gaze. The lowly soldiers, having just crashed heavily to the ground, scarcely had time to tend to their aching backsides before they anxiously sought to regroup and construct a new line of defense against the oncoming attack. However, it was already too late. At that moment, a tide of burly orc warriors surged forth from all directions, recklessly charging at the lowly soldiers attempting to reorganize their defense, willing to sacrifice their precious lives to thwart their efforts. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of battle cries and clashing weapons. Despicable fiends! You shameless lot! If you dare, come face me directly. The camp loli, her fury ignited, glared with wide, bloodshot eyes, burning with rage at the gathering horde of orcs approaching the city gate. Gritting her teeth, she valiantly wielded her weapon, leading her fellow soldiers forward in a desperate attempt to break through the encirclement of orcs. Yet, each charge, while not a futile endeavor akin to striking a stone with an egg, was nonetheless repelled time and again by the steadfast orcs, akin to a tide thwarted by a dam. Nevertheless, the camp loli refused to surrender. Panting heavily, beads of sweat cascaded down her forehead, soaking her hair. She continued to rally her comrades, urging them to charge once more. Yet, regardless of their efforts, the outcome seemed all but predetermined. Ultimately, after countless attempts, the camp loli had no choice but to halt, helplessly watching as the fierce orc warriors successfully reached the city gate. In that moment, despair and regret gnawed at her heart like a venomous serpent. If only I had not been so arrogant. If I had not rashly led my soldiers to confront the enemy outside the city, but instead chosen to retreat and defend from atop the walls, perhaps we would not have arrived at such a dire situation. The camp loli closed her eyes in anguish, her heart heavy with guilt and remorse. She understood that inside the city, there were a group of lowly civilians far more capable than they, yet those lovely girls typically dealt only with ordinary beasts. To pit them against the well-trained, well-equipped orc regulars would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. Although these civilian Lolis possessed a special ability to resurrect, this could not serve as an excuse to lead them to the brink of death. Chapter 61, The Reliable Wall Loli. What to do? What should I do? Lin Yi muttered to himself, darting anxiously about the city walls like an ant on a hot stove. At this moment, he was in a state of distress. Sweat pouring from his brow, his gaze fixated on the heart-wrenching battle unfolding below the walls. He had witnessed the entire progression of the conflict. Initially, both sides had remained at an impasse, unwilling to yield. However, what transpired next was beyond anyone's imagination. The seemingly indestructible shield wall was breached in an unfathomable manner. Subsequently, the camp loli led her brave soldiers into the fray, but they soon found themselves divided and surrounded by the enemy. Ultimately, even the final line of defense was ruthlessly shattered. Now, all the soldiers were ensnared by the ferocious orcs, unable to break free to halt the enemy's further advance. Although the soldiers continued to fight valiantly against the orcs, striving to inflict greater casualties, the orcs, with their tough hides and a defensive strategy of huddling together, rendered the soldiers' attacks largely ineffective. As the situation grew increasingly dire, it became apparent that waiting for the soldiers to eliminate enough orcs to free forces for the city gate might mean that the gate would be utterly destroyed before they could respond. With this realization, Lin Yi turned his anxious gaze toward the nearby civilian Lolis, his expression revealing hesitation and turmoil. Yet, in a fleeting moment, he quickly averted his gaze, seemingly unable to bear looking any longer. Must we truly throw the defenseless civilian Lolis into the fray against the enemy's onslaught? The very thought stirred a profound sense of unease and guilt within him. After all, it felt profoundly wrong to place a group of inexperienced young girls in such a perilous battlefield. Yet, at this juncture, it appeared there were no better options available. Just as Lin Yi wrestled with his painful and difficult decision, the wall loli, who had been silently observing the battle with minimal presence, suddenly rose to her feet. Under Lin Yi's puzzled gaze, she gracefully retrieved a colossal shield from her back. This shield shimmered with a mysterious glow, seemingly imbued with boundless power. Then, she lifted the shield high above her head and proclaimed with a voice like thunder, unyielding, as her shout reverberated. She summoned all her strength and brought the massive shield crashing down upon the city wall. The resulting impact echoed like a thunderclap, shaking the very ground beneath them. At that moment of collision between the shield and the wall, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. A brilliant golden light erupted from the wall loli, soaring upwards like a resplendent golden dragon, spiraling through the air before slowly merging into the steadfast wall. In the blink of an eye, the entire wall was enveloped by this enchanting golden radiance, radiating a dazzling brilliance, akin to an impregnable fortress forged from pure gold. At this moment, a horde of fearsome, malevolent orcs surged toward the city gate. Each one of them was robust, wielding massive and heavy weapons, their faces twisted with greed and ferocity. Without hesitation or pause, this group of orcs roared in unison, raising their colossal weapons with all their might, and savagely struck at the tightly shut city gate. However, just as their massive weapons collided with the gate, something utterly unexpected occurred. At the point of contact, it was as if a calm lake had been disturbed by a stone, sending ripples radiating outward. All the previously formidable force of their assault was miraculously dispersed, evenly transmitted throughout the entire wall. The result was that the city gate, instead of trembling even slightly, remained utterly unscathed, leaving not even the faintest mark. Witnessing this astounding scene, Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mix of astonishment and confusion. He stared blankly at the impregnable city gate, his heart in disarray. Simultaneously, his gaze involuntarily shifted back to the wall loli, who remained steadily seated atop the wall. At this moment, the wall maiden nonchalantly retrieved the colossal shield she had just wielded, then resumed her serene posture, calmly gazing down at the frantic yet helpless goblin-like creatures below. Upon sensing Lin Yi's gaze, the wall maiden turned abruptly, as if responding to a silent connection. Her large, sparkling eyes met Lin Yi's through the visor of her helmet, and a subtle smile graced her lips as she softly elaborated, "My lord, there is no need for such astonishment. This is a unique ability I possess by nature, allowing me to evenly distribute all damage the wall endures. In simpler terms, unless the enemy wields a power capable of instantaneously obliterating the wall, this impregnable fortification shall remain unassailable for the next 5 hours." After absorbing the wall maiden's detailed explanation, Lin Yi initially nodded like a wooden puppet, conveying his understanding. Yet, almost immediately, an uncontrollable exhilaration surged within him, akin to a mighty tide. My goodness, if we entertain the notion that his eyes were not deceiving him, could this astonishingly incredible ability indeed be the legendary extraordinary power? It was widely believed that such phenomena could not manifest during the novice phase. How then could this wall maiden be explained? Just as a maelstrom of thoughts whirled chaotically in Lin Yi's mind, a sudden epiphany struck him like a bolt of lightning slicing through the night sky. Of course, he recalled having heard that the sole condition under which extraordinary means could be employed during the novice phase was the presence of innate talent. Novice phases indeed do not produce extraordinary phenomena, but talent is an exception. In that instant, he recalled the phrase the wall maiden had shouted when activating her skill. Was it not the hallmark of her unique innate talent? Ah, so this so-called innate talent is indeed a form of talent. Everything suddenly made sense. Lin Yi's thoughts drifted to the other maidens, and he realized they too seemed to possess innate talents. At that moment, he recognized a fact he had long overlooked. It appeared that extraordinary elements had always existed within his territory, and he had often witnessed them. For instance, the duplicates created by the dwelling maiden, the spatial attributes of the warehouse, and the summons from the barracks, all seemed to exemplify the extraordinary. It dawned on him that he had been residing in a treasure trove, blissfully unaware. Chapter 62. Counterattack. Counterattack. Lin Yi gradually withdrew his gaze, contemplating that he must seize an opportunity to inquire further with those delightful maidens when he had the time. After all, the fierce battle raging beneath the wall was far from over, and his most pressing task was to successfully navigate this significant crisis. He swiftly redirected his attention to the situation below the wall, where the battle had taken on an exceedingly peculiar and evolving dynamic. Below, over 100 robust goblin-like creatures stood helplessly at the gate, wielding their colossal, fearsome weapons, yet appearing somewhat at a loss. Upon realizing that they could not budge the sturdy gate, these goblins fell into a deep confusion, utterly unsure of how to proceed. In stark contrast, the previously demoralized Barak maidens and soldiers, upon witnessing the wall suddenly gleaming in gold, seemed to be imbued with a potent stimulant, as the despair that had previously clouded their hearts dissipated in an instant. Seizing this unexpected turn of events, the Barak maiden issued a decisive command without hesitation. All soldiers, heed my orders. Immediately abandon the defensive strategy and engage in full annihilation warfare. No sooner had her voice faded than this valiant Barak maiden ceased her attempts to break through the enemy's encirclement, turning resolutely to unleash a relentless barrage of fierce and lethal attacks upon the goblins. In this tense and heated moment, the other soldiers, witnessing the shift in momentum, felt their spirits ignited, discarding their former cautious and defensive strategies in favor of a bold and aggressive approach, especially those who had been stationed defensively at the gate. The sword and shield warriors and spear wielders no longer merely retreated to guard the gate, but swiftly adapted. With agile movements, they exchanged their weapons for long spears and shields and charged toward the loathsome goblins like tigers descending from the mountains, launching a fierce assault. In an instant, the entire battlefield underwent a dramatic reversal. The goblins faced unprecedented and severe blows, with casualties soaring. Within mere seconds, over 30 goblins lost the ability to continue fighting, collapsing in pools of blood. These diminutive yet formidable maiden soldiers possessed physical attributes far superior to their larger adversaries. However, previously, due to the necessity of safeguarding the gate's security, they had been compelled to adopt relatively conservative tactics, inflicting only minimal damage upon the goblins. Now, with the gate no longer a concern, these courageous and adorable maidens seemed to shed their shackles, fully unleashing their potential. With their extraordinary physical capabilities, they darted across the battlefield like bolts of lightning. Even surrounded by the goblins, they remained unflinching and fearless. Notably, the opponents faced by the Barak maiden were the youth goblin forces. While these young goblins lacked the combat prowess of their adult counterparts, they were nonetheless equipped with enormous shields, complicating the maiden's offensive. As the Barak maiden wielded her spear with ferocity, each thrust accurately struck the grotesque, tusked goblins. However, despite her exceptional marksmanship, capable of sending multiple goblins flying with a single thrust, the damage inflicted upon these tough-skinned creatures remained limited. In contrast, the sword and shield soldiers and spear wielders exhibited greater prowess. Their coordinated strikes were swift and decisive, often inflicting deep, long wounds upon the mature goblins. With favorable luck, they could even achieve instant kills, bringing down foes on the spot. It was undeniable that, given the pitiable defensive capabilities of the goblins, they appeared utterly fragile before this seemingly delicate, yet fiercely courageous group of maiden warriors. The 40 maiden soldiers surged into the fray like hungry wolves among sheep, devouring the numerous mature goblins at an astonishing pace. Now that they no longer needed to divert their attention to safeguarding the gate, these maidens fully unleashed their speed advantage. Unless faced with an unavoidable state of emergency, they would never rashly choose to absorb the ferocious assaults of the pig-headed creatures with their shields. Yet, when the dire moment arrives and confrontation becomes imperative, they exhibit no hesitation. As the shield meets the brutal impact of the pig-headed foe, the little Lolis swiftly retaliate with their weapons, striking back without a moment's doubt. This swift and lethal counterattack signifies that the struck pig-headed creature is perilously close to death. Meanwhile, the arrow towers atop the city wall incessantly unleash crossbow bolts. Although the rate of fire is relatively slow due to factors such as reloading and adjusting the shooting angle, each shot precisely claims the life of a pig-headed adversary. Under the ferocious assault of the valiant soldier Lolis and the indomitable arrow towers, the once numerous and menacing adult pig-headed creatures suffer a heavy blow. Their ranks dwindle at an astonishing pace, as if swept away by a violent tempest. In just a few brief minutes, over 100 robust adult pig-headed creatures are completely eradicated, not a single one remaining. At this juncture, the victorious soldiers cast their keen gazes toward another group of pig-headed creatures fiercely engaged in combat with the barracks Lolis and their companions. A red-haired little loli called out exuberantly, "Boss, we're here to help you." Her voice, clear and melodious, echoed across the battlefield like a nightingale's song. Upon hearing her cheerful exclamation, the remaining young pig-headed creatures turned pale with fright, their faces betraying their dread, causing even their previously organized battle formation to falter. It is worth noting that prior to this, they had struggled against foes even fewer than 4 times their number. Now, however, the disparity in forces had dramatically shifted, with their side reduced to a mere 200, facing 70 battle-hardened soldier Lolis. Such a staggering imbalance rendered this battle all the more effortless. As expected, under the immense pressure from both fronts, these fewer than 200 young pig-headed creatures soon found themselves in a dire predicament. They floundered, struggling to cope with the fierce assaults from 2 directions, utterly incapable of mounting an effective resistance. Before long, these once arrogant young pig-headed creatures met the same fate as their adult counterparts, being swiftly annihilated, with not a single one escaping. The battlefield fell silent in an instant, leaving only a ground strewn with corpses and the lingering scent of blood in the air. Chapter 63, The System Mall. With the final pig-headed creature crashing to the ground, the The system's emotionless voice reverberated through the space like a booming bell. The monster siege has concluded. Congratulations on successfully surmounting this arduous challenge. You can now embark on a brand new adventure. Simultaneously, we have seamlessly opened an exclusive chat channel for beginners and unlocked the mysterious system mall, both of which are believed to offer unexpected assistance on your journey. However, please remember that 7 days hence, another wave of severe trials will befall your territory, during which a neutral faction will come to visit. How to engage with this neutral faction entirely depends on your personal attitude and choices. As the system's announcement faded, Lin Yi, who had remained tense, finally exhaled in relief. His long-suspended heart gradually settled back into his chest, as if liberated from an intense state of anxiety. He raised his trembling hand to wipe the beads of sweat from his brow, then let out a heavy sigh. Once his emotions had calmed, Lin Yi instantly regained the composure and decisiveness befitting of a lord. He turned to the petite and adorable residential loli beside him and methodically issued commands. Residential, you shall take on the important task of cleaning the battlefield. Be sure to meticulously collect all useful items. Not a single one should be overlooked. As for the corpses of the monsters, they are not for consumption. So for now, leave them be. I will consider how to dispose of them later. Upon hearing her lord's instructions, the residential loli nodded obediently, her big eyes sparkling with lively enthusiasm. She playfully raised her right hand and saluted Lin Yi with a crisp military gesture, responding cheerfully, "All right, Lord Brother. I promise to complete the task." Without missing a beat, she dashed towards the chaotic battlefield, accompanied by her duplicates, like a flock of joyful little birds, beginning to diligently clean up the disarray. The barracks loli excitedly hopped and skipped up the city wall. Her petite figure appeared to be drenched in blood, resembling one who had just emerged from a horrific bloodbath. From head to toe, every inch of her skin was stained with crimson, and even her once sturdy armor bore unsettling remnants of pig-headed fragments, some still clinging to sinew and flesh. "My lord, I have not let you down. The invading enemies have all been annihilated. Our forces of 75 set out, and only a small number sustained minor injuries. There are no serious wounds or fatalities." The barracks loli bravely suppressed her trembling body, standing tall as she reported the battle's outcome to Lin Yi. Though her voice bore a hint of fatigue, it still radiated determination and pride. Upon hearing this news, a satisfied smile graced Lin Yi's face, and he regarded the courageous little loli before him with admiration. As his gaze fell upon her blood-soaked attire, reeking of the battlefield, he tenderly patted her small head. "You've worked hard. You all did exceptionally well. Lead everyone to freshen up. Ensure the injured soldiers receive medical attention promptly. As for the subsequent matters on the battlefield, the residents will assist with those. You need only focus on recuperation." "At your command, my lord." The barracks loli responded before turning to depart. Since most soldiers only sustained minor injuries, the situation was not dire. Thus, she decided to lead them to wash up and regroup. Along the way, although the soldiers were exhausted, their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory, accompanied by a sense of fulfillment from the battle. As Lin Yi watched the soldiers return one by one, he smiled and gently addressed the gathering of adorable little Lolis nearby. "All right, children, the thrilling battle against the monster siege has finally concluded. You may return to your respective duties, and we shall gather tonight for a grand celebration feast." Upon hearing this, the little Lolis erupted into cheers. "Hooray! We've gathered so many new materials. Lord Brother, you must come celebrate tonight. I need to check on the fields. I hope those wretched monsters haven't ruined the seedlings. I want to let the little animals at the ranch out to play freely." And so, each little loli chattered excitedly about their plans, before scampering away to their respective tasks, leaving Lin Yi behind. Once the lively and adorable little girls had wandered off into the distance, Lin Yi finally exhaled slowly, calming his mind to meticulously explore the newly unlocked features of the system. After enduring the grueling siege of monstrous foes, not only had the system unveiled a chat channel, but it had also launched the long-anticipated system shop. For Lin Yi, the aspect of utmost interest was a particular feature within the shop: recycling. After all, during the novice phase, recycling items to acquire gold coins was an essential avenue for progress. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi unhesitatingly opened the system shop, eager to delve into its concealed mysteries and treasures. After a considerable duration, Lin Yi closed the system shop. Although he was already aware of this from his time at school, he couldn't help but mutter a curse. So unfair. Truly unfair. The recycling function of the system shop did indeed offer gold coins, but the shop was not solely a recycling hub. It also engaged in sales. The pricing structure was one of the reasons Lin Yi lamented the exploitative nature of the system shop. Within the system shop, all valuable items could be recycled, yet the prices were dishearteningly low. The recycling prices were as follows: 1 unit of wood for 1 gold coin, 1 unit of stone for 2 gold coins, 1 unit of iron ore for 3 gold coins, 1 unit of iron for 5 gold coins, 1 kilogram of vegetables and fruits for 3 gold coins, and 1 kilogram of meat for 5 gold coins. Other items generally started at a third of that price. Of course, these were the recycling prices. The system shop also sold these items, but at 3 times the recycling price. This meant that between buying and selling, 2/3 of the value was lost. Truly unfair. Despite the blatant unfairness, Lin Yi found himself powerless to change the situation. Upgrading buildings to level 10 required not just ordinary materials, but star-rated materials. For instance, the Lord's Hall required 200 one-star wood, 100 one-star stone, and 50 one-star metal for its upgrade. However, star-rated materials were non-existent in the novice area, meaning that to elevate buildings beyond level 10 during the novice phase, one would have to resort to purchasing with gold coins. And gold coins, solely earned from opening treasure chests and battling monster lairs, were far from sufficient. Ultimately, one would need to sell ordinary materials to accumulate enough. The prices for star-rated materials in the system shop were even steeper. Lin Yi glanced at the prices for one-star materials. 1-star wood was 15 gold coins per unit. 1-star stone was 30 gold coins per unit, and 1-star metal ore was 45 gold coins per unit. Given this calculation, upgrading a level 10 building would cost a staggering 250 gold coins, especially since purchasing ore was the cheaper option. Buying metal outright would only escalate the expenses. Chapter 64. How to handle the bodies. At this moment, although the quantity of wood in his domain reached several 100,000 units, and other materials were countless, this could not serve as an excuse for reckless extravagance or wastage. It was crucial to remember that these precious materials were diligently gathered by those lovely little girls from the cottages. To sell them off at such meager prices would be a significant loss. With this realization, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh deeply, reluctantly closing the system shop. After all, there were numerous buildings in his territory that had yet to be upgraded to level 10. Rather than squander valuable time at the blacksmiths on these materials, it would be wiser to remain patient and wait. Once other lords successfully established markets, these mountain-like piles of materials could be seamlessly sold off for profit. Although the market would impose a hefty transaction fee of up to 15, even if each unit of wood could only be sold for a mere 2 gold coins, it would still be far better than discarding them into the recycling station. After careful consideration, Lin Yi resolutely decided, unless absolutely necessary, he would strive to avoid selling any items at such a loss. The so-called recycling function was merely a colossal pitfall. Just then, a light and hurried pattering of footsteps approached. The little girl from the cottage had sprinted up to the city wall. "Lord brother, we have finished clearing the battlefield. All the useful materials have been transported to the warehouse, and the war beasts have been sent to the cafeteria. I came up to ask how you plan to handle the bodies." You've cleared the battlefield already? That was incredibly swift. Lin Yi mused in surprise, unable to resist glancing out beyond the city walls. Wow, the industrious little girls truly excelled at their tasks. He marveled at how the once chaotic and ravaged battlefield had been rendered spotless. Were it not for the faint traces of blood still lingering on the ground, one could hardly imagine that a fierce and brutal battle had just transpired here. Furthermore, all items had been meticulously categorized and organized by these diligent little girls. Look, the various weapons seized from the dog-headed and pig-headed foes were being steadily transported to the warehouse. Even the gigantic war beasts were gradually being moved towards the cafeteria, aided by the collaborative efforts of the little girls. As for the bodies sprawled haphazardly across the ground, the little girls had not overlooked them either. They tirelessly gathered each one, soon amassing a small mountain of corpses. Wait, corpses? Upon seeing the towering pile of bodies, Lin Yi's brow furrowed, and he fell into deep contemplation. He recalled that the system shop seemed to possess a characteristic of accepting any item of certain value for recycling. So, could these bodies also be accepted by the system shop? Given their sheer number, failing to handle them properly could lead to significant complications. With this thought, Lin Yi's gaze returned to the small mountain of corpses. Rough estimates indicated that the dog-headed foes had left behind approximately 300 bodies, while the pig-headed ones numbered as many as 700. How should such a multitude of corpses be disposed of? If the system shop were willing to recycle them, that would be ideal, but if not, how would he resolve this troublesome dilemma? To suggest consuming them was utterly out of the question. Not only would it be a psychological hurdle, but even the mere thought was horrifying and unpalatable. Even turning them into fertilizer seemed unsettling. After all, these were sentient beings. If one were to consume food nourished by fertilizer derived from these corpses, even Lin Yi would find it difficult to accept. Nevertheless, simply burying these bodies seemed a terrible waste. After all, these were the fruits of victory, earned through the blood and sweat of the brave little girls in the barracks. Many soldiers had even sustained injuries to their delicate forms during the fierce battle. To so easily squander these hard-won spoils would be excessively extravagant. Moreover, with a new week approaching, it was foreseeable that similar situations would undoubtedly arise again. If the encounter were merely with ordinary beasts, it would be manageable, at worst. They could be dispatched to the dining hall as provisions. However, should they come across creatures endowed with intelligence, akin to the ones faced this time, would the only recourse be to bury them all? Patience is key. Let me descend and investigate further. Thus, Lin Yi, accompanied by the young girl from the village, proceeded to step down from the city wall, making their way toward the outskirts. The moment they crossed the city gate, a pungent and acrid scent of blood assaulted their senses. While standing atop the walls earlier, the stench had not been so overwhelming, but now, as they stood at ground level, Lin Yi felt as though the very air was saturated with the nauseating odor of blood. This heavy miasma surged into his nostrils, churning his stomach violently, threatening to bring forth bile. Despite the diligent cleaning efforts of the village girl, the acrid scent seemed indelibly etched into the atmosphere, lingering obstinately. Fortunately, Lin Yi possessed commendable adaptability. With a mere moment of adjustment, he managed to suppress the roiling desires within him. He tightly covered his mouth and nose, slowly advancing with the village girl toward the mountain of corpses. Only when they stood before the heap of bodies, gazing at the colossal pig-headed creatures, did Lin Yi truly comprehend their immense stature. Looking up at these towering behemoths, resembling small mountains, a chilling dread coursed through him. His mind involuntarily conjured images of what it would be like to confront this fearsome assembly of pig-headed beings alone. He would undoubtedly flee without hesitation, desperate to escape this realm of death. Contemplating this, Lin Yi felt a surge of admiration for the brave soldiers, the village girls, who faced such towering adversaries. It was unimaginable what immense pressure and fear they must endure in the face of such formidable foes. Yet, even so, they remained undeterred, courageously engaging in battle. Chapter 65, A Fortunate Day. Struggling against the intense discomfort within him, Lin Yi took a deep breath, steeling his resolve before decisively opening the system marketplace. In the next moment, upon seeing the recovery prize for the pig-headed creatures displayed on the screen, an uncontrollable wave of ecstatic joy surged through him like a tide. "Haha, this is my chance for a windfall," Lin Yi exclaimed, unable to contain his exuberance. However, his elation was short-lived, as the nauseating stench of blood doused his excitement like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the thrill he had just experienced. With a sudden wave of nausea overwhelming him, Lin Yi bent over, violently retching. "Brother Lord, what is wrong with you?" The village girl, noticing his distress, hurriedly approached with a concerned expression, gently patting his back. Yet, she was blissfully unaware that her seemingly gentle pats felt like a nightmare to Lin Yi. Each tap made him roll his eyes in agony, internally lamenting, "Please, stop. Little girl, do you not realize your own strength? If you keep this up, I might just collapse." But facing the innocent and oblivious village girl, he felt too embarrassed to chastise her, just as Lin Yi was about to succumb to his discomfort. Perhaps driven by a primal instinct for survival that triumphed over fear and nausea, he miraculously adapted to the horrific environment around him. After all, when faced with the choice between such a repugnant scene and the will to survive, it was undoubtedly more crucial to preserve one's life. "I'm fine now." Lin Yi gritted his teeth, forcing his trembling body to stand upright. He had to halt the village girl's comforting gestures, otherwise he might truly lose his composure. With that thought, he quickly covered his mouth and nose, fearful that the acrid scent would invade his senses once more. He hastily opened the system marketplace to check the acquisition price for the pig-headed creatures. To his astonishment, he discovered that the system offered a meat price for the pig-headed beings. Specifically, each kilogram could fetch 5 gold coins. However, it was essential to note that the system calculated based on pure meat. If one were to sell an entire pig-headed creature in its entirety, the price would naturally be discounted. Lin Yi resolutely decided against allowing the dining hall girls to process these corpses into pure meat, even if that would yield a higher price. He was unwavering in his choice to sell them outright. It was worth noting that a mature pig-headed creature typically weighed between 400 to 500 kilograms, approaching half a ton. If one were to estimate based on the average meat yield of 70 to 80, each mature pig-headed creature could produce no less than 280 kilograms of fresh meat. Converting this into gold coins, it would amount to approximately 1,400 coins. However, this price only pertained to the meat itself. The system also accepted other parts of the pig-headed beings. Although the price for these other parts was lower, when all calculations were taken into account, a complete mature pig-headed creature could yield around 1,500 gold coins. One must admit, this price is quite reasonable. In contrast, the acquisition price for younger pig-headed beings, due to their lesser attributes, was lower, about 1,200 gold coins each. As for the diminutive piglets, they were significantly cheaper, fetching merely 800 coins each. In sharp contrast to the pig-headed beings were the inconspicuous dog-headed creatures, which were lamentably inexpensive. Each dog-headed corpse was worth a mere 100 gold coins. With a triumphant spirit, Lin Yi successfully sold all the corpses, and to his amazement, nearly 90,000 gleaming gold coins suddenly appeared in his backpack. Most of the pig-headed beings had sold for their expected prices, thus the surplus gold coins were a delightful bonus. "Let us go. Brother will take you back for a grand feast now," Lin Yi exclaimed excitedly, grasping the hand of the equally thrilled village girl as they walked briskly toward their territory. At that moment, the most troublesome and challenging corpses on the battlefield had been successfully sold to the mysterious system. Consequently, the delightful village girls had little left to occupy their time. Upon hearing that they would soon indulge in a delectable feast, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. As if countless delicacies were laid before them, they quickly gathered around Lin Yi, chattering excitedly, their words brimming with eagerness and joy for the forthcoming meal. However, just as Lin Yi smiled and responded to those lively and adorable little girls from the residential area, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind about the warehouse girl. Remembering the elusive figure of the warehouse girl, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a pang of compassion. She toiled day in and day out, and after several days of hard work, she had managed to generate a mere 7,000 coins. In stark contrast, he could effortlessly amass a fortune simply by selling a few corpses. The disparity was indeed staggering. As for how Lin Yi was so acutely aware of the number of coins the warehouse girl had generated, the answer was quite simple. One only needed to observe the new soldiers appearing in the barracks. After all, with a sufficient amount of gold coins at her disposal, the girl in charge of managing the barracks would undoubtedly summon more soldiers without hesitation to bolster their strength. Every time the warehouse girl came to mind, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. He wondered where she had disappeared to, especially at such a crucial time when monsters were besieging the city. She didn't even bother to return for a glance. Was she not at all concerned that chaos might ensue in her rear? What if her absence led to dire consequences? It seemed he needed to devise a way to rein her in. Entering the spacious and brightly lit cafeteria alongside the residential girl, Lin Yi grandly waved his hand and unhesitatingly opened the system mall. In the blink of an eye, he swiftly selected and purchased a vast array of seasonings. The seasonings were exquisite, of high quality, and surprisingly, they were priced as if they were mere vegetables and fruits. Although each unit of seasoning cost 9 gold coins, for Lin Yi, who possessed hundreds of thousands of coins, this expenditure was negligible and hardly worth mentioning. Chapter 66. The Warehouse Girl Who Ate the Leopard's Gallbladder. Though the cafeteria girl was an exceptional cook who could create mouth-watering dishes without any seasonings, for some reason, Lin Yi always found it a bit odd. Perhaps it was just a matter of habit. But he believed that adding a reasonable amount of seasonings during cooking would enhance the flavors and complexity of the dishes. When Lin Yi handed over a full 100 units of seasonings to the excited cafeteria girl, her already bright eyes sparkled with delight. He did not pause in his shopping spree, continuing to meticulously select items from the mall. After careful consideration, he decisively purchased 1,000 units of various vegetables and staple foods. After all, in this territory, there was no shortage of succulent meats or sweet, juicy fruits. However, staple foods and various vegetables were relatively scarce. If one were to indulge solely in meat daily, it would inevitably lead to monotony over time. Thus, timely replenishment of these ingredients was crucial. After procuring the necessary items, Lin Yi hurried to the location of the cottage. In fact, he had already sensed that the system mall even offered a seed purchasing service. It is essential to note that in this lordly world, one cannot simply find ordinary seeds and expect to plant them successfully. If one were to carelessly seek out seeds and plant them, not only would they miss out on the unique fast growth advantage granted to lords, but the final yield would also be uncertain. Therefore, to successfully conduct planting activities in the territory, the seeds must be specially provided by the system. Only the seeds produced by the system could mature rapidly within a relatively short time and still have the potential for replanting after harvest. Notably, the variety of seeds available in the system mall was extensive and comprehensive, covering all types of staple vegetables needed in daily life, as well as a wide array of delicious fruits. More importantly, their prices were quite affordable, regardless of the type of seed. As long as it fell within the category of ordinary quality, the price was uniformly set at 100 coins per unit, which was just enough to plant an entire acre of land. Seeing such reasonably priced and diverse seeds, Lin Yi didn't even spend much time contemplating and straightforwardly ordered 10 units of each staple food seed. However, just as he was excitedly preparing to select vegetable and fruit seeds, he was met with resistance from the cottage. The cottage girl, a bit displeased, pouted her lips and pointed a finger at the seeds that had been carelessly piled nearby, questioning him. "Brother Lord, Did you not promise before to entrust all agricultural matters to me for management? You should leave the seed affairs to me. You know nothing about planting. Ultimately, unable to withstand the cottage girl's persistent pleas and soft insistence, Lin Yi reluctantly agreed to her request. He swiftly tapped a few times, granting her access to the system mall for purchasing. Not only that, he generously bestowed upon her a dazzling sum of 10,000 gold coins as initial capital, specifically for acquiring various seeds. He also informed her that if she exhausted the funds, she could always come to him for more. As long as the harvested grain was sold, it would yield a substantial amount of gold coins. After arranging everything, Lin Yi bid farewell to the charming cottage girl and hurriedly made his way to the warehouse. After a long trek, he finally arrived at the entrance of the warehouse. Gazing at the somewhat aged yet mysteriously intriguing structure, Lin Yi pondered how to successfully entice the mischievous and willful warehouse girl back. After deep contemplation, he believed he had conceived a brilliant idea. He knew the warehouse girl had an almost obsessive fondness for gold coins, so he decided to cater to her desires, using gold coins as bait to lure her back to the warehouse. Without hesitation, Lin Yi pulled out a thick stack of gold coins from his pocket, totaling over 10,000. He then carefully arranged them in a conspicuous spot within the warehouse. Once all was set, Lin Yi stood expectantly outside the warehouse, quietly awaiting her arrival. As time ticked away, 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, Lin Yi, to his disappointment, found that the warehouse girl he longed for did not appear. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel perplexed, musing inwardly, could it be that my method is flawed? That shouldn't be the case. Thus, the poor Lin Yi stood alone outside the warehouse for a full 10 minutes, during which he was mercilessly feasted upon by a swarm of oblivious mosquitoes, leaving him covered in an array of itchy welts. He waved his arms incessantly to fend off the annoying insects while scratching his head, desperately contemplating if there was any aspect he had overlooked. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him like lightning. He decided to take an unexpected, completely opposite course of action. Without hesitation, he strode directly toward the warehouse and swiftly retrieved the few precious coins that remained inside. As anticipated, merely a second later, a remarkable event unfolded. Right before his eyes, a pitch-black spatial portal materialized out of thin air. Before anyone could approach, a furious roar surged forth. Who had the audacity to pilfer my gold coins? Are they tired of living? To covet a mere handful of coins? Can they not afford to live? This voice boomed like thunder, deafening in its intensity. In the blink of an eye, the petite yet imposing figure of the warehouse girl burst forth from the mysterious portal. Almost simultaneously, her keen, hawk-like eyes were drawn to a towering pile of gold coins. Instantly, her eyes seemed enchanted, transforming into shimmering gold coin shapes. Overcome with excitement, she gasped in awe, "Wow, so many little coins." Then, she dashed towards the glittering mound of gold with the eagerness of a famished tiger, completely disregarding Lin Yi, who stood nearby with a face as dark as a stormy sky. However, Lin Yi was not one to remain passive in the face of such a spectacle. With a swift motion of his arm, as if casting a spell, the coins that had been piled on the ground vanished without a trace, all collected into his possession. The unfortunate warehouse girl, having rushed in too hastily, could not halt her momentum and thus tumbled to the ground in a most undignified manner. Chapter 67. The Warehouse Girl with Two Faces. "Ah, my coins!" Accompanied by this heart-wrenching wail, which seemed to pierce the heavens, the warehouse girl slumped to the ground as though struck by lightning, her hands clutching her chest, her face contorted in despair. Her pitiable appearance evoked the suspicion that perhaps the apocalypse had arrived, or that she had lost several family members to warrant such profound sorrow. "My coins!" The warehouse girl continued to lament, her voice growing increasingly shrill, akin to a cuckoo mourning its fate. Meanwhile, she anxiously scanned her surroundings, her large, watery eyes darting about in frantic search of the vanished, glimmering coins. At that moment, her gaze inadvertently landed on Lin Yi, who stood nearby with a countenance darker than a pot's bottom. Instantly, the warehouse girl froze, as if struck by a paralysis spell, before emitting a high-pitched scream. "Ah, brother lord." Upon seeing Lin Yi, her previously muddled thoughts began racing at an astonishing speed. In that instant, her intellect seemed to soar, rivaling that of Einstein. Within the blink of an eye, she deduced the crucial connection between the mysteriously vanished coins and the ominous-looking brother lord before her. Resolute, the warehouse girl swiftly altered her strategy. Like a nimble little monkey, she scurried along the ground and in a heartbeat reached Lin Yi's side. Then, she threw her arms around his sturdy, powerful thigh, gazing up at him with her pleading, doe-like eyes. "Brother lord, I'm so poor. I have no money." She blinked her eyes, tears welling up as she appeared utterly pitiful, evoking sympathy from anyone who beheld her. Yet, in the face of such a scene, Lin Yi could only helplessly cover his face, inwardly lamenting. "Heavens, What kind of peculiar creatures have I raised? He thought with a sigh. Nevertheless, he resolved to address the warehouse girl's education first. Drawing a deep breath, he reached out, intending to grasp her head and lift her up. To his astonishment, he found that he could not budge this seemingly delicate little girl at all. Well, it was a fact he had to accept. He was indeed a weakling. Lin Yi could only bend down slowly, his gaze intensely fixed on the petite warehouse girl before him. Her large, watery eyes looked up at him timidly, reminiscent of a child caught in wrongdoing. You still know to come back. Lin Yi struggled to suppress his discontent, striving to sound stern. After all, this warehouse was one of the earliest and most significant constructions in the territory. Yet, nearly a week had passed since its completion, and he had only seen this warehouse girl a handful of times, counting to merely 3. Though she returned from her escapades laden with resources and coins, it could not excuse her behavior. After all, she was merely a young, innocent girl. How could Lin Yi not worry for her safety when she spent so much time gallivanting about, even refusing to stay home longer? At that moment, confronted with Lin Yi's reproachful inquiry, the warehouse girl lowered her head, her already pale face flushing crimson. Her small hands fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, clearly betraying her guilt. As Lin Yi's hand pressed down on her head with increasing weight, she could no longer bear the pressure, and tears began to uncontrollably well up in her eyes. Soon, droplets of tears cascaded down her rosy cheeks, forming glistening trails. Brother Lord, it hurts. The warehouse girl pleaded with a quivering voice, her pitiful demeanor tugging at Lin Yi's heartstrings. Naturally, Lin Yi's strength could not harm her. She was merely feigning distress. Gazing at the tear-streaked warehouse girl, Lin Yi felt his heart soften. The fiery anger that had burned within him dissipated as swiftly as if doused with cold water. At that moment, he realized his previous actions had been overly harsh, akin to bullying the innocent. Reluctantly, Lin Yi released his grip and retrieved the coins he had just collected, carefully placing them in the warehouse girl's hands. From now on, regardless of the circumstances, you must return to me every day without fail. Moreover, starting tomorrow, some hostile units will emerge outside. Therefore, remember to avoid acting alone as much as possible, understood? Also, there are many other precautions to consider. For instance, if you encounter danger, you must hide quickly and not wander about recklessly. In short, be cautious, understood? Oh dear. I've been quite thorough, haven't I? Lin Yi earnestly advised the warehouse girl. However, at that moment, her gaze had already been captivated by the piles of gleaming gold coins, her eyes transformed into the shape of coins, glittering with avarice. As for Lin Yi's words, she scarcely absorbed a single one. With drool pooling at the corners of her mouth, she hurriedly began gathering the coins around her, responding to Lin Yi's admonitions with a distracted, hum. Thus, Lin Yi spoke incessantly for half the day, his throat parched and nearly aflame from his fervent discourse. However, when he finally focused his gaze upon the warehouse girl before him, he discovered her demeanor remained utterly nonchalant and carefree. In that moment, a surge of indignation welled up within Lin Yi. Unable to contain his mounting fury, he abruptly extended a hand, firmly grasping the delicate ear of the warehouse girl, and leaned in close to her ear, raising his voice to a thunderous pitch. Hey, did you even comprehend a word of what I just said? Startled by Lin Yi's abrupt and forceful action, the warehouse girl instinctively trembled. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, dismissively waving her hand before expressing her irritation. All right. I heard you. Can you please stop being so long-winded? It's utterly exasperating. With that, she rolled her eyes at Lin Yi. This sudden shift in the warehouse girl's attitude left Lin Yi momentarily dumbfounded, standing there as if frozen, uncertain of how to respond. How peculiar, he mused, that when there are coins, she calls me Lord Brother, yet without them, it's Lord. So this is what the warehouse truly is. Lin Yi gradually released his hold on the warehouse girl's ear and, with a face devoid of emotion, moved to the side, crossing his arms over his chest as he quietly observed the little girl squatting on the ground, meticulously counting her coins. Her chubby little hands delicately picked up each gold coin from the ground and carefully placed them together, counting aloud. 1, 2, 3, her demeanor exuding an adorably charming innocence. As time ticked by, at last, when the warehouse girl finished counting the final coin and contentedly stowed them away in her small pocket, she slowly rose to her feet, brushing off the dust from her little backside after squatting for so long, and turned to leave the area. However, at that moment, Lin Yi, who had remained silent until now, suddenly made a move. With a casual flick of his right hand, a glimmering gold coin soared through the air like a shooting star, landing on the ground nearby with a delightful clink. Wow, little money. Upon hearing the sound, the warehouse girl's eyes instantly sparkled, her previously advanced footstep retracting in an instant. She then darted towards the direction of the fallen coin like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, she had reached the spot and accurately scooped up the coin. Yet, after securing the coin, the warehouse girl did not immediately place it into her pocket as before. Instead, she hurriedly opened her little repository to inspect it. Clearly, she wished to ascertain whether this coin belonged to her collection. After a thorough examination, her excitement surged as she realized this coin was not from her own stash. With her gaze lifted, she looked back at Lin Yi, her eyes reigniting with fervent anticipation. As if to say, "Please, continue." To Lin Yi, the warehouse girl's response seemed entirely predictable. He regarded her with an impassive expression, then nonchalantly reached for another coin from the side, flicking his wrist so that it soared towards a different direction with greater speed. The warehouse girl, seeing this, naturally would not let such an opportunity slip away. She darted forward, effortlessly catching the coin just as it touched the ground. Thus, Lin Yi continued to toss gold coins one after another, while the warehouse girl remained fixated on his movements, skillfully catching each coin that flew her way. The scene transformed into a lively spectacle. After tossing nearly 100 coins, Lin Yi finally ceased his actions. It was not due to a lack of coins, quite the opposite, for his bag remained heavy with them. The real reason he halted was that his poor fingernails could no longer withstand the strain of such relentless and vigorous activity. The continuous flicking of the coins had brought about a sharp pain in his fingertips. Nevertheless, Lin Yi maintained an air of indifference, quickly concealing his aching hand behind him, while he casually picked up another coin with the other hand, toying with it. Meanwhile, he raised his gaze to the clouds drifting above and then glanced at the firm ground beneath, deliberately avoiding the warehouse girl standing nearby. In contrast, the warehouse girl exhibited no signs of fatigue despite her numerous leaps. On the contrary, she appeared invigorated by the activity, almost yearning for more. Her large, sparkling eyes, akin to two radiant gems, remained fixated on the coins in Lin Yi's hand, emanating a palpable desire to leap joyfully at any moment should Lin Yi give the signal. Yet, Lin Yi showed no inclination to continue tossing coins. With an expressionless demeanor, he gently gathered the coins in his hand, unhesitatingly turning away as if to depart. "Oh, what a bore. This isn't fun at all. I might as well head back," Lin Yi muttered nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the warehouse girl, who had been brimming with anticipation, froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. How could this be? She recalled that the first time Lin Yi had given her gold, it had been a staggering 10,000 coins. At that moment, she had naively believed that this vast sum represented all his wealth. Yet now, witnessing Lin Yi's relaxed demeanor and the nonchalant air he exuded, she realized he must possess an even more astonishing quantity of gold. No, she could not allow him to leave so easily. With a sudden glint in her eyes, the warehouse girl dashed towards Lin Yi like a gust of wind, then leapt up to tightly wrap her arms around his sturdy thigh, refusing to let go. Her delicate voice seemed capable of melting the very ocean as she sweetly implored, "Lord Geijai, let us continue playing the game, shall we?" Her voice was so sweet it could make one's bones feel weak. Following this, she blinked her large, glistening eyes, gazing up at Lin Yi with eager anticipation, continuing to coax, "What kind of pose do you like? Next time, shall I catch it with my mouth?" At that moment, the concept of face had long been discarded by the warehouse girl, for in her eyes, nothing was more tangible than real gold. Earning a bit of coin was the paramount concern. However, Lin Yi was not easily swayed by her antics. He attempted to step forward, seeking to extricate himself from the clingy warehouse girl, yet she clung to him with a grip as tenacious as an octopus, rendering him immobile. Thus, Lin Yi was compelled to halt, looking down at the warehouse girl clinging to his thigh with an impassive expression, his gaze cold yet tinged with a hint of mockery. A smirk played at the corners of his lips as he spoke slowly. "Oh dear, isn't that the exalted lord of the warehouse? What brings you here? Why are you clinging to me like a koala, holding on to this tedious and bothersome fellow? Did you not just express your disdain for my incessant chatter?" Upon hearing this, the warehouse loli's face instantly flushed with embarrassment, and she felt a deep sense of regret. She was now acutely aware of the concept of reaping what one sows, of lifting a stone only to drop it on her own foot. This was indeed the legendary boomerang effect. The words she had once spoken now struck her like bullets of memory, piercing directly into her consciousness, leaving her with no escape. Yet, who is the warehouse loli? She is one who would forego days and nights at home for the sake of gold coins. Lin Yi's taunts were of little consequence to her. In fact, as long as there were gold coins involved, she would endure even if Lin Yi were to strike her. Chapter 69. The Easily Deceived Warehouse Loli. Of course, Lin Yi would never dream of laying a hand on this adorable warehouse loli, for he steadfastly adhered to his moral principles. However, the more crucial factor was that he simply could not overpower her. This seemed to be a rather sad and helpless reality. With this thought, Lin Yi could only gaze silently at the sky, a sigh escaping his lips. Meanwhile, the warehouse loli continued to cling tightly to Lin Yi's thigh, incessantly indulging in her charms. Life may be forfeit, blood may flow, but gold coins must not be lost. For the love of gold. Lord brother, I realize my mistakes. I truly should not have found you tedious or troublesome. You may punish me as you wish. Even if it means striking or scolding me, just please do not ignore me. Upon realizing that her coaxing was ineffective, the warehouse loli swiftly altered her strategy, adopting a pitiful and woeful demeanor to elicit sympathy. In an instant, the entire street echoed with her heart-wrenching cries. Upon hearing this wailing, Lin Yi felt as though his head might explode from the unbearable pain. He had managed to overlook her previous antics, but now that she was crying, it seemed likely that the entire territory would be drawn to the commotion. How could he ever show his face here again if a crowd gathered? With this thought in mind, Lin Yi unhesitatingly reached out and covered the warehouse loli's tear-stained mouth. However, just as his hand made contact, he realized he had once again fallen into her trap. Upon closer inspection, there were no tears on the so-called warehouse loli's face, only an unending stream of drool. Lin Yi wiped his hands on her clothing with a look of disgust, yet somehow, his initial anger began to subside. Humph, you must now understand your error. Come, explain to me where you went wrong. Lin Yi asked sternly, trying to appear serious. Upon hearing this, the previously wailing warehouse loli suddenly ceased her cries, as if she had been struck mute. However, when Lin Yi pressed her for specifics, she found herself at a loss for words, as if someone had grasped her throat. As Lin Yi's gaze grew more menacing, the warehouse loli felt an increasing sense of dread. Oh no, did you not just confess to your mistakes? How can you not even articulate what they are? Seeing her predicament, Lin Yi could no longer suppress his growing impatience and began to squirm, attempting to free himself from her vice-like grip on his leg. As he struggled, the warehouse loli felt her hold on him tightening, as if he might slip from her grasp at any moment. In a panic, she quickly began to think frantically. Finally, after much contemplation, the warehouse loli stammered, I was wrong for not obediently following your commands, Lord brother. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's body, which had been writhing in an attempt to escape, froze in place. Although her response was rather peculiar, upon further reflection, it did have a semblance of logic. Since she had acknowledged her mistake, would she heed my words from now on? Lin Yi gazed intently at the warehouse loli, his expression serious and earnest. Listen, you will definitely listen. Whatever you say goes. The warehouse loli nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain, her eyes filled with hope and eagerness as she looked up at Lin Yi. At that moment, in her eyes, Lin Yi had become the key to unlocking her wealth. As long as she could obtain gold from him, she would agree to anything. It was not merely a matter of obedience. Even if he commanded her to leap into a river, she would likely not bat an eye. After all, for this money-loving little girl, as long as sufficient wealth was offered, any request would be acceptable. Yet this was precisely what concerned Lin Yi. Given the warehouse loli's nature, so easily swayed by the allure of gold, she might maintain a degree of vigilance during the initial stages, avoiding deception. However, once she transitioned past the novice phase and entered new territories filled with temptations and deceitful individuals wielding enticing gold, would she be able to uphold her principles and not be led astray? The more he pondered, the more uneasy he felt, as if a heavy stone were pressing upon his heart. The thought of the warehouse loli potentially falling victim to treachery in pursuit of those glimmering coins filled him with a sense of profound dismay, akin to watching his carefully nurtured cabbage being ruthlessly uprooted by a filthy wild boar. Thus, in order to gauge the warehouse loli's ability to resist the temptation of money, Lin Yi slowly extended his right hand, retrieving a gleaming gold coin from his pocket. He held the coin in his palm, tossing it lightly into the air before catching it deftly. After repeating this several times, he observed the warehouse loli's unwavering gaze fixed upon the coin before he ceased his actions, locking eyes with her as he inquired deliberately, "Whom do you listen to? Me or the gold coin?" "Of course, I listen to you, Lord brother." The warehouse loli's eyes remained glued to the coin, drool pooling at her feet. However, upon inadvertently catching a glimpse of Lin Yi's expression, she quickly amended her response. Although her reply was somewhat hesitant, Lin Yi was satisfied with the answer he sought. He tossed the gold coin to the warehouse loli and then produced another coin. "Now, if someone offers you gold to do something peculiar, would you comply?" With the coin securely in her possession, the warehouse loli looked perplexed at his new question. She gazed at Lin Yi, puzzled, and asked, "Lord brother, what kind of good person would give me gold? What peculiar tasks will I be subjected to this time?" Lin Yi's heart sank momentarily, casting a shadow of doubt upon the warehouse girl. Even before events had unfolded, she had already deemed others as virtuous. What favorable outcome could possibly arise from such naivete? Lin Yi had ceased to harbor expectations of receiving the answers he yearned for from her lips. The most he could hope for was that she would refrain from collecting coins from every passerby. Chapter 70. An unconventional thought process. Lin Yi furrowed his brow tightly, his expression grave as he fixated on the warehouse girl before him, his heart pounding like a great drum within his chest. Though he appeared composed on the surface, internally, he was a tumultuous storm of confusion. Little one, do refrain from concerning yourself with those bizarre matters for the moment. I wish to inquire if, in your eyes, anyone who bestows upon you coins is deemed a paragon of virtue. Lin Yi endeavored to keep his tone steady. Isn't it obvious? Those who give me coins are undoubtedly good people. Even you, dear lord, are an exceptionally good person. The warehouse girl blinked her large, glistening eyes, her face radiating innocent sincerity as she answered without hesitation, even taking the opportunity to flatter Lin Yi sweetly. Upon hearing such a response, Lin Yi felt his heart plummet. Alas, this little girl's simplistic notions were worryingly naive. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before she could be easily deceived by others luring her with coins. As this grim realization dawned upon him, Lin Yi inwardly lamented. He swallowed hard, feeling a dryness in his throat, beads of perspiration forming upon his forehead. Yet, undeterred, he resolved to probe this little one further. And what if someone were to offer you an abundance of coins and request that you accompany them? The warehouse girl gently bit her lower lip, resting her chin in her palm, tilting her head in deep contemplation. After a moment, she spoke slowly. Well, in that case, it would depend on the specific circumstances. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, internally exclaiming, what on earth? You truly intend to follow someone? And it hinges on the situation? Are you considering the amount of coins they offer? Oh dear, how could you utter such words in my presence? Lin Yi's brow furrowed, his mind racing as he sought strategies to address the potential threat of this easily swayed individual within his domain, which rendered him unable to find peace even in slumber. However, before Lin Yi could devise a method to alter the warehouse girl's perception, she continued, the specifics must be analyzed and handled appropriately. By the way, dear lord, when will that good person, whom you mentioned earlier, who promised me many coins, actually provide them? Faced with such a straightforward and urgent inquiry, Lin Yi felt a wave of helplessness and disappointment wash over him. His hopes of successfully altering the warehouse girl's stance had waned significantly. Thus, he responded absent-mindedly. As long as you are willing to accompany me, you will receive them upon our arrival at the territory. As soon as the words left his mouth, the warehouse girl's already large eyes widened even further. Disbelief etched across her features as she exclaimed, that's simply one to do. Huh. Lin Yi's heart raced. Could there be a glimmer of hope? He immediately focused, regarding the warehouse girl with astonishment, pondering whether she might not be as easily swayed by the allure of wealth as he had presumed. Yet, her expression was one of disdain and contempt as she firmly explained, that is nothing short of blatant fraud. If I were to follow them, and they reneged on their promise to give me coins, wouldn't I suffer a great loss? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi realized that the warehouse girl's resolute refusal stemmed not from some sudden epiphany or moral awakening, but rather from her fear of being deceived. With this understanding, he could not help but smile wryly, recognizing that he had indeed overthought the matter. What if the coins were given on site? Lin Yi ventured cautiously. Why would I follow them after I've received the coins? The warehouse girl shot him a look of exasperation, as if she found his question utterly foolish. Placing her hands on her hips and regarding him with an expression reserved for the dim-witted, Lin Yi, taken aback by her gaze, found himself at a loss for words. Standing there in bewilderment, he pondered for a considerable time, attempting to comprehend her reasoning, but struggled to grasp her logic. After a while, Lin Yi seemed to have an epiphany, hastening to suggest, what if I were to give you half up front, and the remainder upon our arrival at the territory? Upon hearing this, the warehouse girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied without hesitation, then I would certainly accompany him back to the territory. Once I receive all the coins, I shall return immediately. Her expression conveyed a sense of entitlement, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Lin Yi was left utterly stunned by her response. He widened his eyes, staring at the warehouse girl before him, internally questioning, what kind of thought process is this? Every word she uttered was comprehensible, yet when strung together, they felt so disjointed. After much contemplation, Lin Yi finally experienced a moment of clarity. It became evident that the warehouse girl had been singularly focused on the concept of receiving coins, utterly indifferent to the implications of where she would go or what she would do. To her, accompanying someone merely signified following them to collect money, and a portion of the payment was necessary as a bargaining chip. As for any actual work, that thought had never crossed her mind. From the very beginning, her thoughts had solely revolved around the gleaming allure of gold coins. Lin Yi's discomfort stemmed from the ingrained belief that it was a fundamental principle to earn money through work, an irrefutable tenet of life. However, the warehouse girl before him, fixated solely on how to acquire wealth while dismissing the necessary tasks at hand, was a unique case indeed. Cough, cough, cough. Oh dear. One mustn't speak so. After all, the warehouse girl is right here. Realizing this, Lin Yi felt as if a hand had gripped his throat, forcing him to halt his spiraling thoughts. After careful consideration, Lin Yi had to concede that he had indeed overthought the situation all along. The warehouse girl had never entertained the notion of leaving his territory. He then posed one final, crucial question to her. At this moment, he was no longer concerned about whether this little girl would be easily led astray. Rather, he was more fearful that her overwhelming fondness for coins would blind her to the deceitful intentions of those with ill will, potentially leading her to be taken advantage of. Thus, Lin Yi paused thoughtfully for a moment, carefully arranging his words before he slowly opened his mouth to speak. If a certain individual were to approach you, brandishing a handful of gleaming gold coins and promising a generous reward in exchange for assisting him with some peculiar tasks, and furthermore, if this person had already paid you a substantial deposit as a guarantee, how would you respond to such a proposition? Chapter 71. A Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. The warehouse girl exhibited not a moment's hesitation and resolutely declared, "Well, I shall accompany him back to his territory." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was utterly bewildered, ensnared in a fog of confusion. How had the conversation inexplicably shifted to matters of territory? His mind felt like it had been ensnared in a tangled web, struggling to untangle the threads and keep pace with the erratic leaps of the warehouse girl's thoughts. Wait. His request is not merely for you to accompany him to his territory. He desires your assistance in completing specific tasks. Lin Yi exclaimed in exasperation, stomping his foot in frustration. Was his previous expression too subtle, leaving the warehouse girl entirely oblivious to the true intent behind his words? Yet, the warehouse girl seemed completely unfazed by the crux of Lin Yi's statement, pouting her lips as she assertively responded, "Not going to the territory then? Well, in that case, we must demand the remaining payment from him." Lin Yi could hardly contain his bewilderment, reiterating helplessly, "But he has already paid a deposit." The warehouse girl's large, doe-like eyes sparkled with innocence as she countered, "But he hasn't settled the full amount. After you complete the tasks, he will disburse the remaining payment." Lin Yi continued to elucidate. "However, what if he reneges on the payment in the end?" The warehouse girl queried, her brow furrowing with concern. At that moment, Lin Yi was utterly flabbergasted. After all that discussion, the situation had circled back to the original point. This warehouse girl was undeniably a little moneymonger, resolutely refusing to work without payment. Yet even when compensated, one must wonder why she would still undertake the task, while others might follow the adage of no payment, no service. This little girl was merely playing a game of a wolf in sheep's clothing. With the situation having escalated to such a degree, Lin Yi's trepidation began to ease somewhat. After all, if any ill-intentioned individuals attempted to approach the charming warehouse girl, their outcomes would likely fall into one of three scenarios. Should the individual merely make empty promises without parting with any coins, the warehouse girl would undoubtedly turn on her heel without a second glance. Conversely, if the individual promptly offered the full payment, she would unhesitatingly accept the coins and swiftly depart. However, if the person only provided a deposit and requested her to venture to their territory, the warehouse girl might consent to go, but let there be no misunderstanding. Her intention would solely be to collect her payment, after which she would elegantly turn away. Of course, should the task at hand not involve a journey to the territory, but rather another endeavor, the warehouse girl would surely demand the remaining compensation with all due assertiveness. Upon reflecting on this, Lin Yi could not help but chuckle, envisioning the frustrated expressions of those who might seek to engage with the warehouse girl in the future. Yet, regarding the warehouse girl's own safety, there was little cause for concern. Setting aside her extraordinary attributes, her remarkable spatial abilities would render it exceedingly difficult for anyone to capture her, while she may not be able to vanquish every opponent. Apprehending her would indeed be a Herculean task. With a deep exhale, Lin Yi gazed fondly at the busy warehouse girl in the distance. In that moment, he felt no doubt, reassured that this astute little girl would not fall prey to deceitful individuals. For according to her unique logic, it was the unscrupulous who would ultimately suffer the consequences. At that moment, Lin Yi, with a smile gracing his lips, extended the gold coins he held into the delicate hands of the warehouse girl. The adorable little girl gleefully accepted the coins, her face blossoming into a radiant smile akin to spring flowers, accompanied by a melodious laugh that rang like silver bells. Witnessing her joy filled Lin Yi's heart with a sense of satisfaction and contentment. After a brief contemplation, he realized that merely this handful of coins was insufficient to fully convey his admiration and appreciation for the warehouse girl. After all, it is often said that daughters should be raised in abundance. Without hesitation, he reached into his backpack, extracting an impressive sum of 50,000 gleaming gold coins, meticulously stacking them before the warehouse girl. In an instant, The previously jubilant warehouse girl was left dumbfounded by the sudden appearance of this vast pile of coins. Her wide, sparkling eyes seemed on the verge of popping from their sockets as she tentatively reached out with her slender fingers to touch the mountainous heap of gold, as if struggling to believe in the reality of this bounty. Then, her expression filled with bewilderment. She looked up, first pointing at the pile of coins, then at herself, stammering, "Is all of this truly for me, dear Lord Brother?" Upon receiving a confirming nod from Lin Yi, the warehouse girl could no longer contain her excitement and erupted into jubilant cheers. She fluttered her arms like a joyous little bird, dashing towards the mountain of coins. With a chorus of elation, she flung herself into the pile, rolling about and reveling in this unexpected windfall. "Thank you, dear Lord Brother. You are truly kind," the warehouse girl exclaimed, her voice ringing out amidst her playful frolic in the coins. Meanwhile, Lin Yi stood quietly to the side, a benevolent smile upon his face, taking delight in watching this innocent little girl play amidst the treasure. He could hardly believe that, faced with such a substantial temptation of wealth, the warehouse girl would not continue to treat him with warmth and friendliness in the future. With this thought, a confident smile graced his lips. While the warehouse girl remained immersed in her overwhelming excitement, Lin Yi slowly crouched down beside her, gently imparting the important words he had previously mentioned. This time, perhaps under the spell of the coins, the warehouse girl attentively listened, not dismissing his words as mere background noise. In essence, the message was straightforward. From this day forth, she must return every evening, and should she encounter individuals who only offer a deposit, she should promptly return after accepting it, lest you find yourself in a predicament. Lin Yi added in his mind, understanding that with her character, if he did not clarify, she might well dwell on the remaining payment after accepting the deposit. Having conveyed his instructions to the warehouse girl, Lin Yi stood, ready to depart. He had imparted all necessary guidance. Whether the warehouse girl would heed it remained to be seen. Chapter 72. Every person is destined to die, but it must not be a social death. Dear Lord Brother, please wait. As Lin Yi prepared to depart, the petite girl from the warehouse suddenly recalled something and hurriedly called out to him. She was eager to uncover the source of Lin Yi's vast fortune in gold coins. Observing Lin Yi nonchalantly produce 50,000 coins without a hint of hesitation, she surmised that he must possess an even greater wealth. Unlike her, who toiled tirelessly, opening countless treasure chests only to accumulate a mere 10,000 coins. If she could discern the origin of Lin Yi's riches, it would be a remarkable revelation. The thought alone made her eyes well with tears of envy. "Is there anything else?" Lin Yi inquired, turning back in confusion. The warehouse girl swiftly tucked away the coins and, with an urgency that suggested she feared he might flee, grasped Lin Yi's arm. "Brother Lord, could you possibly share with me where all those gold coins come from?" she implored, tugging at his sleeve, desperately attempting to feign a charming demeanor, though the effort felt utterly contrived. Seeing her adorable expression, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. The warehouse girl no longer resembled the impatient figure from before. She had transformed into a rather awkward child. He reached out to pat her head and leaned closer to her ear, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he teased, "I won't tell you. It's just for fun." With that, he erupted into laughter, reveling in her stiff expression that only added to his amusement. After all, teasing the little girl was beneficial for both body and soul. "Wait," she called out, stepping forward once more to block Lin Yi's path. "What is it now?" Lin Yi crossed his arms, regarding the girl with a hint of exasperation. "Even if you continue to ask, I will not divulge anything. So you might as well give up." While revealing the secret of the system's shop to her was not entirely out of the question, her previous behavior had led him to believe she was rather unscrupulous. Indeed, Lin Yi sought to keep her on her toes, reminding her who held the reins in this territory. However, to his surprise, the warehouse girl's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. She fixed her gaze on Lin Yi, her eyes brimming with earnestness. "If you are unwilling to share, then I hope to exchange something valuable for that information." Something valuable? Curiosity piqued within Lin Yi, though it was not the valuable item itself that intrigued him. After all, he could discern the contents of the warehouse at a glance. What truly captured his attention was the concept of an exchange being proposed by the girl who had previously exhibited such a lack of scruples. "Oh, I am quite interested to see what you consider valuable," Lin Yi replied, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Yet, at that moment, as the warehouse girl made her next move, Lin Yi's expression darkened drastically, his body freezing in shock as he silently cursed, "What the hell?" Without hesitation, she began to unfasten her belt. Realizing the situation was spiraling into an unfathomable territory, Lin Yi sprang forward, gripping her arm tightly to halt her actions. "Wait, what are you doing?" he exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "You could simply show me the item without resorting to removing your pants." A cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he regarded her with a mixture of incredulity and alarm. He was grateful for his swift reaction, otherwise, she might have indeed stripped down to her undergarments. The thought of this little warehouse girl exposing herself publicly sent shivers down his spine. He certainly did not wish to be branded with a perverse reputation. At that moment, the warehouse girl looked up at him, her big eyes blinking innocently as she seemed utterly perplexed by his reaction. But if I don't take off my pants, how can I show you the good item? Lin Yi nearly choked on his own disbelief. So what exactly is this good item you keep mentioning? Is it somehow hidden within your trousers? At that moment, he felt as though he was teetering on the brink of a breakdown. Heaven knows the implications of her actions could be catastrophic. Despite Lin Yi's near-manic response, the warehouse girl maintained her composure, responding with utmost seriousness. Of course, the undergarments should be worn beneath the pants. Where else would they go? Certainly not outside the pants. Lin Yi was momentarily rendered speechless, standing there like a statue, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. Then, unable to contain his surging emotions, he erupted into an even louder roar. Who told you that using undergarments as a medium of exchange was acceptable? Speak up so I can deal with them properly. The warehouse girl blinked innocently and readily betrayed the market girl. It was the market who taught me. She said that if I wanted to trade with you, undergarments were the most valuable currency. Besides, she had successfully traded with you using them before. So it was the market. This revelation explained nothing. At that moment, Lin Yi felt a raging inferno ignite within him, a fury that threatened to consume him whole. He longed to drag that detestable market girl out and teach her a lesson for the chaos she had sown. Heaven only knew how many absurdities that market girl had instigated within his territory. Reflecting on the bizarre gifts he had discovered on his bed previously, though puzzling, they seemed trivial in comparison. Who would have anticipated that even the warehouse girl, who rarely returned to the territory, was aware of this debacle? It was clear that word of this incident had spread far and wide. In an instant, despair washed over Lin Yi, as if the world itself had crumbled around him. He felt utterly humiliated, contemplating the idea that death would be preferable to facing such public disgrace. After all, while death is inevitable, social death is an entirely different matter. Lin Yi's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze on the warehouse girl, his once handsome features now twisted in anxiety. He spoke slowly and deliberately. How many people know about this? The warehouse girl, evidently intimidated by his fierce demeanor, began to tremble, her speech faltering. I am not entirely sure. I just happened to encounter the market last time I returned, and that is how I learned of it. Moreover, she had intended to strike a deal with me at that time, but regrettably, the terms she offered were not in gold coins. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt an even deeper sense of despair. So, had she offered gold coins instead, would you have unhesitatingly accepted? Chapter 73, The Soldiers in Line. At this moment, Lin Yi found his emotions so complex that they were nearly beyond articulation. He felt as though he were engulfed in a thick fog, disoriented and dazed. His mind dulled and chaotic, as if it were stuffed with cotton. Just when he was overwhelmed by this confusion, the little girl from the warehouse remained fixated on her original objective, seemingly unaffected by the somber atmosphere. With her bright, sparkling eyes blinking innocently, she cautiously inquired, "That Lord Brother, do you still want my panties?" This question struck Lin Yi like a thunderclap, reverberating within his heart. He abruptly lifted his head. Incredulity etched on his face as he gazed at the warehouse girl, his eyes betraying not only surprise, but also profound despair. Wearily, he waved his hand, his voice laden with exhaustion. No, he was not that kind of pervert. How could he possibly want a little girl's panties? However, the warehouse girl seemed undeterred. She bit her lip and timidly continued, "That Lord Brother, about the gold coins." At this, Lin Yi felt the last flicker of warmth in his heart freeze instantly. Good heavens, even at this moment, the little girl was still fixated on gold coins. Helpless, he sighed deeply and proceeded to divulge all matters concerning the system shop to the warehouse girl without reservation. The little warehouse girl inadvertently brought him such crucial information. This revelation allowed him to cast aside his previous worries, redirecting his focus away from teasing the warehouse girl with the system shop. After all, the most pressing concern was the information that the little warehouse girl had disclosed. Although the news was not particularly favorable, it at least afforded him the opportunity to prepare mentally and devise a strategy in advance. Fortunately, the Lord's world was still in its novice phase, and the market girl had likely just begun to spread this rumor. Thus, if he acted swiftly and handled the situation adeptly, he would undoubtedly have a chance to salvage his tarnished reputation. Unbeknownst to him, however, as the warehouse girl listened to his detailed account of the system shop, a glimmer of cunning flashed momentarily in her eyes, barely perceptible to an observer. Once Lin Yi parted ways with the warehouse girl, he appeared somewhat disoriented, as if he were a mere shell of a man, aimlessly drifting toward the Lord's Hall. Just as he was about to turn a corner, he unexpectedly caught sight of a group of soldiers orderly queuing outside the medical clinic. The instant his gaze fell upon these soldiers, Lin Yi's previously muddled mind suddenly cleared as if struck by a bolt of enlightenment. He couldn't help but slap his forehead in frustration. How could he have forgotten about these injured soldiers? During the recent monster siege, more than half of the soldiers had sustained various minor injuries. While most were merely scrapes and bruises, as the Lord, it was unacceptable not to pay them a visit. Most critically, he recalled spotting various herbs in the system shop earlier. The realization that the clinic lacked herbal supplies, and that his clinic was not like the original one, relying solely on skill without herbs, filled Lin Yi with a sense of guilt. Resolutely, he turned on his heel and headed straight for the clinic. Upon noticing Lin Yi, the soldiers outside the clinic greeted him enthusiastically. "Ah, it's the Lord. What brings you to the clinic? Are you here to seek treatment as well? Have you been injured? Should we make space for you, my lord?" Lin Yi smiled warmly as he exchanged pleasantries with the soldiers he encountered along the way. Yet his pace remained brisk as he hurried toward the clinic. In no time, he arrived at the clinic's entrance. At this point, the clinic still maintained its level 5 scale, and due to insufficient steel resources for upgrades, Lin Yi had no choice but to keep the clinic as is. Consequently, there were only 5 beds available for use. Upon stepping through the clinic's door, Lin Yi's gaze swiftly darted around, eagerly searching for the familiar figure of the clinic girl. However, despite the clinic's modest size, which should have allowed for a quick scan, he was surprisingly unable to locate her. What could be the reason? Was the clinic girl not present at this moment? Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly as he murmured to himself. Just then, he heard a faint rustling beside him. A soldier quickly approached and respectfully bowed, explaining, "My lord, please do not worry. Are you looking for our doctor? She is currently busy in the back treating patients. Kindly bear with us for a moment." Following the sound, Lin Yi's gaze fell upon a soldier girl with striking blue hair. He instinctively scrutinized her closely, ultimately finding his eyes drawn to her rear. She was tightly clutching her backside, occasionally grimacing in pain. Understanding the situation, Lin Yi tactfully refrained from inquiring about her specific condition. "All right, I shall wait," he said. Since the clinic girl was occupied with treatment, he certainly wouldn't intrude. Most of the soldier girls had injuries in rather discreet areas. Who knew what he might encounter upon entering? The soldiers might not mind, but he certainly would. Glancing around the clinic, he noticed that aside from the beds, there were many stools, yet these were largely unoccupied, with only a few soldiers sitting. It was clear that these soldiers preferred to stand rather than sit due to their injuries. Lin Yi chose a nearby spot to sit down. Just then, his eyes met those of a soldier girl lying on the opposite bed. An awkward silence descended upon them, both feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Though Lin Yi had intended to visit the soldiers to offer comfort, he had never engaged in such an endeavor before and was at a loss for what to say. As for the soldier girl, her discomfort was even more understandable. Imagine lying in a clinic, only to find your superior sitting across from you, watching intently. Given the sensitive nature of her injuries, how could she not feel embarrassed? The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The soldier girl, lying on the bed, sensed that the situation could not continue in this manner, and thus made the first move to greet Lin Yi. "Lord brother, what a coincidence. You are here for treatment too." The moment she spoke, the soldier girl regretted having opened her mouth. What kind of conversation starter was that? The awkwardness intensified. Chapter 74, Lin Yi's first visit of comfort. Not only did the adorable loli soldier feel an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, but Lin Yi himself was equally flustered. Were it not for his persistent thoughts about explaining certain herbal matters to the loli at the clinic, he would have likely turned on his heel and fled this excruciatingly uncomfortable situation long ago. After all, being surrounded by a group of Lolis with injuries in rather private areas, all scrutinizing him under the watchful gaze of onlookers, was a sensation more unbearable than facing public execution. At this moment, a soldier mustered the courage to approach him and initiate a greeting. Although the question posed was somewhat thoughtless, Lin Yi realized that failing to respond would plunge the atmosphere back into an awkward silence. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to selectively disregard the specific content of the soldier's greeting. A faint smile, albeit rigid and formulaic, tugged at the corners of his mouth as he spoke in as calm and natural a tone as he could muster. Well, I'm not here for medical treatment. I've come to the clinic to attend to a few matters." Upon hearing this, the soldier was momentarily taken aback, followed by a soft exclamation of confusion. "Huh?" As this question echoed, the surrounding area fell silent once more, as if time itself had frozen in that instant. Minutes trickled by, and still, there was no sign of the loli from the clinic. Inside, Lin Yi found himself exchanging glances with the soldier opposite him, neither daring to break the silence. In his frustration, Lin Yi directed his gaze toward the back room of the clinic, scanning briefly before retracting his gaze and surveying the soldier before him. Suddenly, It dawned on him that he should take the initiative to inquire about the soldiers, for they bore their injuries in the line of duty to protect this territory without hesitation. Thus, he began to quietly reflect on the manner in which others had once expressed concern for the injured, meticulously organizing his thoughts on what to say next. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Yi finally summoned the courage to ask, "How is your injury? How do you feel?" However, to his astonishment, the lowly soldier, lost in her own thoughts, was caught off guard by his question. After a moment's hesitation, she candidly shared her current sensations with him. Blushing, she lowered her head and softly confessed, "Lord brother, my bottom hurts a little." In that instant, Lin Yi's mind seemed to short-circuit, and he blurted out a shocking suggestion. "Would you like me to help you massage it?" The moment the words escaped his lips, he was taken aback, instantly regretting the utterance and wishing for a hole to swallow him whole. "Oh heavens, what nonsense am I spouting?" he thought, realizing he had just brazenly teased a young girl. As expected, when Lin Yi glanced at the lowly soldier, he noted that her face, already flushed from shyness, had turned crimson like a ripe apple, her eyes betraying a mix of awkwardness and embarrassment as she looked at him. "And no, that's not necessary. Lord brother. H is not allowed, and that's inappropriate," she stammered. The ensuing silence was deafening. The lowly soldier clutched the corner of her blanket tightly, her small face flushed, her petite frame quivering as if she wished to burrow into the covers and hide away. Standing beside her, Lin Yi inwardly lamented his predicament, acutely aware that his reputation might be irreparably tarnished. With a resigned shake of his head, a bitter smile crept onto his face. Just as the atmosphere thickened with embarrassment, a clear, melodious voice suddenly rang out from the back room. "Huh, Lord brother, I heard you were looking for me." The words had scarcely left her lips when the lowly from the clinic, like a joyful little bird, hopped into the room. She approached Lin Yi with an air of buoyancy, settling lightly into a chair. Before he could utter a word, she began to chatter away like a stream of beans pouring from a bamboo tube. "Lord brother, I've been so terribly busy lately. If you've come to fetch medicine, I'm afraid you'll have to wait a few more days. I still haven't gathered all the necessary herbs, and I doubt I'll have much time to search for them in the coming days. However, if you're in urgent need of medication, you could ask the townsfolk to keep an eye out while they're out and about. After all, there are many of them, and they can gather herbs much faster than I alone could. I'll write a detailed list of the required herbs for them." With that, the lowly from the clinic lowered her head, engrossed in her work. Her hands busily manipulated various jars and papers on the table with remarkable speed and dexterity, hardly sparing a glance toward Lin Yi. The previously heavy atmosphere was instantaneously lifted by her cheerful presence, as if a radiant beam of sunlight had pierced through the thick clouds, illuminating the entire room. Both Lin Yi and the lowly soldier felt a profound sense of relief wash over them, as if the taut strings of tension had finally relaxed. They were both grateful for the timely appearance of the clinic's loli. Otherwise, they would have been left to wallow in their own awkwardness. Not long after the clinic's loli made her entrance, another lowly soldier emerged from the back room. Upon her arrival, she overheard the clinic loli earnestly advising Lin Yi. Ignoring her own injuries, she hurriedly approached Lin Yi, concern etched across her face. "Ah, is my lord unwell?" the lowly soldier inquired, her voice sweet and melodious, reminiscent of a nightingale. As she reached out to touch him in concern, Lin Yi, startled, instinctively recoiled, waving his hands in frantic denial. No, please don't misunderstand. I'm not ill, and I'm not here for treatment," he clarified hastily. "On the contrary, I've come specifically to deliver herbs to you." At that moment, the clinic's loli slowly lifted her head, her bright and inquisitive eyes fixed intently on Lin Yi, revealing a glimmer of curiosity. "Deliver herbs?" Faced with her question, Lin Yi nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, because the Lord's game has progressed to the next stage. The system shop has been unlocked. I discovered it contains herbs, so I rushed over immediately." Chapter 75, Selling 1,000-year ginseng like cabbage. To prevent the clinic loli from inadvertently revealing any of his hidden secrets, Lin Yi quickly maneuvered around the lowly soldier and made his way to the clinic loli's side, eager to showcase the system shop to her. "Come, take a look at this. I assure you it contains the precious herbs you urgently need." As he spoke, he deftly swiped the screen, navigating directly to the territory greening interface, then accurately tapping on one of the herbs with anticipation sparkling in his eyes as he addressed the clinic loli. "Oh, here it is." In truth, this medicinal herb was an accidental discovery by Lin Yi. At that moment, he was idly perusing the eclectic array of peculiar items in the system marketplace when suddenly, his attention was captured by a plant that bore an uncanny resemblance to something from his past life. After a thorough examination, he was overjoyed to realize that it was indeed a type of Chinese medicinal herb he was familiar with. He never would have imagined that he could uncover such a precious herbal resource within the seemingly unrelated category of green plants. After all, in this world where everyone is a lord, there exists no traditional Chinese medicine system. Thus, all plant-related medicinal herbs are naturally classified under the category of green plants. Had it not been for Lin Yi's prior knowledge of some common medicinal herbs from his previous life, he might have completely missed this invaluable treasure. At this moment, the young girl from the medical clinic was fixated on the interface displaying the remarkably familiar plant, her cherry lips parting slightly as she involuntarily uttered a soft exclamation. Is that honeysuckle? Indeed, the plant that appeared on their interface was honeysuckle, albeit it had been bestowed a completely novel and imaginative name in this fantastical world of lords. Gazing at this familiar yet foreign honeysuckle, even the usually composed Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Who would have anticipated that these precious herbs would be concealed within the unassuming green plant category? What a delightful surprise. Honeysuckle, as one of the most common and ubiquitous medicinal herbs in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, is as prevalent as wild grass. Its presence in daily life is exceedingly high. One might encounter it in rural fields or urban corners alike. Given that honeysuckle could be so easily sought out in the green plant options, it was reasonable to deduce that other varieties of medicinal herbs would also not be absent. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi, unable to contain his eagerness, promptly granted the medical clinic's young girl access to the system marketplace, enabling her to efficiently and conveniently seek out the necessary herbs. Due to the significant differences in plant nomenclature between the two worlds, merely inputting the names of medicinal herbs for search purposes would undoubtedly yield imprecise results. Moreover, Lin Yi himself was not well versed in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, possessing knowledge of only the more common varieties. As for the precise appearance and characteristics of specific herbs, he was indeed at a loss. Fortunately, the system marketplace provided a keyword search functionality. As long as one could vaguely describe the external features of the herbs, there was hope to successfully locate the corresponding items. When it came to familiarity with medicinal herbs and depth of understanding, who could rival the young girl from the medical clinic? She quickly immersed herself in her task, utilizing her solid professional knowledge and rich practical experience to provide a series of vivid and detailed descriptions, coupled with relevant search operations. Before long, a plethora of commonly used medicinal herbs appeared before them. Among this newfound assortment, the most striking was the renowned and illustrious ginseng. Lin Yi hurriedly approached to examine it. To be honest, even with ginseng, he had only ever seen the processed form. As for the appearance of ginseng before it was harvested, he couldn't quite recall. Is this ginseng? As he gazed at the unfamiliar plant on the interface, Lin Yi found himself momentarily doubtful. The young girl from the clinic shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "This is indeed ginseng, just in its plant form. You've only seen the processed variety before. Haven't you?" Indeed, it was true. Most people only recognize the processed ginseng. One might not necessarily identify the fresh form. Lin Yi then glanced at the price of ginseng, which left him utterly stunned. The system marketplace described ginseng as a perennial flowering plant with mild toxicity and not particularly attractive, hence its price was merely 1 gold coin per plant. It was akin to finding a treasure. Wow, this is unbelievably cheap. Lin Yi, somewhat incredulous, clicked on the introduction for ginseng. As soon as he did, a series of images flooded the interface. What about 100-year ginseng, 1,000-year ginseng? Okay, not that one. But 1,000 years is already quite exaggerated. Do they really think 1,000-year ginseng is like cabbage? Lin Yi trembled with excitement. For the longer the ginseng aged, the greater its value and potency, making it increasingly precious. Yet here in the system marketplace, 1,000-year ginseng was as readily available as cabbage, with no limits on quantity, suppressing the immediate urge to purchase 1,000-year ginseng. Lin Yi turned his gaze back to the marketplace's pricing for ginseng. Upon looking again, he nearly fainted from exhilaration. The 100-year ginseng was classified as a mildly toxic flowering plant, and ingestion could cause nosebleeds in those with weaker constitutions. Thus its price was set at 1,000 gold coins. Meanwhile, the 1,000-year ginseng was deemed highly toxic, resulting in a staggering price increase to 100,000 coins. Yet, even at 100,000 gold coins, to Lin Yi, it felt akin to being given away for free. Who would sell a 1,000-year ginseng as a toxic plant? Only in this world devoid of traditional Chinese medicine could such a thing occur. Equally exhilarated was the young girl from the medical clinic. However, her excitement stemmed not from the unlimited supply of 1,000-year ginseng, but from the discovery of certain medicinal herbs that had long since become extinct. Initially, she hadn't paid much attention, simply describing the appearances of various herbs, but in that moment of distraction, she noticed similar plants being recommended by the system marketplace and became utterly captivated. Upon careful observation, She excitedly realized that one of the herbs was a type that had already gone extinct and was only recorded in ancient texts. Then, an idea struck her, and she began to describe various herbs that had long been lost to time. This search nearly had her jumping for joy. The system marketplace similarly yielded a plethora of results, many of which were indeed the long-extinct medicinal herbs. Furthermore, numerous other types of medicinal herbs were astonishingly priced, as if they were merely cabbages. For instance, tiger bones and rhino horns were categorized in the miscellaneous section of the system marketplace, priced even lower than meat. Chapter 76. The Path to Wealth and Prosperity. What is this? This is a windfall. It is essential to understand that in this marvelous world where everyone is a lord, the field of medicine has undergone a monumental transformation due to the emergence of the lordly realm, becoming bizarre and devoid of any systematic structure. Since the advent of the lordly world, the existence of extraordinary powers has utterly revolutionized medical practices. After all, for the vast majority of lords, their territories possess unique healing methods. Only those unfortunate enough to be defeated in the lordly games or who have not participated, as well as the underage populace, still rely on external medical institutions for treatment. Moreover, once a lord upgrades their lord's hall to level 9, they are rewarded with an invaluable architectural blueprint for healing. It is worth noting that this so-called original healing structure, although referred to as a medical clinic, operates on principles vastly different from the traditional medical establishments we are familiar with. Here, healing does not rely on a myriad of potions, but rather resembles a miraculous blessing. The lord merely needs to pay a certain sum of gold within the clinic to effortlessly cure various ailments and pains. Consequently, the entire healing process transforms into a transaction where gold is exchanged for health. As time progresses and players successfully navigate through the novice stage, an array of items with status-enhancing effects will emerge like mushrooms after a rain. Simultaneously, the treatment methods employed by external hospitals predominantly revolve around these wondrous items and specially concocted potions made from extraordinary materials. Thus, in the realm of the lord, medical expertise appears to be a superfluous entity. This peculiar environmental factor has hindered the effective development and advancement of medical practices. However, for those still existing in the outside world, the situation diverges significantly. When minors fall ill and require treatment, medical institutions will not impose any charges. After all, as long as the ailment is not particularly troublesome or complex, it can be easily remedied with some straightforward items, thereby negating the need for substantial expenditure. Of course, aside from minors, the costs for other demographics seeking medical attention are also not exorbitant, rendering them bearable for the majority. It is noteworthy that the services provided by the local clinic primarily cater not to the lords, but rather to the ordinary subjects of the territory. One must not presume that the low recruitment cost of villagers renders them as expendable resources to be squandered. Each subject possesses their own loyalty. Although Lin Yi is currently unaware of why the loyalty metrics of his territory are not visible, it is likely that other domains adhere to traditional regulations. Should loyalty wane too low, it would not only directly affect the daily productivity of the subjects, but could also precipitate mass desertions. Thus, if anyone harbors the foolish notion of ruling this land as a tyrant devoid of compassion, they must be perpetually prepared to confront life-threatening consequences. The existence of the loyalty mechanism effectively curtails any inhumane thoughts and actions that lords may entertain, ensuring they do not treat their subjects with disdain. Once subjects are injured or fall ill, timely treatment becomes paramount. Otherwise, a rapid decline in loyalty could incite dread. One must never entertain the naive idea of exterminating all individuals within their territory only to recruit anew. It is imperative to understand that when newly recruited individuals undergo training, they not only acquire relevant skills and information, but also imprint the territory's historical development and various past events deeply into their minds. Moreover, could a lord truly annihilate all the subjects of their domain single-handedly? It is likely that before the lord could unleash a massacre, the loyalty of the populace would plummet, culminating in a full-blown rebellion. This, indeed, is the lucrative opportunity Lin Yi has discerned. In this territory, the clinic charges a certain amount of gold for providing treatment services, with the required gold varying depending on the complexity of the patient's condition. Thus, if he can masterfully navigate this crucial aspect, he can cleverly reap substantial profits from market transactions. After all, although the clinic's treatments are swift, they are equally costly. By utilizing the affordable yet effective remedies at his disposal, he can significantly reduce expenses while ensuring that the loyalty of the subjects remains unaffected. Despite currently possessing hundreds of thousands of gold pieces and appearing quite affluent, should he choose to squander his wealth recklessly, it would not be long before these coins dissipate like flowing water, leaving nothing behind. After all, there are myriad avenues for spending gold. At this moment, A vivid vision of a prosperous future unfurls before Lin Yi's eyes, as countless coins surge towards him like a mighty tide. With this, he has undoubtedly taken a solid step closer to realizing his grand ambition of cultivating a life of ease. Shaking off such lofty fantasies, Lin Yi discreetly wiped away the drool that had unconsciously escaped him and turned his gaze towards the various medicinal herbs surrounding him. At this juncture, he pondered silently. If the pricing of other herbs aligns with that of the ginseng he previously encountered, it would signify that his ingenious concept is already halfway to fruition. Time slipped by, grain by grain, resembling the slow flow of sand through an hourglass. After a lengthy period, Lin Yi finally completed a meticulous comparison of the prices of various medicinal herbs. His heart brimmed with indescribable excitement, akin to an explorer on the verge of unveiling a mysterious treasure. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his slightly restless spirit and began to summarize the observations he had made. In truth, the actual circumstances differed slightly from his initial imaginings, yet overall, the discrepancies remained within an acceptable range. In the system's marketplace, the valuation of plant-based herbs hinges on three critical factors: size, aesthetic appeal, and the length of growth years. Moreover, all these plant-based herbs are priced as ornamental plants here. Those that are larger and visually appealing naturally command higher values in the system's marketplace. Conversely, those that lack aesthetic charm or have subpar forms are priced much lower. Additionally, the longer the growth duration, the higher the corresponding selling price tends to be. However, even when confronted with the most substantial plant-based herbs, Lin Yi perceives their prices as almost equivalent to being given away for free. After all, these are merely ornamental plants, and few lords would wish to expend excessive funds in this regard. Chapter 77. Greetings from a classmate. They are merely ornamental plants, easily found in abundance outside. Why spend money to purchase them? If one disregards the growth years, the most expensive Chinese medicinal herbs in the system's marketplace are priced at merely 5 gold coins, while the cheaper ones are calculated based on area, approximately 1 gold coin per square meter. Gazing at the system's marketplace panel, Lin Yi recognized this as an opportunity. If he could seize this chance, he might achieve the life of ease he yearns for. At that point, why even bother with farming when selling herbs could lead to prosperity? Casting a glance at the clinic's diligent young attendant, who was tirelessly searching for herbs, Lin Yi felt a wave of reassurance. With such a dedicated clinic attendant, how could great endeavors falter? He opted not to disturb her, instead quietly producing 100,000 gold coins for her to utilize in purchasing herbs. Professional matters are best entrusted to professionals, and Lin Yi was confident that the diligent clinic attendant would maximize the value of that 100,000 gold coins. Upon seeing the 100,000 gold coins, the clinic attendant paused momentarily in surprise, but she quickly composed herself and accepted the coins with calmness. Subsequently, she ceased her search for medicinal herbs and promptly purchased a substantial quantity to commence her work. There are dozens of soldiers here suffering from injuries. The task of gathering medicinal herbs can be postponed, for the immediate priority must be the treatment of the soldiers. Before Lin Yi's arrival, the clinic's petite healer relied solely on massage to treat the injured soldiers. Now, with the availability of herbs, a dual approach is naturally in order. Even without treatment, the soldiers would likely heal in a few days due to their robust constitutions. However, with the clinic's healer and the herbs at hand, it is estimated that by the next morning, these soldiers will seem as if they have never been harmed. The following day will reveal yet another exemplary healer. Upon leaving the clinic, Lin Yi looked up at the sky, noting that it was still early. After a moment of contemplation, he continued his journey towards the barracks. Currently, the barracks stand at level 6, capable of summoning 120 soldiers, yet due to a shortage of gold coins, the actual number of soldiers is only 75. He resolved to first fill the ranks of soldiers before considering upgrades, which would take time. After expending over 4,000 gold coins, Lin Yi summoned all the soldiers and directed them to the dining hall for a celebratory feast. Meanwhile, he returned to the Lord's Hall. With the feast still some time away, he intended to take this opportunity to familiarize himself with the chat function. As he opened the chat panel, he barely had a chance to glance at the public chat channel when he noticed the number 99 on his friend request list. Who could this be? He quickly scanned the public chat channel, only to find an overwhelming amount of trivial chatter, which immediately diminished his interest. Curiosity piqued. He opened the friend requests to see who was persistently adding him. A plethora of friend requests inundated his screen. Upon closer inspection, he realized that most were from classmates with whom he shared a good rapport, save for a few exceptions. The majority from his classmates had sent him friend verification requests. To his astonishment, a significant number of these messages originated from his deskmate. Hey, are you still alive? 6 hours ago. Why haven't you activated the chat function yet? 6 hours ago. No way. Are you really that incompetent? Did a few wolves manage to get you? 6 hours ago. Don't tell me you're intentionally ignoring me. 6 hours ago. Hey, wayward child. Hurry up and add me as a friend. 5 hours ago. Are you injured? How many waves of monsters did you encounter? 5 hours ago. Wayward child. If you see this, respond quickly. Do you have any idea how I've endured these past few hours? 1 hour ago. Wayward child. You're finished. I'm telling you, you're really done for. 35 minutes ago. No way. Don't you ever check the chat? 23 minutes ago. If you don't reply within half an hour, don't blame me for being ruthless. 952,163, 15 minutes ago. Lin Yi observed as his deskmate's verification messages transitioned from confusion to teasing, then to concern, anger, and ultimately even threats. He felt no worry, even finding it somewhat amusing. However, upon reading the last message, an unsettling dread washed over him. Where on earth did she uncover that information? Without hesitation, he promptly added Tong Yi as a friend and simultaneously sent her a message. Tong Yi, don't mess around. If you lack benevolence, don't blame me for my lack of justice. Though he was uncertain how Tong Yi had learned of that string of numbers, Lin Yi understood that he must prevent anyone else from discovering this matter. Otherwise, his fate would be sealed. Almost immediately, as if she had been waiting for him on the other side, Tong Yi's response arrived. Wayward child, you finally replied. If I couldn't add you as a friend, I would have thought you perished during the novice phase. Tong Yi's response was far from amicable. If one were to read that segment alone, they might assume a deep-seated enmity existed between them. In reality, this was merely the nature of their daily exchanges. Lin Yi swiftly typed a reply. Wayward child, I don't know how you discovered this, but if anyone else finds out, we'll both be in grave danger. Don't think you're the only one with leverage. I possess my own. They exchanged mutual threats until Lin Yi deployed a trump card, compelling Tong Yi to relent. All right, you win. It's your fault for not replying to me. Girls will always have their moments of shamelessness, and in such exchanges, they often find themselves at a disadvantage. Enough of that. What have you been up to lately? The monster siege must have concluded ages ago. How could you resist checking the chat channel? What have I been doing? The monster siege consisted of 16 waves and has only just concluded. Where would I find the time to check the chat channel? Lin Yi muttered to himself, though he realized it was a conversation that couldn't be divulged. Setting aside how he had survived 16 waves of the monster siege, the very fact that he had triggered 16 waves was a feat he couldn't explain. Isn't today the last day for double resources? I thought I would gather as many resources as possible during this time. So after the monster siege ended, I focused on collecting resources until now when I finally have the chance. Lin Yi responded. Oh, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Today is indeed the final day for double resources. But do you really collect resources yourself? Have your villagers been injured? How many waves did you actually face? Tong Yi sent a probing question. Logically, the first wave of monsters consisted of only a few weaklings, and even without soldiers, dozens of villagers could easily overcome them unscathed. Unless Lin Yi had triggered more than one wave of monsters during the siege, or had chosen to personally collect the resources for the sake of a few coins. However, the Lord's attributes were not significantly different from those of the villagers. Even if he collected the resources himself, the benefits would be minimal and hardly worth the effort. The most critical point was whether he even had experience in resource collection. He wouldn't want to make things worse. Chapter 78. Does she like me? Sigh. Since I'm idle, I might as well do some work. After all, it's still a source of resources. All right, truly worthy of being our class leader. Your diligence is commendable. Looking at Tong Yi's message, Lin Yi couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The way she spoke made it seem as though he was overly competitive. And what about you? Don't you have anything better to do than to send me so many messages? Could it be? Don't misunderstand. I was merely wondering if you had perished. Not just you. I've added the rest of our classmates as well. And you are the only one who hasn't responded. Now that I know my wayward child is still alive, it's all good. Just keep up the hard work. And don't fall too far behind. I have awakened a remarkable talent, you know. Of course, if you continue to call me foster father, I might just protect you in the future. In response to Tong Yi's provocation, Lin Yi replied with a simple two-word message. Hee hee. Gazing at his territory, Lin Yi could only express his thoughts with those two words. Who protects whom remains to be seen. He refused to believe that Tong Yi's awakened talent could surpass his dual talents. Although he still hadn't quite figured out how to utilize his second talent. What do you mean by that? Do you look down on me? Just you wait. Once the novice phase concludes, I'll show you what my territory looks like. After sending that message, Tong Yi fell silent, and even as Lin Yi continued to send taunting remarks, she did not respond. Lin Yi commenced the process of verifying the friend requests from his classmates one by one, accompanying each with a formulaic greeting. These individuals were to become his clients in the future, and it was essential to maintain even superficial relationships. Alas, class monitor, you've finally initiated a conversation. You have no idea. The academic committee has been frantic all day, inquiring about your whereabouts. Every classmate has been interrogated by her. If I were you, I'd suggest you just tie the knot already and respond to her messages. As soon as Lin Yi dispatched his greeting, a lengthy message from his classmates arrived promptly. The content was largely similar, all revolving around Tong Yi's search for him. Lin Yi chuckled and began to reply to his classmates. Don't misunderstand. Our relationship isn't of that nature. We're more akin to brothers, referring to each other as father and son. However, the responses he received were met with skepticism. My class monitor, are you daft? Have you ever seen a girl who can be just friends with a boy? Especially that cold, aloof academic committee member. Aside from you, have you noticed her demeanor towards any other classmate? Spare us the humble brag. Upon reading this, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed to be the case. Yet, with his experience of living two lives, he possessed little knowledge of romantic relationships and could not discern the difference between the two. He hastily sent a message inquiring further. But I believe that my relationship with the academic committee is indeed that of friends. Her special treatment towards me is merely because we're desk mates. She just called me a rebellious child. Do you really think we would have that kind of relationship? After sending the message, his interlocutors were left speechless. They had never encountered someone so oblivious. Was the academic committee's behavior not evident? She might as well have confessed her feelings outright. Who in the class couldn't see that? Class monitor, heed my words. If you have feelings for the academic committee, why not just address it head on? Wouldn't it suffice to simply ask her? We all trust our own eyes. Lin Yi was taken aback. Was it really permissible to ask directly? To inquire. Do you like me? With Tong Yi's cunning nature, wouldn't he that be handing her leverage over him? The mere thought sent a chill down his spine. He began to suspect whether his counterparts had been bribed by Tong Yi, aiming to unearth his dark past. If he were to proceed with such an inquiry, she would undoubtedly mock him for a lifetime. All right, enough of this. We are still young. Let us not expend our energies on such matters. It is better to focus on navigating this novice phase. Class monitor, as long as you're happy. After concluding the pleasantries with his classmates, Lin Yi finally found the leisure to peruse the public chat channel. Esteemed players, the inexperienced newcomer humbly inquires. I have just upgraded my Lord's Hall to level 5. Is this considered slow? May I ask what level you have all reached? Level 5. My goodness, I am still at level 4, and that is with double resource acquisition. Just how many resource piles have you discovered? You are the real veteran. Even with double resources, most are still at level 4. Following the optimal starting strategy. Even if you have 3 types of resources within a kilometer radius, under double gathering and sound management, finding resource piles and advancing to level 4 is the pinnacle. To reach level 5, you must have discovered at least 4 resource piles. May I inquire if it is necessary to construct other buildings at this stage? I stumbled upon a treasure chest and acquired a blueprint for an arrow tower, yet I lack the resources. Is it worthwhile to construct it now? Not advisable. I suggest you pass the blueprint to me, and I shall bear the burden. To the one above, your calculations are audible even from the novice area. Furthermore, a market can only be built at level 6. Even if I wish to give it to you, it is not feasible. Do not be deceived, everyone. This has been taught in school. Do you truly believe they are asking you? They are merely displaying their superiority. Good heavens, I can hardly believe it. Do they genuinely think that only fools can participate in the novice trial? What a display of arrogance. Soon, the chat group messages began to scroll rapidly, with dozens of messages arriving every second, making it nearly impossible to keep up. Lin Yi closed the chat channel and sat back in his chair, slowly rubbing his eyes. It was a revelation. Upon inspection, the messages were predominantly filled with trivial chatter, boasting, and seeking trouble, with none offering genuine strategic insights. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. If one were to view the Lord's realm as a game, then the novice period is akin to a training mode. What valuable information could possibly be shared? Noticing that time was slipping away, Lin Yi greeted the little girl in the hall and proceeded with her to the cafeteria for the celebration feast. He had not forgotten that he had recently supplied the cafeteria with a plethora of seasonings. Upon his arrival, preparations for the banquet were nearly complete. Thanks to the little girl's talents, she could prepare meals for hundreds, if not thousands, single-handedly. Otherwise, they would still be waiting. The Lord Brother has arrived. As soon as Lin Yi entered, he was spotted by the astute little girls from the village, who had been eagerly anticipating this moment for what felt like an eternity. The array of delectable dishes laid before them, yet they were forced to wait, which was sheer torment for these food enthusiasts. Had it not been for the little girl's repeated warnings, they would have begun feasting before Lin Yi even arrived. Lord Brother, come quickly. A village girl dashed over, pulling Lin Yi toward the dining table, her gaze never straying from the abundant feast. Lord Brother, sit here. The village girl insisted, dragging Lin Yi to her side. Observing the eager faces of the surrounding girls, Lin Yi swallowed hard. He had intended to say something, but seeing their fervor, he feared they might devour him whole. Thus, he hastily uttered a few words and declared the commencement of the celebration feast. Chapter 79, Capturing a Market Girl. The territory was predominantly abundant in meat and fruit, and Lin Yi had subsequently procured staple foods, various vegetables, and an assortment of seasonings. It could be said that this was the most sumptuous meal he had encountered since entering the Lord's world. Upon their first encounter with seasonings, the village girls could hardly contain themselves. As soon as Lin Yi announced the start of the feast, they descended upon the array of culinary delights as if they had been starved for days. Glorious! Glorious! Before Lin Yi could fully comprehend the moment, the food before him had been entirely devoured by the village girls, leaving only a small plate in front of him. What was he to eat now? With no other option, Lin Yi set down his utensils and turned his attention elsewhere. Though the soldiers' table was similarly voracious, there was a semblance of order among them. In stark contrast to the chaos at the village girls' table, the other girls were relatively civilized, while they too ate swiftly. They appeared more composed than their village and soldier counterparts. Lord brother. Who called me? The little girl from the cafeteria stood at the kitchen entrance, continuously waving at Lin Yi with a covered plate in hand. Over here, confirming that she was indeed calling him. Lin Yi glanced back at the confused village girl beside him, then promptly rose to approach the little girl from the cafeteria. The village girl, noticing that her lord brother was leaving, momentarily glanced up from her feast, but soon returned to her culinary indulgence. As Lin Yi drew closer, the little girl from the cafeteria beamed a sweet smile, holding up the plate in her hands. My dear lord brother, I knew you would be unable to outshine them while seated with the common folk, so behold what I have prepared for you. With that, the cafeteria loli lifted the lid in her hands, revealing a hidden treasure of delectable delights. Instantly, a refreshing aroma wafted through the air, imbued with the essence of fresh grass. Lin Yi gazed in astonishment at the surprise concocted by the cafeteria loli. The plate before him was a vibrant medley of stir-fried dishes, accompanied by a bowl of steaming rice. I cannot thank you enough, dear cafeteria. Your timing is impeccable. Accepting the plate, Lin Yi followed the cafeteria loli to an unoccupied table, free from the presence of the residential loli or the soldier loli, leaving only the cafeteria loli standing before him. As he picked up his chopsticks, Lin Yi glanced at the cafeteria loli. Shall we share? Oh no. She hastily waved her hands in denial. This is specially prepared for you, my lord brother. Please do not stand on ceremony. Would I let myself go hungry? Indeed. It was a rarity to hear of a chef who would starve. With the cafeteria loli's refusal to accept his offer, Lin Yi felt unburdened and proceeded to indulge heartily in the meal. The cafeteria loli watched him with keen interest as he savored each bite, swallowing hard as she eagerly inquired, My lord brother, how does it taste? Struggling to swallow a mouthful of rice, Lin Yi reached once more for the plate. It is exceptionally delicious, tender, and distinctly fibrous, reminiscent of chicken. Is that so? I am glad you enjoy it. The cafeteria loli appeared immensely satisfied as she observed Lin Yi finish every last morsel. After he set down his empty bowl, he accepted the juice she offered. Your culinary skills have truly flourished, cafeteria. With these seasonings, you have outdone yourself at today's banquet. Is there anything you desire? I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wishes. Taking a sip of the juice, the sweet and tangy flavor blossomed in his mouth, prompting Lin Yi to lavish praise upon the cafeteria loli. Thank you for your kind words, my lord brother. However, I have no desires. Your generosity with the seasonings today has already brought me great satisfaction. My only wish is for you to enjoy your meal. You are so understanding. Lin Yi found himself at a loss for words to commend the cafeteria loli further. In his exuberance, he gifted her a sum of 10,000 gold coins. After all, he had ample funds, and this amount was but a trifle. As the time drew near for the banquet to conclude, he noted the lack of entertainment within the territory, rendering this gathering sufficient for the moment. The residential loli was the first to finish her meal, departing in small groups. Next came the soldier loli and others. Hey, market, halt. As Lin Yi watched the Lolis leave, he inadvertently spotted the market loli among them. Instantly recalling her recent mischief, he approached and seized her. Ah, my lord brother. Are you here to restock? Surely not, have you run out? The market loli, still unaware of her impending fate, shot him a sly glance upon recognizing him. Lin Yi glared at the market loli with a cold expression, as if he intended to devour her whole. You, come with me. We need to settle the score. My lord brother wishes to reconcile accounts with me? The market loli's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she followed Lin Yi without resistance. Take care now. She called back to the cafeteria loli, who waved cheerfully, and once the two had vanished, she promptly began jotting down notes in a small ledger. Lin Yi led the market loli to the lord's hall, shutting the door behind them, and only then did he release her, confident she could not escape. Now tell me, what have you been up to these past few days? With arms crossed and a stern gaze, he regarded her. Had he not stumbled upon her antics through the warehouse loli, he would remain oblivious to the fact that the market loli had been spreading scandalous rumors about him. The market loli looked up, puzzled, and replied, "My lord brother, you summoned me here to settle accounts, did you not? I haven't done much. Just trading a few items with others." "Just trading, you say?" Lin Yi laughed in frustration, slapping the table with a resounding thud. "Everyone in the territory is whispering that undergarments are a hard currency in my possession. Do you have nothing to say for yourself? Is that not the case?" Faced with Lin Yi's ire, the market loli remained oblivious to her wrongdoing, hands on hips, exuding defiance. "Did you not provide me with a deposit previously? And I delivered the goods to your doorstep? Do you not wish to acknowledge that?" "Acknowledge what? Those unfounded rumors? When did I ever give you a deposit?" Seeing the market loli's continued insolence, Lin Yi's anger boiled over. "In any case, you are to cease the dissemination of such rumors. I have no interest in those undergarments. Do not engage in such antics again. Furthermore, you must quell this rumor immediately, preferably by tomorrow, or else." Here, Lin Yi faltered, uncertain of how to threaten the market loli, as her peculiar interests seemed impervious to intimidation. "Or else I shall confine you to the territory, and ensure that no one pays you any heed." This threat was the only recourse Lin Yi could conceive. "Understood? But I did receive a deposit." Despite Lin Yi's warning, the market loli remained somewhat dismissive but ultimately replied obediently, "Understood." What thoughts brewed within her mind remained her secret. Chapter 80. The Talent of the Research Institute. After admonishing the market loli, Lin Yi opened her panel to inspect her progress. He had refrained from upgrading the market for several days, intending to use the market loli for experimentation, so it was high time for an assessment. Market. Level 2. Strength, 1000. All attributes, 25. Innate talent, seduction. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction as he reviewed the market loli's panel. The developments aligned closely with his expectations. These lolis could indeed level up by consuming materials, and both their physical forms and cognitive personalities advanced together. Although the initial stages seemed inefficient, requiring considerable time, this method would prove beneficial in the long run should certain materials become scarce, allowing for building upgrades. Though slow, it was far simpler than scouring for rare supplies. After leveling the market to 5, he closed the panel and turned his gaze to the fidgeting market loli, his heart heavy with conflict. He had voiced his concerns, yet he was unable to resort to violence. Perhaps the market loli would come to understand her missteps. Lin Yi sighed. "Very well, clarify matters as soon as possible, and refrain from spreading everything indiscriminately. Thankfully, all present in the territory are allies. If this leaks, what will others think of us?" The market loli blinked her large eyes. Utterly confused, having just endured a reprimand, she was reluctant to face another, so she nodded obediently. "I understand, my lord brother. Now, since there is nothing else, you may take your leave. I must rise early tomorrow." Lin Yi stood up, gently patted the little loli's head in the market, and ascended the stairs. The events of the day had left him emotionally drained. All he yearned for was a peaceful respite to embrace the dawn of tomorrow. Due to his innate abilities, his territory was populated entirely by Lolis. Thus his demeanor towards them naturally differed from that of ordinary subjects. Setting aside their extraordinary attributes, he simply could not bear to be harsh in the face of their adorable visages. What fault could the little Lolis possibly have? As the moon waxed and waned, a new week dawned. Lin Yi awoke early, hastily attended to his morning routine, and commenced organizing the day's tasks. Given that hostile units were expected to appear in the wilderness today, adjustments to prior arrangements were imperative. After inspecting the inventory of steel, he calculated and upgraded several level 9 buildings to level 10. Subsequently, he elevated the barracks to level 10 and increased the number of soldiers to 200. 40 soldiers remained behind to safeguard the territory against potential incursions, while the remaining 160 ventured forth to scour the surrounding lands, prioritizing the resource collection routes. The gathering of resources could not cease. Even though the territory's materials were already in surplus, it was crucial to remember that materials could be exchanged for gold. After assigning tasks to the soldiers, Lin Yi proceeded to delegate responsibilities to the resident Lolis. Apart from the 40 engaged in the blacksmith shop and the artisan's workshop, 160 capable laborers were available. 60 were dispatched to 3 resource points for gathering, while the remaining 100 were instructed to report to the farms. With remarkable efficiency, Lin Yi allocated tasks to the resident Lolis. The urgency for raw materials was not pressing at the moment, as the supplies were sufficient to keep the blacksmith shop and artisan's workshop occupied for an extended period. Rather, the situation at the farms required immediate attention. The previous day, he had procured a substantial quantity of seeds from the system marketplace, all of which needed to be planted, hence the large number of resident Lolis sent to the farms. Watching the soldiers and resident Lolis gradually depart, Lin Yi felt an indescribable sensation within him, an amalgamation of excitement and concern. As a product of 9 years of compulsory education, the values of his past life still profoundly influenced him. To instigate change, one must endure a considerable upheaval. Once the soldiers and resident Lolis had set off, he made his way alone to the research institute. Upon entering the research institute, Lin Yi's gaze did not immediately fall upon the loli, who was typically asleep at her desk. Instead, he was greeted by a lively figure, engrossed in writing. "Ah, it's the Lord," the research institute loli exclaimed, lifting her head to reveal a face adorned with smudges of black ink. After stretching languidly, she inquired, "What brings you here today, my lord?" As Lin Yi approached, he opened the research options. "I've come to allocate some points in technology. I haven't visited in several days, and I presume the research slots have become available?" The research institute loli shifted slightly to grant him a seat. "Indeed, the slots were vacant, but I have already filled them." Coincidentally, Lin Yi noticed the research options and voiced his confusion. "What is going on? Have we completed such an extensive amount of research? This timeline seems off." Counting meticulously, he observed a series of completed research projects displayed on the panel, his mind racing to calculate the time. To his astonishment, over 100 studies had been completed, yet the options available during the novice phase only totaled 170. Any more would require advancement beyond the novice stage. How is this possible? Lin Yi pondered, perplexed. The research time in the Lord's world was standardized. Every research project required 12 hours, and a Level 5 research institute could pursue 5 technologies concurrently. Thus, to complete 100 research projects, it would take at least 10 days, assuming the institute had been constructed from the outset. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi's gaze settled on the research institute loli. It seemed that only she possessed the potential for such extraordinary capabilities. "Did you accomplish this?" Lin Yi's eyes widened, excitement gleaming within them, as he regarded the research institute loli as though she were a rare treasure. If the research institute indeed had the ability to expedite the research process, it would be akin to a windfall from the heavens. "Yes, it's my talent." The research institute loli responded nonchalantly, her tone as if it were merely a trivial matter. "My talent significantly reduces the time required for technological research. Moreover, if certain specific conditions are met, it can even allow a project to be completed instantaneously," she added proudly, tilting her head slightly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi gasped in astonishment, inwardly marveling at her prowess. "Wow, that's incredible." After a brief moment of surprise, he immediately recalled the impressive skills exhibited by the wall loli the previous day. He had originally intended to delve deeper into the unique talents possessed by the other Lolis when time permitted. Little did he know that opportunity would arise so swiftly. Was this not the perfect moment? Unable to contain his excitement, Lin Yi eagerly pressed for more information. "Could you elaborate on how your talent functions? How much time can it actually save in the research cycle? And what are the conditions for achieving instantaneous research?" Chapter 81. The collaboration between the warehouse loli and the barracks loli. Lin Yi stood quietly before the imposing and weighty doors of the research institute, his heart akin to a vast ocean, turbulent and restless. The astonishing effects of the research institute loli's talent replayed in his mind like a cinematic scene. It was understood that the research institute loli's abilities were intricately linked to scientific inquiry. Any research project she personally engaged in could have its required time halved. Even more astonishing was that if certain stringent conditions were successfully met, these projects could be completed in an instant, completely unaffected by prerequisite technologies. What did this signify? If Lin Yi were fortuitous enough to meet the conditions for nuclear fusion technology at that very moment, he could effortlessly conquer this pinnacle of scientific achievement. Of course, lacking the prerequisite technologies, the practical application of such advancements remained uncertain. Yet, even so, this was undeniably a miraculous boon. The aforementioned talent effects might merely allow Lin Yi to stride somewhat more confidently along the path of research. However, should the later talent effect be triggered, it could propel him to extraordinary heights. Reflecting on this, Lin Yi could not help but exhale deeply. Alas, it was regrettable that even now, the specific conditions for achieving those technological advancements remained unclear, leaving everything to fate and sheer luck. Casting a glance back at the research institute, Lin Yi resolved to inquire about the talents of the other Lolis. In the barracks, a petite figure clad in a meticulously crafted military uniform exuded an air of authority as she led a formidable contingent of 160 soldiers, their synchronized strides echoing with purpose as they emerged from the majestic city gates. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the faces of the assembled troops. Once in position, the young commander's crisp yet commanding voice rang out. "Brave warriors, we shall now commence the allocation of tasks. You, Lead 40 soldiers to follow the civilian paths, meticulously scour their gathering routes, and leave no trace unchecked. The rest of you, heed my words, divide into 10 squads and, centered around our territory, initiate a thorough cleansing operation in all directions, ensuring the complete eradication of any hostile entities. At your command, the soldiers responded in unison, their voices resounding through the air. Just as the young commander prepared to signal the troops to advance, a lithe figure darted forth like lightning, positioning herself firmly in her path. "Hey, wait up, I want to join you," the newcomer called out loudly. The young commander halted her steps, focusing her gaze on the source of the voice, revealing it to be the warehouse girl. Her eyes sparkled with determination and eagerness as she looked at the commander. Unable to suppress a slight smile, the young commander inquired, "Warehouse, have you decided against acting independently?" The warehouse girl, with a hint of displeasure, stomped her foot and pouted. "Humph, it's all the Lord's fault. He insists that I must no longer operate alone and requires me to return to the territory at a specific time each day. Thus, I had no choice but to seek you out." With a playful wink, she added, "By the way, don't forget our agreement. We promised to collaborate. You wouldn't dare to renege, would you?" At this, the young commander felt a jolt of realization. Previously, she had unilaterally utilized the gold coins painstakingly gathered by the warehouse girl to recruit new soldiers without permission, leading to a solemn pact established under the witness of Lord Lin Yi. Now was the moment to fulfill that commitment. After a moment of contemplation, the commander nodded gently in agreement. "Very well, you may accompany us. However, I must inform you that our current mission involves a thorough sweep of the enemy nests surrounding our territory. Therefore, I cannot afford to have you wandering aimlessly," the young commander stated with gravity. "Haha, no problem. For me, it matters not where we sweep, as long as I can earn gold," the warehouse girl replied nonchalantly. Hesitating slightly, the young commander continued, "All right, but we must establish some conditions. You may choose not to engage in combat, and all spoils of war will be entrusted to you. However, remember, you are absolutely forbidden from interfering with our operational plans and progress." The warehouse girl promptly responded, "Rest assured, my spatial abilities allow me to transport these spoils directly to the warehouse, far more convenient than you carrying them in your backpacks." Indeed, the warehouse girl's unique skill provided significant advantages, conserving the soldiers' stamina and greatly enhancing their efficiency in battle. The young commander, typically focused solely on the thrill of combat, held little interest in the so-called spoils of war. Thus, the two swiftly reached a consensus, their spirits aligned in harmonious accord. "Are we in agreement then?" the young commander reaffirmed. "Of course, a promise is a promise," the warehouse girl responded readily. With a decree, they set forth. Together, they embarked on a journey fraught with unknowns and challenges, marking the beginning of their inaugural collaboration. In this nascent lordly world, everything unfolded like an exhilarating game. Particularly in the second week, the monsters did not emerge from distant lands as one might expect. Rather, they appeared as if summoned by preordained programming at designated locations. However, it is crucial to note that this spawning mechanism would only occur once. Its purpose was to rigorously test the strategic capabilities of each lord. After all, in this realm of challenges and uncertainties, only those endowed with exceptional strategic vision and decision-making prowess could lead their territories to prosperity. As for the monsters themselves, although they would not be continuously refreshed by the system as typically expected, they possessed the reproductive capabilities akin to ordinary creatures and bred at an alarming rate. If not promptly eradicated, they would swiftly amass in great numbers, ultimately culminating in a formidable force poised to launch a fierce assault on the territory. Especially during this second week, a stroke of misfortune had befallen them with the onset of the Beast Calamity event, resulting in a doubling of the outdoor monster population. Such staggering numbers would inevitably accelerate their breeding, and should their expansion continue unchecked, even the sturdiest of walls would struggle to withstand their relentless onslaught. However, this only applied to the walls constructed by ordinary lords. As for the wall girl, she was entirely exempt from such concerns. Once she activated her innate skills, the soldiers would merely need to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Chapter 82, Efficient Sweep. In the shadowy depths of the forest, a squad of diminutive figures sped towards a specific destination. Comprising 12 members, 11 donned heavy armor, while one was clad in ordinary fabric. "Warehouse, how much further to the monster's lair?" the young commander inquired, observing the trees and abundant foliage that flitted past. It hardly seemed like a place where monsters would dwell. "Oh, not far now, we're almost there," the warehouse girl replied, matching the young commander's pace. For someone accustomed to traversing through space, running on the ground was a rather novel experience for her. If not for the fear of losing the young commander, she would not have bothered with the ground at all. The young commander remained silent, since the warehouse girl had assured her there was no need to doubt her veracity. "Look, Weavee arrived. The warehouse girl exclaimed excitedly, pointing ahead. Halt! Hearing her alert, the young commander quickly came to a stop, cautiously parting the branches before her. Before her eyes lay a small hillock, atop which were 4 enormous openings. Upon closer inspection, dark figures moved restlessly around the entrances. Giant bears. The young commander concealed herself within the foliage, silently assessing the number of giant bears. Currently, she could see 23 in total, 10 adults and 13 cubs. The number within the lair remained uncertain, but there were likely more. After a moment of reflection, the young commander concluded that these giant bears were identical to those encountered during the monster siege previously, suggesting they possessed similar strength. With 11 soldiers at her command, they could easily take them down without sustaining any injuries. Stealthily approaching, she prepared to launch the first wave of javelins. The 11 individuals stealthily approached the colossal bears. Upon reaching a certain proximity, each selected an adult bear as their target. Now, they shouted in unison, launching 11 javelins that soared through the air like lightning, striking their intended mark with precision. In an instant, 10 adult bears were pierced by the javelins, letting out agonizing roars. One smaller bear, overwhelmed by the sudden chaos, fell motionless. The little bear, startled by the unexpected roar, regained its senses and fled towards the cave, whimpering as it ran. Inside the cave, a similar roar echoed, signaling the imminent arrival of more bears. Finish them off, then proceed to eliminate the bears inside the cave, commanded the barracks girl, swiftly thrusting her spear into the side of an injured bear. Several soldiers followed suit, each dispatching a bear in a matter of moments, ending their suffering. They surrounded the cave, intending to deal with the adult bears before tackling the cubs within. Before long, 8 more bears charged out from 4 different caves. As they emerged, they were met with the soldiers' onslaught. Minutes later, the warehouse girl approached from a distance, her brow furrowing at the sight of the fallen bears. With a wave of her hand, she summoned the bear carcasses back to the warehouse, then ventured into the cave. Upon entering, she found the battle had concluded. Soldiers were gathering the bear bodies to facilitate their transport back to the warehouse. A treasure chest? As soon as the warehouse girl stepped inside, her attention was captivated by a chest nestled within the bear den. It was a black iron chest. With excitement, she approached, greedily caressing its surface. The surrounding soldiers seemed oblivious, silently collecting various supplies from the den. Reluctantly, she finally opened the chest after indulging in its allure for a while. This was her first experience with a black iron chest. All her previous finds had been wooden. Inside, she discovered 20 units of 1-star wood, 10 units of 1-star stone, and 2,000 gold coins. Wow, so much money. The warehouse girl's eyes sparkled at the sight of the gleaming coins, her interest in the materials waning. Wooden chests rarely yielded more than 500 coins, and with each level increase, not only did the materials improve, but the gold would multiply tenfold. The barracks girl felt a twinge of discomfort at the warehouse girl's avaricious demeanor. All right, quickly gather those items. We still have to move on to the next location. The warehouse girl snapped back to reality, wiping away her drool and hastily collecting the spoils from the bear den. They set off for the next lair. It was undeniable that the collaboration between the warehouse girl and the barracks girl produced astonishing results. The warehouse girl's unique spatial abilities proved invaluable at this moment. She could pinpoint the locations of hidden monster lairs with remarkable speed and accuracy. Once she established a location, she promptly relayed the pertinent information to the soldiers of the barracks girl, guiding them to the designated spots for a coordinated assault. This method was undoubtedly more efficient than the soldiers' slow and aimless searches. Moreover, thanks to her exceptional spatial skills, the warehouse girl could even estimate the approximate number of monsters alone. If she sensed that a lair was particularly large and dangerous, she would not hesitate to request reinforcements from the barracks. This ensured that the soldiers had ample strength to handle various situations during combat, significantly reducing the risk of casualties. Thus, one would scout for targets while the other focused on executing the ambush, their synergy proving to be flawless. During their efforts to clear the monster dens, they occasionally stumbled upon hidden treasure chests. For the warehouse girl, these chests represented a bountiful increase in gold income, far surpassing the wealth she had previously acquired on her own. Simultaneously, the barracks girl reveled in the thrill of intense combat, fully satisfying her craving for battle. Undoubtedly, this collaborative model resulted in a mutually beneficial outcome. Under the close cooperation of these two girls, they successfully eradicated all monster lairs within a 20-kilometer radius of their territory in just a single day. Such remarkable efficiency would surely incite envy among other lords. This expedition proved to be tremendously fruitful. Within a mere day, they had dismantled dozens of monster nests, amassing an astonishing number of treasure chests, over 20 in total. This equated to the results the warehouse girl would typically achieve in 3 to 4 days. The chests varied in type. including more than 10 wooden chests and 8 iron chests. However, it was somewhat disappointing that, despite opening so many chests, they had not uncovered any precious blueprints. Aside from a few one-star materials. Fortunately, the bounty of gold was substantial, the overflowing coins bringing a radiant smile to the warehouse girl's face. Her eyes curving into crescent moons. As night fell and the group began their journey back to their territory, the warehouse girl remained reluctant to leave. Still basking in the afterglow of their success, she gazed eagerly at the pile of gold in her warehouse, her mind wandering to the prospect of seeking out even more treasure chests. Had it not been for Lin Yi's strict order for her to return by nightfall, this impetuous and greedy little girl might have succumbed to her impulses, venturing back to the monster lairs under the cover of darkness in search of more riches. Chapter 83. The Warehouse Girl's Change of Attitude. Brother Lord, I've come to report. With a cheerful and melodious cry, the warehouse girl flitted into the Lord's hall like a lively little bird. The moment her petite figure appeared, she hurried towards Lin Yi, eager not to miss a second of their reunion. Her heart brimmed with joy, determined to showcase her obedience and diligence to Lin Yi. Naturally, receiving some glimmering gold coins as a reward would be the cherry on top, for those delightful coins held immense allure for her. Ah, you've returned. Lin Yi sat at his desk, slightly bowed, his hand gripping a pen as he diligently recorded something important in a small, exquisite notebook. Upon hearing the warehouse girl's voice, he merely acknowledged her with a faint reply, not even lifting his gaze. This situation seems a bit off. The warehouse girl tilted her head in confusion, her large, sparkling eyes blinking in bewilderment. This was not how her brother Lord should behave. He ought to have praised her and rewarded her with gold for her good behavior without hesitation. What was going on? Did he not notice her arrival? Or had he completely forgotten about rewarding her? Pondering this, a sense of disappointment washed over her, but she quickly rallied herself. She approached with a light-hearted gait, bounding towards Lin Yi in a flurry of steps, then rose on her tiptoes, straining to peer into the mysterious little notebook in his hands, eager to decipher its secrets. However, when she finally caught a glimpse of the contents, she was met with an intricate tapestry of strange characters, none of which she recognized. Brother Lord, what are you doing? Is there anything I can assist with? Despite the curiosity and confusion swirling within her, the little girl from the storeroom exhibited remarkable decorum, her sweet voice softly inquiring. Lin Yi gently closed the notebook, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Oh, it's nothing much. Merely a simple record of each of your unique talents." With that, he set the notebook aside, as if all necessary information had been meticulously inscribed within its pages. Having spent an entire day visiting each little girl in his territory, he had thoroughly catalogued their abilities. As a lord, it would be a grave dereliction of duty to be ignorant of the talents possessed by the adorable little girls in his domain. Yet, one could hardly blame Lin Yi. In the realm of lords, there exists no clear explanation regarding the enigmatic nature of talents, and all pertinent information must be unearthed through personal exploration and contemplation. Surprisingly, these little girls, born of his own talents, possessed an astonishingly clear understanding of their abilities. He himself was still grappling with the nuances of his own talent. To safeguard the secrets of these talents from prying eyes, Lin Yi resorted to the script he had learned in his past life to record the relevant information. He understood all too well that talents are a profoundly significant and sensitive matter, one that must not be disclosed to hostile forces. Otherwise, they could easily devise targeted strategies for attack based on such knowledge, posing a considerable threat to his side. At that moment, Lin Yi's gaze inadvertently shifted to the storeroom girl. There she stood quietly, a stark contrast to her usual mischievous and unruly demeanor. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Yi inquired, "What has prompted your unusual obedience today? You've returned so dutifully?" Based on his prior experiences with her, even if the storeroom girl were to heed commands and return on time, one would expect a transitional period of adjustment. The storeroom girl seemed to suddenly forget the question posed, shifting her attention elsewhere. She stood before Lin Yi, adorably charming, her sparkling eyes seemingly imbued with a voice of their own. Then, she chirped sweetly, "Yes, yes, I have always been the most obedient to Brother Lord. I just returned after finishing my tasks today. Doesn't tea that make me a good girl?" Hearing her sugary sweet tone sent a shiver down Lin Yi's spine. Something felt amiss. It was decidedly unsettling. Why was this money-hungry girl suddenly so syrupy sweet? There must be a scheme at play. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi placed his hand on the storeroom girl's head and praised, "Indeed, you are the most obedient. Shouldn't tea Brother Lord reward you for your good behavior?" The girl's eyes sparkled with delight, her longing gaze utterly transparent. Lin Yi froze, his hand still resting on her head. Oh. Now he understood why she had suddenly become so compliant. She was clearly waiting for this moment. With a resigned twitch of his lips, Lin Yi reluctantly retrieved 100 gold coins and handed them to the storeroom girl. Yay. Thank you, brother lord. You're so kind. The girl gleefully accepted the coins, swiftly stowing them away in the storeroom. Is there something else? Lin Yi thought to himself, bemused. This was far too costly. A mere pat on the head had cost him 100 gold coins. While he was not lacking in gold, he currently lacked a stable source of income. The system's marketplace offered a woefully inadequate buyback price. He did not intend to sell resources to the system before other lords had established their markets. The storeroom girl, having received the coins, showed no intention of leaving, her eager gaze fixed on him, making it clear that she was still not satisfied. Reluctantly, Lin Yi produced 1,000 gold coins. Yet, still, the storeroom girl remained unfulfilled. Her eyes continued to glimmer with desire as she sweetly asked, "Brother Lord, do you know how many gold coins I earned today?" She raised 2 tiny fingers, wiggling them in front of Lin Yi, her tone suggestive. "In just one day, I found nearly 20,000 gold coins. Am I not impressive, brother Lord?" Lin Yi was quick to grasp the implication behind her words. If she could amass nearly 20,000 gold coins in a single day, surely he could do the same. As a reward for her obedient behavior, he could not afford to dismiss her with such a paltry sum. All right, let us make it 5,000 more. 20,000. 8,000. Don't think I'm unaware. You were working alongside the barracks to achieve such a haul. You wouldn't have gathered so much on your own. The storeroom girl placed her hands on her hips defiantly. Who says that? Even without the barracks' help, I would have still collected quite a bit. Chapter 84. As long as I spend all the money, no one can rob me. 8,000 it is, no more. Lin Yi replied with a flat expression, his tone resolute as steel, leaving no room for negotiation. Such a firm stance irked the storeroom girl, yet Lin Yi remained unmoved. He understood that if he capitulated so easily this time, the next encounter would leave him at her mercy. Fine, 8,000 it is. Upon witnessing the storeroom girl finally relent, Lin Yi breathed a silent sigh of relief. In truth, he was not genuinely stingy with the gold. He simply recognized the necessity of not allowing this quirky little girl to taste success too easily, lest she become more demanding in the future. Thus, without hesitation, Lin Yi produced another 8,000 gleaming gold coins for her, considering it a price for peace, a means to secure his own tranquility. After all, he had previously overlooked this mischievous little rascal, allowing her to dash off more than 100 kilometers away, inadvertently triggering 16 waves of monster sieges. Had it not been for the wall girl's sudden display of talent that fortified the defenses, he might have lost his precious lordship due to that unforeseen incident. Recalling the heart-pounding scene still sent tremors through him, though he had ultimately succeeded in defending his territory. The sensation of being on the brink of disaster was indelibly etched in his memory. Therefore, as long as it ensured the storeroom girl would remain obedient and refrain from causing further trouble, he deemed it worthwhile to part with these 8,000 gold coins. Even if it meant a greater sacrifice. Well then, I've given you the coins, you can return now? Lin Yi observed the storeroom girl joyfully accepting the gold, yet remaining rooted to the spot, showing no sign of departing. His brow furrowed slightly, his demeanor darkening as he could not help but urge her to leave. My lord brother, must you be so heartless? After all, we ought not to be merely entangled in a monetary relationship. The warehouse girl has lost all semblance of dignity, and after accepting the gold coins, she acts as if nothing has transpired, continuing to coo sweetly. Truth be told, I wish to spend more time with you, my lord brother. Do you not desire companionship? Accompany me. I see you are preoccupied with thoughts of gold. Lin Yi spread his hands, his face devoid of expression. No matter how you plead, I shall not part with my coins. Do you truly believe me to be a bank? A bank? What is that? Is there an abundance of gold within? The warehouse girl's face displayed confusion, her eyes sparkling with longing as she gazed at Lin Yi. My lord brother, what do you mean by bank? Lin Yi replied curtly. What does it matter? You only need to know it is indeed a place where money is kept. Money. Upon hearing this, the warehouse girl was instantly wide awake. Her desire to leave now entirely dissipated. Initially, she had merely intended to see if she could extract more gold from Lin Yi, but now, her interest was piqued by the concept of a bank. My lord brother. Lin Yi feigned ignorance. My lord brother. Lin Yi turned his back. My lord brother. Lin Yi. Before Lin Yi could make his next move, the warehouse girl, perceiving his disinterest, suddenly engaged in an unexpected act. My lord brother, may I exchange information for undergarments? What the hell? Lin Yi had initially intended to ignore the warehouse girl, thinking she would tire of her antics and depart. But who could have anticipated such a turn of events? He quickly turned around, and upon seeing her, he could no longer sit still. The warehouse girl had her trousers halfway down. Good heavens! He rushed forward to halt her actions, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. Noticing Lin Yi's flustered demeanor, the warehouse girl wore a cunning smile. So my lord brother fears this. I have him right where I want him. Oh dear. Little girl, do not put me in a predicament. Lin Yi grimaced as he helped the warehouse girl pull up her trousers, his expression one of indescribable distress. Who taught you to disrobe at the slightest disagreement? Is this a game you cannot handle? He looked at the warehouse girl, utterly confounded. This warehouse girl truly had no shame for the sake of a few coins. My lord brother, can you tell me now? The warehouse girl feigned innocence, her eyes glistening with tears as though she were the one being wronged. Lin Yi wished he could seal his own lips. Why did he provoke this money-hungry girl? And now, he almost found himself embroiled in her antics. Reluctantly, he realized that to deal with someone so shameless, he must be even more audacious. Yet Lin Yi still valued his dignity, at least for now. He reluctantly explained the concept of a bank to the warehouse girl. In the end, he even parted with 2,000 gold coins to send her on her way. What a predicament! Looking at the gold coins in his backpack, Lin Yi felt a twinge of turmoil. Initially, after the monster siege, his backpack had held nearly 900,000 gold coins, but after these past 2 days, with little accomplished, the amount had significantly dwindled. Now, he had less than 700,000 gold coins remaining. Indeed, gold is spent far too easily. Lin Yi opened the warehouse to check the supply of iron. One blacksmith could smelt 10 pieces of steel per hour, with 20 workers over 8 hours. That amounted to 600 pieces of steel, which was barely enough to upgrade 2 level 5 buildings to level 10. Furthermore, the requirement to elevate the Lord's Hall to level 11 was that all the gifted blueprints must be upgraded to level 10. Besides the Arrow Tower, he still had 8 buildings needing upgrades. Calculating this, if he waited for the blacksmith, it would take at least 4 days. He had initially thought that since he was ahead, he could afford to wait, as he was not in a hurry. However, it now seemed prudent to expedite the process. Should he hoard so much gold, leaving it for the warehouse girl to gradually fleece? After all, the coins had come swiftly. Rather than allowing the warehouse girl to rob him slowly, it would be wiser to directly invest in upgrading his territory's buildings. With this thought, Lin Yi wasted no time and spent 14,000 gold coins to purchase sufficient steel, upgrading all remaining buildings, including the Arrow Tower, to level 10. Now, he had over 550,000 gold coins left. Subsequently, Lin Yi calculated further. Upgrading a level 10 building to level 11 required 200 units of Tier 1 wood, 100 units of Tier 1 stone, and 50 units of Tier 1 metal. If he bought Tier 1 or for smelting, the upgrade cost would be 250 gold coins, but purchasing finished metal would skyrocket the cost to 500. That does not seem too exorbitant. Even to reach level 15, each building would only require 500. The materials needed for each subsequent upgrade would increase by 20%. The remaining 550,000 was just enough to elevate the Lord's Hall and 6 additional buildings to level 15. With more than 30,000 gold coins to spare, such a surplus was ample for procuring fine goods in the market. Moreover, once other lords established their markets, the gold would surely flow in abundantly. Thus, Lin Yi immediately spent coins to acquire materials, elevating the Lord's Hall, residences, warehouse, blacksmith, artisan's workshop, dining hall, and pasture all to level 15. Chapter 85. Over 1 million in a day. So this is how wealthy I am? Congratulations. The Lord's Hall has reached level 11. And the second effect of the talent has been activated. As soon as Lin Yi upgraded the Lord's Hall, the system's announcement echoed in his ears. Lin Yi felt a wave of confusion. This seems somewhat different from what was simulated. Why does the second effect of the talent require this must await the conclusion of the novice period? It will surely take until level 20 or beyond. Lin Yi today did not meticulously arrange his work before indulging in idleness. Rather, he accompanied the resource-gathering Lolis to inspect various resource points. He aimed to calculate the current yield of resources within his territory to ascertain how to develop it for maximal benefit. After today, a multitude of new lords would begin constructing markets in succession. As for him, he would commence reaping the rewards. Lin Yi followed a group of resource-gathering Lolis to the timber collection site. After traversing a rugged terrain for 3 or 4 kilometers, they finally arrived at their destination. He gradually turned his gaze, peering across the expansive vista, straining to glimpse into the distance. There, in that far-off place, he discerned the faint outline of the walls of their territory. In that moment, a chill surged up his spine, racing towards his crown, causing his scalp to tingle. It was important to note that this was a remote and untamed forest. Each tree here was substantial enough to require the embrace of multiple adults. Yet, astonishingly, within a mere few days, those seemingly delicate and adorable Lolis had stripped the surrounding forest of its timber within a radius of 3 to 4 kilometers. Such an incredible pace was truly hard to fathom. However, what left Lin Yi utterly astounded was yet to come. Upon witnessing the strength and efficiency displayed by these resource-gathering Lolis at work, he truly grasped the extent of their formidable nature. Each 15-level loli possessed attribute values reaching an astounding 90 points. What did this figure signify? In simple terms, it indicated that their strength had attained a level 9 times greater than that of an ordinary human. One of the Lolis effortlessly lifted a massive axe, casually swinging it through the air. With a resounding crack, a towering tree that required several individuals to barely encircle, it came crashing down. Subsequently, several other Lolis swiftly converged, skillfully removing the branches from the trunk and rapidly disassembling the entire tree into uniformly sized logs. The entire process flowed seamlessly, devoid of any delays or pauses. In a matter of mere minutes, the once sky-high tree had transformed into neatly stacked piles of timber. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi could scarcely believe his eyes. It was as if a searingly sharp knife was effortlessly slicing through soft foam, without any hindrance whatsoever. The resource-gathering Lolis appeared as if they were born for this task, each movement executed with such precision and skill, devoid of any superfluous or erroneous actions. Lin Yi observed for quite some time, then proceeded to the stone and iron or resource points before silently returning to his territory. Previously, he had only accompanied the Lolis to gather resources once. He had not anticipated that the upgraded attribute Lolis would be so ruthlessly efficient in their collection efforts. This was not mere resource gathering, it was swifter than outright theft. After a brief calculation, he determined that at the current rate, each loli could gather 300 units of timber, or 200 units of stone or iron or per hour. If these materials were sold directly to the system's marketplace, an individual could earn up to 600 gold coins in an hour. 10 individuals would yield 6,000, and 100 would amass 60,000. Lin Yi had assigned them to an 8-hour work schedule, meaning a single loli could potentially generate 4,800 gold coins in a day. If several more were added, the warehouse Lolis would surely weep in despair. Next, Lin Yi visited the blacksmith and workshop. Unsurprisingly, the output here was equally astonishing. 1 unit of timber produced 3 planks, each priced at 2 gold coins, with a workstation yielding 300 per hour. The marble output was 150, while the steel was notably less, at only 10. This was due to the fact that steel production relied more on scale than attributes. Only by expanding the blacksmith's operations could production increase. This was why his territory had consistently suffered from a lack of steel. After some calculations, factoring in the 40 individuals required to maintain the farmland and 60 needed for the blacksmith and workshop, he found he could deploy 200 resource-gathering Lolis. According to the optimal solution, 5 Lolis could fell trees to support the workshop's consumption, but the blacksmith also needed timber for fuel, making 10 Lolis ideal. The remaining 190 Lolis could gather 300,400 units of iron ore daily, translating to 912,000 gold coins. The workshop could produce 36,000 planks in a day, equating to 72,000 gold coins, adding the warehouse Lolis near 20,000 daily income. The total revenue for the day reached a staggering million-level figure. Moreover, it was crucial to remember that this was merely the base price sold directly to the system's marketplace, 1/3 of its retail price. If sold patiently in the market, doubling the price would not be out of reach. Furthermore, there was no concern about market saturation. This income rivaled that of a cheat. Now that he had amassed such wealth, what was there to fear? It was time to level up. Chapter 86. The Transaction with Tong Yi. Previously, Lin Yi had been languid because he had not grasped the sheer productivity of his territory. While he recognized the high efficiency of the resource-gathering Lolis due to their attributes, he had never imagined it would be this extraordinary. This efficiency surpassed by countless degrees even the rarest production talents he had simulated. This realization further solidified his resolve to embrace the role of a farming lord. He hurriedly found a resource-gathering loli within the territory, instructing her to relay the message to the others to reallocate tasks according to the optimal solution for resource collection. Though his inspection had caused a slight delay, it was still before noon, and it was never too late to mend the fold. The loli swiftly conveyed Lin Yi's orders to the others outside. 10 individuals remained to gather timber, while the rest hurried off to mine iron ore. At that moment, his chat channel buzzed with a message from Tong Yi. Hey, unfilial son, are you still there? I have good news. I've built a market. What is so praiseworthy about that? If you knew my Lord Hall is already at level 15, what would your expression be? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow at Tong Yi's message, his fingers dancing across the screen as he swiftly replied, Is that so? That is wonderful. A moment of silence followed on the other end. Hey, what do you mean by that? Have you built a market too? Exactly. My talent grants me a bonus in timber collection, and I currently have an excess of it. If you could sweet-talk me a bit, I might be willing to sell you some timber at the recycling price. Of course, I understand you're short on gold coins. We could also offset with other materials. Meanwhile, Tong Yi stared at Lin Yi's perfunctory response, a surge of anger igniting within her. What is this? I was eager to assist you right after establishing the market. Yet you seem so indifferent. This tone, calling you foster father a few times, is the only way to calm me down. Tong Yi was incensed. Lin Yi, observing the 6-digit quantities of basic materials in the warehouse, fell into contemplation. With your surplus of wood, what am I to do with my own resources? He swiftly replied. I apologize. I may disappoint you. My talent happens to be in gathering, with a comprehensive enhancement. Not just wood, I have long since been well stocked with other materials too. Given your description, since you lack wood, you must be in need of other resources. If you could address me with a sweet name, I might be inclined to reciprocate in kind. Tong Yi was taken aback. Could it be that he genuinely awakened a production talent? Yet soon, she found her heart fluttering uncontrollably. Although her awakened talent granted her an advantage in gathering wood, she possessed no such benefits for other resources. Presently, aside from the necessary buildings for upgrading the Lord's Hall, all her other constructions remained at level 1 due to a lack of resources. However, if she agreed to his proposal, wouldn't that place her at a disadvantage? Tong Yi was torn, but soon, clarity dawned upon her. After all, it wasn't the first time she had called him that. She had to choose between pride and progress. Moreover, this was a private conversation. No one else would ever know. Without hesitation, she cast aside her pride. Foster father, I need materials. If this were indeed genuine, it would be great, but if Lin Yi dared to deceive her, he would not escape her wrath. Seeing Tong Yi relent, Lin Yi felt as invigorated as if he had just downed a bottle of ice-cold soda on a sweltering day, his entire being tingling with excitement. Yet, he still craved more. Having seized this opportunity, how could he not coax her into calling him a few more times? Who would have thought that the usually aloof class representative would be so playful in private? Not enough. Not enough. Upon receiving Lin Yi's reply, Tong Yi was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson as a realization struck her. Had she truly sparked something within him? However, if she yielded so easily, wouldn't he that make her appear cheap? She feigned ignorance and replied, What do you mean, not enough? Surely, you're not trying to deceive me. I hardly believe you coincidentally awakened a production talent. Not enough? I've already called you that, so let us trade first. Before fishing, one must prepare the bait, or else one risks coming up empty-handed. Since Tong Yi was skeptical, Lin Yi was unfazed about laying the groundwork. Everything was in pursuit of having a foster son. He swiftly opened the friend trading interface and displayed the countless materials in his warehouse. Naturally, he would not give them away for free. Since Tong Yi claimed she had no need for wood, he decided to settle the trade using wood as currency. 1 unit of stone for 2 units of wood. 1 unit of iron ore for 3 units of wood. 1 unit of planks for 2 units of wood. And 1 unit of marble for 4 units of wood. He did not inflate the prices, but rather offered them at cost. Although the system would deduct a 15 transaction fee, he was wealthy enough to absorb that loss without concern. How about it? Do you believe me now? To entice Tong Yi, Lin Yi set no limits on the quantity. As long as she had enough wood, she could exchange for whatever resources he had in his warehouse. Of course, he was not worried that she would make off with his goods after one trade. This was not a one-time deal. As Tong Yi gazed at the trading panel, her heart raced like a startled deer. She was beginning to trust Lin Yi's words. At the very least, a level 1 market could only list 1 item. Yet Lin Yi had listed 4 items at once, indicating that his market was at least level 4. Why are there no iron and steel? Tong Yi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. All other materials were present, yet the absence of metals hindered her upgrades. Though iron was used sparingly, it was still necessary for building upgrades. Be grateful you have anything at all, Lin Yi retorted with exasperation. Are you trading or not? If you want iron, go smelt it yourself. What are you thinking? The output of a blacksmith shop is only slightly better than that of other lords. It's not worth it. All right then. Tong Yi quickly traded for all the materials she needed, depleting her wood entirely. With her wood gathering advantage, converting all her wood into other resources was the most economical choice. Even so, her total transaction amounted to less than 3,000 resources. How pitifully meager. Lin Yi observed the unchanged materials in his warehouse, allowing him to roughly gauge the gathering efficiency of other lords. If Tong Yi could only trade this little, one could only imagine the plight of others. Well, now that the trade is complete, isn't it time to fulfill our promise? Noticing the trading interface was no longer active, Lin Yi canceled the transaction and prepared to collect his dues. Promise. At that moment, Tong Yi finally regained her composure from the excitement. The memory of their earlier agreement made her cheeks flush anew. What did this mean? Had he truly awakened? Hey, you're not planning to back out, are you? Seeing the silence from the other end, Lin Yi could not resist urging her. Opportunities to keep Tong Yi under control were rare, and he certainly could not afford to let this slip away. Facing Lin Yi's insistence, Tong Yi bit her lip, her face flushed as she sent a message. Chapter 87. The Troubles of Wealth. Regardless of whether Lin Yi had awakened, She resolved to take the first step herself. Otherwise, knowing Lin Yi as she did, even if he had awakened, he would likely not take the initiative. I have no intention of backing out. But don't you think it's a bit hasty to confirm our relationship just through a chat? Such matters are better discussed face-to-face after the novice period. Upon reading Tong Yi's message, Lin Yi's first thought was that she intended to renege on their agreement. Although being called foster father in person was indeed thrilling, who could predict if she would still recognize him after the novice period? No, he couldn't wait for the novice period to end. She needed to call him now, or he would refuse to trade with her again. Now, are you that eager? Tong Yi's mind was in chaos, and in a moment of impulse, her fingers sent two words. As soon as she realized what she had done, she was struck dumb. However, this chat was irrevocable, and thus she could only hope in vain that Lin Yi had not seen it. How could Lin Yi possibly miss it? Upon receiving the message from Tong Yi that read husband, he was equally bewildered. He even doubted whether the person on the other end was indeed her. Wait, I consider you a brother, and you're actually trying to seduce me? Can we even remain brothers after this? I merely wanted you to call me foster father, and you're suggesting I sacrifice so much for the sake of pride? Lin Yi was equally confused. He couldn't discern whether Tong Yi had made a slip of the hand, was joking, or had other intentions. However, it was unlikely any girl would treat such a matter lightly. Meanwhile, Tong Yi anxiously gazed at the chat channel, her emotions in turmoil. She was apprehensive about Lin Yi's potential rejection, yet equally fearful of his acceptance, as pursuing such a course felt rather hasty. Must I beg you? Just as she was on the verge of losing her composure, Lin Yi sent a trade message, 783 units of iron for 1 unit of wood. This is all the iron I have. As for what happened earlier, it's not convenient to discuss now. We can talk more after the novice period. Rest assured, the trade won't be cancelled. I'll initiate trades every evening. With that, Lin Yi closed the chat panel, his mind a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. He had never anticipated that what his classmates had said would come true. Tong Yi indeed harbored feelings for him, leaving him at a loss on how to proceed. He had never considered her in that way, especially given that she was merely 15 when they first met, appearing no different from an elementary school student. Even now, she resembled a middle schooler, making it difficult for him to entertain any notions. Never mind, there's still time until the novice period ends. What if she merely made a slip of the finger? He slapped his own cheek, desperate to dismiss thoughts of Tong Yi, yet the message lingered in his mind. Lin Yi, have you forgotten the 3 great illusions of life? Be cautious, she may have indeed just made a mistake. He inundated himself with thoughts of beautiful, yet perilous temptations, the first sword upon reaching the shore, and the funeral pyre of pursuing a wife. Managing to suppress those fleeting feelings. What truly mattered now was surviving the novice period. Why dwell on such matters? It was time to act. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, he not only upgraded all his buildings to level 20, but also significantly enhanced the technology of his territory. Additionally, Lin Yi realized he had made a grave error. Despite other lords establishing markets, he had not profited. The novice period was, after all, intended for training and assessment, with all participants facing similar environments. Except for a few lords benefiting from their unique talents, the rest were living in scarcity, lacking wood, food, stone, iron, ore, and crucially, gold coins. In essence, all the lords during this novice phase were impoverished, leaving Lin Yi to ponder where he could earn money. Initially, he had not grasped this reality, mistakenly believing that the lordly world functioned similarly to simulations, where merely listing items would generate trades at double the price. However, after a day of no transactions, he discovered through the chat channel that others were merely showcasing materials in the market, realizing that profiting during the novice period was an impossibility. At this stage, all lords could hardly store anything. Their warehouses were empty enough to host mice. Upon acquiring materials, they would immediately use them to upgrade their buildings. And upon obtaining gold coins, they would recruit soldiers. There was no surplus for trading. It was a futile endeavor to try and profit from such a situation. Reluctantly, Lin Yi resorted to selling all his materials to the system's marketplace. He had no choice. The materials were of no use to him. And with a continuous influx of new materials each day, converting them to gold coins was the better option. Consequently, his territory ascended to level 20 in just 3 days. With nearly 1 million gold coins in daily income and the materials he had previously stockpiled, he upgraded the Lord's Hall to level 20 the following day. Now, he not only enjoyed a daily income exceeding 1 million, but also had several million gold coins in his backpack, making him the wealthiest individual in the novice area. Sitting comfortably on the 3rd floor platform of the Lord's Hall, sipping juice with a charming companion by his side, he looked out over a neatly arranged street, relishing the tranquility. After upgrading to level 20, a renovation feature became available, a function that emerged with the advent of the extraordinary sequence. Only through renovation could buildings continue to upgrade. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have upgraded them long ago. With an abundance of money, yet nowhere to spend it, he found himself in a vexing situation. Thus, he turned his attention to beautifying his territory. He invested a modest sum of gold to pave every corner of his land with stone slabs, instructing the construction fairies to arrange the buildings neatly and even implement some greenery. At last, his territory looked far more aesthetically pleasing. Additionally, the crops in the fields outside had been harvested. Under the direction of the farming fairies, they reaped several 100,000 kilograms of food, including various vegetables and staple grains, achieving food independence for the territory. Rumor had it that the farming fairies were also planning to plant orchards and were organizing the housing fairies for land clearing. Nowadays, the housing fairies no longer relied on rudimentary tools for land clearing. The technologies available during the novice period were limited to around 20, and the workshop could produce some feudal-era tools. Items like the curved plow and seed drill were all put into action. Although still inferior to the mechanized innovations of the technological sequence, they were certainly much faster than the housing fairies wielding hoes. Chapter 88, The Grand Bathhouse. Is someone looking for me? Just as Lin Yi was enjoying his leisurely time, his private chat notification chimed. Could it be Tong Yi? What would she want at this moment? Curiously, he opened the private chat, only to find it was not Tong Yi, but a stranger's account. I heard you are collecting blueprints. What is your price? The newcomer was remarkably straightforward, getting right to the point. Upon seeing the unfamiliar message, Lin Yi recalled that he had indeed posted a request to acquire blueprints in the market. With the lords being so financially constrained, and with his substantial gold coins yet no clear purpose for them, he figured he might as well use some to collect unique items. Over the past few days, he had gathered a number of peculiar items, but this was the first time someone was offering blueprints for sale. Instantly intrigued, Lin Yi replied, "What blueprint do you have? Send it over, and I assure you a satisfactory price." Without further ado, the stranger sent a blueprint, the Grand Bathhouse. Construction requirements, 400 wood, 200 stone. Upon seeing this blueprint, Lin Yi understood why the seller wished to part with it. It was utterly superfluous. It was a fusion of functional and decorative architecture, offering no assistance during the novice phase. Bathing facilities were already available in both residential homes and barracks, albeit small, but sufficient for a quick wash. Alternatively, one could bathe in the river. There was no need to expend resources on constructing a bathhouse. In essence, this structure was merely a decorative edifice intended to enhance the loyalty of the populace. What price do you wish to sell it for? You must realize this is rather superfluous. If you sell it now, you certainly won't fetch a good price. Naturally, even after the novice phase, it would likely remain unsellable, as the building held little utility. The seller quickly replied, "Would you consider a recycling price of 3,000 gold coins? Ideally, in food." It is evident that the individual across from him is in dire need of sustenance. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, tempted to inquire why the other party sought food. But realizing their lack of familiarity and the fairness of the price, he readily acquiesced. "Very well, are there any specific requirements for the food?" The other party, taken aback by Lin Yi's immediate acceptance without negotiation, found themselves momentarily at a loss for words, caught in a web of indecision. They longed to raise the price. Yet considering it was merely a trivial structure, their resolve faltered. Having encountered someone willing to trade for food, they couldn't afford to jeopardize the transaction out of greed. No requirements for the food, anything will suffice, preferably in large quantities. Large quantities? That must mean fruits and vegetables. Without hesitation, Lin Yi dispatched 1,000 kilograms of assorted produce for the trade. The other party promptly agreed to the transaction. With the blueprints for the Grand Bathhouse in hand, Lin Yi's spirits soared. He felt he had struck gold. Though merely a decorative structure, it served to enhance the loyalty of his territory, and in Lin Yi's hands, it transformed into something akin to a remarkable little girl, ready to affectionately pummel him with her tiny fists. Let us find a spot to construct it. Filled with enthusiasm, Lin Yi descended from the third floor with the hall's little girl in tow, eager to locate a suitable place for the Grand Bathhouse's creation. The territory was no longer the chaotic mess it once was. Over the past few days, Lin Yi had meticulously organized the buildings, aligning them neatly, thus satisfying his compulsive tendencies. He had anticipated future constructions and had preemptively cleared a substantial area for expansion. The Grand Bathhouse. Level 1, Strength, 500. All attributes, 20. Unique talent, Spirit and Flesh. Spirit and Flesh. Honest communication is the finest means to bridge the gap between hearts, dissolving all conflicts in due time. With a flicker of light, the Grand Bathhouse transformed into a little girl clad in sheer white silk. Her style mirrored that of a priestess from ancient Rome. Her fair skin complemented by flowing golden hair, partially veiled beneath translucent ribbons. She wore a white bandeau that revealed her taut midriff, complemented by voluminous white shorts below. The entire figure exuded an aura of both purity and allure, a delightful contradiction. "Greetings, Lord." The bathhouse girl nodded gently at Lin Yi. Her demeanor, neither aloof nor overly familiar, resembling a deity from another realm. With an abundance of gold coins at his disposal, Lin Yi instructed the bathhouse girl to release the building and, with a grand gesture, instantly elevated the grand bathhouse to level 20. The ascent from level 1 to 20 required less than 200,000 gold coins, a sum he could easily afford. Moreover, he had materials in his warehouse, sparing him the necessity of spending all his gold. Originally, the level 1 bathhouse occupied over 300 square meters in a circular shape. Upon reaching level 20, its area expanded to 1,000 square meters, and the structure now boasted 3 full stories. "Let us go inside and take a look." Lin Yi strode confidently with the hall's little girl and the bathhouse girl. He was eager to discover the wonders of this grand bathhouse. Upon entering, the reception area was situated not far from the entrance, flanked by small doors on either side. In front of the small doors stood a row of shoe racks, indicating that shoes needed to be removed before entry. Lin Yi took off his shoes and, accompanied by the 2 girls, entered through one of the small doors. Though termed small, the doorway could comfortably accommodate 4 adults side by side. It merely appeared diminutive in comparison to the grand entrance. Inside, a lengthy corridor unfolded, lined with several room doors. "Brother Lord, these rooms are all changing areas. You may choose any one to enter," the bathhouse girl promptly explained. Lin Yi approached the first room and pushed the door open. The changing area was modest, only a few dozen square meters in size, with 4 rows of lockers arranged along both walls. "Brother Lord, please change here." The bathhouse girl produced a bathrobe from seemingly nowhere, urging Lin Yi to don it. "No, I merely came to take a look. I have no intention of bathing." Lin Yi quickly declined, setting aside whether he had any desire to bathe. He certainly would not change clothes in front of the bathhouse girl. Directly opposite the changing area were 2 passageways. One led to the central bath area, while the other was the washroom. Lin Yi had little interest in the washroom, which resembled a public bath. His curiosity was piqued by the bath area. As he stepped into the bath area, he was instantly astounded by the sight before him. The bathhouse contained numerous pools of varying sizes, occupying what seemed to be several thousand square meters. "What is happening?" From the outside, the entire bathhouse was only 1,000 square meters. How is it that the interior appears so much larger? "Brother Lord, the bathhouse operates on a different scale inside. Some form of technology has been employed, making the actual space within greater than that outside." "Oh, I see. This must be spatial technology." Due to the building's recent completion, the newly constructed pools were not yet fully filled with clear water. However, one could observe water continuously flowing into the edges of the pools. The waters varied in temperature. Some were icy cold, while others provided a pleasant warmth, reminiscent of facilities in certain specialized locales. At that moment, the entire space was enveloped in dense steam and chilly air, intertwining to form a hazy veil surrounding the pools. There were not only comfortable sauna rooms, but also steamy steam rooms, allowing individuals to luxuriate in moments of relaxation. What intriguing novelties awaited on the 2nd floor? As Lin Yi beheld the familiar yet enchanting scene, a wave of curiosity surged within him. He had heard countless rumors about the 2nd floor, said to be filled with endless joy and surprises, yet he had never had the opportunity to explore it firsthand. Thus, he involuntarily exclaimed, "What delightful attractions await on the 2nd floor?" The bathhouse girl responded, "The 2nd floor is designed as an entertainment room. Unfortunately, due to the current developmental status of our territory, the accompanying facilities have yet to catch up. The 3rd floor is a dining area, which similarly remains incomplete. Would you like to visit it, my lord?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's initial excitement was swiftly replaced by disappointment, muttering to himself, "Oh, so it isn't finished yet. Then I suppose I shall let it be." After all, if he could not fully experience the complete entertainment offerings, merely taking a cursory glance seemed rather meaningless. With this thought, his enthusiasm evaporated entirely. Finally, Lin Yi reluctantly turned back, casting one last wistful gaze at the grand bathhouse's expansive structure before he pivoted and made his way toward the Lord's Hall. In comparison to this newly constructed yet somewhat rudimentary bathhouse, the Lord's Hall, which he had meticulously adorned and embellished, was undoubtedly far superior. Regardless of the internal decor and layout or the overall atmosphere, everything exudes an exquisite elegance and unique charm. The talent of the bathhouse loli is to enhance the loyalty of the subjects. However, there is no display of loyalty within his territory, rendering this ability seemingly unnecessary. Lin Yi meticulously noted the talent of the bathhouse loli in his notebook before stowing it away securely. The grand bathhouse would likely be ready before nightfall, coinciding perfectly with the end of the day's labor. Although the residential Lolis and soldier Lolis lacked loyalty, it was presumed they would not refuse the rejuvenating experience of the bathhouse. Lin Yi could even envision the jubilant cheers of a throng of Lolis upon their arrival at the grand bathhouse. Time slipped by slowly. A group of exhausted residential Lolis gradually returned, accompanied by the barracks Lolis and a contingent of soldiers. Lord Brother, a sweetly cloying voice pierced the air, causing Lin Yi to suddenly feel a throbbing headache. It was needless to say, it was the warehouse loli. With practiced ease, he retrieved 10,000 gold coins, hastily presenting the day's reward to her before she could deploy her charms. There was no room for refusal. This girl had no shame, and if he denied her, she would threaten him with her antics of disrobing. He had no idea where she learned such behavior. Wow, thank you, Lord Brother. The warehouse loli accepted the coins and leaned closer to Lin Yi. Is there something else? Noticing that the warehouse loli did not rush away as she usually did after receiving her payment, but instead approached him with a mysterious air. It seemed she harbored some secret. She nodded earnestly. Lord Brother, today my soldiers and I managed to explore a distance of 150 kilometers. Do you know what we discovered? What did you find? We found that centered around our territory, every 70 kilometers appears to transition into a different ecological zone. Within the first 70 kilometers, the monsters are predominantly prehistoric behemoths. The subsequent 70 kilometers are inhabited by ancient insects, and beyond 140 kilometers, we detected signs of intelligent beings. The warehouse loli's expression grew serious, a demeanor quite uncharacteristic of her usual self. These intelligent beings, while still primitive, exhibit the nascent stages of civilization, primarily existing in tribal villages. And so, do they pose a threat to us? Although he acknowledged the presence of intelligent beings, Lin Yi was already prepared. The previous monster siege had introduced him to goblins and pig-headed men, so the emergence of more intelligent beings outside was entirely plausible. The warehouse loli shook her head. No, Lord Brother, you've misunderstood. What I meant is, these intelligent beings have already formed a civilization, which means they must have amassed a considerable amount of gold. Therefore I think no, you do not think. Before the warehouse loli could finish her thought, Lin Yi interrupted her. He could tell from her pouty expression what she was contemplating. She had clearly set her sights on the gold hoarded by those intelligent beings. Currently, he was still in a novice phase, prioritizing stability above all else. Moreover, what valuable loot could possibly lie within the novice period? Surely, those few coins could not match the daily earnings from selling materials. Yet, the warehouse loli revealed a cunning smile, as if she was already assured of victory. But, Lord Brother, it seems you've spoken too late. We have already brought back the spoils. With that, the warehouse loli promptly opened the storage interface, showcasing the inventory details to Lin Yi. At the bottom of the warehouse section, 2 piles of corpses occupied 2 slots, labeled as goblins and pig-headed men respectively. There were over 1,000 goblins, while the number of pig-headed men was relatively scarce, totaling only about 20. The silhouettes of these 2 types were not dissimilar from those encountered during the previous monster siege. Lord Brother, we discovered that the goblin tribe consists of no more than a few hundred individuals, and the same goes for the pig-headed men. Currently, we have 400 soldiers in our territory, making it a cinch to deal with these tribes. Are you really not considering this? Gazing at the numerous corpses in the warehouse, Lin Yi fell into contemplation. Previously, with less than 100 soldiers of inferior attributes, he had easily triumphed over 700 pig-headed men, and in the process, he had stumbled upon a small fortune. Now, with 400 soldiers possessing attributes that far exceeded those of his prior forces, it indeed seemed that confronting these intelligent beings posed little danger. The most crucial point was that they could be sold for a profit. Although his territory earned over 1 million gold coins daily, in comparison to the materials required for upgrading structures, this amount was hardly sufficient. Furthermore, as more buildings were constructed, the need for gold would only escalate. Therefore, it would be wise to accumulate more now to facilitate quicker upgrades in the future. After a long moment, Lin Yi finally nodded. Very well. Since you assert there is no danger, proceed as you see fit. However, should you encounter any peril, do not be greedy. Retreat if necessary. Chapter 90. Unexpected Developments. In the following days, the warehouse loli and the barracks loli did not disappoint him, returning each time with a bounty of spoils, including bear men, werewolves, and lizard men. All of which Lin Yi sold at meat prices in the system's marketplace, with the acquired gold nearly matching the earnings of the residential loli. Until ding. The second week is about to conclude, and a weekend event has been triggered. A neutral force is set to visit your territory, expected to arrive within a day. All lords are advised to prepare accordingly. Next week, a neutral force will emerge, with their intentions unclear. All lords, please continue your efforts. Commencing the draw for the third week's event. Drawing in progress. The third week's event has been drawn and confirmed as diplomatic discourse. Diplomatic discourse will triple the attitude of all neutral forces toward you. Is the second week coming to an end? Lin Yi awoke from his slumber to the sound of the system's announcement. Unbeknownst to him, the week had slipped away while he had been idling. Upon opening the chat channel, it was filled with lamentations. No, I haven't even explored 30 kilometers around my territory yet. Why is a neutral force arriving now? Isn't this just feeding the monsters? Their demise in my territory will lower my diplomatic points. To the above, pray for a favorable outcome. Let us hope the individuals arriving are few, lest they swiftly turn hostile. Your calm demeanor suggests you have cleared the area surrounding your territory? Oh, not at all. I even ventured 10 kilometers beyond my territory, having utilized all resources for development. Then why the calmness? My family owns a mine. If I fail in the Lord's game, I can always return home and live off my parents, perhaps even raise a few more children. Seeing the scene unfold in the chat, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Who could truly understand the implications of clearing 200 kilometers around a territory? Wouldn't the third week be a breeze? Under the leadership of a resourceful warehouse loli, driven by an insatiable thirst for gold, and an impassioned barracks loli, the adversaries within a 200-kilometer radius of his territory had either become provisions for the cafeteria or transformed into gold in his backpack. What concern did he have for monsters? All he needed to do was await the arrival of the neutral force. However, while dreams were sweet, reality proved to be harsh. Little did Lin Yi know, a grand surprise awaited him. In the dense forest, 200 kilometers away from the territory, a mysterious caravan emerged as if conjured from thin air, abruptly intruding upon the tranquil depths of the woods. This caravan was neither large nor small, comprising a total of 10 individuals, accompanied by 5 sturdy wagons drawn by powerful horses. Each wagon was laden with cargo, brimming to the brim, leaving scarcely a sliver of space. Strangely, all the goods were obscured beneath thick fabric drapes, rendering it impossible to discern the treasures contained within. Leading the procession were 2 middle-aged men clad in white tunics, likely the leaders of this caravan. Following them were 8 members of diverse backgrounds, their appearances reminiscent of seasoned warriors. Upon their sudden arrival, the caravan hastily made its way towards the territory governed by Lin Yi, as if they were intimately familiar with the land, fully aware of their destination. Meanwhile, approximately 30 kilometers away, the warehouse loli was leading a throng of soldiers, appearing like a tempestuous gale. Surprisingly, not only was the barracks loli among them, but the market loli, typically reclusive, had also mysteriously joined their ranks. As this group of Lolis materialized, they scarcely spared a moment to catch their breath. The barracks loli swiftly hoisted the exhausted, nearly incapacitated warehouse loli onto her shoulder and darted away like an arrow, not glancing back. Her speed astonishing as she vanished into the vast sea of trees in the blink of an eye. Be gentle. Breakfast is about to come up, protested the warehouse loli. Jostled and nearly thrown off balance. Transporting so many soldiers had already drained her, and now being treated so roughly by the barracks loli felt like it might cost her life. The barracks loli maintained a serious expression, her pace unwavering. If you know it's tough, then keep quiet. You complain when we slow down, yet can't bear to speed up. Do you think this is a picnic? The market loli watched the scene with amusement, then joined the barracks loli in her sprint. Noticing the warehouse loli's near collapse, she rummaged through her backpack and produced a pill. Warehouse, I have a medicinal pill from the apothecary. Care to trade for one? It's not expensive. Just 1 gold coin. The warehouse loli instinctively reached out, but upon hearing the mention of money, quickly withdrew her hand. You want money? No way. I think I can hold on a little longer. The barracks loli rolled her eyes in exasperation. You're in this state, and still clinging to those gold coins. The market loli chimed in. Why not just give it to her? Why the need for payment? Absolutely not. This is a matter of principle. They both declared in unison. The warehouse loli continued weakly. In any case, there's no way I'm parting with my gold. The market loli added, exactly. I don't just give away things for free. If you want something from me, there must be a transaction. I'm truly exasperated with you two for complicating such a simple matter. Fine, I'll do it. With that, the barracks loli retrieved a spear from her backpack, exchanged it for the pill from the market loli, and promptly shoved it into the warehouse loli's mouth. Now that's more like it. A trade is a trade. The market loli stowed the spear away and cheerfully continued alongside the barracks loli. 30 kilometers vanished beneath the feet of these superhuman Lolis as the two groups drew nearer. Halt, commanded the barracks loli, and the entire procession came to an immediate stop. There's something ahead. A soldier swiftly detached from the formation, moving quietly towards the front. Minutes later, he returned. Boss, it seems it's not a monster, but a caravan. A caravan? How could a caravan appear here? Just yesterday, there were only some lizard men. As the barracks loli pondered this perplexity, the market loli's eyes sparkled with excitement. She leaped in front of the scouting soldier, eagerly grasping his arm. You didn't see it? It's truly a caravan? The soldier nodded affirmatively. I confirm, it's indeed a caravan, about 10 people with 5 wagons. Upon hearing this, the market loli whipped around, her gaze fixed intently on the barracks loli. The barracks loli frowned slightly, her countenance serious. Have you forgotten what transpired last time you ventured alone to trade with those bare-headed beasts? If you hadn't fled quickly enough, you'd likely be covered in bruises by now. This is entirely different. The market loli retorted defiantly. The bare-headed creatures we encountered previously were incredibly foolish and lacked any understanding of true trade. This time, we're dealing with a legitimate caravan. Since they thrive on commerce, they should be able to communicate and negotiate with us smoothly. The barracks loli, hearing this, could only shake her head in resignation, raising a hand to her forehead with a sigh. Fine, since you are determined to try, I won't stop you. But you must exercise utmost caution. After all, these intelligent beings are not as easily managed as the mindless monsters. Relax. I'll succeed this time for sure. The market loli declared confidently, thumping her chest with a resounding thud. She then flashed a coy smile and playfully pleaded, Dear barracks master, could you send me a few more brave soldiers? That would bolster my confidence even further. Seeing her enthusiasm, the barracks loli smiled wryly and gently waved her arm. In an instant, 10 robust, fully armed soldiers emerged from the ranks, standing in perfect formation before the market loli. Here are 10 for you. The opposition should be similar. We'll be right behind you to support. If anything happens, run to us. Got it. Just watch me. Meanwhile, the caravan, mysteriously conjured by the system, moved like a group of silent phantoms, traversing the path in silence. Their lips were sealed, not a word spoken, the entire assembly eerily quiet, as though each member had become a soulless puppet, devoid of life. Yet, fate is often laden with irony. In the midst of this seemingly calm, yet uncanny journey, the whimsical market loli unexpectedly encountered the silent caravan in a remarkably clever manner. As the two groups gradually approached, they finally sensed each other as presence, awakening the members of the caravan from what felt like a prolonged nightmare. Their previously vacant eyes sparkled with life, akin to stars suddenly igniting in the night sky. Halt! Who goes there? Exclaimed the soldiers led by the market loli, their keen eyes spotting the hurried strangers in the distance. Immediately, a soldier stepped forward, striding boldly and raising his voice to call out, his words echoing across the vast expanse of the road. Upon realizing that the path ahead had been firmly blocked by the soldiers, the merchant caravan was compelled to halt its advance. After a brief moment of silence, one of the leaders inhaled deeply and took a few steps forward, responding loudly towards the soldiers. We are a merchant caravan from the town of Miggs, here specifically to pay our respects to the newly risen lord of this territory. Hearing this, the market girl's eyes lit up with excitement. She eagerly waved at the soldiers beside her, signaling for them to clear a path, and then she herself hastened to step forward. As she approached the caravan, she raised her charming little face and curiously inquired, Since you claim to be a merchant caravan, what intriguing and novel goods have you brought with you? The leader of the caravan, upon seeing a little girl before him, furrowed his brow but nevertheless replied, Just some ordinary items, such as grains, materials, and a few tools. Oh, I see. The market girl slightly lowered her head, her delicate chin resting against her chest, as she fell into deep contemplation. If these were merely common items, they seemed unlikely to pique her interest. After all, for this little girl, who had always been passionate about using small things to gain greater rewards, exchanging inconsequential low-value goods for remarkable high-value treasures was what truly quickened her heartbeat and filled her with excitement. Yet, what lay before her were nothing more than bland, unremarkable wares, lacking any challenge or allure. I say, do you not possess even a single decent item? She pressed. If these are indeed the only trifles you have, it seems you are destined to leave empty-handed. The market girl lifted her head, her gaze sharp as she scrutinized the members of the caravan, leaving no doubt of her dissatisfaction and disappointment. However, the caravan's people did not respond directly to her inquiry. Instead, one of them, with a hint of intrigue, asked, Little girl, are you from the nearby territory? If you would guide us, I have some delightful little toys to offer you as a token of gratitude. Upon hearing this, the market girl blinked her large, innocent eyes and replied with a sweet smile, Indeed. However, you have yet to answer my initial question. Pray tell, have you brought any truly valuable items? Just as her words lingered in the air, her previously clear eyes suddenly flashed with a strange crimson glow, as if a hidden demon had awakened within. The leader at the front caught sight of this transformation, and in an instant, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill racing up his spine. He stared in terror into the market girl's eyes, only to find that the spark of vivacity had vanished, replaced by a chilling aura of malevolence. In that moment, he stood frozen as if under a spell, his mouth agape, realizing he had lost control over it. We do possess some fine items, but whether to reveal them depends on the Lord's attitude towards us. Truly valuable items. The market girl's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Show them to me. Without hesitation, the leader pulled out everything from his backpack. The market girl rushed forward eagerly, sifting through the items. The second member of the caravan, observing his leader yielding to a mere child, frowned in confusion. Logically, to compel them to reveal their hidden treasures, they would need to purchase all 5 of their wagons. Why had the leader produced everything so readily after just a few exchanges? Chapter 92. What on earth? Is the incident over? As the leader continued to extract various items from his person, increasingly more, including gold coins without reservation, unease and suspicion began to rise within the second man, making him realize that something was amiss. Leader. As the situation spiraled out of control, he could no longer contain his anxiety and took a few steps forward, eager to inquire what was happening. However, at that moment, the market girl, seemingly aware of everything, turned her gaze towards him. Do you have valuable items as well? She asked, her innocent eyes sparkling, yet her crimson irises laid bare before him. For some inexplicable reason, being stared at by those eerie eyes sent a chill coursing through his spine, leaving him paralyzed, as if his body had betrayed him. Then, shockingly, the previously composed second-in-command fell victim to the same enchantment. His gaze vacant, he nodded mechanically and opened his backpack, removing every item without exception. Thus, the two stood like soulless puppets, watching as the market girl rummaged through the chaotic assortment of goods. Unperturbed by the reactions around her, the market girl squatted down, her small hands deftly sifting through the items. There's nothing worthwhile here. After what felt like an eternity, she finally ceased her movements and stood up, pouting in displeasure. She furrowed her adorable brow, surveying the disarray of items before her. Indeed, most were merely basic materials of 1 or 2-star quality, both scarce in quantity and varied in quality. The only items that could be considered somewhat valuable were perhaps those 2 mysterious blueprints. After a moment's thought, the market girl gently opened her backpack and began to rummage carefully. At last, she seemed to uncover a precious treasure, her eyes sparkling with delight as she slowly extracted a pill radiating an extraordinary light. This small pill, though diminutive, shimmered with a mysterious and alluring glow, as if it contained boundless magical power. Although you have not brought forth any particularly remarkable items for exchange, in consideration of our shared struggles, I have decided to show some mercy. Let us trade this miraculous pill, capable of curing most ailments, for your goods. What do you think? The market girl blinked her bright eyes, her face filled with anticipation as she gazed at the 2 men before her. Upon hearing this, a storm of emotions surged within them, and simultaneously, they screamed within, "No, absolutely not. We refuse to trade so many items for such a tiny pill." Yet, curiously, despite their inner resistance to this deal, their bodies seemed to move as if under a spell, entirely unresponsive to their wills. At that moment, both of them inexplicably nodded in agreement. Certainly, my beautiful and charming young lady. To have the privilege of engaging in a transaction with someone as benevolent and generous as you is indeed the greatest fortune of our lives. One individual wore a facade of obsequious smiles, incessantly uttering flattering remarks. Upon receiving an affirmative nod from the other party, the market girl nodded with satisfaction, then promptly bent down, deftly gathering all the scattered items into her backpack. Once she completed this task, she leisurely produced a pill and presented it to the 2 before her. The market girl appeared particularly elated upon acquiring her prize. She dusted off her clothing and then dashed back in the direction from whence she came. Close at her heels were several soldiers, and the group swiftly departed the scene in a flurry. Before long, they arrived at a concealed corner, the very refuge where the barracks girl and her fellow soldiers had hidden. As soon as she spotted them returning, the warehouse girl, who had been anxiously waiting, rushed forward with excitement. Her delicate face flushed with exhilaration, and her bright eyes sparkled as they fixated on the backpack held by the market girl. Let us divide the spoils. I want only the gold coins. The market girl generously handed over all the gold coins to the warehouse girl. Without the warehouse girl's spatial abilities, such a bountiful harvest would have been unattainable. Moreover, she would soon rely on the warehouse girl for their escape, considering it merely the fare for their journey. Once the gold coins were secured, the warehouse girl's gaze traversed the dense forest, settling upon the 5 wagons in the distance. Now she understood that materials could be exchanged for gold, and although the contents of those 5 wagons were scant, even the tiniest morsel holds value. Wait just a moment, I shall collect a few items. Before the others could react, the warehouse girl vanished in an instant, and simultaneously, the 5 wagons from the merchant convoy disappeared, leaving only the bewildered horses wandering aimlessly in their place. We've struck gold. Let us retreat. The warehouse girl reappeared, waving her hand, causing the entire group to vanish. Just as they relocated, the merchant convoy members regained their senses. staring at the empty backpacks and the 5 horses still meandering in confusion, tears of despair threatening to spill. Meanwhile, Lin Yi lounged as usual on the 3rd floor of the Lord's Hall, sipping freshly squeezed juice prepared by the hall girl and basking in the sun, patiently awaiting the onset of the 2nd event. Suddenly, a chime echoed. Ding. The 2nd event has concluded. Your current diplomatic reputation is indifference. Before Lin Yi could fully comprehend this, the system's announcements continued. Ding. Your current diplomatic reputation is rude. Ding. Your current diplomatic reputation is despicable. The system chimed repeatedly. And when Lin Yi finally regained his composure, he discovered that his diplomatic reputation had plummeted to hostility. Ding. Your actions have greatly angered the town of Migas, which now regards you with hostility. Your behavior, as reported by Migas, has spread to neighboring towns, resulting in an aversion towards you. Ding. The mountain barbarians have heard of your exploits and are envious. Your reputation among them has improved to friendly. Ding. The wild elves have heard of your deeds and find them quite satisfactory. Your reputation among the wild elves is now friendly. Ding. The goblin tribe has heard of your exploits. Chapter 93, Diplomacy Crisis. Cough, 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 accompanied by a fit of violent coughing. Lin Yi abruptly expelled the juice he had been drinking, creating a small fountain of juice that splattered messily before him. What on earth? He stared wide-eyed. Shock etched across his face, nearly dropping his cup from the bewilderment. How can the event simply end like this? I haven't even seen a single shadow. Lin Yi, in a frenzy, hastily opened the panel displaying diplomatic conditions. Upon spotting the alarming string of crimson reputations, he stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. What on earth went wrong? He muttered to himself, furrowing his brow tightly as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Why has my reputation dropped so drastically? The more Lin Yi pondered, the more perplexed he became, filled with uncertainty and confusion. He meticulously recalled every decision and action he had taken during this period, but could not find a shred of evidence that might explain such an occurrence. Was there a new threat emerging around the territory? But that couldn't be right, according to the barracks reconnaissance. There should be no hostile creatures within a 200-kilometer radius of the territory. Surely those neutral factions would not be so unfortunate as to encounter trouble at such a critical juncture? As Lin Yi continued to analyze various possibilities, shaking his head in denial of these conjectures, he spent a considerable amount of time in deep thought, yet found no resolution. In desperation, he could only hope to find some clues or insights elsewhere. Thus, he swiftly opened the chat group, eager to determine if others had encountered similar circumstances. The moment he accessed the chat group, a deluge of messages surged in, overwhelming the screen with dense text that rendered it nearly unreadable. Lin Yi steeled himself, skimming through the content, discovering that most individuals were lamenting the inexplicable event and its adverse repercussions. Has anyone received neutral factions? The neutral faction that came to my territory seems to have been slaughtered by monsters. My individual reputation has dropped to aversion, while the overall reputation has plummeted to indifference. I have received them. The neutral faction brought 5 large wagons of goods, but alas, I could not exchange much. My event also indicates it has concluded, and my reputation has diminished to match yours. I've summarized that as long as we can clear a 10-kilometer radius, there is a 50% chance the neutral faction will successfully arrive. I dispatched soldiers to greet them, only to encounter the neutral faction facing monsters after saving them. My reputation increased, but they still offered me an 80% discount, yet I had spent all my money on recruiting soldiers. Lin Yi, feeling exhausted, sank into his chair. His gaze fixed intently on the chat messages displayed on the screen, his sense of bewilderment intensifying. He simply could not fathom why. In the face of neutral factions being attacked by monsters and losing members, others merely experienced a drop in reputation from friendly to aversion, while he had plummeted directly to hostility. Was this lordly world deliberately targeting him? Recalling the 16 waves of monster sieges he had previously endured, Lin Yi could not help but feel a sense of helplessness and frustration. Others faced at most 3 or 4 waves, yet here he was, beset by so many. The reason was none other than the mischievous little warehouse girl who constantly roamed about, causing trouble. While she occasionally brought him surprises, more often than not, she stirred up significant chaos. Nevertheless, this visit event had left him utterly perplexed. He pondered for an extended period, yet could not unearth a plausible explanation. It seemed that this was the only conceivable possibility that made sense. Throughout the entire ordeal, Lin Yi had never cast a suspicious glance towards the adorable Lolis. After all, in his eyes, although the Lolis possessed various issues, they should be unrelated to such matters. Ultimately, Lin Yi let out a long sigh, his gaze gradually shifting to the diplomacy panel. Before him, A vast expanse of crimson glaringly represented the extremely hostile attitudes of the various factions towards him. Fortunately, the lowest reputation among them was merely at the level of enmity, not yet reaching outright hostility. Thus, if he could grit his teeth and endure through this week, by the time the next week concluded, he would successfully navigate the novice period. Even if these factions continued to harbor animosity towards him, it was unlikely to have a significant impact. The most hostile of the neutral factions would simply refrain from any communication, whereas if they became openly antagonistic, they might send troops to attack. Alas, what a pity! He originally possessed such immense production capacity and had eagerly planned to engage in trade with those neutral factions to amass greater wealth. Yet now it had devolved into this state. Merely maintaining the current situation without further deterioration would be considered a success. Lin Yi shook his head in resignation, quietly lamenting within. After a thorough contemplation, Lin Yi finally grasped the crux of the matter. Whether the Lord's realm had intentionally heightened the difficulty of the game, or if there were other reasons behind the current predicament, it had not caused any substantial impact on his formidable strength. While a strained relationship with the neutral factions meant he could no longer trade with them, upon reflection, given that he only had about a week left, even if he could successfully complete transactions with the neutral factions, the amount of gold he would acquire would be rather limited. Rather than that, it would be wiser to sell the materials he held directly to the system's marketplace. Although he might incur a slight loss, overall, the damage would not be substantial. With this thought, Lin Yi felt a sense of relief wash over him as he reclined back into the comfort of his chair, casually accepting a fresh juice offered by a nearby loli in the hall, savoring it leisurely. In this moment, his spirits were particularly light and joyous, for the development within his territory was thriving. Any randomly selected adorable loli possessed attributes exceeding 100. It is worth noting that such attribute levels, based solely on physical strength, could rival certain low-tier extraordinary beings. Therefore, even if he were to face an enemy attack, he need not worry in the slightest. Just then, a crisp notification sound rang out. Ding! The upcoming weekend event is imminent, categorized as a disaster. All lords are advised to prepare thoroughly and exert themselves in the pursuit of survival. Following this announcement, the system promptly presented the detailed information regarding the next weekend event before him. Chapter 94. Are we stirring up trouble? Regarding the last piece of information broadcasted by the system, Lin Yi paid it no mind, allowing it to enter through one ear and exit through the other, remaining blissfully relaxed in his reclined position, embodying a carefree and untroubled demeanor. If one were to describe the novice period within the Lord's realm, it would be more aptly characterized as a comprehensive training session rather than a rigorous trial. Observe the clearly delineated timeline surrounding this arrangement. The first week was specifically reserved for lords to diligently develop their territories. The subsequent week encouraged lords to boldly expand their domains. By the third week, the focus shifted towards familiarizing lords with interactions and exchanges with other factions. As for the final week, it was undoubtedly a thorough examination of the overall developmental achievements attained by the lords in the preceding 3 weeks. Surely the last week would not conjure any unforeseen complications, would it? Lin Yi mused, a straw in his mouth, blissfully sipping his juice while secretly contemplating. Reflecting on the events he had previously encountered sent a shiver down his spine. Not to mention the inexplicable monster siege, where his seemingly petite and adorable loli from the warehouse managed to conjure an astonishing 16 waves, frightening him to the point where he nearly believed his downfall was imminent. Furthermore, the inexplicable plummet in reputation with the neutral factions left him utterly perplexed, racking his brain for a reason without success. Nonetheless, the impending disaster next weekend surely would not harbor any further issues, right? After all, such natural calamities are not easily interfered with by human means. At that time, each territory would face various natural disasters, such as tumultuous floods, extreme droughts caused by relentless sun, or bone-chilling snowstorms. These phenomena all exemplified the capriciousness of nature. Who could possibly predict them? The third week was intended for lords to procure resources from the neutral factions to weather these disasters. This was also why Lin Yi had no concerns regarding a potential attack from the neutral factions. With his strategic depth spanning 200 kilometers, even if someone were to assault him, they would first need to traverse several days' journey. No matter how many foes approached, Lin Yi would only need to defend for a few days. By the time the disaster struck, they would likely be left to fend for themselves. Perhaps he might even reap some spoils. As for diplomatic reputation, let it decline. He had no intentions of relying on the neutral factions for resources to endure the impending calamity. At this very moment, in a region situated a full 200 kilometers from Lin Yi's territory, a sudden flash of radiant light appeared. The warehouse loli, leading a substantial contingent of fully armed soldiers, materialized in a vast and boundless plain, as if descending from the heavens. However, the instant her feet touched the ground, the warehouse Loli's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, her entire being seemingly drained of all vitality, collapsing limply onto the ground. Oh no, this is bad. I can't hold on any longer. Market, hurry, give me a pill. The warehouse Loli gasped for breath, feebly reaching out her hand towards the market Loli, urgently requesting a pill to alleviate her fatigue and restore her strength. It is important to note that successfully transporting hundreds of soldiers over such a lengthy distance of several hundred kilometers was no trivial feat for the currently fatigued warehouse Loli. Despite her rare innate spatial talent, the immense energy expenditure and mental strain had left her feeling utterly overwhelmed and incapable of bearing it. No problem. But what do you intend to offer in exchange? The market Loli swiftly produced a pill emanating a faint fragrance from her bosom, yet showed no intention of handing it over immediately. Instead, she looked at the warehouse Loli with a sly expression, seizing the opportunity to propose a trade condition. Upon hearing this, the warehouse Loli gritted her teeth, mustering her strength, and tremblingly extracted a glimmering star material from her possession. Then, with her last ounce of energy, she tossed it tremblingly before the market Loli. To the warehouse girl at this moment, as long as she wasn't required to reach into her pockets, she couldn't care less about anything else. Upon spotting this one-star material, the market girl nodded in satisfaction. Well then, this pill is yours. With that, she tossed the pill to the warehouse girl. The market girl was indifferent to the item received. For her, the most crucial aspect was to successfully complete the transaction. Without a moment's hesitation, the warehouse girl swallowed the pill whole. In an instant, a remarkable transformation occurred. Her once pallid face blossomed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of the delicate peach blossoms bursting forth in spring. Her previously dull eyes now sparkled with vibrant light, her entire being radiating vitality and vigor. "Huh, I'm alive again," the warehouse girl exclaimed, her excitement manifesting in lively gestures as if her energy could burst through the heavens. She felt an overwhelming surge of power within her, even confidently believing that she could once again teleport herself and others across hundreds of kilometers. However, at that moment, the barracks girl suddenly interjected, "Stop your nonsense. Look where we are now." This statement fell upon her like a bucket of cold water, bringing the warehouse girl, who was in a state of ecstatic exhilaration, back to a state of calm. Upon hearing this, the warehouse girl's eyes widened in shock as she surveyed her surroundings. They had indeed found themselves at the edge of a forest. Gazing ahead, they beheld an expansive, boundless plain, its flat and open terrain resembling a vast green velvet carpet stretching into the distance. Turning back, they saw the deep, dense primordial forest standing as a verdant barrier. "We've exited the forest?" The warehouse girl gasped in disbelief, her eyes wide with wonder. She tiptoed eagerly, straining to see further. At the far end of the plain, a towering wooden wall could be faintly discerned. Surrounding the wall were neatly arranged plots of farmland, appearing like orderly squares on a chessboard from afar. "There's a wall," the warehouse girl exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the distant fortification. "I see it. I see it." The barracks girl, trying to rein in the exuberant warehouse and market girls, sighed in exasperation. With the presence of a wall, intelligent beings, and coins, wealth awaited her. For the market girl, intelligent beings also meant she could engage in trade once more. No wonder these two were so elated. They exchanged a glance, each recognizing a hint of scheming in the other's eyes. "Let us get started. Let us get started." Chapter 95. Let us target them, shall we? A few minutes later, the previously tranquil little town was suddenly invaded by two adorable little girls. As soon as they appeared, each girl unhesitatingly locked onto her target. The warehouse girl lifted her head, her bright, sparkling eyes fixed on the immense warehouse within the territory, gleaming with curiosity and excitement. Simultaneously, the market girl scrutinized every individual in the town with her lively gaze, as if searching for her specific target among the crowd. This town was not particularly large, with a population of just over 1,000, resembling more of a slightly larger village. Its technological development was relatively stagnant, remaining at a medieval level. The attire of the townsfolk consisted primarily of coarse linen woven into simple, unadorned styles. The two girls swiftly surveyed their surroundings, taking in every detail. They then exchanged glances, seemingly communicating a special message through their eyes. "Shall we begin?" the warehouse girl whispered. "Of course. Let us take action," the market girl replied, her tone resolute and decisive. Following this brief yet mysterious coded conversation, the two little ones sprang into action like arrows released from a bow. The warehouse girl utilized her magical spatial abilities, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the market girl focused intently on the most extravagantly dressed individual in the territory, stealthily approaching them. The market girl possessed a unique ability. She could rapidly identify worthwhile trading targets amidst the vast crowd. It was almost instinctual, with a single glance. She could discern whether the person possessed something valuable. The market girl quickened her pace, darting directly in front of her intended target. With politeness, she lifted her gaze. Looking softly at the bewildered individual, she had halted. "Excuse me, sir, I have something of interest. Would you care to learn more?" The two little ones had clearly defined roles, without any ambiguity. The warehouse girl, endowed with spatial powers, could transport anything she could directly touch, and that posed no resistance back to their territory. However, she had one weakness. She could not access items within others' backpacks. But with the market girl by her side, that was no problem at all. The market girl's talent was straightforward and effective. She could persuade others to willingly relinquish the contents of their backpacks. Together, the two girls formed a perfect partnership, making it merely a matter of time before they cleared an entire town. Meanwhile, within Lin Yi's territory, he lay contentedly in the grand bathhouse. Flanking him were two lobby girls and a bathhouse girl, all clad in swimsuits. And how did they acquire these swimsuits? Do you really think the seamstress girl was idle? How delightful. Lin Yi reveled in the pampering of the two girls while indulging in fruits and sipping juice, feeling utterly relaxed. He could only afford to enjoy the bath during the day while the girls were out working. The evenings were reserved for the girls. Although the other girls didn't mind, he couldn't shamelessly bathe with them like some sort of pervert. At least not until all the girls in the territory had their swimsuits. Thus, he could only take pleasure in the bath during the day. Ding. Olentown's attitude toward you has turned hostile. Lin Yi's face froze, and he promptly opened the diplomatic panel. Gazing at the rapidly plummeting diplomatic reputation, he was utterly bewildered. What? I haven't done anything at all. Why is there another hostile force? Staring at the panel filled with vivid crimson, he felt no stirrings of emotion. Even thinking how splendid it would be if this represented the stock market. Unfortunately, it signified a series of adversarial forces instead. Goodness, they aren't even pretending anymore. Clearly, he had done nothing, yet his reputation was falling, and they claimed it wasn't intentional targeting? Rubbing his head, Lin Yi swiftly closed the panel. Fine. If it's targeting, let it be. For now, my main task is to survive the beginner phase. I shan't concern myself with anything else. Given the current capabilities of his territory, he could handle any situation. Ding. Dolgo Village's attitude toward you has turned hostile. Ding. Geese Town's attitude toward you has turned hostile. Ding. Ding. Is this never-ending? Lin Yi, furious, opened the panel and turned off the notification sounds. At last, peace reigns over the land. As long as I remain oblivious. I am not a target. Initially, the system's notifications were broadcasted every hour or so, but as time progressed, the frequency increased, with intervals growing shorter. What began as over an hour between announcements dwindled to half an hour within a mere half-day, and soon after, to just over 10 minutes. It was only when Lin Yi silenced the alert sounds that he finally found a moment of tranquility. However, with the alerts muted, he could no longer receive any important notifications that might arise. Lin Yi had indulged in the hot springs until evening, and when the local girl returned, radiating with a halo of light, he understood it was time to venture out. Emerging from the bathing area, a sudden chill swept over him, prompting an involuntary shiver. Why did it feel as if a coldness had settled in his heart? Tightening his garments, he hastily made his way back to the Lord's hall. Brother Lord. The warehouse girl was punctual as always, appearing like a specter before Lin Yi. He smiled as he affectionately ruffled her hair. See, after a period of guidance, even the mischievous warehouse girl had learned to behave. Brother Lord, I have a wonderful gift for you. After accepting the day's gold coins, the warehouse girl produced 2 blueprints she had discovered earlier with the market girl and presented them to Lin Yi. You have a gift for me? Lin Yi gazed in astonishment at the warehouse girl and then at the blueprints, momentarily struggling to comprehend the situation. What on earth was happening today? Had the sun risen in the west? Had the iron rooster finally lost its feathers? Dumbfounded, he accepted the blueprints, still unable to fully believe it. Brother Lord, I've handed over the blueprints, so I shall take my leave now. The warehouse girl, having completed her task, skipped away cheerfully. Observing her departing figure, Lin Yi felt a profound sense of a child growing up. Yes, the child had matured and learned to share the burdens of her father. Moved. Lin Yi opened the blueprints, one for an arrow tower and another for an inn. He had previously acquired an arrow tower blueprint, making this the second. As for the inn blueprint, such a structure did not yet exist in his territory. Seizing the opportunity before nightfall, Lin Yi resolved to construct both blueprints. Inn. Level 1. Strength, 500. All attributes, 20. Innate talent, dimensional portation. Dimensional portation allows the inn's door to manifest in any world, granting the fortunate who discover and open it the chance to arrive in his territory. Chapter 96. The Inn. Brother Lord, the inn is here to report. The inn girl appeared vivaciously, embodying the spirit of a lively young girl. After all, how could one run an inn with a dull disposition? This talent is quite remarkable. Patting the head of the inn girl, who was dressed like a waitress, Lin Yi instructed her to manifest the building. All right. With a flick of her small hand, the inn materialized. Creak. Pushing open the rudimentary wooden door, Lin Yi stepped into the inn. The inn played a significant role in his territory, serving as a place to recruit rare talents such as generals, physicians, researchers, and assistants. These individuals could be enlisted through the inn. However, the original version of the inn could only recruit travelers from the world in which it resided, whereas Lin Yi's version seemed capable of attracting individuals from other realms, provided they were fortunate enough to open the door. Upon entering the inn, Lin Yi surveyed the interior and frowned. The level 1 inn appeared rather shabby. A rudimentary bar, a few simple tables and chairs, and a staircase that creaked ominously with each step. What kind of talent could be recruited in such a dilapidated environment? Visitors would likely lose interest before even stepping inside. The inn girl, noticing the state of the inn, appeared somewhat uneasy, nervously fidgeting with her clothing and blushing. Lin Yi surveyed the surroundings with a furrowed brow before waving his hand decisively to elevate the inn to level 20. Instantly, the interior transformed from a shabby setup to a more presentable appearance. Yet Lin Yi remained unsatisfied. An inn without character still seemed inadequate in his eyes. He turned to the inn girl and said, "It's getting late. Tomorrow, please visit the craftsman's workshop and have them create some upscale decorations. We must ensure that our territory is adorned with the finest." The inn girl nodded in agreement. Lin Yi took one last look around the inn, his gaze settling on the bar. "Is this a cocktail shaker?" He regarded the inn girl incredulously. "Can you brew alcohol?" "Indeed," the inn girl replied promptly. "The inn's purpose is to accommodate guests, so we certainly need beverages. To cater to various patrons, the inn possesses numerous capabilities. I can brew fruit wines and grain spirits. But first, Brother Lord must grant me permission to use the territory's grain." Without hesitation, Lin Yi granted the inn girl permission to utilize the territory's grain. Afterwards, he ascended to inspect the inn's guest rooms, only to find them less luxurious than the accommodations he had arranged for the local residences and barracks, which quickly dampened his interest. Before leaving, Lin Yi instructed the inn to visit the craftsman's workshop the following day for any necessary items, allowing the craftsman to create what was needed. At this point, Lin Yi was no longer concerned about the workshop's production capacity. After all, any surplus timber would still need to be sold. Rather than hoarding a few coins, it was better to have the craftsman produce items that would enhance living standards. The same principle applied to the blacksmith shop. With that production capacity, they might as well manufacture more weapons. Recruitment at the inn was random, but Lin Yi had already instructed the inn girl to inform him promptly should any talents become available. So he entrusted the management of the inn to her with complete peace of mind. "Rest assured, Brother Lord, I will keep you informed." The inn girl promised at the door, allowing Lin Yi to return with ease. Time passed swiftly, and several days flew by in the blink of an eye. During this period, the territory remained as tranquil as ever. The decline in reputation had not adversely affected it. What if trading was no longer permitted? He was not in need of such trivial matters. Aside from the warehouse girl who continued to return daily for gold coins, the market girl sought his permission to sell materials. Considering the market girl's unwillingness to suffer losses and his own disinclination to engage in negotiations, Lin Yi readily delegated all trading matters to her. Unlike the warehouse girl who cherished gold coins, the market girl relished the art of securing advantageous trades. So Lin Yi felt confident that she would not cause any trouble. Even if she were to utilize all the resources of the territory for trading, it would undoubtedly be for items of value that surpassed those of the entire territory. Ultimately, he would only gain and never suffer loss. Entrusting market dealings to her was far more reassuring than attempting to negotiate himself. Now, the territory has reached its developmental zenith. Although the system shop unlocked the purchase of 2-star materials after reaching level 20, Lin Yi has chosen to refrain from upgrading. Upon reaching level 20, the territory would typically unlock the extraordinary sequence, yet his excessive advancement has precluded that. Upgrading the light board at this juncture would be entirely impractical. Otherwise, subsequent modifications would necessitate an even greater expenditure of materials. A level 20 territory is already sufficient for him to navigate the novice phase with ease. Thus, there is no immediate urgency. However, unbeknownst to Lin Yi, a grand gift prepared by certain Lolis is on the cusp of arrival. Since Lin Yi disabled notifications, he remains oblivious to the drastic decline in his diplomatic reputation over the past few days. Should he choose to gaze upon the diplomatic panel now, he would discover that his diplomatic standing has become notorious. Almost every faction has turned hostile towards him, and it would take but a single spark for them to unite in an assault against him. Coincidentally, that very spark is not far off. The warehouse loli and the market loli have been nearly driven to madness with excitement in recent days. They have never experienced such exhilaration before. Who could have anticipated that? Merely 200 kilometers from the territory, there exist so many towns, teeming with inhabitants. These towns are not exclusively human. Many belong to other races. Without exception, these towns exhibit signs of extreme affluence. How could they not be wealthy? After all, these towns are fundamentally creations of the Lord's world, designed to facilitate trade with rookie lords. As such, from their inception, these towns were well equipped with a diverse array of resources. In truth, according to traditional novice trial rules, these towns would typically activate only one or two of their features. Even the most exceptional lords could only interact with one or two factions during their novice stage. Other factions remain as unlit areas on the map, existing only when the lord's influence becomes aware of them. This situation mirrors the scene loading mechanisms in games, where only upon approaching specific areas do relevant scenes and elements gradually manifest. However, what the Lord's world did not foresee was the emergence of such a unique entity as Lin Yi during this novice phase. Lin Yi himself did not actively seek out exploration. Rather, the crucial factor lies in the reliable group of Lolis surrounding him. Particularly, the few mischievous Lolis have introduced numerous variables into the situation. Indeed, the warehouse loli and the market loli had just scavenged a plethora of treasures in the same town, currently concealing themselves in a hidden corner, eagerly dividing their spoils. All the gold is mine. The rest is yours. The warehouse loli swiftly delineated the distribution of their loot. The market loli was equally pleased. The warehouse loli collected primarily materials, food, and weapons, abundant yet commonplace. In contrast, the market loli often received a smaller quantity of more precious items, such as gold coins, star-rated materials, and high-level weapons. Regrettably, they found no blueprints. Chapter 97, A New Map? The Royal City. After dividing their spoils, the two little Lolis remained immersed in their excitement, seemingly not entirely satisfied. They exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them, and simultaneously revealed knowing smiles. Shall we continue? One loli inquired, her bright eyes sparkling. The other nodded without hesitation, replying, of course. Let us get to it. Yet, they soon realized that the familiar towns around them seemed to have been thoroughly explored. After a moment's contemplation, one loli proposed, how about we venture further afield? Perhaps we might uncover something new. This idea immediately garnered the approval of the other loli. Great idea. Thus, without further ado, the warehouse loli grasped the hand of her companion. The market loli inhaled deeply and summoned nearly half of her strength. With a flash of light, they vanished from their location. The decision to use only half of her power for this teleportation was born from the warehouse loli's caution. She feared that should they accidentally arrive in a perilous or extraordinary place, she would need sufficient strength to handle any unforeseen circumstances. In the next instant, as the radiance dissipated, the two little Lolis found themselves in an entirely unfamiliar setting. Upon regaining their footing, they were profoundly astonished by the sight before them. Wow! It's so tall! One loli exclaimed in awe. Wow! It's so huge! The other echoed, equally amazed. It's simply magnificent. They chorused in unison. Before them, approximately 1,000 meters away, stood a towering white city wall, soaring 100 meters high. Bathed in sunlight, the wall sparkled brilliantly, resembling a colossal dragon stretching across the heavens and the earth. Behind that majestic wall lay a meticulously arranged array of diverse buildings, each reflecting the city as prosperity. The wide streets bustled with traffic, while pedestrians flowed like a river, a throng of lively humanity. Compared to the towns they had previously visited, this place was on an entirely different level. It was alive with vitality, the cacophony of voices echoing all around. Among the multitude of structures, the most striking was the pure white palace situated at the heart of the city. It resembled a dazzling pearl, embedded in this flourishing land. Just a glance seemed to ensnare the gazes of onlookers, rendering them unable to divert their eyes. The two adorable little Lolas stood at a distance, gazing at the white palace, their throats involuntarily dry. They exchanged glances, their eyes betraying an unmistakable fervor. In the next moment, the slightly more vivacious warehouse loli gently extended her hand, cautiously grasping the soft hand of the more reserved market loli. At that instant, a blinding light suddenly enveloped the two little Lolis. In the blink of an eye, the radiance faded, and they were no longer visible in their original location. As the royal city of Eland has weathered the vicissitudes of time, it boasts a rich historical legacy. Not only does it serve as the core of the nation's economic development, but it also stands as a hub of cultural and political confluence. Countless dignitaries, noble families, and affluent merchants have gathered here, resulting in a staggering population of 200,000 within the royal city. Today, this grand city welcomes two distinctly unique visitors. In an inconspicuous and somewhat secluded corner, a dazzling light suddenly burst forth. As the brilliance faded, two petite and adorable figures quietly emerged. Indeed, They were the warehouse loli and the market loli, who had just vanished from sight. The moment the two little Lolis appeared, they were utterly mesmerized by the bustling streets. The market loli gazed fervently at the passers-by, tears of excitement streaming from the corners of her mouth. Meanwhile, the warehouse loli's eyes burned with intensity as she fixated on the coin purses hanging from the waists of the pedestrians. The clinking sounds igniting a sensation akin to paradise within her. With a dazed expression, the warehouse loli reached out her hand, taking hesitant steps towards the street, seemingly on the verge of losing her sanity. Fortunately, the market loli grasped her firmly. "Hey, what are you doing?" The warehouse loli cast a displeased glance at the market loli, who was still wiping drool from her lips. The market loli, however, wore a serious expression. "No, we cannot act as we did before." "Why not?" The warehouse loli asked in confusion. "Didn't we do well previously? We always reaped such bountiful rewards. Why can't we do it this time?" The two had previously operated with clear roles. The market loli was responsible for locating individuals with backpacks, using her innate talent to empty them, while the warehouse loli specialized in seeking out town warehouses to clear them out. Together, they worked in perfect harmony, capable of emptying an entire town in mere moments. The market loli shook her finger and pointed outside. "We were successful before because the town had a smaller population and resources were concentrated in warehouses. However, just from my quick glance, I noticed several people with backpacks here. Do you really think we can clear this place out using the same methods?" The market loli blinked her large eyes and continued leisurely. "Perhaps, with your spatial abilities, you could indeed empty most of the warehouses here. But you must understand, those warehouses mostly contain mundane resources. The truly magnificent treasures, like gold coins, are hidden within those backpacks." The market loli was acutely aware that if she merely discussed other matters with the warehouse loli, the little girl would likely not comply. Yet, the mention of glittering gold coins would undoubtedly capture her undivided attention. As anticipated, upon hearing this, the warehouse loli immediately panicked, flailing like an ant on a hot pan, exclaiming, "Oh no, what do we do now?" Her face was etched with urgency, her tiny hands clutching the market loli's garment tightly, shaking her as if the sky were about to fall. For the warehouse loli, to toil without acquiring a single gold coin would be tantamount to laboring in vain. That simply would not do. At that moment, the market loli's lips curled into a confident smile, reassuring her, "Don't fret, I already have a clever plan." As she spoke, her eyes gleamed with an eerie and enchanting red light in the darkness, resembling two burning rubies that sent an involuntary shiver down one's spine. Chapter 98, Loli Shatters Stones. On the broad street, the market loli dragged the warehouse loli through the crowd, her gaze scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. Although the warehouse loli appeared to obediently follow, the small pouch that flickered in her hand suggested she was not as innocent as she seemed. Found it. Just after the two turned a corner, the market loli spotted a slightly larger square. She quickly pulled the warehouse loli towards it. The area was bustling with people, spacious enough for the market loli's intentions. They first found a secluded spot, and, after ensuring no one was watching, the market loli transformed her appearance. A towering top hat, large enough to serve as a blanket, adorned her head, and she donned a mysterious Western witch's outfit. This ensemble was the result of her careful observation, perfectly suited for her upcoming scheme. Leaning close to the warehouse loli's ear, she whispered her plan. "First, we do this, then that, and finally, we conclude with this. Do you understand?" Initially puzzled, the warehouse loli's eyes sparkled with realization after hearing the market loli's plan, nodding vigorously. "How impressive! It can be done this way." The market loli glanced at the nearby square and turned to the warehouse loli, saying, "All right, this is the plan. You watch me perform, and then you will come out." MHM. The warehouse loli gazed at the market loli with admiration, her heart already envisioning a cascade of gold coins flying her way. After parting ways, the market loli slowly made her way to the center of the square. Along her path, her peculiar attire attracted the attention of many, who cast curious glances her way. However, the market loli paid them no mind, calmly proceeding to the heart of the square. There, she retrieved numerous low-tier materials from her backpack and constructed a makeshift platform. Her actions instantly piqued the curiosity of the onlookers. Had she merely donned an odd costume, the crowd might have dismissed her as a child of some noble family, attributing her outfit to her parents' whims. However, the sight of her building a platform with abundant materials suggested something far more significant. It is human nature to gather around the spectacle. With little entertainment in their daily lives, the sudden commotion was irresistible. This was precisely the effect the market loli sought. Satisfied as the crowd grew, she recognized that the moment had arrived. Standing atop the platform, ensuring visibility for all below, she cleared her throat and announced, "Attention everyone. Gather around. I have an announcement to make." As the crowd turned their curious gazes towards her, She continued, I am a trainee witch, here to sell some potions crafted by my mentor. Is there anyone interested? Upon hearing this, the crowd's curiosity waned significantly, with some already preparing to leave. After all, in this novice world, there was no existence of extraordinary powers. Even if someone occasionally activated their talent, it rarely pertained to the extraordinary. Thus, the notion of a witch was merely a legend here. Disperse, disperse. We thought it was something exciting. Turns out it's just a scam. Indeed. What is a young person doing out here deceiving others? I'll report her to the guards. Do they really think this is one of those small towns? Trying to con people here without knowing what kind of place this is? As the crowd began to disperse, the market loli remained unfazed. This outcome was anticipated. Merely an appetizer. Those who remained were either curious about the market loli's fate or simply bored and looking for entertainment. Just as the crowd thinned out, the market loli spoke again, a nonchalant smile gracing her lips as she casually pointed to the warehouse loli hidden behind the crowd. I know you all want to believe me without seeing it for yourselves, so why don't we conduct an experiment? That child over there. Oh, yes, you. As she spoke, the crowd instinctively followed the market loli's pointing finger to gaze towards the back, ultimately resting their attention on the warehouse loli. The warehouse loli, with a bewildered expression, timidly pointed at herself, perfectly embodying a sense of vulnerability. Me? She exclaimed. Yes, indeed, you. The market loli nodded affirmatively. Would you be willing to assist me in a little experiment? Rest assured, there is no danger involved. The warehouse loli, noticing the throng of onlookers now fixated on her, appropriately took a couple of steps back, shaking her head vigorously like a rattling drum. No, I must return home for dinner. With that, she attempted to flee. However, she found herself encircled by the curious spectators who had gathered anew, making escape impossible for the moment. Oh dear, what a hassle. The market loli leaped down from the platform, and the crowd parted to allow her passage, enabling her to approach the warehouse loli with ease. Come with me. I promise. I won't harm you. The market loli grasped the struggling warehouse loli's hand and led her towards the platform, where she retrieved a massive stone weighing over 1,000 kilograms from her backpack and placed it atop the platform. While holding the warehouse loli's hand, she whispered something to her. The distance was too great for the crowd below to hear their exchange. Yet they observed as the previously resistant warehouse loli gradually grew calm after a few words from the market loli. The market loli then turned to the assembled crowd and continued, All right, this young lady has agreed to cooperate with me. Now please witness a miracle. Upon concluding her announcement, the market loli produced a pill and handed it to the warehouse loli. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the warehouse loli accepted the pill and swallowed it whole. But immediately after, nothing occurred. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. We thought something would happen, yet nothing at all. Someone exclaimed, I have already alerted the guard. They are on their way. Just then, a loud shout erupted from the warehouse loli as she approached the gigantic stone. Tentatively, she reached out her hand to test its weight. Then, with both hands, she lifted the colossal boulder effortlessly before the astonished eyes of the crowd. Goodness! The spectators' eyes widened in disbelief. Those standing nearby, fearing the warehouse loli might lose her grip, quickly retreated, creating a small space around the platform. The warehouse loli herself appeared astonished at her newfound strength, even bouncing the stone slightly. The crowd erupted in excitement, the cleared area expanding further. Chapter 99. The loli's performance? Oh my! A gasp echoed through the air, and the crowd hastily turned to investigate the source, discovering that the warehouse loli had inadvertently lost her grip. In an instant, the immense stone slipped from her control, plummeting to the ground like a wild beast unleashed, accompanied by a deafening crash. The boulder struck the earth with the force of a cannonball. The impact shattered the once smooth surface of the plaza, sending debris flying and dust swirling into the air. This unexpected turn of events sent shockwaves through the surrounding crowd, their faces paling, cold sweat trickling down their brows as they instinctively recoiled several steps, fearful of being struck by the flying fragments. Their eyes widened in terror as they fixated on the massive stone, their hearts filled with awe and trepidation. Prior to this, some had harbored a flicker of doubt regarding the warehouse loli's ability to lift such a weight. However, witnessing the heart-stopping spectacle firsthand, their lingering skepticism dissipated like mist. After all, they had clearly observed the warehouse loli merely consume a small pill and then transform into a being of immense strength, capable of handling 1,000-kilogram stone as if it were a mere toy. And now, that stone lay wreaking havoc upon the plaza. Tell me, is this a mere trick? At that moment, the atmosphere on the scene shifted dramatically. Every gaze became fervent, as if ignited by an internal flame, directed towards the market loli standing upon the platform. How much? I want it. No matter the price, I shall pay. One eager voice rang out. I will take it all. No one shall contest me. Another voice defiantly retorted. I am of noble birth. I should be allowed to choose first, proclaimed a self-important individual with an air of superiority. To hell with that. I'm of royal lineage, came an irate rebuttal from yet another. In an instant, chaos erupted, the crowd clamoring over one another, each vying to secure the miraculous pill. Some individuals, with eyes wide and faces etched with skepticism, approached to scrutinize the massive stone closely. They gingerly touched its surface, seeking any hidden secrets or mysteries. However, after thorough examination, they were left disheartened. It was nothing more than an ordinary boulder, devoid of any extraordinary attributes. Yet this conclusion did not quell the fervor of the crowd. Rather, it intensified their eagerness and desire. Had the market loli not thoughtfully constructed a high platform in advance, she undoubtedly would have been overwhelmed by the frenzied mob in the blink of an eye. After all, nobody could resist the allure of becoming stronger, even if it was merely a boost in physical prowess. Oh dear, no need to rush, everyone will have their turn. The market loli maintained a radiant smile, her eyes warmly surveying the enraptured crowd below. She then deftly produced a large horn from her pocket, inhaling deeply before bellowing, "Everyone, listen up, please remain quiet." Alas, her clear and resonant call was swiftly drowned out by the cacophony surrounding her, akin to a solitary pebble cast into the ocean, creating not even a ripple. Observing this, the market loli frowned slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction flickering within her. The chaotic scene, entirely spiraled out of her control, was far from what she had envisioned. Thus, she shouted several more times, "Anyone who continues to cause a ruckus will be put on the blacklist." Unfortunately, her voice was too soft, leaving her with no choice but to exchange a knowing glance with the warehouse loli. The warehouse loli immediately understood. Here goes. With that, she leaped from the platform, charging directly at the massive stone. Boom. The warehouse loli descended from above, delivering a decisive punch to the boulder. In the next moment, the stone shattered into countless pieces. Finally, through her relentless efforts, the tumultuous crowd began to calm, gradually restoring order to the scene. Yet, without exception, all eyes remained fervently fixed on the market loli atop the platform. Excellent. Now, everyone align with me. The market loli's eyes, glimmering like gemstones, now flickered with an otherworldly red light. She stood poised and tranquil, gazing down upon the bustling crowd, meeting each pair of eyes in turn. In that fleeting moment, an unusual sensation surged within the hearts of all present, akin to an invisible electric current striking them. Deep within their souls, an involuntary tremor arose, as if they had glimpsed a profoundly mysterious and awe-inspiring spectacle. Yet, when they endeavored to capture that ephemeral image, they found their minds curiously blank, as if what they had witnessed was merely a fleeting illusion. Observing the bewildered expressions on the faces of the crowd, the market girl allowed a faint smile to grace her lips, nodding gently in satisfaction. Excellent. The plan was progressing remarkably well, and the next crucial step was about to unfold. Raising her voice, she called out to the throng below, "Dear friends, how can such exquisite and rare treasures be confined to merely a select few? We must actively promote and share them, allowing more people the opportunity to discover their existence, delve into their uniqueness, and personally experience the enchanting allure they embody. Do you not agree?" Upon hearing her impassioned words, the crowd fell momentarily silent, only to erupt into a deafening chorus of affirmations. Indeed, seizing the momentum, the market girl continued, "Since we are all in accord, let us join forces to disseminate this matter far and wide. Shall we?" Yes. The synchronized shout reverberated throughout the square. What are we waiting for? Let us spring into action. We must swiftly spread the news of what has transpired here. The market girl's melodious yet perplexed voice seemed to possess an enchanting quality, leaving an indelible impression on every ear. In that moment, the crowd harbored no doubts regarding her request. Rather, they perceived it as a perfectly natural course of action. As her words faded, the once tightly knit assembly began to disperse, each individual hurrying off in different directions. Yet, none could perceive the eerie crimson hue lurking in the depths of their eyes. Meanwhile, the market girl gracefully turned and, with elegant strides, approached the warehouse girl, who was patiently awaiting her beside a quiet corner. Chapter 100, The Market's Gift. Is that it? Gazing at the dispersing crowd, the warehouse girl's eyes brimmed with confusion. This was not quite as she had envisioned. Wasn't the plan to control these individuals and then plunder? Why had they been allowed to escape? What about the coins? Patience. Let the bullets fly for a moment. The market girl placed her hands on her hips, chin raised, striking a pose of grandeur upon the platform. I must clarify. This is all part of the plan. From the very beginning, my target has not been just a segment of the populace, but the entirety of this city. With nearly 200,000 residents, several thousand of whom carried bags, a mere heist would be far too meager. A losing venture is unacceptable. This is a matter of principle. Thus, The market girl resolved to cast a wide net, aiming to ensnare everyone. What shall we do now? We can't simply continue waiting. The warehouse girl, unable to remain still, was eager to act at the thought of the gold coins scattered about. Though the coins in each bag were scant, collectively, they amounted to a significant sum. However, the market girl stayed her hand. No rush, we shall wait patiently. For how long? The market girl lifted her gaze, a hint of crimson flashing in her eyes as she surveyed the streets below, until everyone loses themselves completely. Meanwhile, down the adjacent street, a person just returning from the square was vigorously knocking on a door. Is Annie home? The door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged woman who cautiously glanced around before turning to the newcomer, her eyes lighting up. But soon, a wave of reproach followed. Why are you here during the day? My husband is still home. As she spoke, she began to push the visitor away. A glimmer of visible confusion flickered in the newcomer's eyes, but it was swiftly subdued by the crimson glow beneath. He seized the woman's rough hand and began to whisper conspiratorially. Who is outside? A masculine voice emanated from within the house, accompanied by approaching footsteps. No one. Just a neighbor with a question. As the middle-aged woman raised her head, a tinge of crimson appeared in her gaze. Quickly closing the door, she turned to her husband. Meanwhile, the visitor began knocking on the next door. In this bustling, vibrant city, peculiar occurrences akin to what had just transpired were pervasive. Each individual hastily departing from the expansive square bore a striking crimson hue in their eyes, as if tainted by a mysterious force. Their mission was to act as disseminators, spreading this crimson like a contagion throughout every corner of the city. As time slipped away, the number of individuals with a crimson gaze multiplied. Initially just a handful, they soon spread like wildfire, rapidly engulfing the streets. When their gazes met, the crimson hue appeared almost infectious, transmitting instantaneously. This chilling phenomenon was expanding through the city with unprecedented speed. It was evident that in no time, the entire city would succumb to this terrifying madness. In a corner of the square, the charming warehouse girl sat idly on the ground, her boredom palpable as she began to count the busy ants before her with newfound interest. Though she had contemplated taking independent action, each time the thought crossed her mind, the market girl's words would echo in her ears. Just wait a little longer, and soon, a bounty of gold coins will come knocking at our door. It was this tantalizing promise that compelled the warehouse girl to suppress her impulses and remain in place. Meanwhile, the market girl maintained her impressive demeanor. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from afar. The market girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, her whole body trembling with anticipation. The time for harvest has come. They are here. What is coming? The warehouse girl exclaimed, looking up in astonishment to find a throng of dark-clad figures surging from the streets, a variety of individuals among them. Yet all bore the attire of those from nearby streets. This crowd was exponentially larger than that of the square. The throng moved silently and swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the entire square was filled with these individuals. In the marketplace, the petite girl clapped her hands and beckoned the warehouse girl to leap down from the high platform. All right, it's time to get to work. Aren't you bored? Well, you shall soon find yourself busy. The throng that surged forward was eerily silent, as if they were mere puppets. Upon entering the square, they instinctively formed several lengthy queues. Each individual exhibited a remarkable sense of self-discipline, approaching the warehouse girl, depositing various items, and then returning home without a word. The offerings varied widely. Some were coin purses. Others were materials of assorted kinds, all seemingly possessing intrinsic value. The entire assembly resembled a bizarre and enigmatic ritual, silent, bewildered, yet orderly. The warehouse girl gazed at this peculiar scene, astonished, and grasped the market girl's arm. How did you manage this? What do you mean? The market girl replied, puzzled as she turned back. I mean, how did you compel them to willingly relinquish their belongings? The warehouse girl gesticulated incoherently. This is undeniably strange. I envy your ability. Just imagine if she possessed such a talent. Would she not be able to sit back and await the gold coins to be delivered to her? Oh, is that what you're referring to? The market girl suddenly realized, casting a curious glance at the warehouse girl, her tone tinged with mild dissatisfaction. Haven't you witnessed it before? I employed that very ability during our previous collaboration. But back then, you only influenced a few individuals, didn't you? Now there must be thousands. The market girl tapped her chin thoughtfully. Is there no limit to your power? A limit, you say? It appears that there is none, she mused. However, wielding such extensive influence isn't easily accomplished. It requires certain conditions. If one merely wishes to control a handful of individuals for a brief duration, then hypnosis suffices, just as we did in the town before. But to maintain control for a longer period, it becomes considerably more complex. The market girl led the warehouse girl to a nearby spot to sit, observing the ongoing movements of the crowd while explaining. Firstly, this ability can only target sentient beings, and they must possess a high level of intelligence, at least with a language of their own. Secondly, one must first stir their emotions. At the peak of their emotional state, a subtle suggestion can be implanted. After that, one merely needs to wait for the suggestion to take root. The warehouse girl nodded, somewhat understanding, while glancing at the silent crowd before them. So, is this the result of that growth? They won't remain like this indefinitely, will they? Her curiosity was piqued, though not out of concern for the individuals involved. If categorized by factions, these individuals would only belong to the chaotic good or chaotic neutral alignments until properly educated. Chapter 101, The Inner City. The market girl gently shook her head, causing her adorable witch's hat to sway. Of course, they won't remain this way forever. This is merely a simple suggestion. If we were to leave them be, they'd likely revert to their original selves within a day. However, at this point, a mischievous smile graced the market girl's lips as she continued. If we were to administer some greater stimuli, their recovery would accelerate even more. It is important to note that her talent does not entail complete mastery over others' minds, but rather the ability to sway them. Though formidable, this gift differs fundamentally from outright control. Essentially, whether it is her own talent or those of her companions, they are intrinsically linked to the functions of the very structures themselves. One could argue that these abilities are extensions of the building's inherent functions. With a gentle pat on the shoulder of the warehouse girl, the market girl urged her toward a nearby corner piled high with an assortment of disordered items. Hey, why are you just standing there? Get moving and tidy this place up. Look, there are still many people waiting to use this area. The market girl spoke continuously, encouraging the warehouse girl to act. Upon hearing this, the warehouse girl snapped back to reality, quickly turning to observe the crowd, now carelessly discarding their possessions. At that moment, her once clear eyes sparkled like gleaming gold coins, for the ground was now littered with an abundance of coin purses and materials. All thoughts of the market girl's earlier discussion regarding gifts evaporated in an instant. Wow, this is all my wealth, the warehouse girl exclaimed, her face alight with greed and joy as she dashed toward the pile of clutter. It must be noted that one cannot conceal a roaring fire beneath mere paper. Soon enough, the market girl's reckless and audacious behavior in the square drew the attention of the soldiers tasked with guarding the inner city. The catalyst for this incident was a bewitched young noble. Unexpectedly bold, this noble sought to incite the station's soldiers to allow him entry into the inner city. However, the inner city was not so easily accessible. It must be said that while the market girl's talent was indeed potent, it had not reached extraordinary heights. Had she been present at that moment, perhaps with her unique ability, a mere glance would suffice to effortlessly control others' thoughts and actions. Alas, the current situation was merely a secondary manipulation filtered through intermediaries. Thus, to successfully influence others, a degree of verbal persuasion was essential. The soldiers assigned to guard the inner city were no ordinary individuals. As they observed the peculiar and furtive behavior of the young noble approaching the city gate, they quickly sensed something amiss. Instantly, these trained soldiers heightened their vigilance to the utmost. A sharp command rang out, "Halt! Who goes there?" The soldiers stationed at the inner city gate were the first to speak, their eyes sharp and focused on the stealthily advancing noble, weapons raised in a posture of readiness. After all, in an era where productivity lags, the delineation of social classes was stark. The inner city, as the exclusive domain of the elite, would not permit an inadequately positioned noble to intrude without consequence. Unperturbed by the soldier's admonition, the young noble continued his approach, eyes ablaze with determination. His target clear, a soldier stationed at the gate. Observing the noble's continued advance, the soldiers remained cautious but refrained from any hasty actions. Their duty was to guard the gate. Any intruder who wandered in by mistake would simply be expelled, without the need for violence. The soldiers stationed as guardians of the inner city could hardly be considered common folk. Most hailed from the lineage of powerful nobility, with some being minor nobles themselves. Perhaps there was a specific purpose behind their presence. Do you recognize him? One soldier nudged the other, who was being scrutinized by the young noble. The scrutinized soldier also examined the noble, but upon discerning his features, he shook his head. No, I do not know this individual. He seems somewhat familiar, yet I cannot place him. Why then does he fixate upon you? It is evident he seeks you. The soldier began to ponder if he might recall this person. But regardless of how hard he tried, he could not fathom that the young noble's gaze was merely due to proximity. Perhaps his demeanor suggests he has come in search of me. I shall investigate. He advised his companion, and then proceeded toward the young noble, trailed by a group of soldiers eager to witness the spectacle. As he approached the noble, he was still endeavoring to ascertain whether this could be an acquaintance. Although the young noble bore a certain familiarity, he was resolute in his conviction that he did not know him. Could he be someone met at a banquet? He halted a short distance from the noble and called out assertively, "Halt! State your business." At this moment, he had confirmed that, while the noble appeared familiar, He truly did not recognize him. The young noble, however, disregarded the command and continued to advance, his expression a mix of bewilderment and vacancy. As he began to utter remarkably stirring words, "Do you yearn for the extraordinary? Are you weary of your humble existence? Do you desire to experience the heights of power?" Upon hearing these unusual proclamations, the soldier furrowed his brow, remaining ever vigilant. He raised his weapon, aiming it at the approaching noble. Once more, he reiterated, "Halt. State your business." Yet, the noble appeared oblivious to his admonitions. It was at this moment that the soldier discerned something amiss. The young noble did not resemble a typical individual. Rather, he seemed to be in a trance, his eyes vacant, articulating exaggerated and provocative sentiments. Listening to the noble's rhetoric, the soldier felt an inexplicable force influencing his judgment, a voice within urging him to accept these notions. Minutes passed, and a glimmer of crimson appeared in the soldier's eyes. He then voluntarily lowered his defenses and led the young noble toward his comrades. Witnessing the soldier escort the noble, the gathered soldiers exchanged perplexed glances. Chapter 102. Ensnared. Is there something urgent that requires addressing? Why bring him here? Just as the soldier contemplated intervening, a commanding voice echoed forth. "Seize them." At that moment, the voice of their superior emanated from the city wall. The soldiers below hesitated momentarily, then without hesitation, subdued both the noble and the soldier, pinning them to the ground. Even as they were held down, both the soldier and the noble continued to mutter strange words. The commanding officer soon descended from the wall. He was the captain of the gate's guards. He had witnessed the unfolding events from his vantage point atop the wall. Initially, he assumed the young noble had come in search of someone, but from his elevated position, he accidentally glimpsed a sight that sent chills down his spine. In the distance, a throng of people approached the inner city gate, their numbers so vast it instilled a sense of dread. Furthermore, these individuals bore an uncanny resemblance to the young noble. Their eyes vacant and entranced, he realized the situation was far from simple. As the crowd drew near the inner gate, he hurriedly issued orders. "Close the gates and bring those two here." The gates thundered shut under the soldier's efforts, and concurrently, the soldier and the young noble were led to the wall. "Captain, they have been brought forth." The soldier and the noble stood before the captain, bound yet still murmuring incoherently. The captain, beads of sweat forming on his brow, gazed apprehensively at the immense crowd below. The throng had filled the entire space at the gate, and although they did not attack, merely staring vacantly at the entrance, the captain was drenched in cold sweat. He understood that this was beyond his capacity to manage and needed to report to his superiors immediately. Without pausing to assess the soldier and the noble, he commanded his men, "Guard the gate. I must report to higher authority." Having spoken, he hurriedly departed, leaving behind a cadre of soldiers equally alarmed by the crowd. Soon, as the matter was escalated through the ranks, it ultimately reached the king. The inner gate was besieged by a multitude, purportedly under some inexplicable influence. Staring at the report in his hand, the king appeared utterly bewildered. What is the meaning of this? Enraged, he flung the report to the ground, fixing a fierce gaze upon the soldier who delivered it. The messenger, sweat beading on his forehead, fell to his knees, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Your Majesty, the information originates from the inner gate. Further investigation is required. However, the report indicates that these individuals are merely obstructing the entrance and show no signs of aggression. It does not seem to be a rebellion." Upon receiving this news, the king's fury began to subside, though the absence of the worst-case scenario did not guarantee that it would not arise. If mishandled, this situation could easily lead to an irrevocable tragedy. Dispatch the covert guards to investigate what has transpired, and notify the sentinels to provide support at the inner gate. The king swiftly issued his commands. Fortunately, the inner city had but one gate, unlike the outer walls which boasted four. Otherwise, the soldiers stationed within might not suffice. The soldiers quickly departed to relay the orders. Meanwhile, after some contemplation, the king resolved to personally assess the situation at the gate. At this juncture, the question of danger was secondary. Since the crowd merely obstructed the gate without intent to attack, it indicated that the situation had yet to reach an irreversible climax. As a matter of duty and reason, it was fitting for him, as king, to witness the unfolding events. Unbeknownst to him, however, was the grave mistake made by the captain prior to his report. In the square, two young girls joyously received a variety of supplies. One girl managed the warehouse for the common folk, while the other tended to those bearing backpacks. Their roles were distinctly defined, and they worked with fervor. Engaging in a profitless enterprise invigorated them, and the two girls toiled for several hours without exhibiting any signs of fatigue. The market is nearly cleared, is it not? It seems there are no more valuable items left. The warehouse girl disdainfully returned the supplies to storage, addressing the market girl. Initially, the first to deliver goods were the nearby residents, But as time progressed, minor nobles began to contribute, followed by individuals from the inner city. Now, the suppliers hailed from the most distant districts. Having witnessed the affluence of the inner city, the warehouse girl had grown disinterested in the trifling treasures before her. The market girl glanced at the plethora of rare materials in her backpack and nodded in agreement. Indeed, there was little of value left. Those who arrived afterward were commoners, clutching only a handful of coins along with mundane items. Should we return then? The warehouse girl expressed her satisfaction with the day's bountiful haul. Truly, the royal city lived up to its reputation. The spoils of just one day surpassed those amassed over several days in lesser towns. The market girl did not respond, instead directing her gaze towards a particular spot. No, I sense there are still treasures to be found, just beneath this city. Treasures? The warehouse girl perked up instantly. Where are they? Are there coins? Perhaps, the market girl replied with a hint of uncertainty. In truth, she did feel the presence of something valuable, albeit the sensation was somewhat peculiar, akin to seeing flowers through a fog, vague and elusive. What are we waiting for? Where is it? Lead the way. The warehouse girl eagerly tugged at the market girl, bouncing with anticipation. Not so fast. We haven't visited the warehouse yet. The warehouse girl tapped her forehead in realization, sticking out her tongue. Oh, I nearly forgot. Materials can be exchanged for coins. Then what are we waiting for? Let's quickly clear out the warehouse, and then head to the place you mentioned. With that, the warehouse girl swept through the supplies in the square, and together they teleported to the royal city's warehouse. As for the newcomers, she had already lost interest in the few coins the commoners possessed. In the next moment, the two girls swiftly visited more than a dozen warehouses within the royal city, emptying them of their contents before arriving at an imposing palace. This palace was extraordinarily opulent, standing at the very heart of the royal city. However, it was currently deserted, as the populace had been lured away by the market girl's abilities to the square. Is the treasure you spoke of beneath this palace? The two girls stood before the grand structure, their expressions filled with eagerness. It is indeed here, but it seems the passage has vanished. The market girl circled the interior of the palace several times before finally stopping in a corner. She lightly tapped her foot and looked at the warehouse girl. The treasure should be approximately 100 meters below the surface. I can sense its presence. The market girl exuded confidence in her judgment. What are we waiting for? Let's get to it. The warehouse girl grasped the market girl's hand, and the two vanished in an instant. Chapter 103. Something's wrong. Meanwhile, within Lin Yi's domain, a breathtaking scene was unfolding. Lin Yi stood on an expansive meadow, gazing skyward with a face brimming with excitement. There, several magnificent eagles spread their broad, powerful wings, effortlessly carrying a few adorable little girls as they soared freely through the air. Sunlight cascaded down upon them, casting a golden sheen over the entire tableau. With each powerful flap of the eagle's wings, the air was filled with the exuberant cheers of the little girls, their laughter ringing like silver bells, echoing through the heavens. Of course, there were moments when a few startled cries emerged due to the height and speed, causing a pang of concern. But these were quickly drowned out by the joyous shouts that followed. Indeed, it was these majestic eagles that had captured Lin Yi's admiration. He recalled the recent monster siege. Thanks to the efforts of the residential girl, many of the initial waves of monsters had been captured, and some of those deemed valuable were kept for domestication. Among them were not only the stately eagles, but also wild boars, giant elephants, and the oversized spiders that the seamstress girl had fervently requested. With careful nurturing and care over the past few days, the endeavor had achieved remarkable success, particularly under the pastoral girl's innate talent. The once scarce eagles, dwindling to just a few, had remarkably reproduced within a mere few days. Now, their numbers had surged from a handful to over 20, and this was merely the beginning. Dozens of unhatched eggs lay quietly in their nests, awaiting the dawn of new life. Lin Yi gazed enviously at the little girls soaring freely on the backs of the eagles, his heart filled with longing. He too yearned to experience the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the skies, overlooking the world below. However, alas, despite the eagles being able to effortlessly carry the petite girls, they were utterly incapable of accommodating Lin Yi's tall, robust frame. Even if he managed to climb aboard, comfort would be out of the question, and takeoff would pose a significant challenge. Unless he were to allow the eagle to dive down as if capturing prey, he might enjoy a brief flight. Contemplating this, Lin Yi couldn't help but click his tongue, his eyes betraying a hint of regret and dissatisfaction. Perhaps I should wait until the extraordinary is unlocked, granting me the freedom to soar. Aside from the eagles, the other animals in the pasture were thriving remarkably. The residential girl often returned with small creatures like sheep and rabbits. The pasture had transformed from its initial desolation into a vibrant habitat, now home to a plethora of animals that produced a substantial amount of meat daily. Though the territory lacked for food, having witnessed the residential girl's appetite, Lin Yi prioritized grain above all else. He had never sold any food, as not needing money was one aspect, the other was. Just as Lin Yi was lost in admiration for the little girls in the sky, the hall girl approached him, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. As she did, she bore troubling news. Lord, it's bad. The personalities of the market and warehouse have malfunctioned. What? Lin Yi initially failed to grasp the situation. But upon realizing that the personalities referred to the architectural girl forms, he immediately understood the gravity of the matter. He could no longer afford to be distracted by the little girls atop the eagles, urgently pulling the hall girl towards the Lord's hall. Please explain the specifics. Both the market girl and warehouse girl possessed attributes exceeding 100 points. Logically, in this novice world devoid of extraordinary threats, they should have been invincible. How could such a crisis arise so suddenly? Especially the warehouse girl, who had spatial talents. Surely, she should be safe. Lin Yi, anxious and distressed, hastened alongside the hall girl while inquiring about the details. The hall girl shook her head. I'm not certain of the specifics. I suddenly sensed that the personalities of the market and warehouse had reverted to a dormant state. The only cause for such an outcome could be the complete malfunction of their bodies. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Could there be threats in the novice world that endanger these girls? Wasn't it said that reaching level 10 would guarantee survival? Now at level 20. Why had such a threat suddenly emerged? Was his period of complacency coming to an end? Lin Yi pondered deeply. It seems that we must first reshape the two individuals before inquiring about their circumstances. Should a formidable force or terrifying creature emerge that poses a threat to the territory, it is imperative to prepare for the worst and devise comprehensive contingency plans. Time slipped away quietly, and before long, Lin Yi hurried back to the Lord's hall, accompanied by the petite girl from the hall. As soon as they stepped inside, Lin Yi, with no time to catch his breath, eagerly opened the system shop and swiftly procured an astonishing quantity of various materials. If one were to take notice, they would realize that the supplies he purchased were precisely enough to elevate 2 buildings from level 19 to 20. The hall, the next step rests upon your shoulders. Lin Yi solemnly handed the towering pile of materials to the hall girl. After assigning her the task, he stood quietly by, his gaze focused and expectant, ready to witness her remarkable prowess. It is essential to understand that this seemingly delicate and adorable girl possesses extraordinary talent. Serving as the last bastion of security for the territory, she harbors a unique ability, singular yet crucial, the capacity to store the personas of other buildings. Thus, as long as the personas of those buildings remain intact in her possession, Lin Yi can expend certain resources to reconstruct the corresponding structures anytime and anywhere, or, when necessary, he can even reshape the bodies of other girls. In other words, if one day calamity were to strike, utterly annihilating the territory and reducing all buildings to rubble, as long as this pivotal figure, the hall girl, survives unscathed and Lin Yi maintains sufficient resources, reconstructing an entirely new territory would be a task of mere moments. Gradually, 2 petite figures began to emerge. Upon closer inspection, they were none other than the market girl and the warehouse girl. However, the 2 girls before him appeared lifeless. Akin to dolls, the hall girl placed her hand upon their heads, and in the next moment, a flash of lightning-like brilliance surged from her hand. At that moment, the 2 girls shuddered, slowly opening their eyes. Chapter 104, Issues of Education. So, you both perished because of accidentally triggering a mechanism, unable to utilize your abilities in time? Lin Yi listened calmly as the 2 girls recounted their tale and the good deeds they had accomplished over the past few days, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. So that's why the diplomatic reputation declined so rapidly. It's all your fault. I thought I was being targeted due to my rapid development. Is the reason for the territory's reputation plummeting so swiftly because you 2 raided other towns? Lin Yi regarded the 2 little girls with a complex expression, his mind filled with frustration. With such capable individuals as you 2 present, why would the territory face destruction? You must be wishing for my downfall. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly realized that he had been too lenient in disciplining the girls. It wasn't entirely his fault. He had thought this was merely the novice period. And once the territory reached level 10, he had assumed he could coast through. Yet, he had not anticipated how much trouble these 2 could stir. It was fortunate he discovered it early. Had he waited until the Lord's game officially began, he would have been surrounded by enemies. Seeing Lin Yi's face flush with anger, the warehouse girl became somewhat defiant. With her hands on her hips, she raised her chin and declared, "What raiding? I clearly found it. Does rummaging through someone else's warehouse qualify as finding things?" Lin Yi was nearly amused by the warehouse girl's absurd logic. He had previously gained some understanding of her brazen demeanor, but now it was evident that she was utterly shameless. What could one expect from a girl who would threaten a lord for gold with the mere act of dropping her trousers? The warehouse girl waved her hand dismissively, unconcerned. It's just a bit of reputation. Look at how worried you are. Compared to the resources I brought back, this reputation is inconsequential. How can you be so pleased with yourself? Lin Yi was at a loss for words. Upon reflection, he realized she had a point. As a beneficiary, he truly had no grounds to criticize the warehouse girl. Furthermore, if reputation could indeed be exchanged for a vast amount of resources, then most individuals would likely disregard reputation entirely. Lin Yi scoffed. Then I shall see just how much you've brought back. With that, he opened the warehouse. Upon seeing the contents, he could hardly believe his eyes and rubbed them in disbelief. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions. At a glance, what first caught his attention was the staggering amount of gold displayed at the bottom of the screen, which had reached 9 digits. Not only that, but the quantities of other materials in the warehouse also began at 8 digits, with the 3 core resources having even reached 9 digits. If he were to convert all these resources into gold, the total would easily surpass 1 billion. In comparison to such an amount, diplomatic reputation truly seemed trivial. If one could exchange the enmity of all factions for 1 billion gold coins, he believed no lord participating in the novice trials would remain indifferent. Now, he found himself lacking the grounds to criticize the warehouse girl further. Lin Yi gazed at the warehouse girl, who remained as proud as ever, his emotions swirling in complexity. It was akin to discovering that members of one's family were engaging in questionable activities, yet those very activities had led to financial freedom. It was a tormenting realization, particularly since the novice world was merely a temporary construct, destined to vanish once the novice period concluded, at which point all diplomatic reputations would reset. With this in mind, it seemed there was no real issue. However, while such behavior might be permissible during the novice phase, continuing it in the same world as other lords post-novice period would be tantamount to courting disaster. If they remained undetected, all would be well, but if discovered, it would lead to irreconcilable conflict. No one would wish for their painstakingly gathered resources to be inexplicably emptied by others. Watching the warehouse girl's arrogant demeanor, Lin Yi clenched his fists tighter. No, he could not simply let this matter slide. The warehouse girl was already exhibiting signs of recklessness. If he did not take the time to properly educate her now, who knew what trouble she might cause in the future? But how could he admonish her with righteous indignation? Lin Yi fell into deep thought, his mind whirling with ideas. In the next moment, his eyes brightened as he suddenly grasped the key to the situation. Smack! He slapped the table forcefully, indicating his profound anger. Let's be clear. Lin Yi's gaze swept over the warehouse loli and the market loli, devoid of any emotion, before he spoke. While the supplies you have brought back are indeed plentiful, you have simultaneously attracted numerous adversaries. Have you not considered what might happen if these factions decide to attack us? We shall fight back. The warehouse loli, filled with determination, clenched her small fists and swung them at the invisible foes. That's easy to say, Lin Yi retorted disdainfully. Have you not contemplated the possibility that we might not be able to withstand such an onslaught? 1 or 2 factions may be manageable, but what if it is 10 or 20? Furthermore, do you truly wish for us to earn the enmity of all when others invade our territory? Will your amassed gold not merely benefit them? Lin Yi's gaze once again fell upon the 2 adorable Lolis, particularly the market loli. His expression turned serious, tinged with a hint of warning, as he slowly articulated, "You 2 must not take this lightly. If this continues, you may face dire consequences in the future. For instance, do you genuinely wish for no one to ever trade with you again?" His words struck like a thunderclap, jolting the 2 Lolis from their earlier excitement and thrusting them brutally into the harsh realm of reality. The warehouse loli's once bright, sparkling eyes now brimmed with confusion and helplessness. Her cheeks, which had flushed with excitement, turned as pale as a sheet. She envisioned a horde of merciless enemies flooding into her territory, mercilessly sweeping away the glistening gold she had so diligently collected. And there she would stand, helplessly watching her precious riches drift away, unable to prevent such a calamity. Perhaps even worse would be the complete fall of her entire territory, forcing everyone to hastily pack their belongings and embark on a long, arduous journey of escape with only a few structures to their name. At that point, would she possess any spare energy or time to gather those cherished coins anew? The mere thought sent shivers through her body, as fear burgeoned within her like rampant weeds. Simultaneously, the market loli's reaction was scarcely better. Her delicate face was similarly etched with terror, as she too grasped the horrifying implications of inciting enmity all around. Gradually, fear crept across her features, rendering her somewhat disheveled and lost. Chapter 105. Is your education appropriate? Noticing the gradual emergence of fear upon the faces of the 2 Lolis, a faint smile crept upon Lin Yi's lips. If he did not seize this moment to instill a sense of fear in them, it would be too late when they found themselves in an irretrievable situation. Do you realize your mistakes now? Lin Yi placed his hand on the heads of the two Lolis, gently ruffling their hair. This gesture was akin to a fatal blow to the Lolis, who froze instantly. Wah, wah. Both Lolis clung to Lin Yi's legs, sobbing and stammering, yada, yada, yada. Brother Lord, we understand our mistakes. It was evident that the two Lolis had indeed been deeply frightened. Lin Yi's smile widened, and had the atmosphere allowed, he would have laughed outright. Truly. Lin Yi continued. So, do you understand where you went wrong? The two Lolis sniffled, their responses unclear. The mistake was, we shouldn't have gone to other people's homes to gather resources. The warehouse Loli said uncertainly, still oblivious to the core issue. Lin Yi shook his head in disappointment and turned to the market Loli. Your turn. The market Loli shrank her neck, hesitating for a moment. The mistake was in not controlling others with our abilities. Lin Yi similarly shook his head in disappointment. Seeing that the two Lolis still had not grasped the crux of the matter, he felt a pang of frustration. Neither of you are correct. It seems you are entirely unaware of your mistakes. Lin Yi gazed skyward in exasperation. It was evident that without explicit clarification, the two Lolis would not recognize the errors of their ways. Thus, Lin Yi began to articulate his thoughts, offering the two Lolis some advice. Truth be told, what you did was not entirely wrong. Rather, your choice of targets was misguided. While your actions may attract animosity, they also yield resources swiftly. I certainly do not wish to abandon such an efficient means of resource collection. However, I cannot allow you two to act freely. Lin Yi looked at the two little Lolis and stated, as the saying goes, even rabbits do not eat grass near their burrows. It is unacceptable for you to scavenge so close to our territory. Moreover, you were far too brazen. Did you never think to conceal your identities? Lin Yi imparted his wisdom to the two Lolis without reservation. As long as you can properly disguise yourselves and prevent others from discovering your actions, and venture far from our territory, even if you are inadvertently detected, the distance will give them pause before they attempt to attack us. In summary, your errors lie in failing to conceal your identities and in choosing a location too near our territory. At that moment, the two little Lolis were rendered speechless. They were astonished to realize that Brother Lord was not blaming them for inciting hatred, nor was he chastising them for their actions. He was merely indicating that they had chosen the wrong targets. They should not have gathered materials around the territory. Is that so? The two little Lolis felt their minds spinning, momentarily unable to keep pace with Lin Yi's reasoning. Precisely. Lin Yi gently patted the heads of the two Lolis, a warm smile gracing his face. What did you think? Did you believe I would scold you for bringing so many resources to the territory? On the contrary, had it not been for your antics against the surrounding factions, I wouldn't even have mentioned it. Educating children should not be confined to mere reprimands. The correct approach is to guide them positively. Lin Yi was acutely aware that each of the adorable little Lolis in his domain possessed a unique and vibrant personality. If he merely forbade this and restricted that, it would not only dampen their enthusiasm for participation in various activities, but could also ruthlessly stifle their inherent innocence. Given this context, it was far more prudent to adopt a different perspective and employ clever guidance. Take the warehouse Loli and the market Loli, for instance. The former had a deep affinity for glittering gold coins, while the latter was keen on engaging in various transactions with others. Since altering their preferences entirely was unfeasible, it would be better to allow them to express themselves within certain bounds, perhaps even venturing a bit farther afield to trouble others elsewhere. Of course, the prerequisite was that they must never expose their own territory. As the saying goes, if a friend dies, the Taoist does not. The trouble stirred up by the little Lolis bear little relevance to him, Lin Yi. After all, every action necessitates substantiated evidence. As long as no irrefutable proof is left behind, any circumstances can be rationalized. At this moment, as the two little Lolis gazed up at Lin Yi's towering figure with their eyes wide open, they suddenly felt their elder brother's stature grow immensely in their minds. Their eyes sparkled with admiration, and their reverence for their elder brother soared like a rocket, continuously propelled to new heights. Elder brother, I understand now. The two little Lolis clenched their fists, sensing a bright future ahead of them, filled with opportunities. Indeed, Lin Yi nodded gently, refraining from turning back, fearing he might burst into laughter. Now that you understand, go and have your fun. Remember, I will always be your steadfast support. Yes, elder brother. The two little Lolis joyfully departed together. Initially, they anticipated a reprimand, yet the education they received was quite different from what they had imagined. They had not expected their elder brother to actually support their actions, even offering valuable suggestions to minimize risks. Now, they could be considered certified robbers. Elder Lord, is this truly acceptable? The loli in the hall observed the entire process from the side. Initially, she too believed Lin Yi would chastise the two little ones, but was taken aback by the nature of the education that seemed somewhat askew from her expectations. Of course, it's perfectly fine, Lin Yi declared, giving a thumbs up, his teeth sparkling. As long as you remain undetected, it's all well and good. Besides, I've ensured they targeted forces far away, making it difficult for them to retaliate even if discovered. And if worse comes to worst, we can always flee. As long as we have the warehouse, we can easily take everyone in the territory along with us. Even if unforeseen circumstances arise, safeguarding you, me, and the warehouse will be manageable. The core of the territory consists solely of two entities, the Hall Loli and Lin Yi himself, with the warehouse Loli being merely supplementary. As long as Lin Yi and the Hall Loli remain, he can re-establish the territory at any moment. Chapter 106, The End, now a public enemy. Within the spacious and well-lit Lord S. Hall, the petite and adorable Hall Loli remained with her head bowed, seemingly lost in profound contemplation. Her brow slightly furrowed, as if constructing a complex tapestry in her mind. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, observing her, leisurely stretched his arms and indulged in a long yawn before gently tapping the screen to open the diplomatic panel. With events having transpired, the paramount task now is to adeptly manage the ensuing challenges. Undoubtedly, Lin Yi would never easily relinquish the precious resources he had painstakingly acquired, especially since they had been diligently collected by the market Loli and the warehouse Loli. At this juncture, his utmost endeavor must be to meticulously fortify an impregnable defense to ensure the safety of himself and his faction. Now, it was the 5th day of the 3rd week. According to established patterns, the new wave of severe trials would commence no later than the day after tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning. In other words, the time remaining for neutral factions to enact their revenge was rapidly dwindling. If he could endure this challenging period, when the moment arrived the day after tomorrow, even if calamity descended like a tempest, he would remain unafraid. For he understood well that in the face of nature's relentless forces, whether friend or foe, everyone would be treated equally. Just then, a crisp system notification chimed. Ding! The Kingdom of Island officially declares war on you. Immediately following, a series of urgent notifications rang out in succession. Ding! Under the kingdom's authoritative proclamation, the town of Zegio similarly declares war on you. Ding! Ding! Lin Yi hastily reopened the flashing notification icon, and in an instant, dozens of war declaration messages cascaded before him like snowflakes. Well, now I have truly become a global public enemy. To his astonishment, these messages were all unequivocally declarations of war from various factions. However, upon noticing the timestamps of these notifications, the tension in his heart finally eased. Fortunately, after some estimation, he deduced that the declarations coincided roughly with the revival of the two little ones. Even if they immediately mobilized troops to attack upon learning of the declarations, the situation remained optimistic. It is crucial to note that within his territory, even the nearest town was a full 200 kilometers away from the territory itself. Such a considerable distance makes it virtually impossible for any enemy forces to reach him before disaster strikes, even if they travel day and night without pause. With this thought, an uncontrollable excitement surged within Lin Yi, as if he had stumbled upon a great fortune. At this moment, he even felt that there was no need to further concern himself with reinforcing the territorial defenses. After all, a distance of 200 kilometers is no trivial matter. Calculating based on the typical marching speed of this world, those soldiers from neutral factions would require at least 3 to 5 days to step even a foot into his territory. Nonetheless, despite the seemingly favorable circumstances, Lin Yi did not fully let down his guard. After all, the unpredictability of the world leaves one wondering if those neutral factions might possess some unknown method of swift travel. As the saying goes, caution is the mother of safety. To mitigate any potential risks, he resolved to dispatch some personnel for reconnaissance. If it turned out that the enemy forces were indeed unable to arrive in time, that would be splendid. However, should unexpected circumstances arise allowing them to reach him as scheduled, he could rely on the intel gathered to prepare himself adequately. At this moment, after a period of meticulous training, several giant eagles had become capable of executing reconnaissance missions. Thus, Lin Yi decisively chose to send these eagles to patrol the surrounding areas, ensuring he could monitor enemy movements and any potential threats. With this in mind, Lin Yi promptly made his way outside. He had been observing the giant eagles during their test flights, so he deemed this mission their inaugural battle. Upon arriving at the ranch, he saw the giant eagles and soldiers still engaged in coordinated training. He clapped his hands, and several massive eagles with wide wingspans swiftly dove down from the sky like lightning. In the blink of an eye, they landed firmly on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Immediately, a number of soldiers, equipped with fine weaponry, agilely dismounted from the eagles' backs, quickly lining up in an orderly row before Lin Yi. Lord, the soldiers collectively called out, their voices resounding with strength and reverence. Elder Lord, Another group of soldiers chimed in with slightly youthful, yet equally resolute tones. Lin Yi smiled, stepping forward. He first extended his hand to gently caress the iron-hard feathers of a majestic eagle, sensing the strength emanating from its robust physique. Then, he affectionately ruffled the hair of a soldier beside him, treating the young lad with the tenderness one would reserve for a beloved child. After these gestures, his expression gradually turned serious as his gaze swept over the loyal and valiant soldiers before him. He spoke in a measured tone. "All right, my young comrades. I have come here today to assign you a crucial task." Upon hearing this, all the soldiers straightened their posture, their expressions focused and eager as they awaited further instructions from Lin Yi. He nodded slightly, acknowledging their readiness, and continued, "According to the latest intelligence, numerous factions that maintain a neutral stance have openly declared war against us. Therefore, the mission you are to undertake is of utmost importance. You must vigilantly monitor any hostile forces that enter within 100 kilometers of our territory. Conduct a thorough investigation to ascertain whether they can reach our lands within the next 2 days. Should you detect the presence of such enemies, report the situation to me immediately. However, do not expend excessive energy on those enemies whose pace is insufficient to arrive within the stipulated time." At this juncture, Lin Yi paused momentarily, as if contemplating something he might have overlooked. After a brief reflection, he added, "Moreover, regardless of the progress of your reconnaissance, all of you must return to the territory by 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow without fail. Is that understood?" "Understood," the soldiers responded in unison, their voices resonating like thunder. Chapter 107, The Harsh Winter. Time raced by like a wild steed, and in the blink of an eye, the weekend had arrived. Suddenly, the clock's hand silently glided to the weekend hour. Achoo! On that crisp morning, before the first rays of sunlight had fully graced the earth, Lin Yi was awakened by a resounding sneeze. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he sat up from his soft bed and immediately felt a chill in the air enveloping him. This cold seemed to penetrate his skin, reaching into his very bones, compelling him to wrap himself tightly in the warmth of his quilt. "Why is it so cold?" Lin Yi muttered, torn between the allure of the cozy blankets and a persistent inner voice urging him to rise, drawing upon his formidable willpower and sense of duty. He grit his teeth, laboriously threw off the covers, and trembled as he stepped out of bed, making his way unsteadily to the bathroom to wash up. He had not forgotten that today was the day the weekend event was to unfold. Given the unusually frigid weather, it was likely an ominous sign heralding impending disaster. It appeared this calamity was closely tied to the bitter cold. As Lin Yi murmured to himself, he hastily completed his morning routine. Subsequently, he reached out to gently pat the head of the little girl in the hall, only to elicit a frown from her as she pouted adorably. However, Lin Yi paid her little mind, smiling and waving goodbye before striding out of the Lord's hall. To his surprise, as he stepped outside, an even more intense wave of icy air rushed towards him. In an instant, Lin Yi felt as though he had been thrust into a frozen wasteland, causing involuntary shivers to course through his body. He quickly tightened the thin garment he wore, trying to fend off the biting cold, while hastening his steps toward the nearby tailor's shop. In such frigid weather, it would be wise to don some warmer clothes first. A few minutes later, clad in a thick winter outfit, Lin Yi re-emerged, glanced at the overcast sky, and returned to the Lord's hall. "Knock, knock, knock. Enter." Shortly thereafter, a series of knocks echoed, accompanied by the voice of the girl from the barracks. Lin Yi, holding a cup of hot tea, sat across from the girl in the hall. The barracks girl stepped in, a chill following her as she entered, her gaze settling on Lin Yi. "My lord." Lin Yi promptly poured her a cup of hot tea, beckoning her warmly. "Welcome. Please, sit down and warm yourself with some tea." Once the barracks girl was seated, Lin Yi inquired, "How is the situation in the barracks?" After savoring a sip of her tea, a look of contentment graced her face as she replied, "In accordance with your orders, all activities have been suspended for the day. No one is to venture outside. The crops in the fields were harvested yesterday, and the livestock have also been moved closer to the city walls. Furthermore, the scouts we dispatched have returned." Lin Yi nodded. "Did the scouts uncover any useful information? How far are the nearest enemies?" The barracks girl replied earnestly, "No significant news has reached us. Even the closest enemies are merely a group of cavalry, moving slowly through the forest. Even the swiftest among them are still several dozen kilometers away from us. Based on their previous pace, they would require at least another day or two to reach our territory." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi exhaled softly. The situation was unfolding as he had anticipated. The enemies were indeed not advancing rapidly. Even now, as the impending disaster loomed, they had barely made headway. At this pace, it was likely that the enemies would not even reach the borders of his territory before being thwarted by the impending calamity. Moreover, based on today's developments, it seemed the disaster would be linked to the cold. Although the system had yet to issue an official report, Nonetheless, it was a near certainty. Prepare materials for heating. It seems this disaster is indeed related to the cold. After the barracks girl completed her report, she promptly set off to gather firewood and other warming supplies as per Lin Yi's instructions. Several hours later, as the clock struck 10, the System's announcement finally arrived. Ding! The third week is coming to an end. The weekend event has been triggered. The current disaster in your territory is a harsh winter. This calamity will persist for a week. All lords must strive to survive. The system then continued. The event for next week has been confirmed as the Ice Age. During the Ice Age, temperatures will continue to plummet, reaching a low of -120 degrees. During this disaster, supplies in the system store will be limited, with a time-limited sales strategy implemented. Market functions will also face stringent restrictions. The transaction amounts between lords will be tightly controlled within a specific value range, and the items available for trade will be restricted to ensure fairness and stability. Once this dreadful disaster has passed, the fortunate lords who survive will officially ascend to the true status of lords, receiving a remarkably precious and generous gift from the realm of lords. We sincerely wish all lords the fortitude to endure and fight to the very end. Finally, it has arrived. Lin Yi instinctively tightened his somewhat thin garment, yet his eyes burned with an intense, fiery determination. In truth, he had long sensed and speculated on the impending arrival of this sudden disaster. Thus, hearing the system's announcement now merely served to confirm his previous conjectures. It's just a harsh winter. What can it do to me? Deep within Lin Yi's heart, a fierce and powerful flame of determination ignited, akin to a raging inferno. After all, in the realm under his dominion, the reserves of fuel necessary for warmth were exceedingly ample. Thus, the only significant consequence of this merciless winter, aside from his reluctance to step outside his abode, was perhaps the inability to freely venture out to gather various resources as he usually would. Upon reflecting on this, a wry smile of schadenfreude crept across Lin Yi's face. What a stroke of luck for me. Those detestable enemies of mine are surely in dire straits. Perhaps they are already succumbing to the relentless snowfall in this frozen wasteland. At that very moment, a cacophony of howling winds, far more ferocious than before, erupted from beyond the once closed door, swiftly followed by an onslaught of bone-chilling cold that surged like a tide, causing the temperature to plunge to a staggering -20 degrees in the blink of an eye. Moreover, as time trickled by, the surrounding temperature continued to plummet relentlessly. Meanwhile, in the Lord's Hall, the little girl had already ignited the fireplace, the roaring flames driving away the chill, and the temperature in the hall gradually began to rise. Lin Yi reclined comfortably by the fireplace, gazing out at the swirling snowstorm through the window. From his vantage point, he could see the wisps of black smoke rising from the homes, barracks, and blacksmith shops, slowly dissipating in the tempest. Chapter 108. Alas, no exploiting bugs. Seizing this rare moment of leisure, Lin Yi leisurely opened the familiar chat group, contemplating the peculiar and strange disasters that other lords had encountered. As he clicked into the chat, a crisp notification sound echoed, followed by an overwhelming flood of messages that inundated the screen. Faced with such a deluge of information, Lin Yi dared not delay. He swiftly and accurately sifted through the vast sea of text, extracting the key information that would prove beneficial to him. Oh dear. It appears that each individual is encountering remarkably different calamities. Lin Yi mused as he perused the chat logs, filled with complaints and inquiries. For they understood that during the novice period, others could offer little assistance. Through meticulous study of the messages, he discerned that the disasters varied widely, yet could be broadly categorized into several types: the harsh winter, drought, floods, plagues, and hurricanes. Just as Lin Yi was deeply engrossed in analyzing this intelligence, an epiphany struck him like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he was ablaze with excitement, unable to suppress the exhilaration and joy swelling within him. Without hesitation, he sprang from his comfortable chair and briskly made his way to the window. Arriving at the window, Lin Yi peered outside. A ferocious blizzard raged, with howling winds whipping the feather-like snowflakes into a frenzy. The ground was blanketed in thick snow, transforming the landscape into a fairy tale world draped in silver. Gazing at the magnificent snowy scene before him, an idea flickered through his mind. He gently raised his hand, and with a slight mental effort, he successfully gathered an entire unit of pristine snowflakes through the window. Filled with anticipation, he eagerly accessed the market interface. However, at that moment, a cold, merciless system notification chimed in. Ding! Market item listing is restricted. Please change the item. This message fell like a bucket of cold water, shattering Lin Yi's hopes and delight. Well, as expected, he mused inwardly. How could the system so easily allow such a glaring loophole? Undeterred, Lin Yi embarked on a series of relentless attempts. He listed an array of bizarre and eclectic items, hoping to uncover some clues and decipher the system's rules. After considerable effort, perseverance bore fruit, and Lin Yi finally discerned a modicum of patterns. From the current situation, it appeared that the market restrictions were not overly stringent. Essentially, anything that could be produced within the territory could be listed and sold without issue. For instance, fundamental resources like timber, vital production materials such as cotton, and even an array of exquisite garments crafted by the tailor's shop encountered little to no hindrance when listed. However, not all items enjoyed such leniency. Common substances like ordinary soil, the snow outside, and river water were coldly rejected by the system, unable to be listed. It seemed that this lordly world expected its lords to rely on their own capabilities to withstand and navigate the succession of natural disasters. Lin Yi pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin, before slowly returning to his comfortable chair, resuming his engrossed study of the chat group. Just then, a friend icon on the screen began to glow brightly, capturing Lin Yi's attention. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a message from Tong Yi, which read, "Rebellious child, what is the situation on your end? What kind of disaster are you facing?" Upon reading this message, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, instantly recalling his previous conversation with Tong Yi. Could it be that she had fully recovered from her earlier unusual state? It seemed she had vanished after sending her last message. Were it not for the occasional trade notifications with her, he might have assumed she had gone missing. Lin Yi replied, "I am facing a harsh winter disaster, but it has little impact on me. How about you?" Tong Yi responded, "A harsh winter? This disaster seems to pose minimal danger. You are quite fortunate. As long as there is enough fuel to keep warm, it can be easily weathered. My situation is similar. I am encountering floods, which also pose little threat." Lin Yi inquired, "Is there anything you lack? My supplies are relatively abundant. Perhaps I can offer some assistance." Tong Yi replied, "I don't lack much. If I had to mention something, I am a bit short on food. The floods are everywhere, making it difficult to go out and find food, but if I can serve, I can manage." Seeing Tong Yi's response, Lin Yi promptly sent her a trade offer at the lowest price. Soon, a message from her appeared. "You really don't need to do this. I can manage with what I have. Your territory probably doesn't have much food either." Since he was sending goods at the lowest price, Lin Yi had to be economical, ultimately selecting the cheapest vegetables and fruits available in the market. He knew that if he were to offer meat products, their prices would undoubtedly skyrocket, far beyond what Tong Yi could afford at present. "No worries. My food reserves are still quite sufficient," Lin Yi reassured her. At that moment, she responded, "How about this? I can exchange some timber with you? The place you find yourself in is currently besieged by the calamity of a harsh winter, and it is likely that the demand for timber is exceedingly high. Coincidentally, I happen to have an ample supply of wood that remains unsold to the system's marketplace. In this marketplace, the redemption price for vegetables and fruits is merely 3 gold coins per kilogram. However, should one wish to purchase the same quantity of goods, they would need to pay an exorbitant price of 9 gold coins per kilogram, a staggering increase of threefold. The batch of supplies dispatched by Lin Yi is precisely priced at the system's redemption rate. Is 1,000 units of food sufficient? Lin Yi inquired tentatively. It is indeed sufficient. Upon receiving a positive response, it wasn't long before Tong Yi successfully exchanged for food resources valued at 3,000 gold coins. It should be noted that this represents the current upper limit of the transaction quota. Subsequently, Lin Yi and Tong Yi engaged in a leisurely conversation, covering a myriad of topics. However, for reasons unknown, perhaps a certain remark struck a sensitive chord within, Tong Yi abruptly ceased all replies. Faced with this situation, Lin Yi could do nothing but reluctantly close the chat window. Chapter 109. The game of the little girl in the cottage. The howling wind and snow raged like a frenzied beast, wreaking havoc for the better part of the day. The tempestuous gales whipped the snowflakes into a swirling dance, and the entire sky appeared to be cloaked beneath a vast, oppressive black shroud, casting an atmosphere that felt both stifling and suffocating. As time trickled by, the afternoon finally arrived, and the storm began to show signs of abating. Although the fierce winds gradually quieted, the snowflakes, as large as goose feathers, continued to fall incessantly, as if the heavens had overturned a jade plate brimming with snow. The outside world had transformed into a dreamlike scene, draped in a silvery coat. Houses, trees, and roads were all blanketed in pristine white snow, resembling a crystalline fairy tale kingdom. Particularly atop the buildings, thick layers of snow had accumulated, making them appear as giants adorned with white caps from a distance. At this moment, the frigid air seemed to grow ever more oppressive, with temperatures plummeting to an estimated 30 degrees below zero. The biting cold penetrated like a venomous serpent, mercilessly invading the exposed skin of passers-by. At that instant, there was a soft creak as the door of a cottage opened slowly. A charmingly adorable little face peeked out from behind the door. Initially, she gazed in wide-eyed wonder at the silvery expanse before her, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and delight. After a brief moment of astonishment, she erupted with excitement. Wow, it's snowing! It's snowing! Accompanied by her joyful exclamation, a figure clad in a thick cotton coat, appearing quite plump, bounced out from behind the door. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the little girl from the cottage. Her rosy cheeks radiated an innocent smile, and her large eyes twinkled with joy. Soon, the other occupants of the house, hearing the commotion, crowded at the door. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of cheerful chatter, shattering the winter's silence. Everyone admired the beautiful snow scene while eagerly discussing the rare snowfall. Looking at the accumulated snow on the ground, after such a lengthy duration, its depth had nearly reached 20 centimeters, almost submerging the little girl's calves. Several little girls, dressed in thick cotton coats and cute knitted hats, trudged through the swirling snow, taking deep steps with determination. Behind them, doors swung open, and more little girls emerged like cheerful birds, rushing out from their warm abodes to joyfully partake in the snow play. What's that ruckus? Lin Yi, comfortably nestled by the fireplace, was roused from his slumber by the sudden clamor. Rubbing his sleepy eyes and mumbling to himself, he slowly rose and ambled toward the window. As he gently pushed the window open, the sight before him momentarily left him speechless. A lively group of little girls was frolicking in the pure, feather-like snow, reveling in the winter wonderland. The snow-covered ground was dotted with the petite figures of the cottage girls. Some were building snowmen, others engaged in snowball fights, while a few sampled the snow's taste, their laughter ringing out like a melody, as if to melt the frigid world around them. Watching this vibrant scene unfold, Lin Yi felt a pang of envy stir within him. Previously, he had resided in a place further south where the winters, though snowy, only allowed for a light dusting that barely covered the ground. The prospect of playing in such abundant snow was a luxury he had longed for. Yet, at this moment, witnessing the joy radiating from the little girls outside ignited his own playful spirit. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, a thought flashed through his mind. I want to join them in playing in the snow. With that resolve, Lin Yi wasted no time. He turned and briskly made his way toward the grand door of the Lord's Hall. Grasping the doorknob, he pulled it open with a creak, stepping outside with determination, heading towards the jubilant little girls. Within the spacious and bright hall, the delightful little girl stood at the back, quietly observing Lin Yi, her expression relaxed and carefree. A steaming cup of fragrant tea in hand, sipping leisurely. Fortunately, the hall's door was ingeniously designed to open inward. Otherwise, each time it swung open, it would require considerable effort. Just then, a jubilant shout erupted. Yay! The Lord Brother has come too. It was the little girl in the courtyard, who, upon spotting Lin Yi, bounced over like an exuberant rabbit, enthusiastically waving at him. However, in her excitement, she misstepped and sank deeply into the thick snow. The snow was a good 20 centimeters deep, quite a considerable height for these little ones, who stood around 1 meter tall. Despite this, Lin Yi found himself in a much better predicament. Though navigating the snow was somewhat challenging, he managed to move significantly faster than the little girl. He quickly approached her, bending down with ease to lift her from the snowdrift. When he caught sight of her face, dusted with snowflakes, resembling a little kitten, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. The little girl, far from being upset, joined in the laughter, her innocent giggles echoing throughout the courtyard. Before long, the snowflakes drifting from the heavens began to dwindle. At this moment, the petite commander from the barracks emerged, leading a contingent of soldiers out of the camp. However, unlike the little girls from the residential area, they were not there to revel in the snowy scenery. Each soldier bore an array of tools, clearly prepared for the task of cleaning. The only effect the harsh winter had on them was the slight hindrance to their activities. The barracks commander directed her soldiers to commence shoveling the snow, utilizing backpacks as makeshift carriers, determined to keep the pathways of their territory unobstructed. Chapter 110. Off to school. Lin Yi observed the diligent barracks girls laboring to clear the snow and pondered whether he should caution them that their efforts might be in vain. After all, even if they cleared the snow to perfection at this moment, a subsequent snowfall would likely render their hard work futile. However, when he opened his mouth to speak, hesitation gripped him, and he ultimately opted for silence. It seemed that during the frigid winter, there was little else to occupy their time. Rather than allow these spirited girls to meander aimlessly, it would be more prudent to channel their abundant energy into something productive. Yet, if they were perpetually allowed to frolic in the snow, it hardly appeared to be a sustainable solution. Lost in thought, a sudden idea struck Lin Yi. Was there not a school within the territory? Indeed, given that it was winter and the girls were neither engaged in battle nor collecting resources, why not seize this opportunity to have them learn at the school? Not only could the residential girls participate, but even the soldiers could join in their education. This approach would foster unity between soldiers and civilians, ultimately yielding double the joy and benefits. With this thought igniting excitement within him, Lin Yi hastily accessed the school's operational panel, eager to ascertain the requirements for learning there. In previous simulations, the school had proven to be a rather superfluous establishment. It could only be constructed once the territory reached level 10, and the simulations typically only encompassed the novice phase. In a month's time, even Lin Yi had merely scraped by to reach level 10, with instances of surpassing that level being exceedingly rare. Thus, his knowledge of the school was limited to its ability to allow citizens to acquire new skills in exchange for gold. Yet, without sufficient soldiers to recruit, where would he find the funds to facilitate access to the school? The institution resembled a late-game building, signifying that the game was nearing its conclusion once established. After all, the goal of the simulation was to help the students navigate the novice trials, not to indulge in gaming. Minutes later, Lin Yi closed the school panel and cast a mischievous glance at the frolicking little girls, a smile spreading across his face. It was time to spur them into education. He had just confirmed that even with the anthropomorphized school, its functionality remained intact. With the expenditure of gold, citizens could gain new knowledge within its walls. Fortunately, he had ample gold at his disposal. Only 100 gold coins were required per person. Even if he enrolled everyone in the territory, it would amount to a mere drop in the bucket. Residential girls and soldiers, come here. I have something to discuss, Lin Yi called to the two groups. He then explained the situation regarding the school. The residential girl's eyes sparkled with increasing excitement, as if she had stumbled upon something wondrous. Really? Lord, can we learn about combat too? She exclaimed. Meanwhile, the soldiers appeared somewhat despondent, as if something precious had been snatched away from them. My lord, if it is your command, Lin Yi affectionately patted the heads of both little girls. Since you have no objections, let us commence. With that, he led 20 residential girls and 20 soldiers toward the school. The level 20 school could accommodate 40 students simultaneously, and the girls' innate talents would significantly expedite their learning process. Legacy. Discarding outdated teaching methods, the school adopted a knowledge infusion approach, enabling concepts that typically required gradual comprehension to be swiftly ingrained in the students' minds. Lin Yi was unsure how the original school imparted knowledge, but he was certain that the anthropomorphized version far surpassed its predecessor. Before long, Lin Yi and the 40 cheerful girls arrived at the school. Spanning over 100 square meters, it resembled an ancient private academy, divided into two levels. The lower level served as the classroom, while the upper level housed a library. As Lin Yi and the throng of chattering girls pushed open the grand doors, the schoolgirl within, engrossed in her reading, glanced up, her brow furrowing slightly in displeasure at being interrupted. Clad in a simple gray robe that seemed ill-suited for the frigid weather, the schoolgirl appeared unaffected by the winter chill. Upon noticing Lin Yi and the flock of girls behind him, she momentarily froze before appearing to grasp the situation. My lord, have you come to require my assistance? She inquired, setting aside her book to welcome Lin Yi and the group. Lin Yi shook off the snow from his clothes, then glanced at the curious girls surrounding him before fixing his gaze on the schoolgirl. Indeed, due to the recent calamities, it appears we cannot venture out to gather resources for the week ahead. I thought it an opportune moment to seek your guidance. The schoolgirl's eyes scanned the other girls before returning to Lin Yi. What specific skills would you like them to learn, my lord? Lin Yi's expression faltered momentarily. What skills? He mused. Is the school not limited to production and combat? Observing Lin Yi's momentary confusion, the schoolgirl refrained from further commentary and summoned a panel. My lord, the school currently offers a comprehensive curriculum encompassing production, combat, research, commerce, and medicine. Which area would you like them to focus on? Astounded by the extensive array of skills available, Lin Yi gazed at the panel in disbelief. He had assumed the school was limited to teaching combat and production. He quickly perused the offerings, discovering that each skill required a mere 100 gold coins to learn. He looked at the schoolgirl with incredulity and an excitement he had not realized he possessed. All of these can be learned? How long does it take? Gold was not an issue, but even with knowledge infusion, time was a factor, and Lin Yi worried there might not be enough of it. Fortunately, the schoolgirl did not disappoint him. Knowledge infusion requires 1 hour per skill. To learn all, an individual must spend 5 hours here. However, she glanced at the other girls. Since some already possess a skill, they would only need to learn 4, requiring 4 hours in total. Lin Yi calculated silently. Currently, there were 400 residential girls and 400 soldiers in the territory. The school could teach 40 students at once, with each requiring 4 hours. It would take a total of 80 hours to transform all 800 individuals into well-rounded scholars. The total cost would amount to 320,000 gold coins. Lin Yi regarded the schoolgirl with utmost seriousness. How is the duration of your instruction calculated? Is it still 8 hours a day? In truth, even if it were indeed 8 hours, Lin Yi would acquiesce, for in merely 10 days, the Lolis within his domain would transform into polymaths. Such a span of time was certainly within his capacity to endure. The Academy lowly shook her head. In fact, the professor need not be present. As long as the esteemed Lord has established the parameters, individuals can come at any time. Provided they remain within the Academy, they will absorb knowledge effortlessly. Chapter 111. The Method of Skill Recording. Is such a thing possible? Lin Yi was utterly astonished. Was the Academy Loli's talent truly so formidable? Regardless of her presence. As long as individuals entered the Academy, it was tantamount to learning. If schools outside possessed such capabilities, there would be no fear of students failing to grasp knowledge. After all, the information is directly imparted. Indeed, it is feasible. The Academy lowly nodded earnestly. Esteemed Lord, do you wish for them to acquire all skills? Her inquiry jolted Lin Yi back to reality, and he eagerly nodded. Yes, all of them. Very well, esteemed Lord. Simply indicate the skills you wish to learn and provide sufficient gold coins. Following this, under the guidance of the Academy lowly, Lin Yi selected all the skills and deposited the requisite coins. In the next moment, the resident Lolis and soldiers, already seated, fell into a state of stillness. Clearly, they had begun to receive the influx of knowledge, and after 4 hours, these 40 Lolis would become the first polymaths in the territory. Esteemed Lord Brother, if there is nothing more, I shall return to my studies, remarked the Academy lowly, observing that the Lolis had all entered a state of knowledge absorption. She exchanged a brief farewell with Lin Yi and prepared to resume her reading. Wait. Lin Yi suddenly grasped the Academy lowly's arm. In her puzzled gaze, he earnestly inquired, how can we add more skills to the Academy? At his words, the Academy lowly's eyes brightened, as though his question had activated some switch within her. She excitedly took hold of Lin Yi's hand, her face alight with enthusiasm. The skills of the Academy primarily derive from several sources. First, the esteemed Lord can construct buildings with additional functionalities. As long as a sentient entity with a specific skill emerges within the territory, I can incorporate their skills. For instance, trading originates from the marketplace, while traditional medicine comes from the clinic. Second, the esteemed Lord may actively gather books or items related to other knowledge. Provided there are sufficient texts, new skills can similarly be unlocked. Lastly, outside individuals may voluntarily contribute their knowledge to the Academy, though this method is comparatively slow and time-consuming. If possible, I hope the esteemed Lord can gather more knowledge. The Academy lowly's grip on Lin Yi's hand tightened, revealing her excitement. Lin Yi's expression contorted in discomfort as he struggled to free himself from her grasp. My hand. It feels as though it might break. All right, I understand. Finally managing to extricate himself from the suddenly exuberant Academy lowly, Lin Yi hastened away from the Academy, feeling her fervent gaze upon him, sending shivers down his spine. Previously, he had perceived the Academy lowly as aloof and assumed she was merely a conventional lowly. It turned out that her enthusiasm had merely been dormant, awaiting the right trigger. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. There were already enough troublesome Lolis in the territory, and he hoped the Academy would not be like the others. Upon leaving the Academy, Lin Yi promptly informed the resident Lolis about their studies, encouraging them to visit the Academy whenever they had the chance. Of course, he was not a heartless, unfeeling tyrant. He did not demand that the adorable Lolis rush back every 4 hours, for humans require ample sleep. Thus, at the very least, these little Lolis could peacefully dream during their slumber. With that, he strode purposefully toward the barracks. Observing the spirited soldier Lolis before him, he issued a command. While the sky remains somewhat clear and the weather is relatively fair, hasten to scout for any enemies approaching from the direction of the town. Though it is likely that those foes perished in this dreadful calamity, as the saying goes, it is better to err on the side of caution. A vigilant mind never goes amiss. Thus, the brave soldier Lolis mounted their giant eagles without hesitation and set forth on their reconnaissance mission. Having arranged all of this, Lin Yi turned back toward the Lord's Hall. After a flurry of activity, the necessary preparations were largely in place, and he felt it was time to rest. It is important to note that he could not withstand the harsh cold as the Lolis with special attributes could. For them, such inclement weather might merely feel slightly chilly. However, for Lin Yi, this frigid climate was akin to a life-threatening abyss. As night fell, the howling wind whipped through the blizzard with renewed ferocity. In the blink of an eye, the external temperature plummeted, as if plunging into an ice cellar, rapidly descending to an astonishing -50 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, the Lord's Hall was equipped with excellent heating facilities, maintaining a comfortable internal temperature of approximately 20 degrees, rendering the biting cold outside imperceptible. This was largely due to the fact that the current buildings had not yet transcended the game mechanics. As long as sufficient fuel was available, the indoor temperature was controllable. 1 unit of wood could raise the temperature within the structure by 1 degree per hour. Currently, the temperature difference between indoors and outdoors was a staggering 70 degrees, necessitating 70 units of wood per hour. Consequently, nearly 1,700 units of wood were required daily. And this was before the lowest temperatures set in. During the coldest days, daily consumption could reach 3,000 units of wood. If the previously stockpiled wood proved inadequate, maintaining warmth in the future would be a significant challenge. No wonder it is said that the final week of the novice period tests the overall capability of the Lord. With such developments, one misstep could lead to elimination. Lin Yi lay in bed, contemplating. Simulation and reality are inherently different. At least during simulations, the Lord's influence is minimal, for a Lord can leave at any time, albeit at the cost of losing their status. Lin Yi cast his gaze toward the blacksmith shop. The prudent course of action would be to remain there, as it should consume the least wood while maintaining the highest temperature. However, that was merely how others endured the winter. He was different. He was not lacking in resources, which allowed him the luxury of using substantial amounts of wood for heating. Not only the Lord's Hall, but all other buildings were similarly equipped. The following day, the temperature had plummeted to minus 70 degrees during the day. At this temperature, Lin Yi dared not venture outside. No matter how warmly he was wrapped, he would soon become an icicle. However, from his window, he observed the resident Lolis and soldiers still bustling about outside. Due to the deepening snow, they were nearly submerged, with only half their bodies visible. The more astute ones rolled along the ground, while the less savvy learned by watching others. Notably, their direction was toward the academy. What obedient children they were. Lin Yi gazed with a sense of relief at the loli from the civilian house and the loli soldier. Chapter 112, The End of Winter. As night fell, the temperature plummeted sharply, as if the entire world had been engulfed by an icy grip. The biting cold wind howled through the air, penetrating every inch with its frigid essence, causing the temperature to drop to an astonishing minus 90 degrees. At this rate of decline, such a frigid low was likely to persist for many days to come. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, pondering silently. Faced with such extreme weather conditions, he found himself unable to step outside. The mere act of doing so could result in instantaneous demise. It was far more comfortable indoors. He tightened the cotton quilt around him, slowly extending a finger to gently tap on the chat group within the system. As the screen illuminated, Lin Yi was taken aback by the sight before him. The once lively chat group had transformed into a desolate space, its vibrancy significantly diminished. Many were either fiercely battling various natural disasters or had succumbed to despair and chosen to give up. The messages exchanged within the group no longer brimmed with hope and vitality. Instead, they were filled with expressions of resignation and complaint. The calamities faced by each individual varied, akin to dice cast carelessly by the hand of fate. Some encountered relatively minor difficulties, perhaps merely an ordinary snowstorm or a brief cold snap. However, for others, the trials they endured were nothing short of hellish torment. For instance, while others in different regions faced a winter low of merely minus 50 degrees, Lin Yi's area had plummeted to a staggering minus 120 degrees. This vast temperature disparity rendered survival an immensely formidable task. After all, if one's resources were insufficient to endure such an extended and frigid period, then persisting would be tantamount to awaiting inevitable demise. In contrast, relinquishing his lordship, though it entailed losing a certain status and power, would at least ensure the preservation of life. Contemplating this, Lin Yi let out a soft sigh, then turned his gaze to the private chat window with Tong Yi. The last message displayed was still frozen in time from their previous exchange, and since then, there had been no new developments. With a flicker of hope, Lin Yi meticulously checked, confirming that Tong Yi had not lost her lordship, and he finally exhaled a breath of relief. On the third day, the snow outside had accumulated to over a meter in thickness, and the temperature had plummeted to minus 100 degrees. This was nearly at the limit. However, from his vantage point on the second floor, Lin Yi could still glimpse small figures moving through the snow. Among them were the civilian loli and the soldier loli, either on their way to school or the dining hall, seemingly unaffected by the low temperatures, save for a slight inconvenience in their movement. Watching the little ones laboriously burrowing through the snow made Lin Yi chuckle. It was simply too amusing. This was only the third day, and he couldn't even begin to imagine the sight when the snow grew thicker in the days to come. In this bone-chilling, ice-forming environment, Lin Yi had entirely cast aside thoughts of those ruthless enemies. He was curious to see if anyone could truly survive the treacherous journey to reach his territory under such unbearable cold. At that moment, even he found it somewhat intolerable to remain in the warmth of his home. How could those braving the biting winds outside fare any better? If there were indeed a group of oblivious souls capable of overcoming such formidable obstacles to arrive at his domain in these dire conditions, he would certainly admire their tenacity. After all, achieving such a feat was no small accomplishment. However, he would not hesitate to swiftly end their suffering upon their arrival. As night descended, the temperature plunged to a spine-chilling minus 120 degrees. Simultaneously, the fuel consumption for heating in the Lord's Hall skyrocketed, reaching a peak. Subsequently, this dreadful cold snap persisted until the 6th day, with temperatures only beginning to warm slightly thereafter. Poor Lin Yi found himself confined within the Lord's Hall for 5 long days. Throughout this interminable period, the terrifying cold outside kept him from even approaching the door. He could not step outside even an inch. In terms of passing the tedious and excruciating days, his only solace lay in watching the civilian loli and soldier loli traverse to school in an array of peculiar poses. The remaining idle hours were spent engaging in aimless chatter within the chat group, flooding it with messages. After the disaster peaked on the 3rd day, more individuals began to converse within the group. Those who persisted had undoubtedly taken their first steps into the realm of formal lordship. Fortunately, Lin Yi remained online. Though she had yet to contact him, she seemed to have weathered the subsequent days without issue. Unfortunately, however, a significant portion of Lin Yi's previously esteemed clientele had dwindled. Although he had not added every classmate as a friend, he had included a substantial number, and now only a small fraction remained. It was no wonder that people claimed acquiring lordship was akin to stepping into the upper echelons of society. The elimination rate during the Lord trial was indeed shockingly high. Closing the chat group, Lin Yi gazed at the snow outside, which had accumulated to several meters in depth, and let out a sigh of exasperation. Although the temperature outside had warmed slightly, it still hovered around minus 70 degrees, rendering him unable to venture out. Today, neither the civilian loli nor the soldier loli had reported to school. While Lin Yi had not enforced a strict schedule for their attendance, they remained remarkably proactive, often completing 4 groups of lessons in a single day. As of yesterday, everyone within the territory had finished their studies. Not just the civilian and soldier Lolis, but others had also taken the opportunity to attend. By nightfall, the temperature had reached minus 50 degrees. On the 7th day, the temperature fell to minus 30 degrees. The blizzard ceased, and the snowfall had finally come to an end. Bright and early, the civilian loli and soldier loli set out to clear the accumulated snow. After 7 days of winter's grasp, the snow outside had piled up to the 2nd floor, reaching a height of at least 7 or 8 meters. This thickness of snow might pose a challenge for an ordinary lord, but for the Lolis, each equipped with a backpack, it was a simple task. They merely needed to dislodge the snow with their tools and deposit it into their backpacks, working faster than larger equipment. By the time Lin Yi awoke, the snow in the territory had already been cleared by the Lolis. After several days of confinement, Lin Yi finally stepped out of the Lord's Hall. As he emerged, he stretched with excitement, but was immediately captivated by an extraordinary phenomenon in the sky. A shooting star? At that moment, a celestial object resembling a meteor streaked toward his territory, and judging by its trajectory, it was poised to land not far from the surrounding area. Chapter 113, The Arrival of the Great Gift. Ding. The final week of trials was drawing to a close, and the reward event had been triggered. The Lord's World had prepared a grand gift for those lords on the verge of passing their trials. A meteor carrying a randomly sequenced foundational building would descend upon the vicinity of their territory. Esteemed lords, you have a span of 2 days to seek and restore the production of your territories. After this period, the novice assessment will officially conclude. At that point, formal lordship qualifications will be bestowed upon those who have passed the assessment, and the territories will be relocated to a new domain. Once transferred to the new area, lords shall have the liberty to traverse in and out of the lordly realm. The System's announcement resonated at the perfect moment, snapping Lin Yi back to reality. So, this is what they refer to as the grand gift. Lin Yi's eyes remained fixated on the approaching meteor, his heart racing with exhilaration. His territory's structures had all ascended to level 20. What was lacking was an extraordinary sequence. If he could secure a foundational building of the extraordinary sequence, his territory's constructions could undergo immediate transformation and upgrade. Although the foundational sequence buildings only allowed structures to reach level 30, it would still enable him to maintain his lead. One cannot deny, the arrival of this sequence was indeed timely. The meteor's descent required a bit more time, and he had already begun contemplating how to swiftly locate it. Speaking of which, Lin Yi was reminded of the warehouse loli. When it comes to evasion, the warehouse loli would claim 2nd place, with none daring to claim the 1st. Just a mere task of fetching an item, with a clear target in mind. Who could possibly be swifter than the warehouse loli? Yet, he pondered whether the warehouse loli was currently in the territory. Lin Yi glanced around, but found no trace of her. However, instead of heading to the warehouse, he revealed a mischievous grin. Summoning the warehouse loli wasn't restricted to merely visiting the warehouse. There existed another method. Lin Yi produced a gold coin and casually tossed it ahead. Clink. Whoosh. A diminutive figure materialized out of thin air, swiftly gathering the coin from the ground. And with an elated puff, stowed it away in her backpack. Wow, found money again. Lin Yi had stumbled upon this during a bout of boredom a few days prior. While playing a game of heads or tails with the hall loli, utilizing gold coins as props, when a coin accidentally dropped to the ground. The warehouse loli had appeared in precisely that manner. Subsequently, Lin Yi conducted a few more experiments and serendipitously discovered that as long as the warehouse loli remained within the territory, any sound emitted by a gold coin could randomly summon her. This was far more convenient than searching for her in the warehouse. Ah, Lord Brother. At that moment, the warehouse loli feigned surprise at seeing Lin Yi, then affectionately clung to his leg, playfully whining. Lin Yi smiled as he bent down, turning the warehouse loli's head towards the meteor in the sky. Warehouse, do you see that meteor? I see it. Excellent. Your task today is to retrieve the items from the meteor as swiftly as possible once it lands. The warehouse loli nodded with some difficulty. All right, very good. Lin Yi released the warehouse loli and gently patted her head. If you're quick enough, there will be a reward. A reward. The warehouse loli's eyes sparkled, instantly brimming with energy. Lord Brother, I promise to complete the task. With that, she vanished in a flash. After assigning the task to the warehouse loli, Lin Yi proceeded to inspect the status of other buildings. The accumulated snow in the territory had been cleared by the residential and soldier Lolis, yet outside the territory, it still reached heights of 7 to 8 meters. With such thickness, resource gathering was out of the question, and it was uncertain if the snow would melt in the remaining 2 days. Seeing there was little else to do, he decided to return and await news from the warehouse. Lin Yi shook his head and made his way back to the Lord's Hall. Although the external temperature had begun to rise, it was still a frigid minus 30 degrees. Given such conditions, he preferred to avoid lingering outdoors. The warehouse loli was indeed swift. No sooner had he returned to the Lord's Hall than she reappeared, brimming with excitement. Lord Brother, here is the item you requested. When the warehouse loli presented a palm-sized building model to Lin Yi, he did not reach for it, but instead gazed at the soot-covered warehouse loli in astonishment. What on earth happened to you? Did you go coal mining? The warehouse loli was indeed covered in black, her clothes freshly changed, resembling someone who had just emerged from a coal mine, with only her eyes and teeth remaining white. She grinned widely, revealing her pearly whites. Yet Lin Yi couldn't help but wince. What a charming little girl, reduced to such a state. Could she still be considered presentable? Lord Brother, the meteor fell too slowly, so I used my abilities to teleport directly up there. It took quite an effort to obtain the item. As she spoke, the warehouse loli continued to extend the building model towards Lin Yi. Only then did he come to a realization, accepting the building model with a mix of amusement and exasperation. He glanced at the disheveled warehouse loli and retrieved a gold coin from his backpack as a reward for her. Although he had urged for speed, he anticipated she would exert herself so much. Teleporting was one thing, but he could have waited for the meteor to land. All right, here is your reward. Now go wash up. Look at the state you're in. After rewarding the warehouse loli, Lin Yi promptly sent her off to clean herself. Having her run around the territory in such a grimy condition was quite an eyesore. Once she was dispatched, Lin Yi eagerly grasped the building model, unable to conceal his excitement. This was his first sequence building. Though it was the most basic, it served as the key to unlocking the extraordinary realm. Let me see. Which extraordinary sequence does this belong to? A panel unfurled before him. Robot manufacturing workshop, model. No material consumption required. Can be placed directly. Description: Supreme Sequence Foundational Building. Utilized for the production of the most basic producers. Technology, perhaps? It seems quite promising. Lin Yi contentedly stowed the model, preparing to deploy this building immediately. Although it wasn't the mysterious sequence he had envisioned, the technological sequence was one he was relatively familiar with. In the lordly realm, the extraordinary path was categorized into 2 distinct routes. One was the primary material sequence, and the other was the mysterious side sequence. While the 2 paths diverged in development directions, they ultimately converged, and their capabilities in the later stages were quite comparable. Beneath these 2 primary sequences, a multitude of subsequences were equally delineated. For instance, under the primary material sequence, there existed technological sequences, psychic sequences, superpower sequences, and so forth. Similarly, the mysterious side also branched into various other sequences, such as magic, sorcery, and bloodlines. Lords could choose to pursue a single sequence to its conclusion or develop multiple sequences simultaneously, provided they could assemble the requisite sequence buildings. The manner of development would depend entirely on the Lord's discretion. Naturally, this would also require alignment with the Lord's innate talents. Chapter 114, Major Transformation. Robot Manufacturing Workshop. Level 1, Strength, 1000. All attributes, 40. Innate talent, Matrix Core. Population, 040. Description: Foundational building of the supreme sequence, used to produce the most fundamental producers. Upgrade requirements: 500 alloys, 200 electronic components, 100 energy. Ding. You have acquired the foundational architecture of the Supreme Sequence Mechanism series. The renovation options for other structures within your domain have now been unlocked. Ding. The research options for your territory have been updated. Ding. The Lord's evolution pathway has been initiated. Ding. The evolutionary inclination of your territory has shifted, currently favoring technology. Just as Lin Yi placed the robotic manufacturing workshop down, a series of system notifications resounded in succession. Lin Yi smiled faintly, then directed his gaze towards a petite, 1-meter-tall girl standing before him. This girl was the robotic manufacturing workshop itself, which, like other structures, had transformed into a young girl under the influence of a talent. However, to Lin Yi's surprise, the girl did not possess the soft, delicate physique characteristic of other buildings. Instead, she resembled a robot. Her silvery short hair was adorned with 2 blue metallic appendages resembling antennas, and beneath her expressionless, sculpted visage lay crimson eyes. Streams of luminescent light streaked across her black bodysuit, disappearing into her skirt, while her fair, snow-like thighs were brazenly exposed, topped with combat boot-like footwear. Lin Yi hesitated as he gazed at the workshop girl, ultimately unable to resist the urge to reach out and poke her cheek. Pleasantly surprised, he noted that she was indeed soft. The workshop girl's eyes followed his finger with a slight movement. Next, he pinched her arm and confirmed that it was also soft. With newfound determination, he lifted the small girl high above him. Her weight was comparable to that of other girls. The workshop girl's gaze shifted subtly as she lowered her head, contemplating. Then, she raised her skirt and regarded Lin Yi with her emotionless face. Lin Yi, what is happening here? Confused, Lin Yi hastily set the small girl down. Lord, I detect an acceleration in your heartbeat. Would you like to? No need. Lin Yi interjected swiftly, cutting off the workshop girl before she could utter that forbidden phrase. And put your skirt down. Rubbing his forehead, Lin Yi continued. Now tell me, do you know how to utilize your talent? The workshop girl lowered her skirt and then apathetically introduced her talent to Lin Yi. Lord, I can manipulate all the robots produced through a matrix, and the greater the number of robots, the higher my computational power and capabilities. This talent seemed rather conventional. It hardly resembled an extraordinary gift. Lin Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, the talents of other girls had some connection to the extraordinary. Yet this singular sequence building seemed rather mundane in comparison. He wondered what the practical implications of this ability were. Subsequently, Lin Yi accessed the system store and purchased sufficient materials to elevate the robotic manufacturing workshop to level 20. Although items in the system store were expensive, he had ample funds. For instance, alloys, electronic components, and energy sources necessary for research before production were classified as 1-star materials in the system store. After upgrading the robotic manufacturing workshop to level 20, Lin Yi instructed the workshop girl to begin producing robots and procured enough alloys for her manufacturing efforts. While he returned to the Lord's Hall to explore the newly available features, the first was the renovation function. Once a building reached level 20, it required a specific foundational architecture of the sequence to unlock the renovation function, allowing further upgrades. Upon opening the Lord's Hall panel, Lin Yi indeed discovered a renovation function at the top of the interface. Upon entering, he noticed something peculiar within the renovation panel. Lord's Hall, renovation, technological advancement. Plugin template, supreme sequence. After some investigation, Lin Yi realized that the Lord's Hall had acquired a technological renovation option, enabling it to be modernized. Simultaneously, a plugin template had also been added. What does this mean? Curiously, Lin Yi clicked on it, only to find a technological option appearing atop the template. Current insertable template, supreme sequence. Once a template is inserted, the Lord's Hall will exhibit the functionalities of the inserted template. Lin Yi stared blankly for a long moment, utterly perplexed by its meaning. Was this merely a redundant exercise? Even after renovation, the Lord's Hall would retain its functions. What difference did it make whether or not a template was inserted? He decisively set aside the template function, promptly purchasing the necessary materials and exiting the Lord's Hall. Renovate. Upgrade. In the next instant, the Lord's Hall began to transform in a dazzling display, as if molded from clay. Moments later, the brilliance faded, revealing the newly transformed Lord's Hall before him. Gazing at the newly emerged structure felt akin to encountering a long-lost relative, a wave of familiarity washing over him. Previously, even at level 20, the Lord's Hall bore little distinction from a medieval building in both appearance and essence. Now, however, the renovated Lord's Hall resembled a modern villa, its exterior indistinguishable from contemporary architecture. Tears of joy welled in Lin Yi's eyes as he eagerly pushed open the door. Instantly, he was greeted by an entirely modernized interior. Finally, electricity was in use. Observing the familiar scene, Lin Yi felt a profound sense of gratitude. It was not that medieval villas were inferior, but for a modern individual, living in a house devoid of electric lighting was simply unbearable. Lord's Hall, modernized renovation. Level 30. Strength 30,000. All attributes 330. Innate talent, Spirit Beacon Center. The foundational attributes and upgrade attributes post-renovation had all doubled. After touring the transformed Lord's Hall, Lin Yi wasted no time and proceeded to renovate all other buildings in his territory that were eligible for upgrades. He was no longer short on gold. The costs for renovations and upgrades per building were less than 1,000,000 gold coins. With a total of 20 buildings in his territory, the cumulative cost was just over 10 million, which was a small sum compared to Lin Yi's wealth amounting to billions, making purchasing materials directly from the system store far more economical. Residential buildings, modernized. Level 30. Attributes 330. Population 5, 321, 200. Barracks, modernized. Level 30. Attributes 330. Population 4, 001, 200. Blacksmith workshop. Workstations 4,120. The renovated structures leaned significantly closer to modernity, with the most notable transformations occurring in the two Arrow Towers. Arrow Tower, machine gun. Level 30. Attributes 330. Weapons 162mm cannon, 76mm automatic machine gun. What is this? This is a true upgrade from birdshot to artillery. Even the city walls had been entirely transformed into steel structures. On top of the city walls, electrified barbed wire was installed. After upgrading all the buildings, Lin Yi turned and entered the newly renovated Research Institute. The previous Research Institute was constructed of wood and brick, bearing no resemblance to a place of research. Now, following renovations, the Research Institute bore a striking resemblance to a modern research facility. The seamless, pristine white walls, the imposing steel door, the electronic lock, the flickering code on the digital screen, and the ever-diligent research girl sprawled across the desk. These were the elements that enveloped Lin Yi as he silently approached and lifted her into his arms. However, he soon found himself at a loss. Where was the bedroom? In this unfamiliar environment, he could only search room by room. This one was not it, neither was that. The transformed Research Institute was remarkably large, filled with an array of peculiar rooms. Fortunately, all the doors supported voice activation, and the research girl was not particularly heavy. After some exertion, Lin Yi finally managed to return her to the bedroom. Next, he entered a vast chamber brimming with electronic screens, the largest room in the institute. Upon activating the research panel, a plethora of research options instantly appeared before him. Lin Yi scrutinized them and discovered that the newly available research options were categorized into several types: materials, applications, developments, and more. Ranging from the most fundamental alloys to robotic modifications, the options came to a halt at robotic enhancements. Surely, further technological buildings would need to be constructed to unlock additional avenues. Lin Yi did not need to guess. He could easily fathom the trajectory of future technologies. A Level 30 research institute could concurrently study 60 technologies, yet regrettably, subsequent technologies required prior research to be undertaken first. He could only select the options and let the research proceed gradually. However, he was pleased to discover a firearms option within the research selections, albeit disappointingly. It only encompassed small arms and did not include heavy vehicles or tanks. This was likely due to the lack of technological sequence buildings. Pondering with his chin in hand, he excitedly opened the panel regarding Lord Evolution. Extraordinary. Who could resist such an allure? Yet, his expression soon soured. The Lord Evolution Research, Cybernetic Enhancement. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi closed the panel. He did not even need to look closely. He could surmise the Supreme Sequence's path at a glance. Was this not mechanical ascendance? Who would want to become a cold, unfeeling hunk of metal? Without a heart, how could one indulge in the pleasures of life? He resolutely decided that even if he could not find other evolutionary paths in the future, he would firmly refuse to pursue the supreme route. There was no other reason. He simply disliked it. After a moment of disappointment, believing he had finally found a way to shed his weak status, he glanced at his biceps and left the Research Institute without a backward glance. Although he was indeed weak in his territory, even a mere 1-meter-tall individual could easily overpower lower-tier extraordinary beings. While he may not be extraordinary himself, everyone in his domain, aside from him, was extraordinary. The ascendance route? He would forego it. Lin Yi walked away with a sense of nonchalance, but his true feelings remained known only to him. After traversing the harsh cold, he finally returned to the warmth of the Lord's Hall. Suddenly, a message pinged. Tong Yi had finally responded. Rebellious child, are you still there? What are you doing? It was clear that Tong Yi was in good spirits. Nothing much. Just feeling a bit down. What about you? Has the disaster passed on your end? What are you feeling down about? Did you lose too many people during the disaster? Is your loyalty insufficient? Lin Yi paused, pondering loyalty. Did his territory even have such a concept? It seemed he had never encountered it before. No, I didn't lose anyone during the disaster. It was due to other matters. Oh, it seems you've been developing quite well. While the winter disaster wasn't too troublesome, it did mean living off reserves. The fact that you lost no one suggests you must have stockpiled quite a bit of resources. Not that much, really. Just a little here and there. Lin Yi replied somewhat sheepishly. Did you mistype? Whatever. Have you run into any trouble? Seeing Tong Yi's message, Lin Yi felt a stir within him, uncertain whether to respond. Yet, the thought of Tong Yi asking him why he did not wish to choose mechanical ascendance made him shudder. Would he dare to say it was because he wanted to enjoy life? It's nothing. It has already been resolved. What about you? How come you have time to message me? Your flood seemed quite severe as well. Resolved? Well, if you're unwilling to share, so be it. As for me, the flood has receded. My landing area is quite elevated, and I awakened a decent talent along with constructing walls. The flood only confined me to my territory, so it didn't affect me much. The one downside was the lack of food, but you've resolved that for me. Now, I'm preparing to resume production. Such good fortune? Lin Yi felt a twinge of jealousy for Tong Yi. He recalled being trapped in the Lord's Hall during the winter, and now having to venture out dressed like a penguin left him feeling somewhat unbalanced. However, there was no point in being envious. Fate had simply favored her. By the way, did you hear today's system broadcast? Have you found the sequence building yet? Not yet. The meteor just fell not long ago, and it landed right in the flood zone. I will likely have to wait until tomorrow to salvage it. Have you already obtained yours? Lin Yi responded with an air of pride. Of course. The meteor happened to fall just a short distance from my territory. I picked it up as soon as I stepped outside. Your luck is remarkable. What sequence building did you acquire? Technological sequence, a robotic manufacturing workshop. This time, it took Tong Yi quite some time to reply. A technological sequence. They consume a lot of resources. Can you keep up? They consume a lot of resources? Before Lin Yi could react, another message came through. While technological sequences do require considerable resources, there are ways around it. How about we form an alliance? As long as you call me foster father from now on, I wouldn't mind supporting you. You're aware that after relocating, we can receive limited assistance. I have already prepared a substantial amount of resources at home, and I won't be using them all. There is plenty to spare for you. What do you think? You wouldn't want to miss this opportunity. At that moment, Tong Yi was so tense that her fingers turned pale, fearing Lin Yi might outright refuse her offer. She had not forgotten that Lin Yi had always aspired to be a farming lord. Now, the only way to bind Lin Yi to her chariot was to entice some enemies over, forcing him to reconsider his stance amidst the chaos of battle. She wanted him to realize that being a farming lord was hardly a promising future. Chapter 116, The New Map. Tong Yi was practically laying all her cards on the table. If Lin Yi still did not grasp her intentions, he had wasted all these years. However, while the allure of an easy life, especially one provided by a wealthy girl, was tempting, Lin Yi did not wish for their relationship to begin this way. He did not want to be dominated by Tong Yi, and who could say who would end up supporting him in the future? He could consider the alliance. But if she thought to leverage it as a threat or to gain an unfair advantage, he would have to inform her that she was mistaken in her assumptions. Seeing Lin Yi agree to the alliance, Tong Yi breathed a sigh of relief. As for Lin Yi's subsequent declaration that he did not require her support, she dismissed it entirely. As long as they were allied, whether or not Lin Yi would eventually seek her assistance was beyond his control. However, the moment she recalled Lin Yi's misunderstanding of her intentions, a wave of frustration surged within her. Stupid blockhead, no wonder you're still single. After establishing an alliance with Lin Yi, Tong Yi swiftly concluded their conversation. She had achieved her goal in seeking Lin Yi, and now it was time to focus on the matters that would arise after the novice period. Time slipped by quietly, and in the blink of an eye. 2 days had passed. The duration of the novice assessment was 1 month, specifically 4 weeks and 2 days, with the latter 2 days allocated for the lords to recuperate. After all, having just endured a catastrophe, it would be imprudent to commence relocation without granting the lords some time to recover. Suddenly finding themselves in an unfamiliar environment could pose significant issues for many. Perhaps this final relocation could serve as the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. In this regard, the world of lords exhibited a semblance of humanity. Ding! Congratulations to all lords for successfully completing the novice assessment. In 10 minutes, the transfer to the new map will commence. Please be prepared. The clock struck 10 on the final day. Early in the morning, Lin Yi summoned everyone to gather at the territory to prevent any unforeseen incidents during the transfer. Observing the lively group of young girls, Lin Yi felt a surge of confidence. They were no less formidable than low-tier extraordinary beings. With their presence, he was certain of his advantage over others. The 10 minutes elapsed swiftly, and in the next moment, Lin Yi's territory vanished in a burst of light. When it reappeared, they found themselves in an unfamiliar locale. Ding! Your territory has been transferred to a low-tier world. You have a safety period of 1 day during which your territory cannot be discovered or attacked by others. After 1 day, the safety period will expire. Ding! All functions of the Lord's world have been activated for the official lords. Please explore at your leisure. Just as the system's announcement concluded, before Lin Yi had the chance to survey the new environment, a message popped up. Tong Yi has sent you an alliance request. Is she in such a hurry? Does she fear I might run away? Lin Yi was taken aback by Tong Yi's eagerness. They had just been transferred. And she could hardly contain herself. What a girl who cannot hide her feelings. He casually clicked to accept the request, and then led the young girls up to the city walls. The 30-level walls stood 30 meters high and 20 meters wide. Thanks to technological modifications, elevators had been installed, sparing him the need to climb step by step. Upon reaching the top, Lin Yi gazed outward. Before him lay a dense forest. Goodness, another forest start. This terrain is indeed abundant. However, unlike the primitive forests of before, the trees here were noticeably shorter, many not even towering above the city walls. After surveying the surroundings, Lin Yi promptly made arrangements for the young girls. One squad of soldiers on giant eagles was dispatched to scout the area, while the others continued resource gathering, felling trees around the walls to clear land and swiftly reclaim farmland. Currently, the territory boasted a usable population of 3,600. Lin Yi discovered that by investing more gold during soldier summoning, he could imbue newly summoned soldiers with the skills necessary for managing the territory, which was far more efficient than education in a classroom. However, the only drawback was the expense. Yet, with ample funds at his disposal, Lin Yi promptly maximized the soldiers' skills. The robots operated even more astonishingly. As long as the workshop girls mastered all skills, the subsequent robots would inherently acquire those skills as well, making it far more economical than training soldiers and civilians separately. The civilian girls and robots were similar. As long as the primary civilian girl possessed a skill, any subsequent duplicates would share it too. One could say that every girl in his territory was a versatile asset. Equipped with tools, they became villagers, armed with weapons. They transformed into warriors, and their charming antics could lift spirits, providing exceptional value. What was there to hesitate about? No need for 998, nor 298. And certainly not 198. No amount was sufficient to part with them. Just as Lin Yi observed over a dozen soldiers soaring into the sky on giant eagles, a message from Tong Yi arrived. Have you made the arrangements over there? When do you plan to return to school? With everything in the territory organized and a safety period in effect, it was indeed time to pay a visit back to school. I'll be returning shortly. What about you? Me too. See you at school. After sending the message, Lin Yi took the elevator down from the city walls and headed towards the Lord's Hall. To return from the Lord's world to the real world, one could only do so through the Lord's crystal located in the hall. Thus, as long as the Lord's hall remained intact, the Lord could depart from the Lord's world at any time. My Lord, are you leaving? As Lin Yi stepped back into the Lord's hall, a girl from the hall approached him. Having spent considerable time with these girls, it was impossible to claim he held no affection for them. Yet this was not a farewell of life and death. He merely needed to manage some affairs. Once he became an official lord, he would spend most of his time in the Lord's world. He had no deep ties in the real world. Unlike others with family obligations, he gently patted the girl's head and smiled. Do not worry. I am only stepping out briefly. I will return soon, and I shall spend more time here than there. Standing before the Lord's crystal, he faced a panel. Do you wish to return to the real world? Yes. Without hesitation, Lin Yi chose to return. A flash of light enveloped him, and he disappeared. Outside, the warehouse girl peeked her head out, glancing left and right before her gaze settled on the hall girl. Has the Lord brother left? He has. The warehouse girl's eyes brightened, and with a cheer, she dashed outside. Outside the Lord's hall, the well girl cautiously emerged from the water, and as darkness enveloped her vision, she experienced the return of light when Lin Yi found himself back in the school classroom. Glancing around, he was astonished to discover that what once was a bustling classroom now felt sparse. Previously filled with over 40 students, only a handful remained, appearing disheveled and in tattered clothing. Meanwhile, the teacher at the podium bore a serious expression as they regarded the students. Chapter 117, Graduation Certificate. Compared to these peers, Lin Yi's appearance was remarkably pristine. While most wore the same outfits they had donned upon entering, he was clad in garments skillfully crafted by the sewing girl. Goodness, is it really this dyer? Lin Yi marveled at the state of his classmates. The moment he appeared, all eyes turned towards him, drawn by his clean and polished presence. Class leader. Class leader. Lin Yi raised his hand in greeting, engaging in casual conversation with his classmates, yet his gaze frequently drifted towards the empty desk beside him. Didn't she say she would return imminently? Why the delay? As Lin Yi pondered, a sudden burst of white light illuminated beside him, and in the next instant, a petite figure materialized. Finally back. I thought I would die from exhaustion. Upon her return, Tong Yi scanned the surroundings and her eyes sparkled when she spotted Lin Yi. She smiled at Lin Yi, playfully tousling her hair, her charming smile radiating tranquility. Just watch, I'll enchant you completely, she teased. How could you not recognize me? Lin Yi stared in astonishment at the dramatically transformed Tong Yi, nodding in bewilderment. What is going on? Can the Lord's world actually alter one's race? It was no wonder Lin Yi was taken aback. Tong Yi's metamorphosis was astonishing. Previously, she appeared as a rather ordinary, aloof little girl, standing at a mere 1.55 meters, with long black hair and a slender frame. Just an unremarkable human. But now, her once black hair had turned into a cascade of green, her ears pointed, her figure more delicate, and her face no longer round. Tong Yi now resembled an enchanting fairy from a fairy tale, her cuteness amplified, yet her appearance slightly altered. Were it not for her height, he might have mistaken her for a grown-up version of a cottage fairy. This is all due to my innate talent. Didn't I tell you? I awakened an extraordinary gift, and these changes are all its effects. So your talent transformed you into a fairy? Lin Yi gazed at the mischievous Tong Yi, unable to resist reaching out to pat her head. She bore an uncanny resemblance to a cottage fairy. Hey, what are you doing? Are you being inappropriate? Tong Yi protested, swatting Lin Yi's daring hand away, then pushing him aside. She didn't want a mere head pat. That was treating her like a child. I'm sorry. Lin Yi scratched his nose, having unconsciously succumbed to habit. The classmates nearby observed the interaction between Lin Yi and Tong Yi, their faces adorned with expressions of delight, as if witnessing the long-awaited announcement of their favorite couple. Their hearts surged with excitement. I told you, there's definitely something between them. Isn't this proof? Is the class monitor pretending to be oblivious or genuinely clueless? It could be an act. Despite her slender frame making her look like a middle schooler, she's undeniably adorable. So, does she make your heart flutter? Not really. Treating the class monitor like a little sister is fine, but as a girlfriend, I wouldn't feel right about it. Just then, Tong Yi's ears twitched, a blush creeping across her cheeks. She glared coldly in their direction. What are you all whispering about? The classmates, caught off guard, were startled. Tong Yi had long established her authority in class, a reputation not easily diminished by this month of novice status. And nothing. We were just discussing the Lord's world. Humph. You'd better be. Tong Yi raised her chin arrogantly before dutifully returning to her seat. Lin Yi followed suit, occasionally casting curious glances at her. What was happening? Why did Tong Yi seem different? Could her talent influence her personality? The former Tong Yi would never have let others off so easily. Though she wouldn't overtly express it, she would undoubtedly keep a mental note. Lin Yi had often faced her retribution in the past. After more than 10 minutes, several others trickled back in, yet the number of students in the classroom remained below 20. This was still impressive, considering they were all top students in the simulated game, akin to a gifted class from neighboring schools, with a pass rate of less than 50%. It was evident just how challenging the novice period in the Lord's world was. No wonder some chose to give up. Statistics indicated that the pass rate during the novice period was below 10%. Looking at it this way, their class was already performing commendably. Before long, perhaps realizing the absence of students, the homeroom teacher finally stood up, surveying the classroom. Instantly, the previously chattering students fell silent. First, I congratulate all of you on becoming official lords. However, let me offer you a word of caution. Do not think that becoming an official lord means you can relax. The trials have only just begun. Now, please come up to collect your graduation certificates. Though this certificate may seem insignificant to you, it serves as a safety net. At the very least, should you wish to return for future development, this certificate will prove its worth. The homeroom teacher did not speak bluntly. Yet those present were not fools, and they understood the implication. Thank you, teacher. As Lin Yi was the last to step forward for his graduation certificate, his keen eyes noticed several certificates still remaining on the teacher's podium. What that implied was all too clear. After distributing the certificates, the homeroom teacher offered a few final remarks before allowing everyone to leave. A month had passed since the opening of the Lord's world, and the school had long since been on break. Now, only those returning from the Lord's world remained. Lin Yi and Tong Yi exited the campus, their expressions weighed down. Lin Yi, do you have any plans? Tong Yi seemed affected by the mood, her usual vivacity absent. Lin Yi cast one last glance at the campus. Plans? I have little to tether me to the real world. Unless something unforeseen occurs, I doubt I will return here again. Previously, Lin Yi had entertained notions of leveraging the Lord's world to gain wealth in reality, but after spending a month with the little girls in his territory, that idea had dissipated. Rather than live out a lonely existence in the real world, He would prefer to stay with the group of girls in the territory. Even if they were a handful, Tong Yi nodded in agreement, feeling similarly detached from the real world. Her parents were in the Lord's world. And had it not been for the requirement that only children raised in the real world could gain Lord qualifications, those who had experienced the wonders of the Lord's world would hardly yearn for reality. Very well, let us strive together, aiming to ascend to higher realms soon. With that, Tong Yi departed without a backward glance. Now that they had formed an alliance, many days lay ahead. Lin Yi remained momentarily frozen in place, watching Tong Yi leave without looking back, then shook his head and turned to attend to his own matters. He had little to manage. The house had already been dealt with during his participation in the Lord's game, and now he merely needed to find a place to store some important items. Chapter 118. Support has arrived. After parting ways with Tong Yi, Lin Yi spent several hours securing his belongings in the bank's safe deposit box, paying the necessary fees before promptly returning to the Lord's world. After being away for just a few hours, he felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, fearing that the restless little girls in his territory might have concocted some surprises for him. Lord, you've returned. As soon as he re-entered the territory, the little girl waiting in the main hall lit up, rushing toward Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi had promised he would return, the little girl was not like the others, who seemed carefree. She feared he might vanish for good. Yes, I'm back. You've worked hard. Lin Yi gently patted the little girl's head, his face reflecting warmth. Though she disliked being patted on the head, Lin Yi, despite her protests, continued undeterred. Lord, you've returned just in time. The soldiers dispatched for reconnaissance have explored a 50-kilometer radius, and they've discovered a portal to a hidden realm, ready to return for your decision. Upon hearing the news, Lin Yi's eyes brightened instantly, his heart brimming with excitement. What? You have discovered a secret realm? Where is it? As he spoke, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming urge to embark immediately on an expedition to uncover this first-ever discovered secret realm. Who would have thought, after merely a few hours outside, that the little girl from his territory would bring such momentous news? Was this akin to stumbling upon a treasure? Secret realms do not merely yield gold coins. More importantly, they are renowned for producing blueprints, which are among the most critical sources for such items. Aside from the paltry drop rates from treasure chests and the future system auction house, yet to be opened, secret realms represent a stable means to acquire blueprints. Unfortunately, only the Lord can activate these realms. Otherwise, he could simply recline in his territory, awaiting the little girls to explore the realms for him. Just then, his chat channel chimed. Gazing at the incessantly bouncing messages, Lin Yi felt inclined to ignore them, but upon closer inspection, he realized that the only person reaching out to him at this moment could only be Tong Yi. His feelings towards Tong Yi were complex. It was impossible to claim he did not harbor any affection for her, yet Lin Yi felt that simply acquiescing would be too hasty. Most importantly, Tong Yi had parents, lords themselves, and he could not ascertain their stance on their daughter's affections. Moreover, Tong Yi appeared remarkably youthful. Even now, she stood at a mere 1.55 meters, only slightly taller than the other little girls in the territory. This predicament left Lin Yi in a quandary, with so many little girls in his domain. If he were to date one, wouldn't that cement the notion that he was a lolicon? Ultimately, he decided to open the chat to discern what Tong Yi sought from him. Hey, Lin Yi, you finally returned. What have you been busy with for the past few hours? Not much, just waiting in line for a few hours to store some items, he replied. And you? Don't you have affairs in the real world to attend to? Lin Yi inquired, perplexed. Ordinarily, Tong Yi had little to worry about in the real world. However, she still needed to store her items. Around their school, there were only 2 or 3 places to do so. If he had queued for so long, she should have only just returned to the Lord's world. Is there a queue for storing items? Can't you just find the manager and have them take you in? I despise the wealthy. Lin Yi typed swiftly. That's what you affluent people do. For those like us, we simply wait in line. By the way, what do you want from me? If there's nothing, I need to get back to work. There's a mountain of tasks awaiting my attention in the territory. Noticing Lin Yi's evident impatience in his message, Tong Yi pouted. Do you truly find me so unapproachable? What harm would it do to chat with me for a while? Surely there isn't anything pressing in the territory right now. Shouldn't we be sending villagers to explore the surroundings first? There is something important. I wanted to tell you that my family has sent the support I mentioned before. Tong Yi, fearing that Lin Yi might log off at any moment, hastily sent another message. The support from my family has arrived. 100 million gold coins, 2 territory migration cards, and some high-star resources. This is about the maximum we can provide, and I have no need for all of it. So I wanted to ask if you need anything. After all, we are allies now, and you helped me during the previous disaster. I would hate for anyone to accuse me of being ungrateful. Rest assured, this is entirely voluntary. I want to make you call me adoptive father. At that moment, as Lin Yi read Tong Yi's message, an uncomfortable sensation washed over him. Wait, does your family know about this? If he had even the slightest dark inclination, Tong Yi's current demeanor could easily lead her to be duped for her wealth and innocence. Perhaps even to be locked away in a basement as a consequence. Truly, she is still just a young girl, so naive. Just as Lin Yi pondered how to respond to Tong Yi, she, noticing his silence, quickly sent another message. Really? I'm not deceiving you. I want to make you call me adoptive father. If you don't believe me, I can come over and tell you in person. Lin Yi could almost sense her urgency through her words, yet the more he read, the more he felt something was amiss. Was this transformation in Tong Yi a bit too drastic? The Tong Yi he knew was not this way, while perhaps not malevolent. She had always exhibited a hint of cunning. This innocent facade was certainly not the Tong Yi he remembered. You are not Tong Yi. Who are you really? The Tong Yi I know would never be so naive. Seeing Lin Yi's message, Tong Yi gritted her teeth in frustration. How dare you accuse me of being naive? However, she soon recognized her own change. Indeed, she had become somewhat different. She had never been this straightforward or innocent. If not for the past 3 years, they would have long been together by now. Tong Yi began to recall the teachings of her elders. It was said that talent could influence one's character. Could her own be affecting her? Her talent was inherited from her family lineage. Her ancestors had once acquired a precious artifact, and since then, all descendants awakened talents related to harmony. Tong Yi's talent was specifically tied to natural harmony. This gift not only transformed her appearance to resemble that of an elf, but also influenced the architecture and tendencies within her territory towards a more natural aesthetic. For instance, all her subjects had transformed into elves, not just villagers, but soldiers as well. Elves, being the beloved children of nature, naturally excelled in wood harvesting. Chapter 119, When a Loli is a Loli con. Humph. You're done for. I'll bite you to death. As soon as she appeared, Tong Yi lunged at Lin Yi like an irate little tiger, eager to sink her teeth into him. However, it was crucial to remember that they were not alone. The little girls in the hall would not stand idly by while Lin Yi was attacked. Without a hint of panic, one of the little girls in the hall extended her hand and caught Tong Yi by the waistband. Hey! As Tong Yi executed her pounce, she had barely reached halfway before the petite girl in the hall effortlessly lifted her into the air, rendering the scene rather comical. With a chuckle escaping him, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Tong Yi, suspended by the 1-meter-tall girl, her limbs flailing amusingly. Ha! Unfilial child. Are you preparing to assault your father? Do you not realize where you are? This is my territory. Lin Yi squatted down, observing the dazed expression on Tong Yi's face, and shook his head. At this moment, he could confirm that Tong Yi was indeed still the same Tong Yi, but her personality had undergone a significant transformation. She was like a completely different person compared to her former self. Let me down, you brute. Tong Yi protested vehemently, struggling in vain. Her feeble strength against the petite girl, who possessed over 300 attribute points, was akin to that of a newborn infant trying to stir a tempest. Hull, kindly release our guest. Do not worry, she is actually my friend, Lin Yi said, nodding at the girl in the hall, who then set Tong Yi down. Yet, even after releasing her, the girl maintained an air of subtle vigilance. Wretched creature, Tong Yi exclaimed, straightening her attire before her gaze landed on the girl in the hall. Wow, what an adorable child. Upon seeing the girl, her eyes sparkled with affection, instantly enamored by the classically styled little one. She promptly forgot the earlier unpleasantness, approaching the girl with a beaming smile and reaching out for a playful pat on the head. Humans invariably have no resistance to charming beings, especially when it comes to cute little girls. Slap. The girl in the hall swiftly swatted Tong Yi's hand away, a displeased expression etched on her face. Dear guest, while you may be the Lord's visitor, I must kindly request that you refrain from touching my head. The sight of the girl frowning only excited Tong Yi further. Although she too was a little girl, that did not diminish her affection for younger ones. Hee, your angry demeanor is just so adorable. What color do you prefer for your sack? Pink or blue? Observing Tong Yi's increasingly mischievous remarks, Lin Yi quickly intervened, pulling her away before she could inadvertently provoke the girl in the hall. All right, you're here now. It's time to discuss serious matters. Lin Yi's lips twitched as he witnessed a 1.55-meter-tall girl teasing another 1.2-meter-tall girl with an affectionate smile. The scene was undeniably humorous. When had Tong Yi become so enamored with little girls? This was nothing like the Tong Yi he once knew. Oh, serious matters? Tong Yi finally recalled, under Lin Yi's gentle prompting, that her purpose for being there was not to tease the little girl. Reluctantly, she shifted her gaze from the girl back to Lin Yi, then surveyed the modern decor surrounding her, her eyes widening in astonishment. What is going on? You've actually made renovations? Where did you acquire such resources? Tong Yi exclaimed incredulously, pointing at Lin Yi. The turn of events completely surpassed her expectations. She had not anticipated that Lin Yi's territory had developed so rapidly. What significance did her visit hold now? The primary requirement for renovating the Lord's Hall was to reach level 20, and a newly established Lord could at most elevate the hall to just over level 10. Even she, upon concluding her beginner phase, had only managed to achieve level 13. And that was due to her resource gathering bonus and some materials exchanged in the market. The renovations had only been possible after receiving support from her family. In that moment, a multitude of images flashed through Tong Yi's mind, all unflattering reflections of Lin Yi's endeavors for resources. What are you thinking? The development of my territory relies solely on my own efforts. Do not indulge in baseless speculations. Upon noticing the disappointment in Tong Yi's eyes and the flush on her cheeks, Lin Yi quickly deduced that she was concocting negative thoughts, promptly delivering a playful smack to her head. Ouch! Tong Yi clasped her head, casting a pitiful glance at Lin Yi, who felt his temples throb. This was a familiar tactic. Previously, Tong Yi had often employed this to her advantage, and he, believing himself an adult, refrained from holding it against her, thus always ending up at a disadvantage. However, Lin Yi had since developed immunity to such tactics through his interactions with the warehouse and market girls, making him less susceptible to Tong Yi's tearful assaults. Hey, after a while of performance, Tong Yi realized Lin Yi was no longer as easily swayed and quickly withdrew her tearful tactic. What's wrong? Why isn't this working anymore? Lin Yi shot her a glance before urging, enough of the games. You still haven't told me why you're here. Don't tell me you came merely for amusement. Oh right, what was I here for? Lin Yi's question finally jogged Tong Yi's memory. But upon witnessing Lin Yi's current development, she understood that his previous claims of not needing support were indeed not unfounded. Given his level of progress, her assistance was of little consequence. I just came to play, is that so wrong? Tong Yi declared, resolutely placing her hands on her hips as if to assert her intent. At this moment, she found herself utterly incapable of offering Lin Yi any financial support. After all, judging by Lin Yi's demeanor, he was clearly not in need of gold coins. Even if she were to present some, he might not accept them. And if not handled delicately, it could lead to unforeseen resentment on his part. Chapter 120, Tong Yi's Concerns. Lin Yi rubbed his forehead in exasperation. In truth, he had long anticipated Tong Yi's purpose for visiting. Her previous behavior had been so overt that it would be foolish not to notice. His unequivocal agreement to her visit stemmed from his desire for her to realize that he truly did not require any assistance. Fine. If you wish to play, then play. However, you've come at an inopportune time. I've just discovered a secret realm and am preparing to explore it. Why not wait until I finish my exploration? And then I can take you along for some fun? You should head back for now, Lin Yi advised earnestly. He had no qualms about sharing the secret realm's news with Tong Yi, especially considering her current infatuated demeanor. Revealing this to her would have little impact. A secret realm? You found one on the very first day? You must have incredibly good fortune. Upon hearing about the secret realm, Tong Yi became immediately animated, grasping Lin Yi's arm and gazing at him with eager eyes. Take me with you, she implored, her wide eyes brimming with curiosity. Faced with Tong Yi's earnest gaze, Lin Yi soon found himself overwhelmed. All right, I'll take you with me. Upon hearing this, Tong Yi finally released him, but then lifted her chin defiantly. Don't think you've come off worse. I'll share some information you might not know. The rewards for secret realm maps increase with the level of the exploring lord. In other words, if you were to explore the secret realm alone, you would only obtain a single map. However, if you were to bring me along, 2 maps would drop. Is there such a mechanism? This was something he truly did not know. Lin Yi instantaneously regarded Tong Yi with newfound respect. Clearly, this was a subtlety one could only acquire from having connections in the lordly world, knowledge that was never imparted in school. It appears that allying with Tong Yi has its advantages, particularly the opportunity to gain some obscure tips from her. Lin Yi observed the proudly haughty expression on Tong Yi's face and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Well then, since you've put it that way, it would be impossible not to bring you along. Let us prepare to set forth. From any perspective, having Tong Yi by his side would undoubtedly be beneficial. Who knows? Perhaps this girl possesses some undisclosed information. With that, Lin Yi took the lead towards the grand entrance, and Tong Yi, noticing his departure, promptly followed suit. As they left the Lord's Hall, Lin Yi proceeded without hesitation, heading straight for the city walls. At that moment, Tong Yi, trailing behind Lin Yi, began to grasp just how rapidly his territory had developed. Along the way, she observed buildings that had undergone modern renovations, and judging by their area, they must have reached at least level 30. This piqued her curiosity about where Lin Yi had acquired such abundant resources. Lin Yi's background was no secret. He was merely an ordinary orphan, a status that implied he could not possibly have family in the lordly world. After all, even the most inept lord would find time to return and nurture their offspring, just like her, who was the only child in her family. Yet her parents made it a point to return home each evening, at the very least. How did you manage this? Ultimately, Tong Yi could no longer contain her curiosity. The pressing wonder in her heart felt akin to a cat scratching at her insides, leaving her restless. Simultaneously, she feared that Lin Yi might have resorted to dubious means to acquire these resources. She dreaded the possibility of him being deceived by those with ulterior motives. After all, upon becoming a formal lord, it was certain that some high-ranking lords would seek out individuals like him to sign inequitable contracts. They referred to such arrangements as angel investments, while lower-tier lords called them indentures. What do you mean by that? Lin Yi was momentarily perplexed by her question and turned back out of curiosity. However, upon seeing the serious expression on Tong Yi's face, he too stifled his initial dismissiveness. You mean the resources of your territory? You can't possibly tell me that your territory has never received any external support and has developed solely through your own efforts. Tong Yi grasped Lin Yi's arm anxiously, her green hair almost bristling with excitement. But I truly did it all by myself. Do you really believe that? Are you capable of gathering such vast resources within a month? You mustn't have signed some strange contract with anyone, right? Lin Yi, somewhat bewildered, regarded Tong Yi with a serious expression. I swear, this truly is all my own doing. If you don't believe me, you shall see for yourself shortly. Lin Yi understood that merely asserting this would not convince anyone that he had developed his territory to its current state without any assistance in just a month. However, actions speak louder than words. Once Tong Yi witnesses the gathering speed of the little girls, she will comprehend the truth. Of course, much of his current resources still stemmed from the previous antics of the storage and market girls. Though it nearly went awry, the outcome was ultimately safe. Very well. I shall see for myself what this is all about. Tong Yi, unconvinced, released her grip on Lin Yi, placing her hands on her hips as she continued to follow him. Lin Yi's territory was not extensive, and in the course of their conversation, they soon arrived at the city gate. A contingent of soldiers had been awaiting them at the entrance. This group of soldiers was no longer clad in armor as before, but instead donned modern combat attire. Thanks to technological advancements and the research conducted by the little girls who had learned the art of innovation, the territory had progressed rapidly in its technological studies. At the very least, firearms had been developed. Moreover, the upgraded blacksmith and artisan workshops were now capable of producing these advanced weapons and fine equipment. And they had begun the gradual process of outfitting the soldiers. However, due to various factors such as the little girls' attributes and combat habits, they had not entirely abandoned traditional melee weapons. On the contrary, each little girl had carefully selected and equipped herself with a portion of cold weapons as a backup. Just in case. Lord brother, my lord. Upon Lin Yi's appearance, a throng of soldiers rushed toward him, eagerly greeting him in a flurry of excitement. Tong Yi, standing aside, was astonished, her jaw nearly dropping in disbelief as she widened her eyes at the scene before her. Wait, what is going on? These soldiers are all adorably little girls. It was only at this moment that Tong Yi, as if awakening from a dream, realized something was amiss. It was far too unusual. This was undeniably a situation that reeked of abnormality. Why were there so many young girls in the lordly world? Shouldn't there only be adult individuals? Whether it was the little girls she had encountered previously or the soldiers before her now. Could it be that Lin Yi's territory had a continuous influx of young girls? What kind of posture must one adopt to dream such a beautiful dream? Chapter 121, Entering the Secret Realm. What on earth is happening? Tong Yi stammered, pointing incredulously at the group of little girls while inadvertently drawing their attention. Lord brother? Who is this? One of the soldiers, curious, looked at Tong Yi with evident confusion. This sister does not appear to be a sister at all. She is taller than the ranch sister, yet her strength seems so feeble. In the eyes of these soldiers, Tong Yi seemed weak, her height not matching theirs. And most critically, she bore no trace of Lin Yi's aura. Hence, these little girls quickly concluded that Tong Yi was not one of the territory's inhabitants. Is this perhaps your unique talent? Is your gift the ability to transform citizens into little girls, or can you only summon little girls? Tong Yi excitedly seized Lin Yi's arm, her words tumbling out in a rush. One must admit, Tong Yi's mind was still sharp. She was close to deducing the essence of Lin Yi's talent. Yet, she soon realized she had made a significant error. Such secretive information could not be easily divulged. Not even between spouses. Embarrassed, Tong Yi released Lin Yi, turning away with a flushed face, speechless. Lin Yi chuckled at her reaction, seemingly casually remarking, "You're quite close with your guess." In an instant, Tong Yi turned back to Lin Yi, disbelief filling her eyes as she was struck with astonishment. What did he mean by that? He even responded. Did that mean he had accepted me, willing to share such confidential information? Could it be that he has feelings for me? In that fleeting moment, Tong Yi's thoughts raced, her face reddening as if it were about to bleed. Well, we have already wasted considerable time. If we do not hasten our pace, we may end up camping out in the wilderness. By this time, afternoon had arrived, and exploring the secret realm was an endeavor whose duration remained uncertain. Upon finishing his words, Lin Yi led a group of individuals toward the direction of the secret realm. The location of the realm was situated over 10 kilometers away from their territory, yet the path had been well prepared by the resource-gathering girls, allowing them to reach their destination within an hour. Along the way, Tong Yi felt as though she were in a daze, her mind consumed by Lin Yi's earlier casual revelation regarding his abilities. The specifics of his talent were inconsequential. What truly mattered was this action, which indicated that Lin Yi did not reject her company. Moreover, it indirectly suggested that he might harbor feelings for her. He likes me. He likes me. Hee. Tong Yi had entirely forgotten the events that transpired on the journey, even missing Lin Yi's reminders to observe how the girls gathered resources. Her thoughts were solely occupied by Lin Yi. One must admit, Tong Yi was undeniably a quintessential romantic. All right, we have arrived. After Lin Yi called out to her several times, Tong Yi finally snapped back to reality, only to find they had reached the entrance of the secret realm. Ah, we're here already? Coming to her senses, she gazed at the massive gate, her expression one of disbelief. Over 10 kilometers. It felt like no distance at all. The entrance to the secret realm appeared as a projection suspended in the void, exuding an ethereal quality. Noticing Tong Yi had regained her focus, Lin Yi wasted no time, taking her hand and leading her toward the majestic gate. As she felt Lin Yi's gentle grip, Tong Yi began to drift back into her daydreams. He is holding my hand. He truly cares for me. At that moment, Lin Yi placed his hand upon the gate. Ding. Detection confirmed. Lord present. Conditions for opening the secret realm met. Would you like to proceed? Yes, of course. I didn't come here merely to take a look. Ding. The system detects multiple lords participating in this mission. Difficulty will be adjusted accordingly. Lords are permitted to bring 40 combat units into the realm. Please ensure all lords are adequately prepared. As this announcement echoed, the once ethereal gate before them solidified, appearing to be composed of countless shimmering stars. Subsequently, a mysterious portal, flowing like quicksilver, began to open slowly, radiating an unsettling light and energy. For this venture, Lin Yi had come well prepared, having meticulously selected and led 100 elite soldiers, intending to address any unforeseen circumstances and ensure success. However, judging by the current situation, it seemed that their forces were more than adequate. After all, Lin Yi had unwavering confidence in his valiant and well-trained warriors, especially those adorable yet formidable girl soldiers. A mere secret realm could hardly pose a challenge for his precious girls, could it? 40 of you shall enter the secret realm with me. The remaining personnel will stand guard and await our triumphant return. With a commanding tone, Lin Yi issued the order, then unhesitatingly took the hand of the somewhat disoriented Tong Yi, leading 40 soldiers equipped with fine gear toward the portal shimmering with an extraordinary light. In the blink of an eye, their figures vanished into the portal. The emergence of a secret realm is utterly unpredictable, manifesting randomly across the world at any given moment. Occasionally, if fortune smiles, a secret realm might even materialize directly within the territory of a lord. Furthermore, secret realms possess strict level classifications and diverse thematic content. Depending on the different levels and settings, the precious blueprint rewards obtained can vary significantly. However, low-tier realms can only yield low-tier rewards, and thus, the challenges they present are not particularly daunting. Even the blueprints dropped are for basic and advanced buildings, and collecting them all would only elevate the territory to level 50. Regrettably, the secret realm Lin Yi discovered happened to be the lowest tier, only capable of dropping blueprints for basic buildings. This indicated that his territory could only remain at level 30. Ugh, such a disgusting feeling. Just as Lin Yi, Tong Yi, and the soldiers cautiously stepped into the enigmatic entrance of the secret realm, a breathtaking yet shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. A dilapidated and crumbling city wall loomed ahead, seemingly weathered by countless battles and the ravages of time. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, akin to an invisible miasma, ensnaring their breaths. Gazing upward, the once clear blue sky was now shrouded in a heavy layer of black clouds, resembling a massive dark curtain that suffocated the entire world. This oppressive atmosphere instilled a sense of fear and unease within every individual present. At that moment, Tong Yi, who had been lost in thought, gradually regained her composure. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her brows furrowed tightly as she stared with disdain at the dismal scene within the secret realm, her expression even more unpleasant than if she had inadvertently stepped into a pile of foul excrement. After a brief silence, Tong Yi took a deep breath and, in a somewhat grave tone, addressed Lin Yi beside her. In my opinion, this secret realm is likely not a good place. Based on the current environment, it either belongs to the death sequence or the corruption sequence. both of which are far from favorable. Otherwise, how could the surroundings be so eerie and oppressive? Upon hearing Tong Yi's words, Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. You can actually discern the type of secret realm? Have you been secretly attending tutoring sessions behind my back? Faced with Lin Yi's barrage of questions, Tong Yi rolled her eyes in annoyance and retorted playfully, "Of course. You wouldn't know. They never taught us such things in school. This knowledge is passed down through the elders in our family." After saying this, she gently shook her head, her demeanor exuding pride. Chapter 122. Just do it. This is the significant advantage offered by having elders in the Lord's world. Thanks to the invaluable experiences accumulated by the previous generation, second-generation individuals like Tong Yi need not stumble blindly through the unknown. Their broad vision and grand perspective allow them to seize opportunities swiftly and gain an advantageous position. In contrast, the unfortunate Lin Yi, alone in this realm filled with uncertainties and challenges, had to rely solely on his own exploration and trial and error. Every step felt precarious, and a single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Thus, as long as you ally with me, you can avoid many unnecessary detours. The Lord's world is a place where risks and opportunities intertwine. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. So, do you now understand how beneficial it is to ally with me? At this moment, Tong Yi radiated with pride. Her tail held high as if it were about to touch the sky. She animatedly patted Lin Yi's shoulder, her words dripping with barely concealed triumph. Since it was an advantage, it was only right to make the most of it. In the present moment, Lin Yi finds himself lacking a crucial piece of information. It is evident to any fool which is of greater significance, the one who shouts 666 beside him or the one who provides assistance in his career. Humph. Now that you have come to understand my importance, why not promptly bow your head to show your sincerity? Do it right here and now. Of course, if bowing is too much to ask, then calling me adoptive father to lift my spirits would suffice. Hee. Although these vital pieces of information did not originate from her own endeavors, having power and influence at home ought not to be squandered. After all, the previous generation toiled tirelessly to create a more favorable and comfortable environment for the next. Witnessing Tong Yi's triumphant expression, Lin Yi's countenance darkened, his lips twitching in agitation as he raised a hand to deliver a sharp rap to her head. It seems you can't distinguish between a king and a pawn. Do not forget, you are currently on my territory. Be wary, lest I confine you to the basement. You still wish for me to address you as adoptive father. Do you believe I could compel you to call out for your daddy in tears? Upon hearing this, Tong Yi's face flushed crimson. She immediately lowered her head, falling silent as if genuinely intimidated. Stupid wooden block. Who would ever call you father? It should be you calling me adoptive father. Seeing Tong Yi finally relent, Lin Yi gazed into the distance at the dilapidated city walls. Suddenly, an emotionless, chilling system notification echoed, declaring that the Lord and combat units had entered the secret realm, and the realm was officially activated. The primary focus of the secret realm was combat. The Lord was instructed to lead the combat units into the town hall, retrieve the token, and clear the secret realm. With the cold, unfeeling announcement, the entire secret realm seemed to awaken instantaneously. The previously tranquil sky, resembling still waters, became animated as dark clouds began to shift ominously, like colossal black dragons swirling through the air. Simultaneously, the stench of decay thickened around them, evoking nausea, as if the realm had been thoroughly enveloped by death and rot. Looking upon the crumbling city walls, Lin Yi noticed dark shadows writhing within, their true forms indistinguishable. Yet the mere outline sent shivers down the spine. "Hey, Lin Yi." Tong Yi, filled with trepidation, stepped closer to him, her petite figure retreating behind him, clutching the hem of his garment as if seeking solace. "Perhaps we should abandon this venture?" She trembled. "Look at this secret realm. It is suffused with the scent of death and decay. Even if we manage to pass through, the dropped blueprints will likely be of little use, utterly incompatible with our current sequence. Moreover, at this juncture, Tong Yi's gaze drifted toward the innocent little soldier girls surrounding them. All your soldiers are but a group of naive children. Is this battle not too cruel for them? I shudder to imagine the consequences should anything go awry." Her fear escalated, threatening to bring her to tears. Her talent lay in the harmonious sequence, following the path of natural life. This secret realm, however, was evidently steeped in death. Furthermore, the soldiers Lin Yi brought along were merely young girls. Even armed, their combat prowess would likely be minimal. Rather than risking their safety for potentially useless blueprints, it would be wiser to retreat altogether. Lin Yi stared with unblinking eyes, coldly regarding the frightened Tong Yi. "Stop pretending. Now that you are aware that my territory is filled with children, do you not see how your current timid demeanor aligns perfectly with theirs? A lord who has survived the novice phase is anything but simple. I doubt you are genuinely afraid. This must be a ruse. Moreover, Lin Yi's gaze swept over the soldiers. Why do you assume my soldiers are weak? TCH. You could at least cooperate a little. You wouldn't block. Tong Yi, exasperated, relinquished her hold on his garment. Her expression turning serious. She raised her head and earnestly addressed him. I am not jesting. The drops from this secret realm will likely be of no use to us. Even if we wish to trade, few would want blueprints from the death or decay sequences, and they would fetch a poor price. If we could pass through unscathed, that would be one thing, but if there are casualties, it would be a grave loss. Tong Yi's intentions were clearly to offer a benevolent warning. While a lord may traverse multiple sequence paths, choices must be made. For instance, life and death are inherently conflicting paths. To attempt both could lead to irreparable consequences. Do you truly wish to risk these adorable children for the sake of 2 blueprints? Her eyes brimmed with compassion. The idea of sending the innocent little girls into danger was utterly unacceptable. Enough, stop speaking. Lin Yi rubbed his forehead, pondering when Tong Yi had become so sanctimonious. He had never noticed before. Do not underestimate my girls. You will soon see them in a new light. With that, Lin Yi dismissed her expression and commanded the soldiers behind him. Target. Town Hall. Move out. 40 soldiers sprang into action. Without further discussion, 30 of them broke from the formation, seizing their weapons and charging toward the breach in the crumbling walls. The remaining 10 encircled Lin Yi and Tong Yi, ensuring their protection. Chapter 123, Enemies in the Secret Realm. Under a pallid gray hue, the shattered city walls loomed like a monstrous beast lurking in the darkness, ready to ensnare its prey. Shadows of indeterminate objects flitted between the shadows atop the walls, seemingly poised to strike with deadly precision at the opportune moment. Lin Yi, Tong Yi, and the soldiers stood a mere 500 meters from the walls, a distance easily covered by the trained soldiers. Alert! A soldier called softly, prompting the 30 soldiers charging ahead to slow their pace as they neared the walls. In that instant, a rusted arrow, shimmering ominously, hurtled through the air like lightning. The leading soldier, sharp-eyed as a hawk, deftly tilted her head aside, her movements swift and precise. The arrow whizzed past her cheek, barely missing her. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the sharp crack of gunfire erupted. The soldiers raised their weapons and without hesitation fired 3 shots toward the incoming arrow. The first 2 bullets were successfully deflected by some form of protective gear, yet the last shot struck true, hitting its mark. Identify the target, open fire. With that command, a rain of arrows descended from the walls, dozens of them like a tempest unleashed upon those below. However, almost simultaneously, the soldiers below did not hesitate to pull the trigger, and a cacophony of gunfire erupted abruptly. The disparity in strength between the 2 factions was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. The arrows from the age of cold weapons appeared utterly impotent and fragile when confronted with modern firearms. 30 well-trained soldiers descended upon the battlefield like gods of war, their movements agile and graceful. To them, the rain of arrows soaring from the city walls seemed to slow down, as if time itself had decelerated. With merely a slight shift of their feet or a sidestep, they effortlessly evaded these assaults. In stark contrast, the unidentified enemies atop the walls found themselves ensnared in desperation. The soldiers wielded semi-automatic rifles, which, although not the most cutting-edge weaponry, still propelled bullets at a staggering velocity of several hundred meters per second. Such astonishing firing speed rendered the foes on the walls incapable of mounting any effective countermeasures within the blink of an eye. In mere seconds, the soldiers executed a round of 3-shot bursts, and the once overwhelming rain of arrows vanished into silence. Advance! With a furious shout from the commander, the soldiers swiftly retracted their weapons and adjusted their formation, marching with synchronized and resolute steps toward the breach in the city wall. As they approached the gaping hole, tension gripped them. They stood poised, cautiously preparing to traverse the shattered barrier. Yet, at that very moment, an eerie roar, reminiscent of demons from the depths of hell, shattered the stillness, echoing through the air. In an instant, a ghastly figure, its visage enough to instill terror, leapt from the towering walls like a cannonball, its speed akin to lightning streaking across the night sky. This figure charged directly at the soldiers below, as if intent on tearing everything in its path to shreds. Tat tat tat. In the face of such a sudden onslaught, the soldiers exhibited extraordinary composure and courage. They swiftly raised their weapons, pulling the triggers without hesitation. A tempest of gunfire erupted, bullets whistling like raindrops, slamming into the charging figure with tremendous force. A resounding boom filled the air as the figure faltered mid-air, violently deflected by the overwhelming firepower, before crashing heavily to the ground. Roar! With the first figure's fall, before anyone could catch their breath, a series of thunderous roars erupted from the walls. Subsequently, more terrifying figures emerged one after another, each one more grotesque than the last, leaping off the walls and lunging at the soldiers with claws bared. Nevertheless, the trained soldiers remained unflustered. They maintained heightened vigilance and executed their counterattacks in an orderly fashion. The relentless gunfire continued, bullets raining down like a tempest, accurately striking the advancing figures. Despite the ferocity of these apparitions, they succumbed to the soldiers' precise and fierce shooting, collapsing one by one, momentarily incapacitated. What on earth are these abominations? Absolutely revolting. Once the soldiers discerned the true nature of the attacking monstrosities, their expressions contorted in disgust. These creatures were grotesquely deformed. Their rusted armor concealing decayed, desiccated corpses, and even their weapons were corroded. The stench emanating from their blackened, withered bodies was nauseating, as if every inch of their skin oozed putrid pus. Merely casting a glance at them sent shivers of repulsion down their spines. Be cautious. These things seem not yet dead, a sharp-eyed soldier exclaimed, her gaze fixed anxiously on a creature that appeared lifeless. At that moment, one of the monsters twitched its fingers slightly. Although the movement was imperceptible, it did not escape the soldier's keen eye. Instantly, the soldiers braced themselves for an impending threat. Gripping their weapons tightly, their focus aimed at the grotesque bodies sprawled across the ground. Could it be that even with their heads smashed, they still refused to die? Just how resilient are they? Another soldier murmured incredulously, clearly finding it hard to believe. They had previously unleashed wave after wave of fierce attacks on these creatures, inflicting damage that should have been fatal. Yet now, the evidence lay before them. These monsters seemed to possess extraordinary vitality. As uncertainty hung in the air, several of the severely wounded creatures that had been lying motionless suddenly sprang to life, leaping towards one of the soldiers with astonishing speed. Get away! The unfortunate soldier, chosen as the target, was paralyzed with fear, unable to react in time. She instinctively kicked out in a desperate attempt to defend herself. With a sharp crack, the kick severed the monster in two. Yet, horrifically, even in two pieces, the creature's upper and lower halves continued to crawl toward her with unwavering determination. As if summoned by some arcane force, with the first monster resurrected and attacking, the other seemingly lifeless creatures began to stir as well. They rose from the ground like undead fiends from the depths of hell, their heads in tatters, with brain matter spilling forth, yet they resolutely stood up, swaying as they advanced toward the soldiers. Meanwhile, more rustling sounds and roars echoed from the walls above. Chapter 124, You Haven't Asked. In the distance, Tong Yi and Lin Yi observed the unfolding battle with rapt attention. They watched helplessly as the soldiers became embroiled in a relentless struggle against the undead monstrosities. Waves of these creatures surged down from the walls, while the soldiers persistently repelled their advances. Although the monsters had yet to breach the soldiers' defenses, inflicting harm, it was evident to any discerning eye that the relentless assault from the undead continued unabated, while the soldiers' ammunition was steadily depleting. If this prolonged, the moment the soldiers ran out of ammunition, they would be unable to fend off the encroaching horde. Tong Yi let out a derisive laugh, gleefully addressing Lin Yi. See? I told you, conquering this secret realm is a thankless task. Relying solely on firearms to combat these undead is utterly insufficient. Don't be under the illusion that just because you have access to advanced technology and firearms, you can dominate. While firearms are indeed formidable, encountering a realm that disregards them is a harsh lesson. Tong Yi patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, her expression one of deep concern. You should understand now. While there's still time, you ought to withdraw your soldiers. Otherwise, when the ammunition runs dry, those poor souls will suffer the consequences. With that, she sighed dramatically, muttering strange phrases about ignoring the advice of the wise. In contrast, Lin Yi maintained his composure, remaining unfazed even as he witnessed the soldiers being steadily pressured by the onslaught of monsters. He cast a glance at Tong Yi, his eyes gleaming with the anticipation of a spectator eager for the unfolding drama. Is that so? I beg to differ, Lin Yi responded, arms crossed, as he ambled towards the front lines, unfazed by the undead monstrosities lurking nearby, shielded by his soldiers. I have unwavering faith in my troops, just as they place their trust in me. He gestured towards the soldiers surrounding them and addressed Tong Yi. Do you perceive any hint of fear in their eyes? Tong Yi's expression shifted as she scrutinized the soldiers. Indeed, she found no reverence for death reflected in their gazes. Rather, their eyes sparkled with an eagerness for battle, a fervent restlessness. Such expressions she had only witnessed in her most loyal subjects, and those were few in number within her domain. Stunned and incredulous, she directed her gaze towards Lin Yi, her voice piercingly sharp. Pray, do not tell me that all your soldiers possess unwavering loyalty. The concept of a fully loyal troop is entirely distinct from that of one lacking in loyalty. Yet, soon her dissatisfaction deepened, and she regarded Lin Yi as though he were squandering invaluable resources. We must withdraw at once. Cultivating loyalty is no simple feat, You cannot recklessly sacrifice fully loyal soldiers. It is simply not worth it. Were it not for the fact that these were Lin Yi's soldiers, who obeyed only his commands, she would have commanded an immediate retreat herself. Setting aside the fact that these soldiers were a delightful cohort of young girls, their loyalty alone made it unacceptable to use them as cannon fodder. Patience. The performance has only just begun. Lin Yi flashed a sly smile at Tong Yi. Truth be told, he felt a sense of delight within, eagerly anticipating her next reaction. Did you think my reliance lay in firearms? No. My true reliance rests upon this extraordinary cadre of young girls. As Tong Yi's bewildered gaze lingered on him, Lin Yi turned to issue a command to one of the soldiers. Inform the front lines to conserve ammunition. If bullets cannot vanquish these creatures, we shall dismantle them directly. Can they still move without a head? Then we shall continue disassembling them until they can no longer stir. His voice was resolute, imbued with a casual indifference that belied the gravity of his orders. Wait, don't. Just as Tong Yi prepared to voice her concerns, the soldier receiving the command responded promptly. Yes, my lord. In an instant, the soldier broke away from the formation with an extraordinary speed, covering several hundred meters in mere seconds to reach the front lines. How absurd. Tong Yi's voice finally caught up with her thoughts. What did you just say? Lin Yi turned, feigning ignorance, his expression one of mock bewilderment as he gazed at the shocked Tong Yi. Observing her disintegrating composure brought him immense joy. At that moment, Tong Yi was too astonished to focus on Lin Yi. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the soldier disappear into the distance, her speed so remarkable that her eyes struggled to keep pace. Finally, she turned stiffly to Lin Yi. What was that? Huh? Lin Yi pretended to be oblivious, his face adorned with a look of confusion. What do you mean? The mirth in his tone was unmistakable. I mean, what just transpired? Tong Yi felt as though she might burst from the strain of her incredulity. What had she just witnessed? A young girl traversing hundreds of meters in mere seconds. Such speed, it could only be attributed to a soldier of extraordinary prowess. But Lin Yi was not of the technological lineage, and she had not observed any signs of modification on the soldiers. What on earth was happening? Lin Yi shrugged nonchalantly. Did I not tell you? Never underestimate these girls. Who can blame them for your persistent disbelief? But you never mentioned they were this formidable. This is beyond comprehension. Tong Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice trembling from sheer astonishment. What kind of lineage do you belong to? She felt as though she had plunged into an absurdly surreal dream, everything appearing so illusory and unreal. Meanwhile, on the battlefield's other side, the soldiers arrived at the front lines with the swiftness of a tempest. Their movements were lithe and agile, demonstrating their well-honed expertise. Upon arrival, they promptly conveyed Lin Yi's orders with precision to each individual. In an instant, upon hearing the command, all soldiers executed their orders without hesitation. They swiftly and uniformly stowed their firearms into their backpacks, then reached into their packs. In the blink of an eye, an array of dazzling heavy weaponry emerged. These weapons varied greatly, some resembling formidable cannons, while others took the form of glistening battle axes. Fully prepared for any potential complexities the battlefield might present, the soldiers had indeed come equipped with an extensive arsenal. Their gear extended far beyond the commonly known conventional weaponry. Possessing a comprehensive array of skills was merely the foundational requirement. Additionally, they had considered every conceivable scenario, resulting in an assortment of diverse items within their packs. Upon opening their backpacks, one could see them filled not only with advanced weaponry, but also an assortment of practical auxiliary tools. For instance, durable ropes that could aid the soldiers in scaling steep mountains or traversing bottomless chasms, robust and sharp climbing picks capable of cleaving through hard rock or frozen earth, compact yet powerful flintstones that could ignite a campfire for warmth or signal for help at critical moments, and various tools for gathering supplies, such as knives and shovels. In essence, anything that might prove useful was meticulously packed into their seemingly small, yet astonishingly capacious backpacks. After all, having one more preparation equated to one more assurance, for no one could predict the unexpected perils that might arise at any moment. Indeed, these meticulously prepared supplies would soon prove invaluable. Among the multitude of soldiers, the leader was particularly striking. Without uttering a word, she extracted an enormous hammer from her backpack. The hammer's head measured over 20 centimeters in diameter, appearing incredibly heavy, and merely holding it imparted an unparalleled sense of strength. At a height of 1.20 meters, paired with this colossal war hammer, the sight was nothing short of amusing. Chapter 125. The warm-up is far from over. She swung the massive hammer, standing at a slightly elevated position at the breach in the city wall, taking in the entire battlefield. Her clear voice resonated across the combat zone. Comrades, today, before she could finish, a spiked mace, slicing through the air with a whistling sound, struck down a creature lunging at her. Oh yeah, home run. A soldier girl cheered, before curiously glancing at the soldier still wielding the giant hammer. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Were you saying something just now? Sorry, could you repeat that? I didn't catch it. She then playfully stuck out her tongue. The hammer-wielding soldier swallowed hard, glancing back at the monster, now a mere pulp from the blows of the spiked club. As beads of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. You nearly struck me just now, she exclaimed. Ah, my apologies. I thought you hadn't noticed that creature. So I merely took the liberty of dispatching it for you. Surely, you wouldn't want to be tainted by such repugnant things, would you? Should I then express my gratitude? No need, no need. We are simply helping one another. At that moment, another monster leapt down from the city wall. Its sights set squarely on the soldier with the spiked club. A thunderous crash echoed through the air. Without hesitation, the hammer-wielding soldier swung her massive iron hammer with tremendous force, the blow aimed directly at the creature. The strike was swift and imbued with astonishing power, whistling past the club soldier's cheek with a fierce wind, and accurately striking the monster. In an instant, blood and entrails erupted forth, the creature's body exploding under the immense impact, dissolving into a cloud of crimson mist that filled the air. Well then, we are even now, the hammer-wielding soldier huffed, a hint of satisfaction tugging at the corners of her mouth. She intended to turn and seek her next target, but was taken aback to discover that the battle was nearing its conclusion. The once overwhelming tide of monsters had dwindled to a mere handful, the fierce combat drawing to a close in such a brief span of time. The total count of the attacking creatures was merely 70 to 80, evenly distributed among the soldiers, allowing each to contend with no more than 2 or 3 at most. Yet, despite their limited numbers, these monsters proved to be exceptionally troublesome. Initially, the firearms wielded by the soldiers inflicted negligible damage upon them, as if the creatures possessed an undying essence, rendering ordinary bullets incapable of their complete annihilation. Fortunately, the soldiers promptly adapted their strategy, resorting to bludgeons as their weapons of choice. Coupled with the soldiers' innate strength, even a gentle tap with a blunt weapon was sufficient to shatter these monsters into fragments. The breach in the city wall was a scene of utter chaos, smeared with the blood and flesh of the monsters, a sight that was truly gruesome. A closer examination revealed that most of these marks were left by soldiers forcefully slamming the creatures against the wall. More chilling still, despite the monsters' bodies being grotesquely mutilated, their severed limbs continued to writhe and struggle, seemingly unwilling to relinquish their fight. How astonishing that they still cling to life in such a state, a soldier remarked, crushing one of the writhing appendages underfoot, her eyes reflecting a mix of disbelief and disdain. Witnessing this, the other soldiers quickly emulated her actions, ruthlessly raising their weapons and smashing down upon the twitching remnants, accompanied by the bone-chilling crunch of bones and the splatter of blood. These limbs were reduced to mere pools of gore and viscera. Enough. Cease your actions. Leave 5 to thoroughly inspect the walls for any stragglers, while the rest of you follow me. The hammer-wielding soldier commanded, her voice resonating like thunder in the air. As soon as she finished speaking, 5 soldiers sprang into action, leaping nimbly towards the shattered sections of the wall. They moved cautiously, their eyes sharp as hawks, leaving no corner unexamined for lurking foes, diligently searching for any remaining threats. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers marched closely behind the hammer-wielding soldier, their strides synchronized and powerful as they advanced further into the city. Upon entering, the first sight that greeted them was a stretch of low, dilapidated ruins near the city wall, riddled with cracks. The air was thick with a pungent, rancid odor, as if the stench had seeped deeply into every stone. Over 20 soldiers traversed the desolate streets without fear, heads held high, exuding an air of confidence. Whenever a monster unexpectedly emerged from the shadows, they would effortlessly swipe their arms, reducing it to nothing more than a thin, paper-like remnant. These creatures did not even have time to utter a cry before meeting their demise. Their ultimate objective lay at the heart of this mysterious realm, a towering edifice that soared into the clouds. From a distance, it resembled a majestic mountain, imparting an overwhelming sense of dread. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Tong Yi, flanked by several soldiers in a protective formation, finally arrived at the precarious breach in the wall. However, Tong Yi appeared lost in thought, her mind seemingly adrift in the ethereal realms far above. Who could fathom the astonishing spectacle she had just witnessed? A group of diminutive, adorable girls, scarcely over a meter tall, had miraculously produced an array of enormous and formidable weapons from seemingly nowhere. These heavy armaments, typically wielded by seasoned warriors, were now deftly handled by these seemingly fragile young maidens. As the deafening booms echoed through the air, the once feared undead creatures, which instilled terror in countless hearts, were shattered to pieces under the relentless barrage of the little girls' assaults, some even ground to a pulp. The scene unfolding before Tong Yi was a complete upheaval of all her prior beliefs, and imaginings. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the valiant little heroines. How is this possible? Is this still the low-tier world I know? Tong Yi felt her worldview being challenged like never before. Lin Yi, please tell me this must be a dream. She grasped Lin Yi's arm tightly, her body trembling slightly, her face a mask of incredulity and profound shock. In response to Tong Yi's uncharacteristic display, Lin Yi could only shake his head in resignation, letting out a soft sigh. Can you not discern whether this is reality or not? Have I not repeatedly warned you not to underestimate them? And yet, it seems my words fell on deaf ears. Chapter 126. No Escape. Lin Yi shook his head gently, then resolutely continued his march towards the magnificent and colossal structure at the heart of the mysterious realm. In truth, he could empathize to some extent with the tumultuous emotions swirling within Tong Yi, reflecting on his own initial foray into the lordly world. He had been equally astonished by the rapid and extraordinary growth of these young girls, much like Tong Yi was now. However, unlike her, he had witnessed their gradual development firsthand. Initially, their attributes had merely hovered in the low dozens, but after a month of steady growth and adaptation, they had surged to a remarkable 300 points. It was precisely this month-long period of acclimatization that had allowed him to grow accustomed to such phenomena. Tong Yi, however, was experiencing an entirely different reality. She appeared as a stranger who had abruptly entered this peculiar world, and upon her arrival, she was instantly confronted with the sight of perfectly developed little Lolis. This unexpected visual impact struck her heart, which had yet to fully prepare itself. Like a bolt from the blue, had she been afforded the opportunity to grow alongside these little Lolis, perhaps the force of this shock would not have been so overwhelming. In essence, the current state of affairs can be attributed to Tong Yi's limited exposure to such scenes in her daily life, rendering her momentarily unable to bear such a profound astonishment. However, there is no cause for concern. I believe that with more opportunities for contact and deeper understanding, she will gradually acclimatize and ultimately become indifferent to such sights. Indeed, all she requires is a little time. For now, she simply cannot accept it. Meanwhile, within this enigmatic city, the soldiers who had arrived before Lin Yi were engaged in a swift and fervent sweep throughout the urban expanse. They darted through the streets and alleys like lightning, leaving no corner unexamined in their pursuit of potential hidden foes. For these soldiers, it was only through battle that they found such relentless enthusiasm. As they delved deeper into the exploration, the spectrum of their encounters broadened, and the nature of their adversaries began to exhibit subtle changes. The enemies within this city could be broadly categorized into two types. One comprised of various undead creatures clad in tattered, rusted armor, wielding common weapons such as swords and bows. The other appeared more peculiar, these undead monsters lacking any form of protective gear, empty-handed, and seemingly devoid of substantial weaponry. At first glance, these two types of monsters seemed indistinguishable, the only notable difference being that one resembled armed soldiers while the other bore the semblance of ordinary civilians. However, for the charming and valiant loli warriors, the threat posed by either type of monster was, in reality, quite similar, and even less daunting when compared to the city's complex and ever-changing terrain. When confronted by monsters, they not only had to remain vigilant against enemy attacks, but also exercise caution in their own strikes, for excessive force could easily wreak havoc upon the surrounding landscape. Boom. Boom. The sound of collapses echoed from various corners of the city, consequences of a soldier's momentary lapse in restraint. Indeed, Lin Yi strode with measured steps along the wide path carved by the soldiers, acutely aware of the curious glances cast upon him by Tong Yi. Yet, he felt compelled to maintain an air of calm, treating it all as perfectly ordinary. After all, this city lay in ruins, as if it had endured countless wars and calamities. Even if it were to suffer further destruction, the situation could hardly worsen. This city, concealed within the secret realm, was not particularly large. By mere area, it could be considered slightly larger than an ordinary town. Consequently, within just over 10 minutes, Lin Yi and his companions arrived before the most striking edifice in the city. This was a magnificent stone structure, its massive form resembling a slumbering behemoth resting upon the ground. The passage of time had etched deep and shallow scars upon its surface, those mottled marks seemingly narrating tales of past glory and grandeur. Upon closer inspection, one could still faintly discern some indistinct murals on the stone walls, though the relentless erosion of time had rendered these images nearly unrecognizable. Before this structure lay a plaza expansive enough to rival a football field, in the center of which stood a heap of severely damaged rubble, chaotically piled and resembling a forsaken hillock. Lin Yi led the group in a slow circuit around this mysterious building, seeking an entrance. Yet, to their disappointment, they found nothing. Ultimately, they were left to linger in the plaza, racking their brains for a strategy. It seemed that certain conditions must be met to unlock this place, though the specifics remained elusive. After surveying the surroundings, Tong Yi decisively stated, "It appears we need something more." With that, she approached the pile of rubble in the plaza, eager to uncover any clues. Meanwhile, Lin Yi dispatched the nearby soldiers to search for hints, ensuring they did not stray too far. For the city was teeming with undead creatures. Though the Lolis appeared to handle them with ease, he himself doubted he could contend with even one, armed with a mere firearm. Thankfully, the openness of the plaza afforded them a clear line of sight, allowing for timely support should danger arise. "Have you found anything?" Just then, after sending the soldiers out, Lin Yi spotted Tong Yi enthusiastically collecting fragments of stone from the plaza, her demeanor radiating joy. "Lin Yi, these stones are of 2-star quality. We've struck it rich," she exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she continued to gather the debris. 2-star materials? Lin Yi paused momentarily, but his enthusiasm waned. For him, 2-star materials held little allure, as he was already preoccupied with numerous small objectives, rendering any modest sum of gold inconsequential. "Is that a lot? It would be better to let the warehouse Lolis hunt for resources." Chapter 127, The Faith Realm. Ignoring the exuberant Tong Yi, Lin Yi scanned his surroundings and soon discovered a relatively quiet corner with a broad view. He made his way there and stood still, slightly narrowing his eyes as thoughts surged through his mind like a tide. According to the previous hints provided by the system, was it necessary to eliminate all hidden enemies to successfully unlock the mysterious entrance to the town hall? Contemplating this, Lin Yi furrowed his brow, pondering whether such a requirement was overly stringent and unreasonable. After all, the number of combat units permitted within this secret realm was a mere 40. Even counting the 2 lords in their party, they amounted to only 42 individuals. Yet, throughout this city, countless terrifying undead creatures roamed, formidable in number and strength. If a squad of lords were to arrive, the disparity in combat capability would be astronomical. Moreover, the information currently at hand indicated that this was merely a lower-tier secret realm. Even if they managed to clear it successfully, the rewards would likely consist of only basic-tier buildings. To penetrate the entire secret realm with such limited manpower and resources is a feat that seems insurmountable, unless everyone possesses a charm akin to his own. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone else to achieve such a task. The rewards certainly do not correlate with the effort required. Yet, just as Lin Yi was on the verge of dismissing this seemingly impractical notion, he suddenly realized that the situation might not be as straightforward as it appeared. The system's imposition of such arduous task conditions indicated that behind this apparent deadlock, there must exist certain crucial factors or ingenious solutions that he had overlooked. If he could discover that breakthrough point, perhaps all challenges would dissolve effortlessly. "Lin Yi, come quickly. Look at what I've found." Just as Lin Yi was deeply engrossed in contemplating how to navigate this enigmatic secret realm, he was abruptly jolted back to reality by Tong Yi's exuberant exclamation. His train of thought was instantly severed, akin to a kite whose string has been cut. As he turned towards the direction of her voice, what he saw left him utterly astonished. The small stones that had been scattered across the square were now meticulously gathered together by Tong Yi. Even more astonishingly, with the clearing of these stones, the secret hidden beneath them was now unveiled to everyone. "Lin Yi, come look. Could this be the key clue we have been desperately seeking?" Tong Yi exclaimed with palpable excitement, circling the stone platform in the center of the square, while occasionally leaning in closely to examine the exquisite murals adorning it. Indeed, within what seemed to be an unremarkable pile of stones lay a sizable stone platform concealed beneath. To be honest, Lin Yi had been entirely unaware of its existence until now. This platform stood over 3 meters high, with a surface area presenting a square shape of approximately 4 to 5 meters in width. Had it not been for Tong Yi's diligent and meticulous effort to clear away the surrounding debris, it would have been nearly impossible for anyone to conceive that such a unique structure lay hidden beneath the inconspicuous rubble. "Have you discovered something?" Without hesitation, Lin Yi strode purposefully towards the mysterious stone platform. At that moment, Tong Yi, who had been following closely behind, suddenly appeared to sense a significant clue. She lifted her head abruptly, her gaze fixated intently on the stone platform. Her demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness, her beautiful eyes locking onto the platform as if she were trying to penetrate its surface to uncover its hidden truths. Under Lin Yi's curious gaze, her expression underwent a subtle transformation. The tension in her features relaxed, only to be replaced by a hint of bashfulness and embarrassment. "I'm so sorry. It seems I was mistaken earlier. I initially thought this place was either a realm filled with the ominous aura of death or one rife with decay and corruption. But in reality, it appears to be a sanctuary of faith," Tong Yi confessed, somewhat sheepishly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a slight jolt of surprise. A wave of perplexity washing over him. He instinctively turned his gaze towards the exquisite murals on the platform, hoping to glean some insight. Previously, Tong Yi had firmly asserted that this realm belonged to either the death or corruption sequence, leading him to accept her judgment without question. Yet now she had so swiftly altered her perspective, which surely indicated that she had made an astonishing new discovery upon the platform. A sanctuary of faith? Now that is quite unexpected, Lin Yi murmured, continuing to scrutinize the murals, eager to understand what imagery could have prompted Tong Yi to arrive at such a conclusion. Tong Yi nodded gently, her expression serious. However, within her beautiful eyes, there lingered an unmistakable hint of embarrassment. After all, she had just resolutely declared her previous assumptions as absolute. Who could have anticipated that she would so quickly have to retract her words? This abrupt reversal was indeed somewhat disorienting. Nevertheless, Tong Yi soon composed herself and began to elaborate on the content depicted in the murals and the profound meanings they might harbor. Look here. She pointed her delicate finger steadily at the mural on the ancient stone platform. The platform, having endured countless storms and the passage of time, bore the marks of wear and weathering. Yet astonishingly, the murals retained a glimpse of their original splendor. Following Tong Yi's gesture, Lin Yi's gaze swiftly locked onto the mural imbued with mystery. He examined it closely, and within moments, he grasped the general essence of the artwork. The mural appeared to depict a group of people dancing around a flame. Could this imagery conceal some special significance? Lin Yi furrowed his brow, his face a mask of confusion as he inquired of Tong Yi beside him. Though they had studied the characteristics of various sequences at school, the unique and complex nature of sequences made it challenging to distinguish accurately, especially for those involving the mysterious aspect. For most people, without the invaluable insights provided by special channels like Tong Yi's familial connections, identifying these enigmatic sequences was akin to scaling a daunting peak. At that moment, Tong Yi resolutely declared, "No, this is not an ordinary dance scene. It is a solemn and reverent sacrificial ritual." Her tone was unwavering and confident, as if she had already unraveled the secrets hidden behind the mural. Chapter 128. Is it really necessary to complicate something as simple as opening a door? So what does this mean? Lin Yi maintained an unusually calm demeanor, crossing his arms as his deep-set eyes mirrored Tong Yi's graceful silhouette. How does this relate to opening the great door? He asked slowly, his tone as tranquil as still water, as though all of this bore no relevance to him. In truth, he had little interest in which sequence this so-called secret realm belonged to. For him, regardless of the realm, acquiring precious blueprints was more than sufficient. It is crucial to note that he was unlike other lords. What others might dismiss as trifling or worthless blueprints, once they fell into his hands, regardless of their sequence or apparent utility, would transform into entities equivalent to extraordinary heroic units. While other lords might scoff at certain specific sequence blueprints, deeming them utterly useless, Lin Yi never engaged in such selective disdain. Even blueprints that did not pertain to any sequence, if they came into his possession, could yield an additional extraordinary unit, which he deemed a splendid gain. Moreover, the most significant point lies in the fact that there is absolutely no need to worry that these extraordinary units summoned from the blueprints would harbor thoughts of rebellion, akin to the subjects. After all, the adage "everything can be a rabbit" is not merely a casual saying, but rather a truth validated through experience. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Tong Yi couldn't help but display an expression of excitement, raising her voice to exclaim, "How could you not have realized this? If this truly is a faith sequence, then even if the quality of the fallen blueprints is somewhat inferior, it would still be vastly superior to the sequences of death and decay. After all, even if it proves utterly useless to us, its market value when sold externally would undoubtedly surpass that of the blueprints produced by the first two sequences." It must be noted that the faith sequence can be deemed a relatively positive and constructive sequence. Although its maximum potential may not be particularly high, it serves as an exceptional means of preserving life in critical moments. Furthermore, I believe that the method to unlock this great door is likely intricately connected to these murals. Could it be that to successfully open this door, we must hold a grand sacrificial ceremony? Lin Yi couldn't help but ponder aloud. I think that might indeed be the case. Tong Yi confidently nodded, her expression mirroring that of a hero who shares a similar vision. Without hesitation, she grasped Lin Yi's arm tightly and hurriedly led him to another position on the stone platform. "Hey, look over here." Tong Yi excitedly pointed towards a mural on another wall, urging Lin Yi to come see. "Look, the murals we saw earlier depict a group of people fervently engaged in a sacrificial ceremony. Meanwhile, this mural here meticulously records how to properly open the tightly shut door before us." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi quickly focused his gaze in the direction Tong Yi indicated, his eyes locking onto the enigmatic mural. As expected, The mural here, having endured the ravages of time and the elements, exhibited severe weathering. Nonetheless, through the mottled remnants, he could still faintly discern an image, a magnificent structure strikingly similar to the one behind it, surrounded by a group of devout individuals kneeling in reverence. With their acts of worship, the tightly shut door began to slowly creak open. At the center of the door stood a figure, shrouded in a veil of mysterious mist, rendering its true visage indiscernible. What nonsense is this? Are we really expected to kneel like those depicted in the mural? Lin Yi exclaimed in vehement opposition. As a man of stature, he firmly believed that a true gentleman ought to stand tall, kneeling only before heaven, the earth, and his parents. The thought of bowing before some unknown entity was an insurmountable challenge for him. Seeing Lin Yi's resolute stance, Tong Yi became as restless as an ant on a hot pan, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I never said you had to actually kneel." Perhaps only in this way can we activate the mechanism of this building's door. Thus, whether we kneel or not is not the crux of the matter. The key lies in how we conduct the ceremony. She quietly mused, wondering why Lin Yi, who usually appeared quite astute, suddenly became so obstinate at this critical juncture, fixated on such a trivial point. Faced with Tong Yi's earnest persuasion, Lin Yi remained silent for a considerable time. Ultimately, he resolutely shook his head, indicating his unwillingness to compromise. Forget it, this is too troublesome, and who knows if the ceremony is genuinely effective. Moreover, this is a realm of faith. Who can predict what consequences a ceremony might invoke? Naturally, Lin Yi was unwilling to partake in a senseless ritual, uncertain of potential traps hidden within. Furthermore, judging by the previous monstrous appearances, it was evident that these creatures had once been soldiers and subjects of this realm. If soldiers and subjects had transformed into such terrifying forms, the ceremony was bound to harbor pitfalls. Don't you desire the blueprints? Or do you have a better plan? Tong Yi, seeing Lin Yi's refusal of her proposal, ceased her insistence and continued to examine the murals on the other two sides of the stone platform. Unfortunately, the murals on the other sides were so weathered that it was impossible to discern their contents. Left with no insights, Tong Yi returned to stand beside Lin Yi. "Fear not, I have a plan." At that moment, Lin Yi revealed a confident smile that suggested he had everything under control. He then retrieved a signal device from his backpack. With the modernization of the buildings in his territory, it was only natural that some contemporary items could be produced. For instance, the signal device in his hand served as a short-range communication tool. Without hesitation, Lin Yi sent out a summons to the soldiers still sweeping through the city. Since they had already reached the municipal building, the monsters elsewhere in the city were of little consequence. The system's task was to retrieve the token from the municipal building, not to eradicate the monsters throughout the city. Previously, there had been no need to recall the soldiers, but now was clearly the time for them to mobilize. At that very moment, the soldiers active in the city received Lin Yi's signal and, without a second thought, abandoned their imminent targets, converging towards Lin Yi's position. Chapter 129, Destroy it. My lord, Lord brother, my lord. One by one, agile soldiers came rushing from all directions of the city like arrows released from their bows. Their speed was astonishing, as if a gust of wind had swept past, and in the blink of an eye, they had gathered together. Before long, a full 40 soldiers stood in neat formation before Lin Yi, having completed their assembly. Although these soldiers bore no visible wounds, each of their garments was more or less stained with grime and dirt, clearly the marks left from their fierce encounters with the monsters. However, what was astonishing was that their faces bore no signs of fatigue. Instead, they appeared eager and ready for more, as if the recent battle had merely served as a warm-up, not allowing them to fully unleash their prowess. Witnessing these 40 spirited young soldier girls, Lin Yi felt a surge of ambition swell within him. His gaze instantly hardened, becoming as resolute as steel. He then raised his right hand high, gesturing forcefully forward while loudly proclaiming, "Tear down that building." Until now, Lin Yi and his companions had been searching for clues to unlock the door of this mysterious structure. Yet after much effort, they had yielded nothing. At this moment, he decided to abandon the so-called rules of the realm. Since the conventional methods had proven fruitless, why not resort to the most direct and forceful approach of demolition? After all, often when conventional paths fail, taking an unconventional route can be a wise choice. As the saying goes, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, a simple truth understood by all. Indeed, upon receiving the command, 40 robust and agile soldiers exhibited no hesitation, swiftly springing into action. They adeptly extracted an array of heavy and intricate tools from their packs, such as colossal hammers, razor-sharp chainsaws, and powerful drills. Then, like a swarm of agitated bees, they rushed towards the nearby structure with fervor, each individual brimming with enthusiasm, seemingly poised for a vigorous endeavor. Standing aside, Tong Yi was taken aback by this scene, her mouth agape in astonishment, unable to close it for a while. Her lips trembled slightly as she stammered, "Is this the method you spoke of?" Clearly, the unfolding events surpassed her wildest imagination. Tong Yi could never have anticipated that Lin Yi's so-called solution would be such a straightforward and brutal approach, to demolish the building entirely. Shouldn't it involve a cerebral storm? Engaging in complex contemplation to uncover clues that would unlock the door? This was undeniably excessive. Must every similar situation in the future be handled with such extreme measures? Wasn't this akin to cheating? Yet, just as Tong Yi pondered these thoughts, Lin Yi's blunt words pierced through her reverie. "Well, what would you suggest? Do you have any better ideas aside from this? Are we really expected to engage in laborious and exhausting sacrificial rituals like those depicted in murals?" He concluded with a sharp glare at Tong Yi, expressing his dissatisfaction with her skepticism. Taken aback by Lin Yi's retort, Tong Yi momentarily found herself at a loss for words, unable to counter his argument. However, at the same instant, a spark of insight illuminated her mind, and her previously rigid thoughts, clouded by shock and confusion, began to stir with activity. Indeed, if she were faced with such a conundrum, she might struggle to conceive a more effective solution. Perhaps, at times, resorting to seemingly radical or even violent methods could indeed expedite the achievement of objectives. With this realization, Tong Yi found herself harboring a newfound admiration for Lin Yi. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had shifted his focus entirely onto the soldiers fervently dismantling the structure. Observing the 40 diminutive yet remarkably powerful soldiers wielding various tools, collaborating harmoniously to dismantle the colossal edifice before them, the spectacle was both magnificent and somewhat amusing. Until that moment, Lin Yi had never witnessed such an extraordinary sight. Destruction, it seemed, was always far easier than construction, especially when confronted with a group of superhuman soldiers, each possessing attributes exceeding 300 points. Sounds of clanging, buzzing, and rumbling reverberated in a cacophony, as the once towering structure crumbled like fragile sandcastles beneath the soldiers' relentless efforts. Notably, each soldier had undergone specialized training in resource collection, enabling them to extract not only substantial, but also uniformly shaped stones, which, without further processing, could be utilized as high-quality building materials. Even more astonishing was that all the disassembled stones were of superior quality, classified as 2-star materials. Although at that moment, such 2-star materials seemed to hold little more value than being exchanged for gold coins, they nonetheless promised a significant additional income. With a resounding crash, mere minutes later, the formidable door of the building, immensely thick and sturdy, succumbed to the burden and collapsed with a thunderous roar. The fall of this door symbolized the dawn of victory, signaling that the passage to traverse this secret realm was on the verge of being fully opened. Roar! At that moment, a tremendous growl emanated from the doorway. The sound resonated like thunder, rolling forth from the dark abyss behind the door, deep and deafening, as if it could petrify the very soul. Almost simultaneously, as the door crashed down, a howl filled with endless anguish, malicious curses, and raging fury erupted. The voice, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell, sent chills down the spine and instilled fear. Immediately, an aura of terror surged forth like a tidal wave, swiftly enveloping the entire space. This chilling atmosphere, laden with the scent of death and destruction, caused everyone present to involuntarily gasp in shock. Could there truly be a boss lurking within? Lin Yi's heart raced. His gaze sharpened like lightning as he peered into the pitch-black doorway. Within that profound darkness, a colossal figure, towering over 3 meters, began to emerge, stepping forth with a heavy tread. With each step, the ground trembled slightly, as if even the earth feared this terrifying presence. As the enormous silhouette drew closer to the entrance, its outline gradually became discernible. However, shrouded in shadow, onlookers could only faintly make out its tattered flesh and ancient armor. Rusted and in disrepair, the flesh appeared as though it had been torn apart by some monstrous force, bloodied and grotesque. The armor, dilapidated and decaying, was stained with splotches of blood and unknown filth. Simultaneously, the air thickened with a rancid stench, reminiscent of countless decaying corpses piled together, eliciting nausea and a sense of suffocation. Chapter 130, Instant Kill. Enemy attack. Form ranks. The shout resonated like thunder in the air, instantly rousing the soldiers who had been fervently dismantling the structure. Their movements were as swift as lightning, unhesitatingly tossing aside the various tools of demolition into their bags. And with astonishing speed, they retrieved their weapons, quickly assembling into formation. These well-trained soldiers acted in perfect unison, as if sharing a psychic bond, swiftly forming an unassailable line of defense between Lin Yi and the monstrous entity poised to reveal itself. Thud, thud, thud. A heavy cadence of footsteps approached, and with it, the hidden monster within the door unveiled its true form. Tong Yi gasped in horror as she beheld the creature, its massive body resembling a mountain, exuding a nauseating stench. Its grotesquely contorted face was adorned with sharp fangs, and its blood-red eyes fixed menacingly upon the soldiers, radiating an insatiable thirst for bloodshed and violence. Yet, before Tong Yi could fully comprehend the shock before her, the creature suddenly surged forward, like a swirling vortex of darkness, racing towards the soldiers. In tandem, it raised a colossal staff, 4 to 5 meters in length, rusted and dripping with viscous slime, and with the force of a mountain crashing down. It aimed to strike the soldiers with devastating impact. Beware! Upon witnessing this scene, Tong Yi's heart abruptly constricted, and she could not help but emit a scream of sheer terror. The echo of her scream reverberated through the heavens, as though it sought to pierce the very eardrums of those present. What on earth are you doing? Have you even grasped the situation before you start screaming? The sound of her panic did not disconcert the soldiers. Rather, it caused Lin Yi, who stood nearby, to tremble with fear. He turned his head and shot her a disapproving glare, chastising her curtly. Stop causing a ruckus here, and be quiet. Having said that, Lin Yi disregarded her and focused his gaze intently on the fierce battle unfolding before him. He brimmed with confidence and pride in his soldiers. Each of these battle-hardened, well-trained young warriors was akin to a blade in his hand, invincible and unyielding, despite the menacing presence of the creature before them, which inspired dread. Lin Yi firmly believed that as long as they stood together, this seemingly formidable beast could not stir up any significant turmoil. Moreover, this was merely a low-level secret realm. And in Lin Yi's eyes, how could such an inferior place possibly harbor a truly terrifying boss? The likelihood was almost negligible. As anticipated, when the creature lunged forward like a tempest, the soldiers swiftly reacted, scattering like agile leopards, effortlessly evading the monster's fierce onslaught. Though the creature moved at remarkable speed, in the eyes of these seasoned warriors, its motions appeared as sluggish as a snail. Indeed, to them, the creature's actions seemed even slower than a slow-motion sequence in a film. It wielded a massive iron rod and struck the ground with tremendous force, instantly creating a deep fissure in the hard pavement, sending debris flying in all directions, a truly astonishing spectacle. However, this seemingly powerful blow was regarded as merely a display of bravado by the onlookers. Any one of the soldiers could inflict far greater damage. At that moment, the soldier closest to the creature unleashed a fierce roar. Immediately thereafter, she gripped her weapon tightly and, summoning all her strength, launched a fierce counterattack against the monster. In an instant, a thunderous crash resounded, and the colossal creature was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, flying faster than it had approached, colliding violently with a distant wall before crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. In that critical moment, Tong Yi's previously sharp and piercing scream was abruptly silenced, as if an invisible hand had suddenly clamped down over her mouth. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her face a mask of astonishment as she stared at the astonishing scene unfolding before her. In the depths of her shock, a trace of bashfulness crept onto her cheeks. She silently gasped, feeling a twinge of regret for her earlier overreaction and dramatic display. Cautiously, she stole a glance at Lin Yi from the corner of her eye, fearful that he might notice her embarrassment. Upon confirming that he seemed oblivious to her awkwardness, she hurriedly adopted a nonchalant demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, despite her efforts to conceal her inner turmoil and shyness, her delicate cheeks had already flushed a vivid crimson, resembling a ripe apple, almost as if they might bleed. In the blink of an eye, several nimble soldiers darted swiftly to the location where the monster had fallen, armed with an array of gleaming weapons. They charged toward the creature without hesitation. In an instant, blades and weapons clashed, and amidst the cacophony of sounds, the massive creature was swiftly dismembered by these well-trained soldiers. Even the remaining limbs that still showed signs of life were crushed into fragments by their heavy weaponry. The mantra was clear: actions speak louder than words. From the moment the creature appeared until its swift disintegration at the hands of the soldiers, the entire ordeal was astonishingly brief, lasting less than a minute. This exhilarating battle came to an abrupt conclusion, overwhelmed by the soldiers' formidable prowess. The number of soldiers involved in this confrontation was not particularly large. Apart from the first soldier who had valiantly struck the creature, the others merely acted as observers. This lent an air of exaggeration to the entire event. Following such an unexpected incident, the soldiers were no longer willing to let their guard down. They promptly dispatched several of their ranks to hastily enter through the mysterious door, initiating a thorough and meticulous search to prevent any similar surprises from occurring again. They were largely unconcerned. Even if ambushed, it would merely result in a damaged garment, for those monsters could not breach their defenses. However, for Lin Yi and Tong Yi, who were still ordinary humans, A sudden ambush could have dire consequences. With muffled sounds emanating from beyond the door, a soldier emerged. "Lord, it's safe inside, but there are a few things you should come take a look at." This soldier was the one who had struck the creature within the door. Unlike the ordinary inhabitants, these soldiers exhibited distinct hair colors and facial features, making them far more recognizable than the previous two. "Let us go take a look." Lin Yi first rewarded the little soldier with a pat on the head, then took Tong Yi, still blushing, by the hand as they stepped inside. They found themselves within what appeared to be the interior of a town hall. Chapter 131, Two Blueprints. Inside the spacious yet somewhat antiquated town hall, the light was dim. Lin Yi held Tong Yi's hand tightly as they both ventured in. They had no time to carefully examine the interior decor of the hall, for Lin Yi's gaze was instantly drawn to an object placed upon a small stone platform in the center. "This must be the token," Lin Yi exclaimed excitedly. And before his words had fully left his lips, he eagerly advanced, taking rapid strides toward the stone platform. He extended his right hand, reaching directly for an object resembling a token. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed the thick layer of dust that coated everything, suggesting that this place had not been visited for quite some time. The items around had weathered the ravages of time, their appearances altered beyond recognition. Yet the token stood apart, exuding a faint but captivating glow, as if it were brand new. What else could this be but the token? Lin Yi pondered inwardly, his movements never faltering. Just as he grasped the token, a crisp system notification suddenly erupted in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations, the Lord has successfully cleared the secret realm instance. The settlement process is now commencing." Almost simultaneously, the token that Lin Yi had yet to warm in his grasp transformed in the blink of an eye into a dazzling beam of light, vanishing without a trace. Shortly thereafter, two resplendent beams of light appeared unexpectedly from two different locations within the city. One beam emanated from a stone platform not far from the town hall, while the other mysteriously originated from a secluded corner of the city. The two beams soared through the sky like meteors, hurtling toward the ground at astonishing speed. They seemed to possess an uncanny connection, as the two papers accurately landed in the hands of Lin Yi and Tong Yi, without any sense of order. In an instant, the radiance receded, revealing two sheets imbued with an aura of mystery in their palms. Lin Yi focused intently and discovered that the paper he held was indeed derived from the ancient stone platform outside. Simultaneously, Tong Yi clutched her own sheet, which emanated from another enigmatic locale. At that moment, a crisp notification sound suddenly resonated. "Ding! The secret realm's assessment has been completed. Please be advised that this realm will vanish in 1 hour. Esteemed Lord, you may freely choose to continue exploring this secret realm or exit directly. However, it is imperative to note that should you choose to exit, re-entry will no longer be permitted. Furthermore, after 1 hour, all external entities still lingering within the secret realm will be forcibly transported away." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi unhesitatingly unfolded the paper in his hands and began to scrutinize it closely. The drawing depicted a uniquely designed structure, the Sacred Fire Platform. Construction requirements: 500 2-star stones, 300 2-star wood. Description: mysterious side sequence, divine sequence, faith sequence, being's branch. After perusing this information, a wave of curiosity surged within Lin Yi, prompting him to turn towards Tong Yi and eagerly inquire, "What does your paper depict? Please, let me see." With that, he swiftly approached her. Tong Yi, displaying remarkable generosity, without hesitation handed the paper to Lin Yi, stating, "Here, take a look for yourself." As Lin Yi received the paper and examined it, he found it illustrated a small, exquisite divination house. Divination house. Construction requirements: 500 2-star wood, 200 2-star stones. Description: mysterious side sequence, astral sequence, magic sequence, spell branch. Lin Yi's interest was purely driven by curiosity, devoid of any greedy inclinations. After thoroughly reading the sheet, he intended to return it to Tong Yi without delay. However, to his surprise, she repeatedly shook her head in refusal. "This paper is a gift for you. During this exploration of the secret realm, I hardly contributed anything substantial. It was entirely thanks to your soldiers that we succeeded. Moreover, I initially urged you to abandon this endeavor. Had it not been for your determination, we wouldn't have acquired this paper. Therefore, it rightfully belongs to you. Furthermore, this sequence does not align with my path." Tong Yi remained resolute, unwilling to accept the paper. In truth, her motivation for coming here was to wholeheartedly support Lin Yi's growth and development. Just moments ago, she had been troubled by her inability to provide tangible assistance through gold coins. How could she now face him and request this invaluable paper? Furthermore, she had not only failed to contribute, but had also inadvertently undermined Lin Yi's confidence, making it all the more difficult for her to accept the paper. Upon hearing Tong Yi's words, Lin Yi's expression faltered, and he awkwardly remarked, "Oh dear, this feels quite inappropriate." Despite his verbal protestations of embarrassment, his actions betrayed him as he swiftly and deftly tucked the paper into his backpack. In reality, the paper would serve him better than it would in Tong Yi's hands. After securing the paper, Lin Yi pondered deeply, resolving that he must ensure Tong Yi did not suffer any loss. After all, regardless of the circumstances, she had invested effort, if not credit. If it were anyone else, who would willingly accompany him into the perilous depths of the secret realm merely to obtain this single paper? Contemplating this, Lin Yi promptly proposed, "How about I give you some gold coins as compensation?" Tong Yi's goodwill towards him was evident and undeniable. If he failed to respond appropriately, it would be as if he had lost even the most basic sense of conscience. It was clear that, without fully understanding his true circumstances, Tong Yi had bravely taken the initiative to ally with him. Not only that, she had unhesitatingly and trustingly stepped into his territory with the sole purpose of providing him support. Even a cold, unfeeling stone would likely be moved by such sincere and fervent friendship, let alone a being with emotions. Thus, in that moment, Lin Yi resolutely determined that he must offer Tong Yi some form of compensation. After careful consideration, he estimated that a foundational sequence building would roughly be valued around 5 million coins in the current market. It is important to note that this 5 million is merely an approximate average. In reality, there would undoubtedly be fluctuations and discrepancies in pricing. Nevertheless, bestowing upon her 5 million as compensation should pose no issue. Lin Yi initiated the transfer. However, when Tong Yi saw the transfer notification, her brows furrowed tightly, as if she could crush a fly between them. Without hesitation, she pressed the reject button and questioned him with a skeptical expression. "What exactly do you mean by this? Are you trying to distance yourself from me?" It's not like that at all. I merely thought it was quite arduous for you to come all this way, and it would be a shame for you to leave empty-handed," Lin Yi hurriedly explained. "So you think I would care about such a trivial sum of money?" Tong Yi crossed her arms and raised her chin, retorting. It was essential to understand that Tong Yi did not lack for coins. In the past, her family had bestowed upon her a staggering 100 million coins, and up to now, she had barely touched a fraction of it. Contrastingly, Lin Yi did not have such a robust familial background for financial support. For him, that 5 million coins could very well constitute his entire fortune. Tong Yi was acutely aware that her ambitions far exceeded the mere satisfaction of a few million coins. Very well then, seeing Tong Yi's firm stance, Lin Yi had no choice but to sheepishly retract the coins he held. Since she did not value the gold, there was no need to force it upon her. However, he resolved that should any exceptional treasures arise in the future, Tong Yi would be given precedence. After all, he was unwilling to owe her a debt of gratitude. That is more like it. Upon witnessing Lin Yi obediently stow away the coins, Tong Yi's eyes narrowed, and a radiant smile illuminated her face as she brazenly threw her arm around Lin Yi's shoulders. "What kind of relationship do we share? Are we the sort of acquaintances that can be easily swayed by a mere handful of coins? Let me tell you, I have no interest in your gold. You should keep it for yourself." Tong Yi playfully winked at Lin Yi as she spoke. Yes, it's all my fault. I was too simplistic and superficial in my thinking." Lin Yi quickly admitted his mistake, his face adorned with a resigned smile. At this moment, he wore a look of helplessness. What else could he do? Faced with this obstinate individual, it seemed he could only choose the path of acquiescence. Just as Lin Yi pondered how to respond next, a group of soldiers approached with purposeful strides. Each of them clutched a hefty wooden crate, appearing to contain items of utmost importance. One soldier hastened forward to Lin Yi, bowing respectfully as he spoke. "My lord, during our exploration, we stumbled upon several items here. After deliberation, it was unanimously decided that this matter should be handled by you personally." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's curiosity was piqued, and he promptly inquired, "Oh, what exactly is it?" With that, he and Tong Yi hastened towards the crates, their eyes brimming with anticipation as they examined the boxes. The foremost soldier, receiving the signal, unhesitatingly extended his hands and swiftly yet cautiously lifted the lid of one crate. In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted from within, blinding those present. As the radiance subsided slightly, they discerned that the crate was brimming with gleaming gold coins. "My lord, upon our preliminary count, each crate contains approximately 30,000 coins, and there are more than 10 such crates. Additionally, there are other boxes filled with various materials." However, the soldier paused here, a hint of regret flashing across his face before he continued. "Due to the extreme age, aside from a few stones and a handful of sturdier metals, most of the materials have been severely eroded and weathered beyond recognition." As he spoke, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from a distance. The onlookers turned to see more soldiers struggling to carry larger crates towards them. It was evident that these newly arrived crates were significantly larger than the previous ones. likely intended for storing various materials. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that they had been undisturbed for quite some time, though it's showing signs of dullness and even some decay. Had they not been crafted from exceedingly precious star-grade materials, they would have surely succumbed to complete rot by now. Once these crates fully deteriorated, the materials contained within would inevitably be lost. Lin Yi approached for a closer examination, astonishment swelling within him as he realized each crate was filled with 3-star materials. Such an abundance of high-quality materials radiated a mesmerizing glow. So, this was the form in which the treasures of the secret realm manifested. He exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Yi, as if they were in perfect accord. After a brief discussion, they reached a consensus to evenly distribute these invaluable materials between themselves. In truth, had Lin Yi not firmly insisted on claiming a share, Lin Yi would not have considered taking even a fraction of the spoils. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and within the span of just an hour, Lin Yi had not allowed a moment of idleness or waste. He decisively ordered his soldiers to swiftly dismantle the town hall located within the secret realm. The construction materials of this town hall were made from second-tier star-grade stones, resources too valuable to overlook. Regrettably, aside from this town hall, all other structures within the secret realm were composed of merely ordinary stones, lacking the quality to warrant collection, thus rendering them devoid of any practical value. In a lower-tier world, not far from Lin Yi's territory, a sudden burst of white light emerged, and in the blink of an eye, 42 individuals materialized from the glow. My lord, brother lord. Upon sighting Lin Yi, the soldiers stationed at the previous location seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, swiftly encircling Lin Yi and his companions for protection. Lin Yi scanned the soldiers around him and immediately commanded, "The task is complete. We shall return." All soldiers promptly complied, forming a protective perimeter around Lin Yi and Lin Yi as they made their way back to the territory. They had ventured over 10 kilometers away from their domain, well beyond the safety of their lands, with hostile entities lurking nearby. Fortunately, their journey back was uneventful, and after a considerable 30 minutes, they finally returned to their territory. Yet, as they neared their home, Lin Yi beheld an astonishing sight. "Lin Yi, are you certain we were only gone for a few hours, not days?" Chapter 133, The Frantic Speed of Cultivation. Lin Yi pointed at the expanse of farmland that had been cultivated, her eyes wide with disbelief. What was she witnessing? How could a forest just hours ago have transformed into farmland so swiftly, if not for the familiar city walls visible in the distance? She might have thought they had returned to the wrong territory. "What nonsense are you spouting? How long have we been gone? Have you lost track of time?" Lin Yi stepped forward, reaching out to touch Lin Yi's forehead. How could this child speak such absurdities? "Get away." Lin Yi swatted Lin Yi's hand away in displeasure. "You're the one who's lost your mind." Then, stubbornly grasping Lin Yi's arm, she pulled him towards the vast fields. "Look at all this farmland. Tell me how it could be cultivated in just a few hours. Have you summoned advanced machinery?" The stretch of farmland before them must have spanned hundreds of acres. Even with machinery, it would be impossible to cultivate such a vast area in that time. This was not merely tilling existing land. Not long ago, this had been a forest, and the difficulty of cultivation was evident. "Oh, that," Lin Yi replied nonchalantly, as though the scene before him was entirely commonplace. After all, he had witnessed firsthand the astonishing speed and efficiency with which the little girls cultivated the fields. Thousands of them working in unison was a sight to behold. Each child was like a tireless tractor, laboring incessantly. Truth be told, this cultivation task was almost a leisurely endeavor for them. They had previously transformed a patch of pristine forest into arable land, a feat far more challenging than what was before them now. Faced with Lin Yi's perplexed expression, Lin Yi merely shrugged and casually remarked, "Why not take a look for yourself?" Understanding that words alone would not suffice, he decided to personally guide Lin Yi to witness the spectacle. Without hesitation, he took her hand and led her in another direction. Together, they traversed through thick underbrush and over uneven paths. The little Lolis diligently cultivate the farmland with remarkable precision, skillfully clearing the land alongside the riverbanks. This not only allows for the efficient utilization of water resources to irrigate the fields, but also facilitates the subsequent farming and management. Fortuitously, the river in this new map is situated on the opposite side of their territory, precisely where fertile fields meet barren land. Before long, Lin Yi guided Lin Yi to the forefront of the cultivated fields. When Lin Yi finally beheld the scene before her, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, almost losing her balance. In the fields not far away, a group of little Lolis was busily working in a well-organized manner, each with distinct roles. At the forefront, a charming group of little Lolis moved with the swiftness of the wind. Armed with sharp axes, they swung them 3 times in quick succession, accompanied by the crisp sound of chopping as sturdy trees fell with a resounding thud. Their speed was astonishing, as if these little Lolis were born to be master lumberjacks. Their only advantage being sheer strength. Within mere minutes, the once lush and vibrant forest was transformed into a stark, barren landscape. The ground was strewn with fallen trunks and branches, leaving only solitary stumps standing awkwardly. Just then, another group of little Lolis rushed in. Each of them wielded a sturdy shovel, surrounding the stumps and working together to excavate them. Before long, the deeply embedded stumps were uprooted and tossed aside carelessly. Then, an even more astonishing sight unfolded. Several adorable little Lolis were seen pulling an enormous plow, evidently designed for large machinery, yet these little Lolis maneuvered it effortlessly, frolicking across the freshly cleared land. As they ran, their melodious laughter rang out, as if this laborious task was merely a delightful game. Thus, through the tireless efforts of these little Lolis, the area was soon plowed deeply. Upon completing one section, they gleefully shifted to the next plot that required cultivation. Observing their earnest dedication and enjoyment was truly remarkable. Even more amusingly, it appeared they were implementing a competitive system amongst themselves. Those who performed exceptionally well earned the opportunity to partake in this enjoyable work more frequently. Lin Yi could even see the replaced Lolis displaying a hint of disappointment. Shortly after, a new batch of little Lolis arrived to the already plowed land. However, unlike before, they were not greeted with lighthearted tasks. They needed to bend down and meticulously sift through the turned soil, searching for various debris, small stones, leftover roots, and other assorted items. Although this task was relatively tedious and monotonous, the little Lolis remained diligent, leaving no small object overlooked. Fortunately, the soil here was relatively dry, not a muddy quagmire. Thus, while the work was arduous, it was not overly troublesome. The majority of the Lolis were engaged in this task, occupying half of the cultivated land. After all, this step was the most cumbersome in the land clearing process. Finally, the farmhouse loli directed the others in sowing seeds. Tong Yi watched from beginning to end, her mouth agape in astonishment. She had considered many possibilities, such as Lin Yi's first technological structure being related to farmland cultivation or that he possessed talents regarding agricultural development. However, she never anticipated that such extensive farmland was cultivated by a group of little Lolis through sheer effort. Previously, she thought the mighty soldier Lolis were anomalies, the only elite in the territory, but it seemed this was the norm. From what she witnessed, any random loli could match or surpass the soldiers she had seen before. What kind of extraordinary beings resided in this territory? Could it be that they were not merely human, but rather the juvenile forms of some extraordinary creatures? At this moment, Tong Yi found herself engulfed in confusion. Why did others start with ordinary humans while Lin Yi began with a host of extraordinary juveniles? She even began to doubt whether the Lolis in Lin Yi's territory were truly human or merely a facade resembling humans, but in reality, were the young of some extraordinary beings. Chapter 134, Tong Yi's Great Adversary. Do you wish to know? Lin Yi's lips curled into a sly smile as he turned his gaze towards Tong Yi beside him. At that moment, Tong Yi's beautiful eyes sparkled with the intense curiosity of a clear spring, shimmering with a light of wonder for the unknown. Her lively gaze seemed to captivate hearts, compelling one to delve deeper into the mystery. Observing her petite and delicate figure, she resembled an enchanting little sprite, exuding an irresistible charm with every movement, easily capable of enchanting any loli enthusiast. Yet, just as Tong Yi awaited the answer with eager anticipation, Lin Yi suddenly shifted his tone. Alas, I shan't tell you. If you wish to know, call me Daddy and let me hear it. His smile grew ever more smug. Upon hearing this, Tong Yi's previously expectant expression instantly froze, as if struck by a spell of paralysis. Then, dark lines rapidly surfaced on her forehead, leaving her in a state of shock. Oh, so we've gone from foster father to daddy, have we? You truly have some audacity. Anger compelled her to clench her fists tightly, veins bulging on the back of her hands. Unfilial child. You're finished, Tong Yi shouted, raising her delicate little fist and darting after Lin Yi, who had already taken to his heels. In that moment, she cast aside her earlier inquiries, her mind solely focused on the singular thought of giving that insufferable brat a piece of her mind. Thus commenced an exhilarating chase. Lin Yi, utilizing his tall stature and long legs, bounded ahead, occasionally glancing back to make faces at Tong Yi, deliberately provoking her. This only served to further infuriate her, causing her to shout and curse, vowing that today she would make Lin Yi regret his actions. The two of them engaged in a lively game of pursuit, filled with laughter and cheer, creating a delightful ruckus. The Lolis around them glanced over, but paid no heed to the commotion, reveling in the joyous and exhilarating antics. Lin Yi secretly plotted how to cleverly lead Tong Yi to his territory, appearing nonchalant, while every step he took was laden with hidden intent. As their destination, the castle walls, drew near, Lin Yi caught sight of the vast pasture beyond the walls. At that moment, with Tong Yi hot on his heels, he had no time to ponder further. He pivoted and sprinted towards the pasture like an arrow released from a bow. With a crisp sound, Lin Yi lost his footing, his body suddenly thrown off balance. Meanwhile, Tong Yi finally caught up and, without a moment's hesitation, thrust her hand forward with considerable force, sending Lin Yi staggering ahead in an unexpected tumble. Just as fate would have it, at the very moment Lin Yi was about to crash to the ground, the gate of the ranch opened slowly and without warning. Poor Lin Yi barely had time to grasp the unfolding scene before he plunged headfirst into a soft embrace. Oh dear! In an instant, a refreshing fragrance enveloped him, and Lin Yi felt a darkness descend, his mind momentarily blank, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Ha ha! You little rascal, trying to escape. I wonder where you think you can run to now. Tong Yi, initially elated by her successful pursuit of Lin Yi, let out a peal of laughter that echoed throughout the ranch. However, as she focused her gaze on the scene within the gate, her laughter abruptly ceased, and she stood frozen in place as if struck by a spell. Lin Yi had fortuitously landed atop the petite and adorable ranch girl, his face buried deeply in her ample bosom. The ranch girl, meanwhile, was blushing fiercely, her cheeks resembling ripe apples, adorned with what seemed like a multitude of pink circles above her head, utterly flustered. You need to get up right now. Tong Yi's face flushed with anger, her complexion resembling that of a ripened apple as she rushed forward, taking 2 steps at a time, and with all her might, yanked Lin Yi back to his feet. Immediately after, she turned sharply, glaring fiercely at the ranch girl, who looked on the verge of fainting. Yet, at that moment, her gaze unwittingly slid down the ranch girl's form. In that instant, it felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck her heart, leaving her rooted to the spot. The ranch girl was a whole head shorter than her, as delicate and charming as a porcelain doll, yet in certain aspects, she was far superior. Was this truly the advantage a child of her age could possess? Tong Yi's expression darkened, a tumult of jealousy, profound insecurity, and barely concealed envy swirling within her. Amidst these emotions, a heightened sense of vigilance surged forth. Though the ranch girl appeared diminutive, she radiated an undeniable charm and presence that was impossible to overlook. Most critically, Tong Yi thought, a formidable rival indeed. I must remember her visage. Unable to resist, she stole another glance at the ranch girl, as if trying to etch the memory of her into her mind. But in an instant, she spun away, as if burned, unwilling to cast another glance. Previously, Tong Yi had encountered only those petite girls, barely around 1 meter tall, within Lin Yi's realm. They seemed utterly innocent, and thus, she had not thought much of them. However, now, having witnessed the ranch girl firsthand, her alertness heightened significantly. If this were merely an isolated case, it would be one thing, but if it were commonplace, she truly could not fathom what advantages she might still hold. Lin Yi, is this girl also a resident of your territory? Tong Yi's expression fluctuated, her finger trembling as she pointed at the ranch girl, her voice involuntarily rising an octave as she questioned Lin Yi with fervor, akin to a scorned wife confronting her unfaithful husband, each word dripping with anguish. Lin Yi rubbed his forehead, still lingering under the gentle scent that wafted from before. Upon realizing the situation, he failed to notice the peculiar demeanor of Tong Yi, and instead proceeded to introduce the ranch girl. This is the ranch girl. Her current responsibility is to manage the ranch, and you may simply call her Ranch. What the hell does that mean? Gazing at Lin Yi's expressionless face, Tong Yi's irritation surged. Yet, she found herself in no position to question him. Setting aside their current relationship, which remained at the level of mere classmates, even if they were to progress further, could she truly bind Lin Yi to her side? The only silver lining was that Lin Yi seemed to regard the ranch girl with the same indifference as he did the other girls. Chapter 135, A Token of Affection. However, this was undeniably a disheartening revelation for her. Judging solely from appearances, the age gap between Tong Yi and the ranch girls was negligible. After all, a group of children still in elementary school and a girl just stepping into middle school represented a distinction that was almost imperceptible. At this moment, Tong Yi's expression was a tapestry of complex emotions. She mustered a slight nod towards the ranch girl, yet her gaze was irresistibly drawn to a certain direction. Each time her eyes flitted that way, the ranch girl's already rosy cheeks blushed a deeper crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Just then, a startled exclamation broke the air. Ah, of course. Lin Yi suddenly slapped his forehead, as if recalling an important matter. He swiftly turned to face Tong Yi, an indescribable solemnity gleaming in his eyes. Since we happen to be here, let me present you with a small gift. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Lin Yi took her hand without hesitation, striding purposefully into the depths of the ranch, calling out to the ranch girl to follow suit. Ranch girl, come along, with his call echoing through the air. The trio embarked on their journey toward the area where the ranch animals were kept. Along the way, they exchanged laughter and conversation, and before long, they reached their destination. Here we are. Look, this is the gift I wish to present to you. As they finally halted within the confines of the ranch's breeding area, Lin Yi gestured towards a distant group of massive creatures, smiling as he addressed Tong Yi. Before them, a herd of elephants meandered leisurely, their enormous forms drawing the eye. These elephants had long been a thorn in Lin Yi's side, and he had been contemplating a suitable way to address them for some time. He recalled his youthful naivety, once believing that elephants would be a remarkable treasure. Yet, reality had delivered a harsh lesson. These behemoths not only consumed staggering amounts of food, but grew at a pace akin to a snail's crawl, and their meat was notoriously unpalatable, a truly dreadful experience. What was even more exasperating was that, in terms of strength, they were outmatched by the petite and adorable girls. To Lin Yi, these elephants were utterly worthless, mere burdens, not even worthy of being considered chicken ribs. However, the thought of simply slaughtering them or releasing them into the wild seemed far too wasteful, given the considerable time, energy, and resources he had invested in their care. Buying meat would hardly recoup his losses. Just as Lin Yi wrestled with this dilemma, Tong Yi fortuitously arrived. A spark ignited within Lin Yi. Since he had no use for these elephants, perhaps Tong Yi could find a purpose for them? With this realization, he resolved to pass this troublesome issue onto Tong Yi. As he contemplated this, a wave of guilt washed over him. Fearing he feigned nonchalance, casting a furtive glance at Tong Yi. To his astonishment, that fleeting look unveiled a surprising scene. Tong Yi's beautiful eyes were fixated intently on the herd of giant elephants, sparkling with excitement, her entire being trembling with exhilaration. Are they truly meant for me? She inquired incredulously, her voice brimming with delight and anticipation. While Lin Yi regarded these elephants as utterly worthless, the situation was starkly different for Tong Yi. It is crucial to note that her subjects did not possess the magical backpack that Lin Yi had, nor did they boast the formidable attributes of those powerful little girls. Thus, these elephants represented a treasure trove for Tong Yi. Like a startled bird, Lin Yi nodded vigorously, fearful that Tong Yi might suddenly change her mind, hastily assuring her, Yes, they are yours. I promise, I won't retract my offer. If you find the quantity insufficient, there are numerous other animals available for your selection. In his eagerness to extricate himself from this vexing predicament, Lin Yi was even willing to part with additional creatures. After all, with the presence of the ranch's little girls, it would not be long before these animals proliferated like mushrooms after a rain, eventually filling the entire ranch to capacity. At that juncture, aside from selling them to the system, he would have no choice but to feed them to the little girls in the neighboring residences. Upon hearing this, Tong Yi erupted in joyous cheers, her voice ringing out like a cheerful little bird. Without delay, she swiftly completed the transaction for the elephants through the market. However, Tong Yi was not content with merely that. Her lively eyes darted around, seeking other relatively easy-to-raise animals. Unlike Lin Yi's ranch, hers lacked abundance, and capturing animals was far more challenging than hunting them. She meticulously selected, but without greed, choosing precisely 4 of each species, neither more nor less, sufficient to meet the needs of future breeding. Wow, what a bountiful harvest this time, Tong Yi exclaimed, hands on her hips, her face radiating a brilliant smile. At that moment, her gaze toward Lin Yi was filled with admiration and reverence. Initially, she had intended to offer her support to Lin Yi, yet unexpectedly, during her casual stroll, she had stumbled upon such a delightful trove of treasures. It was becoming increasingly difficult to discern who was truly supporting whom. The thought caused her cheeks to flush, a wave of shyness washing over her. She had come with a fervent desire to assist Lin Yi, yet now, the situation made her feel as though she were an unwelcome guest, merely reaping benefits. How peculiar. Just then, Lin Yi, wearing a smile, watched as Tong Yi completed her transaction. When she returned, a hint of shyness in her demeanor, he slowly inquired, So, have you selected everything? If so, let us head back home. Tong Yi's face was now flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. She nodded slightly, her movements so subtle they were nearly imperceptible. Oh dear, this is truly embarrassing, she thought. How could she ever hold her head high in Lin Yi's presence after this? She had come with the intent to help, yet here she was, earning a reputation for being opportunistic. Subsequently, Lin Yi seemed oblivious to the turmoil within Tong Yi, gently patting the little ranch girl's head and generously praising her. Yet, he completely overlooked the fierce glare she was directing at him, as if she were contemplating devouring him whole. Chapter 136, Tong Yi discovers the entertainment building. Hantai, Qingshou. Lin Yi found it utterly perplexing how he had provoked Tong Yi. Throughout their journey, she had maintained a bizarrely intense gaze fixed upon him, filled with skepticism and discontent. as if he had committed an unforgivable crime. Under her scrutiny, Lin Yi felt a growing sense of doubt, questioning whether he had indeed erred in some regard. Fortunately, their destination was not too far from the ranch, prompting Lin Yi to grit his teeth and feign indifference, pretending not to notice her peculiar gaze. Finally, upon entering the territory, Tong Yi seemed successfully distracted by other matters. Lin Yi, what is that? She asked curiously, pointing toward a building not far away. Despite undergoing renovations, the various structures within the territory still bore traces of their original forms. Tong Yi was quite familiar with most of the buildings, as many had been gifted by the system. However, she found it challenging to identify those unique structures not constructed from system-provided blueprints. Lin Yi turned to glance at the building, and in an instant, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead once more. That is a large bathing facility, he stammered. There was no point in lying, as the truth would be evident upon entry. Upon hearing this, the brightness in Tong Yi's eyes dimmed instantly, her entire demeanor deflating like a punctured balloon, radiating a somber and oppressive aura. In that moment, she seemed to be possessed by a demon, exuding a chilling presence reminiscent of a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell. Moreover, her previously melodious voice took on a hauntingly low timbre, as if it could penetrate the very soul. Oh, a large bathing facility? So, this is a place for bathing? Tong Yi tilted her head slightly, regarding Lin Yi with a peculiar 45-degree angle, her enchanting eyes now appearing hollow and devoid of life, as if she had lost focus. Her words, devoid of any emotional inflection, coldly reached Lin Yi's ears. Lin Yi, I truly cannot fathom why you would construct such a building within your territory. Such an ostentatious structure, seemingly devoid of practical purpose, would hardly entice any lord in the early stages of the game to expend resources on. She paused, then suddenly leaned closer to Lin Yi, their proximity allowing them to feel each other's breath. Could it be that Lin Yi has built this large bathing facility for some unspeakable reason, merely to satisfy a private desire? As her words trailed off, her tone transformed into a chilling gust of wind, howling from the depths of the abyss. Frigid to the core. In that instant, Lin Yi felt as if countless steel needles were piercing his scalp, sending waves of numbness coursing through him. It's over. It's truly over. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. As a man, his keen intuition clearly informed him that if he failed to provide a satisfactory answer to the young lady before him, Tong Yi, it would not be long before a horrific tragedy unfolded in this very place. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yi seemed to become possessed by the spirits of Cheng Gu, Do Gu, and Dao Gu, suddenly transforming into a figure of quick wit. With remarkable swiftness, he reached out and firmly grasped Tong Yi's delicate little hand. At that moment, although Lin Yi felt a twinge of anxiety, he mustered a somewhat forced but radiant smile and gently spoke to Tong Yi. What kind of experience is it? Surely, if you step inside, you will understand perfectly well. Upon hearing this, Tong Yi gasped in astonishment. She froze in place as if struck by a spell, her previously distressed expression morphing into one of utter bewilderment. Confusion washed over her. Wait, what? How did I end up entangled in this? The trajectory of the events felt all wrong. As her thoughts spiraled, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue reminiscent of a ripe apple, and she instinctively cast a furtive glance at Lin Yi before hastily lowering her head, her heart racing. Oh dear, this progression is far too swift. I am not yet mentally prepared. However, before Tong Yi could regain her composure from her flustered state, Lin Yi unhesitatingly pulled her along, striding purposefully towards the grand bathing area. Ah, don't be in such a hurry, Tong Yi playfully protested, yet she followed Lin Yi half-heartedly. The two of them entered the grand bathing area, exchanged a brief greeting with the adorable little attendant at the entrance, and proceeded towards the changing room, all under the curious and questioning gaze of the young attendant. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's heart, which had been in a state of disquietude, finally settled somewhat as he exhaled a long sigh of relief. He was grateful for the experiences of his past life in the realm of anime, which had taught him how to handle such situations. Moreover, Tong Yi truly did not fit the mold of a typical yandere. Without her pride, she was merely charming. In that moment, he was not alone in this endeavor. The spirits of the characters who had accompanied him throughout his youth stood resolutely behind him. All right, we've arrived. Choose a swimsuit that you like. Lin Yi led Tong Yi to the changing room and opened the wardrobe for her. Inside, a variety of swimsuits awaited, crafted from spider silk, possessing remarkable elasticity. Tong Yi, standing at a petite 1.55 meters, was not far off in size from the charming little attendants, making it feasible for her to find something that would suit her. Are you serious? Tong Yi exclaimed, her face flushed with surprise as she stood in the changing room. Her previously pale complexion now bright red like a ripe apple, radiating with embarrassment. At this moment, the typically carefree Tong Yi began to feel shy, her speech faltering. I think this is progressing a bit too quickly. Perhaps we should reconsider. Just as it seemed Tong Yi was about to utter something shocking, Lin Yi, quick on the draw, gently tapped her on the head, exasperated yet amused. What are you thinking? It's not at all what you imagine. Although this is called a grand bathing area, it's not vastly different from a regular swimming pool. Once you step in, you'll see. He gestured toward her. And look at you. You're not complaining, so why should I? Indeed, after their recent harrowing adventure, the two of them bore an unbearable stench. They had emerged from a realm filled with nauseating decay, and after lingering in such a foul environment for so long, they both emitted an unpleasant odor. Thus, even if Tong Yi had not yet realized the existence of the grand bathing area, Lin Yi had long since resolved to bring her here for a thorough cleansing. Suddenly, Tong Yi caught a whiff of a foul odor emanating from herself. The scent hit her like a thunderclap, leaving her frozen in shock. Oh no, how could this happen? She lamented inwardly, feeling her self-image crumble in that moment. What to do, what to do? Panic set in, and she felt like a frantic ant on a hot stove. With a terrified scream, Tong Yi frantically pushed Lin Yi out of the room. You need to leave. Her face turned crimson, her voice trembling with anxiety and embarrassment. After managing to shove Lin Yi outside, she quickly grabbed a more modest swimsuit and changed as swiftly as she could. Then, like a gust of wind, she dashed into the shower area, turned on the faucet, and let the warm water cascade over her body. After a brief rinse, she inhaled deeply, summoning her courage to step into the grand bathing area. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, unceremoniously ejected from the room, rubbed his nose in resignation, feeling a tumult of emotions that he struggled to articulate. In truth, he had his own thoughts about the unfolding scene. However, reason reminded him that such unrealistic fantasies were destined to remain mere daydreams. Even so, when aspirations fell short, a subtle sense of disappointment stirred within him. Without further hesitation, Lin Yi turned towards another changing room, hastily tidied himself, and promptly exited the grand bathing area. After all, the two precious blueprints he had acquired in the mystical realm awaited his attention, and he was eager to begin his construction endeavors. As for the notion of entering that lavish bathing area alongside Tong Yi, well, he had indeed entertained such thoughts. It was only human nature. Just picture it. The spacious bathing area with only the two of them, warm steam enveloping them. The mere thought of such a scene made his heart race. However, soon reason prevailed. He knew that before long, those adorable little attendants would finish their duties and return. If, at that critical moment, they succumbed to temptation and were discovered by the innocent little girls, the consequences would be unimaginable. Though Lin Yi himself might not care overly much, his confidence being quite robust, he could not guarantee that Tong Yi would be able to withstand such an awkward situation. After all, she was a girl with a delicate sensibility. Moreover, those mischievous little attendants were notoriously unpredictable, often bursting into the grand bathing area with their so-called holy light. Should this inadvertently lead Tong Yi to form unnecessary misunderstandings, believing that there exists some ambiguous connection between him and other young ladies, it would be akin to letting a duck that was almost caught slip away. Such a trivial loss for a significant gain is something Lin Yi would never entertain. While his mind was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts, he found himself, almost without realizing it, at the designated open space intentionally reserved within his territory. Once he came to a standstill, he took a deep breath, his gaze fixated on the expanse before him, silently praying. I hope that the two edifices I am about to construct will bring me a modicum of surprise. As he mused, Lin Yi produced two meticulously crafted blueprints from his pocket, resolutely making the decision to commence construction. The ethereal forms of the two structures flickered momentarily and abruptly. Two charming little girls materialized, each embodying a distinct style. Sanctuary of the Sacred Flame. Level 1. Strength 1000. Overall attributes 40. Innate talent, fire resistance. Fire resistance. Flames bring forth illumination, dispelling darkness, while simultaneously banishing the monsters concealed therein. Civilization was birthed from fire, and fire endures through civilization. Divination Cottage. Level 1. Strength 1000. Overall attributes 50. Innate talent, foresight. Foresight. The future is shrouded in mist. One requires a guiding light to illuminate the path. Ding. A new sequential structure has been detected. The plugin template for your territory has been updated. Ding. Your technological options have been refreshed. Ding. The evolution path of the Lord has expanded. Ding. The current inclination of your territory has changed. Your present inclination is mysterious. Just as the construction of these two buildings was completed, a series of crisp and urgent system notifications cascaded like a tide. However, Lin Yi seemed oblivious to them, his attention captivated by the two adorable girls that had suddenly appeared before him. On the left stood a little girl clad in a flowing black robe, its long sleeves nearly brushing the ground. Her petite head was ensconced within an oversized hood, obscuring her features, revealing only a hint of white hair. Yet, the half-exposed delicate visage beneath the hood, akin to mutton-fat jade, was exquisitely tender. More striking was the intricate embroidery of a flame pattern on the robe's exterior, the flames appearing almost alive, crackling, and vividly animated. To the right, the other little girl was adorned in the garb of a witch. A pointed purple witch's hat perched atop her head, and her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall over her rounded shoulders and down to her chest. Her witch's attire, a harmonious blend of deep purple and black, complemented her hat beautifully. Most astonishingly, she sat confidently atop a broomstick that floated mid-air, resembling a fairy riding a magical broom. At that moment, the witch-clad girl gazed at Lin Yi with her large, sparkling eyes, curiously surveying him. The divination girl blinked her lively eyes, a glimmer of mischievousness flickering within them. She scrutinized Lin Yi intently before flitting gracefully to his side, like a nimble butterfly. "You must be the Lord Brother, right? Hee. I look forward to working with you," she chirped, her voice melodious and enchanting like the tinkling of silver bells. Lin Yi's gaze swept over the divination girl, a warm smile gracing his lips as he nodded amicably, extending his hand in greeting. "Hello, I hope to count on your guidance as well." At that moment, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming urge to leap with joy. Goodness, what a treasure I've stumbled upon. After glancing at the divination girl's innate talent, Lin Yi stood rooted in disbelief. Gazing at the girl perched on the broomstick, he could scarcely believe his fortune. Foresight, this was unequivocally a prescient talent. Would this mean he could glimpse into the future, thereby sidestepping numerous dangers or seizing countless opportunities? This talent was exceedingly formidable. Chapter 138, A Flame Bestowed Upon the Entire Territory. The divination girl beamed a radiant smile, akin to a flower blossoming in the spring sun. She gently shook Lin Yi's hand, her small hand delicate and soft as a flower petal. Yet, at that moment of their handshake, her gaze began to dart restlessly, as if countless fascinating wonders awaited her exploration. "Lord Brother, if you have no pressing matters at hand, may I perhaps take a tour of your territory?" The divination girl blinked her curious eyes, excitement shimmering within them, as if she held an insatiable interest in everything around her. Faced with such an innocent and endearing request, Lin Yi readily acquiesced. "Of course, feel free to explore. However, please ensure that the buildings you intend to construct are properly placed first." Upon receiving permission, the divination girl nodded joyously, swiftly setting down her construction materials. In an instant, she leapt onto her petite broomstick, chanting incantations, and in the blink of an eye, she sped away like a flash of lightning, leaving a trail of melodious laughter echoing through the air. Watching the divination girl fade into the distance until she vanished from view, Lin Yi took a deep breath, striving to calm his slightly exhilarated heart. He then slowly turned to regard the silent, observant sanctuary of the sacred flame girl standing nearby. "Hello there." Lin Yi smiled warmly, extending his right hand toward the reticent girl as a gesture of friendliness. The sanctuary girl lifted her head at the sound, her exquisitely beautiful face coming into Lin Yi's view. Her calm, tranquil eyes met his gaze, revealing a subtle, almost imperceptible ripple of emotion within. After a moment, she softly replied, "Greetings, my lord." Simultaneously, she performed a uniquely graceful bow towards Lin Yi, her every movement exuding an air of nobility. Lin Yi, somewhat disappointed, withdrew his outstretched hand, yet his expression bore no trace of displeasure at the sanctuary girl's lack of handshake. On the contrary, he felt a burgeoning curiosity and anticipation towards this enigmatic little girl. "Could you share with me what special abilities your talent possesses?" Lin Yi inquired softly, his eyes keenly fixed on the sanctuary girl. It is known that certain talents reveal their capabilities at a mere glance, such as the replication of residences, the summoning of troops, and the foresight of the divination girl. These were self-evident. However, some talents, based solely on their surface descriptions, were inscrutable in their true utility. Clearly, the sanctuary girl's talent belonged to the latter category. In response to Lin Yi's inquiry, the sanctuary girl maintained her frosty demeanor, her expression unchanging. After an extended pause, she finally spoke. "My lord, my talent enables monsters to instinctively steer clear of us, daring not to approach easily. Furthermore, it can imbue the residents of our territory with the power of flame." The power of flame? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, and then a surge of elation coursed through him. This signifies that the lovely little girls in his territory will not merely possess extraordinary physical capabilities. They will also acquire the formidable power of flames. Although the manifestation of this fiery power remains unclear for now, the Lolis have finally gained another extraordinary means at their disposal. Consequently, their strength is bound to see a significant enhancement. However, Lin Yi does not place particular importance on the first ability described by the Holy Fire Loli. After all, given their current strength, even if a monster dares to attack, it would likely be reduced to a mere defeat at the hands of these Lolis, becoming a delectable meal instead. This ability appears to be more of a debuff. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi could not contain his excitement and eagerly inquired, "Please elaborate on how this flame power is conferred." After a lively exchange with the Holy Fire Loli, Lin Yi finally understood how to bestow the power of flames upon other Lolis. It was, in fact, not a difficult task. If it were another lord, they would have to undertake a cumbersome renovation of the residential buildings to successfully infuse the miraculous power of flames. However, for Lin Yi, the situation was entirely different. Compared to many ordinary lords, Lin Yi possessed a remarkable template function. This unique feature spared him the tedious architectural renovation process. He simply needed to effortlessly load the corresponding template to achieve his goal, entirely eliminating the need for time-consuming reconstruction or modification of buildings. Oh, it is no wonder I possess such a distinctive template function. It is specifically designed for this purpose. Lin Yi could not help but reflect, murmuring to himself. In fact, he had sensed from the moment the first little loli appeared before him that his path as a lord seemed to diverge significantly from that of others. As time passed, a series of subsequent developments incontrovertibly confirmed his initial suspicion. Undoubtedly, his trajectory of development was extraordinary. Not only did it deviate greatly from the preordained route he had simulated, but even those so-called second-generation lords with profound backgrounds and ample resources, such as Lin Yi, could hardly match his speed of advancement and accomplishments. Of course, while development is an important aspect, the more crucial element lies in the charming Lolis surrounding him. If talent were to be distinctly categorized into levels, Lin Yi's innate abilities would undoubtedly be deemed of the highest caliber, unique and irreplaceable in their excellence. After a brief interaction with the Holy Fire Loli, Lin Yi swiftly made his way to the Lord's Hall. Here, he could control all the buildings without needing to visit each one individually. Opening the Lord's Hall panel, Lin Yi clicked on the renovation and template options. As expected, two new templates appeared: Faith Sequence and Magic Sequence. What are we waiting for? Load them. Without hesitation, Lin Yi directly loaded the two newly appeared templates. Aren't templates meant to be loaded? Surely, there won't be any issues. As Lin Yi loaded these two templates, an invisible wave radiated outward from the Lord's Hall. Faintly, Lin Yi seemed to glimpse a fleeting fire above the buildings, but upon closer inspection, he found nothing. This should be considered a success, right? Observing the seemingly unchanged territory, Lin Yi promptly called out to the Hall Loli. In the spacious and brightly lit hall, Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with hope as he fixated on the petite and adorable Hall Loli, seemingly entrusting all his expectations to her. He eagerly asked, "Hall, have you sensed any changes?" His voice quivered slightly, clearly revealing his anxiety. However, in response to Lin Yi's hopeful inquiry, the Hall Loli shook her head in confusion, blinking her large, clear eyes as she quizzically replied, "My lord, what exactly do you mean?" Gazing at the Hall Loli's bewildered expression, Lin Yi felt a surge of impatience, his hands instinctively clenching as he quickened his speech. "Yes, yes. Have you sensed any power related to flames?" Upon hearing the words power of flames, the Hall Loli's expression grew even more perplexed. She gently closed her eyes, concentrating to carefully feel every subtle movement within her body. Seconds ticked by, and the entire hall fell into a hushed silence, save for Lin Yi's slightly hurried breaths. At last, under Lin Yi's expectant gaze, the Hall Loli slowly opened her eyes. "My lord, is this what you are referring to?" Accompanied by her melodious voice, the petite Loli extended her delicate, fair finger. To Lin Yi's astonishment, in that instant, a pitch-black flame unexpectedly appeared at her fingertip without warning. This dark flame danced joyfully like a spirit in the night, exuding a mysterious and eerie aura. Unlike ordinary flames that burned brightly, this one emanated an icy and shadowy essence, as if it could consume all things in the world. Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at this extraordinary spectacle. "It seems I have encountered this black flame somewhere before, but where exactly? Why does my mind feel so clouded at this moment? No matter how hard I try to recall, I cannot seem to remember clearly." Despite racking his brain, he failed to capture the fleeting fragments of memory. "Well, since I cannot recall, I shall not waste any more effort on this elusive thought. Perhaps it is merely a fleeting dream." With this in mind, Lin Yi shook his head, casting aside these bothersome thoughts. Indeed, this must be it. Just as Lin Yi prepared to step closer for a better look at the mysterious black flame, suddenly, a furious roar echoed outside the Lord's Hall like a clap of thunder. "Lin Yi." Upon hearing this familiar call, Lin Yi jolted, a look of surprise crossing his face. It's Lin Yi. Isn't she supposed to be enjoying a bath in the hot spring? Isn't it said that girls take their time bathing? How could she return so quickly? A flood of questions surged in his mind, leaving Lin Yi somewhat bewildered. However, at that moment, upon hearing Tong Yi's furious voice, he could no longer afford to continue observing the black flame. After all, the pressing matter was to address the irate young lady who had come knocking. Thus, he could only sigh in resignation, temporarily setting aside his curiosity about the black flame. In any case, his territory had now acquired this new extraordinary power. As for how to utilize it and maximize its potential, that was best left for the clever little Lolis to explore and research on their own. As Lin Yi slowly emerged from the Lord's Hall, the first sight that greeted him was the furious countenance of Tong Yi, a visage that instilled trepidation in all who beheld it. Her delicate form trembled slightly, her chest rising and falling with the rhythm of her indignation, and her lips unleashed a torrent of unrestrained invective. "You scoundrel!" Her voice resonated with such intensity that it seemed the entire world could bear witness to her fiery rebuke. At that moment, Tong Yi's beautiful eyes widened, ablaze with a fierce anger as they fixed unwaveringly upon Lin Yi. The tumult of emotions swirling within her was beyond mere words to convey. She had initially awaited Lin Yi in the grand bathhouse with a heart full of anticipation, even preparing to lay bare her feelings to him. However, as time dragged on without a glimpse of him, her anxiety had escalated. To add insult to injury, this rascal had the audacity to stand her up, not even daring to cross the threshold of the bathhouse. Had she not fortuitously caught sight of several adorable little girls returning, she might have remained there, foolishly waiting indefinitely. Confronted with Tong Yi's palpable fury, Lin Yi found himself momentarily daunted. Strangely, witnessing her in such a state of rage stirred an inexplicable sense of guilt within him. Could it be that she had misinterpreted the sight of the radiant little girls entering the bathhouse? At this thought, Lin Yi desperately cried out in his mind. It's a misunderstanding. The heavens could attest. He was indeed a paragon of virtue. Although he had once met those radiant little girls, he had since made it a point to visit the bathhouse during their absence. Furthermore, even when accompanied by other girls, he insisted they don swimwear before entering. Thus, his intentions regarding those little girls were entirely innocent. At long last, you have arrived. You must be famished. Come, let us go. I shall treat you to some delectable food. As he sensed Tong Yi was on the verge of exploding, Lin Yi wasted no time. With a swift stride, he approached her, a broad smile adorning his face as if oblivious to the preceding events, and firmly grasped her arm, leading her hastily towards the dining hall. He silently prayed that this ruse would successfully divert her ire. Curiously, Tong Yi's once tumultuous anger dissipated as swiftly as it had arisen. At the moment Lin Yi grasped her, her fury seemed to be whisked away by a gentle breeze, vanishing without a trace. It wasn't that she lacked the desire to confront Lin Yi about her grievances. Rather, she found herself at a loss for words. How could she possibly address such intimate feelings in front of so many onlookers? The mere thought of it sent her heart racing and her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Humph. Enough with the chatter. I am not the least bit hungry. I need to clarify things with you. Do you truly understand my feelings? Tong Yi, having cast aside her reservations, shut her eyes tightly, her face flushed, and summoned all her courage to bellow at Lin Yi. Lin Yi was utterly astounded by Tong Yi's boldness. She was unabashedly laying her feelings bare before him. In that instant, he stood frozen like one ensnared by a spell, completely at a loss for how to respond. Observing the bewildered Lin Yi before her, the scant courage Tong Yi had mustered ebbed away like the receding tide. At that moment, a whirlwind of emotions coursed through her, shame for her impulsive declaration and anxiety over the possibility of Lin Yi's disappointing response. The clamor of thoughts intertwined, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Chapter 140. No sticking out your tongue. Lin Yi's heart was a tempest, tumultuous and restless. Confronted with Tong Yi's sudden and unguarded emotional revelation, to claim his heart was unperturbed would be a blatant self-deception. Their relationship had always been akin to that of close siblings, with Lin Yi nurturing her with utmost care. Having witnessed her transformation from a naive little girl into the graceful young woman she had become, as a person of some integrity, he had occasionally wrestled with thoughts that transcended the bounds of friendship during their time together. Yet, every time such thoughts surfaced, he promptly quashed them with moral resolve, reminding himself never to engage in actions contrary to virtue. Thus, those inappropriate notions had remained confined to the realm of imagination. However, the situation had now undergone a dramatic upheaval. Tong Yi had taken the initiative, decisively shattering the fragile barrier that had existed between them, laying their emotions plainly on the table. Moreover, now that Tong Yi was of age, she was no longer the innocent girl she once was. Did this imply that they might transcend their prior relationship and embark on a new journey together? At this realization, Lin Yi felt his heart race, a thrilling sensation surging within him. Lost in this complex web of thoughts, Lin Yi suddenly regained focus, redirecting his gaze to Tong Yi. What he beheld left him utterly aghast. After waiting in vain for Lin Yi's response, Tong Yi had evidently conjured up some disheartening scenarios during the prolonged silence. Her once rosy complexion had drained to a pallid hue, devoid of color. Her enchanting eyes, now brimming with crystalline tears, resembled two pearls on the verge of falling, evoking a sense of deep compassion within him. Witnessing the dimming light in her eyes, filled with disappointment, Lin Yi felt a sharp pang in his heart. He understood all too well that if he failed to respond now, they risked becoming strangers, forever severed from one another. Yet, in this pivotal moment, Lin Yi, a novice in matters of the heart, found himself utterly flummoxed, unsure of how to respond to the young woman who stirred his heart so profoundly. At that instant, memories from his past life surged forth like a tidal wave. The laughter and tears, the sweetness and pain from the anime he had once watched coalesced into a powerful force, compelling him to take this crucial step forward. Finally, summoning his resolve, Lin Yi gritted his teeth, pulled Tong Yi tightly into his embrace, and without hesitation, captured her lips with his own. Tong Yi, who had been drowning in disappointment and sorrow, was taken aback by Lin Yi's sudden and unexpected action. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the face rapidly approaching her, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. With a soft whimper, her lips were sealed by Lin Yi's kiss, rendering her unable to utter another sound. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Everything else faded into insignificance as two youthful and fervent hearts collided with fervor. After what felt like an eternity, she exclaimed, "You dog!" With a startled cry, Lin Yi recoiled as if electrocuted, releasing Tong Yi, whose face was flushed red like a ripe apple. He licked the faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, while glaring angrily at Tong Yi. Tong Yi was also trembling with rage, her pretty face completely flushed, and her small fists clenched unconsciously. "Who told you? You actually dared to use your tongue?" Tong Yi lowered her head, muttering in a voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. Lin Yi felt a bit guilty too, though deep down he knew he had indeed been a bit too impulsive and had overstepped. Thinking this, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After all, before this, Tong Yi had always been so innocent when it came to matters of the heart, like a little loli who hadn't grown up yet. Such rapid development was truly a bit overwhelming. It was too fast. You're not hurt, are you?" Tong Yi looked nervously at the bright red trace of blood at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth, a twinge of guilt rising in her heart. However, that guilt vanished in an instant. On second thought, this wasn't entirely her fault. Who told him to suddenly use his tongue? He caught me completely off guard. He brought this on himself and totally deserves it. Thinking this, Tong Yi instantly felt justified. Not only did her guilt disappear, but she also glared fiercely at Lin Yi. Seeing this, Lin Yi glared back irritably and muttered, "Yes, I am. Aren't you worried you'll give me psychological trauma? What if I never dare to kiss again in the future?" Hearing this, Tong Yi panicked. Her mind involuntarily conjured up scenes of them unable to be intimate in the future. What would she do if they could never kiss again? At this thought, she became as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, asking frantically then what should we do? Lin Yi was surprised by Tong Yi's panicked demeanor. "Oh my gosh, seriously? She's this easy to fool? I'd always heard that girls in love have their IQ drop to negative levels. I thought it was an exaggeration, but it turns out it's true. In that case, maybe I should take this chance to tease her a bit." Thinking this, Lin Yi's eyes shifted craftily. A plan came to mind, and he deliberately put on a pitiful expression, saying, "Unless you let me try again. But this time you absolutely must not bite me. Otherwise, I might be scared forever." Although naive, Tong Yi now sensed the mischievous intent in Lin Yi's words. Her face flushed slightly as she said shyly then, "No using your tongue. How can I overcome the psychological trauma without using it?" At this moment, Lin Yi completely abandoned his conscience. What's conscience worth? Could it be as appealing as the big loli in front of me? Ugh. Fine, come on then. Tong Yi adopted the posture of someone bravely facing their doom. She closed her eyes and lifted her head toward Lin Yi. Here I come then. Indeed, girls are so easy to fool at times like these." Lin Yi rubbed his hands together, approached Tong Yi, and embraced her. Just as the two were kissing passionately. Chapter 141. The good moment gets interrupted. "Lord Big Brother, what are you two doing?" Suddenly, a clear, melodious voice, lovely as a nightingale's song, drifted down from above the two of them. This unexpected sound was like a clap of thunder in their ears, startling them greatly. In an instant, they separated as swiftly as a pair of wild ducks caught in the act. In their panic, they instinctively looked up. There, the adorable divination Loli was perched steadily on a worn-out broom, blinking her big, lively eyes, staring curiously at the pair below. At this moment, Tong Yi's originally fair and delicate face instantly flushed crimson, like a ripe apple, radiant and charming. She couldn't help but let out a small shriek. Then, like a frightened little rabbit, flusteredly buried her head into Lin Yi's warm, broad embrace, trying to deceive herself and hide her current shyness and embarrassment. As for Lin Yi, his expression wasn't much better either. After all, no matter who it was, being interrupted during such an awkward moment would make it hard to maintain a pleasant expression. Frowning, Lin Yi spoke irritably to the divination Loli on the broom, shooing her away like a duck. Shoo shoo, go somewhere cool and don't cause trouble here. Given the situation, Lin Yi naturally couldn't explain anything to this reckless little girl. So, while hurriedly trying to shoo the divination Loli away, he firmly took hold of the extremely shy Tong Yi beside him and hastily turned toward the direction of the cafeteria not far away, watching their receding figures. The divination Loli pouted dismissively and muttered, "Humph. Fine, don't tell me. I don't even want to know. I'll just go ask someone else." No sooner had she spoken than her darting eyes quickly scanned the surroundings and finally settled on a water well not far away. Then, her eyes rolled as if she'd thought of something fun. The next second, she swiftly and lightly zipped toward the water well. As she approached the well's opening, she first gently tapped the edge with her small hand, then tilted her head and listened attentively. "Don't hide. I saw everything from above. The Lord can't see you, but I can." Before long, a small head emerged from the well. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lin Yi, was that little loli just now also one of your citizens? I've never seen her before. After moving away from the scene of the incident, Tong Yi seemed to gradually regain her composure from the chaotic situation earlier. Her intelligence also started to come back online. At the very least, she was no longer as easily led by Lin Yi as before. It was at this moment that her thoughts suddenly landed on the memorable divination Loli from earlier, filling her with curiosity and confusion. After all, logically speaking, during the game's beginner phase, the reward each lord typically receives is only one sequence. Yet, from the current situation, Lin Yi's territory clearly follows a technological development path. And this is only the first day? Even if he immediately started training superpower users, it would be absolutely impossible to cultivate a unit that so obviously belongs to a mystical side sequence this quickly. So, what exactly is going on with that little loli who can fly freely? Faced with Tong Yi's barrage of questions, Lin Yi hesitated for a moment. In the end, after careful consideration, he decided to be honest with Tong Yi. After all, while talents are something extremely private for everyone, and people generally choose to keep them hidden to avoid targeted attacks, for the talent he possesses, Lin Yi truly couldn't think of any effective countermeasures someone could use against him. It must be said that his talent indeed borders on the mischievous. Lin Yi took a deep breath and slowly extended his hands, gently pressing them on Tong Yi's delicate shoulders. At that moment, a profound solemnity enveloped his countenance, as if he bore the weight of the entire world upon him. Tong Yi involuntarily shivered as she felt the strength emanating from Lin Yi's hands. She instinctively swallowed, her gaze flickering uncertainly, as if her mind had already conjured up some heart-pounding thoughts. Could it be that he wished to repeat his advances? Oh heavens, wasn't that a tad too frequent? Tong Yi pondered silently. Just then, Lin Yi broke the brief silence, stating, "Tong Yi, what I am about to reveal to you may be hard to believe, but please trust me. Every word I speak is an undeniable truth." Hearing this, Tong Yi lifted her head, meeting Lin Yi's extraordinarily serious gaze. Yet, inexplicably, upon witnessing his grave demeanor, a twinge of disappointment surged within her. Alas, it seemed he did not wish to kiss her as she had hoped. Tong Yi sighed inwardly. Lin Yi continued, "In truth, as you had previously surmised, the reason my territory is populated entirely by adorable little Lolis stems from my unique talent. One of my abilities allows me to transform buildings into the form of little Lolis. Furthermore, from this point onward, all units I recruit will appear in the guise of little Lolis." He then elaborated on the specifics of his talent to Tong Yi. Of course, since even he himself had only a partial understanding of this gift, he could only convey the information that was currently known. Moreover, during this explanation, he deliberately concealed the existence of his second talent, for he had yet to comprehend its true nature, as if it had never been activated at all. At this moment, Tong Yi was utterly astounded by Lin Yi's revelations. While she had entertained the thought that his talent might be limited to recruiting little Lolis, she never imagined he could also transform buildings into little Lolis. How utterly absurd. Since the emergence of the Lord's world, countless bizarre talents had surfaced, some powerful and peculiar. Yet she had never heard of anyone possessing the ability to turn buildings into Lolis. Just how obsessed was he with Lolis? Scoundrel! Despite the absurdity of the situation, the ironclad truth lay glaringly before her. No matter how ludicrous and unbelievable it seemed, Tong Yi found herself compelled to accept it, especially when, in the cafeteria, she witnessed the seemingly petite and adorable cafeteria Loli conjuring an unimaginable number of translucent hands to prepare meals. This breathtaking scene shattered her doubts. making disbelief nearly impossible. After dining, as night fell, Tong Yi gazed up at the sky, estimating that it was getting late, and expressed her desire to return to her own territory. In truth, Lin Yi hoped from the depths of his heart that Tong Yi would remain with him. However, how could someone as astute as Tong Yi be oblivious to Lin Yi's thoughts? Thus, she promptly and unequivocally declined, unwilling to accept defeat. Lin Yi continued to plead with her, employing various persuasive tactics to try to retain her. Ultimately, Tong Yi, her face flushed with embarrassment, managed to secure her release with the promise of 2 sausages. After all, by 10 o'clock the following morning, the so-called safe period would come to an end, and the Lord's world would officially open its doors to all lords. If Tong Yi failed to return to her territory in time, who could say what dangers awaited her? Although Lin Yi's territory was powerful enough to withstand such threats, Tong Yi was acutely aware that her own domain paled in comparison. If she did not hurry back to take charge, she could find herself in serious trouble. Time flew swiftly, and before long, the clock struck 10 on the second day. Ding! The safe period has ended, and the Lord's world is officially open to all lords. As if on cue, a mysterious and invisible mist began to dissipate, akin to an invisible curtain being drawn back. The information conveyed by this scene was unmistakable. His territory, which had long been shrouded in secrecy, was now fully exposed to the outside world. "Barracks, heed my command," he proclaimed with a grave expression, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. "Immediately lead your soldiers to conduct reconnaissance in the surrounding areas. It is imperative to ascertain the situation around our territory." "As you command," the barracks loli replied without hesitation, swiftly turning and leading 1,000 well-trained soldiers like arrows shot from a bow, disappearing quickly beyond the borders of the territory. Watching their retreating figures, he took a deep breath and then turned his attention to those who remained within the territory. "Everyone, from this moment onward, we are no longer in the safe and carefree novice stage. Exercise utmost caution when venturing out to gather resources. You must understand that this low-tier world is home to extraordinary creatures as well. While it remains unclear how these extraordinary beings compare to our Lolis in strength, it is always wise to be cautious." After ensuring that the Lolis were properly assigned their tasks, Lin Yi hurried to the research institute. Previously, he had successfully acquired 2 immensely valuable sequence buildings, yet he had yet to thoroughly examine the key information regarding the technology and evolutionary paths contained within. Upon entering the research institute, Lin Yi smoothly approached the control console, waving his hand gently, which caused the virtual screen before him to illuminate instantly. He focused intently on the screen, first selecting the technology option. However, after merely a glance, a faint sense of disappointment washed over him. It turned out that the number of technologies unlocked by the Holy Fire platform was indeed quite limited, with only 2 options available for selection: faith condensation, gather faith; eternal flames, and infinite rebirth. The effect of this technology was to consolidate the faith of all the residents within the territory, leading to a path of deification. It required alignment with the Lord's growth path. As long as the faith within the territory remained unextinguished, he could achieve infinite rebirth at the Holy Fire platform. Upon reading this explanation, he couldn't help but feel somewhat disheartened. The potential of the deification path was entirely contingent upon the number of believers. The greater the number, the stronger his abilities, and conversely, fewer believers would render him weaker. This path had its advantages and disadvantages. The benefit was that as long as there was even one person who believed in him, he would not perish. The downside was that his future strength would hinge on the number of those who believed in him. Of course, if he were to pursue this path, all the Lolis in his territory would undoubtedly become fervent devotees, but with such a small number, he might find himself unable to even contend with the Lolis in the future. After all, as the number of Lolis increases, their attributes are bound to enhance as well. The sheer volume of their numbers pales in comparison to the attributes gained from their level-ups. How can this be acceptable? Will he still maintain his dignity in the future? Another technology involves imbuing weapons with the power of flames. For him, this is rather superfluous. All the Lolis in his territory have already been granted the blessing of fire. Thus, the enhancement of weapons seems less significant unless he plans to venture into the weapon trade, selling fire-infused arms. Setting aside the current income of his territory, wouldn't this merely aid the enemy? He would never engage in such foolishness. To his astonishment, the divination house unlocked a multitude of technological achievements. Yet as Lin Yi eagerly examined each one, his hopes swiftly dissolved like bubbles, replaced by profound disappointment. It turned out that the technologies unveiled by the divination house were an assortment of bizarre and perplexing contraptions. There were flying brooms, owls designated for delivering messages, and an array of peculiar potions, among others. Even more absurdly, the majority of the remaining options were tied to the enigmatic study of celestial phenomena. Faced with these nonsensical items, Lin Yi couldn't help but mutter curses under his breath. What on earth are these useless trinkets for? Am I to ride a broom for leisure? Or rely on that owl to deliver love letters? However, upon further contemplation, perhaps those odd potions might possess some utility after all. With a resigned sigh, Lin Yi redirected his attention to the evolution path of the Lord. He swiftly perused the options displayed on the screen, unhesitatingly bypassing the first two choices that appeared dubious, his gaze fixating on the final option. Yet, when he discerned the last choice, he was rendered utterly speechless. Which training, gender restriction, female? Upon reaching this point, Lin Yi could no longer contain his inner fury and dissatisfaction, venting his frustrations vocally. What kind of nonsense is this? Clearly, this is an intentional barrier preventing me from embarking on the path of the extraordinary. First, there was the cybernetic modification. And now a gender limitation. This seemingly viable path is effectively sealed off. Is this not merely a mockery? The more he pondered, the angrier Lin Yi became, even beginning to regret not entrusting the divination house to Tong Yi. After all, with Tong Yi's sweet and charming demeanor, if she could indeed transform into a petite and delightful little witch, it would surely be a rather splendid outcome. Chapter 143, The Antagonist of Lolis. Lin Yi muttered incessantly, his face clouded with frustration as he exited the research institute. The more he contemplated, the more he felt that the lordly realm was deliberately conspiring against him. Just look at the ludicrous paths laid before him. Among the three extraordinary routes presented, he found himself utterly uninterested in any of them. Take the seemingly decent witch route, for instance. The mere gender restriction rendered it an impossibility for him. Is it required that I change my gender to pursue this extraordinary path? He was, after all, a staunch heterosexual. Turning to the next option. While it appeared acceptable at first glance, upon closer inspection, it became evident that its growth potential was exceedingly limited. Should he choose this path, would he not merely become a punching bag, a mere meat shield for others to pummel? As for the last option, he didn't even bother to glance at it. Cybernetic modification sounded intriguing, but in reality, it was a trap. Life is fleeting, and if one cannot indulge in a modicum of pleasurable experiences, what meaning does life hold? Must he truly install a cold, hard, stainless steel contraption into himself? If that were to happen, Tong Yi would undoubtedly wail and demand to break up. After all, they had only just successfully exited the single life. They hadn't even had a chance to savor the deliciousness of their relationship before he was expected to adopt an ascetic lifestyle. Wasn't that outright cruelty? Thus, rather than hastily settling for a subpar choice, it would be wiser to exercise patience and wait. He refused to believe that. With so many exceptionally capable and charming Lolis in his territory, he couldn't find a satisfactory, extraordinary sequence. Life is long, and there are many choices ahead. There is no need to rush into a decision now. Meanwhile, over 100 kilometers away from the territory, the Camp Loli, accompanied by 200 loli soldiers, unexpectedly stumbled upon a peculiar situation after a brief long trek across a stony wasteland. The Camp Loli and her 200 soldiers concealed themselves within a thicket, gazing with a mixture of curiosity and disgust at a group of incomprehensible creatures amidst the rocky terrain. "Boss, what kind of monsters are those?" one loli soldier asked with a look of revulsion, pointing at a group of creatures resembling octopuses. These creatures boasted massive heads adorned with numerous slippery tentacles, dripping with repulsive slime as they busily gathered stones from the rocky expanse. For reasons unknown, the mere sight of these beings instilled within the soldiers an insatiable sense of discomfort, both psychologically and physiologically, evoking an inexplicable aversion to these monsters. The Camp Loli was no better off. Upon encountering these creatures, it felt as though she had met an eternal nemesis, and an overwhelming sense of unease enveloped her. Tightening her grip on her weapon, the Camp Loli wore a grave expression. Regardless of the nature of these monsters, their proximity to the territory necessitated decisive action. They could not afford to show mercy. "We'll strike first. These disgusting creatures should not be allowed to linger," she resolved. Setting aside the fact that these monsters were so close to the territory, the instinctual animosity she felt toward them ensured that the Camp Loli would not stand idly by. Understood. The soldiers responded without hesitation, their loyalty to the Camp Loli's command unwavering. They too felt the unsettling presence of these creatures. Imagining that such repulsive beings lurked near their home made it impossible for them to sleep soundly. The visceral aversion was too strong to ignore. Spread out and encircle these monsters. Use ranged weapons to eliminate them. Do not approach them at all. The Camp Loli quickly orchestrated the plan. The soldiers promptly sprang into action, stealthily positioning themselves. Once everyone was in place, the Camp Loli let out a sigh of relief, cautiously extending her weapon. In terms of strength, these monsters posed no threat to the Lolis. Observing them struggle to transport stones revealed their lack of power. Even a stone weighing less than 100 kilograms required the combined effort of two monsters to lift. This clearly indicated their weakness. The Camp Loli's insistence on employing ranged attacks stemmed from a simple but profound reluctance to approach these revolting beings even by a single step. The deep-seated rejection felt as though any close contact with them would inevitably lead to a series of unpredictable and dire consequences. With a firm grip on her weapon, the Camp Loli's eyes glimmered with cold determination, her intent to kill palpable. She had never before experienced such intense loathing for a particular type of monster. The beings before her seemed fated to be adversaries from the moment of their inception. Merely casting a glance at them stirred an intense discomfort within. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot reverberated through the air, slicing through the silence with a crisp crack. Not far away, a monstrous creature became rigid in an instant, and without warning. Its enormous head exploded violently. In the blink of an eye, a thick, purple liquid erupted like a fountain, splattering everywhere. The hue resembled that of blood, yet it exuded a peculiar, unsettling aura. However, this was merely the beginning. Before the other creatures could react to their companion's demise, a cacophony of deafening gunfire erupted from all directions. The soldiers seized the moment, firing in unison. In an instant, countless tongues of flame wove a dense net of firepower, descending upon the creatures preoccupied with hauling stones. Amidst the relentless explosions, the monsters burst like punctured balloons. In a matter of seconds, the entire rocky expanse was engulfed in the alarming purple liquid, the air thick with a nauseating metallic scent. Fewer than 100 creatures remained on the stony terrain, and within mere moments, the battle was decisively concluded under the assault of 200 soldiers. "Boss, the battle is over, and none have escaped," reported a soldier. Following the clash, the troops swiftly regrouped in the woods. Even though the fighting had ceased, they hesitated to approach the rocky area. It was only at that moment that a sense of relief washed over them. The camp's petite commander nodded solemnly, then led her soldiers in a circumspect sweep around the perimeter, soon discovering traces of the creature's viscous residue behind the rocky terrain. Frowning, she gazed at the direction the slime led, her expression marred by an unmistakable distaste. It seemed there were more of these creatures nearby. This must be a lair of monstrosities, and it was imperative that they eradicate it. The existence of such a nest in their territory could not be ignored. Chapter 144, Recruitment. Ding. Your territory has declared war on the Grass Clan. Your current relationship is hostile. The sudden alert rang out, startling Lin Yi, who had been diligently cataloging supplies in the warehouse. What on earth? Why have I inexplicably declared war on someone? His eyes widened in disbelief, his expression reflecting utter incredulity as if he had heard the most absurd news imaginable. He stood there, dazed for several seconds, before regaining his composure. The first thought that crossed his mind was that it must be the mischief of those two troublesome little girls. One was tasked with managing the warehouse, while the other oversaw the market. These two had caused him no shortage of trouble, but declaring war seemed far-fetched. However, he quickly sensed something amiss. The system's announcement clearly indicated a declaration of war, not merely a decline in diplomatic relations. From what he knew of those two girls, their mischief was typically limited to petty theft and minor schemes. There was no way they could have provoked a conflict of such magnitude. Moreover, he had repeatedly cautioned them to conceal their identities while engaging in illicit activities, ensuring they would not leave any incriminating evidence. Could it be that these two could not even last a day without exposing themselves? Even more perplexing was the identity of this so-called Grass Clan. Had an alien faction emerged in the vicinity of his territory? If that were the case, things could become exceedingly complicated. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Yi's expression grew serious. In the realm of lords, when descending into a lower-tier world, the landing site was entirely random. It did not merely coincide with the realm of one's own kin. As such, the presence of various factions surrounding his territory was rife with uncertainty. He might encounter allies of his own kind or face entirely unfamiliar races. Typically, if two factions bore similar traits, they might opt for a peaceful coexistence. Yet, such harmonious scenarios were rare. More often than not, the meeting of different factions resulted in a life-and-death struggle, culminating in the total annihilation of one side. Given the current hostile stance, it was evident that the Grass Clan could no longer coexist peacefully with them. Faced with such a daunting predicament, Lin Yi quickly retrieved a communicator, eager to establish contact with the camp's commander. After assessing the situation, it became clear that aside from the two restless girls, the only personnel outside the territory were the soldiers on their mission. As for what had transpired around the territory, the camp's commander would undoubtedly possess the most accurate information. Lin Yi anxiously fiddled with the communicator, but after several attempts, he was unable to establish a connection. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the realization that the camp's commander was beyond the range of communication. With no other recourse, he reluctantly stowed the device away, planning to inquire about the situation later that evening, wondering how they had acquired an enemy so inexplicably. There was little he could do in the meantime. The communicator had a limited range, and he could not venture out to find the camp's commander. Meanwhile, the camp's commander cautiously followed the viscous trail left by the creature resembling an octopus, exploring until she arrived at an exceedingly bizarre and enigmatic location. This place starkly contrasted with her familiar territory, presenting a repulsive sight. The area was a valley, entirely shrouded in a thick, foul-smelling slime that seemed to pulse with a life of its own, sending chills down her spine. More horrifying still, the valley was dotted with over 20 massive tumors that appeared to writhe as if alive, their surfaces irregular and covered in grotesque patterns and protrusions. The tumors sporadically expelled murky liquid, permeating the air with a noxious odor. As far as the eye could see, there were no towering walls or any signs of structures. Only an unending procession of octopus-like creatures traversed the area. The camp's commander led her soldiers to a concealed position, strategically distant from the creature's lair. With their exceptional vision, they focused intently on the terrifying sight, leaving no movement unnoticed. At this moment, they remained convinced that all they beheld were fearsome monsters. One of the soldier girls could not help but brush her skin where goosebumps had risen from discomfort. Her face etched with a bitter expression as she softly addressed the camp commander. "Boss, the number of creatures inside is astonishing. Initial estimates suggest at least several thousand. Should we call for reinforcements?" However, if one were to evaluate the situation purely based on the comparative attributes of both sides, it would not be particularly challenging for their mere 200 troops to thoroughly annihilate this place without sustaining any losses. Yet, confronted with such a multitude of grotesque monsters, even the battle-hardened among them could not help but feel a twinge of trepidation. It was simply repulsive. The camp's petite commander stood her ground, her delicate brows furrowed, her exquisitely charming visage marred by an expression of inner turmoil. Her large, glistening eyes were fixed intently upon the horde of creatures not far ahead, her mind racing with contemplation. These beasts were far beyond her initial expectations. Had there been merely a few hundred, her nature would have compelled her to lead her 200 valiant soldiers into immediate assault without a moment's hesitation. However, the stark reality before her was that thousands of such monsters had congregated here, faced with such a staggering number of foes. She was compelled to deliberate carefully on her ensuing tactical maneuvers, although she harbored a considerable confidence in her own capabilities and those of her troops. The mere sight of these revolting creatures deterred her from engaging them in close combat. The sensation was as if any proximity would induce unbearable nausea, making her feel that engaging in melee would jeopardize her very being. After a period of profound contemplation, the camp commander decisively issued her orders. "Very well. We shall hold our position here for the time being. You must return to the territory immediately to summon reinforcements." No sooner had she spoken than she pointed at one of the soldiers. This soldier acted without a shred of hesitation or delay, swiftly turning on her heel and dashing towards the direction of their territory like an arrow released from a bow. The distance was just over 100 kilometers, and under normal circumstances, a round trip would take approximately half an hour. For the camp commander, this waiting time was bearable. Presently, their domain boasted over 3,000 residents. It was not a large number, as long as she could successfully recruit 1,000 reinforcements from her territory, armed with superior weaponry. She was confident they could effortlessly obliterate the monster den. With this thought, her resolve strengthened, and her hands instinctively tightened around the hilt of her sword, as she awaited the arrival of her backup. Chapter 145, Preparations for Attack. In a little over 10 minutes, the soldier reached a resource-gathering site. At that moment, she unhesitatingly conveyed her needs to the assemblage of fellow commanders. Upon hearing about the situation, the gathering of petite warriors immediately ignited with excitement, swiftly initiating contact with others. It is worth noting that whether residing in homes or laboring in workshops, each of these commanders possessed unique and remarkable means of long-distance communication. Before long, personnel began to arrive from all directions, steadily converging on the location. To their astonishment, the number of arrivals far exceeded the commander's expectations, ultimately surpassing an astounding 1,000. This battalion of over 1,000 adorable commanders marched forth with unwavering determination towards the monster den. As they approached their objective, prudence led them to slow their pace, cautiously adopting a strategy of stealth. At that moment, one commander in the ranks spoke up. "Should we not inform Lord Brother first? After all, with so many of us acting together, the resources we gather today will certainly pale in comparison to those of yesterday." Yet another commander shook her head in rebuttal. "There's no need. Lord Brother typically does not concern himself with the situation at the warehouse. Moreover, the resources there fluctuate daily. How could he possibly keep track?" "Precisely. Besides, We are merely launching an assault on a somewhat larger monster den. Even if Lord Brother learns of it afterward, he likely won't make a fuss. Thus, this formidable army of over 1,000 petite commanders continued to advance silently, eagerly anticipating the battle ahead. The camp commander gripped her weapon tightly, her diminutive form standing erect, her large eyes fixed intently on the monster den not far ahead. Time ticked by, yet the little commander maintained a state of heightened vigilance, resembling a statue in her stillness. Soon, the corners of her rosy lips curled upwards, forming an almost imperceptible smile. "They're coming." As her words faded, her gaze shifted to the rear of the group. With a faint rustling sound, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached from afar. In no time, a soldier dispatched to summon reinforcements arrived like a gust of wind, halting abruptly before the camp commander. Standing at attention and executing a crisp military salute, exclaiming with fervor, reporting, "Chief, I have successfully brought the entire battalion." This soldier had raced across the distance. Yet the journey, though not long, appeared to have exerted no toll upon her. Her complexion was flushed, her breathing steady, and she stood with resolute energy awaiting orders. The camp commander nodded approvingly, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes, and remarked, "Well done." She then turned to regard the arriving commanders. One by one, adorable figures emerged from the rear, swiftly assembling into orderly ranks. Within this territory, the distinction between production units and combat units had all but dissolved. Each commander was a versatile asset. When armed, they transformed into brave warriors, and when disarmed, they became industrious villagers. However, compared to those seasoned soldiers forged through prolonged combat, the only thing these petite commanders lacked was genuine battlefield experience. At that moment, a significant number of newly arrived reinforcements hurried toward them. Filled with curiosity, they cast their gazes toward the nearby monster den, speculating on the mysterious creatures lurking within. When they finally beheld the full extent of these monsters, their faces turned pale, and a wave of nausea surged within them. "Oh my, that is utterly revolting. What on earth are those creatures?" Indeed, just a glance induces a profound discomfort. "I doubt I could eat for the next 3 days. This is a formidable enemy. We must eradicate them all." These new reinforcements shared sentiments akin to those of their predecessors. Merely witnessing the monsters instilled a profound sense of dread and revulsion. It felt as though these creatures were born to be their mortal enemies, destined for an unending conflict. At last, they comprehended why the charming commander had urgently summoned them. In the face of such repugnant monsters, even the slightest contact would be a grievous affront. However, within this group of commanders existed a unique subset, those produced in the workshop. Due to their robotic nature and uniform thought processes, they did not experience the same intense discomfort as their human counterparts. For them, their primary consciousness is not that of an emotionally rich, easily swayed, ordinary loli. Thus, they cannot empathize with other lolis. Instead, they merely gaze blankly at them, unable to comprehend their fears. Observing the diverse array of beings before her, the loli in the barracks couldn't help but tense her expression and hurriedly began issuing commands. "All right. At this moment, everyone must heed my instructions. We shall eradicate those creatures from a distance." She was acutely aware that if she did not quickly give orders, this group of lowly warriors would soon embark on their own reckless offensive. At the sound of her command, over 1,000 lolis swiftly responded, uniformly retrieving an assortment of firearms from their backpacks. These diminutive yet formidable weapons gleamed with a chilling light under the sun. Under the barracks loli's meticulous guidance, the lolis advanced like a battalion of well-trained soldiers, swiftly making their way to pre-designated positions. The emergence of such a monstrous horde in this territory was indeed unexpected. Should they fail to eliminate them completely, it seemed unlikely that any of them would find peace in slumber that night. Turning her gaze to the not-so-distant scene, she observed a group of creatures resembling octopuses, busily engaged in their tasks. They were laboriously using their long, slender, and slimy tentacles to wrap up various supplies, which they then transported slowly yet resolutely to an enormous, grotesque mass. A larger variety of these octopus-like creatures, with more robust and numerous appendages, was responsible for escorting batches of captured prey into different grotesque masses. Were it not for their hideous and repulsive appearance and the eerie nature of the masses, one could almost mistake their orderly division of labor for that of a functioning territory. Chapter 146, Overwhelming. The lair of the octopus monsters lay concealed within a deep, tranquil valley, strategically positioned for defense. This valley, encircled on 3 sides, resembled a natural fortress, with only the front offering a clear view. The towering valley walls rose to hundreds of meters, steep and intimidating to behold. The walls were barren, devoid of any vegetation, polished by nature to an astonishing smoothness. At the valley's bottom resided the lair of the octopus creatures. This terrain was exceedingly defensible, Should they erect an impenetrable wall? The only option for assault would be a frontal charge. However, fate is often dramatic. The octopus monsters could never have anticipated that they were about to confront a group of utterly unreasonable Lolis. The barracks loli boldly stood at the forefront of her team, orchestrating their movements with poise. Listen closely. Divide into 3 squads. 2 will climb the valley sides to gain the advantage of higher ground, delivering a surprise attack from above. The remainder will follow me to guard the main entrance, ensuring not a single creature escapes our grasp. Before her words had fully echoed, the barracks loli led her 200 brave soldiers into a concealed position, mere moments away from the lair of the octopus monsters. They held their breath, eyes sharp and focused, locking onto the fidgeting mass of creatures nearby. In that moment, the barracks loli's eyes blazed with a fierce intent, as if she bore an ancient grudge against these monsters. Curiously, it seemed that from the instant the Lolis first encountered the monsters, a brutal fate had been set, one where only one side could survive. The hundreds of meters in height posed no challenge for these agile Lolis, endowed with extraordinary abilities. Within a mere 10 minutes, the barracks loli received word from her comrades on the other side that all was prepared. Open fire. With her crisp and resolute command, the Lolis above the valley instantly squeezed their triggers, unleashing a torrent of fire. In an instant, countless bullets rained down like a deluge, densely striking the depths of the monster's lair. The continuous gunfire echoed throughout the valley. Each loli, equipped with a backpack, had no concern about ammunition shortages, allowing them to shoot freely. Moreover, with the elevated vantage point, they had a clear view of the monster's lair. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1,000 monsters within the lair burst apart like punctured balloons, purple liquid flowing across the ground in a nauseating spectacle. Above the valley, the residential Lolis and robotic Lolis shared an unspoken understanding, rarely selecting the same target. Within a short span, the monsters within the lair fell one by one. A soldier standing shoulder to shoulder with the barracks loli, eyes glued to the intense firefight, licked her lips in excitement, unable to contain her eagerness. Boss, is it our turn to join the fray? However, at that moment, the barracks loli raised her hand, signaling for calm, and interjected, not so fast, something feels amiss. With a face full of suspicion, she cast her gaze toward the distant monster lair. Suddenly, an unexpected scene unfolded. The monsters, caught off guard by the assault, behaved unlike any she had encountered before. Typically, when external threats attacked, monsters would scatter in panic, yet these creatures defied that instinct, charging toward their lair with reckless abandon. This behavior was exceedingly abnormal, completely contradicting her understanding of monster behavior. In previous encounters, regardless of the type, even those with rudimentary intelligence and beastly features, when their stronghold was attacked, and they realized they could not withstand the onslaught, would unhesitatingly abandon their position to flee for their lives. Yet, this group of monsters displayed such unusual tenacity. Despite suffering severe casualties, they pressed onward toward their lair, undeterred. What could possibly explain this? Did they not realize that such actions were tantamount to seeking their own demise? As the monsters surged toward the lair like moths to a flame, the number remaining outside dwindled to almost nothing. Only then did the barracks loli issue the command to attack. Unfortunately, due to the delay, by the time the order was given, most of the monsters had already been decimated. It must be said, during the initial skirmish, the technological prowess of their firearms proved devastating against the enigmatic entities of the mysterious side. Just as the barracks loli was filled with joy, believing that these grotesque, snarling creatures were cornered and would meet their end, a sudden, piercing shriek erupted unexpectedly from the dark depths of the monster lair. The surge of psychic energy seemed to emanate from the depths of hell itself, imbued with an endless array of distortions and a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Almost immediately, an imperceptible yet formidable wave of force surged forth like a tumultuous tide from the lair of the monstrous creature, racing with blinding speed in all directions. It effortlessly swept past the grotesque fleshy tumors within the den, traversing a distance of nearly 100 meters in an instant, slicing through the sparse forest like a lightning bolt cleaving the night sky, mercilessly beginning its frenzied expansion into the distance. The first to feel the brunt of this mysterious force were the young girls residing above the valley, along with their robotic companions. As the intangible wave swiftly coursed through their petite forms, they felt as though their heads had been sharply struck, instinctively retracting their necks in unison. However, to their astonishment, aside from the initial moment of discomfort, nothing further occurred. At that very moment, the valley rang with the sounds of fierce gunfire, echoing incessantly. Each crisp shot struck true, felling an octopus-like monstrosity on the spot. The relentless barrage of gunfire resembled a stirring battle anthem, undeterred by the earlier uncanny wave. Perhaps sensing that its meticulously orchestrated assault had been so effortlessly rendered ineffective, The unknown entity lurking deep within the monster's lair appeared somewhat agitated. Consequently, it gathered its strength once more, unleashing an even more potent wave of psychic energy. Yet this time, humanity could distinctly discern that amidst the original agitation, there was now a profound expression of fear and panic. Chapter 147, a 40-meter-long blade. Oh dear, the young girls exclaimed in unison. Compared to the previous psychic assault, this felt akin to receiving 2 sharp blows to the head. Nevertheless, it proved to be of no consequence. The gunfire gradually subsided, and the monsters within the lair were nearly all slain. Those that remained had taken refuge within the grotesque tumors. Boss, we can't hit the remaining monsters. Our firearms are ineffective against those fleshly growths. Should we venture inside? The young soldiers expressed their distaste for the monster's den. Truth be told, they were reluctant to enter. Yet they had no choice. With the remaining monsters in hiding, they needed to confront the creatures directly to eradicate them entirely. After a moment of hesitation and deep contemplation, the soldier resolved to seize the opportunity to eliminate these abominations, driven by an instinctual sense of enmity that could not be overlooked. Gritting her teeth, she declared resolutely, "Very well, we shall proceed inside. The rest of you maintain a perimeter to prevent any stragglers." Suppressing the overwhelming discomfort surging within her, the soldier, pale-faced, led 200 troops forward with heavy yet determined steps towards the ominous lair of the monsters. As they set foot in this eerie domain, the sight before them was enough to chill the bones. Everywhere lay the writhing lower halves of grotesque creatures, fragments of dismembered limbs, some still dripping with viscous blood, others emanating a foul stench, rendered the scene akin to a nightmarish hellscape. Gazing upon this disturbing tableau, capable of inducing madness and causing sanity to plummet, steeling themselves to push aside the repulsive, writhing tendrils obstructing their path. As their weapons made contact with the appendages, a nauseating slickness enveloped their hands, coating their spears with the revolting, slippery substance. This sensation left the soldiers feeling as though they had been electrocuted, their faces paling, eyes brimming with tears, appearing on the verge of weeping. Yet, despite their trepidation, the soldiers behind them followed closely, unwilling to let their guard down, fearful of inadvertently associating themselves with the horrors lurking within the lair. Thus, with the brave soldiers clearing the way, the group laboriously approached the first tumor. This fleshy mass, merely of medium size within the lair, boasted a diameter nearing 100 meters. Faced with such a vast and grotesque growth, the soldiers found themselves at a loss, uncertain of how to obliterate it entirely. "Boss, I have an idea," one soldier exclaimed, gritting her teeth as if making a tremendous sacrifice, reluctantly retrieving a 40-meter-long blade from her pack. The soldier's eyes widened in disbelief. "Where did you acquire that?" The soldier cast a reluctant glance at the colossal blade. "If I use this here, it's essentially a lost cause." She explained that the Lord had once casually mentioned a 40-meter-long sword, which the blacksmith had overheard and subsequently forged. "I thought the Lord had no further interest in it, so I brought it along when I went to exchange weapons." The other soldiers gazed in astonishment at the 40-meter-long blade, envy evident in their expressions. Come on, who could resist such an enticing weapon? The soldier resolved that upon their return to the territory, she would have the blacksmith create more, ensuring everyone had one. The young soldier swallowed hard, her gaze shifting between the blade and the monstrous tumor ahead. "Are you certain you want to use that? Aren't you worried about getting that disgusting goo all over yourself?" The tumor was riddled with bullet holes, from which repulsive slime continuously oozed. If she were to strike it with the 40-meter blade, she would undoubtedly be drenched in the vile substance. At this, the other soldiers instinctively recoiled several steps, as though delaying would spare them from the nauseating goo. The soldier wielding the blade froze, her expression faltering as she seemed on the verge of tears. "Boss, I didn't think of that. Perhaps you should take over." She hastily offered the massive sword to the soldier. "No way," the soldier retorted, taking a step back and waving her hands. "You came up with this plan, you should see it through. But fear not. I will ensure your contribution is recognized when we return." She quickly retreated several more steps, as if fearing the goo would leap to adhere to her. The soldier with the massive blade felt utterly defeated, casting a desperate glance at her comrades. Yet, upon meeting her gaze, the other soldiers promptly turned away. "Sorry. It's every soldier for themselves." The reality of their situation left her bereft of tears. She had no desire to be ensnared by that revolting substance. However, she had already spoken her mind. If she were to falter now, someone else would inevitably step in. Moreover, maintaining this stalemate was not a viable solution, for the monsters within this lair had yet to be vanquished. Reluctantly, the soldier grasped her broadsword and advanced towards the grotesque tumor, her mind racing with potential strategies. As the soldier prepared to take action, Both the camp's young girls and her fellow soldiers instinctively retreated several paces, wary of being ensnared by anything lurking within this nest. They all regarded the soldier wielding the great sword with expressions of admiration, their eyes brimming with sympathy. The soldier approached the tumor with a heavy heart. But at that moment, her gaze inadvertently fell upon a piece of wood ablaze within the lair. In an instant, a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. Flames. Yes. Hadn't the Lord bestowed upon them the power of fire? If she could swiftly seal the tumor's opening with flames, wouldn't the vile slime be unable to escape? What was there to fear? In that moment, it was as if enlightenment had struck her, revealing a path to salvation, a way to avoid being reborn. In the next heartbeat, a flicker of black flame manifested in her hand, spreading along the length of her 40-meter sword. Black flames. The soldier initially paused, taken aback by the color, but soon brushed it aside. What mattered was that it was fire. Chapter 148, The Rampaging Flames. Gazing at the massive tumor before her, resembling a small mountain, the soldier's eyes widened in terror, her throat involuntarily constricting as she struggled to swallow. She instinctively turned to her comrades, who had already distanced themselves, and silently cursed, how utterly disloyal, to flee so far. With both hands gripping the gleaming, 40-meter-long sword, her once delicate features were obscured by the roaring black flames, rendering her expression nearly unrecognizable. Yet, the slight tremor in her body and her hesitant movements betrayed her inner turmoil, filled with revulsion and unease at the terrifying tumor. Despite her apprehension, the soldier summoned her courage and cautiously poked the sword toward the tumor. After all, no one knew if this black flame would truly be capable of sealing the disgusting slime that continually oozed forth. A test was imperative. The enormous tumor writhed incessantly, as if it possessed its own consciousness and life. The bullet holes from previous attacks had rapidly filled with a viscous green liquid, and the wounds were visibly healing at an alarming rate. Just as the sword, aflame with black fire, was about to make contact with the tumor, an immense and mysterious invisible wave surged forth like a tidal wave, rippling through the air. In that instant, the entire space seemed to freeze, time itself appearing to come to a halt. Concurrently, a chilling, haunting wail echoed in the ears of all present. Soon after, a more potent invisible wave erupted from the recently attacked tumor, tearing through the air as if it were being shredded into countless fragments. Astonishingly, this spectacle appeared to have no effect on the adorable young girls, who gazed wide-eyed in disbelief at the unfolding drama. As the black flame touched the tumor, it was as if a spark had ignited a barrel of oil. An explosive burst engulfed the entire tumor in searing black flames. Whoa! The nearby soldier gasped, startled by the sudden turn of events, instinctively stepping back several paces. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at the immense, surging mass of black fire. Filled with confusion and astonishment, the heat washed over her like a wave, tousling a lock of hair from her forehead. In the meantime, tendrils of black flame, akin to serpents, slithered upwards from the tumor, rapidly ascending. They resembled an invisible spider web ignited, splitting apart at a breathtaking speed, first dividing into 2, then 4, and so on, until they transformed into countless flames that surged forth like a deluge toward the monster's lair. The majority of the flames cascaded onto the other tumors within the lair, igniting them effortlessly. A smaller portion of the flames, however, darted along nearly invisible threads, shooting out of the lair like arrows. Suddenly, from the depths of the lair, a powerful psychic wave emanated from the largest tumor, brimming with rage and anguish, reverberating through the air. What have you done? The camp's young girl stared wide-eyed at the soldier wielding the sword, disbelief and confusion etched across her face. The soldier flailed her hands in a panic, repeatedly attempting to explain, No. I truly had no idea what was happening. I merely thought to use fire to see if it could seal the slime, and I never expected it would ignite so readily." As she spoke, beads of sweat formed on her forehead, clearly shaken by the unexpected turn of events. The camp girl furrowed her brow, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, she nodded in understanding and swiftly raised her right hand, conjuring a small sphere of orange flames. Without hesitation, she hurled the flames towards a nearby tentacle. To her astonishment, the tiny flame, initially no larger than a fingertip, erupted into an inferno upon contact, consuming the entire tentacle in a fiery explosion. In mere seconds, the grotesque appendage was reduced to a cloud of black ash, dissipating into the air. It was evident that the flames indeed held the power. The camp girl approached the soldier and gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to relax. Her gaze then shifted to the surrounding, continuously burning tumors. A smile of relief spread across her face. "This is splendid. We need no longer endure the revulsion of dismantling these abhorrent tumors. We can simply wait patiently for the flames to incinerate them all." With this thought, the camp girl exhaled deeply, her taut, nerves finally beginning to ease. Simultaneously, within the unfathomable depths of the monster's lair, an imposing structure loomed, exuding relentless waves of disconcerting psychic energy. If the initial psychic wave had been likened to a gentle tap on the girls' adorable heads, then this current wave felt more like a mischievous poke at their soft cheeks. Although such behavior is undeniably irksome, it remains merely a source of annoyance. Time flows silently, and the once formidable spiritual wave gradually diminishes. Initially, it surged with an intensity akin to a slap in the face. Then, it transformed into a gentle breeze caressing the skin. Ultimately, it became almost imperceptible, as if it had vanished entirely. At this very moment, the grotesque and repulsive tumors within the monster's lair are nearing incineration by the fierce black flames. Only a few remnants remain, preserving some precious materials that fortuitously survived. This enigmatic black flame appears to possess a unique consciousness, functioning like a precise executor, solely focused on incinerating the tumors and the severed limbs of the monsters. Remarkably, it inflicts no damage whatsoever on the meticulously preserved resources within the tumors. Not only that, but even ordinary wood emerges unscathed from the ferocious onslaught of this black flame. The once slimy and filthy monster den, after being ruthlessly ravaged by the black flames, has been utterly transformed, becoming unprecedentedly clean and immaculate. Chapter 149, The Guests of the Inn. Meanwhile, within the territory, the holy fire maiden, who had been peacefully meditating, suddenly opened her eyes without warning. Her gem-like eyes gazed into the distance, deep and mysterious, as if capable of piercing through endless voids. A subtle smile, elusive and captivating, graced her lips. In her bright gaze, it seemed as though countless fiery tendrils danced and leaped, casting a warm glow upon her fair visage, enhancing her ethereal beauty. At that moment, an exceedingly faint black flame unexpectedly flickered to life upon the previously tranquil and empty holy fire altar. This black flame, akin to a specter in the night, emerged silently, exuding an undeniable and formidable aura. With its appearance, the space surrounding the holy fire altar seemed to illuminate, as if enveloped by a warm radiance. The holy fire maiden's gaze fell upon the flame, which looked as if it could be extinguished with a mere breath, and the brilliance in her eyes intensified. "King, the flames have reignited. Ding. Congratulations on successfully destroying a territory of the Grass Clan. From this moment forth, your relationship with the Grass Clan has been altered to that of mortal enemies." The sudden system notification startled Lin Yi, who had been lost in thought. "What?" he exclaimed instinctively, his voice so loud that he nearly spat out the salt soda in his mouth. After all, this was merely the first day in this unfamiliar world. To have destroyed a foreign territory so swiftly, and crucially, to be entirely ignorant of the events that transpired. In an instant, Lin Yi's expression fluctuated, revealing surprise, confusion, and a hint of bitter amusement. This complex and changing countenance vividly depicted the turmoil and helplessness within his heart. At that moment, the petite girl with snow-white hair standing before him blinked her bright, curious eyes in his direction. She appeared to be around 10 years old, her diminutive figure clad in a tattered piece of cloth for modesty. Her profound gaze conveyed an inquisitive nature towards this unfamiliar man. "Lord, may I inquire what has transpired?" Her melodious voice bore an unexpected maturity for her age, reminiscent of a sage who has seen through the world's intricacies. "Oh, it's nothing at all. Just a rather surprising piece of news," Lin Yi replied instinctively, rubbing his nose as his gaze fell upon the table that had once been laden with food. He noted with astonishment that the dishes were now nearly empty, as most had found their way into the belly of the charming little girl before him. He couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise, realizing it had been ages since he had savored a proper meal, and he promptly called out to the inn's maid. "Innkeeper, please bring another meal for our little guest." "Certainly," the innkeeper replied cheerfully, swiftly bringing forth a sumptuous feast to place before them. At that moment, Lin Yi, seemingly casually, began to observe the little girl and discreetly check for information about her. Fedina Riem Kes, Saint Tizania. Race, human. Identity, princess of a fallen kingdom. Detailed introduction. She is the fourth princess of a vast empire in a certain world. Due to a mysterious dream, she harbored a desire to instigate a monumental change capable of altering the course of civilization. However, her individual power pales in comparison to such an ambitious goal. Worse still, her far-sighted vision, transcending the times, cannot be understood or accepted by those of the present. Ultimately, her fate is likely to be one of judgment as a witch. Upon reading this, Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Brave one. As someone well-versed in the annals of history, he understood all too well that even the slightest alteration to existing rules or methods could lead to countless deaths and sacrifices. Yet, this seemingly fragile little girl harbored such audacious and perilous thoughts, even daring to implement a transformation that could shake the very foundations of civilization. Regardless of whether this upheaval could succeed, judging from the current circumstances, she was indeed in grave danger, unlikely to escape a tragic fate. At that moment, admiration involuntarily flickered in Lin Yi's gaze as he regarded the little girl. Although he was acutely aware of the arduous challenges she would face, he genuinely respected and admired her courage to challenge tradition and pursue progress and reform. Throughout history, those who dared to instigate change often met with tumultuous fates, rarely finding a peaceful end. Yet, the young woman before him resolutely chose to embark on this thorny and uncertain path, evoking a profound sense of admiration for her remarkable bravery. As Lin Yi gazed at her with admiration, the little girl elegantly consumed the food before her. Her movements were gentle and practiced, as if she were performing a grand spectacle. Once she finished her meal, she calmly took a pristine white napkin and delicately wiped the remnants from the corners of her mouth. Then, she gracefully rose, moving with the lightness of a dancing butterfly, and approached Lin Yi with an unparalleled elegance, offering him a courteous curtsy. Though her attire appeared tattered and thin, it failed to obscure the noble grace that radiated from her being. A closer inspection revealed that her enchanting gaze, the subtle nuances of her gestures, and the expressions that graced her face had all been meticulously honed over time. Even the slightest display of her captivating charm, revealed by chance, inspired awe, leaving no room for any thought of disrespect. After the greeting was finished, the little loli maintained a faint smile on her face. Then, she gently spread open her slender, delicate little hands and spoke with a touch of helplessness. "Thank you, Lord, for your generous hospitality. To be honest, I do not know your name. But as my life nears its end, to still be able to enjoy such a delicious meal means I can leave this world without regrets." Here, she paused slightly, her gaze fixed on Lin Yi, and continued softly. "It's just a shame. I am truly sorry. I'm afraid I have no way to repay you for this sumptuous dinner you've given me. As you have likely seen, I am now merely a condemned sinner awaiting the punishment of the burning stake. I possess nothing of value left to thank you for your great kindness." Chapter 150. Persuasion. The little loli's clear, melodious voice was as pleasing as a nightingale's song, carrying an indescribable liveliness that made one fond of her. Surprisingly, despite facing the threat of imminent death, her face showed not a trace of fear. Instead, it revealed a kind of openness and calmness that seemed beyond her years. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, standing to the side, was rapidly turning over various thoughts in his mind, wholly preoccupied with figuring out how to successfully keep this little loli by his side. As a result, he hadn't heard a single word the little loli had just said. Time quietly passed. After a brief period of contemplation, Lin Yi suddenly spoke as if struck by an idea. "Who says you possess nothing of value? Aren't you yourself standing right here?" At these words, the little loli's small mouth parted slightly. Her originally clear and bright eyes widened in shock, her pupils constricting sharply. Simultaneously, her petite and delicate body became utterly rigid in an instant, as if frozen by a body-binding curse. With great difficulty, the little loli managed to tug at the corner of her mouth, forcing out a strained smile in response. You must be joking, sir. I am only 11 years old this year, and besides..." At this point, the little loli slowly lowered her head, her gaze falling on her snow-white hair. "And look, my white hair is an ill omen. Surely someone as wise and mighty as yourself would not deliberately make things difficult for a pitiful little girl like me." As her words trailed off, the elegant demeanor the little loli had been deliberately maintaining finally crumbled. Now, she stared warily at Lin Yi before her while subtly shifting her feet, inching slowly toward the direction of the door. "Help! Can someone save me? Must I endure such torment even in my final moments? Please, heavens, have mercy. Just let me pass the last leg of my life's journey quietly and peacefully." Lin Yi stared suspiciously at the little loli, who looked as wary and guarded as if facing a great enemy, his heart filled with confusion. The little loli's small frame trembled slightly, her large eyes full of panic. "What does being 11 matter? Your actions are nothing like those of an 11-year-old child." Lin Yi furrowed his brow and said loudly. Then, with a dashing wave of his hand, he struck a pose of magnanimity and openness. "Besides, in my territory, there is no discrimination based on hair color. Let me tell you, there are plenty of children around your age with white hair right here in my lands." Lin Yi smiled confidently, seeming quite proud of his territory's inclusiveness and openness. However, these words did not put the little loli at ease. Instead, they made her increasingly frightened and uneasy. From the depths of her heart came a desperate cry. "Oh my God, this guy is actually a habitual offender who refuses to mend his ways." At this moment, the little loli was filled with regret, wishing she could turn back time to the moment she had pushed open that mysterious door. If only she had resisted the impulse then. If only she hadn't opened that door. Even if she went hungry, At least she wouldn't be facing this terrible situation of potentially losing her virtue now. After all, she was just an innocent child. How could she bear such heavy fear and pressure? Yet, Lin Yi remained completely unaware of the severity of the situation. He continued speaking eloquently and volubly. So, little girl, you can rest assured and stay in my territory. I assure you, there is absolutely no discrimination here. Not only that, but those people from your original world won't be able to find you here either. Who knows? You might even get the chance to fulfill your long-held dreams here. Lin Yi grew more and more excited as he spoke, his eyes shining with fervor. Wait, the little loli suddenly realized something. She stared at Lin Yi, her expression dazed. What do you mean? Those people won't be able to find my traces. Are you here to save me? Huh, didn't you notice? Lin Yi looked at the little loli with curiosity. This place is no longer the world you once knew. This is an entirely different world altogether. As long as you stay here peacefully, the people from your original world definitely won't be able to track you down. Not my original world. It's really not my original world. The petite little loli suddenly began to murmur to herself. In her originally clear, watery eyes, an incredibly strong desire to survive suddenly ignited. For any living being, survival is always the primary choice. If achieving a certain goal doesn't necessarily require paying with one's life, then this deep-seated desire for survival is enough to overcome all hardships and difficulties. Could it be, those strange, fantastical dreams from before were actually all real? So there really isn't just the one world we live in. In that instant, it was as if a light bulb went off for the little loli. She suddenly realized something crucial. Then, something unexpected happened. She instantly dropped her previous guarded and defensive posture. With a somewhat clumsy and stiff motion, she batted her eyelashes at Lin Yi in a coquettish manner. To survive, sometimes even things usually cherished and hard to part with must be reluctantly sacrificed. There was no other way. At worst, she could treat it as atonement for past mistakes. Huh, is there something wrong with your eyes, kid? Why are you suddenly winking at me for no reason? Lin Yi watched as this little loli, without any warning, did a complete about-face and inexplicably started making eyes at him. He was utterly baffled and at a loss. So he instinctively reached out and gently patted the little loli's fluffy head. Petting the head is a remedy for all little lolis, except for the hall loli who fears she may not grow taller, and indeed, may never grow taller. The little loli shuddered, then collapsed in a soft heap. Well, living in the present is a blessing. Once dead, all is lost. After coming to this realization, the little loli eagerly rubbed her head against Lin Yi's hand. Sensing her initiative, Lin Yi's heart soared with joy. So, does this mean you are willing to join my domain? Chapter 151, The First Hero. Indeed, I am willing, the little loli declared with a resolute expression, as if she were about to embark on an irreversible journey, responding boldly as though she were unafraid of death. Accompanied by her clear, youthful voice, there rang out a crisp chime. Ding. Congratulations, Lord, your territory has acquired its first hero. This was the system's announcement, heralding a new beginning. At the very moment the little loli unhesitatingly agreed, an invisible force surged forth, severing the ties that bound her to her former world as if cutting a thread. From that instant onward, regardless of any potential regrets, she could never return to the familiar place she once knew. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines, finally gained access to the little loli's detailed information. As he focused, a series of text materialized before him. Fedina Ramonkis Saint Tisania. Strength, 6. Constitution, 7. Agility, 6. Spirit, 99. Talent, Astral Wanderer. Upon seeing the astonishing spirit attribute of 99, Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, and he gasped inwardly. Goodness, this spirit attribute seems rather extraordinary. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, scrutinizing the little loli's attributes repeatedly to ensure he had not misread. Remarkable, this feels like discovering a treasure. Lin Yi could hardly contain his excitement. Such an extraordinary spirit attribute is exceedingly rare, verging on the divine. With such a high spirit attribute as a foundation, any future endeavors involving mental prowess would surely allow this little loli to soar effortlessly to great heights. Contemplating this, a euphoric smile involuntarily spread across Lin Yi's face. However, the little loli, observing Lin Yi's exuberance, gazed at him with disdain, feeling a deep-seated anxiety and uncertainty about her unknown future. Even if she managed to survive by chance, what was the point of living in such a humiliating and undignified manner? Was it truly worth it? With a sigh, she sank into a state of melancholy. Stealing a cautious glance at Lin Yi, she quickly lowered her head as if afraid of revealing her innermost thoughts. Alas, this so-called lord appeared to be around her age and, judging by his appearance, was quite handsome. It was a pity, though, that he was undeniably a weirdo. My lord. The little loli summoned her courage and gently tugged at Lin Yi's sleeve. Hearing her voice, Lin Yi, immersed in his joy, turned abruptly, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he fixed his gaze on the little loli, eagerly inquiring, "What is it, little one? Do you have any other requests? Speak freely, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill them." Seeing the fervent gleam in Lin Yi's eyes, the little loli instinctively took a small step back, but quickly steadied herself. Taking a deep breath and summoning all her courage to respond, I would like to wash up first, if that is all right. Additionally, if it is convenient, could you provide me with a clean outfit to wear? You see, this prison garb is far too filthy and tattered. It barely covers half of me." As she spoke, she bashfully gestured to the ragged prison outfit she wore. "Haha, no problem at all. Of course," Lin Yi readily agreed, promptly snapping his fingers. At the sound of his snap, a charmingly dressed and loli swiftly approached, standing respectfully by, awaiting Lin Yi's further instructions. "Take her to wash up, arrange a room for her, and fetch a few outfits from the tailors." "Certainly, my lord," the loli replied without hesitation, then approached the little loli with a cheerful demeanor, extending her hand. "Come along, sister. I shall lead you to select a comfortable room. By the way, would you prefer a private bathroom, or would you like to visit our lively public bath? Many of the other girls enjoy soaking there to relax. Moreover, regarding the clothing," the loli continued, her interest piqued as she examined the little loli with a discerning eye, even comparing their heights. "You see, you are slightly taller than us. In that case, we will likely need to have a tailor create a custom outfit for you." Observing the friendly and amiable loli, the little loli felt her previously tense nerves begin to relax, and she soon regained her previous poised demeanor. A sweet smile graced her lips as she responded, "All right then. I would appreciate your guidance. As for washing up, I believe the public bath sounds like a splendid choice." In truth, the little loli was calculating her next move. Now that she had become Lin Yi's, gathering information was of utmost priority. Upon hearing about the public bath, she instantly recognized it as a place likely to attract a multitude of people, undoubtedly an excellent venue for acquiring various information. As this realization dawned on her, she couldn't help but feel a surge of delight within. "No problem, I shall take you there at once." The loli waved to Lin Yi. "Lord, we shall take our leave now." "Yes, go ahead." Lin Yi nodded with a smile, watching as the loli led the little loli away. This little loli seems perfectly suited for the witch's path, given her high spirit. Should I perhaps consider promoting her? Lin Yi pondered, stroking his chin. In truth, under normal circumstances, the attributes of hero units should vastly exceed those of the domain's citizens. Otherwise, the hero unit would lose its significance. Yet, these norms were entirely overturned in Lin Yi's case. If he were a conventional lord, the attributes of his citizens should fall within the realm of normalcy. And even when embarking on extraordinary paths, their attributes would not be as exaggerated as they currently were. Take the little loli, Fedina. Her first 3 attributes align with those of an ordinary little loli, while the last one likely stems from her talent. These attributes represent the standard for hero units. However, Lin Yi was not particularly interested in Fedina's attributes, but rather in her management experience. As a princess, especially one who aspired to enact reform, she must possess some understanding of management principles, right? Thus, it would be quite fitting to entrust the affairs of the territory to her. Managing a domain of merely a few thousand inhabitants would surely be significantly less demanding than overseeing a formidable faction, wouldn't it? Chapter 152, Intelligence on the Grass Clan. At this moment, Lin Yi had just seen Fedina and the young girl from the inn off when, almost simultaneously, the notification sound for private messages rang out urgently. Lin Yi felt a slight jolt in his heart and hurriedly opened the private chat window, only to be bombarded by a flurry of messages from Tong Yi. "Lin Yi, what on earth is happening? How could I see you entering a state of war in the Alliance channel?" Gazing at the flood of text, one could almost sense Tong Yi's anxious state of mind. Lin Yi was momentarily at a loss, for even he was bewildered by the current situation and was unable to provide a satisfactory answer to Tong Yi. Nevertheless, considering the need to alleviate her concerns, he pondered briefly before hastily typing a reassuring response. "Do not fret, Yi. It's truly not a grave matter. We merely encountered an oblivious territory of a foreign race. But fear not. They have been thoroughly eradicated. You know as well as I do that with my formidable group of young girls at my command. While we may not dominate the realm, there are certainly few forces capable of challenging our territory head-on." Lin Yi had hoped that this would provide Tong Yi with some comfort, but to his astonishment, her reply only deepened his surprise. How could it possibly be nothing? "Lin Yi, do you not realize what you are facing? You are up against the infamous Grass Clan. Bear in mind, this clan is notoriously referred to as the nemesis of all organic female beings. And look at your domain. It is filled with adorable girls." The phrase nemesis of organic females caused Lin Yi to pause momentarily. Could it be that this clan was indeed so notoriously malevolent? The more he contemplated, the more suspicious he became. Clearly, Once the young girls from the barracks returned, he would need to inquire thoroughly about this matter. However, at this moment, the priority was to gather more information regarding the Grass Clan from Lin Yi. After all, possessing additional intelligence would be beneficial in addressing any forthcoming challenges. With this in mind, Lin Yi recalled the education he received in school about the world of lords. The curriculum only covered the beginner phase. This was because once the novice phase was surpassed, individuals faced two starkly contrasting fates. One scenario involved failing the novice assessment, leading them to follow the conventional path of attending university or seeking employment, living lives that were ordinary and unremarkable. Conversely, those who successfully navigated the novice assessment would find themselves largely confined to the world of lords, if they were still expected to attend classes like ordinary individuals. Should any unforeseen events arise within the domain, they might find themselves unable to take remedial action, potentially losing their territory in the process. Moreover, comprehensively imparting the knowledge of the Lord's world would likely require more than a decade of study. Not to mention the intricacies of the myriad of races within the Lord's world, which were far beyond imagination. Merely skimming through the names of these races would likely consume several days. Of course, the real world did not leave the Lords and the Lord's world to their own devices. Outside, there existed a mysterious library specifically designed for the Lords. This library functioned as a treasure trove of knowledge, housing a wealth of invaluable records and detailed information regarding matters to be mindful of after the novice phase. Unfortunately, Lin Yi had yet to have the fortune of stepping foot into this place. As Lin Yi sat lost in thought, gazing vacantly, Lin Yi's messages continued to pour in like a relentless barrage. "Hey, Lin Yi, are you still there?" Noticing Lin Yi's prolonged silence, Lin Yi seemed somewhat anxious. After a moment, she continued, "All right, I just saw the system indicate that you have exited the state of war. Here's the plan. I will send you some essential knowledge regarding the world of lords shortly, and you must make time to read it thoroughly." Before long, a vibrant image of a green leaf appeared from Lin Yi's end. Lin Yi, filled with curiosity, typed a question mark. Lin Yi quickly clarified, "Do not underestimate this leaf. It is a treasure from the legendary wisdom tree. It contains significant foundational knowledge and critical information about the Lord's world. I had to put in a great deal of effort to procure it, begging my family for quite some time. Simply place it against your forehead, and you will absorb the information contained within." "Thank you," Lin Yi said gratefully. He gingerly picked up the seemingly ordinary leaf and pressed it lightly against his forehead. At the moment of contact, a refreshing sensation surged through him like a cool breeze on a sweltering summer day. Almost immediately, he felt an influx of unfamiliar memory fragments that did not originally belong to him. Within a few short minutes, the once vibrant leaf rapidly withered before his eyes, transforming into a delicate ash that scattered with the wind. Observing this remarkable yet fleeting phenomenon, Lin Yi murmured to himself, "This is indeed quite useful. I just wonder if it truly is as invaluable as Lin Yi claims." Despite the sudden influx of unfamiliar memories, Lin Yi found it curious that he felt no sense of dissonance. On the contrary, these new memories seemed to seamlessly integrate into his existing cognitive framework, as if he had possessed this knowledge all along. This sensation was strikingly reminiscent of the methods taught in the classroom for acquiring knowledge. Lin Yi contemplated this as he eagerly yearned to delve deeper into the precious information imparted by the mysterious leaf. With a subtle shift in his thoughts, an entirely alien torrent of memories surged forth in his mind like a flood breaking through a dam. As he meticulously sorted through and analyzed these newfound memories, Lin Yi gradually unveiled the enigmatic veil surrounding the Grass Clan. The precise origins of the Grass Clan remain shrouded in mystery to this day. Yet their physical characteristics bear an astonishing resemblance to the fabled magical sequence known as the Evil Eye. They typically possess an enormous cranium, a multitude of limbs with varying forms, and some even bear long, sinuous tentacles. Furthermore, while the physicality of the Glass tribe is relatively frail, their mental prowess is extraordinarily formidable. Not only that, the social stratification within the Glass community is distinctly defined. According to the memories acquired by Lin Yi, this tribe possesses a range of unique abilities, such as the capacity to induce a hypnotic state in others, to manipulate behaviors through mental control, and to unleash devastating psychic assaults. Chapter 153. Is this not a goblin? When viewed in isolation, despite their malevolent aura, the Glass tribe does not seem to warrant classification as the foremost nemesis of all organic females. However, as he continued to peruse the related descriptions, a clearer picture emerged, revealing the true nature of the Glass tribe's notorious reputation for villainy. They possess a horrifying ability. They can implant their eggs into any organic female, thus parasitizing her body. Once these eggs enter the host, they rapidly absorb her traits and give rise to various mutated offspring. The more Lin Yi read, the more familiar it felt. until an unsightly figure materialized in his mind. This was none other than the legendary goblin. Upon fully comprehending the glass tribe's unique reproductive strategy, the image of the goblin race instantaneously surfaced in Lin Yi's mind. Upon reflection, aside from their outward appearance, their means of reproduction were strikingly similar. And it was no wonder the glass tribe had become a common target of animosity among organic females. Yet, at that moment, a surge of intense anxiety washed over him. Surely those children wouldn't encounter any misfortune. Although he held a firm belief in the resilience of those adorable and brave little girls, he could not quell the worry gnawing at his heart. It felt akin to a benevolent father suddenly realizing that a band of unruly delinquents had gathered near his daughter. Despite knowing that his precious girl was unafraid and dismissive of such ruffians, he could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of concern and restlessness. However, it wasn't long before he came to understand that his previous worries were unfounded. Just recently, the system had relayed a message indicating that the territory had been utterly annihilated. Thus, it followed that those charming little girls must be safe and sound. Moreover, considering the various attributes the little girls currently possessed, whether in terms of physical strength or mental fortitude, vanquishing a physically weak tribe would pose no challenge, especially since they were armed with modern weaponry. Furthermore, a crucial question lingered. Could these little girls truly be classified as organic life forms? This query was not one easily answered. Well, it would be best to wait until they returned from the barracks to inquire further. He pondered, deciding to temporarily set this matter aside. Shifting his gaze, he noticed that Fudina was in the spacious and opulent bathhouse alongside the little girl from the inn. Prior to this, she had been led by the inn's girl to a tailor shop, where her measurements were taken and several exquisite garments were custom-made for her. Subsequently, still in a daze, Fudina was pulled along by the inn girl to this location. Upon entering the modernized and meticulously transformed bathhouse, the sight before her left Fudina utterly astonished and in awe. It is worth noting that the world she originally hailed from was a low magic realm, severely lacking in magical energy, to such an extent that the meager magical forces there scarcely had any tangible impact on matter. Consequently, the civilization in her world had developed at a sluggish pace, remaining stagnant at a medieval level. The modernity of the inn girl had already left her greatly shocked, just when she thought she had grasped the entirety of the situation. She did not anticipate that her conversation with the inn girl would act as a magical key, gradually unlocking the door to an unknown world. In that moment, she truly realized the remarkable realm into which she had stepped, one rich in mystery and wonder. When it comes to cunning and skill, the inn girl was no match for her. Moreover, this innocent little girl bore no defenses against her, and after just a few exchanges of dialogue, Fudina effortlessly extracted a wealth of critical information about this world. How utterly fascinating! A sly and charming smile graced Fudina's lips as she gazed upon the inn girl. Regarding this unprecedentedly peculiar world, its unique rules opened her eyes as if she had discovered a secret garden brimming with hidden treasures, igniting her curiosity to an even greater fervor. With a twinkle in her eye, she leaned forward and playfully inquired, "So, dear Lord, what is your perspective on him?" No sooner had she spoken than a radiant smile blossomed on the inn girl's face, as though merely mentioning that individual filled her with joy akin to that of a jubilant songbird. "You mean Lord Brother?" The inn girl eagerly took the lead in the conversation, enthusiastically recounting various tales of Lord Lin Yi. In an instant, a torrent of information about Lin Yi flowed toward Fudina like a surging river, while she discreetly absorbed every precious detail, leaving no stone unturned. At that moment, far away, Lin Yi suddenly let out a loud sneeze, seemingly out of nowhere. Achoo! He instinctively rubbed his nose and murmured, "Who is speaking of me? Could it be that little girl Tong Yi?" As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently settled on the barracks girl before him. "All right, I have gathered all the information I need. You all did well." He had already learned the full extent of the situation from the barracks girl. He offered praise for her decisive courage in such a complex circumstance. "Well done. It is indeed a rare feat to swiftly arrive at the correct decision." The mere mention of the glass tribe caused him to furrow his brow. How could a tribe that is utterly incapable of reproducing through its own strength have survived until now without facing extinction? It was simply unfathomable. Furthermore, they had gradually evolved into an intelligent biological group. If there were no hidden secrets involved, he would never believe it. After confirming that all the little girls were safe and had not encountered any misfortunes, Lin Yi finally felt a weight lift from his heart, exhaling a sigh of relief. At that moment, the barracks girl spoke up. "Had it not been for your inquiry, my lord, we might have mistakenly assumed that place was merely a monster's lair. My lord, you cannot imagine how revolting that tribe truly is." Following that, the barracks girl began to describe, with great fervor, the various sights and scenes within the glass territory to Lin Yi. As she vividly recounted the tale, Lin Yi's expression grew increasingly grim. ultimately settling into a deep shade of ashen gray. Observing the camp's petite girl becoming more animated with each word, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Lin Yi hastily waved his hand to halt her. Enough, enough. Please cease your narration. Merely listening to your account sends chills down my spine and leaves me feeling utterly uneasy. In the future, should we encounter a similar scenario, there is no need for you to approach. Simply employ long-range tactics to resolve the issue, even if it means sacrificing some spoils. It is worth it to eradicate their territory. After all, given our current strength and reserves, we are not in want of such trifles. With that, he gestured repeatedly to the camp girl, urging her to return promptly. Chapter 154, Life Consultation. That night, in the Lord's Hall, Lin Yi, lost in slumber, writhed restlessly. Beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His eyes were tightly shut, and he occasionally uttered terrified murmurs, evidently tormented by a dreadful nightmare. In this harrowing dream, he found himself alone in the midst of an endless expanse of water, surrounded by impenetrable darkness, the icy water lapping at his neck. What had once filled him with pride, his ability to navigate through water with ease, now seemed utterly futile. No matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not stave off the relentless sinking. Each attempt to break the surface for air was thwarted by an unseen force that dragged him deeper into the abyss. As time passed, he felt the air in his lungs being gradually expelled, the suffocating agony and despair crashing over him like relentless waves, gradually engulfing his consciousness. Just at the pinnacle of his terror, Lin Yi abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath as if he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. He inhaled the surrounding fresh air greedily, attempting to calm his racing heart. However, as he began to regain his composure, he sensed an unsettling anomaly. Why? Despite having awakened, did he still find it difficult to breathe? The oppressive weight felt as though an enormous stone were pressing down upon his chest. Filled with confusion and dread, he slowly extended his right hand towards his chest. In that instant, a slippery sensation coursed through his fingertips, sending a shiver down his spine. No, it can't be, he muttered, his voice trembling as a torrent of horrifying thoughts flooded his mind. Summoning his courage, he reached out once more, confirming the presence of an unidentified object beneath the covers. In the pitch blackness of the room, Lin Yi's eyes widened, nervously fixating on the source of the disturbance. Suddenly, illuminated by the faint moonlight streaming through the window, he beheld a pair of eyes glowing with a fiery red hue. Those eyes burned like flames, appearing eerily uncanny amidst the surrounding darkness. Even more chilling was the sight of numerous delicate tendrils writhing nearby, as if poised to pounce upon him at any moment. My lord, Fadina. At that moment, a voice, eerily familiar, one he had just heard during the day, sounded unexpectedly. Like a spell, the overwhelming tide of fear that had surged within him receded rapidly, akin to the ebbing of the sea. Yet, before he could exhale in relief, another emotion rose within him, relentless as the returning tide, an insatiable curiosity. What on earth was happening? Could it be that someone had come to seek his counsel in the dead of night? No wonder I felt as though I were being pressed down by a ghost. There truly is something here. Just then, Fadina yawned languidly and gracefully settled herself upon Lin Yi's abdomen. Her hair, as white as snow, shimmered with silver glints under the flowing moonlight. As she moved, the thin sheet draped across her shoulders slipped down, revealing an expanse of radiant, snow-white skin. The moonlight spilled into the room, casting a soft silver glow over everything. In this ethereal light, Lin Yi could see clearly the petite figure of this little girl, every detail laid bare before him. Oh no, he was momentarily struck dumb. His eyes wide with disbelief. His gaze unconsciously drifted downward, and despite the presence of objects that offered some concealment, he could still discern the scene before him. Thanks to the faint moonlight. This is bad. I must not look any longer. Otherwise, I am certain to make a grave mistake. Realizing this, he snapped back to attention, hurriedly rising to his feet, seizing the nearby sheet, and in a swift motion, wrapped Fadina tightly within it, unceremoniously tossing her to the corner of the bed. What are you doing awake in the middle of the night? Testing the staff with this? Fadina let out a soft cry of pain, her voice akin to the gentle trill of a nightingale, melodious and tender, evoking a sense of pity. Her large, shimmering eyes, now brimming with tears, sparkled like two radiant gems as she cast a sorrowful glance at Lin Yi. My lord, I have come to fulfill our agreement from earlier today. Fadina's voice quivered slightly, tinged with an almost unnoticeable shyness and anxiety. Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment and confusion. He scratched his head vigorously. Agreement? What agreement? I have no recollection whatsoever. At that moment, Fadina was tightly wrapped in the sheet, resembling a trapped butterfly, struggling in vain against her restraints. One could not deny the remarkable craftsmanship of that seamstress girl. The sheet was not only meticulously sewn, but of superior quality. Yet, at this moment, it served only as an impediment to Fidina's movements. She wiggled like a charming caterpillar, laboriously inching her way toward Lin Yi, each effort appearing strenuous. Yet she persisted with unwavering determination. My lord, have you truly forgotten? You explicitly stated that my reward for seeking refuge would be myself. Thus, I have come as promised. Fully prepared, Fadina lifted her head, boldly meeting Lin Yi's gaze, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Lin Yi was utterly bewildered, his mind a chaotic whirl. Oh dear. This is not what I meant. My words earlier were not intended in that way. I merely found you intriguing, not like that. Wait, stop. As Fadina drew ever closer, Lin Yi hastily extended his hand, exclaiming loudly in an attempt to halt her advance. I believe there may be a slight misunderstanding between us. Are you truly certain that my expression during the day conveyed such intentions? At this moment, Lin Yi began to doubt whether he had inadvertently said something during the day that led to such a misunderstanding from Fadina. However, it was impossible for him to recall every word he had uttered earlier. After all, no one could manage that. To be frank, he found it challenging to muster even a modicum of interest in this ordinary little girl. Just consider, at home he had a legitimate and cultured Tongyi. As beautiful as a flower, wasn't she far superior to those naive young girls? At this juncture, Fadina slowly lifted her head, and her enchanting eyes revealed a profound sense of confusion. She parted her rosy lips and murmured to herself, "Oh dear, could it be that the Lord did not mean that?" In an instant, her already slightly flushed face turned as red as a ripe apple. However, immediately following was a surge of indignation that washed over her like a tidal wave. What did this mean? Did he think that I, Miss Fadina, was inadequate? Humph. Here I am, presenting myself so willingly, and yet he seems intent on pushing me away. What could that possibly signify? Does he look down upon me? As these thoughts filled her mind, Fadina's pride was ignited. Without hesitation, she began to approach Lin Yi with even greater fervor. If she had previously acted with a hint of reluctance, in this moment, she had transformed all her dissatisfaction and anger into motivation, striving to reclaim her dignity and self-respect. What nonsense! I have already gone to such lengths, and yet you attempt to dismiss it with a mere misunderstanding. Surely, such fortune cannot exist. Unfortunately, Lin Yi remained oblivious to the profound shift occurring within Fadina at that very moment. From her initial unwillingness to her current proactive approach, the speed of her transformation could even rival the astonishing face-changing skill of Sichuan opera. After all, they usually require a bit of a lead-up. Seeing Fadina persistently inching closer, Lin Yi felt overwhelmed. Goodness, he was certainly not the kind of person with twisted psychology or eccentric behavior. How could he possibly take advantage of this innocent and endearing girl? As this realization struck him, he felt a wave of helplessness and a wry smile graced his lips. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly extended a foot to firmly block the advancing Fadina. Steadying himself, he hurriedly began to explain, "Oh dear. This is nothing more than a colossal misunderstanding. I truly harbor no ulterior motives. In fact, when I spoke of value earlier, I was referring to the invaluable management experience in your mind. My sole intention was to encourage you to utilize your expertise to assist me in effectively managing this territory." Upon hearing this, Fadina, who had been fervently inching forward, abruptly stopped as if she had been struck by a spell. She slightly tilted her exquisitely delicate face upward, her expression one of confusion, her large, glistening eyes fixed intently on Lin Yi, as if trying to decipher some hidden meaning from his visage. After what felt like an eternity, she finally gasped, "Ah?" Following this, she blinked, still struggling to grasp the reality of the situation, and asked incredulously, "Is that what you meant?" Seeing Lin Yi nod without hesitation, she felt as if the entire world had spun off its axis. It turned out that all along, it had been her own unfounded assumptions. How utterly embarrassing. At that moment, Fadina's mind was in a state of complete disarray, a torrent of thoughts crashing in waves, rendering her incapable of coherent thought. So, was everything truly just a misunderstanding on her part? The realization made her wish she could find a crack in the ground to hide in and never resurface. For she understood all too well that if even Lin Yi had articulated his thoughts so plainly, and she still failed to grasp their meaning, then what had the past years of her life amounted to? Witnessing the misunderstanding finally unravel, Lin Yi, who had been tense with anxiety, let out a long sigh of relief. "So, do you finally comprehend the situation?" he inquired softly, gazing at Fadina, her cheeks flushed and brimming with shyness. Fadina lowered her head, responding in a voice as faint as a whisper, "Mm." Hearing her reply, Lin Yi nodded slightly, satisfied. "Well then, since you now grasp the entirety of the matter, please wait a moment while I assist you in freeing you from your bindings. However, I hope you will treat everything that transpired tonight as if it had never happened, burying it deep within your heart." As for tomorrow, I will assign you specific tasks based on the actual circumstances. Lin Yi spoke with calm authority, then stepped forward, gently grasping a corner of the blanket. With deliberate care, he slowly released Fudina from her cocoon. Yet, at that moment, Lin Yi, who had just begun to feel relief, suddenly found himself engulfed in profound embarrassment. Unsure of where to direct his gaze. Previously, the blanket had obscured Fudina's form, rendering her silhouette hazy and indistinct, but now, with his eyes having adjusted to the darkness, her graceful and alluring figure was laid bare before him. To Lin Yi's astonishment, the seemingly petite and delicate Fudina was surprisingly bold and unrestrained. A fit of coughing erupted from Lin Yi, and he hastily turned his head away, fearing that even one more second of gaze would lead him to commit an indiscretion. All right, it's getting late. You should return to rest. Tomorrow, I have much to detail for you, he declared, slowly turning away, providing Fudina with a broad, sturdy silhouette. The room fell into a profound silence, broken only by the soft sounds of Fudina tidying her belongings, the rustle of fabric and the faint patter of her footsteps creating a unique melody. Yet, despite these sounds reaching his ears, Lin Yi's heart remained as tranquil as a still lake. Before long, with a crisp click of the door, silence enveloped the room once more. The tension that had gripped Lin Yi began to ease, and he exhaled deeply, thinking to himself, finally, Fudina has left, and tonight, I should be able to enjoy a peaceful sleep. With weary steps, Lin Yi approached the bed and gently lay down. The soft mattress seemed to possess magical properties, quickly enveloping him in comfort and warmth. Just as he was on the verge of drifting into slumber, a sudden chill crept down his spine, spreading rapidly through his body. Just moments after lying down, Lin Yi was jolted upright as if struck by a thunderbolt. Beads of sweat, akin to pearls, cascaded down his cheeks, saturating his nightclothes. His eyes widened in terror as he surveyed his surroundings, a wave of dread washing over him. Something is amiss. How could that little girl, Fudina, have stealthily crept into my bed? The mere thought sent chills down his spine, enveloping him in a profound fear. He sat there in a daze, his gaze fixed ahead, as a myriad of horrifying thoughts flitted through his mind. This time it was Fudina. What about next time? After taking a deep breath, Lin Yi cautiously spoke, his voice soft yet distinctly audible. The hall. He paused, seemingly awaiting a response. However, silence reigned, with only the faint sound of breathing reverberating in the still air. Just when Lin Yi believed he would receive no answer, a crisp, childlike voice rang out. My lord, did you call for me? As the words echoed, a diminutive figure materialized from the shadows of the previously empty hall, appearing like a ghost. The figure glided closer to Lin Yi, her delicate steps so light they seemed to tread upon clouds. Lin Yi remained motionless on the bed, his eyes fixated on the approaching girl in the hall. A myriad of emotions flickering in his gaze, curiosity, inquiry, and a barely perceptible hint of dissatisfaction. As the girl halted a few steps away from him, Lin Yi ventured to speak again, his tone laced with inquiry. Aren't you going to explain yourself? Upon hearing this, the girl tilted her head slightly, her large, innocent eyes blinking as she innocently retorted, explain what? Lin Yi couldn't help but furrow his brow. Was she feigning ignorance or genuinely oblivious to his meaning? Given her usual astuteness, it was implausible that she would not understand. With this thought, Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, locking onto the girl before him. Why did you allow Fudina to approach my bed so quietly and effortlessly? I refuse to believe you are completely unaware of this. Lin Yi raised his voice. Although devoid of any accusatory tone, his discontent was unmistakable. After all, in light of such an absurd situation, it was only natural for anyone to feel doubt and unease. Moreover, Fudina had only recently joined the territory and had minimal prior interaction with others. Logically, a stranger attempting to approach the Lord, especially during the sensitive hours of the night, should be subject to strict scrutiny and oversight. Yet, here she was, achieving her objective without a whisper, leaving him perplexed. Lin Yi was acutely aware that if it had been one of the familiar girls from the territory who had done this, it might have been more understandable. But it was Fudina, a newcomer, which compelled him to be vigilant. The girl blinked her large, glistening eyes, surveying him with an intensity akin to a scanner. She then tilted her head back slightly and chirped, "But my lord, I truly sensed no malice from her. So, I took the liberty of letting her in." Following this, the little girl seemed to recall something significant, her expression turning earnest as she continued to explain. Furthermore, from the moment she joined our territory, her soul's essence has been inscribed upon the spiritual torch. Thus, my lord, you need not worry about her harboring ill intentions towards you. At this juncture, the little girl paused momentarily, casting a somewhat cryptic glance at Lin Yi. Oh, and my lord, you have grown up now. Being human, I believe you should be quite pleased. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, as if his very eyeballs might pop out. What on earth is this little girl babbling about? How could he possibly comprehend it all at once? Just then, with a swift motion, Lin Yi yanked the bedspread from beside him, wrapping it tightly around himself. His previously pale face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. In a fit of embarrassment and anger, he bellowed at the little girl, "Enough, enough. I have no idea what you are prattling on about." Before he had even finished his sentence, he turned away like a startled rabbit, presenting his back to the girl in the hall. Yet, the little girl seemed undeterred, persistently muttering, "My lord. Everything I said is the absolute truth. How could I not know what changes are occurring within myself? I know that every few days you—" Before the girl could finish her sentence, Lin Yi swiftly reached out, like a flash of lightning, and covered her mouth with his hand. His face was contorted with embarrassment and anger, as if someone had struck a nerve. "I truly do not understand what nonsense you are spouting. Moreover, I am utterly exhausted and simply wish to sleep peacefully. Remember, you must not breathe a word of this to anyone." Lin Yi's eyes widened, glaring fiercely at the girl, his tone exceedingly stern. Faced with such ferocity, the girl appeared somewhat helpless and resigned. She blinked her large, doe-like eyes and nodded gently, indicating her compliance with Lin Yi's request. Seeing her acquiescence, Lin Yi slowly released his hand from her mouth. He then exhaled as if he had accomplished a monumental task and waved his hand dismissively at the girl. "All right, I need to rest now. You may leave. If anyone else comes by, you must inform me immediately. Do you understand?" Lin Yi was too preoccupied to ascertain whether the girl had grasped his instructions. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned on his heel and strode purposefully toward the bed, promptly collapsing onto it and wrapping himself tightly in the blanket. Akin to a frightened ostrich seeking refuge in the safety of its nest, it dawned on him. How could he have forgotten that the girl in the hall essentially was the hall itself? Did this not imply that everything he had done over the past few days had been under her watchful gaze? The thought made him feel as though ants were crawling all over him, filling him with acute embarrassment. However, he was unexpectedly astonished to learn that since Fadina's arrival in the territory, her soul could be inscribed upon the spiritual torch. Did this mean that from now on, even if Fadina were to encounter misfortune, as long as the torch remained intact, she could utilize its power to achieve rebirth? This revelation left him utterly astounded. Chapter 157. Two Unfazed Individuals. In the early morning, as the sun gently ascended from the eastern horizon, its soft rays streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Suddenly, the serene atmosphere was shattered by a crisp and hurried knocking at the door. "Good morning, my lord." A sweet voice accompanied the sound, and without waiting for a response, the little lady of the hall, Loli, eagerly pushed open the door and entered with a light-hearted step. Upon entering, she swiftly made her way to the window, expertly drawing aside the heavy curtains to allow even more sunlight to flood the room. After accomplishing this task, she turned around, her gaze landing on Lin Yi, who still lay in bed. At that moment, Lin Yi sported large dark circles under his eyes, looking quite discontent as he regarded the intruding little lady. "Do you think I can't get up because of my own shortcomings? Whose fault do you think this is? If anyone else had experienced what I did last night, they would hardly have slept well." Despite his grievances, Lin Yi mustered his energy and replied, "All right, I will get up." With that, he yawned and leisurely sat up in bed, stretching his body before hastily donning his clothes. At this moment, the little lady kindly offered him a clean towel. Lin Yi accepted it and merely wiped his face haphazardly, considering that step completed. Once prepared, Lin Yi followed the little lady out of the room and descended the staircase at a leisurely pace. Upon reaching the ground floor, they immediately spotted Fadina, who was elegantly enjoying her breakfast. She appeared graceful and poised, akin to a blossoming flower, captivatingly beautiful. Lin Yi couldn't help but cast a peculiar glance her way. Somewhat astonished by her calm demeanor, the little girl seemed to regard him as if the prior events were nothing more than a fleeting dream, leaving no trace behind. Had her mental fortitude reached such impressive heights? At that moment, Lin Yi ambled over to Fadina and took a seat across from her. Her reaction was subtly intriguing. Her previously fluid motions experienced a momentary pause, but after just a fleeting instant, she resumed her actions as though nothing had occurred. However, despite her efforts to conceal it, Lin Yi, who had been attentively observing her, noticed a faint blush blooming on her fair cheeks, reminiscent of delicate peach blossoms in early spring. This subtle change did not escape Lin Yi's keen eyes, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Ah, my dear, I thought you could maintain an unwavering composure, entirely unfazed." The ensuing moments were spent in silent enjoyment of a sumptuous breakfast. The dining room was enveloped in tranquility, with only the gentle clinking of chopsticks against plates breaking the silence. Although the atmosphere felt somewhat subdued, the exquisite food made for a satisfying experience. After a little over 10 minutes, Lin Yi finally finished his meal and discreetly wiped his mouth. Almost simultaneously, the trained little lady swiftly approached. deftly clearing away the used utensils from their table. Once he tidied his attire, Lin Yi stood up and walked towards the door, turning back only to address Fat Ina, who followed closely behind. Let us proceed, little one. It is time for you to familiarize yourself with the responsibilities that lie ahead. Hearing this, Fat Ina quickened her pace to keep up with him. With a smile, Lin Yi guided her through the territory, his steps light and steady, while he detailed every corner of their domain and the tasks she would be expected to undertake. Fat Ina, from this day forth, your role is quite simple and clear. You shall serve as my most capable secretary. Lin Yi spoke kindly, his eyes reflecting trust and anticipation. He continued, in the future, you will be responsible for coordinating various production tasks within the territory and crafting the most optimized work schedules based on actual circumstances. Although we currently possess ample resources, we must not cease our efforts to gather more. However, the most pressing matter at hand is to thoroughly investigate the potential forces surrounding our territory and to delve into the mysterious realms hidden in the shadows, he added, his expression turning serious. Moreover, you must remain vigilant regarding the subtle shifts in diplomatic relations and be prepared to respond swiftly and effectively to any unforeseen emergencies. As he spoke, Lin Yi raised his hand gently, granting her various permissions. Since the little lady had assured him of her loyalty, he was more than willing to bestow upon her the necessary authority. After all, in this realm of lords, heroes were meant to assist in alleviating the burdens of their leaders. Otherwise, it would indeed be a troubling situation if those lords, who had families to care for in the mortal world, found themselves trapped in the lord's domain for extended periods. Fat Ina, with her diverse and rich experiences, could undoubtedly be classified as an exceptional hero in the realm of domestic management. Given that her loyalty had been thoroughly assessed and confirmed, Lin Yi felt no reluctance in granting her the corresponding permissions. Thus, Lin Yi patiently and meticulously guided Fat Ina on a tour of all the buildings within the territory, enthusiastically introducing her to each charming little girl, ensuring she became familiar with them. In the days to come, frequent communication and interaction with them would be an essential part of her work. Throughout the journey, Fat Ina diligently followed behind Lin Yi, clutching a small notebook in her hands as she took notes. Occasionally, she would lift her head and pose various questions to him. Observing her diligent and earnest demeanor brought Lin Yi genuine satisfaction, and he smiled, nodding in encouragement while patiently addressing all her inquiries. In truth, the responsibilities assigned to Fat Ina were not overly burdensome and could be summarized into a few key points. Firstly, she would need to methodically instruct the adorable little girls to gather a variety of resources. Secondly, she would be tasked with efficiently dispatching soldiers to investigate the conditions surrounding the territory. Lastly, she would need to scientifically and reasonably plan and arrange a series of production tasks within the territory, such as manufacturing firearms and various practical tools. For someone as capable as Fat Ina, accomplishing these tasks would likely not pose much of a challenge. Among all her duties, the most critical aspect would be to accurately and promptly relay information regarding the exploration of hidden realms to Lin Yi, whether he would personally venture forth or she would take on the task herself. Indeed, it is essential to note that aside from Lin Yi, the Lord, only heroes like Fat Ina possess the authority to unlock these hidden realms. This was one of the primary reasons Lin Yi had chosen to recruit her as a hero. Chapter 158, The Objective of Ascendance. After several hours, Lin Yi leisurely guided Fat Ina through the entirety of their territory. Aside from the two elusive loli figures, one from the warehouse and the other from the market, who had scampered off to some hidden corner to play, nearly everyone in the territory had encountered Fat Ina and were familiar with her presence. It was clear to them that this petite girl, comparable in age to themselves, had now become Lin Yi's dedicated secretary. Subsequently, the two returned together to the Lord's Hall. With practiced ease, Lin Yi led Fat Ina to a spacious and well-lit office and gently pushed the door open, signaling for her to enter. From now on, this will be your workspace. Should you encounter any matters that require attention or wish to consult someone, feel free to come upstairs and find me. Typically, I will be occupied with my own affairs up there. Of course, if by chance I am not around, do not fret. You may greet the receptionist downstairs and ask her to relay your message to me. Upon hearing Lin Yi's meticulous instructions, Fat Ina nodded obediently and carefully tucked her petite notebook into her bosom. My lord, may I pose a question? She then lifted her gaze, her expression unusually solemn as she looked at Lin Yi. Observing Fadina's swift and professional demeanor, Lin Yi felt a twinge of surprise. It had been but a short time, and she had already immersed herself in her duties. Truly, she was worthy of her noble heritage as a royal princess. Certainly, what would you like to inquire about? Lin Yi replied with a warm smile, his tone gentle and inviting. After receiving Lin Yi's affirmative response, Fat Ina did not hesitate to articulate her thoughts. My lord, I apologize for the interruption. Based on the various pieces of information I have gathered and analyzed during this period, I have concluded that our territory does not face any issues concerning resource scarcity, and we possess considerable military strength. Therefore, I would like to ask, what is our objective? Our objective? Lin Yi momentarily paused, a hint of surprise crossing his features, but he quickly regained his composure. He spoke without even taking a moment to ponder. Our current primary goal is to seek out more mysterious and unknown realms, striving to gather an array of precious blueprints, enabling us to expedite the upgrade of our territory. At that moment, they still resided in a low-tier world. However, this was merely the beginning. Ahead lay broader realms filled with challenges and opportunities, the mid-tier and high-tier worlds. Only upon successfully traversing these stages could they truly ascend to the grand stage of the Lord's world. Through the knowledge imparted by Lin Yi, Lin Yi had already gained some understanding of the overall developmental trajectory of the Lord's world. In brief, whether in the low-tier world, mid-tier world, or even the high-tier world, all remained in a continuous process of growth and expansion. Lords at this stage could only glimpse the tip of the iceberg concerning the truths of the entire world. If one were to liken the entire Lord's world to a meticulously designed large-scale game, then the novice phase would undoubtedly resemble a training mode, necessitating greater effort from Lords to accumulate resources and enhance their capabilities. Even upon reaching the seemingly unattainable high-tier world, a considerable journey still lay ahead to the ultimate destination. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the high-tier world was merely another waypoint in this protracted expedition. Fadina nodded thoughtfully. So, our most critical and significant task at present is to explore those enigmatic realms, correct? Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze revealing a hint of contemplation and concern. What you stated is not entirely accurate. Venturing into secret realms is merely one avenue and method. Our true ultimate goal lies in obtaining that vital blueprint. As long as we succeed in acquiring that blueprint, our governed territory will be able to undergo a rapid upgrade and transformation. It is essential to understand that in this low-tier world, the prerequisite for ascending to the next level is to elevate the Lord's Hall to a full 50 levels. While this may seem straightforward, the reality is fraught with challenges. Let us not forget that the blueprints dropped within those secret realms appear randomly. No one can guarantee that the blueprint obtained will be beneficial for their own territory. Merely navigating the multitude of intricate sequences to find one suitable for their domain requires an abundance of luck. Just then, a clear notification sound echoed, revealing that Lin Yi had received a new message in his private chat. He casually glanced at the screen, and, upon seeing that the sender was Lin Yi, a faint smile graced his face. He promptly turned to Fadina and earnestly instructed, "All right, from now on, I entrust you with the myriad complex affairs within our territory. Especially concerning the diverse factions surrounding us, strive to avoid conflict and hostility whenever possible, and do not provoke them unless they encroach upon our secret realms." Gently patting Fadina's delicate shoulder, he gazed at her with encouragement and trust, offering a few uplifting words before turning to exit. Simultaneously, he swiftly opened the private chat interface with Lin Yi. Upon reading her message, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. The content was exceptionally brief and straightforward, starkly contrasting her usual tendency to send lengthy texts. The screen displayed only a few terse words. Lin Yi discovered a secret realm. Enemies are encroaching. Hurry. Faced with such a succinct message, a sense of foreboding gripped Lin Yi's heart. He understood Lin Yi's character well. She would never send such a concise distress signal unless an extremely urgent situation arose. With this thought, Lin Yi could no longer afford to hesitate. He dashed out of the Lord's Hall like an arrow released from its bow. Lin Yi and Lin Yi had previously established a defensive alliance, allowing both parties the right to dispatch soldiers to assist each other's territories. However, this agreement was not the highest form of bond. The most profound connection was the partner contract. Once a partner contract was signed, both sides could send reinforcements without the need for mutual consent and share more resources, intelligence, and other significant matters. Chapter 159, The Sea of Skeletons. However, as it stood, their relationship had yet to develop to that level. Moreover, the parents of both parties had yet to meet. If he were to recklessly abduct the cherished daughter who had been nurtured for over a decade, he genuinely feared that a pair of formidable, old-school lords would storm his door, demanding retribution. Perhaps, the repercussions would extend beyond that. Meanwhile, in Lin Yi's territory, a voice filled with urgency rang out, "My lord, be cautious." In an instant, a strikingly beautiful and graceful elf darted forward like an arrow released from a bow, successfully tackling Lin Yi to the ground just in the nick of time. A sharp whistle pierced the air, as a bone arrow imbued with an eerie aura of death whistled past, narrowly missing Lin Yi. The arrow then plunged deeply into a wooden wall not far behind her. Tong Yi, still in shock, stared in terror at the quivering tip of the bone arrow, her heart racing with dread. She noticed that at the point of impact, the once vibrant green wooden wall began to be enveloped by a bizarre blackness that spread like a plague. Clearly, had that arrow struck her, even if she had miraculously survived, the miasma of death would have surely claimed her life. "My lord, are you all right? Are you injured?" The elf, disregarding her own safety, hurriedly helped the still-dazed Tong Yi to her feet. Without a moment's hesitation, she pressed Tong Yi down behind the parapet, bracing for any further unexpected dangers. "My lord, you should return to the Lord's Hall and await reinforcements. The dangers on these walls are too great," the elf urged earnestly, positioning herself protectively in front of Tong Yi. With gritted teeth, Tong Yi shook her head resolutely, her expression grave. "Absolutely not. You are all my loyal subjects. How could I stand by and watch as you fight alone? Besides, if not for your efforts to protect me, you would not have suffered such grievous losses." Her determination was unwavering as she spoke. Upon hearing this, the elf was moved to tears, her loyalty to Tong Yi soaring as she felt a profound admiration for her lord. Yet, deep within, Tong Yi wrestled with her own despair. Even if she returned to the Lord's Hall, what difference would it make? The current situation was dire, with a severe shortage of manpower. Their continued resilience relied solely on her ability to motivate and uplift their spirits. If she were to leave, morale would surely collapse, and perhaps in the next moment, the enemy would breach the walls. Fortunately, she was not without options. Should Lin Yi's reinforcements fail to arrive in time, she still possessed a final trump card, a territory relocation scroll. However, this precious opportunity for assistance in this low-tier world could not be squandered lightly. She had only 2 of these scrolls, having previously given one to Lin Yi, leaving her with but a single scroll remaining. This scroll was her lifeline, unless absolutely necessary. It must not be used frivolously. After all, it was no ordinary item, and its value was beyond measure, applicable in all lordly realms. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air, as if attempting to rend the very fabric of existence. The unexpected blast sent a shiver down the spine of every individual present. Tong Yi was jolted, her body reflexively dropping to the ground. Covering her ears tightly, she closed her eyes, overwhelmed by fear and panic. After regaining a semblance of composure, she cautiously opened her eyes, scanning her surroundings with trepidation. Before her lay the remnants of several elves, who had been stationed atop the high wooden wall to fend off attackers, now reduced to mere fragments, their bodies obliterated in the terrifying explosion. How infuriating! Tong Yi seethed, her teeth clenched in rage. Yet, fury alone would not resolve the crisis at hand. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to remain calm and carefully peeked out to assess the situation below. To her horror, beneath the towering wooden wall lay an endless ocean of skeletons. Countless white skeletal frames surrounded her territory, encircling it completely. At the forefront were the bone structures of various beasts, their menacing claws poised as they frantically constructed a skeletal ladder to reach the top of the wall. Following closely behind were a throng of skeletal soldiers wielding an array of weapons, their forms diverse, not merely human, but rather a grotesque assortment of creatures. They advanced relentlessly, clambering up the makeshift ladder of beastly bones toward the wall. However, due to the considerable distance remaining between the ladder and the wall's apex, despite their fervent efforts, the skeletal soldiers had yet to reach the top. The third line consisted of skeletal archers who had just aimed their arrows at Tong Yi. Their numbers were relatively few, a stark contrast to the multitude before them. This was precisely why Tong Yi had managed to hold her ground thus far. Yet, among all the adversaries, the most terrifying and threatening were the skeletal mages. These beings were few in number, easily counted on one hand. Yet the magical powers they wielded could spell doom for the entire territory. Tong Yi had always maintained a harmonious order, resulting in a population predominantly composed of archers skilled in ranged attacks. The sole extraordinary structure, the Shadow Warrior Training Ground, had merely been a gift from her early days as a novice. Regrettably, time constraints meant that only a handful of warriors remained in training, and tragically, all had perished in the fierce battles that had previously protected her. At this moment, Tong Yi's only remaining weapon was her bow. However, against the tide of advancing skeletons, the damage inflicted by arrows would be woefully insufficient. After all, these skeletons were encased in hard bone, rendering ordinary arrows nearly ineffective. Clutching the invaluable territory relocation scroll tightly, her beautiful eyes remained fixated on the devastating battle below. In her heart, she silently prayed, may her territory withstand the siege a while longer. Simultaneously, she prepared for the worst. Should she sense the imminent fall of her territory and Lin Yi still not arrive in time, she would not hesitate to activate the scroll. Chapter 160, Reinforcements Arrive. As the skeletal ladder continued to rise, The situation grew increasingly perilous. Attack. Seizing a brief respite from the bone arrows, Tong Yi decisively rallied her remaining soldiers for a fierce counteroffensive. However, for those skeletal remains that were merely a collection of bones, the torrent of arrows that rained down upon them like a tempest could only slightly impede their advance. Nonetheless, undeterred, they persisted in constructing their skeletal ladder, as if vowing to cease their efforts only upon attaining their goal. Beyond the wooden walls, the clattering sound of bones colliding echoed incessantly, a relentless cacophony that mocked the situation. This sound struck a chord of both anger and fear within Tong Yi, her once delicate visage now etched with anxiety. At this moment, over 300 soldiers still clung to life atop the wooden barricade. After the recent fierce counterattack, compounded by intermittent bombardments from skeletal mages, the soldiers had suffered grievous losses, with dozens falling in an instant. Those soldiers could be recruited at any time. The most pressing and formidable challenge lay in the severe shortage of weaponry. Relying solely on human lives to engage in a futile struggle would be akin to sending living soldiers into the jaws of a tiger, thereby gifting the skeletons with reinforcements. Tong Yi bit her lip, steeling her resolve, and promptly reached into her backpack, unhesitatingly retrieving a substantial amount of wood and stone. The situation before her was dire, leaving her with little choice but to resort to a seemingly expedient, yet ultimately perilous solution. In truth, she had contemplated hurling objects from the wooden wall to dismantle the skeletal ladder below. However, having witnessed a disassembled skeleton reassemble and climb again shortly thereafter, she understood all too well that such a tactic would be a futile endeavor. Moreover, in this atmosphere thick with the stench of death, even the most ordinary flames struggled to ignite. Previous attempts at employing fire as a weapon had ended in dismal failure. Turning her gaze towards the dwindling number of soldiers, a pang of sorrow gripped her heart. Yet, with no other recourse, she steeled herself and swiftly summoned 200 additional soldiers for reinforcement. Listen closely. Utilize these materials to the fullest and staunch the enemy's relentless assault. If the situation becomes utterly untenable, we shall abandon this place and seek refuge elsewhere. Tong Yi commanded the newly recruited soldiers with a grave countenance, urging them to act swiftly to halt the enemy's construction of the fearsome skeletal ladder. Once arrangements were made, Tong Yi hastily opened her private messaging interface, her eyes fixated on the last message sent to Lin Yi, her heart racing like ants on a hot skillet. Could it be that Lin Yi has not seen my message? If not, why has he not replied even a word? She murmured, her brow furrowed in concern. Just as anxiety consumed her, a notification suddenly appeared on the screen. Your ally requests to enter your territory. Tong Yi's eyes sparkled, her worries dissipating in an instant. At last, she exhaled deeply, recalling the remarkable combat prowess displayed by the little Lolis in Lin Yi's territory, a wave of anticipation swelling within her. Even in the face of the current predicament, with just a handful of those formidable little Lolis, the skeletons, whose attributes were weaker than those of ordinary civilians, would be utterly no match. Without a moment's hesitation, she decisively clicked the approval button. In that instant, a breathtaking scene unfolded in the open land before the Lord's Hall, as over 200 radiant beams of light shot skyward without warning. In the blink of an eye, these dazzling lights quickly faded, revealing 200 diminutive figures. At the forefront, standing out like a crane among chickens, was Lin Yi himself. Following closely behind were over 200 fully armed, spirited little Lolis. Due to the sudden nature of the event and the pressing circumstances, Lin Yi had dispatched all of his regular soldiers to execute missions. Thus, this contingent of Lolis was not the well-trained conventional army, but a hastily assembled group of resident Lolis and robot Lolis drawn from the blacksmiths and artisans' workshops. Nevertheless, compared to the battle-hardened soldier Lolis, their only deficiency was a lack of practical combat experience. Upon arrival, Lin Yi swiftly surveyed the surroundings like a hawk, his gaze sharp and keen, akin to lightning slicing through the night sky, swiftly bypassing inconsequential sights. Ultimately, his focus locked onto the imposing wooden wall not far away. Tong Yi. Upon spotting the familiar figure, Lin Yi could not help but call out. There stood Tong Yi, unharmed, though her face bore traces of fatigue. Overall, she appeared relatively unscathed. At that moment, the tension that had gripped Lin Yi's heart began to ease. Unbeknownst to him, Tong Yi had grown increasingly significant in his heart. Lin Yi. Hearing her name called, Tong Yi immediately recognized Lin Yi's presence. However, she was unable to break free and reach him, forced to remain hidden behind the parapet, shouting towards Lin Yi's direction. Just then, a deafening crash erupted, akin to thunder striking the ground, startlingly loud. Following that, a chilling creak resounded as a tremendous fissure appeared in the once seemingly indestructible wooden wall. This sudden turn of events caught several elves atop the wall off guard. They had no time to react before being violently dislodged, screaming as they plummeted to the ground. Even Tong Yi, who had managed to find cover, was not spared. She was violently thrown to the ground by the force of the shockwave, left in a disheveled heap. Witnessing this, Lin Yi's face drained of color, his expression stark. Though the explosion had not yet obliterated the entire wooden wall, it now teetered on the brink of collapse. Should it endure further such powerful shocks? It was only a matter of time before it would come crashing down. Everyone, immediately assist. Lin Yi commanded without hesitation, urgently directing the little Lolis to provide support. The little Lolis darted towards the wooden wall like a whirlwind, swiftly retrieving various firearms from their packs. In the midst of the chaos, Lin Yi seized a passing little loli, disregarding her identity, and pointed towards Tong Yi atop the wall. First, bring her down, he scolded, as a lord. You should remain safely behind. What are you doing on the front lines? This only complicates matters. Chapter 161, Trying Something New. Watch me, Lord Brother. The little loli caught by Lin Yi was a charmingly petite and adorable resident loli. Her round, sparkling eyes glimmered with vivacity, and her rosy cheeks resembled ripe apples. With a confident pat on her slightly puffed chest, she seemed to showcase her courage and fearlessness. Then, with a vigorous struggle, she effortlessly slipped from Lin Yi's grasp. Then, like a nimble little deer, she sprinted with light-footed grace towards the direction of Tong Yi. The territory established by Tong Yi was truly astonishing. The towering wooden wall, reaching nearly 30 meters in height, stood majestically, rivaling some small residential buildings. Such an impressive altitude would evoke fear in ordinary individuals merely by glancing at it. Yet for this group of lively and adorable little girls, it posed no obstacle whatsoever. This particular girl, a resident of the house, was especially undaunted. She first dashed across the flat ground like a gust of wind for a short distance. Then, with a flicker of movement, she leapt onto a nearby treehouse with lightning speed. Thereafter, she gracefully traversed the top of the treehouse, akin to a bird gliding effortlessly through the air. Tong Yi's domain was imbued with a rich elfin style, with an array of uniquely designed treehouses dotting the landscape. These treehouses were ingeniously constructed atop sturdy, towering trees, creating a singularly beautiful vista. It was no wonder that Tong Yi had managed to navigate the fierce flood disaster with such ease. It was not a result of any acquired special abilities or sequences, but rather her innate talent shining through. The girl danced among the dense wisteria, her speed so breathtaking that only blurred afterimages could be discerned. In the blink of an eye, she reached the grand tree closest to the wooden wall. Wow! With a light exclamation, she took a great leap towards where Tong Yi stood. To clear the considerable distance, she soared remarkably high, even surpassing the height of the wooden wall for a moment. However, just as she was about to safely land on the ground, an unforeseen calamity struck without warning. Beyond the seemingly tranquil wooden wall, a blazing fireball erupted as if it had descended from the heavens, suddenly appearing from beneath the base of the wall. Everything transpired so swiftly that the little girl could scarcely react, her eyes widening in shock as she stared at this uninvited guest hurtling towards her with the speed of lightning. In an instant, the fireball shot through her slightly parted cherry lips with pinpoint accuracy. Faced with this sudden situation, she instinctively snapped her mouth shut, as if fearing that the contents would escape. A deafening explosion echoed, leaving everyone present in a state of astonishment. When they focused their gaze, they were astounded to see that the once dainty and adorable girl now resembled an inflated balloon, her rosy cheeks puffing up dramatically. Then, to their utter disbelief, a searing flame erupted from her tightly sealed lips, shooting upwards like the breath of a fire dragon. In that moment, she soared through the air like a lit rocket, propelled by an uncontrollable force, tracing a beautiful yet eerie arc as she flew for 2.5 circuits. During this time, she executed a flawless demonstration of a true 900-degree aerial rotation, her form and precision so impressive that it left onlookers in awe. Finally, after completing this extraordinary display, she landed with a crunch atop the tree closest to the wooden wall. The immense force and inertia caused the branches to tremble precariously, as if they might snap at any moment. Coughing violently, a series of harsh sounds escaped her lips, as she painfully expelled puffs of black smoke while grimacing in distress. Tears welled in her eyes, and the once innocent expression on her face transformed into one of utter dismay. "Whoa, it's not tasty at all, not at all. And it's a bit spicy," she whimpered, her voice tinged with a cry, looking both pitiable and comical, evoking both sympathy and laughter from those present. Lin Yi's eyes widened, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside, standing transfixed as if turned to stone. What on earth was happening? In that moment, his mind felt utterly devoid of thought, as if engulfed in chaos. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out, jolting Lin Yi from his stupor. He raised his hand and slapped his forehead with such force that a blush instantly rose to his skin. Meanwhile, his feet clawed at the ground, as though he wished to dig a bottomless pit, and if possible, he would have liked to excavate a grand and magnificent Patala palace to hide within. Although the situation unfolding before him was fraught with danger, with even the slightest misstep potentially leading to fatal consequences, he could not help but burst into laughter. The stark contrast of emotions rendered him exceedingly complex, feeling both shocked and amused. At that moment, Tong Yi, perched on the wooden wall, was equally astonished. Her once lively eyes now widened in disbelief, fixed on the little girl hanging from the tree, her face a portrait of incredulity. My goodness, am I seeing things? Tong Yi murmured to herself. Did I just witness a petite and adorable girl swallow a formidable fireball whole? And she claims it was merely a tad spicy. This is utterly absurd. At this moment, both Lin Yi and Tong Yi, along with the surrounding elves, stood utterly dumbfounded, as if carved from wood or clay, unable to regain their senses for some time. They could hardly fathom how the world had evolved into this bewildering state. However, in stark contrast to the astonishment of the onlookers, the relentless tide of skeletons outside remained unaffected. They continued to surge forward, emitting eerie clattering sounds, mercilessly launching wave after wave of fierce assaults against the wooden wall. Fortunately, the robotic girls remained unfazed by this bizarre event, steadfastly adhering to their directives. Fully immersed in the battle, in the face of the densely packed skeleton army, these mechanical warriors displayed agility and seamless coordination, their weapons flashing with fire as they shattered one skeleton after another. There indeed existed a profound difference between carbon-based and silicon-based life forms. The former was easily swayed by external factors and emotional fluctuations, while the latter functioned like cold, unfeeling machines of destruction, solely focused on completing their mission, impervious to distractions. The other little girls momentarily diverted their attention, but quickly returned to their positions. Yet, there was a fleeting glimmer in their eyes. Was it envy? Chapter 162. Tong Yi rides the little girl car. I knew it. Lin Yi gently shook his head, as if to brush the recent events from his mind like dust. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and once more directed his gaze towards the towering wooden wall, silently contemplating the next course of action. As he prepared to summon yet another delightful little girl to assist him in rescuing Tong Yi from the wooden wall, an unexpected scene unfolded before him. A sharp-eyed and nimble little girl, resembling a gust of wind, dashed towards them with remarkable speed. Her agility was astounding. With just 3 consecutive leaps, she reached Tong Yi's location. At that moment, Tong Yi seemed lost in thought, utterly oblivious to the imminent change in her circumstances. Without hesitation, the little girl hoisted the still-dazed Tong Yi into her arms and leapt gracefully from the seemingly perilous height of the wooden wall. Tong Yi, startled by this sudden turn of events, turned pale, her mouth agape as a terrified scream escaped her lips. Yet, the little girl displayed incredible skill and balance. Her toes lightly tapped against the wooden structure, each descent cleverly utilizing the wall to absorb the impact, rendering the entire fall as smooth and safe as flowing water. In the blink of an eye, the little girl had successfully brought Tong Yi to solid ground. Without pausing for breath, she darted away like a whirlwind. While it might take an ordinary person considerable time to cover several hundred meters, she accomplished the feat in just a matter of seconds. When she finally halted before Lin Yi, the total duration of the rescue mission was astonishingly less than a minute. Brother Lord, I've brought her back, the little girl declared proudly, puffing out her chest, hands placed on her hips, her youthful face alight with a gleeful expression. As if she were seeking praise from Lin Yi. Lin Yi first glanced down at Tong Yi, who lay on the ground, starting to roll her eyes, and couldn't he help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly. He then reached out to gently pat the little girl's head, smiling as he spoke. Well done. You are indeed a brave and clever child. Hee, it's not as great as Brother Lord says. The little girl replied with a hint of shyness. Yet her expression quickly shifted to one of disdain as she cast a glance at her sister, who was awkwardly hanging from a tree. Utterly useless. Can't even handle such a trivial matter, she muttered in complaint. Observing this, Lin Yi decisively commanded the little girl, quickly, go assist in the battle on the city wall, and rescue your sister while you're at it. She nodded in acknowledgement, and swiftly turned towards the city wall. Meanwhile, Lin Yi slowly crouched down, extending his hand to gently pat Tong Yi's rosy cheek. Hey, wake up! Lying on the ground, Tong Yi's tightly closed eyes began to flutter open, her vision gradually sharpening until it finally focused on Lin Yi's familiar face. In that moment of recognition, it was as if the tension she had been holding onto shattered all at once. Wow, Lin Yi, you finally came. I was so scared, she cried out hoarsely, flinging her arms around Lin Yi's sturdy leg, clinging to him as desperately as a drowning person grasping at a lifeline. Tears and snot flowed uncontrollably, smearing across Lin Yi's clothing. Lin Yi looked down at the sobbing girl in his arms with a face of mild distaste, attempting to extricate himself from her embrace. However, after several futile attempts, he resignedly realized that he could not shake off her grip, which clung to him like an octopus. Ultimately, he chose to abandon the struggle, instead wrapping his arms gently around Tong Yi, soothingly murmuring, all right, don't cry anymore. I'm here, and everything will be fine." Yet, despite Lin Yi's continuous attempts to comfort her, Tong Yi remained inconsolable, her anguished cries echoing in the air, stirring deep empathy in those who heard her. It was evident just how much fear and trauma the fierce battle had inflicted upon her. Meanwhile, on the city wall, the battle waged on, and the little girls seemed to be struggling to maintain a decisive advantage. The deafening sound of gunfire erupted, bullets pouring forth like a torrential downpour, weaving an impenetrable storm of metal. The skeletons near the wall were rent asunder by the sheer force of the assault, shattered bones scattering in all directions. However, this victory proved to be fleeting. Astonishingly, the torn skeletons began to remarkably repair and reassemble themselves at an alarming rate. The once fragmented remains swiftly pieced themselves back together, as if they possessed a form of immortality, rising once more to charge at the city wall. Despite the valiant efforts of the little girls, who fought fearlessly to thwart the enemy's advance, they could only barely maintain a stalemate. It must be noted that these skeletons from the death sequence were not easily vanquished. Their sole fatal weakness lay hidden deep within their skulls, the soul fire. Only by extinguishing that mysterious flame could these terrifying beings be permanently eradicated. Yet, striking that tiny soul fire was no simple task, especially with the skeletons fiercely guarding their vital points. Although the soul fire would dim slightly each time they were destroyed and reconstituted, such minimal depletion was nearly negligible for them. If this situation continued, even when the little girl's ammunition was depleted, extinguishing the soul fire would remain a daunting challenge. Fortunately, thanks to the timely reinforcement from the little girls, the city wall temporarily avoided plunging into crisis. Nonetheless, the tense situation demanded unwavering vigilance and caution, for no one could predict whether the enemy would launch a more ferocious assault or if unforeseen complications would arise. A nearby elf observed a stoic little girl mechanically shooting, reloading, and continuing her fire, feeling compelled to speak up. After weighing the pros and cons, she cautiously advised the little girl beside her, "You cannot attack like this." Before she could finish her sentence, the little girl turned her head, her expression still devoid of emotion, her shooting motion unceasing as she simply stared at her. The elf shivered at the sight of that impassive face, yet the little girl remained unmoving, continuing to gaze at her. "What should I do?" Chapter 163, Set Fire. The elf elegantly extended her slender finger, gesturing towards the recently shattered skeleton below. "Look, their true fatal weakness lies within the soul fire that burns in their skulls. As long as the soul fire remains unextinguished, no matter how many times you crush their bodies, it will all be in vain. To eradicate them once and for all, the primary objective must be to target that soul fire." The wisdom behind her words was a hard-earned lesson, paid for with countless lives and blood. Reflecting on the earlier harrowing battle, had it not been for the selfless bravery of the dozen or so fearless shadow warriors who fought to the death against multiple skeletal mages, ultimately succeeding in slaying a few, the current situation would likely be far worse. The robot girl standing nearby nodded in understanding, indicating that she had grasped the key point. Immediately following, a sharp gunshot resonated, as the robot's firearm accurately targeted and struck a soul flame that had inadvertently revealed itself. However, unexpectedly, the bullet, propelled at high speed, traversed through the soul fire as if it were but an illusion, leaving no trace of impact or damage. The elf, seemingly already aware of this outcome, could not help but let out a resigned sigh. Alas, physical attacks are utterly ineffective here. If they were to yield any results, we would not find ourselves ensnared in such a grueling battle. Yet, the robotic girl remained undeterred, continuing to lightly pull the trigger of her weapon, seemingly engaged in some task. Bang! Another crisp shot rang out, yet this sound was swiftly drowned amidst the cacophony of gunfire surrounding them, indistinguishable from the rest. Only when the muzzle flare did onlookers realize the remarkable difference. The flame that erupted was not the usual golden hue, but a profound darkness akin to an endless abyss. Following this lethal shot, the robotic girl refrained from firing again, her lively eyes suddenly flickering with complex streams of data. Her gaze, as if driven by a nail, fixated intently on the bullet that had just exited the chamber, racing away. At first glance, this bullet appeared indistinguishable from its predecessors, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a barely perceptible black substance clinging to its surface. Like a bolt of lightning, It streaked through the air, accurately striking the ethereal soul flame. With a thunderous boom, the seemingly ordinary bullet collided with the soul flame, akin to a roaring fire meeting a torrent of gasoline. In an instant, the soul fire, which had merely been the thickness of a finger and flickering with a ghostly blue light, was abruptly engulfed by an unexpected wave of black flames. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the diminutive soul flame expanded at an astonishing rate, transforming in the blink of an eye into a colossal black fireball measuring 5 or 6 meters in diameter. This explosion was no fleeting phenomenon. It continuously unleashed overwhelming energy. The immense black fireball, resembling a beast with a gaping maw, mercilessly consumed all nearby skeletons. This eerie black flame seemed almost alive, clinging tenaciously to the bones. And once it made contact, it swiftly spread along the skeletal frames, igniting furiously. When this terrifying black flame reached the soul fire nestled within the skulls, another deafening explosion erupted. The moment the black flames met the skeletons was akin to sparks igniting a barrel of gasoline, unleashing an uncontrollable inferno. In the blink of an eye, the flames spread at an unimaginable speed, transforming the once dreaded skeletal army into mere ashes. The holy fire is effective. It is time to switch our attack mode. The robotic girl at the center of the battlefield sparkled with excitement as she transmitted an invisible signal to her comrades, conveying this crucial information. In an instant, the once fervent gunfire ceased. However, moments later, the sounds of battle erupted once more, yet this time, each crisp shot was accompanied by a thunderous explosion. To the uninitiated observer, it would seem that the robotic girls wielded not ordinary bullets, but rather explosive rounds of tremendous power. Meanwhile, the observing elf stood in stunned silence, utterly taken aback by the sudden turn of events. She found herself rooted in place, momentarily devoid of thought. When she finally regained her senses, she noticed flames roaring beneath the wooden walls, illuminating the night sky. The inferno had begun. The once dense and menacing sea of skeletons had transformed into a blazing ocean of fire. The colossal flames, like a ferocious beast, voraciously consumed all combustible materials in their path. With ample fuel to sustain the blaze, the flames surged skyward like a volcanic eruption, reaching heights of 50 to 60 meters, even surpassing the towering wooden walls. The gunfire gradually diminished, ultimately falling silent. Yet, occasionally, a few sharp shots rang out, as warriors took their final shots at fleeing remnants of the skeletons. Such a colossal fire could not go unnoticed by those still within the territory. The weeping Tong Yi inadvertently caught sight of the towering black flames that soared beyond the wooden walls, rendering her speechless and momentarily forgetting her tears. Lin Yi. Her face turned pale, lips trembling as she grasped Lin Yi's arm, her voice filled with fear and panic. It's on fire. Following her gaze, Lin Yi's eyes widened at the sight of the black flames, but memories of the earlier reports from the camp's robotic girls quickly flooded his mind. Regaining his composure, he reassuringly patted Tong Yi's shoulder, saying softly, "Do not worry, Yi. This must be the work of my subordinates. They have surely discovered an effective method to combat these skeletons." With that, he took her hand and briskly walked towards the city walls. From the current situation, it seemed the fierce battle was nearing its conclusion. After all, the gunfire had completely ceased. The enemy was likely either annihilated or in full retreat. Chapter 164, A Cue for Patting Heads. As the two cautiously ascended the towering, sturdy wooden walls, the once ferocious blaze gradually lost its vigor and began to extinguish. The surging flames, which had previously reached dozens of meters into the sky, seemed to have exhausted their strength in an instant, rapidly fading away. Peering down from the city walls, they beheld the skeletal army, which had surged forth like a tide, now utterly consumed by the terrifying inferno, reduced to a fine, snow-white bone dust that blanketed the ground. Remarkably, the inferno appeared to possess a peculiar recognition ability, ruthlessly targeting only the fearsome skeletons while sparing all surrounding entities. Even the lofty wooden walls, constructed from sturdy timber, bore only the faint scars left by the prior bombardment from the skeleton mages. As the battle concluded, a cadre of valiant robotic girls swiftly assembled, marching with synchronized and powerful strides toward Lin Yi, who stood ahead. The foremost robotic girl approached him, respectfully saluted, and then reported in a clear, melodious, yet serious tone, "My lord, following a fierce and intense battle, we have successfully accomplished our mission, annihilating all incoming foes." Upon hearing this delightful news, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction, a look of contentment illuminating his face. He extended his hand to gently stroke the soft hair of the robot girl before him, praising her. "You have performed exceptionally well. Your efforts are truly commendable." At that moment, a cacophony of noise erupted nearby. The resident girls, who had been diligently occupied with their tasks, took notice of the situation and promptly abandoned their work, flocking over like a jubilant swarm of birds. Brother Lord, we have worked hard too. And me. I want a pat on the head as a reward. Oh dear, don't all rush at once. Let us go one by one. In an instant, Lin Yi found himself surrounded by over 100 adorable resident girls. These little ones chirped and chattered like a lively flock, each extending their tiny hands, sweetly pleading for the coveted head pats. The scene swiftly devolved into chaos, with even the robot girl, who had been standing by, unceremoniously pushed out of the fray by the surging crowd. Observing the densely packed, incessantly noisy spectacle before him, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Yet, faced with this innocent assembly of little girls, he found it impossible to deny them, steeling himself to gently pat each of their little heads in turn. All right, you all have worked hard, he said, forcing a smile while mechanically repeating the gesture. At that moment, the joy he initially felt had long since faded, replaced by a countenance tinged with despair. For Lin Yi, if merely one little girl requested a head pat as a reward, it would fill him with immense joy. 10 such requests would border on bliss. However, when the number surged to 120, it transformed into an ordeal of epic proportions. To make matters worse, not only did these resident girls bear an almost identical appearance, but their attire and equipment were also indistinguishable. They were as restless as a troop of mischievous monkeys, bouncing around and wriggling with exuberance. Lin Yi felt his vision blurring, utterly unable to discern how many heads he had already patted. One thing was certain. The count had far exceeded 120. Just then, a sharp, indignant voice rang out. "Pa, scoundrel!" It was Tong Yi. Despite her best efforts to rejoin Lin Yi, she found herself thwarted time and again, watching Lin Yi, now ensconced within a throng of adorable girls. She could not suppress a twinge of jealousy. With a huff, she hastily retrieved various precious materials from her bosom, intended for repairing the wall. At that moment, her mind was a tangled web of questions, yet as she observed Lin Yi utterly engrossed in playful interaction with the girls, she realized that it was clearly not the right time to voice her inquiries. The task of repairing the structure was, in fact, not overly complicated. It merely required the proper materials to be gathered. Thanks to the powerful and enigmatic operational mechanisms of the system, once the materials were in place, the damaged edifice would commence its slow, automatic self-repair. Though Tong Yi was not as affluent as Lin Yi, her family was reasonably well off, and they had provided ample resources for this endeavor. Thus, procuring the necessary materials was merely a trivial task for her. At that moment, an elf approached with light, graceful steps, pausing beside Tong Yi, and respectfully stated, "My lord, we have made some new discoveries. We kindly request your presence to investigate." Tong Yi, already in a foul mood, frowned further at this news and cast an annoyed glance at the elf, while also shooting an irritable glare at Lin Yi, who remained blissfully absorbed in his playful antics with the little girls. Seeing him surrounded and thoroughly entertained, her frustration flared anew, and she asked curtly, "What is this discovery that requires my immediate attention?" The elf, sensing her displeasure, quickly clarified, "My lord, this discovery pertains to the land beyond the city. The specifics can only be revealed upon your arrival." The elf fidgeted nervously, his expression mirroring her own discontent. Tong Yi furrowed her brow, realizing that the matter might not be so simple, and promptly replied, "I will go at once." Without further ado, she hurried toward the city gate, disregarding Lin Yi entirely. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, realizing that the number of girls clamoring for head pats had far exceeded a manageable count, quickly concocted an excuse to disperse the eager resident girls. Following that, he sought out Tong Yi. After scanning the area, he finally learned, with the help of an elf's reminder, that she had gone to the base of the wall, and he hurried to follow her. Chapter 165, The Contaminated Land. When Lin Yi finally arrived at the city gate, he spotted a group of elves surrounding Tong Yi, who was crouched on the ground, her expression dark and stormy enough to rain. "Have the enemies not been vanquished? What troublesome predicament have you encountered now?" Lin Yi's brow furrowed as he pondered, yet he did not dare delay, hastening his steps toward her. Upon seeing Lin Yi approach, the gathered elves instinctively parted to create a path. Tong Yi brushed the dirt from her hands, her once delicate and charming face now marred by the black stains left by the ravages of battle. Her pale complexion resembled that of a blank sheet, and her lips were pressed into a tight line. Just one glance sent a jolt of unease through Lin Yi. He understood that such a visage indicated significant trouble. He quickly closed the distance to Tong Yi, mimicking her earlier actions, and crouched down to grasp a handful of the soil. However, as he examined it closely, peering left and right, he could discern nothing unusual. Just as doubt clouded his mind, Tong Yi took a deep breath and stepped forward to speak. "Lin Yi, there's no need to waste effort inspecting it further. This land is utterly ruined. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the dirt in his palm. Ruined? What does that mean? It seems no different to me, he said, his expression one of skepticism as he brought the soil closer to his face, scrutinizing it intently. The earth revealed a peculiar dark brown hue, starkly contrasting with the typical color of soil. At that moment, Tong Yi sprang forward with a swift step. Unhesitatingly waving her hand to forcefully dislodge the dirt, he clutched tightly. As the soil scattered, a cloud of dust was raised. Stop looking, Tong Yi declared with a grave expression. This land has long been eroded and contaminated by an intense aura of death. It has indeed become a veritable wasteland, incapable of nurturing any plant life. Her tone was heavy yet resolute. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to gaze at the nearby lush forest, vibrant and full of life. The towering trees stood tall and lush, showing no signs of having been affected. He shook his head, his face a clear canvas of incredulity. Observing Lin Yi's skeptical demeanor, Tong Yi let out a resigned sigh. I speak only the truth. Do not be fooled by the superficial appearance of those trees. In reality, they merely have not yet exhibited the symptoms of being afflicted by the aura of death. This land is no longer suitable for any plant to thrive, which is one of the dreadful side effects brought forth by the death sequence. After contemplating Tong Yi's explanation for a moment, Lin Yi remained silent. He understood all too well that Tong Yi had no reason to deceive him. Moreover, even if she were to mislead him, she would gain nothing from such actions. Thus, the only plausible conclusion was that he lacked the perceptive ability to detect the mysterious and ominous aura she described. With this thought, Lin Yi furrowed his brow, anxiety creeping into his voice as he inquired, "Is there any way to remedy this? We cannot simply stand by and watch this land fall into desolation." The inability of the land to support plant growth implied that no arable fields could be established here. Consequently, Tong Yi would have to rely on food imports to sustain herself. However, whether through Lin Yi's generous support or by spending precious gold to procure food, neither option constituted the most pressing dilemma in their current predicament. What truly weighed heavily on their minds was the terrifyingly contagious nature of the death aura. To continue living here for an extended period was evidently not a sound course of action. Tong Yi gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting boundless sorrow and anguish. Gently and slowly, she retrieved the territory relocation scroll from her bosom, handling it with the utmost care as if it were a rare treasure. At this point, I cannot conceive of a better solution. Our sequence level is still too low. If we could just wait a few more days, perhaps we could discover a method to purify this accursed aura of death. But that is merely a hypothesis, and alas, it may already be too late, Tong Yi murmured, her voice tinged with deep regret. When Lin Yi noticed the territory relocation scroll tightly held in Tong Yi's hand, his expression darkened instantly. He was acutely aware of the scroll's immense value, a possession far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Even someone like Tong Yi, with her significant family background, would likely have to pay a hefty price to acquire such a scroll. Previously, he had been oblivious to its worth, which is why he had accepted the gift so readily. Now, however, he understood that it should not be squandered on such trivial matters. Wait, Lin Yi exclaimed, decisively placing his palm over the hand that clutched the scroll, his demeanor turning gravely serious. I may have a way to resolve our current predicament. With unwavering conviction, Lin Yi asserted this, while his mind began racing like a well-oiled machine. Under the hopeful gaze of Tong Yi, he silently vowed to devise a feasible plan to confront the crisis at hand. As time ticked by, inspiration struck him like a flash of lightning illuminating the darkened sky. In an instant, a charming little loli figure materialized in his mind. Noticing the subtle shift in Lin Yi's expression, the once dim light in Tong Yi's eyes began to glimmer with hope. "Do you truly have a solution?" she asked, her voice imbued with doubt and uncertainty. It was no wonder she felt such skepticism. After all, they were facing the formidable and fearsome death sequence within the realm of lords. It is crucial to understand that the death sequence is fundamentally constructed around combat. This sequence not only consumes minimal resources, but can also operate with near-zero energy expenditure. Furthermore, aside from the necessity of gathering specific resources for building upgrades, other types of resources are practically inconsequential to this sequence. Even more terrifying is the death sequence's two prominent characteristics. First, as long as there are sufficient corpses on the battlefield, it can continuously summon and assemble an almost limitless number of combat units. Second, the pervasive aura of death pollution. Chapter 166, The Socially Awkward Loli. The aura of death is exponentially more devastating than the rampant plague that ravages the land. Once an area is shrouded in the aura of death, it is only a matter of time before it succumbs to the dominion of the death sequence. In such an exceedingly hostile environment, The vast majority of organic life struggles to survive. Not to mention the critical issue of food supply, the omnipresent and insidious aura of death over time would inevitably transform any living organism into a mindless undead. This method is a common strategy employed by the death sequence to secure victories over its foes. Thus, it becomes clear why Tong Yi found herself in such a predicament. Lin Yi gently pried open Tong Yi's hand, which had a firm grip on him, and softly reassured her, "Do not be so quick to surrender. Whether we succeed remains to be seen, but we must at least attempt it. There may indeed be a solution." In truth, Lin Yi himself harbored no absolute certainty, yet how could one categorically dismiss the possibility without even trying? "Stay here and do not wander. I will return shortly." Without another word, Lin Yi dashed toward the Lord's Hall like an arrow released from its bow. Watching Lin Yi's swift departure, although Tong Yi was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the death aura, a flicker of hope ignited within her heart. "Lord, do you think he truly can succeed in this endeavor?" The nearby elf asked with a furrowed brow, concern etched across their face. Unlike the oblivious Lin Yi, these beings of the harmonious sequence were all too familiar with the suffocating aura of death that permeated the area, fully aware that it represented one of the death sequence's most potent weapons. "Perhaps he can. In any case, we must give it a try," Tong Yi replied, gently smoothing her hair, her demeanor unperturbed. "Even if it ultimately leads to failure, it is not the end of the world. We can always seek another place to start anew." On the other side, Lin Yi was consumed with urgency as he hurried back to his domain. Upon arrival, he scarcely had time to greet the young lady seated in the hall before he dashed straight to the well without hesitation. The hall lady remarked, "My lord, you appear remarkably spirited." Indeed, the brilliant idea that flashed through Lin Yi's mind was to rely on the unique talent of the little girl at the well. This well girl possessed a miraculous gift that could purify all negative states in the world. However, due to her exceedingly introverted and shy nature, she had a limited understanding of her own abilities, and Lin Yi was uncertain about the extent of her powers and whether they could truly resolve the crisis at hand. After all, he had never had an appropriate opportunity to personally verify the true potency of her gift. Lin Yi sprinted to the side of the well and, panting, came to a halt. Without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully lifted the lid off the well. Since its meticulous renovation, the well had been successfully connected to the water pipes. To ensure safety and hygiene, the well girl had taken the liberty of crafting and installing a robust lid to cover the well. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he cautiously leaned over to peer into the depths of the well. At that moment, his gaze met that of the girl within, and they were momentarily locked in a silent stare. The well girl widened her eyes, her mouth agape in sheer terror, as if she had encountered something extraordinarily frightful. Seeing her reaction, Lin Yi called out urgently, "Wait, don't run away. I truly have something important to discuss with you." He was acutely aware that if he delayed even a second longer, this timid well girl would likely bolt like a frightened rabbit, disappearing without a trace. Truth be told, although the well girl had been around for quite some time, Lin Yi had only seen her a handful of times, so few that he could count them on one hand. It would not be an exaggeration to say that within this territory, there was hardly a girl with a less pronounced presence than her. Upon hearing Lin Yi's call, the well girl paused, momentarily stunned, before hesitantly raising her finger to point at herself, stuttering, "My lord, you mean I can help you with important matters too?" Observing her adorably perplexed expression, Lin Yi couldn't help but smirk slightly. "Ah, you have some self-awareness, realizing you've never engaged in anything significant." Without allowing himself to ponder further, he instinctively frowned. "Come up first," he shouted, stepping back a few paces. After all, conversing with this well girl was exceedingly taxing. One misstep could result in him falling into the well. The well girl appeared somewhat hesitant, yet ultimately deemed Lin Yi's matters more pressing. Gradually, she emerged from the well, revealing only her head at first. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Goodness, how is this possible? How did she manage to protrude her head from a position a good 4 to 5 meters away from the well's opening? In an instant, a myriad of bizarre images flashed through Lin Yi's mind. Perhaps she was gripping the well's walls tightly with her limbs. Or maybe she was clinging to the wall like a nimble gecko. The more he pondered, the more incredulous it seemed, and his intense curiosity compelled him to draw closer to the well's edge and stealthily glance down. To his astonishment, he discovered that the little girl had indeed climbed up the wall of the well. Shaking his head vigorously, he attempted to dismiss this astonishing reality from his mind. Without delay, he rushed forward, reaching out to lift the well girl from the depths. "Ah!" she gasped lightly as Lin Yi securely cradled her in his arms. After a brief moment of hesitation and careful consideration, Lin Yi ultimately decided to have the adorable well girl retract the well. After all, if her remarkable talent required specific structures to operate effectively, It would be prudent to have her close the well now to avoid making another trip later. With utmost care, Lin Yi held the well girl close and began his determined stride toward the Lord's Hall. As he walked, he contemplated the various scenarios he might encounter and the strategies he would employ. Just then, a brilliant flash of light illuminated the area, revealing two figures that had suddenly appeared within the territory overseen by Tong Yi. As he focused, he recognized that it was none other than Lin Yi and the well girl he held. Time was of the essence, and there was no room for delay. Lin Yi tightened his grip around the well girl, who was covering her face with her hands, and hastily made his way toward the city gate. Observing her comical attempt to shield herself, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. At such a critical moment, what good would hiding her face do? Was this not merely self-deception? Yet, there was no time to dwell on such trivialities. The immediate priority was to reach their destination and fulfill their task. Chapter 167. The benefits presented by the well girl. It remained uncertain whether the well girl's talent could indeed purify the terrifying aura of death. If it proved ineffective, they would regretfully waste the territory migration scroll. After all, in the face of such a potent and lethal aura of death, without effective countermeasures, the entire territory would be plunged into irreversible ruin. At that moment, as Lin Yi approached the city gate, Tong Yi, who had been anxiously waiting there, suddenly brightened with recognition and hurried forward without hesitation. However, upon closer inspection, she was taken aback to find that aside from the adorable little girl in a swimsuit beside Lin Yi, he was empty-handed. From any angle, such a combination was hard to believe as a serious solution to the pressing issue at hand. Moreover, if Lin Yi and the little girl were to appear on the streets, passers-by would undoubtedly be inclined to call the authorities. Curiosity and skepticism filled Tong Yi's heart as her gaze swept over the shy, well girl hiding behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi, is this little girl truly the solution you mentioned? Her face was etched with doubt, and she fixed Lin Yi with an exceedingly peculiar stare. Although she was aware that the girls in Lin Yi's territory were unique, could such a seemingly delicate little girl really dispel the aura of death? Furthermore, given the girl's attire, was it possible that Lin Yi had forcibly dragged her here while she was swimming, without even giving her a change of clothes? Indeed, Lin Yi carefully brought the timid well girl from behind him forward, furrowing his brow as his gaze slowly scanned the crowd gathered around them. Dear friends, please step back a little. This child has an introverted disposition and experiences some social anxiety. Lin Yi's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Upon hearing this, the diverse array of elves surrounding them exchanged glances before obediently retreating, creating a spacious area. As the crowd dispersed, the little girl, who had been clutching Lin Yi's clothing tightly, seemed to feel less frightened, although she still cast timid, fearful glances toward Tong Yi, who stood nearby. Tong Yi, on the other hand, wore a radiant smile, playfully winking and making an adorable gesture. At that moment, Lin Yi cleared his throat, breaking the slightly awkward atmosphere. Turning to Tong Yi, he gently reminded her, "Ahem. Yi, do not underestimate this little girl. As for whether she can succeed, we shall see through her attempt. Even if she fails, it would merely result in the loss of a territory migration scroll." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi crouched down to meet the little girl's gaze, encouraging her in a soft tone. "Waterwell, why not give it a try and see if you can purify our territory?" The little girl hesitated, glancing once more at the elves who had retreated to a distance. After a moment's deliberation, she finally mustered her courage, nodding shyly and responding softly, "Brother Lord, then I will give it a try." With that, she casually waved her hand, and to everyone's astonishment, the once invisible water well materialized before them. Before Lin Yi and Tong Yi could comprehend what had happened, the little girl dove headfirst into the depths of the well like a bird taking flight. Tong Yi's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape enough to fit an egg, leaving her utterly bewildered. "Oh my goodness, a child has jumped into the well. Quick, someone save her." Before she could finish her exclamation, Tong Yi frantically began to summon help for a rescue operation. Just then, a strong hand firmly grasped her arm, immobilizing her. Turning in disbelief, she discovered that it was Lin Yi who had intervened. With a calm demeanor, he stated, "Do not panic. This is merely a normal occurrence." Upon hearing this, Tong Yi's eyes bulged in disbelief as she gazed at Lin Yi. "She just jumped into the well, and you dare tell me this is normal? Is this how wild things are in your territory?" Just as she was engulfed in doubt, a deep, resonant voice echoed from the well's depths. "Brother Lord, everything is ready. We can begin." Immediately, a massive column of water surged upward from the well, roaring like a mighty dragon and shooting skyward to a height of 50 or 60 meters. The sheer force of the water seemed intent on breaking through the clouds. As the column reached its zenith, the atmosphere became tumultuous, and countless droplets cascaded down like a torrential rain, creating an impressive artificial downpour. Naturally, the first victims of this sudden deluge were Lin Yi and Tong Yi, who were caught off guard and drenched to the bone. The elves who were slightly farther away also found themselves in a rather unfortunate predicament, each one struggling to maintain their composure amid the downpour. Strangely, as the well water fell, Lin Yi felt the air become refreshingly crisp, as if he could breathe more easily. Incredulously, Tong Yi's eyes widened as she sensed the once suffocating aura of death dissipating at an astonishing rate, nearly vanishing altogether. Her mouth parted slightly, emitting an involuntary gasp as she was enveloped in profound astonishment. After all, this was a technique considered one of the most powerful in the death sequence. Typically, when faced with such a terrifying aura, enemies would be rendered helpless, ultimately consumed by it. Yet now, it had been effortlessly purified, as if it had never existed. While Tong Yi remained in a state of shock, she suddenly felt a chill from above, followed by the discomfort of being thoroughly soaked. Looking down, she realized her entire body was drenched, her once dry clothes clinging to her form, highlighting her graceful curves. Displeasure surged within her, and she abruptly lifted her foot, delivering a sharp kick toward Lin Yi. While petulantly exclaiming, "Is this also considered normal?" Lin Yi was not in a much better situation. He too was drenched from head to toe, feeling the unyielding chill of the unexpected deluge. Wiping the water from his face in resignation, he silently grumbled about the little water well girl's antics. However, when he turned to see Tong Yi in her current state, his complaints evaporated instantly. Tong Yi's wet hair clung to her cheeks and neck, reminiscent of a delicate lotus emerging from water. Her skin, partially visible through her soaked garments, exuded a unique allure. "Ah, this is a normal occurrence." Lin Yi stifled his inner impulses, feigning seriousness as he wiped his face again, his gaze fixated on Tong Yi, unwilling to blink. In that moment, one thought consumed his mind. The water well girl had performed splendidly, and he would surely reward her upon their return. As for everything else, it had long since been cast aside from his thoughts. Chapter 168, Preparing for Revenge. Tong Yi scrutinized Lin Yi closely, determined not to miss even the slightest change in his expression. To her surprise, she detected no signs of anything unusual on his face. After much hesitation, she ultimately decided to trust him this time. "All right, I will believe you for now." With that, Tong Yi dashed toward the city gate like a startled deer. Lin Yi's ravenous gaze remained fixed upon her, as if he were ready to devour her whole at any moment. Tong Yi felt as though his intense stare pierced through her entire being. She needed to rush home and change into clean clothes. Since the aura of death could be purified, the next crucial task was to eradicate all traces of it from the vast expanse of land. However, relying solely on the little water well girl to conjure fountains repeatedly for this monumental task was clearly impractical. After all, the extent of pollution in this territory far exceeded anyone's imagination. It would take an unfathomable amount of time for the little water well girl to purify everything on her own. Fortunately, Lin Yi possessed technological capabilities. Although he could not yet create advanced machinery, crafting simple yet effective water guns was well within his reach. The purification talent of the water well girl could only be harnessed through the well water. So if he could cleverly utilize the well water to irrigate the contaminated land systematically, this daunting challenge would become remarkably manageable. "Lin Yi, I cannot express my gratitude enough. I never anticipated that you could purify even the essence of death. Your domain is truly remarkable." Tong Yi observed a group of elves lining up with water guns, diligently watering the land, while simultaneously cleansing the malevolent aura of death. The scene was so extraordinary and beautiful that it left her momentarily speechless, her heart racing with excitement, struggling to articulate the tumultuous emotions swirling within her. Standing beside her, Lin Yi caught sight of Tong Yi's astonished and incoherent expression, and he couldn't help but smile gently, saying, "Please don't be so formal with me. What is our relationship, after all? This little matter is hardly worth mentioning." Upon hearing these words, a delicate blush instantly graced Tong Yi's cheeks, reminiscent of a ripe apple, alluring and vibrant. However, at that moment, Lin Yi's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a grave and serious demeanor. He fixed his gaze on Tong Yi, earnestly inquiring, "Now that the issue of death's aura has been temporarily resolved, how do you intend to handle that territory associated with the death sequence?" Despite the successful management of the pollution incident, as long as the territory of the death sequence remained in existence nearby, similar crises could very well resurface. Upon hearing this, Tong Yi furrowed her delicate brows, lost in contemplation. To be frank, she could not simply ignore that territory of the death sequence. After all, those despicable beings had inflicted immense pain and loss upon her in the past. Yet, with her current strength, seeking revenge would undoubtedly equate to walking into a trap, a futile endeavor that could lead to her demise. Recalling the fierce battle from before, Her strongest enemies had merely been a few skeletal mages, and even then, she had struggled to cope. Who could guarantee that within that mysterious territory of the death sequence, more formidable and terrifying forces did not lie in wait? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, a sense of worry and helplessness began to rise within her. Lin Yi, perceptive as ever, saw through Tong Yi's inner turmoil and concerns. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, extending his broad, warm hand to gently rest upon her fragile shoulder. Do not worry. You are not alone in this fight. After all, I am here. How could I possibly allow you to face all challenges by yourself? Never forget that we are close allies, fighting side by side. With a smile illuminating his face, his tone was both gentle and resolute. Upon hearing his words, Tong Yi felt her eyes welling with tears, her emotions nearly overwhelming her. Lin Yi, she exclaimed, her voice trembling, filled with boundless gratitude and emotion. Observing the usually strong and courageous woman before him so deeply moved, Lin Yi's lips curved into a subtle smile. Yet, at that moment, the atmosphere took a sudden turn. So, does that mean you are particularly touched right now? Do you feel an overwhelming urge to pledge yourself to me immediately? He teased, laughter dancing in his voice. If so, don't hesitate. I am fully prepared to embrace this moment. He winked, playfully opening his arms wide, closing his eyes as if waiting serenely for her to fall into his embrace. Lin Yi, Tong Yi, once filled with emotion, was now incensed, her previous sentiments evaporating completely. With a fierce glare, she lifted her foot and delivered a swift kick toward Lin Yi, simultaneously unleashing a torrent of curses. You big jerk. Who would ever pledge themselves to you? Dream on. Caught off guard by her sudden assault, Lin Yi winced in pain, gritting his teeth and letting out a yelp. Nevertheless, he refused to relent, bouncing over to Tong Yi like an exuberant monkey. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let me speak seriously. I have already gathered the soldiers. Soon we shall charge forth together and seize that despicable territory. Rubbing the spot where she had kicked him, he spoke with utmost sincerity. The moment he received Tong Yi's message, he had promptly summoned back those soldiers dispatched on missions. However, gathering all those scattered soldiers was no simple task, as many had strayed too far to maintain contact, requiring a significant amount of time. During this period of waiting for the soldiers to return, Tong Yi had not replied to any of his messages, which tightened his heart with anxiety, fearing she might be facing some unknown danger. Impatient and anxious, he made a decisive choice to rally the adorable little girls from the blacksmith and workshop to provide her with some necessary support. Though few in number, he thought at least they could offer some assistance to Tong Yi. Yet, what transpired next was completely beyond his expectations. Who could have imagined that a mere army of 240 little girls would demonstrate such fearless bravery and overwhelming combat prowess? They incinerated the invading horde of skeletons in a blazing fire, leaving not a single one to escape. The spectacle was so astonishing that the returning soldiers had no opportunity to even engage in battle. Upon witnessing this turn of events, Lin Yi naturally chose not to bring them along any longer. Initially, he had contemplated that perhaps the little girls wouldn't even need to intervene. However, the sudden emergence of Death's aura shattered his prior assumptions, making it abundantly clear that the threat posed by that territory had to be eradicated swiftly, lest the consequences be dire. Lin Yi, Tong Yi gazed at the unfolding scene, her heart swelling with emotion once more. Yet soon after, she recalled Lin Yi's previous teasing, and that flicker of sentiment dissipated entirely. Humph, she resolved, she could not afford to grant him an easy smile, otherwise he would undoubtedly become even more audacious and take advantage of her kindness. Chapter 169, Dividing Forces. The two swiftly arrived at a decision to retaliate. For as long as the territory of the death sequence remained unconquered, Tong Yi's safety would perpetually be under threat. Lin Yi unhesitatingly returned to his domain, rapidly assembling a full 800 soldiers. Based on prior analyses of their encounters with the skeletal army, this number of warriors was more than sufficient. Moreover, it was worth noting that there were still over 200 adorable little girls from the residential areas and formidable robot girls as powerful reinforcements. After careful consideration, Lin Yi resolved to leave 100 soldiers stationed to guard Tong Yi's territory, ensuring her safety. He then personally led Tong Yi, along with the remaining soldiers and other little girls, resolutely following the lingering traces of Death's aura on their journey. Before they departed, Lin Yi thoughtfully left a substantial array of firearms for Tong Yi's territory. After all, the elves were still relying on traditional bows and arrows, whereas these advanced weapons possessed far greater lethality and deterrence. Simultaneously, the well maidens were assigned to remain behind, as the ongoing purification of this land remained crucial, and they were the perfect candidates to fulfill that task. Lin Yi, as far as I know, there is likely another hidden realm ahead. Though I cannot ascertain whether it remains unscathed at this very moment, Tong Yi murmured softly. Among the advancing troop, Tong Yi was devoid of any soldiers. Her entire combat strength comprised solely of the group of young girls under Lin Yi's command. By the way, I haven't yet inquired how you came across a horde of skeletons. Throughout the journey, Lin Yi maintained an acute vigilance, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. He keenly discerned that the path, steeped in an aura of death, lay unnaturally straight, as if it had been deliberately guided by some arcane force, leading directly towards Tong Yi's territory. Upon mentioning this matter, Tong Yi's charming visage puffed up with indignation, resembling two ripe red apples adorning her cheeks. Humph. If we are to discuss this incident, I can only blame my own misfortune. Tong Yi bit her lip lightly, letting out a resigned sigh before recounting her encounter with the skeletons to Lin Yi. Originally, I was merely leading a group of soldiers for a casual stroll around the vicinity of our territory, not straying too far. Who would have anticipated that when we were about 7 or 8 kilometers from the territory, we would unexpectedly stumble upon a hidden entrance to a secret realm? At that moment, my first thought was to rush to find you for assistance. Although tackling the secret realm together might heighten the difficulty, it would also yield an invaluable treasure map. But who would have known? At this juncture, Tong Yi paused, a trace of vexation crossing her features. Not long after I discovered the secret realm, for reasons unknown, as I led my team back, we were suddenly ambushed by a swarm of skeletons. Initially, their numbers were not excessively daunting, perhaps only a few hundred. However, as the battle ensued, these skeletons surged forth like a relentless tide, their ranks multiplying to a terrifying degree. Soon, I realized the gravity of the situation. If we continued to linger in combat, the consequences could be dire. Thus, I made the swift decision to order a full retreat to our territory. Tong Yi spread her hands in a gesture of resignation, a rueful smile gracing her lips. Alas, what transpired next was exactly as you might imagine. I was suddenly encircled by an uncountable number of skeletons. As she spoke, she animatedly gestured as if those fearsome skeletons were once again materializing before her. So, as it stands, you remain oblivious to how your whereabouts were revealed? Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly, casting a reproachful glance at Tong Yi. This situation, shrouded in ambiguity, was indeed troubling. Tong Yi, feeling a tad embarrassed, bit her lip and nodded gently. Yes, that is indeed the case. After speaking, she lowered her head, seemingly unable to meet Lin Yi's scrutinizing gaze. Observing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. It appeared that this incident was truly a matter of sheer misfortune. Glancing at the straight path steeped in deathly ambience, he surmised that it was likely the result of Tong Yi's hasty flight, driven by the relentless pursuit of the skeletons. After a moment of silence, Lin Yi lifted his head to regard Tong Yi and inquired, "All right, since we have come this far, might I ask if you remember the precise location of that secret realm?" Clearly, Lin Yi was filled with a fervent desire and curiosity regarding this hidden realm, coupled with a determination to vanquish any potential foes that may dwell within the territory of the death sequence. After all, with the forces at his disposal, even a division of troops should pose no significant challenge. Upon hearing Lin Yi's question, Tong Yi nodded without hesitation, replying, "Of course I remember." She then raised her chin, confidence radiating from her as she added, "Please, do not underestimate my ability to navigate the forest. Have you ever heard of an elf getting lost in the woods?" With that, Tong Yi proudly puffed out her chest, a glimmer of triumph sparkling in her eyes. Lin Yi, taken aback by her words, turned to face her with a look of astonishment. To be honest, no one had ever heard of elves losing their way in the forest. However, one must ponder, is Tong Yi truly as innocent as she appears? As they approached a point approximately 5 or 6 kilometers from the territory, Tong Yi suddenly halted. She slowly turned to face Lin Yi, her expression solemn as she spoke. "Lin Yi, we have reached a critical junction, and we must make an important choice moving forward." As her words lingered in the air, she extended her right hand, her slender index finger indicating the two diverging paths before them. "This path is steeped in a thick aura of death. Based on my observations and deductions, if we proceed along it, we should, barring any unforeseen circumstances, arrive at the territory of the death sequence." Pausing briefly, Tong Yi shifted her gaze to the other path, continuing her explanation, "And this one leads to the secret realm." After conveying this information, Tong Yi fell silent, her gaze fixed on Lin Yi, seemingly awaiting his decision and final command. Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly, lost in contemplation. His eyes first landed on the path emanating a sense of mortality, as he mentally gauged the distance to that ominous territory. The thought of marching alongside the soldiers into hostile territory made him shake his head, deeming it an unwise course of action. Rather than that, it would be more prudent to allow the soldiers to operate independently. After all, without the two of them as perceived burdens, the soldiers would undoubtedly advance with greater speed and agility. Furthermore, only he, as the Lord, had the authority to initiate the secret realm. Thus, the choices available were quite limited. After thorough deliberation, Lin Yi finally made up his mind and decisively issued his command. 100 of the young girls, 50 from the residential units and 50 from the robotic units, shall accompany me to the secret realm, while the remainder shall proceed to assault the enemy territory. Chapter 170. The Puzzle of the Secret Realm. Regarding the group of young girls before him, he harbored little concern. After all, should they encounter an overwhelmingly powerful foe, even if they were unable to prevail, their nimble agility would likely enable a swift escape. Moreover, as long as the Hall girls still existed, even in the unfortunate event of defeat, they could simply be revived. Understood, my lord. Please rest assured, I shall accomplish this task to the fullest. The soldier entrusted with the mission stood tall, delivering a precise military salute, his expression grave and earnest. As the troop of soldier girls had not accompanied him, he had casually selected a familiar-looking soldier to undertake this vital assignment. In truth, you need not regard this task as a life-or-death struggle where success is the only option. We have ample opportunities ahead. Everyone must prioritize their safety above all else, Lin Yi said with a smile, gesturing for them to relax and not to be overly tense. He then allowed the soldiers to advance. Once the delightful young girls had receded from view, Lin Yi turned, leading Tong Yi and the remaining little girls in another direction. The path they traversed was undoubtedly in stark contrast to the one shrouded in the aura of death. The most compelling evidence of this was the remarkable sense of ease and freedom Lin Yi felt while walking along this road. Devoid of the prior suffocating sensation, as if an invisible hand were constricting his throat, making it hard to breathe. Ahead lay the location of the fabled secret realm, and they were on the cusp of reaching their destination. After advancing for quite some time, Tong Yi suddenly became exceptionally excited, her face alight with enthusiasm as she pointed ahead and called out loudly. Before long, Lin Yi successfully led his team to the legendary site of the secret realm. There, the secret realm was cleverly concealed beneath a tranquil, profound valley. Without careful observation, its existence was nearly imperceptible. However, as they drew closer, they discovered that the supposed entrance to the secret realm was, in fact, a colossal oval portal standing 3 meters high. This mysterious gateway emanated a disquieting black luminescence, as though it could devour any life that dared approach it. Moreover, the astute Lin Yi quickly noted that around the portal, the ground bore evident signs of battle. These marks, varying in depth, crisscrossed in a chaotic manner, seemingly narrating the tale of a fierce conflict that had once transpired here. Observing Lin Yi's furrowed brow, Tong Yi hurriedly approached him and softly explained, "This used to be a monster's lair. These battle scars are remnants of the skirmishes between myself, the citizens, and the monsters." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully, signifying his understanding. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode forward with determination alongside Tong Yi, towards the portal radiating its ominous glow. Just as they neared the portal, a sudden, clear notification chimed. Ding. Lord detected. The conditions to open the secret realm have been met. Shall we proceed immediately? Lin Yi responded without hesitation, yes. No sooner had he spoken than another system prompt sounded. Ding. Due to the detection of multiple lords entering the secret realm, the difficulty will automatically increase. All lords must bring at least 20 units to enter. Stunned by this revelation, Lin Yi had not anticipated such a turn of events. This clearly marked a significant departure from the secret realms he had encountered before. Previous realms imposed a cap on the number of participants, while this one mandated a minimum number of units. One emphasized an upper limit, while the other focused on a lower threshold. Evidently, they were entirely different types of realms. Lin Yi, Tong Yi, sensing the anomaly, called out to him anxiously. This change might be a stroke of luck for other lords, but for Lin Yi, it undoubtedly hindered his ability to fully leverage his greatest advantages. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi pondered briefly before decisively selecting 10 civilian Lolis and 10 robotic Lolis. In any case, he understood that he must confront this situation head-on. In the next instant, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming darkness envelop him, as if the entire world had plunged into an abyss of eternal night. When he finally opened his eyes again, he was astonished to find himself and his companions confined within a tightly sealed room. This chamber was comparable in size to a standard classroom. With no gaps or openings whatsoever, it was utterly sealed. There was not even a door, let alone a small window. Ding. The secret realm has commenced. The current theme is puzzle solving. Please identify the anomalies among you. Once all anomalies are found, the secret realm will be cleared. The system's emotionless voice echoed in everyone's ears like a clarion call. Just as the announcement concluded, the space before them was abruptly swallowed by darkness, as if consumed by an enormous shadow, rendering them unable to see even their own hands. The fear brought forth by the darkness surged like a tidal wave. sending chills down their spines. However, this heart-stopping situation did not last long. It was merely a fleeting moment. When light returned, Lin Yi blinked, striving to adjust to the sudden shift in brightness. As he finally gained clarity about his surroundings, he was startled to find that the previously spacious area had inexplicably become somewhat crowded. Before this, including himself and Tong Yi, there had only been 22 individuals present. Yet now, upon the return of illumination, the number of Lolis had evidently become exceedingly abnormal. Lin Yi, just as Lin Yi was deep in thought, a voice filled with panic broke through beside him. Tong Yi, gripped by fear, had pressed closer to him, clutching the hem of his clothing tightly. Gazing at the suddenly multiplied Lolis before him, Lin Yi's mind raced, swiftly discerning the true intent behind this secret realm's trial. This was none other than the well-known game of werewolf. He was intimately familiar with this game. The original werewolf required not only keen cognitive abilities, but also rigorous and coherent logical reasoning. He had played this countless times before, yet now, the task of identifying the anomaly fell upon the Lolis. This left him at a loss for words. It was as if an old man had ingested poison, an act of self-sabotage. The experience of the game was utterly lacking. Chapter 171, perhaps the fastest completion of a secret realm in history. Lin Yi stared in disbelief at the secret realm before him, silently, and shook his head helplessly before clapping his hands and calling out, "All right, everyone quiet down. Quickly gather." At the sound of his command, the previously boisterous Lolis immediately fell silent and swiftly took action. In the blink of an eye, all the Lolis arranged themselves neatly before him in two orderly formations. Standing tall and spirited, Lin Yi scanned the adorable Lolis before him, and suddenly his brow furrowed in realization. Something was amiss. Upon counting carefully, he was astonished to discover that there were a full 10 additional Lolis. Among them, both the civilian Lolis and the robotic Lolis had each increased by 5. It seemed that perhaps due to the limited variety of loli appearances, this peculiar secret realm had deliberately chosen them as targets. However, Lin Yi felt nothing but disdain for such an arrangement. This is merely walking straight into my line of fire. He then turned to the Lolis, adopting a serious demeanor as he said, "Listen carefully. There are some intruders among you who do not belong to our team. I will give you a moment to identify and bring those interlopers to me." The moment Lin Yi's words fell, the robotic Lolis sprang into action like well-trained soldiers, unhesitatingly commencing their search. Those anomalous individuals who had infiltrated their ranks were swiftly surrounded by the surrounding robotic loli figures before they could even react. A pair of dull thuds resonated, as if the very fabric of the space trembled in response. In the blink of an eye, those 5 aberrations transformed into swirling black smoke, vanishing without a trace. Lin Yi remained utterly unfazed, his eyes not even flickering, as if he had anticipated this entire sequence of events. After all, he was well aware of the formidable agility and combat prowess exhibited by these robotic Lolis. Once the immediate threat was neutralized, Lin Yi quickly shifted his gaze towards the dwelling Lolis nearby. Unlike the robotic Lolis, who shared a collective consciousness, the dwelling Lolis, despite being avatars, possessed independent awareness. Nevertheless, their movements were only slightly slower than those of their robotic counterparts. It must be said that these avatars exhibited remarkable coordination and efficiency in their actions. Even with their distinct consciousness, they could accurately discern their true allies amidst the fray. Given such circumstances, it could only be concluded that this venture into the secret realm had been a rather poor choice of targets. Thus, Lin Yi felt devoid of any sense of gaming experience. Just then, a clear and melodious notification chimed, declaring, "Secret realm cleared." Before Tong Yi could even react, the system's voice announcing the successful completion of the quest had already reached her ears. Almost simultaneously, 2 dazzling golden beams of light appeared without warning before them. As the light flickered, it slowly transformed into 2 enigmatic blueprints. Curiously, Tong Yi glanced down at the blueprint in her hand, but her initial anticipation was swiftly replaced by a look of disdain. Without a moment's hesitation, she flung the blueprint aside as if it were a discarded shoe, sending it towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi, intrigued, examined the 2 blueprints. Spirit Awakening Statue, Mysterious Side Sequence, Eerie Sequence, Soul Sequence, Awakening Branch, Shadow Gate, Mysterious Side Sequence, Eerie Sequence, Energy Sequence, Shadow Branch. At that moment, he finally grasped why Tong Yi had displayed such evident distaste. To be frank, had it not been for his own innate talents, others who obtained these blueprints would likely have reacted with equal disdain. After all, the so-called eerie sequence was not a powerful sequence at all. Moreover, this sequence was evidently inclined towards categories associated with death. A slight misstep could potentially demand a precious cost, such as one's lifespan or even life itself. No wonder Tong Yi harbored a sense of aversion towards it. It stood in stark contrast to the path she had chosen for her development. After swiftly stowing away the two blueprints, Lin Yi suddenly felt an unexpected darkness envelop him. When his consciousness returned and he was able to perceive his surroundings once more, he was astonished to discover that he had already left the mysterious realm. Lin Yi couldn't help but smirk disdainfully. This was likely the fastest completion of a secret realm in history. Not only was the realm itself abysmal and unremarkable, but even the two blueprints that had dropped were of subpar quality. Well then, since we have successfully cleared this secret realm, let us return to the territory at once. Lin Yi turned to the person behind him and spoke. Upon hearing this, Tong Yi hurriedly quickened her pace to closely follow him. At that moment, it was evident that she had not fully recovered from the recent adventure in the secret realm. The experience had felt almost like a jest, and she had barely registered the completion before it was over. If only future secret realms could be cleared so swiftly. And what of those soldiers? Shouldn't we wait for them? At this time, Tong Yi had not forgotten about the soldiers dispatched to confront the hostile territory. There is no need to worry about them. Once they finish their tasks, they will return on their own. Even if something unexpected occurs, I have a way to handle it. Tong Yi scrutinized Lin Yi's expression, noticing no signs of concern. He appeared entirely confident in the abilities of those Lolis. So she refrained from pressing the matter further. After a lengthy journey, the group finally returned to their territory. With the aid of the well-water loli, the deathly aura surrounding Tong Yi's territory had been largely purified, and now over 1,000 elves were accompanying the well-water loli to cleanse the path taken by the skeletons. Lin Yi, I truly owe you my gratitude, otherwise I might have wasted a territory relocation scroll, Tong Yi said, her cheeks flushed with appreciation. However, Lin Yi merely waved his hand, placing an arm around Tong Yi's shoulder as if cradling a child. No need for such formalities. What kind of relationship do we have? After the previous battle, Tong Yi's territory had been left with only over 200 soldiers, aside from more than 1,000 villagers. Though she had later managed to replenish her troops through her financial prowess, she lacked Lin Yi's capabilities, so the new soldiers were entirely different from the original batch. Compared to the previous soldiers, these freshly recruited ones appeared noticeably dull-witted, not in a naive way, but rather as if they lacked sufficient spiritual awareness. Chapter 172, Casual Conversation Reveals Major News. Lin Yi, when do you plan to return? Tong Yi asked, blinking her large eyes with eager anticipation. She had assumed that as soon as they returned to the territory, Lin Yi would be in a hurry to head back. However, seeing him now, so at ease and seemingly uninterested in returning, even taking the time to observe the elves, stirred a hint of doubt within her. Upon hearing Tong Yi's inquiry, Lin Yi's lips curled into a sly smile. Suddenly, he wrapped his arm around Tong Yi's slender waist, leaning in close to her ear as he whispered, "Oh? What is this? Are you contemplating burning bridges and abandoning me? Get lost. Who would think of that? Besides, you're no donkey." Tong Yi playfully glared at Lin Yi, lightly punching his chest with her small fist. Yet, the blow landed on Lin Yi as if it were a mere tickle, carrying no real force. After calming herself, Tong Yi earnestly stated, "I'm not joking with you. Just think about it. Doesn't your territory need your direct oversight? Moreover, from what I gather, you seem to have dispatched most of your forces here. If something unexpected were to occur in your territory while you're absent, what would you do? Wouldn't that be quite perilous?" Lin Yi's smile only widened in response. While he nonchalantly engaged with Tong Yi, he discreetly surveyed the beautiful elves around them from the corner of his eye. Of course, these little gestures were concealed from Tong Yi to prevent her from realizing his distraction. "Ah, so that is what you're worried about," Lin Yi replied, feigning nonchalance. "In truth, you needn't fret. Here is a little secret. I recently succeeded in recruiting a hero unit, with her watching over the territory. Even if something were to arise, we would be more than capable of handling it without any significant issues. Furthermore, even though I've sent most of my soldiers here, the remaining ones in my territory are more than sufficient to deal with any adversaries. Let us not overlook the little Lolis who remain in the territory. Each of them possesses strength that rivals seasoned warriors. Take, for instance, the newly joined loli, Fadina, who is evidently no ordinary character. It is worth noting that she once held the esteemed title of a princess. For her, encountering troublesome predicaments would likely be little more than a mere appetizer. Yet, if even Fadina struggles to resolve an issue, then it is doubtful that the situation would fare much better, even if Lin Yi himself were to intervene." At that moment, Tong Yi, her face alight with astonishment, exclaimed, "You have actually recruited heroes?" Her delicate brows knitted together, and a look of concern washed over her as she continued. "Recruiting heroes in such a low-tier world is hardly a wise decision. I have already elaborated on the numerous intricacies of the Lord's world to you, haven't I? Heroes summoned from low-tier realms typically possess very limited potential for growth. Surely, you haven't taken the lazy route and hastily recruited them, have you? Faced with Tong Yi's skeptical gaze, Lin Yi decided to drop the pretense. He promptly explained the unique abilities possessed by the Yin, detailing them meticulously, leaving Tong Yi utterly dumbfounded, rooted to the spot. Is such a thing even possible? Tong Yi gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief as she covered her mouth with her hand, casting an envious, resentful, and furious look at Lin Yi. Although she was already aware of Lin Yi's extraordinary talent for transforming buildings into adorable little Lolis, he had never mentioned that these transformed beings possessed their own unique abilities. It is crucial to understand that even in the so-called high-tier world, not every hero painstakingly summoned possesses innate talents. The significance of such talents is undeniable. Yet here was Lin Yi, capable of creating a being akin to a hero merely from a structure, which was nothing short of astonishing. Where was the justice in that? In that moment, Tong Yi seemed to suddenly grasp the magnitude of Lin Yi's power. Her previously charming visage transformed into one of utmost seriousness. Her beautiful eyes intently fixed upon him as she spoke gravely. Lin Yi, there is something of paramount importance that I must share with you. She took a deep breath and added, however, before I delve into that matter, I have a crucial question for you. Please answer with utmost sincerity, as the response will significantly influence our future together. At this juncture, Tong Yi's expression was heavy with gravity, creating an atmosphere thick with tension, as if she were poised on the brink of a battlefield. Influenced by her solemn demeanor, Lin Yi instinctively shed his casual attitude, adopting a serious countenance in response. After all, Tong Yi appeared genuinely formidable at this moment, demanding his full attention. All right, speak. I shall respond with due diligence. Lin Yi's gaze bore into Tong Yi's, his heart racing with a strong premonition that she was about to unveil some deeply hidden, unknown secrets. With a deep breath, Tong Yi seemed to gather her courage. Clasping Lin Yi's hands tightly, her beautiful eyes now burned with an intensity akin to flames, as if she sought to peer into his very soul. My question is quite simple, she articulated slowly, her voice quivering slightly. Given your extraordinary abilities that far exceed those of an ordinary individual, do you still wish to remain a humble, hard-working lord dedicated solely to farming? Before Lin Yi could respond, Tong Yi's grip tightened, and he could even feel a slight sting from her fingertips. However, she quickly continued, do not rush to answer. You may ponder this question for as long as you need, even until you ascend to the high-tier world. The only requirement is that you must provide me with a definitive answer before that transition. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi met her gaze unwaveringly, his brows knitting together in a deep furrow. After a moment of silence, he could no longer suppress his curiosity and inquired, I recall that from the very beginning, you have persistently urged me to abandon this path of farming development. Is there some unspoken truth behind this? A bittersweet smile graced Tong Yi's lips as she gently shook her head, responding slowly, indeed, there are truths hidden behind this matter. However, it is not the right time for you to learn them. It is not out of distrust or a desire to conceal things from you, but rather because revealing the reasons might lead you into unforeseen troubles and dangers, potentially implicating you. Chapter 173, A Shift in Goals. Sometimes, as the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing treasures is a crime. This adage rings true, as Lin Yi continually demonstrated his formidable strength and capabilities. Tong Yi's desire to extricate him from the seemingly secure role of a farming lord grew ever stronger. Nevertheless, deep down, she hoped that Lin Yi would take the initiative to make this pivotal change himself, for only then would she have ample reason and confidence to offer him greater, more powerful support and assistance. After all, as a true second-generation figure, Tong Yi possessed a wealth of crucial information far exceeding that of someone like Lin Yi, who hailed from humble beginnings. Thus, if Lin Yi remained unwilling to take that courageous first step, even if Tong Yi were to lay bare the hidden truths behind the situation, it would likely only serve to burden him further, achieving no positive or effective outcome. At this moment, Lin Yi was also deeply contemplating this series of questions. It is essential to recognize that his steadfast aspiration from the very beginning was to become a leisurely and content farming lord. Moreover, he had never set lofty standards or grand ambitions for his future path. He merely wished to go with the flow, embrace life's circumstances, and enjoy the present state of tranquility. After all, such a simple yet serene existence was precisely what he yearned for and wished to maintain. Yet now, witnessing Tong Yi's resolute and even somewhat urgent demeanor, Lin Yi began to entertain possibilities he had not previously considered. Tong Yi was not one to act recklessly without reason. Her insistence on his transformation must surely stem from some compelling rationale. Perhaps it truly was time to reevaluate the initial goals he had set for himself. Upon careful reflection, It appears that merely being a simple lord of the fields is not the ultimate destination of one's journey through life. Lin Yi's gaze swept across the seemingly innocent, yet unmistakably restless little girls in the nearby cottages, and his mind involuntarily conjured images of the even more mischievous and troublesome little ones within his domain. At that moment, he was struck with a sudden epiphany, as if illuminated by a bolt of lightning. It seemed that since the instant his talents had awakened, the trajectory of his fate had quietly shifted, leading him inexorably away from the tranquil and leisurely existence of a farming lord. Standing beside him, Tong Yi gazed silently at Lin Yi, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of anticipation and anxiety. Her small hands were clenched into fists, the palms dampened by the sweat of her mounting nervousness. Although she had previously assured Lin Yi that he could wait until reaching a higher world to receive the answer, deep within, she fervently longed to hear his affirmative response as soon as possible. Time seemed to stand still, each second stretching into eternity. The air was filled with the melodious laughter of the little girls from the cottages, yet in that moment, the atmosphere surrounding Lin Yi and Tong Yi was suffused with a palpable tension. After enduring a prolonged silence, Lin Yi finally inhaled deeply and slowly inquired, "May I first understand a bit of the truth?" As he spoke, beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead, revealing his awareness that Tong Yi was about to divulge potentially astonishing and difficult to accept insider information. In response to Lin Yi's request, Tong Yi gently shook her head, her lips curving into a charming yet somewhat enigmatic smile. "That is not permissible." Then, she delicately extended her right hand, her slender fingers softly resting against Lin Yi's forehead like a gentle breeze caressing willow branches. "Ultimately, you may choose whatever path you wish. However, I still hope you will stand at the same height as I do." Tong Yi appeared calm, yet her demeanor and the depth of her gaze seemed laden with countless secrets and messages yearning to be deciphered. The potential weight of this information was undoubtedly far more substantial than it first appeared. Lin Yi felt the sweat on his brow surge forth like a spring, cascading down his forehead. His heart raced, and his mind swirled with myriad thoughts. If he could not grasp the meaning behind Tong Yi's words at this juncture, he might as well discard his head as a useless object. After all, such blatant hints could be deciphered with just a modicum of thought. The height that Tong Yi referred to undoubtedly pertained to the truth behind the entire world, though Lin Yi remained oblivious to the extent of Tong Yi's knowledge. Her expression and demeanor suggested that the contents of her revelations would be nothing short of earth-shattering and profoundly moving. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Lin Yi finally gritted his teeth, his face set with determination, and exclaimed, "Very well. I have made up my mind. I shall no longer be a complacent farming lord." That intense curiosity clawed at his heart like a mischievous kitten, leaving a deep mark. He understood that if he missed this golden opportunity to uncover the truth, it would be exceedingly difficult to touch upon the coarse secrets again in the future. Upon hearing Lin Yi's declaration, the tension that had gripped Tong Yi finally eased. She exhaled a breath of relief, her face blooming with a satisfied smile. Clearly, she was pleased with Lin Yi's decision, for she alone knew the immense pressure and torment she had endured to steer him away from his original path as a lord. "Now that you have made your decision, may I reveal some truths to you?" Lin Yi could no longer contain his eagerness, his eyes fixed intently on Tong Yi as he eagerly pressed for an answer. Yet, once again, Tong Yi merely shook her head. "Well, since you have asked, I shall generously share what I can." Before she could finish, Lin Yi's expression froze. Instinctively interjecting, to prevent the world from being destroyed, Tong Yi responded with confusion, "What nonsense is this? Are you even willing to listen?" Lin Yi's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing he had misjudged the situation. "Apologies, I couldn't help myself. Please continue." He promptly sealed his lips, indicating he would not interrupt further. Tong Yi regarded him with a curious glance before proceeding. "In truth, there is not much I can divulge at this moment, as we currently occupy a level that is far too low. You only need to know that from now on, all alien lords you encounter will be our enemies." Chapter 174, Feeding the Cottage Girls. "Is that all?" Lin Yi blinked in disbelief, his voice involuntarily rising an octave in astonishment. Standing beside him, Tong Yi nodded gently, her gaze slightly evasive. "Yes, this is part of the truth. Before you reach a higher world, this is all you can know." Her tone was calm, yet it seemed to conceal something unspeakable. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt as though the ground had shifted beneath him. What is this? After all this build-up, I was eagerly anticipating a monumental secret, and you present me with this? He could hardly accept the reality, feeling as though he had been thoroughly toyed with. A torrent of dissatisfaction, disappointment, and resentment surged within him, darkening his countenance. At this moment, Tong Yi appeared somewhat guilty, unable to meet Lin Yi's reproachful gaze. Quietly turning her head away, "Please do not look at me like that. I can truly only tell you this much. You know, sometimes, knowing too much is not necessarily a good thing. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, reminiscent of a child who had erred. Yet Lin Yi was in no mood to heed her words. His frustration had reached its zenith. Those who speak half-truths are the most exasperating. Were it not for the fact that her mouth was attached to Tong Yi, he would have preferred to seal it shut. With a sudden movement, he grasped Tong Yi's arm, pulling her closer to him. Lin Yi's eyes, filled with resentment, locked onto her beautiful yet infuriating face as he gritted his teeth and said, "So you are just going to brush me off like this?" Tong Yi's complexion paled in fright, and she fervently shook her head, her hands flailing in an attempt to free herself from his grasp. "I am not brushing you off. I am speaking the truth. Once you reach the higher world, I swear I will tell you everything without a shred of concealment." Tears nearly welled in her eyes from the urgency of her plea. Lin Yi let out a cold snort, visibly displeased, yet ultimately loosened his grip. He recognized that his dissatisfaction was entirely unfounded, merely stemming from anxiety about the future. "I hope you will not renege on this. Otherwise, we shall have unfinished business." After speaking, Lin Yi gently shook his head. This Tong Yi certainly had a stubborn temperament. Well, it was best not to dwell on it too much. Thus, he slowly turned away from her, retreating into his own thoughts, meticulously pondering the information that Tong Yi had just divulged. Although the amount of information she shared was not extensive, Lin Yi's extraordinarily keen insight allowed him to swiftly detect the subtle anomalies hidden within her words. Especially when Tong Yi remarked that all the alien races they would encounter would become enemies. Lin Yi couldn't help but furrow his brow, as a torrent of thoughts surged through his mind. Why would Tong Yi assert such a thing? Did it imply that in this realm of lords, humanity would be adversaries with all alien races? If that were indeed the case, then viewing all alien beings as enemies must conceal some insurmountable and deeply rooted conflict between different races. Yet, the nature of this conflict and its specific manifestations were beyond Lin Yi's current understanding and the intelligence at his disposal. Perhaps only when his own strength became formidable enough, allowing him to rise higher and see further, would he truly unravel the layers of mist shrouding the truth. With this thought, Lin Yi let out an exasperated sigh. Deep down, he understood that Tong Yi's reticence regarding certain matters was not necessarily born of malice or a desire to complicate things. Perhaps she genuinely wished to shield herself from unknown dangers. However, the question remained. How could she be so certain that her cautious protection was indeed necessary? After all, each individual possesses their unique perception and judgment of their abilities and ways to cope with risks. Alas, the sensation of being perpetually in the dark, devoid of clarity, was truly suffocating and distressing. Lin Yi murmured softly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tong Yi had approached the playful little girls in the village, silently observing Lin Yi's somewhat desolate silhouette, seemingly intent on granting him a moment of solitude for reflection. She believed that given Lin Yi's capabilities, even this little disclosure should suffice for him to ponder extensively. "Big sister, do you have anything to eat?" Suddenly, while absorbed in her watch of Lin Yi, Tong Yi felt a gentle tug at the hem of her pants. Puzzled, she looked down to find 4 or 5 adorable little girls surrounding her. Their big, watery eyes gazed up at her with longing, and the innocence in their expressions melted Tong Yi's heart instantly. "Oh my, how could these little girls be so adorable? Just seeing them brightens my mood immensely," Tong Yi thought to herself. Stealing a glance at Lin Yi, who remained lost in contemplation, she slowly crouched down, mimicking his usual gestures, and tenderly reached out to stroke one of the little girls' heads. At that moment, one of the little girls timidly spoke up, "Sister, we are so hungry." Taken aback by this, Tong Yi quickly responded, "Oh dear, is that so? Don't worry, I just happen to have some food. I'll get it for you right away." Saying this, she swiftly opened her backpack and rummaged through it for some delicious cooked food. When the fragrant dishes appeared before the little girls, their previously dim eyes sparkled with excitement, and they couldn't help but exclaim in delight, "Wow, there's something delicious." Subsequently, the little girls politely thanked Tong Yi in hushed tones and eagerly devoured the food. Tong Yi watched with a smile as these adorable little girls, reminiscent of tiny hamsters, gobbled up the food, her heart brimming with joy and affection. She gently reminded them, "Take your time, don't rush. Be careful not to choke. There's plenty more for you to enjoy." Just then, the other little girls in the village caught a whiff of the food, and they all rushed over. In an instant, Tong Yi found herself surrounded by a swarm of little girls. She had no choice but to distribute the food one by one, her face radiant with happiness. "One at a time, don't shove." Tong Yi beamed at the adorable little girls before her. Clutching a stack of food, she methodically handed it out to each little girl who came to help. After all, they had traveled a great distance to assist her. It would be utterly unreasonable not to provide them with a hearty meal. However, as time passed and the distributed food increased, A flicker of doubt began to rise within Tong Yi. What is going on? Why does it seem like this little girl has already received food once? With this question in mind, Tong Yi once again offered a portion of food to the little girl she suspected had already been served, watching her intently. The little girl unhesitatingly accepted the food and quickly stuffed it into her mouth, chewing eagerly. Witnessing this, Tong Yi couldn't help but shake her head. Perhaps I truly misjudged. After all, these little girls look almost identical, making it quite challenging to discern who has received food and who hasn't. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, who had just returned to his senses, observed everything from the sidelines. He opened his mouth to caution Tong Yi, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Oh dear. You're quite bold. If they're your little girls, you dare to feed them indiscriminately. Wait until the problem comes to light, and you'll have plenty to lament. With that thought, Lin Yi decided to hold his ground and watch the unfolding drama. On another front, after a long and arduous journey, the soldiers who had parted ways with Lin Yi finally made an astonishing discovery 300 kilometers from Tong Yi's territory. A brand new domain appeared before them. This place was steeped in an almost palpable aura of death, as if the very air was saturated with its terrifying scent. As they surveyed the surroundings, they found the land shrouded in an inky darkness, where once lush and vibrant flora had long since vanished, leaving behind only desolation and silence. The trained soldiers exhibited remarkable professionalism, cleverly concealing their presence behind a barren hillside. From there, they could glimpse the distant mysterious domain. Captain, based on my observation, this territory has reached level 40. I suspect it may belong to the previous batch of lords. A soldier, armed with a long rifle and peering through a scope, reported with a grave expression. However, the soldier captain merely curled her lips into a dismissive smile. So what if it's level 40? Under the muzzle of my gun. It's merely a matter of a single shot. After saying this, she began to scan her companions to ensure everyone was prepared. Just then, her gaze suddenly landed on one of the little girls from the village, and her brow furrowed involuntarily. The residential loli was fixated on a bone not far away, her mouth watering uncontrollably at the sight. The captain of the soldiers, noticing her fixation, scolded her sharply. What's wrong with you? It's merely a bone. Yet you gaze upon it with such rapture and desire? Although her well-known gluttony for delicacies was an open secret throughout the territory, this scene left everyone speechless as they beheld the stark white skeletons, shocked that she could not help but salivate. How had her tastes become so peculiar and grotesque? Just as the residential loli was about to defend herself, the robotic loli beside her quickly interjected, "Please do not misunderstand. She is absolutely not drooling over the bones out of greed. I have received word that our Lord's dear friend is busy distributing food to those left in the territory, and she must have sensed this delightful news, hence her reaction." Upon hearing this, the soldier captain nodded as if enlightened, yet scratched her head, still somewhat skeptical. However, she soon shifted her focus back to the imminent battle. With a keen gaze, she surveyed her companions and inquired loudly, "Is everyone prepared? If all is in order, we will launch our attack immediately." As her words fell, she decisively bypassed the residential Lolis, turning her attention to her other comrades. Once she confirmed that everyone was ready for combat, she promptly issued her command, "Excellent. Now that we are all primed and ready, let us proceed." With that, she led the charge like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the ominous expanse of the death territory. The other Lolis followed suit, howling as they surged forward, mimicking a fierce assault in step with their captain. From a distance, the territory exuded a chilling aura, reminiscent of a land risen from the depths of hell. At its periphery stood a towering wall constructed from ghastly white bones, which, weathered by time, appeared even more sinister. 3 towering arrow towers loomed above, resembling monstrous beasts surveying their surroundings. Beyond this territory, hundreds of beastly skeletons wandered aimlessly, their hollow skulls flickering with ghostly blue flames, akin to will-o'-the-wisps. These bones seemed to be driven by some mysterious force, moving mechanically. Suddenly, a dull thud shattered the deathly silence. A wandering beast skeleton seemed to sense impending danger as it lifted its head to assess the situation. However, in that very moment, a high-velocity bullet streaked in like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the bullet struck true, hitting the beast skeleton's head. With a brilliant flash of fire, the skeleton erupted into a blazing black fireball. Immediately afterward, a cacophony of rapid gunfire erupted, bullets raining down like shooting stars upon the wandering skeletons. In an instant, flames soared skyward, and explosions resounded through the air. One skeleton after another was obliterated, reduced to charred remnants amidst the hail of gunfire. Before long, the once menacing beast skeletons were completely annihilated by the relentless assault of the lowly soldiers, leaving behind only silence and scattered bones. Just then, the interior of the territory finally sensed the disturbance. At the castle gate, The massive door emitted a deep rumble as it began to close slowly. Simultaneously, the sound of bone clashing echoed from within the walls, growing louder as it approached. Looking out, one could see the number of skeletons on the walls multiplying rapidly, armed with various weapons, bracing for an intense confrontation. Chapter 176. Continue the fire. Halt. Approximately 700 to 800 meters from the bone wall. The soldier captain raised her arm solemnly, signaling her comrades to stop. Before her loomed the bone wall, densely populated with archers among the skeleton warriors. Their numbers enough to send shivers down one's spine. These skeletal archers were no trifles. Their effective range extended an astonishing 500 meters. Advancing recklessly would undoubtedly make them perfect targets. In contrast, the firearms wielded by her side were not only powerful, but boasted a range exceeding 1,500 meters. It was evident how this battle ought to unfold. The soldier captain fixed her gaze upon the seemingly endless sea of skeletons atop the wall, narrowing her eyes slightly. She understood the gravity of this mission, for it was the first time their lord entrusted such an important task to her. No matter the cost, she had to execute it flawlessly, lest she betray the trust and expectations of their lord. With this thought in mind, she took a deep breath, raised her right hand decisively, and commanded loudly, "All personnel, heed my orders and prepare for battle. Target the enemies on the wall and fire at will." Having engaged in 2 intense battles prior, this adorable loli squad had gradually discovered effective strategies against skeletons. They were thrilled to learn that the mysterious black flames they shot forth had devastating effectiveness against the skeletons. The soul flames burning within the skulls served as the finest fuel for this black fire. Even the smallest of skeletons would explode into a massive fireball upon being struck by this black flame. This battle was nothing short of a massacre for the Lolis. They cleverly selected a position at a safe distance, just beyond the archer's range, allowing them to unleash their fury upon the oncoming skeleton horde without restraint. As the thunderous gunfire erupted, each bullet soared forth like a powerful cannonball, mercilessly crashing into its target. In an instant, the wall was enveloped in a series of explosions, black flames shooting into the sky as if to consume the very heavens. Amidst this chaotic tableau, a chilling cacophony of cracking sounds emerged from the depths of the death territory. Looking toward the sound, a colossal 4-meter-tall skeleton emerged, radiating a blinding golden light. Resembling a statue forged from gold, its lower body was supported by 8 long spider-like legs, bearing the weight of its immense form. Beside this giant skeleton lay a metallic object, glinting with a cold, harsh light. At that moment, a petite skeleton stepped lightly through the entrance. Unlike the ordinary skeletons on the wall that clearly served as mere cannon fodder, this little skeleton was pure white, translucent, and appeared as though it had been meticulously crafted into a work of art. Between 2 skeletons, a mysterious exchange seemed to be transpiring. Yet bystanders remained oblivious to the substance of their discourse. However, it was not long before the previously motionless colossal skeleton suddenly reached out to grasp a metallic construct nearby. Simultaneously, the soul fire within its cranium began to flicker violently, akin to an enraged beast, exuding an aura of boundless ferocity. Subsequently, it strode forth with resolute determination, prepared to immerse itself in the impending fierce battle. On the battlefield, the gunfire had long ceased. It was not that the little Lolis were unprepared to attack. Rather, there were no targets left upon the city walls. A few bullets had struck, and in an instant, it was as if a mysterious switch had been activated, setting off a breathtaking chain reaction. A bullet struck one skeleton, causing it to explode instantaneously, its eerie blue soul fire igniting nearby skeletons within a 5-meter radius like sparks meeting an oil barrel. In a heartbeat, flames soared skyward, and explosions echoed in succession, engulfing the entire city wall in a roaring inferno. When the soul fires within these skeletal skulls were ignited, they acted like fuses, triggering waves of fire and explosions one after another. Within mere moments, the area above the city wall transformed into a tumultuous sea of flames, thick smoke billowing, obscuring the heavens. At that moment, the colossal skeleton, having just stepped beyond the city gate, beheld the stunning spectacle before it. The once peaceful soul fire within its massive skull surged to a height of half a meter, as if striving to pierce the very sky, accompanied by ominous crackling sounds. The giant skeleton opened its gaping maw, issuing an obscure yet commanding order. In response, a weighty door of an ancient edifice, exuding a potent stench of decay, slowly creaked open. With a low, guttural growl, a chilling aura surged forth from behind the door. Gradually, a group of staggering figures emerged into view. Upon closer inspection, these figures turned out to be a horde of partially decayed zombies. These zombies varied in form. Some retained wild animalistic traits, with exposed fangs and matted fur. Others vaguely resembled human forms, Yet their faces were grotesque and their bodies disfigured. Some even wore tattered, blood-stained armor, reminiscent of survivors from countless brutal battles. As these figures materialized, they stumbled toward the tightly shut door like flickering candles in the wind. Their steps were erratic and frail, as if they could collapse at any moment, yet they resolutely pressed onward toward their goal. At that very moment, outside the great door, a group of adorable little Lolis stood quietly, their gazes fixed intently upon the blazing city wall ahead. The black flames writhed like a demon, spreading wildly, devouring the bone-constructed wall from top to bottom. The bones, subjected to the searing heat, gradually charred and crumbled, as if they could not withstand the assault. Even the three imposing arrow towers upon the wall could not escape their fate, having been engulfed by the surging flames before they could unleash a single attack. Alas, one could only wonder who had conceived such a dreadful idea to construct a wall from bones. Was this not a blatant invitation for the black fire to feast upon an unending supply of fuel? One little Lolita could not help but sigh softly. The others nodded in agreement, save for one girl from the residential district, who appeared somewhat anxious, pacing back and forth while muttering, "Why isn't it burned away yet? Hurry up." Just as everyone awaited the complete incineration of the wall with bated breath, an unexpected occurrence transpired. From the city gate, which had thus far remained unscathed by the flames, an eerie creaking sound suddenly echoed. Following this, the heavy gate began to slowly open, revealing a group of hunched, staggering figures emerging from within. With a low growl, these figures seemed to sense the tantalizing aroma of fresh flesh nearby, instantly becoming frenzied. The moment the gate fully opened, they charged forth like wild horses set free, racing madly towards the little Lolis. Chapter 177, Clean Burn. All units, prepare to attack, the captain of the soldiers shouted, raising his seemingly diminutive yet powerful hand, issuing commands with an air of ease. It was as if the foes before them were naught but a herd of lambs awaiting slaughter. What of flesh and blood? Can it withstand the raging flames? He scoffed, a smirk of contempt gracing his lips. Then, a barrage of gunfire erupted, the sound echoing through the air. Those once ferocious zombies, charging towards the little Lolis with claws bared, were instantly struck down by merciless bullets, igniting into raging infernos. Compared to the hard bones, flesh was a far more flammable material. However, it was regrettable that these zombies lacked the so-called soul fire within them, preventing them from exploding as the skeletons did under intense assault. Even so, the black flames continued to burn with ferocity, akin to a roaring beast, insatiably consuming all in their path. Within mere seconds, a complete zombie could be reduced to ashes. At such a pace, even if these zombies exerted themselves to run, completing 100 meters in a short time would pose an immense challenge. Moreover, the distance between the little Lolis and the city gate was a staggering 700 to 800 meters. Even if these zombies could fly, they would struggle to graze the hem of the little Lolis garments. Cease fire. With the captain's command, the intense gunfire came to an abrupt halt. On the battlefield, only the still raging black flames and the remnants of fallen zombies remained. Although zombies were not as fragile as skeletons, being relatively formidable combatants, in this instance, they appeared utterly powerless before the little Lolis and soldiers, reduced to mere prey. Gazing upon the gate ignited by the zombies, the little Lolis beamed with the joy of impending victory. Undoubtedly, this battle was nearing its conclusion. The walls of this territory had succumbed to a fierce inferno, with flames voraciously consuming everything in their wake. Furthermore, even the sole exit was ablaze, ignited by the relentless onslaught of zombies, flames reaching for the sky, thick smoke billowing. Meanwhile, they stood safely, patiently awaiting the raging fire to subside. At this moment, the gargantuan skeleton concealed within the territory trembled in terror, its body quaking involuntarily. The flickering soul fire within its skull dimmed and brightened erratically, as if on the verge of extinguishing. Suddenly, sensing an imminent danger, it shot a fierce glare toward the city wall. Without hesitation, it turned and bolted toward the Lord's Hall. Just then, a blinding light descended from the heavens, enveloping the colossal figure in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the light vanished, and the immense skeleton disappeared without a trace. As time passed, minute by minute, after approximately 10 more minutes, the once surging flames began to wane gradually. Ultimately, when the last flicker of fire was extinguished, the towering and robust skeletal walls, along with the 3 fearsome skeletal arrow towers, had been reduced to mere ashes, consumed entirely by the terrifying black flames. Fortunately, due to the considerable distance between these structures and the other buildings within the territory, the fire did not reach them, allowing them to survive. Continue, set more fires. The soldier captain, exhilarated beyond measure as the obstacles before them were systematically eliminated, could hardly contain her excitement, practically bouncing with glee. This mission had been executed with such remarkable success that upon returning to their lord, her elder brother would undoubtedly shower her with praise and accolades. At the thought, a triumphant smile blossomed upon her face. With the formidable barrier of the walls gone, the adorable little girls became increasingly adept at arson, executing their tasks with finesse. They merely needed to stand at a distance, aim at the structures, and gently squeeze the triggers to fire a few shots, then quietly await the flames to spread. After all, the black fire possessed a peculiar characteristic. It would not incinerate valuable materials, alleviating any concerns on that front. Once the roaring inferno eventually extinguished itself, they could return to the battlefield to reap abundant rewards. As the Lord's crystal shattered into countless fragments amidst the raging flames, the territory that once belonged to the enemies was officially declared obliterated. Almost simultaneously, the chilling aura of death that had enveloped the area ceased to spread and began to dissipate slowly, as though drawn by some mysterious force, in tandem with the world's innate restorative powers. Although this process was rather sluggish, there was no doubt that one day, this place would once again burst forth with vibrant life. The nimble little girls swiftly completed the battlefield cleanup, and soon one of them shouted, "Return to the city." Before the words had fully left her lips, the jubilant little girls, their satchels brimming with plentiful spoils, set off on their journey home with spirits high and hearts full of joy. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully destroyed a territory of the undead. From this moment forth, your relationship with the undead has transformed into that of mortal enemies. Just then, Lin Yi, situated within the territory, was suddenly greeted by the system's clear and resounding notification. Had this battle truly concluded so swiftly? The speed was astonishing. Lin Yi gazed at the message window that had popped up, his face reflecting surprise, clearly taken aback by the abrupt end of the confrontation. The strength of the undead territory was undoubtedly formidable. Otherwise, they would not have nearly forced Tong Yi to flee. In his original estimation, even if the place was not impregnable, it certainly qualified as a stronghold that would be difficult to conquer. Yet, who could have anticipated that within just a few hours, such a monumental shift would occur? At this moment, filled with delight at the prospect of sharing this monumental news with Tong Yi, Lin Yi turned abruptly only to be astonished to find her squatting on the ground. Her expression one of utter despondency. With her head bowed and gaze vacant, she seemed to have lost all semblance of spirit. Before her stood a petite and adorable girl from a nearby dwelling, her large, watery eyes gazing up at Tong Yi with a pitiful plea. "Big sister, I'm hungry. Food, please." A glance behind the little girl revealed a long line of similarly adorable dwelling girls, each face alight with anticipation and desire. Lin Yi felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, his scalp prickling. They had been back in the territory for several hours now, meaning Tong Yi had been tirelessly distributing food the entire time. With her unrestrained generosity, not even a mountain of gold would suffice to accommodate their appetites. Lin Yi couldn't help but worry. With one misstep, this lavish little benefactor might find herself bankrupt. After all, the appetite of these dwelling girls was no trifling matter. If Tong Yi continued her unrestrained generosity, the consequences could be dire indeed. Chapter 178, Raising the Little Girls Together. In that moment, Lin Yi felt a heavy weight settle in his chest, as if a massive stone had suddenly fallen. Without delay, he scrutinized Tong Yi's expression with utmost care. This was bad. A dreadful thought struck him, and beads of sweat instantly formed on his forehead. Had this little girl been overwhelmed? As that notion took root, it spread wildly in his mind like rampant weeds. He wasted no time, hurriedly making his way over, calling out loudly, "Go, go, go. Play elsewhere. Don't cause a ruckus here." As he spoke, he waved his hands to disperse the gathering dwelling girls. The little girls immediately looked on the verge of tears, pouting as they drifted apart. These dwelling girls were notorious for their mischievous antics. Despite their delicate and charming appearances, they could be quite the handful. Lin Yi understood better than anyone that once these seemingly innocent little ones began causing trouble, it could become quite a headache, especially when it came to food. They were insatiable. It wasn't just Tong Yi who would struggle to keep up. Even if she brought her entire extensive family over, it would likely not suffice to satiate these little girls. They didn't simply eat for the sake of eating. They stored all the energy from their food to prepare for future needs. Tong Yi had unwittingly become their unsuspecting benefactor. With this thought, Lin Yi couldn't help but inwardly lament. Just consider the mountain delicacies and various peculiar snacks these little girls had devoured today. Who knew how much astonishing energy they had stored up? After finally managing to disperse the dwelling girls, he breathed a sigh of relief, though his heart remained in a state of unease. He ignored the sweat on his brow and quickly turned to face Tong Yi. "Please, let us not leave any indelible psychological scars on this little girl," he silently prayed, carefully extending his hands to help her up from the ground. "I truly apologize. These children are particularly gluttonous and lack restraint. I suppose today they must have frightened you. Lin Yi regarded Tong Yi with an apologetic expression, his gaze flickering as if he dared not meet her eyes directly, stealing glances instead to gauge her reaction. Tong Yi had indeed been quite frightened. In the short span of just a few hours, she had distributed nearly 100,000 units of food. If all that were converted into gold coins, it would amount to over 1 million. It was worth noting that there were only about 50 little girls residing in the dwelling. However, in Tong Yi's heart, she was acutely aware that within Lin Yi's domain, there were as many as 1,200 little Lolis. The mere thought of this astonishing number sent a shiver down her spine, as she could hardly fathom the immense pressure Lin Yi must endure to sustain such a massive assembly of these voracious eaters. Contemplating this, Tong Yi did not hesitate to reach out and firmly grasp Lin Yi's hand. At that moment, Lin Yi looked at her with a face full of perplexity, while Tong Yi gently shook her head and said, "Do not concern yourself. This amount of food is nothing to me. It is you, however, who must be particularly burdened, caring for so many children every day. Indeed, the old adage rings true. Heaven is always fair, for with gains come losses." The reason these children in Lin Yi's territory were so remarkable was that each of them possessed an astonishing appetite. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi instinctively touched his head and smiled, nodding in response. "Actually, it's not too bad. While it can be somewhat taxing, most of the children are quite well behaved and understanding. Things are not as dire as you suggest." Sure enough, Tong Yi's eyes instantly sparkled with brilliance, resembling the twinkling stars in the night sky. Her bright, expressive gaze was fixed on Lin Yi, as if she were attempting to peer into the depths of his soul. Simultaneously, her grip on his hands unconsciously tightened, as if she feared that releasing him would mean losing something of great significance. "Then you need not toil so hard. From now on, I shall share this responsibility with you and help raise them," Tong Yi declared earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's heart trembled, his face a mask of astonishment. "What? Why are you suddenly offering to help me raise them? Is our relationship developing a bit too rapidly?" A whirlwind of complex emotions surged within him, leaving him somewhat at a loss. However, faced with this passionate and resolute woman, Lin Yi could only manage a wry smile, nodding gently in acquiescence. After all, it would seem rather ungracious to outright refuse such a kind offer. Thus, the two continued their idle chatter for over an hour, discussing everything under the sun, creating a wonderfully harmonious atmosphere. Just then, the soldiers who had been out on a mission began to return one by one. Not only that, but they also brought back the charming well-loli with them. As these soldiers and the well-loli were all familiar with Lin Yi's domain, the well-loli was no longer shy and timid upon seeing them, unlike when she faced the unfamiliar elves. After all, prior to her transformation, she had often been struck by buckets for her preference of lingering in the well. Now, regarding the work of the well-loli, she had not rested for even a moment during the past several hours. She actively collaborated with the elves, tirelessly purifying the areas surrounding the territory. Thanks to her efforts, the land now brimmed with vitality, fully capable of meeting Tong Yi's agricultural needs. However, completely eradicating the miasma from areas beyond the territory was no easy feat. The workload was simply too immense, and relying solely on manpower would likely prove insufficient in the short term. Nature would have to gradually restore itself. Moreover, Tong Yi currently did not require land that extended too far, as her residents were not as capable as Lin Yi's Lolis and could not cultivate as extensively. As soon as the soldiers returned, Tong Yi approached them with an abundance of food for the returning Lolis. However, the soldier Lolis only took a standard portion, while the robot loli declined entirely. They had no need for food. On the other hand, the civilian loli was more than happy to accept everything offered. Witnessing Tong Yi's beaming smile, one might think she was the one benefiting from the situation. Chapter 179, The Greedy Civilian Loli. Lin Yi's visit to Tong Yi served two purposes. 1. To explore the mysterious secret realm, and 2. To assist Tong Yi in resolving her challenges. Now that both objectives had been successfully achieved, it was time for him to return. After all, they had established a tacit understanding of mutual support that could be summoned with just a teleportation. In a manner reminiscent of his arrival, a dazzling light flashed, and Lin Yi, accompanied by a bevy of adorable Lolis, instantly returned to his domain. "Big brother lord, when are we going to find that somewhat silly yet food-rich big sister again?" the civilian loli asked, her large, sparkling eyes brimming with reluctance. Her expression suggested that she was not merely reminiscing about Tong Yi, but rather about the delightful food she had provided. Lin Yi, unable to suppress a chuckle, gently pinched the chubby cheeks of the civilian loli. "Oh, you little glutton, are you really so fixated on her food? Have I been neglecting you here?" He chuckled. "But I must warn you, do not voice such thoughts in front of that big sister. or she may never feed you again. Looking at the little girl, who had enjoyed such a feast at Tong Yi's, yet only labeled her as a silly person with plenty of food, Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder how she would react if Tong Yi overheard this description. The civilian Loli playfully waved her petite hands and replied, her large, glistening eyes blinking, but that's different. Our food is earned through our hard work, while other people's food belongs to them. Ah, this was indeed amusing. It seemed this little one truly believed Tong Yi to be an easy target. For a moment, Lin Yi stood there, torn between praising her discernment and gently scolding her somewhat ungracious perspective. Observing the seemingly innocent yet cunning civilian Loli before him, he felt somewhat speechless. All right. No more of such talk. We certainly do not lack for food, and there is no need to take advantage of others. Lin Yi shook his head in resignation, reaching out to gently pat the civilian Loli's little head before scanning the other Lolis around him. You all, hurry along with your tasks. No dawdling around here. As soon as Lin Yi uttered these words, the little Lolis dispersed like they had received a royal decree, laughing and returning to their respective duties. Once the lively little Lolis were settled, Lin Yi leisurely retrieved 2 blueprints from his backpack, carefully unfurling them before him, ready to resume his unfinished construction work. It is essential to recognize that in this mysterious world, there exists a certain degree of adaptability variance among different sequences and races. One cannot simply choose the sequence path they wish to embark upon at will. Take the technological sequence, for instance. One of the most profound and coveted routes is the Supreme Sequence. Once one successfully ascends this sequence, they will achieve the legendary mechanical transcendence, liberating themselves entirely from the shackles of their corporeal form. However, even with such an alluring prospect before them, not everyone will unhesitatingly choose this path. After all, in the pursuit of power and evolution, what each individual cherishes varies greatly. Some yearn to transcend the mundane, seeking the pinnacle of technological prowess, while others prefer to adhere to tradition or explore the mysteries of uncharted realms. Of course, this is merely one of the pathways suitable for humanity, and in truth, there exist numerous distinctly different routes, many of which are often unwelcoming to humans. Among these peculiar routes, the strange sequence undoubtedly stands out as one of the most unique and enigmatic. This path was clearly ill-suited for him. After all, he had yet to experience the trials of the world. How could he possibly accept the extraordinary transformation offered by the strange sequence? At this moment, Lin Yi tightly clutched 2 schematics of the strange sequence, his heart brimming with turmoil and conflict. Before him lay 2 choices. The first was to utilize these 2 precious schematics for exchange in the marketplace. After all, no one could guarantee that amidst the vast sea of humanity, he could truly find a schematic that suited him. However, this course of action was not without its risks. The foremost challenge was the inherent limitations of the marketplace, which was distinctly divided into regions. He vividly recalled his initial arrival, eagerly perusing the chat and trading channels in search of useful information. To his disappointment, the number of humans in this area was pitifully sparse. Moreover, given that humans were not a particularly powerful race in this lordly world, the probability of successfully acquiring a desirable schematic through this method was almost negligible, even if fortune favored him and he managed to obtain relevant schematics. Whether the other party would be willing to engage in trade remained an uncertainty. If he were to simply wait, who could say when a turn of fortune might arise? Trading with other races was even less plausible. Tong Yi had previously warned him that other races were enemies. Her family's stance was to prefer letting schematics gather dust rather than trading with other races. This clearly indicated that the relationship between humans and other races was anything but amicable. The alternative choice appeared much simpler and more direct, to simply apply the 2 schematics at hand. In doing so, while he would bypass a multitude of cumbersome steps, it also meant relinquishing the opportunity for potentially superior options. Regardless, he thought, rather than let them languish in his possession, it would be better to summon 2 little heroines. After all, these 2 schematics represented 2 heroic units, so it wouldn't be a loss. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi swiftly made his decision. He was acutely aware that should these seemingly ordinary schematics fall into the hands of another, they would likely be relegated to obscurity, gathering dust. However, once they were in his possession, the outcome would be entirely different. With his unique abilities, he firmly believed he could transform them from waste into treasure, at the very least creating 2 powerful little heroines reminiscent of heroes. With this thought, Lin Yi clenched his teeth resolutely. Although engaging in this trade with other races could be quite advantageous from a certain perspective, to avoid the potential cascade of unnecessary troubles, he ultimately chose to forego the trade and directly employ the 2 mysterious schematics himself. Chapter 180, Peculiar Talents. He deftly accessed the system's marketplace interface, gathering the various rare materials required to construct the two schematics with remarkable speed. Without hesitation, he clicked the construction button. In an instant, the two schematics he had been holding vanished like phantoms. In their place, two dim, strange beams of light suddenly flared forth, racing like shooting stars towards the vacant expanse within his territory. Before anyone could react, a muffled thud echoed as the two gray beams landed firmly in the open area. Simultaneously, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. Two ethereal architectural silhouettes slowly emerged upon the previously barren ground. One of these was a towering stone pillar, soaring into the clouds, measuring an impressive 100 meters in height. Atop this magnificent column floated a massive eyeball, several meters in diameter, glimmering with a dark crimson hue. This eyeball seemed imbued with life, occasionally shifting, exuding an unsettling aura of terror. The other structure manifested as an oversized wooden door, towering over 3 meters high. This door appeared ancient, its weathered wood grain telling tales of bygone eras. Strangely, an eerie chill perpetually hovered around the door. Anyone who approached would involuntarily feel a wave of icy dread rise from their core, instilling a sense of unease. As the two silhouettes flickered briefly, Lin Yi sensed an unusual energy emanating from them. Soon, the apparitions dissipated, revealing two little heroines before him. Spirit awakening statue. Innate talent, enlightenment. All things possess a spirit. In the beginning of spirit lies the essence of good and evil. Shadow gate. Innate talent, absorb malice. Seeds of sin blossom into flowers of hatred. Things were growing increasingly peculiar. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi slowly closed the panel, glowing with faint light. As the radiance dimmed, his gaze naturally fell upon the two figures that had just appeared before him. A mere glance sent a shiver down his spine, a chill rapidly spreading along his spine. For these newly manifested heroines bore an exceedingly bizarre and surreal aesthetic. First, the one on the left, clad in a vividly blood-red dress, resembled a cute little Red Riding Hood that had stepped straight out of a fairy tale. Yet, if one were to lower their gaze slightly, they would notice the doll she clutched tightly in her arms. This should have been a source of childhood whimsy, yet it now evoked a sense of dread. The doll was not only tattered and incomplete, with limbs severed, but even the one remaining eye seemed on the verge of falling off, as if it could roll away at any moment. In such a state, there was no trace of the warm, sweet fairy tale atmosphere. It was clearly an ominous relic escaping from some dark and terrifying fable. Now, turning to the little heroine on the right, her situation was equally grim. She was filthy. Her once pristine white dress now tattered and stained with grime and dirt. What drew the eye even more was the enormous scythe she wielded, from which dark, inky droplets continuously dripped, pooling on the ground to form a small patch of chilling black spots. Additionally, her hair was in disarray, wildly tousled, as if no one had ever bothered to groom it. The two heroines stood there silently, devoid of interaction or movement, the atmosphere thick with an eerie and oppressive air. Their unique and grotesque styles seemed to boldly proclaim the words "we are abnormal" across their faces. Lin Yi couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, as a chilling aura seemed to permeate his entire being in an instant. Yet, he clenched his teeth tightly, desperately suppressing the urge to flee from this place. His gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the two little girls before him. The petite figure of the spirit awakening girl tilted her head slightly, an action that would typically evoke boundless affection. However, under the unique aura she exuded at that moment, it inexplicably radiated a disconcerting atmosphere. She slowly raised the doll she clutched tightly in her hand, presenting it before Lin Yi, while an extraordinarily melodious voice, akin to a celestial melody, emanated from her cherry-red lips. "Brother Lord, the doll is broken." Instead of feeling charmed by her words, Lin Yi was engulfed by a sudden chill that surged up his spine, rapidly spreading throughout his limbs and rendering him as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Goosebumps prickled his skin from head to toe, and his body trembled involuntarily. At that moment, the shadow girl, who had remained silent until now, finally stirred. She slowly lifted her head, and as Lin Yi's gaze met her own, he was horrified to discover that her eyes contained no whites at all. They were entirely shrouded in darkness, resembling two fathomless black holes capable of effortlessly devouring one's soul. "Brother Lord, I'm dirty," the shadow girl said in the same sweet, childlike voice. In that instant, Lin Yi felt a wave of numbness wash over his scalp, and every hair on his body stood on end. These two little girls were indeed manifestations of the bizarre order. Merely gazing at them left his back soaked in cold sweat. Despite the overwhelming fear in his heart, he forced himself to swallow a few times, striving to regain a semblance of composure and to calm the quivering of his face wrought by sheer anxiety. After all, he was acutely aware that these two little girls were unlikely to inflict any tangible harm upon him. Thus, summoning his courage, Lin Yi cautiously initiated a conversation with the seemingly terrifying duo. Regardless, it was imperative to ascertain the nature of their respective unique abilities. After an extensive and meticulous exchange, Lin Yi finally gained a comprehensive and lucid understanding of the innate abilities possessed by these two adorable girls. First, let us discuss the girl known as the Spirit Awakening Child. Her talent sounded remarkably marvelous and intriguing. The mechanism of her ability was straightforward. It could randomly endow various objects with a modicum of sentience. It is important to note that this act of bestowing sentience is not entirely under subjective control. It can be triggered by the Spirit Awakening girl, while also existing as a passive state akin to an innate instinct that cannot be turned off or halted. Even more astonishingly, the sentience conferred is entirely random, devoid of any discernible pattern. Once an object is fortunate enough to be imbued with this sentience by the Spirit Awakening girl, one can expect a delightful spectacle to ensue. For these sentient objects are likely to exhibit some peculiar, unfathomable abilities. For instance, an ordinary broom might suddenly take flight and begin sweeping the room on its own. An unremarkable teacup could potentially engage in conversation with people. Essentially, there exists nothing they cannot accomplish that humans could not possibly conceive. Furthermore, if an object already possesses certain distinct characteristics or traits, the Spirit Awakening girl's talent is more easily activated. For example, if an object is inherently linked to magic or contains powerful energy fluctuations, its likelihood of becoming a target for her ability is significantly heightened compared to mundane items. As for the other little girl, her talent is even more peculiar, intricately intertwined with the bizarre. She seems to possess an infinite, vast space that continuously gathers various negative emotions. The collected negative emotions ferment within that unknown realm, gradually evolving into some extraordinary, unfathomable phenomena. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of speechlessness, gazing skyward in resignation. Why were all the little girls in his territory so peculiar? Moreover, their numbers were steadily increasing. Nevertheless, despite the odd behavior of these two little girls, a bit of tidying up and dressing would likely render them quite adorable. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi spoke up. All right, follow me. Let's go tidy yourselves up and see how you look right now. With that, he led the two little girls to an open area. There, they obediently utilized their respective abilities, instantly conjuring two uniquely designed structures. Lin Yi, without hesitation, expended a considerable amount of precious resources to upgrade them to the highest level. After completing this, he took the two little girls toward the tailor shop. As they walked, the Spirit Awakening girl carefully cradled her tattered doll, filled with hope of restoring it, while the Shadow girl, clad in ragged clothing, clearly needed a new outfit as well. Soon, they arrived at the tailor shop's entrance. Lin Yi stepped forward, gently pushing the large door open, only to be met with an unexpected sight. The once bustling tailor shop was now eerily empty, devoid of even a single soul. How strange. Where could that little girl have gone? Lin Yi muttered to himself, furrowing his brow. Inside the tailor shop, colorful fabric scraps were strewn about. Ever since they had no shortage of gold coins, leather materials had ceased to be delivered here. The entire room appeared chaotic, imparting a sense of disarray. Brother Lord, did you call for me? Just as Lin Yi was about to ascend to the second floor in search of someone, the mysterious tailor girl suddenly reappeared before him without warning. This sudden appearance startled Lin Yi, causing his heart to nearly leap out of his throat. The startling nature of her entrance was truly overwhelming. Lin Yi gazed in astonishment at this tailor girl who seemed to have emerged from nowhere, and in that fleeting glance, an uncanny feeling surged within him. The tailor girl bore an astonishing resemblance to the two little girls he had brought earlier. Whether it was her somber expression or the profound aura she radiated, they were strikingly similar. If the three were to stand side by side, bystanders would likely mistake them for belonging to the same lineage. Regaining his composure, Lin Yi cleared his throat to mask the slight embarrassment from his earlier fright. He then waved at the Spirit Awakening girl and the Shadow girl, signaling them to approach. Once they drew near, Lin Yi addressed them. We have just welcomed two new friends to the territory. They find themselves in a bit of a predicament and may require your assistance. Upon uttering these words, he gently nudged the Spirit girl and the Shadow girl forward, guiding them closer to the tailor girl. The tailor girl, filled with curiosity, scrutinized the two newcomers with keen interest. Her gaze first settled on the Shadow girl, examining her from head to toe. After a brief pause, she slowly shifted her attention to the Spirit girl beside her. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in her eyes upon noticing the worn and somewhat shabby doll cradled in the Spirit girl's arms. At that moment, the adorable Spirit girl gracefully took a few steps forward, lifting the tattered doll high above her head. With her big, glistening eyes blinking innocently and a smile blooming on her face like the sweetest spring flower, she addressed the tailor girl in a soft, delicate voice. Sister, my doll has accidentally been broken. Would you be so kind as to help me fix it? Moved by the spirit girl's innocent and endearing plea, the tailor girl could not help but nod slightly in agreement. She replied gently, "Of course, just place it here, and come back in a little while to collect it." With that, the tailor girl tenderly accepted the damaged doll from the spirit girl's hands. Following this, the warm-hearted tailor girl did not pause, but led Lin Yi and the other little girl towards the spacious wardrobe. As they stepped into the wardrobe, it felt as if they had entered a vibrant ocean of garments. A dazzling array of innovative styles and vivid colors overwhelmed the senses. The tailor girl carefully inspected the two children before her gaze initially drawn to the clothing they wore. It was evident that the spirit girl's attire was somewhat better, though it still lacked the finery or elegance one might expect. In stark contrast, the other little girl's clothing appeared even more plain and unadorned. After a thorough selection process, the tailor girl finally chose a fitting and beautiful outfit for each of them. Lin Yi, filled with joy, handed the two new outfits to the little girls and accompanied them to the grand entrance of the magnificent bathhouse. As he watched the two petite figures slowly enter the bathhouse, Lin Yi let out a long sigh of relief. For some inexplicable reason, ever since encountering these two enigmatic little girls, a peculiar chill had lingered around him, refusing to dissipate. Yet, at this moment, witnessing their disappearance behind the grand doors of the bathhouse, that persistent chill seemed to miraculously lessen somewhat. Could it be that this was not merely a figment of my imagination? These two little ones are indeed rather extraordinary. Lin Yi murmured to himself while instinctively rubbing the goosebumps that had formed on his arms due to the cold. This unusual sensation had never fully faded, leaving him in a state of unease. With a heart full of doubt, Lin Yi turned back to glance at the bathhouse enveloped in a billowing mist before he pivoted and made his way towards the Lord's hall. As he walked further away, the bathhouse gradually vanished into the hazy fog behind him. The two newly emerged buildings were both foundational structures, and if he were not mistaken, it seemed he could load two templates once again. An empty template. How peculiar. Upon opening the panel, he found only one unassigned template in sight. It appeared that he had been overly ambitious. These two buildings clearly belonged to the same sequence, making it impossible to possess two templates. With a sigh of disappointment, Lin Yi loaded the singular peculiar template. Chapter 182, Deepening Cooperation. Although Lin Yi had no inkling of the transformative changes that the strange sequence might bring to his territory, he found solace in the fact that, aside from himself, the charming little girls could not truly be classified as humans in the conventional sense. Thus, even if unexpected events were to unfold, it was unlikely they would lead to overly severe consequences. With this fortunate mindset, Lin Yi returned to a leisurely and carefree existence, indulging in a life of ease and simplicity. Since the arrival of Fadina, the entire territory seemed to have undergone an unprecedented transformation. Under her careful management, what was once a chaotic array of affairs had become orderly and efficient. Particularly, the exploration teams had dramatically increased their work efficiency, improving several-fold compared to before. Moreover, Fadina ingeniously inspired the blacksmith shop to innovate a magical flying carpet based on the magical broom, distributing them to each little girl. From that moment forth, no matter how long or perilous the journey, it would no longer serve as an obstacle for these brave young ladies. Thanks to the convenience afforded by the flying carpets, the areas explored continued to expand, revealing more and more unknown domains to the populace. During the low-tier world stage, one of the most crucial tasks for each lord was to seek out the hidden mystical realms scattered across the world. This particular period felt as though it were a divinely bestowed opportunity for the lords, granting them a critical choice with a 3-year deadline. During this time, each lord must exert themselves to obtain the various foundational buildings required, thereby establishing a distinctive path for their future development. Of course, this did not imply that higher-tier worlds would no longer offer foundational structures. Rather, for the lords, there was an urgent need to utilize this precious time to carve out their extraordinary paths, ensuring they could stand firm amid future fierce competition and challenges. There exist various ways to achieve an ascension. One method allows a lord to voluntarily initiate an ascension action once their territory successfully reaches level 50. The other method is more passive, wherein the system will automatically execute the ascension operation after the territory attains level 50 following a full 3-year period. However, should a lord's hall level fail to surpass 50 after the 3 years, such a lord would be rendered utterly useless. What purpose would there be in retaining someone who cannot even reach level 50? They would merely consume valuable food resources without any merit. Yet, for Lin Yi at present, all discussions surrounding ascension felt far too distant. After all, he had only recently entered this low-tier world. Thus, he enjoyed an abundance of time to squander at will. Recently, during his leisurely days, Lin Yi often sought out amusement, such as playfully teasing the adorable little girls. Similarly, Tong Yi frequently visited him, fostering emotional exchanges between them. Notably, when Tong Yi unexpectedly encountered Fat Ina, the two connected remarkably well, engaging in a delightful and profound conversation that culminated in a series of cooperative intentions. Initially, their interaction consisted merely of simple material exchanges, but as their understanding of one another deepened, Fat Ina grew increasingly generous. She even unhesitatingly allocated some of her elite soldiers to assist Tong Yi in exploring the enigmatic realms within her region. Furthermore, these soldiers took on the vital task of clearing potential enemies from Tong Yi's path. Lin Yi raised no objections to any of this. Deep within his heart, he remained steadfast in the belief that Tong Yi could never truly escape from his grasp. Consequently, everything unfolding before him was merely the inevitable consequence of time. The sun shone brightly that day, as if meticulously polished, with the sky a sapphire blue, devoid of clouds, and a gentle breeze wafting in, bringing with it a refreshing and pleasant aroma. Lin Yi and Tong Yi reveled in the splendid scenery, engaging in playful banter and flirtation, their surroundings enveloped in a sweet and joyous atmosphere. Suddenly, the system, which had been silent for so long, emitted a crisp notification without warning. Ding! Congratulations. Your territory has surpassed the technological bottleneck. It can now advance beyond level 70. This unexpected announcement left Lin Yi, who was charmingly wooing Tong Yi, momentarily stunned. His smile frozen in disbelief. He widened his eyes, staring incredulously into the void before him, as if he could discern some hidden truth from it. After a considerable pause, Lin Yi rubbed his eyes vigorously, attempting to confirm that what he had just heard was not a figment of his imagination. Upon finally assuring himself that he had not erred, he felt as if struck by lightning, utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? I haven't even broken through level 30 yet. How could I leap to level 70 in an instant? Surely, this must be a dream. Lin Yi murmured, his tone filled with astonishment and confusion. Observing Lin Yi's prolonged silence, Tong Yi, slightly blushing, opened her eyes. She gazed at Lin Yi, who appeared as if he had lost his soul, and a flicker of curiosity ignited within her. She softly inquired, Lin Yi, what on earth are you doing? Did you receive some sudden important news? At her words, Lin Yi slowly turned to her, his brow furrowed, his gaze somewhat dazed as he fixed his eyes on Tong Yi. His lips moved, and after a moment, he managed to utter a difficult question. If I told you that the system just informed me that my territory has breached the level 70 threshold, would you believe me? With that, he continued to stare at her, seemingly searching for an answer in her expression. Tong Yi rolled her eyes dramatically, her expression exuding a mix of disbelief and indignation. What a preposterous notion. Who dreams such grand dreams in broad daylight? One must wait for nightfall to dream. Listen to yourself. Who would believe such nonsense? Do you take me for a fool? Do I appear like an imbecile to you? She retorted, her voice laced with irritation, as she leaned closer, ostensibly to check Lin Yi's forehead, as if genuinely concerned about his mental state. However, at that moment, with a sudden crack, Lin Yi unexpectedly raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to her behind. What are you doing? Tong Yi exclaimed, caught off guard by the abrupt slap. Her fair face instantly flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She glared at Lin Yi, her expression a blend of disbelief and fury. Without a moment's hesitation, she lunged at Lin Yi like an enraged lion, claws bared. You scoundrel! How dare you strike me so hard? She shouted, her small fists raining down upon him like a torrential downpour. Faced with Tong Yi's frenzied onslaught, Lin Yi hastily called out, wait, please stop. I was speaking seriously. Yet, the infuriated Tong Yi was not inclined to relent. She continued her assault, forcing Lin Yi to retreat until, finally, she bit down hard on his arm repeatedly, leaving behind a series of shallow and deep imprints as her way of venting her frustration. Humph. Regardless of your seriousness, you asked for this today, she declared, crossing her arms, pouting as she turned away from Lin Yi, refusing to acknowledge him. How could you strike so hard? What if you injure me? Lin Yi gently rubbed the row of bite marks on his arm, wincing at the pain. Ouch, that hurts. But this pain certainly jolted me back to reality. It seems this is far from a dream. Yet, as Lin Yi confirmed his wakefulness, a more profound mystery surged within him. If this was not a dream, then what did the system's notification about breaching level 70 truly signify? Did it have something to do with that little girl from the research institute? Unable to contain his curiosity and excitement, he sprang up from the ground, grasped Tong Yi's hand, who was still sulking, and dashed toward the research institute like a whirlwind. Poor Tong Yi, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events, stumbled along behind him, barely managing to keep her footing. Several times, she nearly fell, but ultimately steadied herself just in time. When she finally regained her composure, she was astonished to discover that they had arrived at the entrance of the research institute. Lin Yi, what on earth are you up to? Why did you suddenly bring me here? Tong Yi, now too exasperated to continue sulking, found that the ache from earlier had subsided after the commotion and the time spent on their journey. Yet, Lin Yi's unusual behavior left her perplexed and suspicious. "I just told you I could break through to level 70, didn't I? You'll see soon enough whether it's true," Lin Yi said, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he playfully winked at Tong Yi. He then gently grasped her delicate hand, and together they stepped into the research institute, a realm brimming with uncertainty and enigma. Upon entering, they navigated through a labyrinthine corridor, turning left and right at various junctures. Lin Yi appeared to know the path intimately, while Tong Yi curiously surveyed her surroundings. After a winding journey, Lin Yi finally led Tong Yi to the heart of the research institute, precisely at its center. As Lin Yi pushed open the tightly shut door, an unexpected scene unfolded before them. There lay the adorable girl from the research institute, sprawled across a desk in deep slumber, drool trickling from the corner of her mouth. Upon witnessing this, Tong Yi couldn't help but cast a skeptical glance. However, Lin Yi remained remarkably composed, as if this were a commonplace occurrence. He cautiously maneuvered around the sleeping girl and, hand in hand with Tong Yi, approached the control panel of the institute. "What exactly are you bringing me to see? Is it merely this ordinary research panel? I fail to see anything remarkable about it," she queried, furrowing her brow in confusion. "Don't be impatient. You'll understand shortly," Lin Yi replied without turning back, his eyes fixated on the control panel. With that, he deftly extended his finger and began to tap and swipe on the panel. Soon, he focused his attention on the sidebar below. To his astonishment, the sidebar, which had previously occupied a significant portion of the screen, had now shrunk to a mere sliver. However, Lin Yi was not taken aback by this revelation. Instead, he resolutely pressed down on the diminutive sidebar and swiftly dragged it to the bottom. At that moment, an unprecedented high-tech marvel unfolded before their eyes, a miniature consciousness array. Witnessing this astonishing discovery, Tong Yi's eyes widened in sheer amazement, her mouth agape, rendered utterly speechless by the overwhelming surprise. Although she had not immersed herself in the realm of technology, her daily exposure and general knowledge had endowed her with a certain degree of understanding regarding various research fields. Yet, the technological achievement presented before her evidently transcended the current stage of scientific development. It appeared as if it had materialized out of thin air, leaving the onlookers both astonished and bewildered. "Lin Yi, what on earth is happening here?" Tong Yi exclaimed, her gaze fixated on the solitary technological project displayed on the research panel, her demeanor momentarily frozen in shock. At that moment, she could not fathom why such an avant-garde research outcome had suddenly emerged. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Yi quickly discerned the underlying reason. It was worth noting that the petite girl in their research institute possessed an extraordinary talent capable of randomly and instantly completing specific research tasks. Undoubtedly, this perplexing technological achievement was likely a result of her remarkable innate abilities. Regrettably, even though this technology had successfully breached the technological barrier of level 70, Lin Yi himself had yet to conquer the challenges of level 30. Consequently, this prematurely unveiled research outcome offered little substantial assistance to his current work progress. One must admit that this unexpected discovery had arrived at a rather inopportune time. "Well, as you can see," Lin Yi remarked with a helpless shrug, a bemused smile playing on his lips as he regarded Tong Yi. Strangely enough, her flustered expression, born from confusion, struck him as somewhat endearing. Chapter 184 A Pet? After a thorough explanation, Tong Yi expressed her envy and admiration for Lin Yi with palpable intensity. "Oh dear, the more I delve into it, the more I feel that your territory is an absolute treasure trove brimming with surprises," Tong Yi exclaimed, her face alight with envy. Despite knowing that every adorable little girl in his domain possessed their own unique talents, she couldn't help but feel that these abilities were excessively formidable, verging on the unfair. Even the most esteemed lords would likely find it rare to possess such extraordinary gifts. Upon hearing her remarks, Lin Yi smiled gently and replied in a leisurely manner. "No matter how much you envy, it is of no avail. After all, these talents can only be harnessed and utilized within my research institute. Of course, if there were any commonalities in our respective sequences, the situation might have been different. In truth, the research achievements acquired by the institute could indeed be shared and exchanged under certain conditions, but this prerequisite mandated that both parties share the same sequence. For instance, Tong Yi's current choice of a harmonious development route in magic, once she successfully ascended to a higher realm and forged close ties with her family. The information and resources obtained by her family in this research institute would undoubtedly save her a copious amount of invaluable research time. One must admit, this was indeed a stroke of fortune, for had her awakened talent not aligned closely with her family's lineage, or had she failed to gather information congruent with her family's developmental trajectory, she would have faced an insurmountable labyrinth of obstacles and difficulties. After all, was an entirely different experience. If the sequence route were likened to a winding path, then for Tong Yi, her task was merely to persist through this arduous journey fraught with thorns. Once she surmounted this formidable challenge, what lay ahead would be a smooth and expansive thoroughfare. However, for Lin Yi, the circumstances were markedly different. He had no choice but to rely solely on his steadfast steps, advancing slowly, one footfall at a time. Speaking of the adorable little girl in the research institute, her unique talent could indeed construct a small segment of the path ahead for Lin Yi. Unfortunately, the emergence of this path was entirely random, lacking any discernible pattern. Thus, upon learning of this, Tong Yi's initial envy towards such a special ability swiftly evaporated. When the two emerged from the research institute, they suddenly spotted a large group of little girls returning slowly at the city gate. Oh dear, time has flown by so swiftly. I can hardly believe it's already this hour. Lin Yi gazed up at the sky, marveling at how quickly time passes. Unbeknownst to them, the day was quietly drawing to a close. Regrettably, ever since they had fortuitously discovered that enigmatic secret realm more than 10 kilometers from their territory, the little girls had tirelessly ventured out in search of it, yet they had yet to uncover any trace of other secret realms, having explored over 500 kilometers away. Perhaps that initial secret realm was merely a welcome gift for newcomers. Lin Yi, look over there. Do you think those children have brought something back? At that moment, Tong Yi gently tugged at Lin Yi's sleeve, pointing towards the group of adorable little girls in the distance, her face a mask of curiosity. Where? I don't see anything, Lin Yi replied, hastily following her pointed direction. However, due to the distance, and lacking the unique racial traits that Tong Yi possessed to clearly discern distant happenings, he could only mutter to himself as he took long strides toward the group of little girls. As he drew closer, Lin Yi finally realized that these returning little girls indeed seemed to be carrying something. Each of these little girls, all residents of the village, appeared to have bulging bundles in their arms, as if stuffed to the brim, with something within wriggling restlessly. What could this possibly be? Could it be the spoils of their hunting expedition? Intrigued and hopeful, Lin Yi swiftly reached out to catch one of the village girls hurrying towards the dining hall. Oh, it's you, Lord Brother. The little girl, momentarily taken aback by Lin Yi's sudden intervention, quickly broke into a cheerful and innocent smile, greeting him with delight. However, Lin Yi was too preoccupied to respond to her cheerful greeting. His gaze remained fixated on the mysterious object writhing beneath the little girl's clothing, his expression a mix of intrigue and perplexity. Sensing the growing curiosity, Tong Yi leaned in closer, her bright eyes locking onto the girl's abdomen, eager to uncover the truth. Ah, is this what you meant, Lord Brother? The homely little girl blinked her lively eyes, her face radiant with an innocent smile, and without a hint of hesitation, she reached into her clothing to rummage around. Before long, she carefully extracted a wriggling, desperately struggling creature and gently held it up before Lin Yi. What is this? Lin Yi inquired curiously as he leaned closer to observe. In the girl's hand was a small, entirely crimson, fluffy creature, approximately the size of a basketball. Its body round and plump, resembling a smooth little sphere. Its four short limbs flailed wildly in the air, seemingly searching for a point of support to free itself from confinement. Most striking were its enormous, glistening eyes, shimmering with innocence and fear, exuding an irresistible cuteness that could melt anyone's heart. Simultaneously, the creature emitted a peculiar sound, reminiscent of the sharp beeping of a telegraph, crisp and resonant. Though brief, the sound was filled with vitality and exuberance. Tong Yi rushed over, and upon seeing this adorable, furry creature, her face instantly flushed with delight, her heart racing. Unable to contain herself, she extended her hands, eager to touch this little being whose name she could not even fathom. However, the creature clearly had no intention of submitting to Tong Yi's approaching grasp. While it squeaked loudly in protest, it made every effort to evade capture. Yet, Tong Yi was swift and agile, ultimately managing to snatch the little creature into her embrace, as if it were a precious toy. Lin Yi, this little creature is so adorable. I wonder if they wish to be kept as pets? Tong Yi mused, tenderly stroking the still squirming creature in her arms, her eyes brimming with affection. Chapter 185. You truly are not picky eaters. Lin Yi shared her sentiments. This petite, endearing creature was indeed a sight to behold, perfectly suited for companionship. Unable to resist, he reached out his hand to playfully tease the little being in Tong Yi's arms. The creature, agitated by his antics, opened its tiny mouth, revealing two large, pristine incisors. Rather than appearing menacing, it only served to enhance its adorably goofy charm. Meanwhile, the homely girl gnawed on her finger, casting a pitiful gaze at Lin Yi. as if she had foreseen the imminent departure of something immensely precious. With a hint of reluctance, she slightly pouted and timidly tugged at Lin Yi's sleeve. "Brother Lord, do you wish to eat it too? If so, I can share a bit with you later." She spoke in a soft, delicate tone that sounded almost as if it were a plea for her very life. Taken aback, Lin Yi paused for a moment before realizing her meaning. "Wait, eat." In that instant, his playful teasing of the creature came to an abrupt halt. Seizing the opportunity, the little being suddenly bit down on Lin Yi's finger. Tong Yi looked on in astonishment, her expression one of disbelief. She regarded the homely girl with a mixture of fear and incredulity, unable to fathom how someone could contemplate devouring such an adorable creature instead of nurturing it. What kind of cold-hearted individual could utter such a shocking sentiment with a straight face? Finally breaking free from the clutches of the fierce yet adorable creature, Lin Yi gasped for breath, his eyes wide as he turned to the homely girl. "Did you just say that you catch these animals not to keep them, but to eat them?" The girl blinked her innocent eyes, nodding in a daze as she answered matter-of-factly, "Of course. If we couldn't eat them, why would we go through all the trouble of catching them?" Stunned by her response, Lin Yi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Upon reflection, it did seem she had a point. However, at that moment, both Lin Yi and Tong Yi appeared to share a sudden realization, exchanging a glance that spoke volumes. The image of a large group of adorable little girls darting past them flitted through their minds. "Oh no," they exclaimed almost in unison. Without hesitation, Lin Yi scooped the homely girl into his arms, and, together with Tong Yi, they sprinted towards the cafeteria. Such charming and delightful creatures, if merely consumed as food, would be an utter shame. Their very appearance was enough to enchant countless individuals with normal aesthetic sensibilities. Whether kept as pets or sold, the economic value they could generate would far exceed that of simply slaughtering them for meat. Moreover, Tong Yi had a genuine fondness for these little beings. In this lordly realm, there were few activities available for leisure and entertainment. Having such an adorable pet to keep company, occasionally teasing it, would undoubtedly bring much joy and enhance their spirits. In that moment, Lin Yi and Tong Yi seemed to be in perfect harmony, arriving simultaneously at the cafeteria entrance. Time was of the essence. Leaving no room for discussion, Lin Yi resolutely thrust open the heavy door with a loud creak. "Spare the creature." At this exclamation, Lin Yi's eyes widened in shock at the scene before him. A circle of delightful homely girls surrounded the cafeteria girl, who was firmly holding down a persistently beeping little creature with one hand while brandishing a sharp kitchen knife high in the other, poised to strike down upon the pitiful little being. The creature, sensing the impending doom, struggled desperately, its beeping escalating as though sending an urgent distress signal. Even more astonishingly, the animals carried by the surrounding homely girls began to respond in kind, filling the cafeteria with a cacophony of beeping sounds, resembling a lively symphonic concert. Just as the tension reached its peak, the cafeteria girl, startled by Lin Yi's shout from behind, lost her grip in a moment of shock. The knife, which had been raised high, slipped from her hand, hurtling down towards the little creature with unrelenting force. Tong Yi, witnessing this scene, turned pale with fear, unable to bear the sight of such cruelty, and quickly shut her eyes, refusing to look further. In stark contrast to Tong Yi's panicked state, Lin Yi remained remarkably composed. He quickly assessed the situation. It was merely a small animal. If he could save a few others in time and place them in the pasture for careful nurturing, they would inevitably breed in abundance, leading to a vast population in no time. With that thought in mind, Lin Yi took a deep breath, regaining his calm. However, at that very moment, as the cafeteria girl's knife made contact with the little creature, it inexplicably slid off the creature's fur, defying all expectations. The pitiable little creature lay flattened, resembling a mere pancake, yet astonishingly, it remained unscathed. As the crowd stood in astonishment, a dull thud resounded. Thud. It was the razor-sharp kitchen knife, wielded with tremendous force by the petite kitchen maiden, descending like a bolt of lightning, cleaving the sturdy cutting board in twain with an astonishing might. In that critical moment, the once squashed creature swiftly regained its original form. Propelled by the immense impact generated by the kitchen maiden's strike, leaping forth like an elastic ball, darting chaotically around the kitchen, soaring and tumbling. "Oh no! Quick, catch it! Don't let it escape." In an instant, the entire cafeteria devolved into pandemonium. The residents, who had not brought any little creatures with them, rushed forward, hands outstretched in a frenzied attempt to capture the mischievous little rascal. However, the creature was remarkably agile, deftly evading capture with effortless grace, leaving everyone exasperated yet helpless. Even Lin Yi, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden chaos. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure, adeptly seizing the hand of Tong Yi beside him, and swiftly shut the kitchen door to prevent the creature from making its escape. After a considerable commotion, The group ultimately managed to cooperate and successfully apprehend the playful little animal. Chapter 186, Wild Beasts or Subjects. Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had been struck by a spell of paralysis, completely frozen in place. Good heavens, what had he just witnessed? The kitchen maiden, renowned for her culinary prowess and deftness, had actually faltered? This was utterly inconceivable. Although it was true that she had been startled, the sheer force of her blow had been such that it would have cleaved not just a small animal, but even the hardest of cutting boards in two. At that moment, Lin Yi sensed something was amiss. He gestured to the kitchen maiden to refrain from approaching any closer. Then, he swiftly pulled the residential maiden, still cradled in his arms, closer to him, fixing her with a serious gaze as he inquired, "Pray tell, why have you brought these little creatures back with you?" Historically, residential maidens have never returned to the territory with live ingredients. In the past, if they encountered prey that required processing, they would either kill it on the spot and stow it in their backpacks or capture it alive for rearing on the ranch. It was inconceivable for them to go to such lengths to bring back lively animals. Even during the initial stages of territorial development, when resources were scarce, they had unhesitatingly chosen to slay their quarry before returning. Had he not witnessed their meticulous care for these little creatures with his own eyes, Lin Yi would never have considered the possibility of them becoming pets. In response to Lin Yi's inquiry, the residential maiden blinked her clear, innocent eyes, revealing a hint of confusion. "But, esteemed Lord Brother, this food cannot be killed, and if it cannot be killed, it cannot be placed in a backpack. Moreover, the ranch sister said it cannot go to the ranch either. Cannot be killed, cannot go to the ranch." What could this mean? Before Lin Yi could unravel his thoughts, Tong Yi, standing nearby, seemed suddenly enlightened, a spark of realization flashing through her mind. With graceful steps, she approached Lin Yi, leaning in slightly, her lips parting as she voiced her bold speculation. "Lin Yi, you may find it hard to believe, but I think I might have a hunch about this." Her beautiful eyes locked onto Lin Yi's, exuding a sense of mystery and uncertainty. Noticing Lin Yi's gaze shift towards her, she continued, albeit hesitantly, "I suspect that this seemingly delicate and adorable little creature may not be a monster at all, but rather an ordinary subject from a foreign territory." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes widened in incredulity, pointing a finger towards the little creature in Tong Yi's arms, which blinked its big, innocent eyes, its appearance utterly endearing. "You mean to say that this thing is not a monster?" As he spoke, Lin Yi scrutinized the little creature from head to toe. Yet, no matter how he examined it, he found it difficult to fathom that such a seemingly harmless and adorable being could possess any degree of intelligence. Furthermore, with its utterly charming and delicate demeanor, it bore no semblance to a creature that could serve as a subject under a lord's command. Such a fragile and delightful being entering the perilous and challenging realm of a lord would be akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den, destined to become a delectable dish on someone else's table. Nonetheless, considering its remarkable resilience, which defied destruction, one could not entirely discount the possibility. At the very least, judging by its seemingly indomitable spirit, it might not be particularly challenging for it to navigate the early stages of its existence. Where did you happen upon these adorable little beings? Were there any unusual or peculiar circumstances surrounding the discovery? Since Tong Yi had boldly presented her hypothesis, Lin Yi's crucial task now was to further validate this conjecture. Thus, with a smile and light steps, he approached the residential maiden before him and gently inquired, "Little one, could you share with me where you found them?" At that moment, a clear and excited voice rang out from not far away. I know. The crowd turned to see a petite, vivacious residential maiden bounding joyfully towards them, a beaming smile plastered across her face. Upon reaching them, the little maiden eagerly exclaimed, "Lord Brother, I was the first to discover them. I found them in a dark cave." As soon as she finished speaking, she proudly placed her hands on her hips, puffed out her chest, and tilted her head slightly, striking a pose that seemed to invite praise. Seeing such an innocent and pure-hearted little maiden, Lin Yi was more than willing to shower her with compliments. He strode confidently towards her, extending his warm hand to gently pat her head in reward. However, unexpectedly, another residential maiden, previously questioned by Lin Yi, appeared somewhat displeased. She pouted her lips and sulked. "Humph. I knew too, and you asked me first, Lord Brother. This is so unfair. I'm not happy at all." Yet, Lin Yi had little time to attend to the disgruntled maiden. After hearing the little maiden's response, he exchanged a knowing glance with Tong Yi, both of them silently affirming their earlier suspicions. Had it been a few days prior, Lin Yi could have confirmed this with greater speed and efficiency by directly accessing the diplomatic interface for inquiries. However, after several days of relentless exploration, he was astonished to discover that the territories of the alien races exhibited a remarkably dense distribution, with a sudden emergence of their presence every mere 100 or 200 kilometers. Consequently, The diplomatic landscape had been inundated with a cacophony of information, descending into utter chaos. Devoid of any coherent direction, and consequently losing its intrinsic value and purpose. Simultaneously, there existed a clear regulation within the ranch. The breeding of any intelligent species was strictly prohibited. Given that the ranch had refused to accept these diminutive creatures, it could be reasonably inferred that they indeed possessed a certain degree of intelligence. Nonetheless, it must be emphasized that this alone could not unequivocally confirm their origins as inhabitants of the alien territories. To ascertain the truth, the most prudent and reliable course of action would be to personally visit the location where these small animals were initially discovered. After all, no one could guarantee whether these seemingly charming creatures were merely wandering monstrosities. Without delay, the two made a decisive agreement to promptly embark on a journey to investigate the whereabouts of the discovered creatures. Should it ultimately be established that these small beings were nothing more than ordinary wild monsters, they could confidently claim them as their own and nurture them as adorable pets. Conversely, if the situation were to prove otherwise, indicating that they indeed belonged to a lord's subjects, the two would certainly not hesitate to take decisive measures in response. Chapter 187. Physical Immunity. The method of differentiation is, in fact, rather straightforward. One merely needs to observe whether the surroundings are a monster's nest or a realm imbued with exotic charm and occupied by alien races. Those monsters might still be capable of being tamed through special means. However, should they encounter aliens, despite their undeniably cute and enchanting appearance, our stance as humans must remain unwavering. Tong Yi's words were as resolute as steel, spoken without a hint of hesitation. After all, compared to Lin Yi, she possessed far greater insider knowledge. For Tong Yi, the alien races were undoubtedly the implacable foes, regardless of how endearing their exterior may appear. It did not alter their inherently hostile nature. Shall we set forth immediately? Lin Yi inquired, casting his gaze towards the sky, where the sun was descending in the west, leaving approximately 2 to 3 hours before it completely vanished. If they acted swiftly and decisively, it was not entirely impossible to glean the truth before nightfall. Indeed, we must endeavor to investigate this matter thoroughly before the day concludes, Tong Yi affirmed, her eyes sweeping over the cluster of diminutive creatures before settling on one in particular. At present, they were unable to ascertain whether these little beings belonged to the realm of monsters or were local subjects. However, if they were indeed subjects, it was quite possible that their presence had already been revealed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze mirroring Tong Yi's as they scrutinized the group of small animals. What then should we do with these creatures? He asked. Are we to seek a suitable location to confine them? The fact that this mysterious creature could withstand the sharp blade wielded by the cafeteria's girl was utterly perplexing. Who could say what other unknown and formidable abilities they might possess? If these little beings were to scatter and inadvertently slip into the crucial Lord's Hall, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tong Yi also recognized the gravity of this issue, her brows knitting together, her beautiful visage etched with worry. For a moment, both found themselves ensnared in a dilemma. At that moment, these seemingly indestructible creatures were entirely reliant on the residential girls to capture them one by one. Yet, it was hardly feasible to expect these adorable girls to continue to toil in such a manner indefinitely. Lin Yi sighed in resignation, slowly remarking, "It appears we can only tentatively test the limits of these creatures' strength." The most pressing question was that, seemingly by any means employed, they could not bring these small beings to their end. If a method to eliminate them could be discovered, all issues would be effortlessly resolved. Tong Yi nodded in agreement, softly responding, "Indeed, but there is no time to lose. We must quicken our pace. The darkness is closing in, and I am most unwilling to venture out into the unknown when night falls." Hearing this, Lin Yi promptly waved to one of the residential girls. After a series of gentle persuasion and the promise of numerous enticing rewards, one kind-hearted girl finally agreed, willing to retrieve a small creature to assist them in this perilous experiment. Lin Yi smiled warmly, gently stroking the girl's silky hair before inquiring in a soothing tone, "You mentioned earlier that this creature cannot be killed. How exactly did you manage that?" The girl, elated by the promise, practically bounced with excitement as she eagerly began to share the various methods she and her friends had employed to deal with the enigmatic little creature. "Like this, first this, then that," she explained, her small hands deftly manipulating the creature. The unfortunate little being was treated like a pliable toy in her grasp, utterly defenseless. She first playfully slapped the creature flat, only for it to instantly revert to its round, plump form as if by some magical power. Next, she firmly grasped both ends of the creature, exerting all her strength to stretch it into a thin strip. Yet, who could have imagined that the next moment, this noodle-like shape would also revert to its original state? Subsequently, the girl escalated her efforts, twisting the creature as one would wring out a towel, contorting it into various shapes, twists, and bows. Regardless of how much it was tormented, it invariably returned to its unscathed form. Upon realizing that conventional methods were futile, the girl resorted to a variety of weapons, even employing firearms. After a series of gunshots, the creature bore a few dark bullet marks, yet it seemed otherwise unscathed. In fact, with the sound of gunfire, the little creature's chirps grew increasingly cheerful, as if mocking their inability to subdue it. Observing this, Lin Yi pondered. It appeared that this creature was entirely immune to physical attacks. Throughout this period, the creature's sole means of offense had been to gnaw at the residential girls with its large incisors. However, given the girls' current attributes, they were utterly incapable of inflicting any harm. No wonder this seemingly unremarkable creature, devoid of any extraordinary traits, has managed to thrive in the perilous realm of the Lord. It is not entirely devoid of capabilities. Merely considering its astonishing ability to render itself immune to physical attacks is sufficient to extricate it from the hunting grounds of most monsters, thereby sparing it from becoming a delectable morsel in their eyes. Quick, let us test it with black fire. Upon witnessing the resident Loli's futile attempts to make substantive progress, Lin Yi swiftly proposed this novel strategy. Ever since the emergence of this enigmatic black fire, it has proven invincible, having never faltered against even the most formidable foes. In the preceding exploration endeavors, not a single contender capable of countering its might had been encountered. He could hardly believe that this small creature would be unperturbed by black fire. Upon hearing Lin Yi's suggestion, the resident Loli was momentarily taken aback. Prior to this, the various physical attacks she had employed might have at least afforded her a meal, even if it risked the creature's life. However, should black fire be unleashed, the prospect of a sumptuous feast would be utterly extinguished. After all, once reduced to ashes by black fire, there would be nothing left to consume. Contemplating this, the resident Loli's countenance reflected her uncertainty, and she hesitated. Lord brother, this seems rather inappropriate. I don't even know what this little creature tastes like. Surely, we ought to sample it first. It was at this juncture that the cafeteria Loli, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, interjected. Lord brother, there is no need for such convoluted measures, she exclaimed in a bright tone. Before her words had fully settled in the air, she deftly seized a fluffy little creature and unhesitatingly strode towards the kitchen. Humph, if it can't be killed, it certainly can't escape being cooked. Let us just give it a quick scald. With this bold proclamation, the resident Lolis were suddenly struck with clarity, realizing the folly of their earlier concerns. Indeed, while this diminutive creature may be impervious to physical assaults, it surely could not withstand extreme heat, could it? Moreover, even if conventional flames proved ineffective, the roaring furnace at the blacksmith's could melt even the most unyielding steel. How could a mere organic being possibly endure such searing temperatures? Tong Yi cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yi, who was momentarily rendered speechless and wide-eyed, a faint smile gracing her lips. Well then, with the conundrum resolved, shall we embark immediately? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi snapped back to reality, instinctively scratching the back of his head, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. It seemed he had indeed underestimated the tenacity and commitment of these young ladies in their quest for a delectable dish. However, just as Lin Yi learned from the resident Loli the precise location of these creatures, a new dilemma loomed before them. The cave where the creatures dwelled was situated a daunting 200 kilometers away. Tong Yi shrugged helplessly, spreading her hands. It appears we will have to travel under the cover of darkness tonight. The fastest means of transport we have is the flying carpet, but even at full speed, it will take us over an hour to reach our destination, and I fear that once we arrive, we won't be able to resolve the matter immediately. Yet surprisingly, Lin Yi maintained a composed demeanor, his expression unchanged, merely sporting a mysterious smile. Who says we must take the carpet? He replied leisurely. Oh, do you have a better idea? Tong Yi's curiosity piqued, her eyes wide with anticipation. After these past few days, she had nearly memorized all the little Lolis that occasionally popped up in the territory and could scarcely fathom a quicker method to reach their goal. In response to Tong Yi's barrage of inquiries, Lin Yi chose to maintain an air of intrigue, playfully withholding his insights. Hey, don't be so eager. Patience. And you shall soon understand. Just as Tong Yi was filled with skepticism, Lin Yi calmly retrieved a handful of glimmering gold coins from his pocket. With a flourish of his arm, he scattered the coins as if performing a magic trick. Tong Yi watched this spectacle with rapt attention, not wanting to miss any delightful occurrence. The moment the coins touched the ground, a clear voice rang out. Little coins, once they hit the ground, they're all mine. In the brief moment Tong Yi had blinked, those coins, which had been shimmering in the air, vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, a charming little Loli, whom she had never encountered before, appeared before them, nuzzling against Lin Yi. Great summoning technique. Coin summoning warehouse loli skill. Lin Yi exclaimed. Who is this? Tong Yi inquired with wide eyes, curiously appraising the suddenly materialized warehouse loli. From the extraordinary manner of the loli's appearance, she began to piece together Lin Yi's earlier suggestion. At that moment, Lin Yi, while hurriedly trying to push away the warehouse loli who was clinging to him, rapidly introduced her unique abilities to Tong Yi. Engrossed in his explanation, Tong Yi soon grasped the situation. Ah, so that's why Lin Yi was so confident about reaching our destination before nightfall. It seems his territory harbors such a uniquely gifted loli. With this realization, a newfound admiration for Lin Yi blossomed within her. However, Lin Yi continued. Although this little one is quite impressive in many aspects, she does have a small flaw. She is particularly obsessed with treasure, always seeking out gold coins. Typically, she ventures out during the day to collect her bounty, which is why you likely haven't encountered her before. As he spoke, a hint of pride shone through his expression, as if he took great pride in having such a remarkable being in his territory. Yet, an almost imperceptible hint of exasperation lingered in his brow. Tong Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, what an amusing little girl. At such a young age, she is already dedicated to working hard and earning money. Truly, a diligent child. Her words dripped with admiration. Yet, at that moment, Tong Yi remained oblivious to whether her impression of the warehouse loli would remain as favorable once she delved deeper into her true nature. Just then, the warehouse loli turned her gaze towards Tong Yi, her bright, expressive eyes filled with curiosity as she examined the unfamiliar girl. Seeing the adorable warehouse loli, Tong Yi felt a surge of affection and instinctively reached out her right hand to stroke the soft fur atop her head. However, just as Tong Yi's fingers were about to graze the head of the warehouse loli, the latter suddenly furrowed her brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing her face. With a sharp crack, the warehouse loli unhesitatingly swung her arm, forcefully swatting away Tong Yi's outstretched hand. At the same time, she pouted and exclaimed, Who do you think you are? Did you pay to touch? If you break it, can you afford the responsibility? Tong Yi was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, her hand freezing in midair. She stared wide-eyed at the fierce little loli in front of her, inwardly muttering, What a uniquely spirited loli. But it was just a touch. Is asking for money really necessary? Isn't that a bit too greedy? Standing nearby, Lin Yi shook his head in exasperation, letting out a soft sigh before stepping forward to grasp Tong Yi's arm gently, whispering, See, this little girl is an unabashed money lover. If you truly wish to pat her head, I suggest offering her some gold coins. That would be more appropriate. With that, Lin Yi turned to the warehouse loli, smiling. Strangely enough, since the last time Lin Yi had given her a stern lesson, the warehouse loli had indeed become more obedient. Although she still often vanished without a trace. At least she returned home punctually every night. Well, that's commendable. It's good to know she understands the importance of returning home. Warehouse, do not be rude. This lady is our ally. Observing that the warehouse loli still held a dismissive attitude towards Tong Yi, he immediately unleashed a powerful tactic. Our ally, this lady, is a little wealthy. She possesses quite a number of gold coins. As soon as the words left his lips, a gust of wind swept through, and the warehouse loli darted towards Tong Yi like lightning, eagerly nudging her adorable little head into Tong Yi's warm hand. Simultaneously, she tilted her head slightly, her big, watery eyes blinking adorably, like two sparkling gems radiating an enchanting light. Big sister, let me have a touch, please. Just a little bit of money, okay? The warehouse loli cooed sweetly, her voice dripping with charm that could melt hearts. Standing beside them, Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness. This little girl has no shame whatsoever. He had never anticipated the warehouse loli would so openly demand money. At this moment, Tong Yi was utterly flabbergasted, her expression a mix of despair and disbelief, turning helplessly to Lin Yi as if seeking assistance. After all, she had never encountered anyone as contradictory as the warehouse loli, who was so haughty one moment and so subservient the next. Meeting Tong Yi's pleading gaze, Lin Yi could only shake his head in resignation, raising his hand to his forehead before gently waving it dismissively, reassuring her, It's all right. Just take out some gold coins to appease her. 1 coin is not too little, and 10,000 is not too many. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Tong Yi nodded obediently, indicating her understanding. She then reached into her backpack and produced a staggering sum of 10,000 gleaming gold coins. In that instant, the coins seemed to vanish without a trace, as if drawn by some mysterious force. With the gold coins in her possession, the warehouse loli's face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling even brighter. Wow, this big sister is so generous. She just handed over 10,000 gold coins. I must get closer to her from now on. Just as the warehouse loli contemplated how to extract more from Tong Yi, Lin Yi swiftly intervened, stepping forward and firmly grasping the warehouse Loli's arm, pulling her back beside him. He then turned to Tong Yi with a smile, gently saying, "All right, let's not dwell on this little girl. Just give her a small amount." To be honest, despite her relentless pursuit of coins, she is actually far wealthier than you. As he spoke, Lin Yi turned back, playfully pinching the warehouse Loli's rosy cheek. Then, adopting a serious tone, he admonished her, "All right, enough with the antics. I brought you here for a serious matter. It's time to rein in that greedy nature." After delivering this admonition, Lin Yi began searching for the residential loli who had previously provided him with the address. Before long, he found her and, with the warehouse loli in tow, approached to explain the specific location details. Upon hearing, the warehouse loli confidently patted her chest, declaring, "Rest assured. This distance is a mere trifle for me. However, if the number of people increases too much, we may have to transport them in batches." Since her attributes had been enhanced, the number of individuals the warehouse loli could carry had risen dramatically. Now, she would no longer tire after transporting just a few hundred people for under 100 kilometers, collapsing in exhaustion. Before Lin Yi could respond, the previously unsuccessful residential Lolis suddenly lit up with excitement, as if they had discovered a new world. They rushed forward, surrounding Lin Yi without hesitation. "Lord brother, pick me. I want to go." "Me too. I want to catch little animals." In an instant, the air was filled with overlapping cries of enthusiasm. The chorus of little Lolis causing Lin Yi's head to buzz as if swarmed by 1,000 bees. All right, everyone calm down. There will be opportunities for all." Faced with the exuberance of the little Lolis, Lin Yi felt overwhelmed and could only nod in agreement repeatedly. In truth, for Lin Yi, there was little difference between leading soldier Lolis and residential Lolis. Moreover, the primary purpose of this outing was merely to scout the area, should they encounter other lords. Having the warehouse loli along would ensure they could return to camp and rally reinforcements at any moment. After tallying the numbers, he discovered that over 500 residential Lolis wished to join. Most of them had learned of the news only shortly after. After all, the residential Lolis were merely clones. How could one expect them to keep a secret as tightly as adults? However, bringing along such a large group was not what Lin Yi had envisioned. Although the warehouse loli's capabilities could easily accommodate this number, he worried that some might get lost or left behind on the return journey for various reasons. Given the residential loli's nature, that was entirely possible. Ultimately, after careful consideration, Lin Yi selected only 300 residential Lolis, including himself and Tong Yi. They were instantly transported to their destination with the warehouse loli's extraordinary abilities. Upon arriving in this unfamiliar territory, Lin Yi casually surveyed his surroundings. However, this casual glance immediately alerted him to something amiss. "Something here is definitely not right," Lin Yi murmured to himself. Beside them, Tong Yi swiftly surveyed the surroundings and furrowed her delicate brows in concern. Indeed, the cleanliness and orderliness of this place were astonishingly incompatible with the expected appearance of a monster's lair. It is well known that such creatures possess no sense of hygiene. Tong Yi remarked softly. The two exchanged a knowing glance, each discerning the same unsettling truth in the other's eyes. Before them lay a vast cavern, its entrance nearly 4 meters wide and oval in shape. Even more astonishing were the evident signs of human craftsmanship in the cave structure. This led to the deduction that the cavern must have been excavated by an intelligent being. Both inside and outside the cave, there was an extraordinary tidiness, devoid of any debris, save for traces left on the ground, indicating the passage of either the resident Lolis or other sentient creatures. Observing this, Lin Yi decisively waved his hand, prompting the eager Lolis, who could hardly contain their excitement, to cheer jubilantly. They surged forward into the depths of the cavern like a tide, their movements swift and agile. However, these adorable Lolis did not forget to leave behind approximately 50 of their number to ensure the safety of Lin Yi and Tong Yi. Watching the 50 Lolis remaining by his side, Lin Yi's lips twitched. "I truly appreciate your efforts." Chapter 190. A hidden map? Brother Lord, there's nothing dangerous inside. It's just a bit spacious. Soon after, the adventurous Loli who had ventured in to investigate dashed out like a jubilant little rabbit, eagerly reporting her findings to Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded slightly, indicating his understanding of the situation, then turned to the enchanting Tong Yi and gently proposed, "Shall we venture in together?" Tong Yi, her bright eyes fixed on Lin Yi, nodded without hesitation, responding, "Yes, let us go together." Thus, under the vigilant protection of 50 resident Lolis, Lin Yi and Tong Yi cautiously stepped into the mysterious cavern side by side. Upon entering, they immediately noticed numerous unmistakable signs of human intervention, heightening their curiosity about the discoveries awaiting them. Each Loli sported a small yet powerful searchlight atop her head, and together, their beams illuminated the cavern as brightly as daylight. With such ample light, Lin Yi and Tong Yi quickly arrived at their designated spot. At that moment, the lively Lolis ahead were bouncing excitedly, their innocent smiles radiating sheer joy. One loli approached Lin Yi, pointing to the ground with palpable excitement. "Brother Lord, it's right here. This is where we successfully caught those little creatures during the day. Hee hee, they were so nimble that if we hadn't been quick on our feet, we might not have caught them." Hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. He took a searchlight from one of the Lolis and, alongside Tong Yi, crouched down to examine the ground closely. As anticipated, they discovered even clearer and more abundant traces than before. Tong Yi carefully extended her hand, gently touching the stones, her slender fingers gliding over the surface, feeling the texture and sensation of the materials. Upon contacting the markings, she furrowed her brow slightly and began to rub her fingertips against them. Presently, two possibilities emerged, one being that these charming little creatures used these stones as their sustenance, and the other that they were in the process of mining the materials. While speaking, Tong Yi pointed to the distinct traces left on the stones. Lin Yi leaned closer, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he gazed at the marks for a while. His attention then shifted to the darker, more profound section of the cavern, where he contemplated the secrets concealed within. It appeared that the creatures had not employed any tools to create these markings. They seemed to have gnawed them out with sharp teeth, Lin Yi murmured to himself. At that moment, he turned to the resident loli beside him, a glimmer of inquiry in his eyes. "What lies deeper within this cave? Have you sent anyone to investigate?" The loli shook her head, replying softly, "Not yet. Our time outside was running short, so we could only hurriedly capture a portion of the small creatures active here. As for those that escaped deeper into the cave, we simply had no time to pursue them and explore further." Lin Yi nodded in understanding. He then slowly stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and spoke with resolute conviction. "Well, in that case, I have a fair idea now. I believe that the depths of this cave likely harbor the nests of these small creatures. As for the truth, we shall uncover it by venturing inside." With a calm demeanor, he swung his robust hand decisively, calling out to the resident Lolis, "You little ones, go ahead and scout the path for me. Be sharp." The Lolis, sensing the urgency, responded in unison, "Understood." They swiftly sprang into action, selecting 50 agile individuals to remain on standby, while the remaining 250, guided by the resident Lolis, advanced resolutely into the shadowy depths of the cavern. Lin Yi and Tong Yi, without hesitation, closely followed in the footsteps of this vanguard. As they delved deeper, the environment around them grew increasingly constricted. Lin Yi keenly observed the ground beneath his feet beginning to slope downward, the incline becoming steeper. When the passage narrowed to barely accommodate a single person, even the robust Lin Yi found himself compelled to halt his progress. At that moment, standing in this suffocatingly narrow cavern, Lin Yi felt a cool breeze wafting from the depths ahead. This discovery stirred something within him, leading him to ponder. The presence of airflow suggested the existence of a more expansive space beyond. With this thought, Lin Yi's previously taut nerves relaxed somewhat. Just then, the loli at the forefront of the group suddenly froze, as if struck by a spell of paralysis. Moments later, she turned back, her cherubic face alight with barely contained excitement. She called out to Lin Yi, who was not far behind, "Brother Lord, we just received word that if we proceed forward for just a few more meters, we will encounter a vast and spacious area." Lin Yi's eyes brightened at this news, and he eagerly inquired, "How large is it? Please elaborate." The loli fell silent for a moment, then gestured in front of her, forming a large circle with her arms. "It's this big. Lin Yi, do you believe I'll bite you? Forget it. What is the point of arguing with a bunch of Lolis?" Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings, then retreated a step and waved his hand decisively. "Dig for me, at the very least. Create a passage wide enough for me to pass through." Upon finishing his words, he pulled Tong Yi back a few steps, allowing the resident Lolis more room to maneuver. The resident Lolis, displaying remarkable efficiency, rushed forward with vigor as Lin Yi pushed aside the obstruction, brandishing their electric drills with fervor. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. Lin Yi's command was merely to carve out a path for his passage, yet through the diligent efforts of the resident Lolis, a passage measuring 2 meters in height and width was swiftly cleared. However, the cacophony was becoming quite unbearable for him, while Tong Yi, beside him, appeared on the verge of fainting. Compared to him, an ordinary person, Tong Yi, who possessed an evident innate advantage, was even more susceptible to the noise and was nearly retching. Chapter 191, Another Secret Realm. Fortunately, the length of this narrow passage was limited, spanning only a mere few dozen meters. After relentless effort, their endeavors were finally rewarded, and the passage was successfully excavated. One of the resident Lolis, brimming with enthusiasm, dashed toward Lin Yi, exclaiming, "Big brother Lord, there's an extraordinarily vast space inside." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi and Tong Yi hurriedly made their way into the cave. As they stepped into the cavern, their surroundings opened up dramatically, revealing an incredibly spacious area, roughly estimated to be large enough to accommodate 3 or 4 territories. The sight within the cave was nothing short of astonishing. On the uneven walls, numerous peculiar plants emanated a soft glow, resembling twinkling stars scattered across the night sky, illuminating the previously dim environment. Tong Yi scrutinized everything around her, and after a moment, she turned to Lin Yi and softly remarked, "Lin Yi, the situation seems rather dire. I fear we may have arrived a moment too late. The current signs indicate that there was indeed a territory here before, but it appears that its owner has hastily fled." Lin Yi nodded in agreement, his gaze also directed towards the open area in the center of the cave, where remnants of biological activity were clearly evident on the ground. More importantly, scattered around the periphery of this open space lay numerous unfinished or abandoned semi-finished materials. As if narrating the tale of a sudden upheaval that had transpired here, Lin Yi gazed into the distance, letting out a resigned sigh, as an overwhelming sense of loss and regret washed over him. Well, if they fled, they fled. It's just a pity. I was hoping to capture those adorable little creatures as pets, he murmured to himself, shaking his head. Just then, a sudden exclamation from a resident loli broke the silence, piercing through the air and instantly capturing Lin Yi's attention. Following that, a group of petite and delightful Lolis dashed toward them like a gust of wind. "Big brother Lord, we've discovered many new pathways, and one of them actually conceals a mysterious secret realm," the leading resident loli exclaimed excitedly, her large eyes sparkling with delight. Her cheeks flushed with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, his expression reflecting disbelief. A secret realm exists? How could that be? It stands to reason that in such proximity to this alien territory, if a secret realm truly existed, it would have already been conquered by the local territory. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Yet, he soon realized that this could very well be a rare opportunity for him. The interior of this cave was a labyrinthine maze, with several secret passages unknown to them aside from the one they had previously traversed. These passages twisted and turned like a bewildering labyrinth. Without hesitation, Lin Yi grasped Tong Yi's hand and hurried toward the direction where the resident Lolis had gathered. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the passage the resident Lolis had mentioned. At that moment, several resident Lolis were diligently working with their electric drills, striving to widen this narrow passage. Their petite stature allowed them to easily crouch down, inching forward into the tunnel. However, the width proved to be insufficient for the taller Lin Yi and Tong Yi to pass through. In no time, through the collaborative efforts of the resident Lolis, the passage was successfully expanded. It maintained its dimensions, but now revealed the mysterious secret realm not far ahead. "Wow, it really is a secret realm," Lin Yi exclaimed, his face alight with astonishment as he quickly approached the location of the secret realm. Upon reaching the entrance, his gaze fell upon the chaotic and diverse traces of activity scattered across the ground. From these traces, it was evident that this secret realm had previously endured frequent explorations by the earlier alien inhabitants. However, to Lin Yi's relief, the secret realm remained intact, suggesting that those who had ventured here before had failed to achieve their goals. Contemplating this, Lin Yi found himself speculating. Given the proximity of this secret realm, it was likely that it originally belonged to someone else as a novice's benefit. However, now that he had stumbled upon it, he could not afford to let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Thus, a maniacal laugh echoed. "Hee, now it all belongs to me." Without hesitation, Lin Yi grasped Tong Yi's small hand and cautiously moved toward the secret realm. Time was of the essence. To avert any unforeseen circumstances that could lead to missing this golden opportunity, they needed to conquer it swiftly. Just as they approached the entrance of the secret realm, a melodious prompt sounded in Lin Yi's ear. "Ding, detected a lord. Due to the presence of multiple lords, the difficulty of this secret realm will be elevated. Aside from the lord, you may bring a maximum of 20 units with you." Having dealt with such situations before, Lin Yi swiftly responded without a second thought, "Activate." After confirming once more, Lin Yi, Tong Yi, and 20 resident Lolis were instantaneously transported into the secret realm. After a considerable moment, Lin Yi gradually emerged from his stupor, and the scene before him caused his eyes to widen in astonishment. They found themselves in a wondrous world filled with exquisite beauty, where birds sang and flowers bloomed. Gazing around, he beheld an expansive and towering forest, its grandeur dwarfing that of the maps he had encountered during his novice phase. The trees surrounding them stood tall and robust, their heights far surpassing those he had seen before. Suddenly, a clear and melodious prompt resonated in his ears. "Ding. The secret realm has been successfully activated. The current theme is a trial. Here is the relevant background information. This area lies within the territory of the giant race. And at this moment, all of you are identified as juvenile giants. To successfully navigate through and exit this place, you must complete the adult trial within the limited time available and obtain the proof of departure from the village. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, pondering to himself, a trial from the giant race? At this realization, he couldn't help but smirk, inwardly musing. Now I understand why the previous alien inhabitants failed to conquer this secret realm. Behold this introduction, merely relying on those diminutive beings that can only serve as charming pets. To face such a formidable challenge is akin to a fool's errand. Yet, perplexing questions began to swirl within Lin Yi's mind. What arduous trials awaited them? Just as his thoughts spiraled, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, growing ever closer. The sound reverberated like rolling thunder, deafening and ominous, as if a colossal and mysterious creature was approaching with heavy steps. Chapter 192, The Timid Giant. Upon hearing that sound, everyone's nerves tensed instantaneously. Entering a state of vigilance at an astonishing pace, their gaze is sharp and piercing like that of a hawk, directed towards the source of the noise. As the sound drew nearer, the tremors intensified, as though the very earth quivered beneath them. Tong Yi swallowed hard, her face betraying a bitter expression as she turned to Lin Yi beside her. It seems a truly massive entity is upon us. Do you believe your little companions can handle this? Her tone was laden with concern and uncertainty. At that moment, Lin Yi felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Merely the sound alone hinted that the impending foe was formidable indeed. He was far from certain whether the little Lolis could triumph over this unknown adversary. Let us assess the situation first. I doubt it will be too problematic, he reassured, attempting to exude calmness and instill a modicum of confidence among them. After all, the little Lolis were no longer the mere beings who relied solely on attribute advantages to overwhelm their opponents. They had acquired that mysterious and potent black firepower, which might unleash unexpected might against larger foes. As the group anxiously awaited, the once towering trees ahead began to sway violently. Suddenly, an enormous hand, as robust as a mountain, reached out and grasped a tree trunk. In the next instant, an astonishing scene unfolded. The entire giant tree was uprooted with ease and tossed aside like a mere straw. Amidst the swirling dust, a giant, towering over 10 meters, advanced towards them with heavy strides. Each footfall resonated with a deep thud, as if intending to shatter the very ground beneath. Wasn't it said that a batch of candidates for the adult assessment would be sent? Why is there not a soul in sight? The giant bellowed in a thunderous voice as he walked. The giant was of immense stature, resembling a moving mountain, his gaze fixed straight ahead without deviation. His heavy armor clinked sharply with each movement, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath his weight. His colossal head turned restlessly, vigilantly scanning the surroundings, as though in search of some significant target. At that moment, Lin Yi and his companions, concealed behind the trees, exchanged fearful and perplexed glances. Tong Yi quickly glanced at the system report in her hand, then looked up at the searching giant, softly murmuring, "Could the candidates the giant speaks of truly refer to us?" Her voice quivered, a clear indication of her inner turmoil. From the current circumstance, it indeed seemed so. Lin Yi's gaze remained fixed on the still searching giant, swallowing hard and murmuring to himself, "Does this imply that the giant is not our enemy, but rather an ally?" However, his words faltered as he beheld the fearsome visage of the giant, resembling a beast poised to devour its prey, making it hard to believe he would treat them with kindness. Everyone pondered quietly, recognizing the vast disparity in their sizes. They appeared as if they hailed from entirely different realms. Such a profound difference inevitably instilled fear within them, worried that upon revealing their presence, they would be consumed as delectable morsels by the giant. Nevertheless, Lin Yi cast his gaze toward a petite and endearing loli in their midst, hesitating for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps we should send someone out to test whether the giant will acknowledge our identity?" Tong Yi nodded slightly in agreement, acknowledging the lack of alternatives. No sooner had she spoken than a small, adorable loli was forcibly pushed forward by the others, stumblingly making her way outward. The rationale behind selecting a loli for this perilous endeavor was that, comparatively, she might possess some fighting capability to stall for time, whereas for Lin Yi and Tong Yi, it would be akin to courting death, as they would swiftly become the enemy's feast. At that moment, the colossal giant remained blissfully unaware of the insignificant figure that had crept forth beside his pillar-like foot. "Hey, big guy, are you here looking for us?" The loli mustered her courage and shouted, tilting her head back to project her voice. This sudden outburst startled the giant, causing him to jump as high as 3 meters in shock. Who is speaking?" he exclaimed, bewildered, scanning his surroundings, yet seeing nothing but the empty ground. This bizarre occurrence only heightened the giant's fear. "Are you a human or a ghost? I warn you, this is our territory. I am not afraid of you." With a thunderous crash as the giant landed back on the ground, the earth shook violently. Fortunately, Lin Yi and the others were positioned far enough away to be minimally affected, though the nearby Loli was not so lucky. She was caught off guard and toppled to the ground, sprawled out in a most undignified manner. This infuriated the Loli. In an instant, she sprang to her feet, showing no signs of delay, as if propelled by an unseen force. Her round face flushed with anger, resembling a ripe apple. With determined strides, she stormed toward the giant. In the blink of an eye, she stood before him. Without hesitation, she retrieved an enormous hammer from her backpack, which appeared several sizes larger than herself. Yet she wielded it effortlessly. In the next moment, she raised the colossal hammer with all her might and brought it crashing down onto the giant's enormous toe. The ground seemed to tremble at the resounding impact. "Ah!" The giant bellowed, a cry of anguish escaping him as he clutched the injured foot, hopping about in pain. Tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes, clouding his vision. At that moment, the giant was stripped of any semblance of intimidation, rendered utterly pathetic. Lin Yi and Tong Yi, witnessing the spectacle, stood dumbfounded. They had anticipated the giant to be a formidable adversary, yet he proved to be woefully inept. Chapter 193, The Dim-Witted Giant. Could it be that this giant possesses such meager capabilities? Lin Yi murmured in disbelief. Tong Yi's face was equally one of astonishment, and it took her quite a while to regain her composure. Although this fellow currently appeared more fearsome with his tears streaming down his face, in reality, he was probably even less formidable than a mere child. After a thorough observation and some tentative probing, the two finally determined that this seemingly intimidating giant was nothing more than a paper tiger, a frail creature beneath a facade of strength. At that moment, while sobbing, the giant bellowed in a voice choked with tears, "Cursed be! Who are you? If you have the guts, show yourself instead of lurking in the shadows to ambush me." Upon hearing this, even the typically innocent and naive little girl couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. She shook her head in resignation, then put away her hammer and began to bounce up and down in front of the giant, calling out loudly, "Hey, big guy, look down here." Through her earnest efforts, the little girl finally managed to capture the giant's attention. When he lowered his gaze and beheld the diminutive figure before him, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. Even momentarily forgetting the pain in his feet, he stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom that such an insignificant little creature had attacked him. Reflecting on his earlier panic-stricken and undignified state, a wave of intense shame washed over him, reddening his cheeks and making him wish he could vanish into a crack in the ground. "Are you one of the younglings here for the assessment?" "No, that can't be right. Which tribe do you hail from? Why are you so small and delicate? Is it due to malnutrition from prolonged hunger? Or have you simply not been eating well?" He scrutinized the little girl with a look of skepticism, his gaze ultimately settling on her frail frame and slightly flushed cheeks. Upon hearing the word food, the little girl seemed to be struck by a sensitive chord, her demeanor transforming as if enchanted. She blinked her large, watery eyes rapidly, her eyelids reddening, and tears began to well up within them. She then lowered her head slightly, nibbling her lip, and spoke in an almost pleading tone. "Yes, big guy. We go to bed hungry every day. Our lives are unbearably difficult. Just look at my stature. It's because of long-term starvation that I haven't grown." After saying this, she deliberately raised her head, displaying a pitiful visage that evoked immediate sympathy. Witnessing the little girl's woeful state, the giant's previous anger dissipated entirely, replaced by an overwhelming sense of compassion and pity. He could not help but exclaim, "How tragic! It's hard to imagine that your tribe lives under such dire conditions, where even children go hungry. You look scarcely larger than a newborn. In our land, even infants are much sturdier than you." At that moment, the giant was completely immersed in sympathy for the little girl's plight, harboring no doubts about her true identity. The identity given by the system surely could not be erroneous in this regard. Lin Yi was nearly driven to the brink of fury. If the timing were right, he would have rushed out immediately to set the record straight. "How dare she slander me?" Lin Yi seethed inwardly. "Did I not provide her with food? It is she who is insatiable, forever unable to be satiated, not the pitiful wretch she portrays herself to be." At this thought, Lin Yi felt more wrong than Do Yi herself. Just then, the giant rubbed his enormous head and began to glance around, surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something was amiss, murmuring to himself, "Oh no, this isn't right. I distinctly recall the elder telling me that there should be 22 younglings here. So why is there only you here all alone? Where have the others gone?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi and his companions understood that they could no longer remain hidden. After confirming multiple times that the giant posed no threat, they cautiously emerged one by one from their hiding places. When the giant saw a sudden influx of small figures before him, his massive form trembled, and his eyes misted over, tears of compassion brimming at the corners. This group of little ones barely reached the height of his thigh, appearing so frail and small. The giant couldn't help but internally lament. Just look at these poor little creatures and the hardships they must endure. However, despite his deep sympathy, he was merely a child himself, yet to pass the rites of passage, and even if he wished to assist them, he found himself powerless. Ultimately, he could only gently say, "Come with me. Not far ahead lies the site of this assessment. The elders have been waiting there for your arrival." With that, he turned away, unable to bear looking at Lin Yi and the others any longer. Lin Yi abruptly reached out, swiftly grasping the earlier little girl as though she were a chick. His fingers pinched her delicate cheeks, ruthlessly kneading them as if he were handling a soft dough instead of a cherubic face. "Oh, starving, you say? Life is unbearable. You can't even fill your stomach?" Lin Yi snarled as he continued to apply pressure, distorting the little girl's face. The little girl's visage was contorted into an unrecognizable shape under his relentless treatment, resembling a toy subjected to cruel manipulation. Her large, watery eyes brimmed with terror and helplessness, tears swirling in her eyes as she whimpered, "I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it." Yet Lin Yi seemed unperturbed, continuing his torment for some time before finally releasing her, satisfied. At that moment, Tong Yi hurried forward to mediate, saying, all right, let us stop this. If we delay any longer, we'll be left behind." Hearing her words, Lin Yi temporarily spared the little girl and turned to lead everyone onward. Though the giant was not far from their current location, it was crucial to remember that he was measuring distance with his towering stature of over 10 meters. For the diminutive Lin Yi and his companions, the actual distance felt substantial. All along the way, Lin Yi led this group of little girls over mountains and through thorns, covering more than 50 kilometers, panting heavily before finally arriving at the place the giant had mentioned. As they traversed a towering, dense forest, a vast settlement came into view, sprawling before them. This tribe occupied a considerable area, with houses arranged in an orderly manner throughout. Although the inhabitants had begun to utilize iron tools, they evidently had not entirely shed their primitive tribal lifestyle. Chapter 194, The Giant Tribe. At this moment, beyond the towering, majestic wooden walls, an array of magnificent tents stood densely packed. These tents resembled little hills, arranged harmoniously within the surrounding environment. Within this area, countless robust giants moved about, their figures intertwining to create a scene of bustling activity. Lin Yi cast a hasty glance and was astonished to discover that not all of these giants were as imposing as the one who had guided them. Indeed, many stood only 5 or 6 meters tall. "Stay close behind me, and do not wander off. Especially be cautious of the other giants. You might get accidentally trampled," the leading giant admonished, turning his colossal head back to address them. His voice resonated like a thunderclap, causing the very air around them to quiver with its intensity. After issuing the warning, he proceeded to guide Lin Yi and his companions towards the direction of their tribe with the vigilance of a protective hen shepherding her fragile chicks. It is no wonder that the giant exhibited such care. The diminutive figures of Lin Yi and his companions appeared almost insignificant next to these behemoths. Should they unfortunate enough to encounter a giant inattentively treading upon the ground, a mere careless step could render Lin Yi and his friends utterly invisible in an instant. Thus, Lin Yi and the others complied dutifully, following closely in the giant's wake, not daring to show even a hint of negligence. In a realm teeming with giants, recklessly straying was undoubtedly an unwise endeavor. As they journeyed, the giant ahead maintained a steady pace, and Lin Yi and his companions trailed closely behind, experiencing no significant hurdles or difficulties. However, it seemed that these giants were rarely accustomed to encountering beings of such diminutive stature, and their curious gazes were directed towards the newcomers. Whispers of intrigue wafted through the air, and Lin Yi felt a fine sheen of sweat forming on his brow. "Oh dear," he inwardly lamented, "could you all keep it down a notch? While you may think you are speaking softly, your voices could easily rival the din of a loudspeaker." Though Lin Yi felt quite displeased at being the object of such scrutiny from the giants, he was relieved to discern no malice in their gazes. On the contrary, their eyes were imbued with an innocent clarity, reminiscent of untainted children. Just as they crossed the outer perimeter of the wooden walls, a towering giant approached with swift strides from the city gate. This giant loomed even larger, reaching a staggering height of over 20 meters, rendering the prior guide a mere diminutive figure in comparison. "Tiger, did I not repeatedly instruct you to welcome those arriving for the assessment? Why have you not brought them back here?" The imposing giant thundered, his voice resonating like rolling thunder, sending tremors through the air, laced with a hint of reproach. Upon hearing this, Tiger instinctively recoiled, his expression a portrait of innocence as he replied, "Uncle TYSS, I have indeed brought them here." He slightly shifted to reveal Lin Yi and the others standing behind him. However, TYSS furrowed his brow, casting a skeptical glance around before inquiring, "Where are they? I see not a single figure. Could it be that you, young one, were too frightened to fetch them? You ought to amend that timid disposition of yours. Otherwise, you may never succeed in that crucial adult assessment." With that, TYSS extended his enormous hand, ruffling Tiger's head with a tone of disappointment. This only deepened Tiger's sense of grievance, as he grasped TYSS's robust arm, tugging insistently until he succeeded in compelling TYSS to crouch down, pointing eagerly towards Lin Yi and his companions, exclaiming, "Uncle TYSS, look, they are right here." At that very moment, a fierce gust of wind swept through, nearly toppling Lin Yi and the others. Suddenly, a colossal face loomed before them, resembling a mountain range, imposing and overwhelming. In that instant, Lin Yi felt beads of cold sweat cascade down his forehead, as if he had just awakened from a harrowing nightmare. Heavens! This is utterly astounding. A head, as immense as a truck, loomed directly in front of him, and the sheer weight of its presence was enough to unsettle even the most stoic of hearts. TYSS's eyes widened, nearly bulging from their sockets, as he struggled to comprehend that the figures before him were a group of exceedingly small individuals. His gaze transformed into an incredulous stare, and he exerted considerable effort to finally recognize that these minuscule beings were indeed standing before him. "My goodness, from which tribe do you hail? How can you be so diminutive? With such stature, you dare to participate in the adult assessment? Surely, there has been a mix-up." TYSS scrutinized Lin Yi and the others with skepticism, as if beholding a collection of extraordinary beings. He mused internally. Could it be that these tiny creatures were sent to us as children? This thought led him to shake his head, finding it utterly absurd. However, after a thorough inspection, TYSS eventually accepted that Lin Yi and his companions were indeed here to partake in the assessment. Though confusion still lingered in his mind, he recognized that the system had validated their identities, and thus, he refrained from further comment. Yet, how could there be no issue? Were these giants truly oblivious to the glaring disparity in size? Did they fail to perceive any anomalies? Faced with this absurdity, even the typically composed Lin Yi found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate the bewilderment and frustration welling within him. "Very well, since you are here, follow me swiftly to collect your identification tokens." TYSS gestured for Lin Yi and the others to accompany him. Chapter 195, A Generation Less Than the Last. TYSS meticulously led Lin Yi and his companions to a monumental edifice, reminiscent of a mountain in its grandeur. This towering structure was astonishing in its scale. Upon entering, TYSS paused, bowing respectfully to the venerable giants seated at the center, proclaiming, "Esteemed elders, I bring forth a new cohort of members. Kindly assist in distributing their identification tokens." The elders, seated in tranquil repose, were even more colossal than the average giants. If they were to rise, they would tower at least 30 meters high. Upon hearing TYSS's words, 3 of the elders slowly opened their eyes. Yet, when their gazes fell upon Lin Yi and his diminutive companions, their prepared responses were swiftly replaced by incredulity. In unison, they exclaimed, "TYSS, what have you done? Where on earth did you find this motley crew of tiny beings?" Clearly, this unexpected sight had taken them by surprise. They had anticipated a routine encounter, merely offering a few encouraging words. But who could have imagined encountering such minuscule figures? Especially when compared to the young giants, who stood merely 5 or 6 meters tall. These little ones were utterly insignificant, scarcely reaching their toes. For a moment, the 3 elders were filled with mixed emotions, pondering the decline of their once mighty race. The glory of the past seemed but a distant memory. "Elder? Elder!" Thais anxiously called out, his voice reverberating through the vast expanse. After several attempts, the elders, who had appeared somewhat dazed, gradually turned their heads towards Thais as if awakening from a dream. However, when their gaze fell upon Lin Yi and his companions standing not far away, their bodies involuntarily shuddered, an indescribable sorrow welling up within them, causing their hearts to flutter once more. "Elders, the token," Thais urged, noticing that the elders had yet to take action. Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of resignation and hesitation. Ultimately, one elder slowly extended his hand, grasping a colossal stone block beside him. This stone was as tall as a person and appeared exceedingly heavy, yet for the burly elder, lifting it seemed no formidable task. However, just as he prepared to hand the entire stone to Thais, their eyes once again swept over Lin Yi and the others, prompting a moment of contemplation. After a brief hesitation, the elder changed his mind and, with his other hand, gently pried a small piece from the surface of the stone. This fragment was trivial compared to the massive block. Once in possession of the small stone, The elder did not immediately pass it to Thais, but instead began to meticulously trace patterns upon it with his robust fingers. As time ticked by, the only sound in the surroundings was the elder's labored breathing. Suddenly, a muffled crack resounded, and the once formidable stone disintegrated into a fine powder, cascading to the ground. The unexpected turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. Yet the elder remained unperturbed, as if he had anticipated such an outcome. He then turned to Thais, pondering briefly before decisively seizing a hefty piece of metal from Thais's heavy armor. With a series of sharp sounds, the elder forcibly pried off a small metal shard. Compared to the stone, this metal was evidently far more resilient, at least not as prone to shatter so easily. The elder cherished the metal piece as a treasure and promptly resumed his artistic endeavor. Due to the diminutive size of the metal shard, the difficulty of the carving increased, compelling the elder to squint, nearly crossing his eyes, to discern the intricate patterns. After what felt like an eternity, the elder finally completed this remarkably challenging microsculpture. It was indeed a sight to behold, an elder giant, towering at 30 meters, attempting to engrave something on an object no larger than his fingertip. For this aged giant, the task was undoubtedly monumental and seemingly insurmountable, akin to risking his very life. Even more daunting was the fact that he had no suitable tools at his disposal. In the face of such adversity, the elder relied solely on his large, rough hands to accomplish this delicate work. Upon finally finishing, he casually tossed the minuscule token to Lin Yi and the others. Having completed this arduous task, he appeared utterly drained, weakly gesturing for Thais to lead the others away swiftly. However, this token, which seemed as insignificant as a speck of dust in the elder's hand, appeared to Lin Yi as a substantial metal plate, comparable in size to a coffee table. Should this colossal object fall from above, it would likely cause severe injury, if not death. Fortunately, several adorable little girls from the nearby dwelling were present. They were nimble and light-footed, effortlessly catching the seemingly heavy token. After successfully obtaining the token, Thais hurriedly led Lin Yi and the others away. As time passed, a deep, resonant sigh suddenly emanated from within the ancient structure. When Lin Yi and the others stepped through the doorway, Thais, who had been leading, abruptly halted, turning back to them with a look of indecision on his face. After a moment, he finally spoke. "Let me first help you find a safe place to stay. After all, you are quite small, and if you inadvertently wander into a crowded area, it could be perilous. So please remember my words. Stay put and do not move. I will return tomorrow to arrange for your participation in the relevant assessments." With that, Thais turned and resumed his path. "And don't worry about dinner. I will bring it to you shortly. As for the assessment, the content is already inscribed on that token. You can take a look at it later. If you do not pass, it is of no consequence. The assessment will last for a month, and as long as you complete it within that time, it will be considered done." Chapter 196, Assessment Content. As Thais's imposing figure gradually faded into the distance, Lin Yi and Tong Yi finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "Oh my goodness, that was terrifying. I really thought I was going to be eaten as a snack," Tong Yi exclaimed, vigorously patting her nearly flat chest. Her expression still tinged with residual fear. Indeed, it would be challenging for anyone to maintain their composure surrounded by giants whose toes dwarfed their entire being. However, the little girls from the dwelling remained blissfully unaffected, frolicking about with carefree delight. At this moment, Lin Yi slowly rose to his feet, starting to scrutinize the towering structure. He tilted his head back, his gaze tracing the building upward, pondering, "By the proportions I see, the inhabitants here must have been at least 20 meters tall. Little girl, quickly bring out that token for me to examine." Lin Yi called out to the cheerful little girl who was bouncing nearby. Having surveyed the surroundings without any remarkable findings, he deemed it prudent to first review the specifics of this assessment. After all, given their previous experiences, it was evident that passing this assessment would not be a trivial endeavor. Thus, as Lin Yi reached out to take the token from the little girl, he fell into deep contemplation. The metal token, emanating a cold gleam, displayed strange and obscure lines that, under the powerful analytical capabilities of the mysterious system, gradually transformed into comprehensible text. It clearly read, "Number 178. The content is as follows. This assessment will comprehensively evaluate participants' courage, strength, and wisdom. The specific task is for each member, without any tools, to successfully hunt a prey weighing at least 3 times their own body weight." At first glance, this assessment seemed not overly difficult. However, in that instant, Lin Yi's sharp mind struck like lightning, allowing him to perceive the crucial detail hidden within. Indeed, the token explicitly stated that each person must act independently to complete this task. Realizing this, Lin Yi's heart tightened. As for the little girl from the dwelling, he was not particularly worried. After all, she was known for her cleverness and agility. However, how should Lin Yi and Tong Yi respond? It is important to understand that hunting without any tools is no easy feat, especially considering that they currently find themselves in a world dominated by giants. According to theories of biological ecology, the beasts that manage to survive in this area must be of considerable size. Those too weak have likely already become playthings for the young giants, or, worse yet, met their demise. Lin Yi. It seems this assessment is proving to be more challenging than anticipated. Beside him, Tong Yi clearly shared the same concern. As a hint of anxiety crept onto her beautiful face, Lin Yi furrowed his brow, and after a moment of contemplation, decided to soothe Tong Yi's nervousness. Thus, he spoke gently, "Do not worry overly much. We will surely find a way to overcome these difficulties. While the situation is somewhat precarious, if we remain calm and leverage our respective strengths, I believe we can navigate this assessment successfully. It is manageable, as long as the surrounding beasts are not excessively formidable. Capturing a few should not pose a problem for us. What if we lack tools? Surely, we can craft traps." At that moment, a flurry of hasty footsteps caught their attention, and shortly after, a lively girl from the village rushed in. Her petite figure zipped about like a bolt of lightning as she exclaimed, "Lord brother, the big one is coming." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a wave of bewilderment. The big one. Who could that possibly be? He pondered to himself, rummaging through his memories for any clue about this individual, but found nothing. Just as he was filled with questions, a colossal figure appeared at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, it was Thais, carrying an enormous prey as he stepped cautiously into the room. With each step, Thais moved with utmost care, as if fearful of stepping on something. He lowered his head and scanned the ground with his large, bell-like eyes to ensure no one was in his path, before he finally set his foot down. Once inside, Thais gently placed the massive catch on the ground and raised his gaze, scanning the group. When his eyes landed on Lin Yi and the others, a look of surprise and concern crossed his face as he remarked, "You all haven't eaten, have you? Looking at your sizes, it seems you must have gone quite a while without a proper meal. Otherwise, how could you have grown so little?" After hearing Thais' words, Lin Yi found himself caught between laughter and tears. Was the height of the giants truly a result of their diet? Otherwise, why would both Thais and the previously encountered tiger assume they had never been well fed? However, in the face of such warm-hearted and sincere Thais, Lin Yi felt it inappropriate to contradict him openly. At that moment, Thais seemed oblivious to Lin Yi's inner thoughts and continued speaking. Due to the overwhelming size difference, Lin Yi's voice was nearly inaudible to Thais. Unless someone could shout directly into his ear, he would have no chance of hearing them. Thus, despite Lin Yi's attempts to respond, his words were swallowed by the silence, failing to capture Thais' attention. "Tomorrow you will participate in the assessment. Today, you can enjoy a hearty meal to prepare for it. Once you qualify to leave the village, you need not worry about hunger. You can join the hunting team, and even if you do nothing, you will receive a share of the spoils. This way, your tribe will at least be well fed." As he spoke, Thais tore off a large chunk of meat from the prey and placed it before Lin Yi. "Lord brother, there's food," exclaimed the village girl, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the meat, which seemed as large as a truck. Lin Yi could only wave his hand, allowing the village girls to take charge. While their culinary skills were not quite on par with those of the cafeteria girls, as food enthusiasts, they were above average. In no time, the girls swiftly built a fire and began to carve the meat with various tools. Chapter 197, The Paradise of Village Girls. Thais casually tossed the prey onto the ground and turned to leave without a backward glance, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. His actions, however, provided the village girls with an excellent opportunity to shine. "Lord brother, is all of this for us?" one of the girls exclaimed, her eyes wide with delight as she gazed at the immense prey, her mouth agape and drooling uncontrollably. The prey Thais had brought back was indeed massive, comparable in size to the brawny Thais himself. With such a behemoth before them, even Lin Yi, standing nearby, couldn't help but marvel. "It should be," he replied uncertainly in response to the eager gazes of the village girls. However, upon witnessing Thais' unfaltering dismissal of the prey as he hurried off, he surmised that it was indeed meant for them. What puzzled him was how Thais had managed to procure such a large catch. Did he somehow realize the remarkable appetite of these village girls? Nonetheless, the girls had no time to ponder such questions. Upon hearing Lin Yi declare that the prey belonged to them, they erupted into joyous cheers, rushing forward like wild horses to indulge in a frenzied feast. Do not underestimate the energy and vigor contained within these petite figures. They moved with remarkable agility, dividing tasks among themselves, some skillfully cutting the meat, others hauling the food, while a few clever ones climbed atop the prey to search for the most tender and delicious parts. In the blink of an eye, the once mountainous prey was completely dismantled by their collective effort. Fortunately, despite their excitement and immersion in the world of food, the village girls did not forget about Lin Yi and Tong Yi. In the end, Each little girl generously presented them with 2 pieces of meat, winking cheerfully as if to showcase their labor's bounty. Just as Lin Yi successfully kindled a roaring fire and began grilling the delectable meat, Thais, who had not been gone for long, reappeared in their midst, his tall and robust figure carrying a mountain of wood as he trudged toward them. However, upon entering the clearing and surveying the scene before him, he halted, a look of confusion etching his features as he rubbed his fluffy head. The once barren ground was now adorned with a dozen small, flickering fires, resembling a sky filled with twinkling stars, the dancing flames exuding warmth and tantalizing aromas. Yet, curiously, aside from the small fires, there was no sign of any prey. Oh dear, it seems I have forgotten the most important thing, Thais muttered to himself, deep in thought. Suddenly, he appeared to have an epiphany, slapping his forehead in frustration as he muttered, "Oh no, I completely forgot to bring back the prey." With that, he scarcely cast a glance at the meager morsels of grilled meat that Lin Yi and the others were preparing, as if they were nothing more than trivial snacks. "I sincerely apologize, everyone. Please wait a moment. I shall return promptly with the prey," Thais called out with genuine contrition, then hurriedly set down the heavy pile of timber on his shoulders and dashed off like a whirlwind. Before Lin Yi could even respond, Thais had vanished into the distance, leaving behind a cloud of dust that lingered in the air. Watching Thais disappear from sight, Lin Yi could only shake his head in resignation, turning to see Tong Yi beside him, who was looking at him with a guilty expression. "Lin Yi, this seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it?" Tong Yi whispered timidly. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi followed her gaze and surveyed the surrounding residents, all engrossed in roasting their food by the small campfires. These adorable little girls were completely absorbed, their eyes fixated on the sizzling meat, utterly oblivious to the earlier events. They likely hadn't even noticed Thais's brief return. Lin Yi gently shook his head, seemingly unconcerned with their earlier conversation. "In truth, there's really nothing wrong with it. Just look at the badge. It clearly states that during the entire assessment period, they are responsible for our food and lodging," Lin Yi explained with a smile. "Moreover, let us not forget that this is merely a secret realm. Aside from that mysterious map, any additional treasures we uncover here will depend entirely on our own skills," he continued, his eyes sparkling with confidence and anticipation. At that very moment, a sudden epiphany struck him like a bolt of lightning. The flow of time within this secret realm differed significantly from that of the outside world. Regardless of how long one remained in this realm, upon returning to the outside, no more than a mere 12 hours would have elapsed. Thus, Lin Yi mused. A bold and enticing thought began to take shape in his mind. Did this not imply that as long as he wished, he could remain in this secret realm until it completely closed? This would not only allow him to indulge in a plethora of delectable foods, but perhaps also uncover unexpected delights. Moreover, after careful observation, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the giants here did not appear to be as astute and cunning as one might expect. It was important to note that this assessment would last a full month, with participants permitted to engage once each day. Those who successfully passed would naturally depart with invaluable credentials, while those who did not would have to remain temporarily, awaiting another opportunity to challenge themselves. After all, finding the so-called prey in this vast and boundless secret realm occasionally required a stroke of luck. For Lin Yi, this extended period was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity not to be missed. The map could be obtained at any time, but any single prey here weighed hundreds of tons. If he could acquire one for free each day, just imagine how much energy the residents could replenish. Chapter 198. All meals included. Take as you please. Thais reappeared before the group, shouldering an enormous prey as he approached. This prey was every bit as impressive as the last one he had brought back, eliciting all once more. Standing a short distance away, Lin Yi carefully scrutinized Thais and the colossal prey on his shoulder, silently praying that Thais would not realize this was the second time he had returned with such a massive catch. Fortunately, it seemed Thais was oblivious to this detail, and Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. Given the considerable size difference, communication was not easily facilitated. Thus, Thais refrained from engaging in lengthy conversation with Lin Yi, merely informing him of the specific time for the next day's assessment before turning to leave. "Brother Lord, is this also for us?" Once Thais had completely vanished from sight, the adorable residents gathered around, their large eyes sparkling with curiosity. Clearly, they had been observing the situation from a distance, but had refrained from approaching while Thais was present. These little girls understood well that if they rushed to dissect the prey in front of Thais, it could lead to unnecessary complications. After all, such a rare opportunity to take advantage of was not something anyone wanted to squander. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, gently ruffling the hair of one of the little residents as he spoke tenderly. "Indeed, my dear little ones. However, we must act swiftly. I need one of you to stand guard at the entrance, just in case anyone unexpectedly arrives." The The rest of you should hurry and prepare the prey. Upon hearing this, the little girls enthusiastically nodded and quickly sprang into action. One clever girl volunteered to keep watch at the entrance, while the others worked together to process the enormous prey with remarkable efficiency. However, only Lin Yi felt a lingering sense of unease about the situation. Nevertheless, seeing the residents brimming with excitement, their faces alight with anticipation and joy, she decided to remain silent. Before long, the unfortunate prey was expertly and swiftly handled by the residents. Not only that, but the timber Thais had brought along was also meticulously collected by the eager little girls. It is worth noting that this seemingly ordinary secret realm was, in fact, a welfare haven specifically designed for novices. Yet even so, the timber produced here was nothing short of extraordinarily valuable 3-star materials. In this relatively low-tier world, 3-star materials were considered the pinnacle of obtainable items. Once all tasks were completed, nightfall had quietly descended. As the group had entered the secret realm in the late afternoon, and after a long journey, both Lin Yi and Lin Yi, as ordinary individuals, felt utterly exhausted and nearly unable to continue. Fortunately, the residents' backpacks seemed like treasure troves, containing everything necessary for life, including food, water, and even resting supplies like tents. Thanks to this, they were able to avoid the awkward situation of having to sleep outdoors. Time sped by, and soon a new day dawned. The next morning, before the sun had fully risen, Lin Yi eagerly led the group of residents to the square. He didn't even wait for Thais to escort them, filled with anticipation for the upcoming adventure. Well, to be honest, Lin Yi had heard there would be breakfast provided. At that very moment, the expansive square was already bustling with a group of towering female giants. They stood like majestic mountains, forming a unique landscape within the square. A closer inspection revealed that the height of these female giants was indeed astonishing. The shortest among them towered at no less than 7 or 8 meters, resembling a colossal tower soaring into the clouds, while the tallest reached an astonishing height of over 20 meters, invoking a sense of awe as one gazed upward. Before them, an array of enormous tables stood in perfect alignment, each expansive enough to accommodate dozens of individuals seated simultaneously. Upon these tables lay an abundance of fresh, succulent meat, glistening with enticing juices and exuding a mouth-watering aroma. The chunks of tender, juicy meat were piled high, resembling small mountains in their grandeur. Although Lin Yi had arrived relatively early, it was evident that other giants had come even sooner. Some giants, standing approximately 6 or 7 meters tall, were seen forming an orderly queue, each awaiting their share of the coveted meat. From their focused expressions and eager movements, it was clear that this was the much-anticipated breakfast. "Brother Lord, can we also go and get some?" Upon catching sight of the delectable food, it was the adorable little girls from the village who could no longer contain their excitement. Generally well-behaved and sensible, they instantly cast aside all restraint and decorum when it came to culinary delights. Before Lin Yi could respond, these impatient little girls had already leapt into action, gracefully springing onto the massive tables that loomed several meters above the ground. With agility reminiscent of playful sprites, they reached out with tiny hands, eagerly grasping at the meat in the bowls. The female giants had scarcely comprehended what had transpired on the table when they beheld a swift blur, and the once mountainous piles of meat began to diminish at an alarming rate, vanishing before their very eyes. What on earth is happening? The giants were startled by the sudden commotion, their hearts nearly leaping from their chests. As they focused their gaze, they realized that a petite and charming little girl from the village was about to leap to another table. "Wait, don't jump yet." One of the female giants, feeling a rush of urgency, instinctively extended a large hand in an attempt to catch the little girl. In a split second, that hand, akin to a small mountain, swiftly closed in, but alas, it was a moment too late. Fortunately, she managed to grasp the hem of the little girl's clothing with her fingers. "Are you also here to participate in the assessment?" The giants wondered quietly, perplexed by how this mysterious system had assigned them their identities. Yet, upon seeing these little beings, they instinctively recognized them as participants in the evaluation. Despite her diminutive stature, the village girl possessed surprising strength. With a gentle tug, she effortlessly freed herself from the giant's powerful grasp and landed gracefully on the table like a nimble rabbit. She then lifted her adorable, rosy face, blinking her large, watery eyes innocently as she gazed up at the female giant with a pitiful expression. How could the female giant resist such an adorable display? In an instant, her heart melted like wax. The irritation she felt moments ago due to the sudden disappearance of the meat had vanished without a trace. Now that it was established that they were allies, without a moment's hesitation, the female giant selected a generous, aromatic, and juicy piece of meat from the platter and offered it to the little girl. Chapter 199. Increasingly strange time flowed like fine sand slipping through an hourglass. each moment stretching out interminably. The square, once desolate and empty, gradually filled with a burgeoning crowd as time passed. Lin Yi, Tong Yi, and a group of charming little girls stood cautiously at the edge of the square, wary of being trampled by the bustling throngs. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's keen eyes ceaselessly scanned the towering figures within the square. After meticulous observation, a startling revelation dawned upon him. These giants were not all congregated together. It became evident that there existed a clear delineation among them. Based on their height, each giant had been allocated to different areas. Surprisingly, those responsible for managing each section were giants of similar stature to those within that area. Around 9 o'clock, the giants began to depart in an orderly manner, leaving the scene in successive groups. The very first to leave were the tallest and most imposing giants. Due to their remarkable height advantage, the hunting grounds designated for their assessments were evidently distinct from those of the other giants. Following closely behind, the slightly shorter giants followed suit, departing the square with heavy steps. Thus, one group after another exited, reminiscent of a grand performance reaching its conclusion. Before long, the vast square was left with only Lin Yi and his companions, rendering the space eerily quiet and empty. So, you were here all along. I was wondering where you had disappeared to. Suddenly, a ruckus broke the stillness as ties charged in from an unknown direction. Moments ago, the square had been teeming with people, yet now it was nearly deserted, making Lin Yi and his companions stand out conspicuously. Ties halted, surveying the surroundings with a curious expression, and inquired, "Didn't you keep up with the main group?" As soon as the words left his lips, he seemed to realize the absurdity of his question, lightly tapping his forehead and muttering, "Oh dear, my mouth." The minimum height for the team members in this area must be over 6 meters. Given your size, it would indeed be difficult to blend in. It seems I'll need to find a more suitable location for your assessment. With that, Ties waved at Lin Yi, signaling him to follow. Before turning and striding off towards a certain direction within the tribe, Lin Yi and the others, not daring to delay, hurriedly followed suit. Although they had resolved to linger in this enigmatic realm for several more days, gaining preliminary insight into the upcoming assessment was certainly advantageous. Before long, Ties led Lin Yi and the others to a section of the tribe enclosed by a fence. This area has been specifically designated for children, meant for raising animals that meet the criteria for your assessment, Ties explained with a smile, gesturing towards an enormous wooden barrel nearby. Once you successfully capture your prey and place it in this large barrel, if the quantity or quality meets the established requirements, congratulations, you will have successfully passed this assessment. Ties continued to patiently elucidate the rules. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's curiosity intensified. Was this assessment method not a bit too casual? Logically speaking, should they not be sent to the wilderness to complete a task instead? Why was the location so simplistically set here? It seemed almost akin to tricking children into play. Furthermore, Lin Yi found it perplexing that after outlining all the details, Ties did not engage in further conversation with him, departing without a backward glance. This action only deepened Lin Yi's suspicions. Does he not harbor any concerns that we might resort to underhanded tactics during the assessment process? Meanwhile, standing beside him, Tong Yi clearly sensed the numerous discrepancies surrounding them. With a slight furrow of her brow, she softly addressed Lin Yi, "Lin Yi, do you not find anything peculiar about our situation? Ever since we stepped into this secret realm, every individual we have encountered seems to display some odd behavior. They all appear somewhat lacking in intellect." After saying this, Tong Yi contemplatively surveyed their surroundings. She then continued, "Moreover, the current circumstances do not seem to reflect a stringent evaluation in any genuine sense. Instead, it feels as though we are being treated like a group of naive children." Lin Yi nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with Tong Yi's observations. Gazing at this so-called secret realm, it indeed exuded an aura of strangeness. What kind of assessment resembles a mere child's play? Even with significant disparities in physique, the situation should not have devolved into its current state. Just then, a charming little girl from the residential area approached with a light-hearted gait. With her sparkling, lively eyes, she gently inquired, "Brother Lord, how about we explore other areas? Perhaps we might uncover some useful clues or discover new leads." Although these little girls were oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Lin Yi's mind, deep down, they yearned to alleviate his concerns. Hearing the suggestion from the little girl, Lin Yi pondered briefly before responding, "Very well, you should disperse and gather information from around. Remember to exercise caution. If you encounter any danger, be sure to report back to me immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, the little girls sprang into action. Some remained in place, while others darted off like a whirlwind, swiftly racing in various directions throughout the tribe. Tong Yi turned her gaze toward the area that resembled a breeding ground, her eyes reflecting curiosity and confusion. She softly remarked, "In my opinion, we ought to venture inside and investigate. The way things stand, It seems this place has been specifically prepared for us. Perhaps we might indeed find something of value by delving deeper. Following Tong Yi's line of sight, Lin Yi observed that the remaining little girls were looking at him with eager anticipation, each one brimming with enthusiasm, as if they could hardly wait to plunge into that mysterious place and embark on their exploration. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile slightly, nodding in approval. Chapter 200, The Abandoned Tribe. Although this breeding ground was ostensibly crafted by giants for children, to the currently diminutive Lin Yi, it appeared as vast as a small forest. In all his years, he had never witnessed such a breathtaking sight, where several towering hills could be encompassed within a single tribal breeding ground. Such a feat could only be accomplished by giants of extraordinary might. Originally, there had been over 20 little girls accompanying him, but now, 15 had hastily departed, leaving only 5 to closely follow him and Tong Yi. Thankfully, with the formidable combat prowess of these remaining 5 girls and the fearsome, mysterious black fire at their disposal, ensuring their safety should pose no significant challenge. With that in mind, why linger any longer? Let us set forth at once. Lin Yi energetically waved his arm, resolutely leading Tong Yi and the little girls behind him, proudly stepping into this mysterious and expansive breeding ground. Meanwhile, on the other side, the little girls dispatched by Lin Yi to scout the tribe's specific conditions had just exited the dwelling when they darted away like arrows, racing in every direction. Although this tribal region was vast and expansive, the little girls were no less formidable. Their lightning-fast speed would allow them to thoroughly survey the entire tribe in no time. Moreover, with the aid of the flying carpet, the towering structures within the tribe ceased to be obstacles on their path, transforming instead into remarkably conspicuous beacons. How strange! Why was there not a single soul in sight? A group of adorable little girls curiously roamed through the tribe, their wide eyes scanning the surroundings. Yet they could not find even a single giant. At that moment, the entire tribe resembled a desolate ghost town. Not only were there no towering giants, but even the usual chirping of birds had fallen silent. This scene suggested that all the inhabitants of the tribe had mysteriously vanished in an instant. However, the observant little girls eventually discovered traces on the ground left behind by the giants' previous movements. Yet, these traces vanished without a trace once they exceeded a certain boundary. As if enchanted, faced with such an eerie situation, the little girls were not inclined to give up easily. With hearts full of doubt and determination, they resolutely soared beyond the wooden walls on their flying carpet. Before their arrival, the numerous tents outside the city had been clearly visible, but upon reaching the city gates, they were once again taken aback by the scene before them. The tents stood silently in place, unchanged in the slightest. However, akin to the interior of the city, there was still no sign of a single giant. Aside from the faint traces indicating the giant's past presence, there were no other signs of their existence. Filled with confusion and curiosity, the girls could hardly believe what they were witnessing. They boldly entered and exited each tent. Yet, upon closer inspection, the various remnants left within the tents clearly indicated that, aside from the original residents having vanished without a trace, everything else appeared perfectly normal. The adorable little girls found themselves utterly perplexed, flitting about the tribe like headless flies, searching through every possible hiding spot for clues, yearning to uncover even the slightest hint of evidence. Just then, one of the little girls suddenly twitched her petite nose, as if catching a whiff of something unusual. She quickly reacted and deftly maneuvered her magical flying carpet, diving straight down. Ultimately, this enchanting carpet landed steadily before an impressively grand structure. This edifice towered within the tribe, its awe-inspiring scale truly breathtaking, standing out among the many buildings in the area as a veritable colossus. At that moment, the little girl stood silently before this magnificent structure, unconsciously nibbling on her slender fingers, her gaze somewhat dazed as she stared at the towering marvel before her, clearly awestruck by its grandeur. As time passed, the little girl from the dwelling seemed to have finally made a momentous decision. She took a deep breath and began to cautiously move her tiny feet, advancing step by step with unwavering determination. When she approached the enormous door, which appeared overwhelmingly large to her, she paused briefly and gingerly extended her delicate little hand to rest against it. With a thunderous rumble echoing through the air, the colossal door began to swing open slowly, propelled by her astonishing strength. As the gap widened, light streamed in, illuminating the scene beyond. In an instant, her eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with a mixture of surprise and delight, causing her to tremble slightly with excitement. "Wow, so much delicious food," she exclaimed, her eyes round and her mouth agape in astonishment. Eagerly, she pushed the great door open, and the sight before her left her utterly speechless. A room brimming with colossal, beastly prey. The bounty was piled high, nearly consuming the entire room. Resembling the previous offerings from ties, but in quantities that were astonishingly vast. A cursory glance revealed a conservative estimate of hundreds of creatures. A chilling gust emanated from this mysterious structure, biting cold. Unable to suppress a loud sneeze, the little girl shivered slightly. However, that very sneeze seemed to act as a lightning bolt, snapping her out of her stupor. Aware of her own limitations, she realized that alone she could not hope to carry away all this bounty. Without a moment's hesitation, she quickly retrieved her communication device, urgently reaching out to her fellow little companions. While awaiting their arrival, she timidly surveyed her surroundings. Confirming that no one else was present, she cleared her throat and called out in a sweet, melodic voice, "Hello, is anyone there?" The silence enveloped her, her voice echoing in the still air, met only with the absence of a reply. After a moment, she raised her voice again, "Is anyone there? If no one answers, then all this delicious food is mine." Still, no response came. "Since no one is speaking, I shall take it as your consent," she exclaimed gleefully, clapping her hands and bursting with joy. In an instant, she darted towards the mountainous pile of prey, ready to embark on a journey of harvest. Chapter 201. The Secret Realm is Crumbling. Here, each colossal beast possessed a staggering weight, each weighing at least several hundred tons. The number of giants here was beyond estimation, surely numbering in the hundreds. For a mere little girl to attempt to clear this space of all its beasts was nothing short of a fantasy. At that moment, the other dwelling girls, having received the message, began to converge from all directions. In an instant, the sky was filled with vibrant figures. Over 10 little girls joined forces, their efforts significantly hastening the process of dismantling and transporting the giants. However, despite their vigorous endeavors, their efforts still seemed trivial in the face of the mountainous multitude of beasts. "Oh no, my backpack is already full," one of the little girls exclaimed anxiously. "Me too. What do we do?" Another chimed in. "Does anyone have space in their backpack? Can we fit in a little more?" Yet another girl called out. After a flurry of frantic activity, they managed to process just over 10 beasts. Yet, to their dismay, every backpack was now filled to the brim, unable to accommodate anything further. Nevertheless, gazing at the mountain of delectable food before them, none of the little girls were willing to concede defeat. After all, such a bountiful feast was a rare find. Suddenly, a clever little girl's eyes lit up as she suggested, "Why don't we just eat all these beasts?" This bold proposal immediately sparked a flurry of discussion among her companions. That is actually a good idea. We can convert these beasts into energy to absorb. And while we may not savor their delicious flavors, at least it won't go to waste. Another girl nodded in agreement. Soon, a consensus was reached among the group. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Yi and Tong Yi were meandering aimlessly through the giant's breeding ground, accompanied by a gaggle of adorable little girls. It must be said that this place indeed resembled what the giants had claimed, a breeding ground specifically designed for children. However, it was astonishing to note that each prey within was as colossal as an elephant. Yet, even with such immense size, they seemed trivial when compared to the towering giants. Much like the chickens and ducks kept by ordinary households. "Brother Lord, we have already fulfilled the requirements of the assessment. Should we continue hunting these prey?" One little girl asked with wide, curious eyes. After witnessing the mountain-like beasts that soared into the clouds, it was difficult for them to muster any interest in these comparatively smaller creatures. Truly, having beheld the true giants, who could still regard these insignificant morsels? It was not just the little girls who felt disinterested. Even Lin Yi and Tong Yi found themselves conjuring images of the magnificent prey brought back by ties whenever they glimpsed these creatures. Consider that the effort they exerted here, laboring tirelessly for half the day, resulted in quarry that paled in comparison to what ties effortlessly procured. With that in mind, was it truly worth the effort? Instead of toiling endlessly for little reward, it might be far more pleasant to return home and rest comfortably. After all, ties would likely deliver more prey that evening. It would be far simpler to procure a few from ties instead. Just as Lin Yi entertained this thought, an unexpected event unfolded. The system's cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang out. Ding. Secret realm data overflow detected. Severe energy depletion. The secret realm will close in 10 seconds. This abrupt announcement left Lin Yi momentarily stunned. He had no time to react, as the system afforded him no opportunity for contemplation. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The secret realm is closing. All individuals within will be forcibly transported out. As the system's merciless countdown concluded, Lin Yi, Tong Yi, and all the adorable little girls vanished in an instant, like a gust of wind. The next moment, as they reappeared, they found themselves outside the secret realm. At that moment, Lin Yi clutched a branch tightly, his expression one of bewilderment and confusion, clearly still grappling with the events that had transpired. What on earth just happened? As I diligently strive to fulfill my assessment tasks, How is it that I have been abruptly transported to this place? I seem to have committed no transgressions. Can the secret realm truly expel individuals? Lin Yi pondered with deep suspicion, his brow furrowed, murmuring to himself in an attempt to untangle this chaotic situation before him, just as he was lost in contemplation. The grand and magnificent gate of the secret realm that stood before him began to flicker with a faint light, as if its energy was waning. Subsequently, that door, like a fleeting dream, transformed from a tangible entity into something ethereal and insubstantial, ultimately vanishing entirely in an instant, leaving behind an emptiness as though it had never existed at all. No, my blueprints. Lin Yi let out a despairing cry, charging forward without hesitation. His body propelled like an arrow released from its bow towards the location of the mysterious secret realm. However, it was far too late. As he approached, he discovered that the very spot where the entrance to the secret realm had once been was now utterly vacant, as if nothing had ever been there. Lin Yi stood there, bewildered, his expression blank and his heart filled with tumultuous confusion, as waves of questions surged through his mind. What on earth is happening? Why has the secret realm suddenly vanished without a trace? Countless inquiries spiraled in his thoughts, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Slowly, he turned his gaze towards Tong Yi, who wore a similarly perplexed expression, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes as he spoke. Tong Yi, you are well-versed and well-connected. Could you enlighten me on this situation? At this moment, Lin Yi had no other recourse but to place all his hopes upon Tong Yi. After all, in comparison to her, he was merely a novice in this realm of lords, still laden with much to explore and comprehend within this domain of the unknown and the mysterious. Upon hearing Lin Yi's inquiry, Tong Yi forced a wry smile, gently shaking her head as she replied, I am truly sorry, Lin Yi. This is my first encounter with such an event. I have never heard of a secret realm disappearing without reason. Typically, if a secret realm has indeed vanished, the only plausible explanation would be that it has been successfully conquered by someone. The issue is, it appears we are the only ones who entered the secret realm. As she spoke, her brow knitted in thought, delving into contemplation. Chapter 202. A bountiful harvest. It seems that the root cause of the current predicament may very well lie within their own ranks. Lin Yi's expression darkened as he slowly surveyed his surroundings, his mind racing with thoughts. This is far more than a mere matter concerning two blueprints. It is clearly about two adorable little girls. The absence of these two blueprints signifies the potential loss of two charming and lovable little girls. If the mystery of this secret realm's sudden disappearance remains unresolved, it seems he may find it difficult to sleep soundly in the days to come. In an instant, as Lin Yi's gaze inadvertently swept across the several little girls who had accompanied him into the secret realm, he noticed that several of them bore expressions akin to that of a guilty thief. A sense of foreboding tightened in his chest, an ominous premonition washing over him. Could the strange disappearance of the secret realm be somehow linked to these little girls? Before Lin Yi could voice his concerns, the little girls could no longer contain their anxiety. They hurriedly approached him, clasping his thighs tightly with their small hands, gazing up at him with wide, sparkling eyes full of anticipation. Then, one of the little girls spoke up eagerly, Lord Brother, we have some splendid news to share with you. At that moment, another little girl chimed in impatiently, Lord Brother, guess what? We found a massive warehouse filled to the brim with food. There is so much that our little backpacks are overflowing. We feel that this food will last us a long, long time. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's heart melted instantly. He could hardly focus on the strange behavior of the little girls, quickly squatting down to gently pat one of their heads, smiling as he praised, Wow, you are all so amazing. To have found so much food, you are truly my little lucky stars. When Lin Yi learned of the little girl's discovery of the giant's warehouse, he unhesitatingly cast aside thoughts of the previously lost blueprints. After all, compared to these innocent and delightful little girls, what do two mere blueprints matter? Moreover, it was still uncertain what sequence those blueprints belonged to. Even if they were lost, so be it. However, this entire scene was keenly observed by Tong Yi. She furrowed her brow slightly, muttering with a hint of dissatisfaction, Humph, you just indulged them. Clearly, Tong Yi felt a twinge of jealousy at Lin Yi's affection and indulgence towards the little girls. Yet, it appeared that the little girls somehow sensed Tong Yi's change in emotion, and they playfully rushed towards her. In an instant, Tong Yi found herself surrounded by a flurry of soft, adorable little girls. Faced with these spirited little ones, any lingering displeasure within her quickly evaporated, ultimately succumbing to the irresistible charm of their playful antics. The disappearance of a secret realm was effortlessly brushed aside amid the delightful antics of a few little girls. In truth, with Lin Yi's intelligence, he ought to have deduced the underlying clues by now. Reflecting on the moment when the system had transported them out of the secret realm, it had explicitly mentioned that the disappearance was due to a severe depletion of energy within. Thus, it was not difficult to infer that the charming little girls must have caused quite a stir within the secret realm. After all, draining the immense energy contained within a secret realm is no trivial feat. On their journey back, Lin Yi, filled with a sense of trepidation, opened the attribute panel of the little girls. However, upon witnessing the astonishing energy reserve of nearly 50 million units displayed on the panel, he was rendered speechless despite having anticipated this outcome. It is worth noting that each unit of energy requires a full 5 units of food to obtain. Calculating this, that staggering 50 million units of energy translates to at least 250 million units of food. If these provisions were converted into gold coins, their value would be astonishingly high, rivaling the entirety of his previously accumulated wealth through arduous efforts during his novice phase. Even then, with the resourcefulness and clever tactics of the warehouse and market girls, they had managed to scrape together merely 1 billion gold coins. But now, in this mere secret realm, the humble residential loli astonishingly managed to achieve substantial gains, comparable to the formidable efforts of the warehouse loli and market loli throughout the entire novice period. How could one not be utterly astounded by such an outcome? When considered in this light, even if there were 10 secret realms, it would still be a worthwhile endeavor. Lin Yi's hands trembled slightly as he slowly moved his fingers to click the close button in the upper right corner of the panel. With a soft click, the panel vanished from the screen, yet the shock within his heart lingered, refusing to dissipate. His eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how that seemingly delicate and adorable residential loli could orchestrate and execute such a monumental scheme with such stealth. At that moment, Tong Yi, standing nearby, noticed Lin Yi's trembling body. Mistaking it for sorrow over losing the 2 precious blueprints, she hurried over, gently patting his shoulder and softly comforting him. Lin, don't be too upset. It's just 2 blueprints. If they're lost, they're lost. Moreover, as long as you haven't undergone an extraordinary transformation yet, if you patiently wait until your territory successfully ascends to a higher realm, you'll find that such ordinary sequence blueprints are as plentiful as the stars in the sky. What is truly rare are those special sequence blueprints that resonate with you, capable of unleashing your maximum potential. Hearing Tong Yi's heartfelt words, Lin Yi couldn't help but sneak a glance at her. However, internally, he was already elated, nearly bursting into laughter. For he alone understood that the total support Tong Yi had received amounted to a mere 100 million gold coins. Meanwhile, the residential loli had just claimed nearly 1 billion gold coins in energy reserves from the recently explored secret realm. If this astonishing figure were to reach Tong Yi's ears, one could only imagine the profound blow and shock it would deliver to her. With this thought, Lin Yi quickly pressed his lips together, forcefully stifling his amusement, deciding it prudent to withhold this information from Tong Yi for the time being. After all, sometimes harboring little secrets can be a source of joy. He could only feign a sigh of resignation while contemplating whether to offer Tong Yi some support, for after all, those who witness should share in the fortune. The energy consumed by the residential loli could not be reclaimed, but he was not lacking in gold coins. Perhaps he could extend some monetary assistance. Chapter 203, The Anomaly in the Territory. As Lin Yi made his way back, his pace slowed slightly, unable to resist glancing once more in the direction of the other cave entrances. Those dark, profound caverns loomed like enigmatic maws, concealing untold secrets awaiting revelation. A flicker of curiosity and impulsiveness surged within him, yet ultimately, reason prevailed. After much deliberation, he gritted his teeth and resolved to forego further exploration. Despite having rested through an entire night in this mysterious realm, those outside had not enjoyed a moment's respite. Moreover, the cave's interior was shrouded in dim light, rendering it impossible to ascertain how much time had truly passed within its depths. At this moment, a weary Lin Yi recognized that the residential Lolis were in dire need of rest to recuperate their energy. That was the immediate priority. As for the other unexplored caves, there would always be ample time for leisurely exploration. Entrusting this task to well-trained soldiers in the future would surely suffice. With this in mind, Lin Yi ceased to hesitate, resolutely turned, and called out, "Let us return to the territory." Before long, Lin Yi successfully rejoined the warehouse loli. She smiled gently, and as light flickered in her hands, a surge of powerful energy enveloped them. In the blink of an eye, they traversed countless distances, returning to their territory. In the days that followed, Lin Yi's territory restored its previous tranquil and harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, Fudina, once a noble princess, exhibited extraordinary talent and exceptional leadership skills. She managed the territory with remarkable order, handling various affairs with precision, leaving no room for criticism. Not only that, but even in Tong Yi's relatively smaller territory, Fudina, leveraging her keen insight and rich experience, offered numerous constructive suggestions that propelled Tong Yi's territory to flourishing heights. However, just as everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. An inexplicable and wondrous transformation began to unfold within the territory as time quietly slipped by. This place, once a mere ordinary blacksmith shop, had undergone such comprehensive modernization that it was no longer appropriate to refer to it as simply a blacksmith shop. Transformed entirely from its medieval appearance, it had rapidly evolved into a facility indistinguishable from a modern armory. Observing the artisan workshop, one could see a design reminiscent of private factories, yet distinct differences remained. Blacksmith shops often relied heavily on metal smelting, while artisan workshops placed greater emphasis on craftsmanship. The clang of forging echoed throughout the blacksmith shop, growing more intense. At that moment, the figures laboring within the blacksmith shop were exclusively charming robotic Lolis. Compared to the residential Lolis, this repetitive and precision-demanding work was evidently more suited for the robotic Lolis. The level of modernization in this blacksmith shop was astonishing, with most tasks successfully executed solely through advanced machinery. Nonetheless, a small fraction of roles remained irreplaceable by machines, necessitating human involvement. Thus, one could see some robotic Lolis diligently patrolling the shop, their vigilant gazes fixed upon every corner, leaving no room for complacency. In the spacious center of the blacksmith shop stood a colossal furnace, towering like a behemoth, constructed entirely from incredibly hard black rock. Its surface bore the mottled scars of time and the marks of smoke and fire. Undoubtedly, this was the heart of the entire blacksmith shop. Whether melting raw materials into liquid metal or tempering formed ironware, all critical processes relied upon this massive entity to initiate and complete. At that moment, a faint flame, barely perceptible, playfully peeked from the furnace's scorching edge. Cautiously, it surveyed its surroundings, especially avoiding the gaze of the industrious robotic loli, before daring to emerge from the furnace. This little flame, trailing a slender and flickering tail of fire, scurried across the blacksmith shop floor like a nimble little fox, darting toward a cozy nook in the corner. It turned out to be the resting place of the adorable blacksmith Loli, where she would retreat for a brief respite when weary or enjoy a meal to replenish her energy. Upon the successful infiltration of the compartment, the little flame exhaled a long sigh, as if it had accomplished a Herculean task. It then crept along the wall stealthily, akin to a sly little mouse, and quietly ascended onto the wooden table within the room. Astonishingly, despite the flame's passage, the table bore no marks of scorching. Its surface remained smooth and pristine, with the wood grain vividly discernible. The little flame meandered across the table, seemingly in search of something of paramount importance. Suddenly, it appeared to have discovered its elusive target, and in an instant, its entire form swelled dramatically, expanding by a whole circumference. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it seemed to sense impending danger and swiftly contracted back to its original size, fearing that its fleeting anomaly might be detected. After casting a wary glance around, the flame suddenly leapt. Its objective was revealed to be the lunchbox of the blacksmith girl. Just as the flame was about to plunge into the lunchbox, a small hand emerged, firmly grasping it. "Got you." Following this, the beaming face of the blacksmith girl appeared before the little flame. "I wondered why my lunchbox suddenly became so clean. It turns out there was a little mouse." The blacksmith girl gazed at the flame in her hand with an expression of familiarity. The little flame struggled in her grasp, a spark cascading from its form. In an instant, a flicker of flame erupted from the lunchbox. Though the fire was ephemeral, the lunchbox remained unscathed, with only the remnants of its contents having vanished. Soon after, the flame in the blacksmith girl's hand dimmed abruptly, dissipating like a candle extinguished by the wind. The tail of the little flame also vanished swiftly, and within the furnace, the temperature of the flames seemed to rise. Chapter 204, Meeting the Parents? The peculiarities occurring in the blacksmith shop were not isolated incidents. At this moment, within Lin Yi's domain, anomalies were manifesting to varying degrees elsewhere. For instance, a doll crafted by the seamstress girl unexpectedly blinked, and at night, sounds of labor emerged from the craftsman's workshop. Of course, Lin Yi was entirely oblivious to these events, having entrusted all matters to Fudina. After all, Fudina was remarkably efficient. Now, situated in this lower-tier world, little else aside from the secret realms that yielded blueprints could pique his interest. Everything else seemed utterly mundane. Outwardly, a cadre of charming, yet fiercely tenacious little girls thrived along the borders. They were akin to ravenous wolves and ferocious tigers, launching merciless assaults on any foreign territory they encountered, leaving no survivors in their wake and swiftly obliterating their foes. Meanwhile, within the confines of the territory, Fudina exhibited extraordinary leadership skills. She managed affairs with impeccable organization, ensuring that the entire domain operated smoothly and flourished. In light of such outstanding management, even if Lin Yi wished to intervene, he would find himself at a loss. Thus, his daily life had become quite leisurely. He began by spending delightful moments with the gentle and adorable Tong Yi, followed by patiently awaiting the progress of various research endeavors. Perhaps influenced by her surroundings, Tong Yi started mirroring Lin Yi, entrusting the majority of the territory's affairs to Fudina. However, the reason she could not relinquish all responsibilities was that Fudina was not her hero. Certain authoritative boundaries remained unbreachable. Nevertheless, thanks to Fudina and a group of little girls working in unison, Tong Yi's territory continued to advance with astonishing speed, quickly rising to a position of dominance in the surrounding regions. Consequently, Tong Yi naturally found herself with more ample time to indulge in the sweetness and warmth of her companionship with Lin Yi. At this moment, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air as Tong Yi and Lin Yi strolled side by side across the vast expanse of Lin Yi's domain. In stark contrast to Tong Yi's rugged and mysterious territory, imbued with the essence of ancient tribes, Lin Yi's land radiated modernity, adorned with towering buildings, wide and smooth roads, and an array of advanced facilities, undoubtedly a more suitable place for leisure and play. However, today, Tong Yi appeared somewhat uncharacteristic. Since stepping into this territory, she had remained silent, occasionally glancing at Lin Yi, her eyes betraying an ineffable emotion, as if she had a multitude of words to express. Yet each time the words hovered on the tip of her tongue, she swallowed them back. This struggle between wanting to speak and holding back was palpable to Lin Yi, stirring concern within him. "Sigh, I say, what on earth is troubling you? You seem so distracted. It's as if your heart has flown away." Lin Yi halted his steps, bending slightly to affectionately pat Tong Yi's little head. His eyes, deep as a tranquil pool, focused intently on the girl who captivated him, attempting to glean some clue from her changing expressions. At his inquiry, Tong Yi snapped back to reality, instinctively patting her rosy cheeks, and playfully protested, "Huh? Is it that obvious? I thought I was hiding it quite well." Despite her words, the intricate expressions on her face revealed her inner turmoil. Tong Yi gazed at Lin Yi with a mixture of emotions, as if she were embroiled in an intense internal conflict. As moments slipped by, just as Lin Yi was about to lose patience and press for answers, she finally inhaled deeply, as if steeling herself for a pivotal moment, and slowly began to speak. "Lin Yi." Her voice was barely above a whisper, trembling slightly. She gently tugged at the sleeve of his garment, applying a bit more force, as though this act would bolster her courage. "Yes? What is it? Have you encountered some trouble that requires my assistance?" Lin Yi raised an eyebrow with keen interest, awaiting her next words. "There is something." Tong Yi's voice was as faint as a whispering mosquito, nearly inaudible if one were not to listen closely. "Have you considered returning to the real world recently?" she inquired, summoning her courage. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly. Return to the real world? Could it be that Tong Yi had grown weary of the lordly realm and longed to return to the real world for a respite? It was not an implausible notion. After all, while the lordly world was rife with challenges and adventures, it offered scant opportunities for entertainment or leisure. Having spent such a considerable time here, it was only natural for Tong Yi to feel restless. In contrast, Lin Yi himself had not returned since his initial foray into the real world during his novice phase, which seemed somewhat unusual. Truth be told, he harbored little nostalgia for the real world. However, if Tong Yi genuinely yearned to revisit it, he would certainly accompany her without hesitation. Thus, Lin Yi nodded in affirmation without a moment's doubt. "If you wish to return to the mortal realm for a while, that is entirely feasible. I can accompany you back." Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Tong Yi suddenly bit her lip and playfully glared at Lin Yi. Faced with Lin Yi's expression of utter confusion, she hesitated for a moment before finally parting her lips to speak. "That's not it. I'm not a child anymore. I wouldn't be so frivolous. The truth is, my parents seem to be aware of your existence and wish to meet you in person." "You want your parents to meet me?" This revelation struck Lin Yi like a thunderclap, rendering him as motionless as a statue. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts raced through his mind, leaving him disoriented and overwhelmed. Meeting the parents? How could this be happening so suddenly? Isn't this progressing a bit too quickly? I'm utterly unprepared. A tide of worries and doubts surged within him, threatening to engulf him. "Why are you so surprised?" Tong Yi chided lightly, casting him a reproachful glance, as if admonishing him for being overly dramatic. "It's just a meeting. Why are you so anxious?" She offered a gentle laugh to reassure him, but Lin Yi found it difficult to share her ease. After all, this was a meeting with the parents, a first-time experience in his life. How could it not make one feel uneasy? It's not that," Lin Yi stammered, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Despite having lived 2 lives, he still felt a sense of inadequacy in the face of such an important occasion. At that moment, his thoughts involuntarily drifted to the melodramatic scenarios he had witnessed in various soap operas. Upon entering, the parents would coldly hurl a stack of cash, declaring, "Take this money and leave my daughter." Or they might adopt an arrogant demeanor, asserting that the two were ill-suited for each other due to their differing backgrounds. It must be said that such concerns were not entirely unfounded. Lin Yi had some understanding of Tong Yi's family circumstances. The substantial resources provided to her even in a lower-tier world indicated a powerful family backing. Given his current capabilities and background, he could not guarantee that such scenarios would not unfold in reality. Chapter 205, an upcoming meeting with the parents. Is that really the case? Tong Yi's large, glistening eyes blinked rapidly as she fixed her gaze upon Lin Yi. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with realization, and a look of enlightenment graced her face. You can't possibly think my parents are the kind who are overly concerned with power and wealth, looking down on others, right? Are you worried they might oppose our relationship for that reason? She asked forthrightly. Isn't it so? Lin Yi replied somewhat sheepishly, scratching his head and speaking softly. I'm just an ordinary person with neither a solid background nor remarkable abilities. Do you think your parents would look down on me when they meet me? As he spoke, he lowered his gaze slightly. Hearing this, Tong Yi's expression shifted to one of displeasure, her lips pursed. Who says you lack ability? Please don't dismiss yourself so easily. She extended her hand toward Lin Yi's domain in the distance, pointing as she continued. Look at your territory. It's formidable even in a lower-tier world. Once we ascend to a higher realm, it will undoubtedly flourish even more, reaching greater heights. With such achievements, who could dare claim you lack capability? At this point, Tong Yi paused, her tone turning serious. Moreover, backgrounds are not what truly matters. What is most significant is your innate talent, which is quite impressive. After saying this, she suddenly withdrew her smile, her expression grave as she gazed deeply into Lin Yi's eyes. In fact, if we're evaluating purely based on talent, I'd say I'm the one benefiting greatly. Tong Yi added seriously. Is talent also a merit? Upon hearing Tong Yi's unwavering assurance, Lin Yi's heart, which had previously been plagued by anxiety, found solace and settled into a calm. Indeed, if Tong Yi could express such confidence, then the situation must not be as dire as he feared. Regardless, Lin Yi had already resolved in his heart. He was determined to win Tong Yi, come what may. Though he currently felt a disparity compared to her, he would exert every effort and relentlessly strive for self-improvement until he could truly match her. With this thought, Lin Yi felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him, as if he were filled with boundless vitality. He could hardly contain his eagerness to hasten to meet Tong Yi's parents, determined to solidify their relationship without delay. Thus, he eagerly inquired, when will your parents be available? This way, I can prepare myself for the visit. Tong Yi, observing the impatience radiating from him, couldn't help but chuckle. She gently raised her fist and playfully tapped Lin Yi on the shoulder, teasingly saying, "Oh dear, look at your eagerness. Why are you suddenly in such a rush?" As she spoke, her stunning face flushed with a rosy hue reminiscent of a beautiful sunset. After calming herself, Tong Yi continued, "But we can't rush this. I must first return home and discuss it with them, right? As for the specific timing, let us set it for 3 days from now. At this time, we will return to the mortal realm together, and I'll come to find you then." Lin Yi readily agreed to Tong Yi's proposal, nodding in affirmation. All right, that sounds perfect. Indeed, matters of this significance could not be taken lightly. It was inappropriate to visit without any knowledge of her family's situation. After all, making a favorable first impression on her parents was of utmost importance. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this brief period, Lin Yi diligently prepared for the upcoming meeting, leveraging Tong Yi as a crucial resource. Both her father and she had chosen the harmonious path within the magical sequence, while her mother, in stark contrast, followed an elemental route. According to Tong Yi, her parents had met and fallen in love in the enigmatic mid-tier world. Together, they had faced numerous hardships and perilous trials before finally achieving a blissful union. Surprisingly, Tong Yi's mother did not hail from a prestigious family. She, like Lin Yi, was an orphan. However, there were subtle distinctions. Her parents had once been officially recognized as nobles, but unfortunately, they had succumbed to defeat in the treacherous lordly world long ago. It is worth noting that orphans who have lost parental protection are not uncommon in today's society. There are countless such individuals. After all, the lordly world is hardly a carefree paradise. It is fraught with dangers, where a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Due to the unforgiving nature of the Lord's world, the reality necessitated the implementation of a system known as public support, wherein the elderly may not receive comprehensive care, but the youth are assured proper upbringing. Take Lin Yi, for instance. Prior to reaching adulthood, all his daily expenses were fully covered by the government. While he may not have always had his fill, he certainly would not starve. The death of a minor in the current world is indeed a significant event, as lords themselves often emerge from the ranks of the young. Had it not been for Lin Yi's efforts in transporting books to earn some living expenses, he would not have enjoyed a relatively comfortable life. As dawn broke, the sun rose, casting its golden rays upon the earth and bestowing a touch of warmth and vitality upon the world. Tong Yi set out early on her journey to Lin Yi's territory, her steps brisk and her heart brimming with anticipation and excitement. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was already waiting at the designated spot. Upon seeing Tong Yi's figure approaching, a smile graced his face. After their successful rendezvous, they did not linger but commenced their journey back to the current world together. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere grew somewhat delicate. Noticing Lin Yi's slight tension, Tong Yi took the initiative to offer words of comfort. Lin Yi, don't be too nervous. My parents are truly wonderful people. They are undoubtedly kind-hearted. As she spoke, she gently reached out to grasp Lin Yi's hand, hoping to convey a sense of reassurance. Hastily, Lin Yi shook his head in denial. I'm not nervous. I'm merely contemplating whether I should prepare a gift for your parents to express my sincerity. In truth, Lin Yi had risen early with the intention of returning to the current world to carefully select a suitable present for Tong Yi's parents. However, Tong Yi firmly disagreed with his idea. Don't trouble yourself. My parents mostly reside in the Lord's world and seldom return to the current realm. They only accompany me when I go back, she explained, waving her hand dismissively. Now that I have become a lord myself, it may be several months, or even longer, before our family can return to the current world again. Thus, there is really no need to prepare any gifts. Chapter 206, Meeting the Parents. Lin Yi pondered this carefully and conceded that she was indeed correct. After all, as they had now become lords, items from the current world held little practical value for them, and they would not be spending much time there in the future. Therefore, meticulously preparing gifts seemed somewhat superfluous and futile. However, the thought of arriving empty-handed felt rather inappropriate, as it could be perceived as disrespectful. Just as Lin Yi wrestled with this dilemma, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Tong Yi beside him. In an instant, a rather absurd notion flashed through his mind like lightning. What if he brought something reminiscent of an ultrasound image from his past life as a gift? From a certain perspective, that could at least signify he had not arrived completely empty-handed. Yet, moments later, he swiftly quashed this preposterous idea. Though he entertained it momentarily, the prospect of actually executing such a plan was an entirely different matter. It was merely a jest, a humorous thought, while it was harmless to ponder. The potential consequences of acting upon it were unimaginable. Given his current status as an ordinary human, he undoubtedly would not face a favorable outcome. As Lin Yi sunk deeper into contemplation, a voice suddenly called out, "We've arrived. Hurry and get out." It turned out that during his musings, the carriage had already come to a steady halt in front of an expansive villa. Tong Yi opened the car door and beckoned him to disembark. Lin Yi ceased his reflections and stood before the magnificent villa. The structure sprawled over 1,000 square meters, its grandeur truly astonishing. A meticulously cultivated garden adorned the entrance, bursting with vibrant, fragrant flowers, each vying for attention in a breathtaking display. From a distance, the villa resembled a dreamlike castle, exuding an unparalleled air of opulence. Filled with joy, Tong Yi took Lin Yi's hand and eagerly approached the exquisite doorbell. However, just as her finger brushed against the button, Lin Yi suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. "Wait, I'm not mentally prepared yet," he exclaimed, a sheen of perspiration forming on his brow. Tong Yi turned her head, casting him a reproachful glance. "Oh, we're already at the doorstep. Why are you saying you're not ready now? It's too late." With that, she playfully pinched the back of his hand. At that moment, a soft click resonated as the opulent door of the villa began to swing open. A middle-aged woman clad in elegant loungewear appeared before them, her expression brightening upon seeing the two. It's the young lady and her beau. I didn't expect you to return so early. The master and mistress were speculating that you might arrive later," she said with a warm, amiable tone. Tong Yi felt a slight blush rise in her cheeks as she shyly greeted the woman. "Hello, Aunt Wu." Then, gesturing towards the somewhat flustered Lin Yi, she introduced. "Aunt Wu, this is my boyfriend. I brought him here today to meet my parents." Upon hearing Tong Yi's words, Aunt Wu's face lit up with a radiant smile as she scrutinized Lin Yi closely, nodding in approval. What a handsome young man." Lin Yi, recognizing the cue, politely echoed, "Hello, Aunt Wu." This greeting elicited even more joy from her, her round face nearly transforming into a full moon with delight. With a sprightly step, she moved aside, graciously inviting the pair into the house. Once they were seated, she promptly served the meticulously prepared tea and exquisite snacks, placing them gently on the table. "Please, take your time. I'll go inform the master and mistress," she said softly. Just as she was about to depart, lively footsteps echoed from upstairs, accompanied by a melodious and gentle voice that floated down. "No need to trouble yourself, Aunt Wu. We've arrived." Lin Yi looked up to see a graceful young woman descending the staircase. She bore a striking resemblance to Tong Yi, yet stood taller, appearing only slightly older. Accompanying her was a young man of similar age, whose features were notably unique, sporting emerald green hair and pointed ears akin to Tong Yi's. Before long, the pair stood before Lin Yi and Tong Yi, leisurely taking their seats across from them, their eyes scrutinizing the couple with unabashed curiosity. After a brief moment, the woman smiled gently and addressed Aunt Wu, saying, "Aunt Wu, we would like to have lunch at home today. Could you please go out and buy some groceries?" Aunt Wu immediately complied and took her leave, understanding that her presence would soon be unwelcome. The woman's gaze continuously flickered towards Lin Yi, and upon noticing the two holding hands, she suddenly smiled with a hint of intrigue. "Surely, this must be Lin Yi? I have often heard your name from our dear Yi." Although the speaker wore a smile, there was an enigmatic quality to it, making it hard to discern her true intentions. At that moment, Lin Yi's palms were already drenched in sweat, and his heart raced as if it were about to burst from his chest. The cause was none other than the exceedingly unfriendly gaze from Tong Yi's father, which pierced through him like a sharp blade, as if it could rend him limb from limb at any moment. Sensing Lin Yi's palpable anxiety, Tong Yi's mother subtly nudged her husband. However, Tong Yi's father merely snorted in disdain, expressing his profound dissatisfaction before reluctantly shifting his gaze elsewhere. Observing this scene, Lin Yi pondered to himself. This was a stark contrast to the amiable and reasonable father that Tong Yi had previously described. There was not a shred of friendliness to be found. When that suffocating gaze finally vanished, Lin Yi felt an immense sense of relief wash over him, and his taut nerves began to ease. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and, summoning his courage, raised his head to quickly glance at Tong Yi's parents before hastily lowering it again, deliberately assuming a humble posture as he respectfully said, "Uncle, Aunt, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Lin Yi." At that moment, Tong Yi, who had been watching the unfolding situation, could no longer contain her impatience. With her lips pouting and a look of playful indignation on her face, she protested, "Dad, Mom, how can you treat him this way? You mustn't bully him anymore." Chapter 207, A 2-Year Tale. Tong Yi's mother instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent shapes, playfully teasing, "Oh, look at you two. You've barely just begun, and already you're protective." With that, she winked at Tong Yi, her expression utterly charming. Tong Yi's face flushed crimson, and she looked down in silence. Meanwhile, Tong Yi's father wore an expression of displeasure. He huffed disdainfully, his gaze like icy arrows directed at the hands tightly clasped together. He felt a surge of frustration as he contemplated the thought of his precious daughter, raised with such care for 18 years, being whisked away by an insufferable brat. His temper flared, nearly igniting into a blaze. How rude of this young man to arrive empty-handed as a guest. With a stern face, Tong's father reprimanded, "Honestly, what kind of manners are these? You come to our home and don't even bring a token of appreciation?" In truth, the family had no need for gifts, and Lin Yi's offerings were of little consequence. However, he wanted to use this opportunity to make it clear to the oblivious youth that winning his beloved daughter would not come easily. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's heart sank, realizing he had made a grave error. I should have heeded Tong Yi's advice and prepared a gift beforehand for this visit. Now, being caught off guard by my future father-in-law is indeed quite embarrassing. However, it was too late for regrets. He needed to think of a way to make amends quickly. Just as he racked his brain for a solution, Tong Yi's mother stepped in without hesitation to alleviate his predicament. She gently patted her husband's shoulder and admonished, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Then, turning to Lin Yi, she spoke softly, "Dear Yi, please don't take it to heart. What matters most is that we are all together and enjoying each other's company. Even if you had brought something, we wouldn't need it. It would only go to waste. So, as long as you are here, that brings me great joy." Lin Yi seized the opportunity to express his gratitude, saying, "I apologize, uncle and aunt, for my oversight in not bringing a gift to visit you. I assure you, I will make it up next time. Please trust me." He then bowed deeply, demonstrating his sincerity. Tong's father responded with a discontented grunt, turning away and refusing to look at Lin Yi again. Clearly, he was not pleased with Lin Yi's performance. In stark contrast, Tong's mother beamed with delight, her eyes scanning Lin Yi with increasing approval. It must be said that Lin Yi was quite striking in appearance. Having lived a life of privilege and indulged in the finest provisions, he had cultivated an alluring presence, exuding charm and sophistication. Judging solely by his looks, Lin Yi was undeniably an attractive young man. However, for Tong's mother, while appearance held significance, it was ultimately Tong Yi's opinion of Lin Yi that mattered most. After all, Tong Yi had often extolled Lin Yi's virtues to her mother, her sweet words like a gentle breeze that had left a lasting impression. Tong's mother smiled and remarked, Lin Yi, you and our E have been together for 2 whole years, yet this is your first visit today. You should have come sooner so I could get to know you better. But then again, this also shows you are a sensible and respectful young man. After all, not many young people these days can maintain a relationship for 2 years. And importantly, you've managed to uphold your principles. At this point, Tong's mother couldn't help but chuckle, her laughter filled with warmth and joy. Wait, 2 years? Lin Yi exclaimed, his face reflecting astonishment as he swiftly turned to Tong Yi, his eyes piercing with inquiry. At that moment, Tong Yi resembled a startled rabbit, flustered and scrambling. She leaped towards her mother, covering her mouth with her hands to stifle the impending revelation, then quickly turned to Lin Yi, her eyes wide with panic. Let me explain. This is truly just a misunderstanding. Tong Yi stammered, her face flushed with embarrassment. What misunderstanding could there be? What is there to misunderstand? Tong's mother replied. Her demeanor relaxed as she brushed aside Tong Yi's hands. Her eyes filled with curiosity as she pondered, why is this girl acting so strangely today? Mom, please don't say such things. There's no relationship whatsoever. I've only mentioned Lin Yi's name once or twice. Tong Yi was both mortified and exasperated, wishing she could vanish into thin air. Goodness, what was her mother thinking, revealing such information? Such matters should never be spoken of so casually. This was utterly mortifying. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, upon hearing this exchange, was first taken aback, then suddenly enlightened, as if a veil had been lifted from his understanding. Subsequently, he cast a glance at Tong Yi, and unbeknownst to him, a hint of uncontainable delight flickered in his eyes. Ah, how intriguing. It seems this fellow harbored ulterior motives towards me 2 years ago. Back then, Tong Yi was merely 16 years of age. Although in this world, the notion of early romance is non-existent. It is generally accepted that one should wait until the age of 18 before embarking on such affairs. After all, 18 is a significant watershed in life. Auntie, to clarify, I only began officially courting Yi after I had navigated my novice phase. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, summoning his courage to explain to Tong's mother. However, upon uttering these words, Tong Yi felt her face flush with heat, as though she had been publicly slapped multiple times, instantly engulfed in a wave of mortification. As for Tong's mother, her mouth fell agape in astonishment, unable to close for a considerable time, her eyes wide as saucers. Standing beside them, Tong's father, who had initially worn a stern expression, displayed a look of disbelief upon hearing this, quickly followed by an overwhelming sense of heartache. Internally, he lamented, well, it turns out my daughter was the one who took the initiative. This disappointing daughter is truly beyond redemption. Muttering about how they had only recently begun dating, Tong's mother softly murmured, her gaze slowly shifting towards Tong Yi, with an expression that resembled one who is observing a pile of worthless refuse. Unable to endure such a gaze any longer, Tong Yi felt a tempest of anger and humiliation rising within her, on the verge of tears. The cold disdain emanating from her mother was unbearable, and even more despairing was the sight of her father, who appeared thoroughly disheartened. In that moment, Tong Yi's heart brimmed with resentment, directed solely at Lin Yi. It's all your fault, you foolish Lin Yi. Couldn't you have concealed it just a bit? Must you be so earnest at this critical juncture? Now, it seems I cannot remain in this world any longer. Chapter 208. Good news, no need to check the household registration, for it has already been verified. Cough cough. Tong's mother cleared her throat, deliberately coughing twice, before her gaze flitted away from the awkward topic at hand. By now, she had come to understand why Tong Yi had been so eager to prevent her from probing further. The crux of the matter lay therein. She then redirected her attention back to Lin Yi, completely disregarding the now smoldering dynamic between father and daughter. With a smile gracing her lips, she kindly inquired, Little Yi, I've heard from Yi that you've been quite helpful to her in that lower-tier world. Moreover, it is said that your territorial combat prowess is exceptional, filled with powerful units equivalent to heroic levels. Is this due to some special talent you possess? In truth, Tong Yi's parents, equipped with their own strength and means, had long since investigated Lin Yi's background and past. They were well aware that Lin Yi was an orphan who had lost his parents at a young age. However, the intricate details of his experiences after stepping into the realm of lords remained the only aspect they had yet to fully comprehend. Yet, through the limited descriptions provided by Tong Yi previously, they had managed to piece together a rough idea. While talents often reside in the most clandestine recesses of one's being and are typically not to be pried into casually, given the seemingly solidified relationship between Lin Yi and their daughter, the parents naturally wished to gain a deeper understanding of this future son-in-law's true circumstances. After a brief contemplation regarding his own talents, Lin Yi resolutely decided to lay everything bare before them. It was not out of a lack of caution, but rather that he had pondered this matter thoroughly beforehand. After all, Even he himself was somewhat bewildered by his own talent, possessing only a fragmented understanding. He reasoned that revealing it should not precipitate any dire consequences. Moreover, given that he stood before the parents of Tong Yi, how could they possibly wish him harm? Thus, sharing these details would not only leave a favorable impression of honesty in the eyes of Tong Yi's parents, but could potentially earn him additional points in their regard. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi began, "Indeed, Auntie, regarding my talent yet." Even as he spoke, Lin Yi left himself a backdoor, opting not to divulge every single talent in one fell swoop. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided to share only his first talent with Tong Yi's parents, keeping the second talent concealed as a trump card for a crucial moment. Besides, with the extensive experience and insight of Tong Yi's parents, they might indeed assist him in gaining a more profound understanding and mastery of his abilities. Unexpectedly, however, upon hearing Lin Yi's detailed account of his talent, Tong Yi's parents both furrowed their brows in unison. Even Tong Yi herself, until that moment, had never fully grasped the nature of Lin Yi's talent. As Lin Yi concluded his narrative, the vague questions that had lingered in her mind suddenly crystallized into clarity. So, this was what his talent entailed. As Lin Yi's gaze inadvertently swept across the faces of Tong Yi's parents, he noticed their brows knitted together, their expressions betraying an ineffable sentiment. A wave of confusion washed over Lin Yi, prompting him to ask, "Uncle, Auntie, is there something amiss with my talent?" At that moment, a wave of tension enveloped him, for he was acutely aware that his talent was indeed rather unconventional. At the very least, it bore no resemblance to the common talents he could have selected during his earlier simulations. It could be said to be worlds apart, completely distinct. Just then, as if emerging from deep contemplation, Tong Yi's parents exchanged a quick glance before turning their attention back to Lin Yi. However, when Lin Yi met their gaze, he found an indescribable peculiarity shimmering within their eyes. Then, Tong's father spoke with a serious tone, "The issue at hand is indeed quite significant." Following that, Tong's mother turned her gaze toward her daughter, Tong Yi, and gently instructed, "Yi, why don't you describe your talent situation to everyone?" Upon hearing her mother's words, Tong Yi's expression faltered, and with a playful pout, she hesitated, responding, "Oh dear, that might not be very appropriate." Seeing this, Tong's mother shot her an exasperated glare, reproaching, "What is inappropriate about it? Lin Yi has been forthright. Given the closeness between you two, sharing your respective talents would greatly benefit your future collaboration." Prompted by her mother's insistence, Tong Yi appeared somewhat helpless, yet ultimately sighed softly and nodded in agreement. All right then. Having been an orphan since childhood, Lin Yi had no one to guide him, and having endured the trials of his previous life, his mind was well formed. Thus, for Lin Yi, his talent was like a precious secret weapon, deeply concealed and invaluable. In this world, revealing one's innate talents is akin to publicly shedding one's garments. It is an act of profound intimacy that must be approached with utmost caution. While Lin Yi is unabashedly forthright in expressing his thoughts, Tong Yi's mindset aligns with that of the majority in this realm. Had they not already established a romantic bond, Tong Yi would never have divulged even a whisper of her abilities. It is as if she thinks, "I shall not take the initiative. Yet I cannot control the interpretations you derive." Those familiar with such sentiments will undoubtedly resonate with this notion. With a delicate motion, Tong Yi gracefully waved her hand, instantly unveiling her personal enigmatic panel. However, in the realm of reality, the true visage of this panel remains visible solely to her. "My talent is that of the child of nature," she softly declared, the sparse description displayed upon the panel only reflecting a few earnest blessings from the natural world. Lin Yi awaited further elaboration with bated breath, eager for Tong Yi to share more intricate details about her gift. As moments ticked by, witnessing her brief utterance abruptly cease, Lin Yi could no longer contain his rising impatience, nearly losing his composure. "Is that all?" Lin Yi inquired, bewilderment etched across his face. "Indeed, that is all," Tong Yi affirmed with a nod. Chapter 209. Lin Yi's uniqueness. Lin Yi could hardly contain himself. His eyes widened, and his mouth hung agape, an expression of incredulity dominating his features. "Is it true that your so-called talent is encapsulated in merely a handful of words? This is far too casual, too frivolous," he exclaimed, his voice rife with dissatisfaction and skepticism. At that moment, Tong Yi's parents simultaneously directed their curious and scrutinizing gazes toward Lin Yi, seemingly eager to discern something about this young man. "Now, you should comprehend just how extraordinary your talent truly is," Tong Yi's father spoke slowly, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Lin Yi instinctively nodded, but soon a look of confusion crossed his face as a thought struck him. "Wait, I have played those simulation games before, and the descriptions of talents were not like this. In those games, talents are first given a name, followed by a detailed account of their effects. Even the percentage increases in attributes are clearly displayed. How can the talents in reality differ so drastically from those in simulation games? Is it possible that only my talent is so peculiar? As he pondered, Lin Yi furrowed his brow, his mind awash with perplexity. Hearing his words, Tong Yi rolled her eyes and retorted, "Come on. You must realize that it is merely a simulation. True talent cannot be so simply and transparently presented as in a game. According to conventional wisdom, once a talent is successfully awakened, the master should naturally discern the specific effects of their abilities. Thus, the talent panel typically displays only a succinct summary. However, the notion of a simulation is an entirely different matter. The subtle feelings that cannot be articulated cannot be reproduced through practical operation, necessitating the use of text to attempt an explanation. My goodness, who would have thought you would be so unique? Not only are you entirely unaware of your talent's effects, but, at this point, Tong Yi involuntarily swallowed hard, a flicker of fear crossing her features, her voice trembling slightly. Based on your earlier description, it is highly likely that your talent has not yet fully awakened. Upon hearing this, Tong Yi's parents nodded vigorously in agreement. After exchanging a glance, they turned their attention back to the astonished young man before them, simultaneously inquiring, "So now, do you understand just how special you are?" A thunderous sound erupted, akin to a bolt of lightning striking Lin Yi's consciousness. In an instant, he felt as if he had been struck by a thunderclap, left in a state of shock and disbelief. Could it be that my inability to understand the effects of my talent is due to the fact that it has not yet completed its awakening process? As this realization dawned on him, Lin Yi hesitantly extended his hand, slowly unveiling his personal panel, fixating his gaze upon the section denoting his talent attributes. Shame Lotus King. 1. All things may be Lotus. 2. Bewitching Lighthouse. 3. Fortune follows misfortune. 4. Unawakened. Past shadows. 1. Former glory. 2. Slumbering ruins. 3. Noble soul. 4. Unawakened. It appears that to truly comprehend the effects of my talent, I must continue to upgrade the Lord's Hall. I wonder if reaching the highest level will unveil the effects of my talent. The maximum level of the Lord's Hall is 100. A fact already imparted in our teachings. It remains uncertain whether it can surpass this threshold. Tong Yi's parents exchanged a knowing glance, sparks of excitement flickering between them as they perceived an unmistakable glimmer of astonishment in each other's eyes. This son-in-law appears to be genuinely extraordinary. Both were simultaneously struck by the thought that, set aside other considerations, this remarkable talent, if he could ascend smoothly to the higher realms, would surely allow him to carve out his niche in some domain. Furthermore, perhaps he possesses the capacity to alter humanity as current plight, guiding the masses toward a new journey. Yet, all these splendid aspirations hinge upon a crucial condition. He must not falter along the way. After all, in this world brimming with uncertainties and challenges, only those geniuses who endure hardships and continue to thrive merit the title of true genius. At this moment, an uncanny and unsettling silence enveloped the scene. Tong Yi's parents silently reveled in their daughter's discerning eye, while Tong Yi herself remained oblivious to Lin Yi's invaluable potential, even wearing an expression tinged with schadenfreude regarding the situation. As for Lin Yi, he stood in a daze, staring at the gradual revelation of his talent, increasingly engulfed in confusion and uncertainty. What on earth is happening? Lin Yi inwardly lamented. Awakening a talent is actually segmented into different stages. Why can't it all be awakened at once? It has left him knowing merely the first effect of the first talent. Such convoluted and cryptic behavior is utterly confounding. At that moment, a faint sound emerged from the door, reminiscent of a key turning in a lock. Subsequently, the door creaked open, revealing Aunt Wu, who had gone out for groceries, stepping into view. Upon entering, she held 2 bags brimming with an assortment of fresh vegetables and meats, her visage adorned with a warm and welcoming smile. "Sir, Madam, Miss, Son-in-law." Aunt Wu greeted everyone enthusiastically as she stepped through the door. However, as she entered the living room, she immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere of silence permeating the air. Nevertheless, being a perceptive individual, Aunt Wu merely smiled and nodded before swiftly turning towards the kitchen, making an effort not to disturb the others. With her arrival and subsequent departure, the once stagnant silence was finally shattered. It was as if everyone present had awakened from a dream, gradually returning to reality. Tong's mother was the first to regain her composure, realizing that the somewhat awkward and sensitive topic previously discussed was no longer appropriate. Thus, she decisively stood up, her face once again radiating warmth and kindness. "Xiao Yi, this must be your first time visiting our home, right? Today, you shall have the pleasure of tasting my culinary skills." As she spoke, she approached Lin Yi, her eyes filled with anticipation and hospitality. Simultaneously, Tong's father grasped his wife's intention and subtly softened his earlier somewhat aloof demeanor towards Lin Yi. Tong's mother gently pulled the young girl, Tong Yi, who was seated beside her, and exchanged a knowing glance with Tong's father. Their tacit understanding required no verbal communication. Yi, it has been ages since we last savored your exquisite culinary talents. With Xiao Yi here, you must showcase your skills, Tong's mother said with a smile. However, Tong Yi appeared utterly astonished, evidently taken aback by her mother's sudden suggestion. I'm not. Just as Tong Yi attempted to explain herself, her mother abruptly seized her hand and briskly pulled her towards the kitchen, leaving no room for argument. Chapter 210. How far have we progressed? As soon as Tong's mother and Tong Yi stepped out of the room, an immediate stillness enveloped the house, as if time had come to a standstill. With only Lin Yi and Tong's father exchanging glances, the atmosphere grew heavy, rendering it somewhat oppressive. However, this silence did not endure for long. Suddenly, Tong's father rose abruptly from his seat, his gaze piercing as it swept over Lin Yi. His eyes were sharp and profound, as if capable of unraveling all secrets. Then, in a deep and serious tone, he declared, "Kid, come with me to the study. We need to clarify some matters today." Lin Yi's heart raced at those words, and he dared not show any semblance of delay, hastily following after him. He pondered internally, recognizing that Tong's father's actions were undoubtedly serious and likely pertained to the relationship between him and Tong Yi. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his composure. The study, located on the second floor, was far removed from the bustling kitchen below, exuding an air of tranquility. Upon entering the study, Tong's father wasted no time and directly approached the leather sofa beside the desk, seating himself with a casual demeanor. Lin Yi hesitated momentarily before cautiously taking a seat across from him. Although Tong's father's attitude had slightly softened, it was merely a fraction. From the scrutinizing gaze of Tong's father, it was evident that he still regarded Lin Yi as a potential threat, akin to a thief coveting his precious daughter. Tong's father fixed his unwavering gaze upon Lin Yi, examining him from head to toe, leaving no detail unnoticed. The sensation of being so closely observed made Lin Yi exceedingly uncomfortable, yet he could only suppress his unease and strive to appear calm and collected. In that moment, Tong's father unexpectedly posed a question. "Kid, tell me honestly, how far have you and my daughter progressed?" Taken aback by this direct inquiry, Lin Yi's mouth fell slightly agape, his expression one of shock. He had not anticipated Tong's father to be so forthright and unreserved in addressing the matter, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Was this truly a question a father ought to ask? We've only just begun, we're not at that stage yet. Seeing Lin Yi feigning ignorance, Tong's father grew increasingly agitated, furrowing his brow and emphatically tapping the table with his fingers, producing a sharp, resonant sound. His expression darkened as he spoke with evident displeasure. "Enough. I have no interest in meddling in the affairs of you young folks. However, I must earnestly caution you, regardless of how far you've come, under no circumstances are you allowed to cause any fatalities before undergoing the extraordinary transformation. Otherwise, you will regret it in the future." Without allowing Lin Yi a moment to respond, Tong's father suddenly produced a yellowed blueprint from his pocket, as if it had been prepared in advance, and tossed it towards Lin Yi. "Humph, since my precious daughter has already accepted you, do not be foolish enough to let her down. Furthermore, I am aware that the sequence you have chosen is entirely different from my daughter's. To prevent any unforeseen complications arising from this discrepancy, I trust this blueprint will be of assistance to you." Lin Yi, bewildered, caught the blueprint that had been thrown to him, still absorbed in the previous question, failing to fully grasp the unfolding events. "Oh dear. I haven't even had the chance to say anything yet. How can you be so certain that I've wronged your daughter? Is there not even a modicum of trust between us?" He had intended to offer a thorough explanation, but upon witnessing Tong's father's resolute demeanor, it was clear that the man had already formed certain assumptions. Realizing that no amount of explanation would suffice, Lin Yi abandoned the thought altogether. However, at that moment, Lin Yi's mind began to stir with newfound energy, akin to ripples across a lake stirred by a gentle spring breeze. If his future father-in-law was so firmly convinced of certain matters, would it not be a missed opportunity if he did not take some action? With this thought, he felt a rush of excitement. Perhaps it was time to engage in a deeper discussion with Tong Yi about life at an appropriate moment. With that realization, Lin Yi felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Without further ado, he carefully tucked the blueprint away. Then, with utmost sincerity, he made a promise to Tong's father. "Thank you, uncle, for your trust. I assure you, no matter what happens, I will never betray Yi's deep affection for me." His gaze was unwavering, as if capable of piercing through all barriers. However, Tong's father appeared unimpressed by Lin Yi's verbal assurance. He waved his hand impatiently, stating gravely, Do not merely speak pretty words. Actions speak louder than words. I will be keeping a close watch on you, so do not forget every word you've said today. After a brief silence, as if wrestling with his inner thoughts, Tong's father finally spoke hesitantly. Since we've laid everything on the table, you may now consider yourself a part of our family. I have come to understand that you are not lacking in gold, yet should you ever have any needs in the future, feel free to communicate them through Yi. As long as it is within our capabilities, we shall certainly strive to assist you. Upon hearing the words of Father Tong, Lin Yi slowly shook his head in refusal. With a gentle smile, he replied with poise, "Thank you for your kind offer, but at present, I truly have no particular requirements. If I must express a desire, it would be for additional blueprints. You see, with my innate talent, each successful construction I undertake births a hero. Thus, in my estimation, blueprints are undoubtedly the most practical and vital resource for me. Indeed, as Lin Yi articulated, given his unique gift, every meticulously crafted edifice would manifest as a formidable hero. Therefore, in the grand scheme of things, the role of blueprints in enhancing his strength is irreplaceable." However, when Father Tong heard Lin Yi's request for more blueprints, he unexpectedly shook his head, accompanied by a hint of apology as he explained, "I sincerely apologize, but as you find yourselves in a low-tier world, the external support available to you is rather limited. Although I possess a variety of blueprints, regulations dictate that you may only carry one into your realm. As for the greater quantity, that opportunity will only present itself once you ascend to a higher-tier world." "Oh, so that is the case," Lin Yi murmured softly, a contemplative expression gracing his face. Chapter 211, Acknowledgement. Subsequently, the two engaged in an in-depth and fascinating conversation. During this exchange, Father Tong, seemingly casual yet intentionally so, artfully conveyed numerous critical and highly valuable pieces of information to Lin Yi. To Lin Yi, these revelations were akin to rare treasures. Astonishingly, some of this intelligence included details that even Yi herself was unaware of. The reason behind Father Tong's candidness with Lin Yi left one perplexed. As time passed, approximately an hour later, a sudden, crisp, and urgent knock resounded from outside the door. A voice called out, "Dad, Lin Yi, have you two finished your conversation? The food is getting cold. Hurry out for dinner." Upon hearing the call, the two men, as if awakening from a dream, realized the time had slipped away and tacitly concluded their discussion. As they rose to depart, Father Tong seemingly remembered something significant. Deliberately slowing his pace to walk beside Lin Yi, and quietly cautioned, "Little Lin, some of the information I just shared with you should not be revealed to Yi too soon, understood?" In light of Father Tong's earnest admonition, Lin Yi nodded without hesitation, assuring him that he would keep it confidential. The two then descended the stairs together. In the spacious and brightly lit dining room, the enormous table was already laden with an array of delectable dishes, a feast for the senses. At this moment, Aunt Wu and Mother Tong were busily arranging steaming plates of freshly cooked food on the table, while Yi eagerly approached Lin Yi, her face alight with curiosity as she inquired, "Hey, what exactly did you and my dad talk about in there? You seemed quite mysterious." Faced with Yi's persistent questioning, Lin Yi felt a twinge of surprise and, with a hint of confusion, glanced at her and replied, "Did you not hear us speaking?" Before he could finish his sentence, Yi playfully pouted and lightly punched him on the arm. "I couldn't hear. The soundproofing in Dad's study is so effective that not a whisper could be heard from outside." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's anxious heart finally settled, and he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they weren't overheard, all was well. "Actually, there's nothing particularly significant. Your father just mentioned that we should refrain from considering having children until we complete the extraordinary transformation. Otherwise, we might regret it later," Lin Yi explained, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Oh, who would want to have children with you?" Upon hearing this, Yi's face turned crimson, and with a playful pout, she lightly smacked Lin Yi before darting away like a startled rabbit. At that moment, Mother Tong approached with a smile, saying, "Little Yi, you two seem to be enjoying yourselves so much that you've forgotten to eat. Come on, the food is getting cold." Lin Yi quickly responded, "All right, Auntie, I'm coming." With that, he hurriedly made his way forward. During this sumptuous lunch, the four of them gathered around the dining table, engaging in cheerful conversation, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Amidst enjoying the savory dishes, they shared amusing anecdotes from their lives, laughter echoing throughout the room. After the meal, Lin Yi and Yi rose to return to their territory. Father and Mother Tong stood at the door, smiling as they bid farewell to the pair. However, as they watched the two figures gradually fade from view, the joyful expressions on Father and Mother Tong's faces were suddenly overshadowed by deep concern. Mother Tong gazed longingly in the direction of their departure, her eyes brimming with endless worry, murmuring, "I truly hope little Yi can take good care of our precious daughter. She is my heart's delight." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Noticing this, Father Tong gently embraced Mother Tong's shoulders, offering comfort. Dear, do not fret too much. I have already spoken with that lad, and I trust he will look after our daughter well. Despite his comforting words, Father Tong's brow remained furrowed, clearly harboring his own unshakable concerns. The two remained in a poignant silence for a while, until Mother Tong finally spoke. The situation we find ourselves in is truly deteriorating. I have heard that the dreadful war has already begun to spread to the mid-tier worlds. I wonder when this sudden upheaval will come to an end. With a gentle sigh, she expressed her concerns. Father Tong's expression darkened further upon hearing this. He replied gravely, "This upheaval stems from the prolonged stalemate among those high and mighty elite factions, who have greedily turned their gaze toward the lower-tier new generation, attempting to disrupt the existing balance of power. We, as a fragile group struggling in the cracks, undoubtedly become innocent victims of this turmoil. As for how long this upheaval will last, alas, it is not within our control." Mother Tong, upon hearing his words, instinctively turned her gaze toward the window, her eyes reflecting an ocean of sorrow and melancholy. She murmured, "Indeed, we do not belong to those powerful factions. I can only hope that this upheaval concludes before those new generations rise to power." However, Father Tong frowned and shook his head, expressing his lack of hope. "In my view, the likelihood of that happening is exceedingly slim. From the various actions of other races thus far, it seems this upheaval may persist for quite some time. One can only hope that the young lad possesses sufficient prowess to safeguard our daughter as she ventures into the upper echelons of existence. Moreover, this boy is quite remarkable. Should his talents be inherited, he may very well establish a formidable lineage." On another note, Lin Yi and Tong Yi returned to their territory. Upon their return, Lin Yi eagerly unveiled the blueprints gifted by Tong's father. According to Tong's father, the low-tier world could only support one blueprint at most. Thus, the selection of this particular one indicated its significance. Yet, when Lin Yi examined it closely, he discovered it to be an unremarkable design. The only noteworthy aspect was that this blueprint aligned with Tong Yi's sequence, the Guardian Treehouse, a branch of the mysterious side sequence of the Magic Harmony sequence. Holding the blueprint, Lin Yi pondered briefly and comprehended Tong's father's intention. It was a concern that his research might diverge from Tong Yi's, fearing he would not ascend alongside her. With this line of thought, it was evident that Tong Yi had also received a blueprint corresponding to his sequence. As anticipated, before Lin Yi could utter a word, Tong Yi darted over like a nimble little kitten. Her face was alight with joy, resembling a mischievous mouse that had just pilfered a delectable grain of rice, her eyes nearly squinting with delight. In her hand, she proudly waved a blueprint, which seemed to emanate a mysterious glow, captivating the attention of those around her. "Hee, you won't be able to easily shake off this young lady now," Tong Yi exclaimed, shaking the blueprint with glee. When Lin Yi focused his gaze, he was taken aback to find that she held a blueprint of the technological sequence. In that moment, Lin Yi realized that this was the surprise he had been awaiting. With a faint smile, he promptly utilized the blueprint he held. Almost simultaneously, a gentle sound resonated, and in the blink of an eye, a charming little girl appeared in his territory. This newly manifested little girl appeared playful and adorable, her height comparable to the other residents of the territory, maintaining the average stature. Upon closer inspection, one could discern her resemblance to the previous cottage girl, sharing the same pointed ears and a cascade of emerald green, silky hair. However, the most striking feature was the pair of translucent wings on her back. These wings, light and exquisite, sparkled enchantingly as they fluttered gently. Curious, Lin Yi accessed the little girl's attribute panel, which prominently displayed the title Guardian. Further down was an introduction to her innate talent, simulation. This term referred to the understanding that all things in the world are composed of various substances. If one could grasp the characteristics and structures of these materials, they could simulate and recreate them with precision. Is the Magic Harmony sequence truly this powerful? Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes widening. This is incredible. However, it was regrettable that, despite the immense power of this talent, it possessed certain limitations, only allowing for the simulation of biological forms, while inanimate objects could not be replicated. What an extraordinary gift. Standing beside him, Tong Yi also noticed the Guardian Girl's attribute panel, and in her awe, the technological blueprint she once cherished instantly lost its allure. Were it not for the necessity of using this blueprint to collaborate with Lin Yi on their research, she might have hastily relinquished it to him. As was customary, Lin Yi ensured the new little girl was properly settled with Fudina before turning to Tong Yi and saying, "All right, there's no need to envy any longer. Hurry back to your territory and focus on constructing the buildings." Upon hearing this, Tong Yi nodded and promptly made her way back to her territory. Shortly thereafter, As Lin Yi busied himself, a crisp system notification chimed. Ding. Your ally requests to share your research achievements. Do you agree? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi decisively responded. Agree. At that precise moment, a similar notification echoed in Tong Yi's vicinity, despite the distance from Lin Yi's territory. At this juncture, her technological research level had reached a parity with Lin Yi's. As this pivotal moment unfolded, Lin Yi's faction made significant strides in the study of the harmony sequence. However, it was unfortunate that, in comparison to the rapid advancements of the technological sequence, the results of the harmony sequence appeared somewhat lackluster and trivial. Notably, Tong Yi's territory lacked individuals with extraordinary talents like the Research Institute's girl to assist in their scientific endeavors. Yet today, both Lin Yi and Tong Yi possessed identical sequences within their respective territories, implying that they could maintain an equivalent level of development. Consequently, Lin Yi no longer needed to fret about his swift ascension to level 50, while Tong Yi continued to struggle along her arduous research path. With the present circumstances looking favorable, he believed that should his research achieve a significant breakthrough, Tong Yi would naturally encounter similar opportunities for advancement. The low-tier worlds no longer posed a challenge for the two of them, and in the future, their lives would consist of indulging in the pleasures of feasting and revelry while exploring the enigmatic realms. Thus, time flowed steadily by. Ever since securing the approval of Tong Yi's parents, the bond between the couple had deepened, growing ever more intimate. Lin Yi also chose an opportune moment to fully embrace Tong Yi. Of course, he had not forgotten Tong's father's warning. Time flew, and several months passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout these extensive months, the territories belonging to Lin Yi and Tong Yi continued to flourish steadily in accordance with their established plans. Simultaneously, it was heartening to note that through relentless effort, both territories successfully ascended to level 50. Such an astonishing rate of advancement was indeed remarkable. Had they so desired, they could effortlessly transition to the mid-tier world at any moment. However, faced with such an enticing choice, Lin Yi resolutely made a well-considered decision to remain still for the time being. He had heard from Tong's father that the situation in the mid-tier world was currently unstable, fraught with uncertainty. Considering the safety of both himself and Tong Yi, Lin Yi deemed it prudent to wait a while longer, meticulously preparing before making further plans. Regrettably, while Lin Yi could remain patient, Tong Yi had grown increasingly restless. Perhaps it was due to Lin Yi's momentary oversight, for he had forgotten that Tong Yi was entirely unaware of the upheavals occurring in the mid-tier world. Consequently, Tong Yi had become increasingly agitated, persistently urging Lin Yi to lead them all into the mid-tier world as soon as possible. Faced with Tong Yi's urgent yearning, Lin Yi felt as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. On one hand, he found it exceedingly difficult to divulge the unsettling occurrences in the intermediate world to Tong Yi. On the other hand, he must devise ways to soothe her agitated heart. Thus, in order to placate Tong Yi, Lin Yi was compelled to exhaust his creativity and employ every means at his disposal to bring her joy. As for the specific methods he utilized, one need only observe his frequent visits to the medical clinic, and it becomes abundantly clear. Fortunately, recent news from Tong's father indicated that the human faction had stabilized for the time being, and it was anticipated that their ascension would not be long delayed. Today marked the day of their elevation. Chapter 213, surrounded immediately after ascension. In the early morning hours, as the sun began its ascent from the eastern horizon, casting a gentle light upon the earth, Lin Yi busied himself with preparations. He personally accompanied Fudina to various regions, notifying everyone within the territory to gather promptly. To mitigate the risk of discovery and minimize the exposure of their movements, Lin Yi made a calculated decision. He requested that all the young girls employ their unique abilities to conceal the meticulously constructed buildings. In doing so, the entire territory would evade attention due to the absence of large architectural structures. Consequently, should their post-ascension position prove unfavorable, they would not be immediately exposed, allowing for greater flexibility in either retreat or confrontation. Simultaneously, Lin Yi had long made adequate arrangements for Tong Yi's locale. He had already entrusted her with the precious territory migration scrolls. Possessing these two invaluable scrolls ensured a significantly enhanced level of safety for Tong Yi, who, in comparison to Lin Yi, evidently required them far more. Before long, Fudina hurriedly arrived, reporting to Lin Yi, "My lord, everyone is gathered punctually as per your instructions and is ready to depart at a moment's notice." Upon receiving this news, Lin Yi nodded, gradually retracting his scattered thoughts. He turned to face the neatly lined-up group of young girls, who were all prepared for action. These young girls were categorized into distinct groups, with the most prominent being the over a dozen architectural girls, each possessing unique mental personalities. Additionally, there were numerous soldier girls, civilian girls, and robotic girls. With all of them having reached the commendable level of 50, their collective number reached an impressive 6,000. This assembly of 6,000 young girls formed 3 tightly knit formations, standing closely together. From a distance, the well-ordered ranks exuded an overwhelming presence, leaving one in awe. It was easy to imagine that if a person with a fondness for young girls were to appear at that moment, they would be utterly overwhelmed by the sight of such a multitude of charming and adorable figures. As the gathering of individuals was complete, some could hardly contain their eagerness and excitement, fidgeting with anticipation. Aware that time was of the essence, Lin Yi resolved not to delay any longer. He decisively extended his finger and pressed the ascension button. In that instant, a soft and warm radiance suddenly enveloped everyone present, wrapping them tightly like a delicate veil. The light was not blinding, yet it bore an extraordinary allure that drew one in effortlessly. In a flash, the glow flickered once before rapidly receding and vanishing. When the light dissipated, the place where they had stood was entirely vacant, as if they had never been there at all. At that moment, in the intermediate world, on a vast and boundless plain, a tumultuous battle was brewing. A glance around revealed a multitude of participating races, nearly 20 in number, each vying for a central focus. A mysterious crystal ball, surrounded by various factions, emanating a dazzling radiance. No one knew the immense magical power concealed within this seemingly ordinary crystal sphere. Yet its enticing glow and the subtle ripples of mysterious energy were enough to drive nearly 20 different races into a frenzy of desire. All the races formed an unspoken circle, firmly containing the crystal ball at the center. They faced each other warily, their eyes betraying vigilance and hostility toward the other factions. Each race resembled a famished beast, muscles taut and poised for action, though they had yet to strike. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as if the very air had solidified. Every minute movement and inadvertent glance could ignite the powder keg of conflict. A brutal and bloody melee seemed poised to erupt upon this tranquil plain. Just then, amidst the charged atmosphere of impending battle, Lin Yi appeared as if he were a meteor descending from the heavens, fortuitously landing right in the midst of the various races. What was happening? Lin Yi, still blinking his eyes open, felt a heavy sensation in his arms. This sudden weight filled him with dread, prompting him to instinctively swing his arm forcefully, casting the unknown object away into the distance. It was only when he regained his composure and surveyed his surroundings that he realized he had thrown away a crystal ball. Clear as glass. Lord brother, this is an extraordinary treasure, exclaimed the market girl, leaping towards him like a nimble leopard, her large, sparkling eyes shining with excitement. After catching the crystal ball with ease, she could not help but lick her lips greedily before carefully stowing it away in her satchel. This seemingly innocent girl possessed an extraordinary instinct. With just one glance, she discerned that the crystal ball was no ordinary item and acted decisively, displaying a remarkable boldness beyond her years. However, at that moment, the various races on the outskirts of the battlefield took notice of the unusual commotion in the center, where an unfamiliar group had audaciously seized the crystal ball they regarded as their treasure. This could not be tolerated. The races, previously locked in a standoff, erupted with fury, unable to contain their anger and murderous intent any longer. Kill him! Kill him! The cries of battle rang out, reverberating throughout the battlefield. In an instant, countless gleaming weapons were aimed toward Lin Yi and his companions, signaling the commencement of a bloody and savage slaughter. Oh no, what terrible luck! Lin Yi suddenly realized the extent of his misfortune as he found himself surrounded by an overwhelming number of alien figures. The sheer diversity and multitude of races present left him astounded. It was evident that this was no ordinary gathering of a single faction. Guard, commanded the soldier girl, her voice resonating like a thunderclap as she skillfully began directing the soldiers to adjust their formations. Her expression was grave, her gaze sharp as an eagle, each command clear and decisive. At that moment, the robotic girls exhibited astounding reflexes. In an instant, they snapped into action, retrieving various firearms from behind their backs with practiced ease and precision. Immediately following was a cacophony of deafening gunfire, as a relentless barrage of bullets rained down upon the advancing foes like a torrential downpour. Chapter 214, The Powerful Otherworldly Beings. In stark contrast, the response of the soldier Lolis was somewhat sluggish. Nevertheless, they sprang into action with remarkable swiftness, forming an impenetrable barrier around Lin Yi and the mentally endowed Lolis, establishing a formidable defense. However, the civilian Lolis were the last to react. It was only after the thunderous gunfire echoed through the air that they snapped to attention, clumsily joining the fray. Rat-a-tat-tat. The robotic Lolis unleashed their firearms, mercilessly directing their fire towards the otherworldly beings. In the past, this immensely powerful black fire would ignite any foe it touched in an instant. engulfing them in a ferocious blaze from which there was no escape. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, this time the black fire failed to demonstrate its usual immediate efficacy upon striking the otherworldly beings before them. While these entities indeed caught fire, they did not succumb to death at once. Rather, they continued to charge forward, fiercely struggling against their fate. How astonishing it was that this legendary mid-tier world harbored such formidable foes. They could effortlessly withstand the terrifying assault of the black fire. Lin Yi gazed wide-eyed, astonished, as he beheld an otherworldly creature engulfed in flames, resembling a ferocious beast barreling towards the adorable robotic Lolis. Yet, in a display of remarkable agility, the robotic loli swiftly executed a powerful kick that sent the creature soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, accompanied by a resounding thud. Simultaneously, a relentless hail of bullets whizzed toward the creature, but upon striking its resilient form, they merely sparked without inflicting any significant damage. Aside from the mysterious and potent black fire, ordinary bullets could barely scratch its surface. This could not continue. Vanguard troops immediately abandoned firearms and switched to melee weapons. The barracks loli, keenly sensing the dire situation, decisively issued new orders. Upon receiving the command, the frontline robotic Lolis swiftly stowed their firearms in their backpacks and reached within, retrieving gleaming chainsaw swords. A thunderous roar erupted. Boom, boom. The chainsaw swords whirred to life, emitting a chilling growl as they spun at high speed. In an instant, the battlefield transformed into a bloody hellscape woven from steel and flesh, heralding the onset of a thrilling massacre. Do not falter. Press forward. We must reclaim what is ours. The Lord, hiding behind numerous otherworldly beings, was utterly unconcerned about exposing himself, bellowing orders to urge his subordinates to attack. Lin Yi glanced curiously in that direction and discerned a beast man with a lizard-like head. Meanwhile, the other lords continued to issue commands with unwavering resolve. Found you. With a clear and commanding shout, the two arrow tower Lolis, previously encircled and protected by the soldier Lolis, turned their gazes towards the lords. They waved their delicate hands, and in an instant, two brilliant beams of light cascaded from the heavens, transforming into towering arrow towers that pierced the clouds and exuded an overwhelming presence. These towers glimmered with a chilling, icy light, their massive cannon mouths resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, slowly rotating as if searching for the optimal target. At that moment, a deafening roar resounded as two cannonballs, akin to small mountains, shot forth like meteors, hurtling towards the positions of the otherworldly lords with blinding speed. The projectiles bore the weight of cataclysmic destruction, precisely striking the locations of the lords. In quick succession, earth-shattering explosions erupted, causing the ground itself to tremble. The force of the blasts unleashed a powerful shockwave that swept across the surroundings, birthing two mushroom clouds that blotted out the sky. Dust swirled, smoke billowed, and the entire battlefield was shrouded in chaos. Just as Lin Yi jubilantly thought that the two lords had perished, a dazzling, icy light suddenly pierced through the swirling smoke. Upon closer inspection, it was a sharp light cone formed from solidified ice. This light cone traveled at an astonishing speed, reaching above the arrow tower in the blink of an eye, crashing violently against its structure. With a sharp crack, fine fissures appeared on the surface of the tower, its durability plummeting by 500 points. As the smoke began to dissipate, the onlookers were astonished to discover that the two otherworldly lords had not perished. Rather, they had seized the opportunity amidst the chaos wrought by the explosions to execute an incredible retreat, swiftly distancing themselves from the battlefield. Witnessing this scene, the other lords were equally taken aback. They had never anticipated that Lin Yi's side possessed such formidable offensive capabilities. Consequently, the lords hesitated no longer, hastily mimicking the retreat of the two lords. In stark contrast to the retreat of the lords, the attacking otherworldly soldiers continued their fearless charge forward. A thunderous boom resounded as the arrow tower Lolis launched another round of cannon fire without hesitation. Yet, unexpectedly, a myriad of diverse attacks erupted from within the ranks of the otherworldly beings at that very moment. Some of these assaults collided head-on with the cannonballs launched by the arrow tower Lolis, resulting in a dazzling display of light as they clashed violently, both ultimately dissipating into nothingness, while others shot straight for the robotic Lolis like arrows released from a bow, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds. Boom. Zzz. Whoosh. Various noises intertwined, creating an overwhelming auditory tapestry. These attacks were astonishingly diverse, leaving one bewildered. Some were massive fireballs, trailing long tails of flame. Others were piercing laser beams, slicing through the air with lightning speed. There were also enigmatic magical forces radiating strange glows, and crackling bolts of lightning danced through the air like silver serpents. It was evident that such a multitude of intricate attacks did not originate from a single source. The otherworldly beings' assaults were evidently well-coordinated and meticulously orchestrated. They were decidedly different from the inexperienced foes encountered in lower-tier worlds. Not only was their command ability superior, but the attributes of these otherworldly beings were also markedly stronger. Those who led the charge were exceptional melee combatants, wielding their glimmering weapons with ferocity as they surged towards the robotic Lolis. Behind them trailed a contingent of specialized units unleashing various ranged attacks to harass the robotic Lolis. Faced with the sudden and ferocious onslaught, the robotic Lolis found themselves momentarily caught off guard. In an instant, chaos erupted around them, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Dozens of robotic Lolis, unable to evade the barrage, were struck down, instantly transformed into lifeless heaps of scrap metal scattered across the ground. Moreover, even the towering arrow towers did not escape unscathed. Several attacks accurately struck their targets. One particular tower, severely damaged, teetered precariously, its health reduced to a mere thread, as if it would collapse at any moment, while another, though in slightly better condition, had nonetheless lost half of its durability in an instant, bearing the marks of battle. Chapter 215. They fled. Within the ranks of the alien faction, a new wave of chaos surged forth, as another round of sequential assaults descended like a tempest. In that moment, the robotic Lolis suffered catastrophic losses, with casualties soaring into the hundreds in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this, the barracks Loli paled, her expression filled with dread. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and hurried towards Lin Yi's position. Upon reaching his side, she spoke gravely. "My lord, the enemy's advance is relentless and formidable. Given our current strength, it seems implausible to eradicate them in the short term. I implore you to evacuate swiftly to avoid unforeseen calamities." At that moment, scanning the battlefield, it was evident that the alien forces numbered between 70 to 80,000, a dense throng surging like a tide. In stark contrast, their own forces barely amounted to 6,000. While they possessed a definitive advantage in attributes, allowing for comprehensive suppression of the alien invaders, the necessity to safeguard Lin Yi's safety hampered their capacity to unleash their full might, leaving them in a state of passive defense, struggling to endure. Lin Yi acutely sensed the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively commanded, "Warehouse, heed my orders. Immediately take me and all the sentient personalities and evacuate this location post-haste." This battle was bewildering. Just moments ago, he had completed his ascension and had yet to comprehend the unfolding events when he was unceremoniously besieged by these aliens. Such a predicament felt more unjust than the wrong Do-e. The warehouse Loli, her expression grave as she surveyed the chaotic scene, recognized the dire escalation of events. Without a hint of hesitation, she summoned her unique ability, a radiant energy shield enveloping Lin Yi and all the sentient personalities in a protective embrace. However, for the soldier Lolis, civilian Lolis, and robotic Lolis, the situation was entirely different. Their overwhelming numbers meant that forcibly evacuating them would exceed the warehouse Loli's current capabilities for such a long-distance transport. After much contemplation, she reluctantly resolved to abandon the idea of taking them along. After all, these Lolis would not face true death. They could be resurrected later with ample resources. Just then, a dazzling light flashed, and Lin Yi, along with the protected sentient personalities, vanished without a trace. The suddenness of it all went unnoticed by the onlookers. But as the last moments of their presence flickered, the previously silent divination Loli unexpectedly hurled a translucent crystal ball into the fray. This crystal ball bore an uncanny resemblance to the one the market Loli had discreetly tucked away earlier, in a remote expanse, many kilometers away from the battlefield. The previously tranquil air suddenly shimmered with an unusual ripple. Moments later, a multitude of figures materialized from thin air with a whoosh, accompanied by gasps of astonishment. The unexpected arrivals were none other than Lin Yi and his companions who had just successfully evaded the battlefield. As soon as they touched down, the barracks Loli swiftly assumed a heightened state of alert, her keen eyes scanning the surroundings for any potential threats. Once she confirmed that the area was temporarily devoid of danger, she allowed herself a brief sigh of relief. However, an unsettling feeling washed over her, as if something was amiss. "What is happening? How could I have been transported as well? I still need to command the battle," she murmured anxiously to herself. She quickly turned, intending to instruct the warehouse Loli to transport her back to the battlefield. Yet, upon glancing back, she found the warehouse Loli sprawled on the ground, looking utterly spent, while the medical Loli was forcefully shoving pills into her mouth, to the point of rolling her eyes back. "Well, it seems I can no longer rely on her," she sighed in resignation, abandoning her original plan. At that moment, Lin Yi began to scrutinize the environment around them. Upon closer inspection, his worries began to ease significantly. They found themselves nestled within a serene valley, encircled by majestic mountains that formed a natural barrier. Although the vegetation within the valley was somewhat sparse, it lent a touch of vitality and tranquility to the landscape. It appears we have temporarily escaped danger. This place is so secluded that unless the enemy can descend from the heavens or emerge from the earth, it is unlikely we will encounter any further threats. Lin Yi mused inwardly. Having confirmed that the surroundings were relatively safe, Lin Yi wasted no time in issuing commands. Everyone, mobilize immediately. Establish the structures as per the original plan here. Those capable of summoning units, utilize your abilities at once and dispatch scouts to ascertain the situation in the vicinity. Upon hearing Lin Yi's directive, Fudina did not hesitate. She promptly responded and began organizing the necessary arrangements. For the Lolis, reconstructing their territory was as effortless as lifting a hand. Within mere minutes, a brand new domain arose before them. The previously desolate and dilapidated land was suddenly revitalized, leaving onlookers in awe. At that moment, apart from the warehouse Loli, who still appeared somewhat lethargic, the various structures resembled those they had encountered in the lower-tier world. Meanwhile, the industrious and adorable Loli in the workshop had already thrown herself into the creation of a new batch of robotic Lolis, as her workspace was the only one still possessing available capacity for operations. Observing the territory's construction progressing smoothly and everything operating in an orderly manner, Lin Yi felt a lingering unease regarding the sudden and inexplicable battle. Thus, he hurried to find the market Loli to uncover what had ensnared him in this bizarre conflict. "Master, you called for me?" The market Loli exclaimed joyfully, bouncing towards Lin Yi like an exuberant little rabbit. Her rosy cheeks and sparkling eyes radiated excitement, revealing her elation. However, at that moment, Lin Yi lacked the leisure to indulge in her merriment. After the harrowing battle they had just endured, he had come to realize that this intermediate world was far from the simplicity he had presumed. Even his once invincible black flames, capable of incinerating all, had lost their formidable potency in this realm. The multitude of signs unmistakably indicates that this intermediate realm is rife with unknown perils. He gazed intently at the market's little girl for a while, her serious demeanor holding his attention, before he could no longer resist the urge to gently stroke her fluffy little head. For these innocent young girls, a tender pat on the head is indeed the highest form of reward. "Show me that crystal ball you tucked away earlier. I am quite curious to know why it has drawn so many eager hands." Chapter 216, Blank Sequence Template. The origins of this matter are, in truth, exceedingly straightforward. It is the mysterious and resplendent crystal ball that has sparked an unforeseen chain of events. In that heart-stopping moment, the fierce and ill-intentioned beings had their sights set squarely on that very crystal ball. Yet, by a twist of fate, this precious treasure found its way into his grasp. A serendipitous occurrence indeed. Despite his deep reluctance to part with the crystal ball, the allure of that irresistible head pat ultimately compelled the little market girl to obediently present it. After all, in most instances, a mere display of coaxing from Lin Yi would render these innocent girls exceedingly compliant. The moment Lin Yi took possession of the crystal ball, a softly glowing panel materialized before his eyes. Upon closer inspection, it distinctly displayed the words, "Blank Sequence Template." In that instant, a wave of uncontainable joy surged within Lin Yi's usually tranquil gaze, swelling like a tide. He was no stranger to such artifacts, fully aware that they are unique products of the intermediate realm. More importantly, this blank sequence template possesses a remarkably enchanting effect. It allows the holder to create an entirely new sequence of their own design. As this realization dawned upon him, Lin Yi's affection for the crystal ball became palpable, and he felt a surge of exhilaration that nearly propelled him into jubilant leaps and shouts. It is essential to note that this blank sequence template is no ordinary item. It harbors two significant functions. The first enables the Lord to swiftly acquire an existing sequence that perfectly aligns with their innate talents from within the Lord's world. The second allows the Lord to unleash their imagination and creativity, constructing an entirely new sequence from scratch that meets their personal needs and aspirations. Such a powerful and practical treasure is surely irresistible. This item has only manifested a handful of times, even within the Lord's realm, underscoring its exceptional rarity. In the Lord's domain, treasures of this caliber are akin to finding a phoenix among mere sparrows. Regarding these two functions, their potency is beyond ordinary comprehension. To begin with the first function, it is common knowledge that the sequences in the Lord's world are as numerous as the stars, an ocean of options. The challenge of finding a sequence that perfectly complements one's innate talents amidst such vastness is daunting, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Now, the second function is even more astonishing. There is a saying that goes, "One skill excels, conquering the world." This adage holds true in the realm of lords as well. The existing sequences within this world are no longer shrouded in mystery. Their strengths and weaknesses have been thoroughly dissected by numerous researchers. Thus, the differences between lords often manifest solely in their innate talents. However, at this moment, a brand new sequence emerges like a dazzling star newly born into the cosmos. With others oblivious to its existence, as long as this new sequence possesses a modicum of merit, it can easily catch opponents off guard. This sudden advantage may very well alter the course of events entirely. Nevertheless, it must be noted that the effectiveness of this new sequence hinges on its inherent strength. Should the creator conjure up a lackluster sequence of little worth, it may only yield a modest windfall, ultimately failing to effect any substantial change. It could even result in the squander of such a remarkable opportunity. No wonder there were so many vying for this item earlier, Lin Yi murmured, his gaze fixated on the translucent crystal ball in his hand, pondering the implications. If such a treasure were to fall into the hands of a powerful and affluent clan, the current dynamics would likely shift dramatically. Gently caressing the crystal ball in his palm, Lin Yi's thoughts drifted far and wide. He couldn't help but envision how a dominant clan might leverage this crystal ball to amplify their strength and influence. Yet here I am, fortunate enough to stumble upon such a grand boon. With this thought, Lin Yi could not suppress a light chuckle. He felt a profound sense of gratitude, as though the universe had orchestrated this moment specifically for him. Had he not just successfully ascended, how else would he have been graced with such a priceless gift? However, just as Lin Yi was ruminating on how to maximize the potential of this crystal ball, an unexpected event transpired. Suddenly, the crystal ball in his hand emitted an astonishingly brilliant beam of light. This dazzling column surged skyward, illuminating the entire Lord's world in an instant, as if even heaven and earth were awestruck. Oh my goodness, what is happening now? Is this yet another ordeal I must face? Lin Yi was startled by this sudden upheaval, nearly tossing the crystal ball from his grasp. Given such a remarkable commotion, the prospect of concealing it was clearly impossible. Lin Yi inwardly lamented, estimating that the nearby territories would certainly have sensed the unusual occurrence. Just as he was consumed with worry over the magnitude of this disturbance, the towering beam of light abruptly dissipated without a trace. Simultaneously, the crystal ball that had been held in his palm vanished as though it had evaporated into thin air. Ding! The system detected multiple developmental sequences within the Lord's consciousness and is currently undergoing selection and decision-making processes. Moments later, the system emitted a crisp notification. Selection completed based on the Lord's subconscious. The relevant sequence is now in the incubation stage. As the system's announcement concluded, Lin Yi suddenly sensed a minuscule seed appearing in the depths of his mind. This seed, akin to a tender sprout just breaking through the soil, was steadily drawing forth some mysterious energy or information from his consciousness. It turns out that creating an entirely new sequence involves such a complex procedure. This sensation is indeed an unprecedented novelty. Lin Yi marveled to himself. He carefully attuned to the seed nestled within his mind, realizing that it seemed to impose no tangible negative effects upon him. Conversely, this seed remained quietly ensconced, continuously absorbing a myriad of thoughts and inspirations emanating from the depths of his mind, gradually perfecting the nascent sequence that was on the verge of emergence. Judging by the current pace of growth, it seemed that a considerable period of waiting was still required before this new sequence could be fully manifested before his eyes. However, what perplexed Lin Yi greatly was the fact that he had never truly contemplated the matter of the new sequence from beginning to end. Thus, a question arose. By what means could this so-called blank template detect elements that even he himself was utterly oblivious to? Had some profound and unexamined ideas, lurking deep within, inadvertently revealed themselves and been astutely captured by the system? Or was there perhaps a hidden mechanism or pattern at play, one that even he had yet to perceive? In that moment, an avalanche of inquiries flooded his mind, plunging Lin Yi into profound contemplation. Chapter 217. The relocation continues. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, experiencing a brief moment of inner turmoil, yet he swiftly found solace. After all, as long as this mysterious seed had yet to hatch, any amount of futile pondering would yield no fruit. Could he possibly retrieve that blank template and make another choice? Clearly, that was nothing more than a fanciful notion. At this juncture, the pressing priority was to devise a strategy for establishing a firm foothold in this world of uncertainties and challenges. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi endeavored to gather his scattered thoughts, quietly awaiting the report from the robotic loli. Just moments ago, that sudden beam of light had ruthlessly exposed his existence. The most urgent matter at hand was to ensure the safety of his territory, as he was loath to encounter those reckless individuals who dared to invade his domain day after day. This thought stirred a wave of agitation within him. Before long, Lin Yi finally located the charming robotic Loli and attentively listened to her detailed report regarding the surrounding environment. In truth, he had conducted a cursory survey of this area upon his initial arrival, noting that it was encircled by towering mountains, akin to a natural barrier, making it an exceptional hiding place. Should he establish a base here, it would undoubtedly enhance his security significantly. With the advantageous terrain, he could effectively repel the vast majority of intruders. As for the remaining foes, the prowess of the Lolis would likely pose little threat. Therefore, as long as this land remained as isolated as it appeared, he was indeed reluctant to expend energy searching for another location for development. There was no cause for concern when venturing out, not to mention the presence of the warehouse Loli, with the flying carpet at his disposal. He had no fear of being unable to exit. Having listened to the robotic Loli's thorough and accurate report, Lin Yi couldn't help but exhale in relief. His fortune was indeed extraordinary. Just as he had envisioned, this place resembled a secluded paradise, entirely cut off from the outside world. As he surveyed the landscape, he was surrounded by majestic peaks that soared into the clouds, closely encircling the area as if forming an impenetrable natural barrier, completely isolating this land from external interference. Whether attempting to explore from within or forcefully intrude from the outside, one would encounter immense difficulties and challenges. To forge a path to the outside world, one would either need to expend vast resources to carve out a tunnel spanning thousands of meters, or risk life and limb traversing the treacherous mountains that towered over 2,000 meters high. Clearly, either option was far from straightforward. Nevertheless, at that moment, a latent threat lingered in Lin Yi's mind, stemming from adversaries in the sky. Contemplating this, he instinctively raised his gaze to the vast expanse of blue overhead, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. So, must we remain vigilant towards the movements in the sky? After a while, Lin Yi finally withdrew his gaze and turned to the robotic Loli beside him, inquiring. Indeed, my lord, she responded promptly and decisively. Based on the current situation, if the enemy wishes to reach our location with utmost swiftness, launching an aerial assault would undoubtedly be their wisest course of action. Just then, Fadina, having finished organizing the territory's tasks, contemplated before proposing to Lin Yi, my lord, I have a differing opinion. Lin Yi's gaze slowly shifted to Fadina, his previously tranquil demeanor now rippling with a hint of discernible emotion, as if stirred by an ineffable feeling. What thoughts do you possess? Feel free to voice them. He replied, his voice deep and steady, imbued with an irresistible authority. Fadina slightly raised her head, meeting Lin Yi's gaze. Throughout their previous endeavors, her performance had been nothing short of remarkable, and Lin Yi was hesitant to disregard any counsel she offered. Taking a deep breath, Fadina methodically began to articulate her perspective. Firstly, I believe we can temporarily choose to remain here to regroup our forces and replenish our supplies, but we must not linger here for an extended period. This place has already been fully exposed, and I suspect that numerous foreign lords are currently leading their armies towards us at this very moment. While the complex and perilous terrain may afford us temporary respite from the aggressive foes, it is ultimately not a long-term solution. This location will inevitably fall to them. At this point, Fadina paused slightly, as if organizing her thoughts, before continuing. Moreover, the recent extraordinary phenomena that occurred here are nearly impossible to conceal. Should we insist on remaining, we will undoubtedly attract the attention and covetousness of various factions, which may lead us into dire peril, becoming a target for all. Therefore, in my view, we ought to swiftly seek a more hidden and secure location as our new stronghold, allowing us to better develop and strengthen our capabilities. After all, as time progresses, the gathering forces here will undoubtedly increase, and this place is destined to become a cauldron of chaos and conflict. If we continue to linger, we shall only invite ceaseless troubles and tribulations. As Fadina meticulously dissected the ramifications of their situation, Lin Yi found himself nodding in agreement. He could not deny that her analysis was incisive and to the point, leaving him with little room for rebuttal. Before long, he was entirely convinced by her reasoning. Without hesitation, he made a decisive choice. Though this location could serve as a temporary refuge, it was certainly not an ideal place for long-term development. Considering the urgency of time and the importance of their mission, he promptly summoned the warehouse Loli and issued instructions for her to venture out in search of a more suitable site for development. Lin Yi held but a straightforward requirement for the new site. It must be sufficiently concealed. After all, he was not yet prepared to engage in direct confrontations with other foreign races or to endure fierce battles. He understood that having just completed a leap in strength, he required a relatively stable period to accumulate power and fortify himself. Immediately thereafter, he embarked on a meticulous inspection of his territory without delay. First, he made his way directly to the location of the two arrow towers, scrutinizing their slow yet steady restoration process. Once he confirmed that the towers were in good condition, he felt a sense of relief and proceeded to the barracks, the residential areas, and the workshop where the little Lolis resided. At this moment, he noticed new figures gradually emerging in the vicinity of the 3 Lolis. These were the unfortunate Lolis who had prematurely exited the fray, now in the process of resurrection. However, to alleviate the burden on the busy warehouse Lolis, Lin Yi decisively issued an order, instructing the 3 Lolis to temporarily regulate the number of newly revived Lolis, as they might soon face another relocation. Chapter 218. The Feast of the Residential Lolis. As anticipated, it was not long before uplifting news arrived from the warehouse Lolis. After relentless searching, one of them had successfully discovered an exceptional location that was in no way inferior to their current one. This area was also a valley, surrounded on 3 sides by towering, sheer peaks, with only a winding path leading to the outside world. Such terrain was indeed easy to defend yet difficult to attack, a naturally formed strategic stronghold. Upon receiving this news, Lin Yi did not hesitate. He immediately made the decision to commence preparations for the relocation. He understood the significance of such a fortuitous site for the future development of their team and dared not delay for even a moment. Meanwhile, on the battlefield where fierce combat had previously raged, the situation had escalated to a fever pitch, with the intensity of the conflict exceeding all expectations. The number of races involved in this fierce battle had long surpassed the initial mere 20, now astonishingly swelling to over 100, creating a scene that was both magnificent and breathtaking. Furthermore, a steady stream of other races continued to arrive. Evidently, news of this skirmish had spread far and wide. The contingency plan, inadvertently set in motion by the divination Loli, soon began to manifest its formidable power. Particularly, that crystal ball, nearly indistinguishable from a blank template, produced effects that were nothing short of incredible. Initially, all the other races, in a frenzy, launched a fierce assault on the Lolis, disregarding all caution. However, at a critical moment, one of the other races fortuitously stumbled upon the mysterious crystal ball. In an instant, the entire battlefield was thrown into chaos, as if stirred by an unseen hand. What those races could never have imagined was that the seemingly petite and harmless market Loli possessed a backpack. Thus, when they witnessed her discreetly stowing away the immensely valuable crystal ball, they remained oblivious to the fact that it had been placed within her backpack, merely thinking it had been cleverly concealed. As expected, not long after, a fortunate soldier from another race inadvertently picked up the crystal ball left behind by the divination Loli and proudly showcased it to his fellow races. In that moment, the crystal ball appeared to transform into a magnet exuding a deadly allure, capturing the attention of all present, consequently becoming the next coveted target in a frenzied chase. One must not blame these other races for their perceived foolishness, for, much like Lin Yi viewed them, they found it equally challenging to discern the features of humans. To them, the Lolis appeared nearly indistinguishable from one another, save for their attire. Consequently, even amidst the chaos of the battlefield, these other races remained blissfully unaware that the market Loli clutching the crystal ball had already stealthily escaped amidst the turmoil. At that very moment, on the once fiercely contested battlefield, numerous other races raised their weapons, plunging into a mad scramble for the crystal ball, plunging the scene into utter disarray. In the midst of this chaos, the Lolis who remained in place felt an immediate reduction in pressure, their taut nerves finally able to relax somewhat. "Captain, look!" They started fighting among themselves. "Shouldn't we seize this opportunity to quickly evacuate?" a petite soldier exclaimed, desperately navigating through the tumultuous battlefield, striving to keep pace with the slowly advancing main force, while anxiously seeking the opinion of her leader. However, the squad leader held a diametrically opposed view. She furrowed her brow, her sharp gaze fixed on the soldier who had suggested retreat, and questioned loudly, "In such a thrilling and exhilarating battle, how could you even think of retreating? Do you not feel the passion and excitement?" After a brief pause, the squad leader continued, "Moreover, our leader has yet to summon for reinforcements, which is ample evidence that our lord is not in peril at this moment. If that is the case, why not seize this rare opportunity to fully immerse ourselves in this grand battle and enjoy it to the fullest?" With that, she regarded the questioning soldier with an expression akin to one observing an alien. Then, the squad leader pointed towards the residential area in the distance, raising her voice. "Look at those Lolis over there. They are indulging in a feast. Yet, as a soldier, you only think of fleeing the battlefield. I truly wonder what is going on in that head of yours." The reprimanded soldier immediately turned to gaze towards the residential area. There, the residential Lolis were displaying their prowess on the battlefield, their performance starkly contrasting with that of the other warriors. While others unleashed black flames and wielded chainsaw swords against the foes, the residential Lolis fought in a manner that could only be described as utterly frenzied. The residential Lolis had discarded the chainsaw swords, finding them unsatisfactory as they left the enemies in a gory mess unsuitable for consumption. Instead, they uniformly employed sickles and knives. Having slipped from Lin Yi's control, these residential Lolis had lost all semblance of cuteness. At the forefront, a group of them brandished enormous shields, tasked with blocking the enemy, while behind them, another group wielded long sickle spears. With their hands gripping the razor-sharp sickles, their eyes glinted with cold malice. As the unfortunate enemies drew near, they swiftly swung their sickles, accurately ensnaring them and yanking them into the residential Lolis attack range. In a flash, the short knives glimmered, slicing through the enemies' throats, causing blood to spurt forth. Yet, astonishingly, these residential Lolis did not cease their assault there. Instead, they opened their cherry-red mouths and, in an unfathomable manner, swallowed the enemies whole. This was not a matter of chewing slowly. It was a true gulp. It was as if they possessed some mystical ability to effortlessly accommodate objects far larger than their own bodies. In the eyes of these residential Lolis, the other races seemed not to be living beings, but merely food to be consumed. Such frenzied actions soon captured the attention of the other races. Initially, they were taken aback by the sight unfolding on the battlefield, but they quickly regained their composure. After all, in the midst of brutal combat, an array of bizarre occurrences frequently transpires. Generally speaking, it is only in scenarios where there exists a significant disparity in size between the two opposing forces that one side resorts to consuming the other as sustenance. For instance, within the realm of fantastical warfare, colossal dragons, towering over diminutive human soldiers, may occasionally seize a few to snack upon. However, the scene before us is strikingly different. The petite and delicate home-dwelling Lolis seem trivial when compared to the towering and formidable beings of another race. Yet, despite their diminutive stature, they regard these alien entities as delectable delicacies, unflinchingly including even those beings that are not organic in nature, be they silicon-based or elemental life forms, who cannot escape the grim fate of being devoured in a single bite. Such a sight is undeniably spine-chilling, instilling a palpable sense of fear and anxiety. Chapter 219, Chaotic Conflict. In this unexpected turn of events, the home-dwelling Lolis have astonishingly cultivated an air of intimidation. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, thick with smoke, they have managed to transform a position of vulnerability into one of aggression, exerting an astonishing influence that suppresses the advancing horde of alien forces, compelling them to retreat in disarray. It is important to recognize that while death on the battlefield may not be unfamiliar to warriors, the manner in which one meets their end is of utmost significance. After all, no one would willingly choose to be mercilessly consumed by the home-dwelling Lolis. This terrifying method of demise instills dread in every foe that encounters them. A golden opportunity. At this moment, the captain of the soldiers suddenly perceives a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos of battle. Her eyes brighten, and without hesitation, she issues orders to swiftly gather her comrades in preparation for a breakout maneuver. Now is the perfect moment to capitalize on the formidable intimidation brought forth by the home-dwelling Lolis. Thus, the captain personally leads 3 squads composed entirely of these Lolis, surging forth like a relentless tide. With their indomitable spirit and seamless coordination, they manage to break through from the heart of the fiery battlefield to a relatively secure inner region. However, upon their arrival, they are confronted with an entirely unfamiliar contingent of alien adversaries. This newly encountered group, having never witnessed the indiscriminate eating habits of the home-dwelling Lolis, initially harbors little fear of them. Soon enough, the Lolis find themselves embroiled in another intensely arduous battle. As the war has progressed, casualties have been unavoidable not only among the seasoned soldiers, but also among the disciplined robotic Lolis, with varying degrees of losses incurred. The robotic Lolis, constructed through intricate assembly techniques, necessitate specific structures for replenishment upon suffering losses, whereas the soldier Lolis are summoned by the unique abilities of the Barak Lolis. And to restore their ranks, they must rely solely on the Barak Lolis. In contrast, the home-dwelling Lolis possess a unique trait. Their innate ability to duplicate themselves enables them to continuously expand their ranks without external assistance. Given their current energy reserves, if there were no limits, they could instantaneously replicate themselves into millions. As the second batch of aliens witnesses their comrades being devoured one after another by the home-dwelling Lolis, fear and apprehension fill their hearts. They begin to hesitate, reluctant to approach these seemingly cute and petite, but, in reality, ferociously formidable loli warriors. At this juncture, the captain keenly detects the enemy's trepidation and decisively seizes this fleeting opportunity, leading the Lolis in another charge. This breakout maneuver is executed with remarkable swiftness, akin to an unstoppable torrent, effortlessly breaching the aliens' defenses. Subsequently, this scene unfolds repeatedly. The captain, with unwavering command, skillfully capitalizes on every opportunity, guiding the Lolis to successive triumphs. Ultimately, after countless grueling battles, the Lolis managed to reach the fringes of the battlefield. "Keep it up, warriors. We are almost through," the captain shouts hoarsely, rallying the exhausted loli soldiers. She understands that at this moment, if they can just endure a little longer, the dawn of victory will be theirs. This protracted and merciless conflict has persisted for an extensive duration, involving over 300 alien territories. Even the inherently combative and valiant soldier Lolis now feel an undeniable weariness. Their once mighty battalion of 2,000 has dwindled to just over 1,000 capable of continuing the fight. In contrast, the robotic Lolis find themselves in an even grimmer predicament. United under a singular powerful will, their combat prowess far surpasses that of ordinary soldier Lolis, thus rendering them the most formidable adversaries in the eyes of the aliens and the primary targets for attack. By the time this group of Lolis finally breaks through to the outskirts, their numbers have diminished to fewer than 1,000. However, astonishingly, despite the heavy losses sustained by the robotic Lolis, their morale remains unscathed, and in fact, it surges higher. For robots, morale is merely a programmed setting. Regardless of the adversity faced, they will relentlessly advance until their mission is accomplished or they are utterly destroyed. At this moment, both factions of Lolis on the battlefield are in dire straits, each appearing either battered or bruised. Yet, in stark contrast to their counterparts, the home-dwelling Lolis exhibit unwavering morale and unyielding combat prowess, seemingly tireless in their endeavors. For them, this might even resemble an all-you-can-eat buffet. After enduring an arduous struggle, the Lolis finally succeed in distancing themselves from the fiery chaos at the heart of the battlefield. Upon reaching the relative safety of the battlefield's periphery, the once relentless tide of aliens begins to noticeably diminish. The tension in their bodies eases, and the soldier Lolis seek out places to rest, gasping for breath and seizing the moment to recuperate. One soldier loli turns to her captain, her expression filled with anticipation, and inquires, "Captain, what should we do next?" Despite having just emerged from a harrowing and exhausting conflict, every soldier's face beams with satisfaction and exhilaration. After all, such intense battles are a rarity, and they revel in the thrill and excitement that combat brings. Whether they will be fortunate enough to encounter such exhilarating skirmishes again remains uncertain. The soldier captain takes a deep breath, her gaze sweeping across the battlefield. In the distance, a seemingly endless stream of aliens rushes toward them, their numbers staggering. Observing this sight, a surge of fierce determination wells up within the captain. Although her body feels utterly fatigued, the heart that yearns for battle continues to beat fervently within her chest. After a moment of reflection, the soldier captain decisively resolves, "Relay my orders. Everyone, recuperate your strength swiftly. After a brief rest, we shall re-enter the fray. Every alien we slay counts as a victory." No sooner had she finished speaking than the surrounding soldier Lolis responded in unison, their previously subdued spirits soaring once more. "Ah, are you all going to rest? We shall not accompany you any longer." The nearby loli, who dwells in a modest abode, has yet to find her fulfillment. After leaving a single remark, they all swiftly rushed back to the battlefield. The robotic Lolis promptly assumed their defensive duties, safeguarding the soldier Lolis as they regained their strength. From the moment Lin Yi chose to leave them behind, they comprehended that the only way back was through death. Chapter 220, The Human Stronghold. The mid-tier world is vast and boundless, brimming with mystery and the unknown. Within this human stronghold, the atmosphere grew somewhat somber. A tall man, standing at least 6 feet, was positioned before Tong Yi. Like her, he possessed a striking mane of emerald green hair, with pointed ears that added to his allure. "Yi, have you still been unable to reach your boyfriend?" The man inquired with genuine concern, a glimmer of worry evident in his gaze. Tong Yi gently shook her head, her brows knitted tightly, her face etched with anxiety. "No, Lin Yi has yet to respond to my messages. Cousin, do you think he might be in some serious trouble?" As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, the unease within her intensifying. They had arranged long before their ascension to the world that, upon successfully entering the mid-tier realm, they would immediately establish contact. Yet now, nearly a full day had elapsed since their ascent, and Lin Yi had seemingly vanished without a trace. The countless messages Tong Yi sent him sank into the abyss, receiving no reply. Were it not for the special pact between them, which allowed Tong Yi to sense that he had not met with misfortune, she would have already succumbed to despair, even believing that Lin Yi had perished upon his arrival here. Hearing his sister's distress, the man quickly offered words of comfort. "Do not be overly anxious, Yi. Perhaps your boyfriend has simply encountered a pressing matter that requires his attention, or, like you, has found himself amidst a fierce battle with a neighboring faction right after his ascension, leaving him unable to respond to your messages. Though he spoke these words to reassure her, he himself felt a lack of certainty, for the mid-tier world was fraught with peril, and no one could predict the unexpected occurrences that lay ahead. Moreover, did you not say that your boyfriend's territory is particularly strong? If your description holds any truth, then even freshly ascended, he should be able to navigate the mid-tier world with considerable ease, provided he is not besieged by a coalition of enemies. The man furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation. Additionally, observe that the bond between you remains intact, since the pact still stands. It serves as evidence that neither he nor his territory has encountered any significant calamity thus far, he added, gently patting Tong Yi's shoulder in a bid to soothe her. Yet, at that moment, Tong Yi was nearly on the verge of tears. But I cannot directly teleport to find him through the bond, for reasons unknown. He has unilaterally severed the teleportation privileges. He hasn't replied to any of my messages. Could he truly be in trouble? Tong Yi clutched the man's hand tightly, her face awash with urgency. Cousin, I implore you to assist me. Please, could you inquire about him through others? Is that too much to ask? Tong Yi's voice trembled with desperation. The man hesitated, slowly withdrawing his hand, a look of discomfort and helplessness crossing his features. It is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but you are well aware of our family's current predicament. The war that has erupted in the high-tier world has gradually spilled over into the mid-tier realm, and the situation has become increasingly dire and complex. Everyone is preoccupied with their own affairs, and obtaining concrete and reliable information is no simple task. Gathering other humans is challenging enough. We must prioritize the greater good. Though I will make every effort to help. Upon hearing this, Tong Yi's heart jolted as she came to a stark realization. This was not home. In the comfort of her family, she might have been able to indulge her whims as the youngest. However, now in the domain of lords, the circumstances were vastly different. Here, every decision must place the interests of the race above all else. Despite Lin Yi being one of their kind, many other humans existed within the mid-tier world. She could only hope for her family's slight preferential treatment towards Lin Yi, but it was utterly inconceivable to sacrifice other human lives solely for his sake. After all, in this world brimming with peril and challenges, personal feelings must yield to collective interests. This sudden war struck without warning, catching everyone off guard. Humanity was not a particularly formidable race, and faced with the abrupt eruption of fierce conflict, they appeared woefully ill-equipped to withstand the onslaught. Had humans not promptly united, forming sturdy strongholds to defend themselves, the losses would have been far more severe. However, this consolidation of forces raised new challenges. While gathering together allowed them to support one another against external threats, the accomplishments they had previously achieved while dispersed were now rendered null. This meant starting anew, akin to a complete restart in development. The gravity of the situation was alarming. At that moment, it was evident that consolidating their remaining strength was paramount. Just then, a graceful figure approached, clad in a flowing light blue gown. Her poise was exquisite, and her beauty captivating. She first cast a fleeting glance at Tong Yi before shifting her focus to the man named Tong Bo. Softly speaking, Tong Bo, we have just received critical news that requires your immediate attention for strategic discussion. Tong Bo was taken aback by her words, his brows furrowing tightly, a serious expression overtaking his countenance. Clearly, the matter that warranted such urgency was of great significance, likely indicating a severe problem had arisen. Alas, it is indeed a tumultuous time. One crisis follows another. He sighed in resignation, then directed his gaze to Tong Yi, admonishing her. You must stay here and await my return. I have promised to assist you with your matter and shall do so as swiftly as possible. However, do not cause me further trouble, do you understand? Without waiting for Tong Yi's response, Tong Bo turned and hurriedly followed the woman who had come for him, making his way toward a nearby gathering point designated for human meetings. Left alone in the wake of his departure, Tong Yi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Yet she was not without wisdom. At this moment, remaining patiently in place to await news was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Thus, she suppressed her discontent, standing silently as she fervently prayed for Lin Yi's safety. Chapter 221, The Message of the Blank Template. Pray tell, what news could possibly be of greater importance than rallying our kin? Tong Bo burst into the conference room, his face alight with urgency, his steps hurried. In recent days, he had been as busy as a whirlwind, spinning relentlessly. Not only must we exert every effort to gather our scattered compatriots from across the land, but we must also divert our attention to confront the relentless onslaught of formidable adversaries from foreign races. Compounding this burden, he has been thoroughly exasperated by the mischievous and willful Tong Yi, leaving him utterly drained. At this moment, the spacious and well-lit conference hall is already filled with over a dozen representatives from various regions of the human race. Their appearances alone reveal the clear distinction among them. as they evidently belonged to different factions. It was one man, brimming with a palpable aura of advanced technology and adorned with numerous signs of high-tech modifications. Who spoke first? We have just received intelligence from a hard-to-reach brother of our kin, indicating that a cataclysmic battle is unfolding in a certain location. As he spoke, his wrist projected several vivid and lifelike images, which were accurately displayed before the representatives. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the photographer was situated far from the battlefield, rendering the figures in the images indistinct and difficult to identify. Save for a few silhouettes of the foreign races that could still be discerned. What does this have to do with us? Someone could not help but murmur with a furrowed brow. Isn't it better that the foreign races are engaged in a fight to the death? Our only concern should be the consolidation of our own people. Do you still intend to meddle in this? The modified individual slightly lowered his head, and after a brief silence, he slowly raised it again, his gaze flickering with a hint of enigmatic brilliance as he spoke. If I were to inform you that this fierce conflict with the foreign races has erupted over an extraordinary treasure, would you then find yourselves intrigued? His words seemed to weave an invisible spell, compelling the audience to seek further understanding. However, immediately, someone retorted, What kind of treasure could possibly outweigh the importance of uniting our human race? We are already beset with enough challenges. Do you still believe our troubles are insufficient? The sudden war has rapidly spread to the mid-tier worlds, catching us completely off guard. Countless kin are now struggling for their very survival, their lives hanging in the balance. Even if that treasure is immensely valuable, what good would it do us? At this moment, we should devote all our efforts to gathering more of our people. Rather than squandering our energy in pursuit of so-called treasures, we must acknowledge that our position in the higher realms is exceedingly precarious. With pressure from above pressing down on us like a mountain upon an egg, those above us are not faring well either. This statement fell upon the crowd like a bucket of cold water, instantly quelling the previously agitated spirits. Nonetheless, the allure of the treasure was ultimately too potent to resist. Someone couldn't help but inquire, what kind of treasure could possibly warrant such a mobilization from the foreign races? The modified individual surveyed the room, took a deep breath, and spoke in a hushed tone. According to fragments of intelligence we have intercepted, the treasure in question is an exceedingly rare blank sequence template. Upon hearing this, the hall was plunged into a stunned silence, all present rendered speechless by the shocking revelation. Long moments passed, with the silence persisting as if time itself had come to a standstill. Finally, someone broke the suffocating quiet. A figure clad in an ornate wizard's robe, wearing a pointed hat, slowly lifted his head, his deep-set eyes glimmering with wisdom. After clearing his throat, he addressed the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, this object indeed possesses great allure. However, if it is merely a blank sequence template, then I must assert that it hardly justifies such a grandiose struggle for possession. He furrowed his brow slightly, and continued. We must recognize that our research into new sequences is exceedingly limited. Even if we were fortunate enough to acquire such a blank template, it would ultimately serve only to select a sequence from among those with potential. This would not only squander precious resources, but would also fail to maximize its potential. Such an approach would be utterly counterproductive. After these words, the wizard shook his head in dismay, expressing his skepticism about the value of vying for the blank sequence template. As he had articulated, the critical function of a blank template lies in its ability to facilitate the development of an entirely new sequence. Regrettably, in this domain, the human race lags far behind the more powerful factions. Therefore, rather than expending considerable time and combat prowess on this elusive hope, it would be more prudent to utilize this opportunity to gather more of our scattered kin. In doing so, perhaps the human race could surreptitiously amass strength amidst the fierce conflict among the foreign races, thereby seeking better opportunities for growth. At this juncture, the modified individual cast a glance around the assembly and felt a wave of disheartenment wash over him as he noted the apparent consensus with the wizard's sentiments. Once filled with hope that securing the blank sequence template could herald a monumental transformation for the human race, he now perceived the path ahead growing increasingly dim. Have you never contemplated the dire consequences should the foreign races succeed in acquiring this blank template? The cold-faced, chillingly intense modified individual questioned, his voice deep and menacing. The crowd fell into silence, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Indeed, our research into new sequences is limited, but we are not entirely at a loss. If we were fortunate enough to seize this template and successfully develop a new sequence from it, our race could sustain itself with this powerful force for centuries. Is this opportunity not worth the risk? Upon hearing these words, the previously quiet assembly began to murmur amongst themselves, exchanging glances filled with complex emotions. Yet, it wasn't long before they collectively shook their heads in dissent. No, I do not believe this is worthwhile. A burly man, covered in tattoos, bellowed. regardless of whether we possess the capability to wrest this precious template from our enemies, even if we succeed. Do you truly believe the foreign races would grant us sufficient time to develop in peace? Have you never considered that we might become the target of a united assault and oppression from other races? The immense allure of the new sequence surely captivates the imagination. Yet it simultaneously necessitates a sober assessment of our own strength and the potential risks involved. After all, the reason the major powerful races have risen swiftly by developing new sequences is partly due to their early entrance into the realm of lords, where they accumulated profound foundations and resources over countless years. In stark contrast, the human race has merely existed for a few thousand years since our emergence. Such a vast temporal disparity cannot simply be bridged by the acquisition of a new sequence alone. Just as the debate raged on, with each individual firmly standing their ground, the wizard in the ornate robe stepped forward and proposed loudly. Since everyone remains at an impasse, unable to reach a consensus, perhaps we should resort to a democratic vote to make our decision. This proposal was immediately met with a positive response from several attendees who expressed their approval. Soon, the results of the vote were unveiled. Regrettably, the meeting concluded hastily without yielding any substantial conclusions, as it ended with 7 individuals firmly opposing, for choosing to abstain, and only 2 casting votes in favor, an overwhelmingly lopsided ratio. The proponent of altering human genetics to enhance overall strength appeared quite dissatisfied with this outcome, lingering in place with clenched fists and a visage etched with fury. At this moment, the wizard slowly approached, gently placing a hand on the reformer's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "My friend, please calm yourself. I understand your fervent desire to elevate humanity's status and influence within the cosmos, yet this endeavor cannot be accomplished overnight. After all, we are at a developmental disadvantage of hundreds of thousands of years compared to those great races. How could we possibly catch up in such a short span? Therefore, our foremost task should be to continuously strengthen ourselves and patiently await more opportune moments to devise our plans. We must not be hasty, lest we incur greater losses." After delivering these words, the wizard shook his head in resignation and turned to leave the conference room. Tong Bo had already reached the door when, just as he was about to step over the threshold, an important thought seemed to dawn on him. He abruptly halted, turned around, and fixed his gaze on the still fuming reformer, striding towards him with purpose. The reformer, noticing Tong Bo's steady approach from a distance, immediately adopted a cold demeanor, clearly unwilling to display any warmth. As Tong Bo drew near, before he could utter a word, the reformer launched into a tirade. "What? Are you here to persuade me as well?" "Humph." His tone was rife with impatience and resistance. Tong Bo gently shook his head and replied softly, "Not at all. I have come merely to urge you to keep a close watch on the developments of the battle over there. Although we have resolved not to involve ourselves, we cannot pretend to be oblivious. Regardless of who ultimately claims that blank template, we must remain informed, mustn't we?" Upon hearing this, the reformer, who had been seething with anger, was momentarily taken aback, and his fury dissipated almost instantaneously. He lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Tong Bo as if beginning to truly reassess him. After a brief pause, the reformer, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "So this is your perspective?" Tong Bo nodded resolutely, affirming, "Indeed." With this confirmation, the reformer's demeanor visibly softened. He inclined his head slightly in agreement, saying, "Very well, I shall continue to dispatch personnel to closely monitor the situation of the battle. As for your concern regarding my potential independent actions, you need not worry. After all." He hesitated momentarily, seemingly weighing his words before continuing. "I will ensure that updates regarding this conflict are promptly shared in the chat channel, allowing you to stay abreast of the developments at all times." Tong Bo nodded in satisfaction and then turned to exit the assembly hall, for just beyond the doors awaited a child in need of his attention. Tong Yi was still sending messages, yet each one seemed to vanish into an abyss, eliciting no response. As time ticked by, her anxiety deepened. She was oblivious to what had transpired with Lin Yi and why communication had abruptly ceased. Countless troubling thoughts flooded her mind, rendering her restless. In desperation, she placed her last hope in her brother, Tong Bo. Just then, she noticed a familiar figure ambling towards her in the distance. It was Tong Bo. A glimmer of excitement flickered in her eyes as she hurried over, resembling a jubilant bird in flight. "Brother," she called out, racing to stand before him. Upon seeing his sister's exuberance, Tong Bo instantly grasped her unspoken concerns. Without hesitation, he raised a hand to silence her impending words. "Sister, did I not already assure you that I would help? Just remain patient here for good news, and do not fret so. Besides, your boyfriend is in no immediate danger. I am actively working on it, but I need some time." Tong Bo spoke with earnest gravity. Tong Yi's face morphed into a pitiful expression as she nodded meekly. Yet she couldn't help but murmur, "I know, but I am just worried." Noticing her discontent, Tong Bo furrowed his brow, interrupting her mid-sentence with a firm, "Enough with the buts. If you truly want my assistance, then stay put and stop this incessant chatter. Do you not believe I might genuinely disregard that fellow?" Tong Yi was taken aback by her brother's stern words, and she fell silent, lowering her head like a meek little rabbit. There was still a glimmer of hope. If she irritated Tong Bo, what if he truly decided to ignore her? Meanwhile, in the mid-tier world, warm sunlight cascaded down, adorning the earth with a golden veil. However, for Lin Yi, situated in this place, the radiant beams could not dispel the chill that clung to his innermost being. At this moment, Lin Yi stood atop a mountain peak, gazing out at the densely packed army of alien races beyond the valley, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness and confusion. These extraterrestrial beings, each towering and formidable, wielded an array of sharp weapons, their potent aura palpable even from afar. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Yi turned his gaze to the young girl from the barracks beside him. She hung her head, fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, her face betraying an expression of profound guilt. Observing her demeanor only deepened Lin Yi's exasperation. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "Do you not have anything to explain to me?" His voice, though soft, carried a clear undertone of inquiry. Hearing Lin Yi's question, the barracks girl trembled, still refusing to meet his gaze, and after a lengthy pause, she managed to stammer out a tiny voice akin to a mosquito's buzz. "This matter cannot be entirely blamed on me. It's because they always tempt me while I'm out." Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback before he couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Indeed, when one is rendered utterly speechless, laughter often becomes the vessel for their emotions. "Tempt you?" Lin Yi gently tapped the girl's small, adorable head with his finger, wearing an expression that mingled exasperation with mild reproach. "They merely passed by here innocently. Yet you, without a second thought, charged at them with reckless abandon. This is quite the predicament. Our hard-won refuge has been laid bare. Are you truly intending for me to endure the relentless upheaval akin to that of Mengmu? Relocating thrice within a single day?" Lin Yi chuckled bitterly, shaking his head, a silent sigh escaping his lips. As he spoke, he abruptly yanked the warehouse girl, who was standing nearby, thoroughly engrossed and relishing the unfolding drama, towards him. He firmly grasped her plump, rosy face, reminiscent of a ripe apple, and directed it toward the barracks girl. "Look at what a state the warehouse is in. Even if you don't care for my well-being, at least consider the warehouse. After all, you two are supposed to be close strategic partners." Lin Yi feigned a heart-wrenching demeanor as he chastised the barracks girl. At this moment, the barracks girl wore a completely bewildered expression, her large, sparkling eyes wide open, staring fixedly at the vibrant and spirited warehouse girl before her. She couldn't help but think, "She hardly looks exhausted. She appears brimming with vitality." The warehouse girl, who had merely intended to join the fray, found herself momentarily dazed by Lin Yi's sudden tug. After hearing his nonsensical tirade, she stood frozen in place, utterly unsure of how to respond. Should she play along with Lin Yi's words or expose his fabrications? The warehouse girl was caught in a dilemma. Although she had frequently employed her spatial powers today, nearly exhausting her internal energy, she took solace in the presence of the clinic girl nearby. As long as the clinic girl was around, such depletion was merely a trivial issue easily remedied by a single pill. Just as the warehouse girl pondered how to coordinate with Lin Yi, the barracks girl timidly spoke up. My lord, I find the warehouse girl looks rather well." "That is inconsequential," Lin Yi exclaimed, abruptly waving his hand and dismissing the warehouse girl, who had just been treated as a tool, to the side. The poor warehouse girl wore a perplexed expression, two large question marks hovering above her head, as she failed to comprehend why she had suddenly faced such treatment. Without delay, Lin Yi swiftly approached the barracks girl, firmly gripping her shoulders. With wide eyes and a face contorted with fury, he demanded, "What is important is that you had the audacity to deploy troops without my consent. Not only did you take such liberties, but you also failed to annihilate the enemy in one fell swoop. It is no small matter that you have attracted not one, but 4 alien forces." As he spoke, Lin Yi's anger intensified, and he began shaking the barracks girl uncontrollably. The barracks girl, dizzy from the shaking, saw stars and felt as if her head was spinning with countless circles. "Are you not aware that the majority of our forces are out on missions? What audacity compelled you to repeatedly engage the enemy, and even more absurdly, to expose our critical base location?" Lin Yi roared at the barracks girl. At this moment, the hall girl, witnessing the barracks girl nearly faint from fear, hurriedly stepped forward and grasped the agitated Lin Yi. "My lord, please calm yourself. Do not blame the barracks girl. She has always been this way. Once she spots an enemy, she becomes consumed with fervor, disregarding everything else in her single-minded pursuit of battle." As the hall girl gently reassured Lin While explaining the barracks girl's impulsive behavior, his previously boiling anger began to subside. However, as he recalled the arduous journey it took to find their current base, now rendered unusable due to this unforeseen incident, a wave of intense dissatisfaction and helplessness washed over him. He gradually released his hold on the barracks girl's arm, turned, and with heavy steps, walked towards the other girls, who were already prepared to depart. Upon reaching them, Lin Yi paused, glancing back at the still-shaken barracks girl with a resigned expression. Since you are so enamored with battle, I shall leave this battlefield in your capable hands. May you relish the forthcoming clash, but heed my warning. Next time, do not act so recklessly. With that, he disregarded the barracks girl and swiftly led the others along their new path of escape. At this juncture, words were futile, their position was compromised, and until they possessed the strength to defend it, they must seek refuge elsewhere. Once again, Lin Yi and the girls teleported away, this time leaving the barracks girl behind. He understood her fervent desire for combat, particularly with the soldiers who had returned to the barracks recounting tales of their harrowing experiences in battle. It was akin to someone whispering delectable recipes into the ears of a food-loving girl. How could the barracks girl possibly suppress her inner urge? To stifle her yearning for battle would likely prove counterproductive. Instead, it would be more prudent to allow her to indulge in her impulses, liberating the pent-up fighting spirit within her. Is this truly my chance to engage in a glorious battle? Upon witnessing Lin Yi's unwavering departure, the barracks girl instantly grasped his intent. Wow, this is simply splendid. Unable to contain her joy, she erupted in cheer, then promptly began organizing the remaining soldiers to prepare for the imminent fierce combat. At that moment, the number of soldiers returning to the barracks had already exceeded 1,500. With such a formidable force at her disposal, even in the face of a relentless tide of alien enemies, she felt no trepidation. Instead, she was filled with the courage and resolve to take the initiative and confront them head-on. More importantly, she possessed a unique summoning ability. With this extraordinary skill, she could potentially create unforeseen miracles on the battlefield. Boss, are we about to engage in battle again? A soldier eagerly inquired of the barracks girl. Is that even a question? The barracks girl lifted her head, gazing at the approaching alien army with burning determination and unyielding fighting spirit. Chapter 224, The Barracks Girl's Hidden Tactics. The forces of the four alien factions had astonishingly coalesced into a staggering army of over 10,000. Such a daunting number, upon first glance, indeed inspired a sense of dread. Given the current circumstances, to successfully annihilate the enemy, the remaining soldiers would have to contend with at least 7 or 8 foes each to barely hold the line. Nevertheless, even in the face of such a stark disparity in the balance of power between the enemy and herself, the youthful commander of the barracks displayed no hint of anxiety upon her countenance. On the contrary, a palpable thrill of anticipation coursed through her veins. For her, the modest number of adversaries was unlikely to satiate her combative spirit. She felt that these foes were altogether insufficient for her to truly showcase her prowess. At that moment, a soldier fervently swung her slender arms while simultaneously limbering up her joints, murmuring to herself, "Boss, while we've never feared anyone, this opponent seems rather formidable. Doesn't he? They are utterly unlike the feeble foes we encountered in that other world." Clearly, this soldier harbored reservations regarding the impending fierce battle, for they had acquired a certain understanding of the formidable enemies they would face in this intermediate realm. They knew that with their current combat capabilities, challenging an enemy force 4 or 5 times their size would inevitably plunge them into a grueling struggle. Upon hearing the soldier's concerns, the youthful commander furrowed her brows slightly, deep in contemplation. Moments later, a spark of inspiration seemed to ignite within her, as her lively eyes gleamed brightly, and she cast her gaze around at the assembled soldiers. In a tone that was almost a whisper yet filled with conviction, she mused aloud. The Lord once mentioned that my relationship with the warehouse is one of strategic partnership. Given this, utilizing a few more gold coins to augment our combat strength should not pose a significant issue. The warehouse girl, perplexed, could only respond with a silent question mark. Without a moment's hesitation, the commander sprang into action, her eyes rapidly scanning the surroundings. Seizing the fleeting opportunity before the enemy's advance, she decisively selected 10 elite soldiers from the ranks. You 10 shall temporarily return to the barracks. I have important matters to attend to, and soon you shall find your powers significantly enhanced, she proclaimed, her voice ringing clear and resolute. The chosen soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, their faces a mixture of confusion and surprise, but they quickly nodded in agreement, ready to obey her command. Despite their lingering uncertainty, they had an unwavering faith in their commander's directives. One by one, the soldiers began to fade from sight, completing the summoning process. In an instant, 10 spaces were vacated in the once full barracks. Taking a deep breath, The commander focused her energy and commenced her unique summoning talent. Meanwhile, in another location, the warehouse girl, who was leading Lin Yi to a new map, suddenly sensed something amiss, her heart skipping a beat. Instinctively, she turned her head to glance at the warehouse. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning, frozen in shock. A piercing wail escaped her lips, "My precious coins." Accompanied by her heart-wrenching cry, the quantity of gold coins in the warehouse plummeted dramatically, an entire 10 million disappearing without a trace. Achu, the youthful commander, engrossed in her summoning, unexpectedly sneezed. "Who is speaking ill of me?" she mused, rubbing her nose while casting a vigilant glance around. However, upon observing the soldiers gazing at her with expressions of excitement and anticipation, her focus swiftly returned to her task, and the inexplicable sneeze was cast aside. With graceful movements, the commander waved her hands, and a resplendent, enormous circle of light materialized before her. Within this luminous ring, a series of mysterious and intricate symbols flickered like shooting stars. Each symbol radiated its own unique glow and energy pulse. Had Lin Yi been present, his profound understanding of the loaded sequences would have allowed him to recognize that these swiftly passing symbols belonged to those he was familiar with. After an intense bout of competition and selection, the symbols within the circle finally settled. One particular symbol, shimmering with a cold silver hue and exuding a futuristic essence, emerged as the representative of a powerful technological sequence. A technological sequence? I am utterly curious about what formidable units will be summoned this time, the youthful commander exclaimed, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she fixated on the symbol that embodied technological prowess. In the next heartbeat, the once stable symbol dissipated like wisps of smoke, and the circle began to ripple as if a stone had been cast into a still lake. Suddenly, a wave of intense energy pulsed forth from the center of the circle, as though a colossal entity was on the verge of emerging. Under the tense and eager gazes of all present, 10 massive mech units gradually materialized from the circle, reminiscent of great beasts surfacing from the depths of the ocean. These 10 mech units resembled towering steel giants, each exceeding 5 meters in height, their forms encased in formidable metallic armor that radiated an indomitable presence. Their shoulders were broad, nearly equal in width to their heads, exuding a sense of unwavering stability. Moreover, each mech was equipped with an array of formidable weaponry strapped to their backs. The weapons they wielded were nothing short of awe-inspiring. In their left hands, they gripped menacingly designed chainsaw swords, the blades whirring with a piercing shriek. In their right hands, they held powerful explosive guns, capable of unleashing catastrophic destruction upon firing. Suddenly, a low, muffled voice emanated from within one of the mechs. "Boss, how do you feel?" The voice was somewhat muffled, making it difficult to discern whether it belonged to a male or female. The commander gazed upon these 10 mech units with satisfaction. With their addition, their combat strength had increased manifold. The mechs shifted slightly, bowing their heads in acknowledgement. "Boss, so small. I'm doing this for your sake." It is well known that provoking a young girl is a simple matter, particularly by ridiculing her for things she lacks, such as height or purity. If the circumstances were favorable, the youthful commander would have undoubtedly seized the opportunity to impart a severe lesson to these audacious soldiers, instilling in them a profound understanding of the authority and majesty that comes with her position. "Humph, for now, I shall let you off, but when the time is right, I will ensure you learn your lesson." Thus, the youthful commander suppressed her ire, firmly etching the faces of these offending soldiers into her memory. At that moment, a soldier rushed in, panic-stricken, to report, "Boss, it's bad. The enemy is about to discover our hiding place. The foreign foes outside the valley have sensed something amiss and are charging toward us with great fervor." Fortunately, despite these 4 foreign factions sharing a common adversary, they appeared to lack any intention of cooperating, instead operating independently, divided into 4 distinct and unaligned groups. Moreover, they displayed mutual wariness and vigilance, unwilling to trust one another easily. With keen insight, the youthful commander swiftly assessed the movements of the enemy, and a strategy began to crystallize in her mind. She decisively issued the command, "U-10, charge forth immediately to serve as the vanguard, and employ every conceivable method to disrupt their formation." No sooner had the words left her lips than the 10 formidable mech soldiers clad in heavy armor responded in unison, synchronously activating the formidable heavy weapons mounted on their backs. In an instant, a chilling aura emanated from these mech warriors, as if they could freeze the very air around them. As the alien forces drew ever closer, a tense atmosphere enveloped the entire valley. Meanwhile, the battalion's young commander remained fixated on the front lines, her fists clenched tightly, fully concentrated on observing the unfolding battle. Finally, as the enemy entered effective range, she resolutely shouted, "Attention all units, prepare to fire." With this rallying cry, the thunderous roar of artillery echoed through the skies, heralding the commencement of a fiercely intense battle. Boom! The deafening cannon fire erupted suddenly, crashing through the air like a tempest. The previously orderly and methodical ranks of the alien army were instantly thrown into chaos and panic. The projectiles, imbued with tremendous potential energy, descended like blazing meteors, striking the alien formation with astonishing speed. In a heartbeat, flames soared skyward, smoke billowed, and dust swirled. Within mere seconds, the alien ranks suffered a devastating blow. Caught off guard by this sudden barrage, "Enemies! Scatter!" cried a bewildered alien commander, his face a mask of horror. His eyes were filled with confusion and dread, unable to comprehend why they were facing technological artillery fire in this place, especially when they had received no prior intelligence regarding such an attack. Meanwhile, the alien soldiers stationed at the rear, witnessing the ferocious bombardment of their vanguard, scrambled to adjust their formation to counter the crisis. However, the artillery did not relent in response to their movements. Rather, it intensified. Before their ammunition could be exhausted, a torrential downpour of cannon fire descended upon them like a storm, casting the entire battlefield into a blazing inferno. Accompanying the reverberating cannon fire were the intermittent sounds of gunfire, creating a symphony of tumultuous warfare. Each gunshot and cannon blast marked the emergence of yet another deep crater within the alien formation. The once serene and tranquil valley had, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a nightmarish tableau. Smoke billowed across the battlefield, and the cacophony of shouts rang out deafeningly. Countless alien soldiers stood in bewilderment, their eyes wide with terror as they watched their formerly orderly ranks being relentlessly bombarded. Yet, astonishingly, they remained oblivious to the whereabouts of their unseen adversaries. At that moment, the highly trained and exceptional units became acutely aware that something was amiss. They immediately deployed all their skills, attempting to uncover the hidden enemy through various enigmatic tactics. Regrettably, as soon as they took action, they were swiftly pinpointed by the enemy's precise targeting. With earth-shattering explosions, flames erupted skyward as those anomalous units became the focus of relentless strikes. In an instant, limbs were torn asunder, and mangled bodies were obliterated, engulfed in roaring black flames that reduced everything to ashes. These extraordinary units, cultivated with immense resources and effort, had scarcely had the chance to unleash their formidable power before they vanished like wisps of smoke. Just then, a vast shadow materialized, ghost-like. Upon closer inspection, it was a contingent of fully armed mech warriors. They advanced towards the battlefield with unwavering determination, wielding an array of advanced weaponry. The dark muzzles of their guns belched forth tongues of fire, escalating the already fierce conflict to a fever pitch. Notably, the heavy weapons equipped on the mechs were not solely long-range artillery. Some were specialized for close quarters or mid-range combat. Due to the relatively short range of these weapons, several mechs had to break away from the main force, racing forward for some time before barely entering effective range. Without hesitation, these mechs plunged into the ferocious assault against the aliens, coordinating seamlessly with their comrades to deliver a lethal blow to the enemy. Their speed was akin to lightning, astonishing all who beheld it. The soldiers, particularly the young female warriors, stood agape, their eyes wide and mouths forming enough disbelief. Soon, they directed envious glances towards this display of power. Wow, how high they fly! Wow, how fast they are! Wow, how incredible! For these young soldiers, enhancing their combat prowess had always been their fervent passion beyond daily skirmishes. The extraordinary might displayed before them undoubtedly illuminated new hopes and aspirations. At that moment, the sudden arrival of several mid-range mechs captured everyone's attention. These mechs, akin to iron behemoths, appeared on the battlefield with an imposing presence, instantly exerting immense pressure on the alien forces. The aliens quickly recognized the unexpected newcomers, and their previously orderly assault formation was shattered. Above them, artillery rained down like a deluge, sending alien soldiers fleeing in disarray. Simultaneously, the mechs, occupying advantageous terrain, unleashed their attacks from above, leaving the aliens in a state of passive defense. In an unexpected twist, the battlefield revealed a shocking tableau. Over 10,000 fierce alien soldiers were thoroughly suppressed by a mere 10 mechs, unable to retaliate in any meaningful way. Impossible. How can this be? Mechs in a mid-tier world? This is absolutely impossible. An alien lord, upon witnessing the mechs, froze in disbelief. His eyes widened in terror as he gazed upon these colossal machines, repeatedly murmuring in disbelief. Subsequently, this lord, seemingly having lost all reason, began to scream wildly. Entirely disregarding the soldiers struggling behind him, and without a second thought, he turned to flee in utter panic. Chapter 226, Out of Ammunition. Wow. Mechs have truly made their dazzling appearance. It's a wonder they can even fight, despite being a mere 10 in number. The disparity in strength between the two sides was a chasm that could not be bridged by mere numbers. One particular lord, sensing the dire situation, promptly made his escape. And in his wake, the remaining alien soldiers devolved into chaos, resembling headless flies. In the blink of an eye, what had been a relatively organized alien battle formation was on the brink of collapse. What is happening? Is it really crumbling this quickly? The battalion's young commander, rushing over, was left utterly astonished by the scene before her jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. The young lady mused to herself, expecting a formidable adversary to confront her, only to discover that their capabilities were rather meager. As more and more soldier Lolis arrived at the scene, complemented by a formidable presence of 10 mechas, the opposing faction found themselves utterly subdued, unable to mount any resistance. Meanwhile, these mechas swiftly recalibrated their strategic focus, directing their fierce firepower towards the remaining 3 alien battle formations that were still desperately holding their ground. Alas, how could they continue to fight? Among the 3 alien lords, one was infuriated, cursing vehemently in frustration. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to his 2 fellow lords, gesturing to a soldier at his feet and whispering, "Quickly, go and communicate with those 2 lords. See if we can forge an alliance against our adversaries." The situation of the other 2 lords was indeed dire. They had initially believed their opponents to be as pliable as a ripe fruit, only to be struck by the harsh reality that they were instead facing an unyielding steel plate. At this moment, under such overwhelming firepower, even the thought of retreating had become a distant luxury, as there was nowhere left to hide. It is well known that the outcome of a battle often hinges upon the momentum of both sides. If one side's morale falters, the conflict is likely to devolve into a one-sided rout. Before long, the dispatched soldier returned like the wind with a response. Faced with the immense threat posed by the mechas, the remaining 3 alien lords, after thorough deliberation, resolved to set aside their grievances and join forces to confront the imminent crisis. Just then, a mysterious and ominous wave surged from the alien ranks. "Everyone, be cautious!" Someone shouted a warning. In the blink of an eye, an astonishingly massive stone pillar erupted from beneath one of the mechas without warning, crashing down with thunderous force upon it. The mecha staggered from the unexpected impact, and the previously relentless barrage of firepower momentarily ceased. It worked. How splendid! One of the alien lords, observing this spectacle from a distance, felt a surge of excitement. Although the attack had not inflicted any substantial damage upon the mecha, it had successfully disrupted their operations, offering a glimmer of hope for the beleaguered alien lords. Do not relent. Continue the assault. We need not seek to cause direct harm, but rather to disrupt and hinder those formidable mechas as much as possible, the alien lord commanded, his voice filled with fervor. Soon after, a torrent of intense energy fluctuations surged forth, as if carrying boundless pressure, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. On the hillside, the imposing artillery mechas swiftly and adeptly adjusted their firing angles, targeting the direction from which this formidable energy emanated, unleashing round after round of ferocious attacks. The ground shook with deafening roars, a cacophony echoing throughout. Under such overwhelming firepower, everything appeared equal, whether ordinary foes or those with extraordinary abilities. None could escape the relentless barrage. With sufficient firepower, no enemy could remain unvanquished. However, just as the artillery mechas were unleashing their tempestuous onslaught, an alarming crackling sound pierced the air. The once continuous stream of fiery projectiles abruptly fell silent, and the mecha soldiers were gripped by terror as they realized they had run out of ammunition. Impossible! Have we truly exhausted our supplies at such a critical moment? One mecha soldier exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. He pressed the firing button once more, only to be met with the despairing sound of emptiness. No matter how he tried, the result remained the same. Ammunition was depleted. Alas, it seems we are out of options. Thankfully, we still possess other weapons at our disposal, the mecha soldier sighed, redirecting his gaze towards the distant alien forces. After the preceding barrage, the alien formations had been thoroughly disrupted, with many of their number lying slain in pools of blood. Preliminary estimates suggested that nearly 3,000 alien lives had been claimed by the ravenous cannon fire. Witnessing this scene invigorated the morale of the mecha soldiers. They promptly abandoned their ineffective artillery control devices and seized razor-sharp chainsaw swords and potent explosive firearms, roaring with fervor as they charged down the hill towards the alien forces like a pack of descending tigers. Meanwhile, the alien commander at the rear, overseeing the operations, noticed the sudden cessation of cannon fire and furrowed his brow in inquiry. Why has the bombardment stopped? Just as their meticulously organized extraordinary assault was on the verge of being unleashed, a fierce storm of artillery fire descended upon them, obliterating their forces without a trace. Yet, soon after, the cannon fire ceased. Such a coincidence raised suspicions. Was this merely a stroke of bad luck, or did it conceal some insidious plot? He pondered this, his thoughts spiraling into conspiracy theories. At that moment, an alien soldier hurriedly approached to report the latest developments. My lord, it appears the enemy has exhausted their ammunition. Look at those mechas on the hillside. They are recklessly charging towards the front lines. Upon hearing this, the alien lord was momentarily taken aback. But then realization dawned upon him, and he nodded in understanding. So that is how it is. Their ammunition supply must be rather limited. However, in truth, if these mechas were to achieve significant results, a relentless bombardment would undoubtedly be the most prudent course of action. After all, in such a fierce battlefield, firepower suppression often plays a decisive role. What was truly astonishing was the presence of such advanced and powerful weaponry as mechas in this intermediate world. If they had near unlimited ammunition, this war would be devoid of suspense. Faced with such a staggering technological gap, surrender seemed the only recourse. Nevertheless, exercising caution, the alien lords refrained from acting hastily. They waited silently until they witnessed the mechas that had previously engaged in bombardment plunging into close combat below, finally confirming that the enemy was indeed out of ammunition. Relay my orders. All forces assemble. It is now our turn to launch the offensive. The alien lord's eyes gleamed with a fierce determination as he issued the command for a full-scale assault. With a commanding shout, the long-prepared alien army surged forth like a relentless tide, sweeping towards the enemy's stronghold. The expressionless camp girl stood atop a high ground, her gaze cold and piercing as she surveyed the astonishing scene before her. A multitude of bizarre and grotesque alien beings surged towards them, fearlessly launching a frenzied assault on their position. Leading the charge were towering humanoid creatures, their heights an astonishing 2 meters or more. With sharp fangs bared and muscles rippling with seemingly boundless strength, every step they took made the ground tremble, instilling a sense of dread. Following closely behind these giants were smaller, insect-like aliens, their slender bodies and agile limbs enabling them to scuttle across the ground with lightning speed. Further in the distance, one could observe peculiar spherical entities, rolling forward in an enigmatic manner, seemingly devoid of limbs. Faced with such a strange and formidable foe, the camp girl's expression grew increasingly icy and resolute. Without hesitation, she issued her commands. The mech soldiers advanced to confront the enemy, forming the first line of defense. The second echelon prepared for close combat, while the remaining personnel swiftly dispersed to occupy advantageous positions, ready to unleash a barrage of fire upon the adversaries. Remember, the enemy may charge directly at you. Show no mercy, do what must be done. Upon hearing the orders, the soldier girls sprang into action without delay. They moved nimbly according to the camp girl's directives, one soldier confidently thumping her chest and assuring her, "Fear not, Commander. Dealing with these lowly creatures is but a trifling matter. Just sit back and enjoy the show." Meanwhile, the mech soldiers had already surged to the front lines. Gripping heavy explosive guns, they unleashed torrents of flames, sending dense tongues of fire sweeping mercilessly towards the onrushing alien horde. Amidst the deafening gunfire, the massive humanoid beings fell, struck down, yet still, more enemies pressed forward, undeterred. Furthermore, the chainsaw swords wielded by the mech soldiers emitted a thunderous roar, their serrated edges spinning with lethal speed. Glinting ominously, anything they touched, be it armored shell or flesh, would be shredded into fragments. The second echelon of soldiers showed no signs of weakness either. Armed with compact chainsaw swords, they too joined the fray, their blades wreathed in dark flames. On the towering hillsides, a battalion of rifle-wielding soldier girls mercilessly rained down bullets upon the tumultuous battlefield below, a deluge of lead cascading like torrential rain. "Charge forward, all of you charge!" bellowed the towering, menacing alien lord from the rear, his voice hoarse with desperation. His eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely comprehend why the opposing mech forces remained so formidable even after exhausting their ammunition. These seemingly diminutive foes were proving to be far more formidable than anticipated. Witness that 2-meter-tall muscle-bound giant, who, while engaged with a diminutive opponent half his height, found himself utterly outmatched, unable to retaliate. The alien lord pondered in silence. Could these beings be members of a high-tier, mysterious race? At this juncture, the casualty ratio on the battlefield had reached a shocking level, with the soldier girls suffering losses at an astonishing rate of 1 to 5 against the aliens. Moreover, this did not even account for the mech soldiers, who were wreaking havoc among the enemy ranks. Clad in heavy armor, these mechs stood like war gods upon the battlefield, their presence commanding respect. The alien warriors, capable only of staining the mech's surfaces with their blood, were left powerless against these formidable machines, watching helplessly as they rampaged through their ranks, mercilessly harvesting lives. As the situation grew increasingly dire, the alien lord's anxiety heightened, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he turned to his aide and shouted, "Quick, tell me. How many extraordinary combat units do we have left?" The soldier at his side did not hesitate for a moment, responding swiftly and decisively, "Esteemed lord, as of now, we have only 30 extraordinary units remaining. However, I suspect that the other two lords possess a similar number of extraordinary units." The alien lord, upon hearing this, immediately bellowed, "Relay my command to deploy all remaining extraordinary units. Furthermore, send word to the other two lords, if they wish to avoid total annihilation. They must cooperate fully with our actions. We must eliminate those accursed mechs before it is too late, for their influence on the battlefield is far too great." "As you command," the soldier replied without hesitation, promptly turning to carry out the lord's orders to the other two lords. These two lords, having witnessed the mechs wreaking havoc on the battlefield, understood the gravity of the situation. Thus, upon receiving the message, they immediately issued commands to deploy their remaining extraordinary units without delay. This fierce battle had escalated beyond mere revenge. It had become a critical struggle for survival. Who would have anticipated that what began as an attempt to eliminate an external threat would devolve into such a brutal and life-or-death confrontation? Chapter 228, 100 million gold coins. Across the vast and boundless battlefield, the air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the stench of blood. The cries of battle and the wails of the dying intertwined, as if composing a mournful symphony of death. Wherever the chainsaw sword swung, glinting coldly, the lamentations of the fallen echoed, while the explosive guns spat flames, licking at the alien bodies, causing them to burst apart, collapsing in an instant. Yet, even with the addition of extraordinary units, their formidable power merely served to slightly delay the inevitable demise of the aliens, failing to fundamentally alter the tide of battle. Suddenly, a deafening boom resounded. In a single strike, the remaining extraordinary units were obliterated as if extinguished like a candle in the wind. At this moment, the camp girl turned, astonished, to the mech girl beside her, asking in confusion, "Didn't you say we were out of ammunition? What is happening?" The mech girl, equally wide-eyed and bewildered, replied, I don't know either. We had exhausted all our ammunition reserves, yet somehow, we are still firing intermittently." She pondered deeply, perplexed by this inexplicable phenomenon. After all, as the one responsible for operating the weapon systems, she was acutely aware of the ammunition status. Yet, the occurrences before her were nothing short of bizarre. How could the ammunition depot, which should have been utterly devoid of supplies, sporadically produce shells? This enigma lingered in the minds of both individuals. But given the urgency of the battle, the camp's loli merely inquired out of curiosity, not intending to delve deeper into the matter. Thus, she swiftly turned away, immersing herself once more in the fierce combat. Speaking of which, the summoned combat units were truly formidable, their strength vastly surpassing their own. Were it not for the apprehension of exhausting too much gold and being unable to explain it to the depot, she would have eagerly summoned more to assist in the fight. As for the prowess of the units conjured by the camp loli, Lin Yi felt entirely uncertain. However, what weighed more heavily on his mind was the concern that if the camp loli did not return promptly, the profound revolutionary friendship they had painstakingly built might be on the brink of dissolution. "Oh dear little one, could you please refrain from tugging at my clothes and weeping so fervently?" Lin Yi sighed, glancing back at the depot loli who clutched his garment, tears streaming down her cheeks. He felt a throbbing headache. It was indeed strange. They had been progressing smoothly, yet halfway through, the depot loli had inexplicably transformed into this state. No matter how Lin Yi inquired about the reason, she could only sob incoherently, insisting that the gold had vanished and attributing the blame to the camp loli. "Boo-hoo, Lord brother, you must stand up for me. The camp loli has gone too far. She squandered such a vast amount of gold. She must have learned from some nefarious individual." The depot loli cried, her sorrow reaching a crescendo, as if she had suffered an immense injustice. Faced with this situation, Lin Yi was at a loss, finally exhaling deeply and reaching for his backpack, stating, all right. Let us say I'm intimidated by you. How much gold did the camp actually use? I can compensate you, can I?" The depot loli's delicate, adorable face shifted like the ever-changing June sky. Just a moment ago, she was a picture of sorrow, as if the world had wronged her. Yet, in the next instant, upon hearing Lin Yi's willingness to assist, she ceased her tears as though the previous sadness had never occurred. She quickly wiped her tears away, blinking her bright, crystal-like eyes, and beamed at Lin Yi, saying, "Thank you, Lord brother. You truly are a wonderful person. May you have 8 little babies." As she spoke, she gently dabbed the remnants of tears from her eyes with her chubby little hand and extended her fair, tender hand toward Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, initially basking in the joy of helping the little loli, was rendered speechless upon hearing her next words. The depot loli chirped, 100 million gold coins, dear Lord Brother. In an instant, Lin Yi stared incredulously at the seemingly innocent little girl, his face reflecting an astonishment that was almost beyond description, even causing his mouth to twitch involuntarily. He gazed at the depot loli with skepticism, stuttering, what did you say? Faced with Lin Yi's dubious gaze, the depot loli appeared momentarily flustered, her eyes evasively darting away. But soon she gathered her courage, fixing her determined gaze upon Lin Yi, and confidently declared, 100 million. At this, Lin Yi could no longer contain his emotions. His eyes widened, and his mouth fell agape as if it could accommodate an egg. What on earth requires 100 million gold coins? This little girl is far too audacious. He knew that, at 100 gold coins per soldier, 100 million gold coins could summon an entire army of 100,000 troops. Not to mention, the Camp Loli's capacity for soldiers had its limits. Even without restrictions, possessing 100 million gold coins would be sufficient for her to initiate a sweeping large-scale war. You're not pulling my leg, are you? Lin Yi scrutinized the depot loli, who maintained a resolute expression on her cherubic face, her big, watery eyes fixed unblinkingly on him. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Yi gritted his teeth and ultimately retrieved a bag filled with gold coins from his pocket, handing it to the depot loli while muttering. This bag contains precisely 100 million gold coins. Little one, don't you dare deceive me. As he spoke, he couldn't help but gently pinch the depot loli's rosy cheek. For Lin Yi, whose wealth was considerable, this paltry sum of 100 million gold coins was but a trifling matter, easily given. Yet, he found it hard to believe that the seemingly battle-focused Camp Loli could have spent such a staggering amount of gold. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi resolved to interrogate that girl thoroughly upon her return. Wow, thank you, Lord Brother, the depot loli exclaimed joyfully, her excitement palpable as she swiftly accepted the heavy bag of coins, clutching it to her chest, as if fearing Lin Yi would change his mind. She then flashed him a sweet smile and waved, saying, I'm off to patrol the surroundings now. Take your time with your tasks. And with that, she darted away like a jubilant little bird. Watching the depot loli's retreating figure, Lin Yi shook his head helplessly, running his hand through his hair as he murmured, Sigh, I can't shake the feeling that this little one is acting rather strange today. Just as he sank into contemplation, a clear and melodious voice suddenly pierced through the air. Chapter 229, It's all over. Lord. Lin Yi jolted back to reality, turning towards the sound to see Fudina approaching him with graceful strides. In the sunlight, her pink dress billowed in the breeze, resembling a blooming flower, a sight to behold. Upon seeing Fudina nearing, a warm smile instantly graced Lin Yi's face as he inquired, Ah, Fudina, what brings you here? Lin Yi held a genuine fondness for this clever and resourceful little loli, who often provided him with invaluable assistance. Compared to the other mischievous and troublesome lolis in the territory, Fudina was remarkably reliable. With an elegant slight bow, Fudina's demeanor was as graceful as a flower swaying in the wind. In her sweet, melodic voice, she addressed him, My lord, I have executed your instructions with utmost diligence. To ensure safety and successfully conceal our presence, I have only established the necessary facilities such as the robot workshop, residences, and cafeteria. For now, we are taking refuge in the residences. I have come to inquire whether you wish to maintain this hidden status. At this moment, Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly, well aware that the strength of his territory remained feeble. The residential loli had brought only her own self, while the camp loli had evacuated all the soldiers. Currently, the responsibility of safeguarding this territory rested entirely upon the robot loli. However, unlike the rapidly proliferating population of the dwelling Lolis and the swift replenishment of soldiers, the growth of robotic Lolis is exceedingly sluggish. They can only be produced incrementally in the workshop, before Lin Yi possesses sufficient strength to defend his territory. He has no alternative but to minimize attracting the attention of foreign races. Thus, he responded without hesitation, Of course, we must continue to hide. His tone was resolute and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. After a brief pause, Lin Yi continued to explain, Given our current capabilities, is there any better strategy than concealment? Should we unfortunately encounter an invasion from foreign races, it would be exceedingly difficult to contend with just these few hundred robots. After a moment of hesitation, Fudina spoke up, You have been in the intermediate world for 2 days now, yet during this time, it seems you have not contacted Lady Tong Yi at all. Are you not worried that she might hold you accountable for this? Oh no, this is bad, he lamented, smacking his forehead with force, beads of sweat immediately forming on his brow. The mere thought of Tong Yi's fearsome temper and methods filled Lin Yi with dread. This could be the end. If Tong Yi mistakenly believes I am merely toying with her, and then disappears, my life could very well be in jeopardy. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, a chill running down his spine. Aware of the urgency of the situation, Lin Yi wasted no time and rushed into the nearby dwelling. He anxiously scanned his surroundings, desperately searching for the figure of the hall loli. It is worth noting that the Lord's Hall is by no means a mere ordinary structure. It embodies numerous crucial social functions, and nearly all these functions rely on the Lord's Hall serving as a pivotal hub. At last, after a fervent search, Lin Yi spotted his target. The adorable hall loli stood quietly in a corner. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward, grasped the little loli's hand, and, disregarding the need for explanation, pulled her outside in a frenzy. "Hurry, come with me," Lin Yi shouted back at the hall loli as he ran, his urgency akin to that of an ant on a hot pan. The hall loli, caught off guard by the sudden tug, was utterly bewildered, her mind a blank. However, trusting Lin Yi, she obediently followed his command and swiftly activated the Lord's Hall upon reaching the outside. In the next heartbeat, Lin Yi's chat channel erupted as if it had been detonated, a cacophony of urgent notifications ringing out. Upon closer inspection, he realized that every single message came from Tong Yi. "This is truly disastrous," Lin Yi muttered to himself, staring at the string of unread messages on the screen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. At that moment, he was filled with conflict and fear, even entertaining the thought of pretending not to see the messages. However, deep down, he understood that since matters had escalated to this point, no amount of evasion could prevent the truth from coming to light. Moreover, the longer he delayed contacting Tong Yi, the greater her accumulated resentment would become, leading to potentially dire consequences. As the saying goes, whether one extends their neck or retracts it, the outcome remains the same. Instead of living in constant dread, it would be better to confront reality sooner rather than later and reach a swift resolution. With this in mind, Lin Yi took a deep breath, gingerly wiped the cold sweat from his brow with trembling hands, then mustered the courage to cautiously open the private chat window with Tong Yi. Almost simultaneously, an overwhelming flood of messages surged before him, nearly overwhelming Lin Yi's senses. He steadied himself and began to read through the messages word by word. After what felt like an eternity, having finally absorbed all the content, Lin Yi exhaled a long sigh of relief. Ah, thank goodness, it seems she is not truly angry. Most of the messages Tong Yi had sent were filled with concern, brimming with warmth and care. Of course, there were also occasional snippets of crucial intelligence regarding the intermediate world, information on the current overall situation of humanity within that realm, or updates on fierce battles erupting in various locales. The entirety of her messages conveyed care, with no hint of reproach. Indeed, one's perspective changes after becoming an adult. Tong Yi no longer resembled a landmine, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Lin Yi quickly replied to Tong Yi, summarizing the events of the past few days. He emphasized that his lack of contact was not due to negligence, but rather an overwhelming busyness. It seemed as if Tong Yi had been waiting for his response. As soon as he sent his message, she replied instantaneously. "Lin Yi, you finally contacted me." At that moment, within the sturdy and vast stronghold of humanity, Tong Yi gazed at the familiar name and avatar appearing on her communicator's screen, her heart, which had been in suspense, finally settling down. Since losing contact with Lin Yi several days prior, she had been consumed with worry and unease, constantly concerned for her boyfriend's safety, fearing he might encounter unforeseen dangers. Now, upon receiving the long-awaited message, she was nearly moved to tears. "I'm sorry, Yi, so much has happened in these past few days." Lin Yi's voice came through the communicator, tinged with fatigue and regret. "I just arrived at my destination and barely had a moment to catch my breath before I stumbled upon a fierce battle involving a group of foreign races. The situation was extremely dire, and I had to exert tremendous effort to escape from the battlefield. I had intended to find a safe place to settle down before contacting you, but unexpectedly, every time I thought I was close to succeeding, unforeseen circumstances would occur. Alas, I have been incredibly unlucky. Fortunately, everything is relatively smooth now, and I can finally reach you. By the way, my dear, how are things on your end? Have you encountered any dangers or troubles?" Hearing Lin Yi's words, Tong Yi felt a surge of compassion. She quickly reassured him, "It's all right, as long as you are safe. Even if it takes a few days, I am more than willing to wait for your news." With that, she gently sighed, as if a heavy stone that had been pressing on her heart had suddenly vanished. Next, Tong Yi began to share her circumstances with Lin Yi. "The human stronghold I am currently in is relatively safe, and everyone gets along harmoniously. Occasionally, small groups of foreign races come to harass us, but we can handle them easily. Moreover, resources here are ample, and life is quite convenient. But you, out there alone, must be extra cautious." Listening to Tong Yi's words of concern, Lin Yi felt a profound sense of gratitude and guilt. He silently vowed that he would protect this kind and gentle girl at all costs, ensuring that she would never again endure fear or anxiety. Thus, the two communicated through their devices, sharing their innermost thoughts, experiences, and feelings, as if time itself had come to a standstill in that moment. "My lord, we truly must depart," Fadina hurriedly exclaimed as she approached Lin Yi. Time, like grains of sand slipping through one's fingers, seemed to hasten its passage the more one attempted to grasp it. In the blink of an eye, the enamored couple had engaged in heartfelt conversation for several hours. It was only when Fadina came to report that Lin Yi, awakening from his reverie, realized she was urging him to move. "My lord," Fadina continued, "while I completely understand your joyous state of mind at this moment, could you perhaps take a look at our current circumstances? We are still situated in this temporary stronghold. Once we successfully arrived at our new territory, you can leisurely converse with your beloved, can't you?" As she spoke, Fadina cast a mildly reproachful glance at Lin Yi, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. At that moment, Fadina felt as if something hard was lodged in her mouth, and her stomach was already full. Under her incessant urging, Lin Yi reluctantly waved goodbye to Tong Yi, both of them agreeing on a time to reconnect. As he slowly lifted his gaze, he met Fadina's curious and peculiar expression. "Go on, you little rascal, what do you know?" Lin Yi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and hurriedly waved Fadina away. Just then, the warehouse girl returned with a lively step, perfectly timed to rejoin the group. Her petite and delicate figure instantly captivated everyone's attention as she approached Lin Yi, her face radiating excitement and joy. "My lord brother, I've discovered another fantastic place," she exclaimed, bouncing towards him. "This time, I was exceptionally thorough in my exploration. There isn't a trace of any other races within 400 miles, so we can finally have a safe and comfortable new home." Upon hearing the warehouse girl's voice, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the lively and adorable girl before him. He suddenly felt as though he had forgotten something important, yet no matter how hard he pondered, it eluded him. However, considering he couldn't recall it for the moment, it likely wasn't of great significance. Thus, he gently shook his head, dismissing the thought, and smiled at the warehouse girl, saying, "Ah, have you found a new place? That is splendid. You've worked hard, my little darling." As he spoke, Lin Yi tenderly ruffled the warehouse girl's hair. Without hesitation, he issued a command, "Quickly, Fadina. Order everyone to assemble swiftly." After a prolonged period of relentless flight and escape, everyone was utterly exhausted. Now that they had finally located a safe haven, they could rest and recuperate. Given that the number of people traveling together was still under 1,000 and the new location was not far from their current position, there was no need to make the difficult decision to abandon some individuals or have the warehouse girl make multiple trips. Before long, under the warehouse girl's remarkable teleportation abilities, everyone successfully arrived at their destination. As soon as they steadied themselves, the warehouse girl eagerly looked up at Lin Yi, her face alight with anticipation, her large, sparkling eyes blinking as she sweetly said, "My lord brother, look, this is the place. Isn't it wonderful? I worked so hard to find it, so praise me." She pouted her lips adorably, striking a pose that demanded affirmation. Lin Yi, oblivious to the warehouse girl's unusual demeanor, rewarded her with a head pat, and then began directing the other girls to settle in this new home alongside Fadina. While everyone was busy establishing their new abode, Lin Yi took a moment to survey his surroundings. The place was indeed as the warehouse girl had described. A splendid location with mountains, water, and trees. The only drawback was the lack of defensible terrain. However, with the city wall girl around, the absence of geographical advantages was inconsequential. Finally, a moment to rest. After dedicating some time, the territory regained its semblance from the lower realm, with not a single girl missing aside from the barracks girl. Chapter 231, Moving Again. Just as Lin Yi completed the restoration of the territory, he settled into the Lord's throne for a brief respite when a sudden thought struck him. He rose and approached the control panel, operating it with practiced ease, and soon succeeded in activating the teleportation privileges for allies. At that very moment, a flash of light illuminated the space, and a figure swiftly materialized before him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the newcomer as Tong Yi, who appeared as if she had been waiting beside the teleportation panel for the permissions to be granted. "Oh dear, how did you arrive so quickly?" Lin Yi exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise as he opened his arms to embrace the charming Tong Yi, pulling her into a warm embrace. Tong Yi, unfettered by modesty, joyfully dove into Lin Yi's arms, reveling in their close embrace. After a moment of shared warmth, Lin Yi gently caressed Tong Yi's silky hair and asked tenderly, "My dear, what brings you here so suddenly?" Tong Yi wriggled free from his embrace, lightly patting his chest with her small hands as she playfully chided, "Humph, how can you even ask? Did we not agree to contact each other immediately upon our ascension?" And yet, here I am, waiting for so long without a word from you. Do you have any idea how worried and anxious I was when I couldn't reach you? As she spoke, tears glimmered in her beautiful eyes. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Please don't be angry, darling. Seeing Tong Yi's distress, Lin Yi hurriedly apologized and gently took her hand, kissing it softly. This gesture elicited a smile from Tong Yi, her earlier irritation fading away. Soon, the two began to chase and play with one another like children. Their laughter echoing throughout the territory as they savored this rare moment of reunion, momentarily forgetting all their worries. After a considerable amount of time, when Tong Yi finally grew tired and breathless, the joyful frolic came to a close. Breathing heavily, she paused for a moment before curiously surveying her surroundings. Before long, she noticed something amiss. The population within Lin Yi's territory appeared significantly diminished. Furrowing her brow, she anxiously inquired, Why does it seem like there are so many fewer people in your territory? Did the recent attack inflict substantial losses upon you? Although Tong Yi had learned of the attack on Lin Yi's territory during their previous communications, seeing the situation firsthand revealed a severity that exceeded her expectations. Really? You must stop wandering about outside. This mid-tier world is rife with conflict, smoke and chaos abound everywhere. A moment's carelessness could draw you into the merciless clutches of war. Concern etched on her face, she earnestly urged, I think it would be best for you to accompany me to our human stronghold. Although our human race may not be regarded as a formidable presence in this realm of lords, ranking rather lowly, the sheer number of us bestows a certain strength, far superior to the solitary venture of one brave soul. Tong Yi continued her earnest entreaties to Lin Yi, hoping to sway his decision. The primary purpose of her visit was to persuade him to relocate from his current abode to the human stronghold. After all, they were in a phase of passionate attachment, longing to remain inseparable at every moment. Upon hearing Tong Yi's heartfelt words, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, then fell into contemplative silence. He gazed at the woman before him, who was solely concerned for his well-being. Her unwavering determination and relentless spirit softened his heart. Moreover, considering that his strength had not yet fully recovered, venturing out recklessly posed considerable risks. Thus, after a brief period of reflection, Lin Yi nodded in agreement, responding without hesitation. All right, my dear, whatever you say goes. I shall heed your every arrangement. He then reached out to gently ruffle Tong Yi's hair. However, just as they joyfully reached a consensus, a new challenge arose: how to smoothly execute this relocation. Tong Yi had initially prepared 2 invaluable territory migration scrolls. Having already used one during her previous move, the remaining scroll was temporarily borrowed by her brother, Tong Bo, due to an unforeseen emergency. Consequently, to assist Lin Yi in moving, she would need to personally submit an application to the relevant authorities. There's no need for such trouble, Lin Yi promptly interjected, halting her plans. It's merely a matter of relocating. There is no necessity to utilize those precious territory migration scrolls. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that the number of scrolls available at the human stronghold would be woefully inadequate. As Tong Yi mentioned, the entire mid-tier world was currently engulfed in chaos, leading to a significant demand for territory migration scrolls among the human race, far surpassing their availability. Since there are no scrolls at our disposal, how do you intend to accomplish this move? Tong Yi inquired, her curiosity evident. Lin Yi merely smiled, playfully winking at her before hastily instructing Fuxiana to summon everyone for a gathering. Although he found satisfaction in this new residence, the harsh realities compelled him to relinquish his attachment and prioritize stability, especially in such tumultuous times. The solid backing of the towering mountains offered a semblance of security. What? We are to move again. The adorable little girls, who had just gathered, erupted in exclamations of surprise. Fortunately, as they had only recently settled, packing their belongings proved to be a relatively uncomplicated task. Had they lingered a few more days, it was likely that some reluctance would have emerged among them. Before long, Fuxiana led a charming assembly of little girls, all neatly gathered before Lin Yi, reporting, My lord, everyone is prepared and ready to depart at any moment. Lin Yi's plan was straightforward: to have all the little girls transported to Tong Yi's territory via the limitless teleportation function of their allies. However, this approach had its drawbacks, as it required the hall girls to vacate the Lord's Hall, ensuring that both the hall girls and the Lord's Hall would remain behind. Nonetheless, Lin Yi was prepared for this. Let us not forget that the warehouse girls could also transport people, despite their current limitations in distance. With the aid of the medical girls' potions, the warehouse girls could function as a perpetual motion machine. Furthermore, even if they were exhausted, the hall girls were there for resurrection, making it all achievable.